Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The night sky covered the forest area. Someone said that from today on the guy's name is Zero. The military walked along the corridor. The guy was told that the embryo organization is his home, his homeland. He must forget about his past. Scientists were standing near many devices. The guy was asked to become the most loyal member of the organization and do everything for the interests of the organization. The chain guy was sitting on a chair. Looking at him, the scientist said that he has nothing to hide from them and his task is to carry out the orders of the organization. He must be ready to give his life for the sake of the organization. The guy with a smirk on his face said that even if he becomes a scarecrow, he is obliged to carry out any order. The girl crossed her arms and asked to answer her question, who he is. Looking down, Mike mentally asked about who he is. The main character thought that his name is Mike. Before he was transferred there, he was a game booster. He remembered holding the phone to his ear and asking him not to worry, noting that today he would upgrade it to platinum and for him the old price. The protagonist noted that he was the godless booster hated by everyone. He put his glasses on his head and thought that on the one hand, he did this to feed himself, on the other hand, he loved to play. Mike appeared in the virtual world and emphasized that his nickname was your crazy womanizer. The guy raised his hand and asked to wait for him. The surprised guy said that he was a reporter for an electric bus and asked if he could conduct a short interview with him. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, answered that he agreed. Taken aback, the guy wondered if he agreed, adding that he did not expect it to be so easy. Never before had such a mysterious fighter agreed so easily. He thought that Mike would not be so open. Leaning over, the protagonist waved his hand in front of the guy's face and asked what he wanted, adding that he was a busy man. The scared guy said that he took 47th place in the current tournament. Everyone knows that those who took the first 100 places are the strongest qualified participants, so they wanted to know if he was planning to join the military. Mike answered with a satisfied look that he did not want to. Looking down, the guy asked if he could find out the reason. Holding his finger to his face, the protagonist answered that it was a secret. For now he needed to tell about another thing, and then they would talk about his plans. He stood in front of the camera and asked if he was standing okay. Mike sighed. He greeted the people with a satisfied look and asked if they were still worried about how to get into the top 10 in the arena and if they were annoyed by resurrecting a corpse every day. The protagonist said that they were welcomed by a professional booster, grind gold, leveling up, revenge on enemies, raising reputation, inexpensive prices, discount possible, professional player for 10 years. The guy watched what was happening and screamed that boosters were prohibited by the moderators. They can't show it on air. Mike picked his nose and noticed that it happened again. The guy looked at him and thought that now he understood why there was no information about this player. Taking off his glasses, the upset protagonist asked what was wrong with boosting. Noting that he was better than any pro, this year he boosted more than 10 accounts. He even managed to get into the top players. Mike introduced the planet and noted that the game in which he is boosting is the Star C. More than 10 million nerds play it. The protagonist introduced various players and emphasized that you can get to space, Earth, and other locations of the vast Star Sea using virtual reality gaming devices, with which he is completely immersed. Mike added that being one of the very first testers and later fans of this game, he spent more than 10 years in it. The exhausted protagonist sat on a chair. He raised his head and thought that every task, every location, he knows where any small crystal lies. The Star Sea is more real to him than that dull world outside. Mike wrote a message to the guy that his task for rating and reputation was completed. He can send payment. Looking at the monitor, the protagonist clarified whether the next newcomer, adding that it was easy. He received a notification that 1,000 yuan was credited to his balance. Putting the helmet on his head, Mike noted that he was starting work. He said with a serious look to activate the new role and that they would see each other in the main city. The protagonist noted that back then he thought that his life would be so simple and boring. There was a blue flash before his eyes. Someone was saying that this was the 24th test sample and that the Valkyrie serum needed to be administered. Mike suddenly woke up on the lab table. He saw a siren. The protagonist looked at his hand. Holding his head, he asked where he was. The scientist started to run away and asked to tell Mrs. Kara that the sample had come to life. Holding the radio, the scientist ordered to call security and immediately take control of the sample. The military ran towards Mike. The protagonist started to run away and thought that he did not know what had happened, but he should get out of there quickly. The guard swung his baton at him. Mike blocked the attack with his hands. He was dumbfounded. Holding his hand, the protagonist wondered why he felt 100% pain. Noting that the limit in the game was 40%, in such a situation he should disconnect from the game as soon as possible. The guard swung his baton behind him. There was a blow. The military said that the sample was under their control and it needed to be placed in a cage. The doors opened. Mike was thrown into the room. He reached out to the blue projection and asked if the game had broken again, because he had paid 300 to the developers. They also gave a 6-month warranty. He was suddenly taken aback. The surprised protagonist looked at the screen and asked where the exit button was, noting that there was only information on the characteristics. He looked at his statistics. Mike saw on the characteristics that he was an NPC, a carbon humanoid. The protagonist emphasized the fact that it was more than 10 years ago. He saw himself in the mirror. Mike was surprised. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist asked if the character's face looked like his. He was in an empty room and wondered if he had moved to the Star Sea. The doors suddenly opened. Mike saw the outlines of people. Kara looked at the protagonist and asked if he was a living specimen. She stood in front of him and introduced herself, adding that if he tried to escape again, he would die. Stunned, Mike mentally noted that this was the Scarlet Viper Kara. She is the boss killer of rookies, nicknamed the Destroyer Sister. Turning around, she ordered to send him for a blood test, adding that she wanted to see the results right away. The guards began to take the protagonist away. He imagined the suits of the guards and emphasized that this is the organization embryo of the initial versions of the Star Sea. In his head there was an entrance to the bunker and he thought that now he knows where he is now. This is the Valkyrie laboratory. There was a plan for the development of super strong warriors. He imagined a man in a tank and emphasized the fact that this is a crazy organization, the goal of which is to overthrow the government. According to the scenario, he should be brainwashed, and then he will be sent to the battlefield. He was chained to a chair. Mike wondered what kind of strange transference this was and why the beginning was so bad. Looking at the screen, the scientist reported that the blood test did not reveal any peculiarities. Henry examined the face of the protagonist and assumed that the period of irascibility was already over. Holding his chin, he said that the main effect of the essence is brain stimulation. He offered to open his skull, adding that he was sure that the brain analysis would give them more information. Kara replied that this cannot be done. She calmly noted that Mike was the first living specimen. There was no point in destroying him yet. Henry, with a displeased look, said that then they should observe him. Looking down, Kara ordered to send him to brainwashing first for everyone's safety. Looking at her, the protagonist noted that he knew it and played too much. Frowning, Mike thought that he was only a level 1. A weakling, the guards around him were at least level 5, some were even level 8. Looking at Kara, the protagonist thought that the worst thing was Kara, his chances of escape did not exist. Mike noted that there was no point in thinking about escape, they needed to avoid brainwashing. He was suddenly surprised. The protagonist was looking at the bookshelf. Looking at the books, Mike noticed that he found a list of literature for lab assistants. He began to reach out with his hand. The protagonist took one of the books. The guards pointed the barrels of their machine guns at the back of his head and told him not to move. Henry held out his hand, asking them to stop and said they would see what he wanted to do. Mike sighed, thinking that it had worked. The main thing was not to seem dangerous to them. The first successful sample, his body. He began to read the book. A message appeared in front of him that he had begun to study the basic concepts of mechanization. Mike, dumbfounded, noted that it worked. Even though he was an NPC, he had a player system, which meant that he could level up like a real player. He saw a progress bar. Kara and Henry watched him silently. The protagonist thought that no matter what he did, it would seem to them that these were peculiar training features. Mike was flipping through the pages of a book. Surprised, Henry asked if the serum had enhanced his learning abilities. Kara, watching him, said that these were unexpected successes. If he became a genius fighter, their cannon fodder would become more valuable. She asked if they had prepared a brainwashing device. A guard stood near Mike and told him to stop and follow him. The book was taken from him. The protagonist tried to hold on to it. Mike, looking serious, saw a message that he had learned mechanic skills, the mechanic knowledge tree was open, and the profession of a novice mechanic was obtained. A smirk appeared on his face. Henry stood in front of the machine and said that they could start the brain cleaning. The protagonist was seated in a chair. Henry said with a satisfied look that he was sorry, this was an unusual sample and if they spoiled it. He asked if he could perform an autopsy before the brain cleaning. Sweat was running down Mike's face. He reasoned that this pervert wanted to rummage through his brain. Kara looked at Henry and asked him to say fewer words and get started. He agreed, noting that he would fall into his hands sooner or later anyway. He pressed the button. Mike frowned in pain. He heard with a dumbfounded look that this was a danger. The brain cleaning was starting and he had to make a decision. He did not have enough free determination and in 15 seconds his brain would be erased. Trying to stretch out his hand, the protagonist reasoned that in order to avoid the brain cleaning he needed 10 units of free determination and it was good that he had managed to raise the level. He said to add 2 free attributes to intelligence. His face was serious. He saw the message that he had successfully avoided the brainwashing. Mike, dumbfounded, noted that from now on he would just have to play along. He sat in front of Kara and noted that he would test his acting skills. She began to examine him. She was in front of his face and declared that from today on his name was Zero. She whispered in his ear that the embryo organization was his home, his birthplace. He should forget about his past. Looking at Kara, Mike reasoned that this was definitely not a game and that it was very beautiful. He had missed it so many times before. Kara said that the only thing he should care about, to do everything for the organization, was his destiny. Sitting on the chair, the protagonist wondered what he was even thinking about, noting that this situation was too dangerous. Kara asked him to answer who he was. The protagonist closed his eyes. Holding his chin, Henry said that he did everything according to the standard. They were suddenly surprised. He looked at them and said that he was Mike. Crossing his arms, Gary stated that the Valkyrie essence had enhanced the protagonist's learning abilities, and that the side effects of the essence might impair his emotional connection with others. Kara informed him that this meant that his experiment had failed. Henry responded that she was wrong and that it was a success. Smiling, Mike noted that they were daydreaming and that he would not become cannon fodder. Turning around, Kara ordered him to be taken to the rest area. The guard stated that the restroom for experimental samples was not yet ready. As she left, Kara ordered him to be taken to her room in that case, noting that management had transferred him to her care. The protagonist, puzzled, asked if he would go to her room. He begged himself not to think about such things. Looking around, Mike reasoned that living in a room with such a girl made his pants feel tight just thinking about it. Kara brought the phone to her ear and told the leader that Mike's condition was normal. She was there in person, everything went well. She asked what plans there were for him. The leader ordered her to start training him. Kara, holding the phone, said that she would like to see her sister. Looking down, the protagonist remembered that she had a sister. Standing in the middle of the room, Kara heard that their agreement was not such. She was allowed to visit her sister once every 2 months and she should not cross the line. Her hand was shaking. Mike looked at her, puzzled. Kara punched the wall. The dumbfounded protagonist emphasized that he almost forgot that this beauty was very strong. He watched her silently. He was surprised. Kara began to undress in front of him. She shifted her gaze. Turning away, the protagonist asked himself to be calm. Kara put her hands on his shoulders. Mike noted that he was not sure that this was allowed. She examined him. Squeezing his hand, the protagonist asked himself to hold on, adding that if she realized that he had not been brainwashed, then he would be finished. Kara began to leave. Watching her go, Mike thought that he was lucky that he had not been caught in just a little more. She went to bed. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what kind of games these were. He lay down next to her and remarked that he hoped that they would fit together. Kara kicked him. Lying on the floor, Mike noted that he thought so. The plot takes us to the training pavilion. They stood opposite each other. Kara said that from today on, his combat skills training, hand-to-hand combat and shooting would begin. She threw the box to him and asked him to put it on. Kara suddenly jumped up. She kicked him. Kara grabbed his hand. She held the protagonist in a hold. She hit him in the solar plexus with her knee. Standing over Mike, she ordered him to get up and repeat. Kara punched him in the face. She pushed him away. Mike's head flew up from the blow. Lying on the ground, the protagonist noted that as he had expected, although his system was like an NPC, he could level up and learn new skills as a player. He was a player with an NPC system. There was a slight grin on his face. Mike stated that he would soon become the strongest character in this world. The man entered the pavilion and ordered him to get up, noting that this would not do. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he was his shooting instructor and deputy head of this base, Bob. He threw Mike a gun and ordered her to aim at the target's head. Holding the gun in his hands, the protagonist thought that these were moving targets. He asked if the task was so difficult from the start, adding that only Olympic champions could handle it. He aimed the gun and started shooting. The bullets flew past the target's heads. He thought with a dumbfounded look that there was nothing unusual about it. He was not strong enough yet. His stats were too low. He was stabbed in the shoulder. Mike grabbed his shoulder. The frightened protagonist opened his eye and asked if he was crazy. Licking the blade, Bob noted that until he completed the task, he would punish him with a dagger and see how much blood Mike would lose. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist noted that it would not work. Holding his hand, Mike reasoned that he could defeat him now. NPCs do not reincarnate, which means he only has one life. Closing his eyes, he came to the conclusion that for the sake of the future, he would have to be patient. Bob watched him and said that he missed again and his blade was ready. The protagonist thought that he could laugh while he could, soon he would make him cry. Bob cut Mike again. Crossing his arms, Henry said that Bob did not appreciate him at all and it would be better to give him to him for research. Kara replied that the organization would not agree to his demands. Turning around, Henry said that when the organization had sucked all the value out of him, they would bring him back to him on a silver platter. He cried out that he created the protagonist and he was his creation. Mike walked out of the pavilion. Kara trimmed her nails and said that the protagonist had done well today. Looking at her, Mike thought that this was a judgmental environment and he hoped that she would not punish him with a knife. Placing her hand on the table, she asked him to come to her. Looking at the water tank, Kara ordered him to undress. The confused protagonist wondered if they would take a bath together. Looking away, Kara clarified why he was frozen and could not follow simple orders. Mike unbuttoned his shirt. He stood in front of Kara and mentally asked what she was doing to him. She touched his body. Sighing, she said that he looked like such a coward. The protagonist looked at her silently. She took his hand. Kara held his hand and told him that if he wanted to live, he should try. Otherwise, the organization would think that they didn't need him and they would give him to Henry for analysis and dissection of his brain. Mike, with a slight smile on his face, asked not to do it so quickly. Kara pushed him. He fell into the water. Standing in front of him, she told him that it was a regenerative fluid. All his wounds would heal by the morning. Turning around, she asked him to make himself at home. Mike lay in the water with a dissatisfied look and thought that he knew that a successful experiment did not mean that he would live his whole life. The embryo would continue to make new samples and conduct experiments. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he had little time left and needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Henry walked down the hallway and said that tomorrow he would go to the management and request permission to autopsy Mike. He noted that he did not think they would refuse him this time. Kara, with a serious expression, stated that the organization had refused him last week. Henry smirked and asked what this garbage was for, or if she had gotten used to it and had developed some kind of feelings for it. Kara looked away and said that it was impossible. Henry watched her go and asked him to mind his own business. Sitting in the room, Kara ordered him to stop fiddling with this gun. She stirred sugar in her coffee and emphasized that it was spoiled, it was sticking, and it was better to throw it away. Mike looked up. Kara, closing her eyes, told him not to treat him like a child. Unusable things were trash and he needed to be thrown away. She looked at him intently and said that if he could not grow up, they would throw him away too. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist replied that he was. He sat at the table and reported that he had fixed the gun. A notification popped up that he had completed the mechanical restoration. Mike reasoned that dismantling objects could earn him experience points. It was a pity there weren't many of them if he could get more mechanisms. Surprised, Kara asked if he had been able to fix it. They went outside. She was holding his gun in her hands. She saw birds in the sky. The bird's corpse fell to the ground. Looking at her phone, Kara said that she had informed the chief they had given him permission to enter the armory. He liked to rummage through mechanisms and weapons. Maybe that was where he belonged. The protagonist smiled easily and thought that assembling and restoring mechanisms allowed him to earn experience. And that was exactly what he lacked, the opportunity to get into the armory. He had never dreamed of that. Light was coming from the bunker. They entered the room. The protagonist was surprised. Kara said that this was the armory of the local base. Walking through the warehouse, Mike wondered if this was the embryo's combat training. He emphasized the fact that he could raise many levels. Standing behind him, Kara noted that he liked that book about mechanization. Looking at him, she said that she found him some more of those books and he could read them when he had time. She began to leave through the door. Kara suddenly frowned. Looking at the protagonist sitting at the table, she asked why he came back. Mike looked at her with interest. Turning away, Kara noted that they had prepared a rest room for him in the armory. Now he would sleep there, and besides, he was a man, it was not appropriate to live with her. The protagonist mentally asked if she was the only one who had thought of this. Pointing her finger, Kara ordered him to get lost in the armory. Disappointed, Mike left her room and wondered if his life together with such a beauty had ended so quickly. She said that from that day on he would train in the mornings at the training pavilion and that she would wait for him there. She handed him a gun and asked him to take the gun with him. Putting the gun in his hands, she said that he had fixed it and now he was his. The protagonist started walking. Mike stopped. He looked back. Turning around, Kara asked him to survive. The protagonist was sitting at the table. Sighing, she examined the site. He pressed that he wanted to spend 200 experience points on the profession beginner mechanic. Mike grinned and noted that leveling up gives a lot. In 2 days he got the 3rd level. In order to get out of there he would need half a year. He happily emphasized the fact that by that time no one would stop him there. Sunlight enveloped the base. The protagonist fell to the ground. Kara stood over him and asked if he had achieved only this in almost 3 months. Mike clutched his chest and wondered if she thought he would let her know what he had really accomplished. She offered him her hand and helped him up. Kara said that Henry had contacted management again to investigate him, although the organization was slow to give permission. She asked seriously if the protagonist thought he would be allowed to spend the organization's funds with his worthless state. She asked with a dissatisfied look how long he thought he could last. Mike, with a calm face, mentally noted that he had assumed so. He was sitting at a table in the armory. He was repairing a weapon. He looked away with a serious expression. There was a camera hanging by his side. The protagonist thought that they had disabled the camera installed in that place, which meant that the embryo had decided that they did not need him. They would not have to watch him 24/7. He reached under the table. Taking the gun, Mike said that now disassembling mechanisms almost did not bring experience. Sitting at the table, he noted that it was time to try to enhance objects and he was sure that he had enough experience for such tricks. Holding a gun in his hands, the protagonist thought that although he enhanced objects, they needed to be returned to their original form. He couldn't let them know about his skills. Someone knocked on the door. The protagonist shifted his gaze. He began to hide the weapon. The guy with a smile on his face said that the organization was disappointed in him. Starting from today, his funding was reduced by 80%. Mike silently looked at them. Looking at the guy's clothes, the protagonist thought that these clothes meant that he was sample number 1, the second surviving sample after him. Putting his hand on Mike's shoulder, the guy said that he heard that he was a sample created for him. The organization spent a lot of resources on him. Looking at the table, the guy said that he was just rummaging through this trash. He grabbed the protagonist by the collar and said that he was a failed experiment. He grinned and noted that putting him in Mike's place was the best idea of the organization. The protagonist looked away and noted that this was a sample with a completely cleared brain. His organization was everything. It was not worth getting involved, otherwise he would give himself away. Waving his hand, the guy ordered everything to be taken out. Looking at the guy, Mike reasoned that this is what the Valkyrie expected when creating samples: combat talent, a strong body, and a high learning speed. The workers were taking out the boxes. The guards with an arrogant look said that they were useless insects. Looking at the guys, they noted that they were experimented on. Now they would be made cannon fodder, and their brains were completely erased, turning them into obedient fighters. The guy looked at him and asked him not to talk too much. Frowning, the guard clarified what difference it made to him. He looked at the guys and said that their brains were erased anyway. Mike frowned. He looked at the guards and emphasized that each of them looked at them as if they were cattle. The guy stroked the protagonist on the head and said goodbye to him. Sitting at the table, Mike emphasized the fact that the samples were just cannon fodder. He took the guarantor in his hands. Smiling, the protagonist noted that now he wondered when their own sample would destroy them all, what kind of grimace would be on their mugs. The three spoke on an audio call. The voice said that the leader, Zero, would do as he said, and that he allowed Zero to be autopsied. The man smiled. He bowed deeply and thanked him. Then he called him Lord. The man sharpened the knife and exhaled. Bob said that it was such an interesting toy. He did not play with it enough. What a pity. The girl sharpened her hand into a fist. She looked down sadly. There was a battle on the battlefield. The hero thought that something was wrong. He was hit in the chest. The guy closed his eye and thought that this madam was too aggressive today. Kara shouted to defend himself, to counterattack. The fist flew into the protagonist's face again. The girl's body was above the guy. She hit him in the jaw and the hero thought that it hurt. What did he do wrong? Blood spurted from Zero's mouth. Kara screamed for him to attack. Come on, didn't he have breakfast? Right now. The guy wiped his mouth and thought that usually everything goes much easier. She even lets him rest a little. The protagonist's body trembled. Confident footsteps were heard. The hero abruptly ran into the girl. His hand ended up on Kara's neck. The girl grabbed his wrist. Then she said that such gentle blows. She threw him aside, screaming that this was his awareness and desire to survive. The hero somersaulted past. Someone grabbed his clothes. Kara swung again and the hero thought that it was enough to hit. He clenched his teeth from the tension. A thought flashed through his mind that one more blow and he would definitely die. Kara stopped abruptly. She looked at the hero lying down and said that it was funny, and she still expected something from him. The girl continued that this was the end. Let him sleep today. Tomorrow he might not come. Zero tiredly asked why. Kara began that tomorrow. She walked away and continued that they would cut him open. Kara went to the exit and added that nothing could be changed before the end. The hero looked up at her. It flashed through the guy's mind that this day had come. Now it was clear why she was so hot-tempered today. She couldn't watch Henry picking at his head, so she beat him half to death. Women are so strange. His body was shaking and he continued to think that for these 6 months the only one who considered him a living being, a human being, was Kara. The guy thought that others saw him as a blockhead, cannon fodder, mocked and tortured him. The guy thought that the prototype would not fight back. They believed that such behavior was normal. He was kneeling and thought that, but he remembered every drop of spilled blood. The guy wiped the blood and said that even after all that they thought that he would just die. The hero looked at the monitor and thought that this was all he had collected in 6 months. These 6 months flew by for him like a month of ordinary life. Although he did not grind or kill mobs, did not complete any tasks to level up, but he compensated for leveling up in the limited realities of the mechanic class. Here he was able to gain a lot of experience sitting in one room. Each character can master an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels there is a problem task. To continue to increase the level, you need to complete a special task to continue to increase the level. General restrictions on the maximum level are measured with the release of new patches. In version 1.0 the maximum character level is 60, but on his screen it says that his level is unlimited. It turns out he has a power that exceeds any player. I am sure the next stage is gambling blueprints. Blueprints are blue screens used in the mechanic class to create weapons and mechanisms. Creating blueprints is the most important ability of the mechanic class. 60 types of knowledge can be used with each other to create a mechanism. Each combination contains many blueprints. but after combining knowledge at a time you can study only one direction of creation. Some blueprints have preliminary requirements, so it is unknown how many blueprints you can get when merging knowledge. But even when merging knowledge and experience, the player pulls points in any case, because there is a possibility that another blueprint will be created, so this stage is called gambling blueprints. The hero pressed the confirm button, the cloud swallow hang glider was created. The guy waved his hand and said that it was not this. The screen said that the fusion was successful, and he was congratulated on creating an artificial killer arm. Zero cursed and said that again the most useless drawing, he needed another. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that soon the experience points will run out. He pressed the board and said, "Come on." The guy pressed the confirm button. Sweat appeared on the hero's face. The fusion was successful. The protagonist slammed his hands on the table and shouted that here it is. A mechanism appeared in front of him. He moved his new hand. The voice congratulated him on creating a light exoskeleton. Armor appeared on it. Zero frowned and said that today they will learn what it means to grow your own enemy. The helicopter landed on the platform. Kara looked straight at him. The military came out from there and the man said that the third group was an owl. He was the captain of the team. His call sign was Matthew, Silverblade. He continued that they received orders to transport the Valkyrie sample team. Kara passed by and said to do what was supposed to be done. There was an SUV in the garage, and she was taking their helicopter, and not to waste her time. The girl flew away in a helicopter. Every 2 months, Kara leaves the base. Today she flew away early in the morning. Great, she is gone. If Kara was at the base, he would have a hard time. The hero realized that the time had come. He had been preparing and enduring all this time for this day. He looked out from behind the corner and thought that today he would leave this prison. Henry came for him. Today is the last and only chance. The voice exclaimed, "What is this?" The man held the photo in his hands and thought that it was Kara's sister, Aurora. She also had superpowers, but she was the complete opposite of Kara. She had very strong regenerative and healing skills. She was able to prolong life and, moreover, resurrect the dead. At the end of version 1.0 of the game, the embryo created a huge amount of the essence of the second life from Aurora's body. This angered Kara so much that she began to destroy everything. At that moment she was nicknamed the Goddess of Death. The hero looked at the board with the objectives of the task. Then he closed his eyes. The voice said that since she was counting on him, then this time he would do something for her. The guy clicked on accept the task. The voice said that the sample of Zero immediately come to the central hall to receive an order. The security of the central hall bring Zero to his lab. The protagonist looked up and thought that the voice was Henry. He put the photo in his pocket and continued the thought that he would deal with Aurora when he got out of here. He frowned and looked out. His gaze fell on the camera. The entire base was under surveillance. It was very difficult to move around here unnoticed. The hero thought that if so, the control room was his first target. He ran forward. There was a sign on the wall that said control room. A man was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Everyone around the protagonist was lying on the floor in blood. The hero thought, great, the all-seeing eye has been eliminated. Henry is next in line. 20 minutes later, Henry's personal lab, a voice told the doctor that sample Zero had arrived. He told him to bring it in. The hero appeared on the threshold. The man called his precious one with a smile. She spread his arms and said that he had finally arrived. By opening it, he would be able to understand how it differs from the other samples, and when he finds out what the reason is, his corpse would be a stuffed animal in his lab. He put his hands on the tools and continued. The first sample, how many memories? There was a corpse behind the doctor. Henry turned around abruptly. The voice screamed that he was dead. The guard was dead. It was impossible. A brain-clean sample couldn't kill their people. Blood was spreading over the guy's head. The protagonist smiled at the doctor. He asked in confusion what had happened. There had been no problems for the past 6 months. A huge knife appeared in the hero's hand. Henry bared his teeth. Blood sprayed into space. The protagonist stuck the weapon into the doctor's chest. He opened his mouth in fear and said that Henry looked at the camera behind him. Then he said that he would die, to which Zero replied that he had beaten everyone in the control room. Henry sat down on the floor and started coughing up blood. He grabbed the wound on his stomach tightly. The voice said that these 6 months. The doctor bent over and asked what he was pretending to be. Zero asked what he thought. The man sat on the ground and said that it was impossible. He couldn't fool everyone. The protagonist grinned. Then he said that nothing was impossible in this world. Something flashed through the air. Henry's eyes widened. The hero struck hard. It cut the man's spine open. Blood was pouring out of the man in drops. He fell to the ground and asked how he was. The man lay there and said that he was his. The guy watched Henry say the last word, creator. The body of the scientist and the naked guard lay on the floor, covered in blood. At this time, Zero was looking at the key card, thinking that only 3 people in the entire base had access to all the doors, and the man he had killed was one of them. Then he thought about what would happen if he headed straight for the doors, deciding that he definitely wouldn't be able to escape and the game would be over in 10 seconds. Then the boy got the idea to dress up as a guard because he wasn't going to make such a mistake. Walking down the corridor, he thought that the main plan was to break the connection and he needed to get a couple of hours of freedom from communication. The communication equipment is on the 3rd floor below behind the wall, and he will have to use mechanisms to break through it, but for now he was going to go back to the 2nd floor for the mechanisms, because there are several people at the base who might know him: Kara, number 1, a scientist, and Bob, but the first 2 are not at the base and the other is dead. Approaching the destination, the protagonist thought that the others will not even notice him, but if he meets a shooting instructor, then everything will be bad. Suddenly, someone's hand stopped Zero, and the unknown person asked what group he was from. After which he asked why he had not seen him before. In fact, it was Bob. Realizing this, the boy remained silent so as not to be recognized. Covering himself with a cap, he could not believe that he met this freak so quickly, answering that the new guy from Group B. Hearing this, the shooter did not understand when the new guys were sent to them and why he did not know, noting that he had already heard his voice somewhere. Taking out his gun, he ordered to show him his face. Gripping the handle of the knife tightly, the protagonist said that he did not want to resort to this plan. Hearing this, Bob asked him to repeat it. At that moment, Zero pounced on him with a knife, shouting that he had wanted to tell him for a long time that he should check with a psychiatrist. Immediately after that, he struck the hand of the shooting teacher, who realized that this was the first experiment. The guards, who noticed something was wrong, were going to shoot to kill. The boy immediately headed towards them, arguing that in 2 seconds he could reach the machinery room. Then he struck one of the guards, throwing him into the others, noting that it would take Bob almost 4 seconds to recover from the blow. Moving forward at great speed, the protagonist realized that 3 guards would not be able to harm him during this time because help would arrive in 25 or 35 seconds. In the end, he managed to break into the room with the mechanisms and close the door behind him. The shooter, heading after him, asked if he really decided to hide in the room, stating that this was the worst option. Stopping near the door, the man called him a sissy. Suddenly, everything around shook. Then the door to the room with the mechanisms opened, and a bright light seeped out from there, surprising Bob. At the same moment, Zero burst out of the room, scattering his opponents around. Such power was given to him by the created exoskeleton. Looking at his former student, the shooter did not understand what it was. Coming closer to him, the boy declared that now he could die, after which he struck Bob with great force and speed. His eyes widened from the damage he had received. The protagonist's fist had managed to pierce his chest completely, and he did not understand how this had happened. Immediately after that, Zero had torn out his heart. Bob was even more stunned by this turn of events. Then his lifeless body, covered in blood, fell to the floor. Looking at him, the protagonist simply remained silent, after which he recalled that his torment lasted for 6 months. Zero added that during this time he had been stabbed 420 times, and he would like to hear something. Smiling happily, the boy wanted to know how he felt when he was punished for his atrocities, but regretted that he would no longer be able to answer. After some time, an alarm went off in the lab. Armed soldiers found Bob's corpse, telling their own that he was now dead. Suddenly, a notification about a critical situation appeared on the screen. The soldier was talking into his radio, wondering why there was no answer from the control room, and asked to report the news to the doctor immediately. The answering voice suddenly reported that Team C had found the doctor's body in another room, which startled the guard. Then the team in gas masks moved forward, and the radio was broadcasting not to panic and to find the enemy, saying that lethal force was authorized, after which the order was given to Team A, which was to go to the warehouse, and Team B to check the control room, while Team C would go to the lab to protect the sample data, and Team D was to go to the main gate, when suddenly there was a sound of an explosion. The frightened soldier tried to find out on the radio how they were doing. Another radio was lying on the blood-stained floor, and from it came a question about the sound and a request to answer. Then Zero came up to it and picked it up. In response, he laughed and explained that part of the C group died from severe wounds, and they blocked the target in the lab. So the guys managed to shoot him and asked to urgently come to their aid, and in response, the soldier said that the group was already on the way. Hearing this, the boy was happy. Immediately after that, he began to set traps. After some time, the soldiers ran straight into the lab. One of them hooked some rope with his foot, thereby activating the mechanism. At the same moment, an explosion occurred behind the protagonist, who was running away from there. Everything in the next room began to collapse. The soldier who saw this asked what was up there, after which he gave the order to stay here and the rest to follow him. Suddenly, the commander noticed something to the side. It was the guy who opened the gate with the card, and the other soldiers asked why he did it and how he was able to do it at all. It was Zero, who gave no answers to their questions, simply ran outside, saying goodbye to them. Then he closed the gate from the other side using the card. Trying to break free, the guards realized that he had closed it from the outside. They could not believe that they had let him escape. Once outside, the boy began to breathe deeply. He was happy with the clean air of freedom flying around. At that moment, Kara, flying in a helicopter, declared that this was impossible. They told her on the phone that this had happened and asked her to return to the base. Then she said about her little sister, to which she received an order to remain silent. She had no right to bargain. When the boss hung up, the leader paused for a moment, after which she gave the order to turn back to the base. At that moment, she realized that Zero had actually been pretending all this time. Immediately after the story cools down, it moves to the night to the road in the mountains. The words were heard from the car that had stopped in the middle, that the road had ended and they would not go any further. Hearing this, the soldier would come out, saying that they would continue on foot because he did not think that he had run far. This was an elite unit of the organization, a member of which did not understand why he was only a small sample, and why they had sent Sova's group specifically for him, so it seemed that he did not consider them people at all. The commander took off his hat and glasses, noting that they had not had a mission for a long time. Today they would at least stretch their legs, and ordered them to listen to the order, saying that whoever caught this dog first would receive half a day of rest as a reward, and gave them 30 minutes for everything. Then they moved us a little to the side from them. Zero, hiding behind a tree, reasoned that 3 cars had been sent after him, and under the cover of night it would be difficult for them to find him. Suddenly, a bullet flew right past him, piercing the tree. The edge of it caught his shoulder, and the boy realized that he had been detected with the help of a night vision device and was going to close the distance. Immediately after that, he ran to the side, dodging shots, thinking about how to get closer to them, because the remaining experience points would have to be spent on close combat. While more shots penetrated between the trees, the protagonist noted that it was much more difficult to fight trained warriors. Then he jumped out of the forest bushes with great speed. Finding himself on top, Zero was going to attack. At this time, the sniper sensed something was wrong. Having noticed his opponent, he immediately took out his pistol and fired. The boy managed to deftly dodge such a lunge from the soldier, after which he struck with his mechanical hand. From the damage received, the member of the special squad flew into a tree. Having finished his plan, Zero approached his neutralized opponent. Looking at the grenade in his hand, he received notifications from the system that he had killed a fighter from the squad and earned experience. At that moment, the rest of the soldiers caught up with him and noticed that he had killed their ally. Without thinking twice, the boy threw a grenade in their direction in response, saying that they should try it. The members of the special squad jumped to the sides from the sudden explosion, fearing the shockwave. With his attack, the protagonist managed to kill 2 fighters, and he reasoned that they really decided to shoot him, and they, in turn, were going to throw a grenade at him. Without thinking twice, they carried out their plan, and an explosion thundered around. After that, the fighters of the elite squad looked around, coming to the conclusion that he was dead. At that moment, one of them saw a bright flash from the side. He immediately gave the order to the others to run for cover, but did not have time, and Zero was able to kill them all. With a smug smile on his face, he said that he had killed 3 people. After his attack, the ground was covered with corpses and smeared with blood. Suddenly, the squad leader stood up with his last strength. Gritting his teeth in pain, he did not understand where such strength came from for an ordinary sample. Looking at his fighters, the soldier did not understand how he managed to kill his entire squad. At that moment, he became very angry. As if with a spark in his eyes, the man was going to take revenge, declaring that he had killed the wrong people today. Then we are transferred to the moment when Zero, breathing heavily, stopped near a tree for a rest and reasoned that there was practically no armor and ammunition either, and his strength would soon run out, so this fight should be finished as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side. It was the same squad leader Sov, who clearly ran towards him with bad intentions. The soldier swung his blade, preparing to strike, and shouted a wish for death. With a deft movement, the boy managed to dodge the enemy's attack and push off the tree to counterattack. Then he headed towards his opponent with great speed. At the same time, he managed to knock him to the ground. With a strong kick, the squad leader pushed the protagonist away. Leaning on the tree after receiving damage, Zero noted that it was difficult to fight him. The man lying on the ground suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. Trembling from the tension, he stated that because he underestimated him, his guys died, and therefore he would not have a peaceful life in this world. Taking a knife in his hand, the soldier said that before that, something needed to be done. Taking a fighting stance, he added that he wanted to send him to hell with his own hands. Without thinking at all, the head of the special squad rushed into the attack with his blade. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy managed to repel the attack. The soldier's knife pierced his mechanical arm, causing everything around him to spark. Trying to pull his blade out of his armor, the man couldn't believe that it was stuck. Suddenly, he saw the protagonist swing his fist to strike back. At that very moment, that same blow landed right on his jaw. Immediately after that, the mechanical arm fell apart and the enemy fell to the ground. Then, a system notification window appeared, notifying that 3,000 experience had been earned for killing the Special Forces captain. Standing over the corpse of his defeated opponent, Zero couldn't hold back his heavy breathing. Taking off the remains of the exoskeleton, he understood that it could no longer be restored, and the main thing was that he had a blueprint, and when he had the materials, he would be able to create a new one. Looking around, the boy thought that the organization's reinforcements would arrive soon, and so it was time to get out of there, because this forest looked vast, and he didn't even know where to go now, but first he needed to find a place where people lived and create a map to move on. Immediately after this narration, the story was transferred to the main hall of the Embryon base, where the leader called everyone idiots. He also said that one failed experimental sample was able to kill 30 armed guards, destroyed the laboratory data, killed the Special Owl Squad, and deprived them of the scientist. At that moment, the founder of the organization asked if he really managed to escape safe and sound in the end, asking not to tell him fairy tales. At the same time, the soldier said that the Valkyrie serum injected into the Zero specimen's body had side effects that they could not predict, and he had gained a talent for mechanization and an incredibly high level of intelligence, while the leader asked that she really meant that the brainwashing had no effect on him. In response, he said with fear that this was exactly what happened, and the specimen had not shown any abnormalities for the first 6 months, perhaps pretending, but in fact, he was developing an escape plan. Suddenly, Kara intervened in the conversation, stating that she knew Zero's combat power, and he could not have become strong so quickly, so she thought that he was able to awaken special abilities. Stopping her, the founder of the organization did not want to listen to their excuses, because until they completely eradicate all the anomalies of the Valkyrie serum, no more new samples can be made, and, in addition, he ordered the brains of all other samples to be cleared, because he does not want new appearances of Zero. Hearing this, the first sample was angry that his loyalty was questioned. Stepping forward, he declared that he was ready to lead a detachment to destroy his brother. Hearing this, the head of the organization, smoking a cigarette, allowed him to find Zero and return him to the base alive or dead. Immediately after this story, he is transferred to the forest. In the distance, smoke was visible rising to the sky. Game meat was roasting right on the fire. Zero was doing this, who said that he had been in this forest for 7 days already and food and water ran out. So it's good that at least the wounds did not become inflamed, because he pumped up a large number of points in endurance, which is now making itself felt. Having finished cooking, he began to eat. Biting off another piece of the roasted bird's leg, the boy did not understand when he would get out of this thicket, because he was not Bear Grylls to survive in the wild forest, and he wanted to get to people as soon as possible and get himself in order. At that moment, he touched the rope with his foot. Immediately after that, the protagonist looked away. Suddenly, a net appeared right above him. The man hiding behind the tree was glad that he managed to catch Zero. Pointing his gun at him, he ordered him not to move, after which he told him to take out everything valuable and give it to him. Looking at his opponent, the boy thought that he was an ordinary thief. At that moment, he asked what he was staring at and clarified that he was talking to him specifically. With a deft movement of his hand, the protagonist grabbed his opponent by the throat, which greatly stunned him. After which, with great speed, he aimed a fist at him. Zero struck him in the chest with great force. The damage caused his opponent to cough up blood. Then he fell to his knees. Falling to the ground, the thief asked for forgiveness because he had not seen him as a fighter and wanted mercy, admitting his guilt. Examining his gun, the boy asked if he had only just decided to confess because its barrel was crooked and he robbed drunks with it, and if he fired it, he would burn his own face. Trembling in pain, the man once again said that he was guilty. Looking down at him, the protagonist wondered what exactly he was guilty of. Bowing his head, the thief said that it was worth it, after which he added that he should have taken a second gun, and Zero, who heard this, considered it funny. Trying to quickly hide, the thief said that if the gentleman was not angry with him, he would leave, or rather, crawl, because that was what he knew best. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy stopped him, grabbing him by the clothes. Pulling him closer to himself, the protagonist asked him if he really wanted to leave so quickly after catching him in a net, and asked him to tell him where the nearest town was. Crying from fear, the man answered that there was one and it was located 1 kilometer to the east, and that only vagrants gathered there, asking him to let him go. Immediately after this, Zero swung his fist. Thus, he frightened his opponent, who closed his eyes in horror. Then the boy extended 2 fingers. With a careful movement, he weakly hit the thief on the head. Feeling this, the man was afraid of what would happen next, but was still able to open his eyes. Looking at his opponent with an arrogant look, the protagonist stated that he was not that strong, telling him to leave and not do such things again. Immediately after this, the story moves to a camp of tramps with tents and cars. At that moment, Zero came to it. Seeing him, the bearded man asked to look at the goods, because now there is a sale of high-quality products in exchange for barter and no cheating. Hearing this, the boy realized that payment by barter is very convenient, because he does not have any money with him, and, rummaging in the backpack, said that he needs a map, 3 buckets of water, 5 kilograms of food in the form of dried meat or bread. Then he stretched out his hand with several bullets, saying that he can pay with this. Seeing this, the merchant was very surprised, after which he looked at his backpack, telling his brother that these bullets are clearly not enough for him. The bearded man grinned maliciously and wanted to take 150 rounds for it. Hearing this, Zero said that he was overcharging a little, and the man asked, "So what? There was not a single camp within a 50-kilometer radius, so if you didn't have enough money, you just didn't have to buy it." At that moment, someone hit the merchant on the head with a wooden smoking pipe. The unknown man told him that he was really deceiving people again, noting that it was hard for people to live in the forests, and asked him not to behave like that. Scratching his head, the old man said that he had almost come to an agreement with him. Without listening to him, Jack approached the boy and said that he was an old speculator, so there was no point in doing business with him, thinking that he had been wandering in the forest for a long time, and offered to stay in his tent today, because there was everything there, housing and food, and what he needed was not worth a penny, so he was going to prepare everything in the evening. Hearing this, the protagonist agreed and expressed gratitude, arguing that this guy did not look like a scoundrel, and even if he was, then now he was not at all afraid. Then Jack asked him to follow him. Having brought him to his house, the man introduced the protagonist to his wife and he greeted her. With a smile on her face, the girl was glad to greet her husband's guest, saying that this was all home-cooked food and did not know if he would like it. Setting the table, she asked to eat and stay the night. Zero, who had not eaten for 3 days, asked if it was really possible. Then he would pounce on the food like a wild animal, saying that it was all very tasty and that the boys were very cool, while a laughing Jack would tell him to help himself. Immediately after this, the story moves closer to night, when voices could be heard from the tent about an excellent gun and a question about his past service. Answering his question, the man would say that he had indeed served before. This gun had protected him for so many years, and the boy would note that he had kept it in excellent condition. Recalling the old days, he would say that he was already quite old and did not think that he would need it anymore, because his homeland had been swallowed up by another large country after the armistice, and a country bumpkin like him would not understand at all. At this time, his wife was standing in the kitchen and washing the dishes. Inside the shabby tent, stories were spreading about the embryo's cooperation with 6 countries, and the man was declaring that he did not want to fight again, because he liked a quiet, measured life, and since it was already late, he asked to stay with them and set off on his journey in the morning. The story then moves to the morning of the next day, when the hospitable man asks him why he is leaving so early. Answering the question, Zero thanks him for the warm welcome, saying that it is time for him to go, and asks about the boy sitting in the car, while he answers that it is his nephew, whose parents died in the war. With a smirk on his face, looking away, the boy explains that he returned late yesterday, and he sent him to sleep in the car, calling him a cheerful boy, and the man notes that, apparently, this boy has completely lost his mind. Setting off, the protagonist said goodbye and thanked Jack, hoping that fate will bring them together again, and he wished him a safe journey and said that next time they will drink a bottle. Then all the inhabitants of the small camp happily watched Zero leave. At this time, the embryo squads continued to search for the failed sample. Reporting the situation, the soldier said that within a radius of 50 kilometers this was the only camp, and their goal was definitely here. Suddenly, the first called out to the people living there. Showing a hologram to the boy, he asked if they had seen this guy. The camp appeared. Someone said that he was asking again, did he see this guy? Looking straight ahead, the man said that they had not seen. The military stood around. It was heard that damn, did they really go in the wrong direction? Are they leaving? Looking to the side, the guy asked what? The guy lowered his head in fear. Raising his hand, he said to take that guy. The guy with purple hair raised his head, hearing that he was to search him. The officer approached the guy. He was holding a gun in his hands. Looking at it, the officer said that this was the gun that Mike stole from the Night Owl squad. If he did not come here, where did he get this gun? Pointing the gun forward, he added that he should lay it out right now. The guy looked away in fear, hearing that if he didn't talk, everyone here would die. The man raised his hands in fear. The man ran up to Jack and said that he had hidden him in his tent. How could he not have seen him? Let him tell them. No one wants problems. Pointing the gun at him, the guy said that he should lay it out, and there was no point in denying it. The man closed his eyes. He stretched his hand out to the side. Smiling, Harry said that he should have told right away. Putting his finger on the trigger, he added that they had almost fooled him. He would have to pay for it. A shot was heard. The birds flew up. The main character was sitting on a stone. Frowning, he wondered what such a strange feeling was, that even his eye was twitching. Holding the gun in his hands, he thought that it seemed like someone touched his backpack. All the equipment from the embryo was here. If at least something remained in the camp, they would have trouble, and then he said that there were 11 guns. That's right, 300 bullets. That's also right. The protagonist looked at him in fear and said that there were 10 pistols. Damn, one was missing. Now it was clear why his brother's nephew was so strange. He stole one barrel. There were drops of blood on the ground. The man raised his leg up. The protagonist looked at the corpses. Mike looked at them in fear, clenching his fist tightly. He said that he was too late. Someone reached for his leg and told him not to leave. The hero looked away. Lying on the ground, the man said that the embryo was the embryo squad. They did not hand it over, that's why they killed everyone. Tears appeared in his eyes and he added that on behalf of Jack and his hospitality, he asks that he take revenge on the squad. The protagonist closed his eyes. Relaxing his hand, the man told him not to believe him. Lying on the ground, the guy said that he gave up his uncle and his uncle. Jack was lying on the ground, and he added that until his last breath, he did not tell them where he was going. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought about his brother. Taking off his clothes, he thought that the direction of his corpse was exactly the opposite of where he went. The hero covered the corpse with clothes. Looking away, the man said no, he was asking. The protagonist held a gun in his hands, and the man said let him explain. Closing his eyes, Mike said that until his death he did not give up him, a guy he knew for less than 2 days. The man looked scared, hearing that a real man died because of a weakling like him, a vile bastard. Pointing the gun, the hero said that he would apologize to his brother in the next world. The car was parked near the tent. Entering inside, the protagonist thought that the path his brother pointed to leads to nowhere, which means the guys will soon go in the opposite direction, then he should set up an ambush here. The hero looked to the side. A message appeared, which said that he had activated the E-Class Revenge mission. The task was to destroy the sample squad. The reward was 15,000 experience points. The question arose, why did he want to avenge his friend so much? The hero dumped the weapon on the floor. He was laying out the magazines. The protagonist was reloading the weapon. He was adjusting the sight on the rifle. The rifle was lying on the table. Coming out of the tent, Mike said that he would make them regret it. Military vehicles were driving straight. The hero was sitting in ambush. Looking out the window, the guy said that he was not here, which meant he was in the other direction. They would see how far he could run. Suddenly, an explosion was heard behind him. The guy asked in surprise what was going on, to which he was told that it seemed like a tire had exploded. Looking straight ahead, Harry asked what could cause a low-pressure tire to explode. Most likely it was an attack. A voice came from the car, telling everyone to duck. They were following the armored vehicles, and as they got closer to the target, everyone would switch to jeeps. Standing behind a tree, the hero thought that it was the right strategy. Smiling broadly, he added that it was easy to figure out. Suddenly, a blow hit the car. The armored vehicle fell down. People began to climb out of it. A shot hit the guy. Shots were heard throughout the squad. Harry deftly jumped aside. Looking to the side, he shouted, "Who the hell is he? Let him show himself." Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist was holding a rifle in his hands, and he asked what Mike. Looking up, the guy said that no, it was impossible. He was a weakling. He didn't believe how he managed to destroy an entire squad of samples. Mike grinned and said that he had heard that phrase before. Standing in front of him, he added that guy was already 2 meters underground. The radio said that was enough. A hologram appeared. It was said that he was the head of the Embryon organization. Let him return there. He guaranteed him that his memories would be saved. He would receive a high rank and would definitely not be a sample, to which the protagonist asked why he decided that he would work for them. The man from the hologram said that the organization was already all over the world. They were doing great things and working for them was natural, but if he refused, the world would not be so big for him and certainly not safe. The hero closed his eyes. Looking straight ahead, he said that he would destroy them. Suddenly a shot flew at the guy. A message appeared that he had killed a Valkyrie sample. 900 experience points were earned. Revenge was complete. 15,000 experience points were earned. Looking away, the protagonist thought that his current strength was nothing compared to the embryo. He would have to rely on his knowledge and join forces with a force that could resist the entire embryo organization. The rifle was standing by the tree, and he added that he would go to the Star Dragon Empire. The train was moving along the rails. The chickens were in the cage. Sitting next to them, the protagonist thought that in addition to the embryo organization, there were only 6 nations that had advanced knowledge, which meant that joining the 6 nations was necessary to complete the mission. It was written that he had started a factional relationship with the embryo organization. Embryo goodwill decreased by 1,000, embryo organization hatred minus 1,000 apostate. He received the mission of class organization downfall. Advice: this is a long-term mission. The reward for it will depend on the progress of destroying the embryo organization. Directly or indirectly, the current progress is 0%. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the menu, he thought that since the embryo was constantly expanding and evolving, he only needed to destroy 20% to complete the task. Smoke was coming from the train, and he added that it seemed like he couldn't handle it himself. The hero clicked to accept the task and thought that he was thinking, for now this was his main mission. The protagonist walked through the western capital, the Star Dragon Empire. Looking at the soldiers, he thought that the embryo was looking for him now. The Empire should have received the information by now. Most likely, he would not be able to pass the checkpoint. Mike grinned, thinking that this would not stop him. The car was parked near the shore, and he added that the players from the Red List, who were wanted by their people in their past lives, could not pass the checkpoint. The man was sitting by the tree. An idea appeared that until they found the hidden NPC responsible for the smuggling and gave him some money, then he would lead them into the city. The hero approached him. Throwing the bag on the ground, the protagonist said that let him take him to the city, he will pay him with this. The guy looked down. Standing by the car, he said that let him get in. The Star Dragon Empire is one of the 6 planets of the Aquamarine Nation. In the previous war, the Embryon organization signed a secret treaty with the warring Star Dragon Nation and carried out several major terrorist attacks in this area. Thus, the Empire gave up its position among the 6 nations and began a feud with the Embryon. This place has not changed at all. Go through this block and another 2 kilometers to the east. There, at the end of the road, there will be an inconspicuous repair shop. This is a hidden plot point. He knows about it from the files of other people in his past life. The protagonist looked away and thought that now there are no rivals. He can get ahead of anyone. In his past life, he did not have such a chance. But this time he will use it. The men were sitting at the table, and he added that great, this is the one he is looking for. The man swung his chip and said that he should have it. The other one looked at him angrily and replied. Mike's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that the blacks were fiercely opposing the whites. What tension? What kind of battle was this? Looking down, the hero thought, stop. Looking at the playing field, he added that there were only 5 in a row, and they were making a lot of noise. The protagonist looked away, hearing the appeal. The girl smiled and asked if he needed to fix something. Looking at her, Mike wondered what the girl was doing here. He had never noticed her before, and she was cute. Standing near the men, the hero asked what they were accepting as students here. Looking at him, the girl replied that of course they were accepting. Taking the hero by the hand, she added that he should come in and not freeze, to which he asked what freeze meant. It meant sunstroke in their dialect. Holding out the item, the girl said that this mobile terminal had been broken for a long time. Giving it to the hero, she added that this was a test. He would pass it, and he could stay, to which he responded approvingly. The man told him to wait. Looking away, he asked why he was applying as an apprentice. The protagonist frowned and thought that he knew who he was. It was impossible. He needed to calm down and pull himself together, and then replied that he was just looking for a job. Putting her hand on the hero's shoulder, the girl said that he shouldn't pick on him. Of course, he was looking for a job. They finally had an apprentice. He shouldn't scare him off. She already had a lot of work. The man threw a chip and sighed. Suddenly, he got up from the table. Folding his arms, he said that he was the owner of this workshop. In order to work here, he had to pass his test. The city appeared. The thought of the test arose. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he should tell him what kind of test it was. Looking at him, the owner of the workshop said that at least he was not a coward. He should listen carefully. Pointing to the side, he added that he had to make him a mechanical prosthesis in 3 hours. If he liked it, he could stay, to which the man asked why he had to be dragged into this. Looking straight ahead, he wondered what he remembered. The girl clenched her fist and said that just planning and drawing could take several hours. It was impossible. Looking at her, the owner of the workshop said that he shouldn't interfere. He had to show something worthwhile if he wanted to work here. If he chickened out, then he should get out before it was too late. The protagonist remained silent. Looking at him, he replied that okay, he would do it, to which Kate asked if he was crazy. It was impossible. The protagonist stood in the workshop. Holding the drawings in her hands, the girl asked what she would tell him about her plan, said that they could make the drawing together to save time. Mike closed his eyes and said that he didn't need it. He had already thought everything out in his head. Kate looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. In 2 minutes, the owner of the workshop grabbed his head and said that he had enough bragging. Smiling, he added that it was unrealistic to think through the drawing completely in just 2 minutes, even for a professional mechanic like him. He asked how he could handle it. Complete nonsense. Looking at him, the hero replied that he would see. Sounds were heard in the workshop. Frowning, the man thought about what he had thought of. The hero held the prosthesis in his hands and thought, and Vincent thought that the prosthesis was starting to take shape. Looking at the details, he added that there was not a single unnecessary element. He had really been able to think it all through in his head. Looking at the protagonist, the man said that it couldn't be, and Kate said that he should leave him alone. Mike began to collect the parts. The protagonist was fastening the prosthesis. Holding it in his hands, he said that it was ready. Vincent's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what. He really did it, and the girl said that he managed in just 2.5 hours. Putting the prosthesis on his hand, the hero said that he should try it on and asked how it was. The man looked at his hand in surprise. His eyes widened and he said that it was so mobile, just like a real hand, and very smooth, did not rub the skin at all. Very good, he liked it. Smiling, the protagonist said that if he liked it, then let him take it, to which he replied that he would owe him. Vincent angrily said that these were his materials, he owed him, he did not ask his permission. Looking away, Mike said that then he would ask now, he was skilled enough to stay here. Leaving, the man said that he should stay, they would see how long he could last. The hero looked away and thought, great, now he has a place to live, and sooner or later, he will definitely get his mechanical drawings. Waving his hand, the man said that he was going, they would see each other, to which Vincent replied that he should not come back. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about the fact that here, he would be able to upgrade his level faster and finally rest. Opening the car door, the man said that he was back, to which he was answered that yes. Holding out the phone, he said that someone was calling him. The man picked up the phone and said that it was him. Looking straight ahead, he said that they should inform the intelligence the wanted Mike had penetrated the western capital. In the 13th Division, which was the headquarters, they found out that Zero had already made his way to the capital. The man was sure that he was especially dangerous because they gave too much of a reward for his head, and they were especially careful in preparing for this. This character ordered to intercept all messages and track where Zero was. The events took place at the cloud dump. Leo wondered why Zero himself was looking for him. The character was sure that the head of the Gray Zone would not mind working with him. He stated that arms trading is quite a profitable business these days. Zero said that he could reduce his income, but would ask for a reward for it. Leo thought that the character was making the weapons himself. He wanted to find out what kind of cooperation the hero was offering him. Zero said that he needed materials and parts, then he would make the weapons, but would only work 2 hours a day. He wanted $230 for a gun and to pick up the trash. Leo said that all the materials here were his, and the payment could not exceed $150. Zero decided to respond to this offer by leaving. Then the head called him and made him wait. He had already agreed to his price, and Zero ordered to prepare everything for tomorrow. The character thought about his wealth with the workshop. He was sure that the division would find out where he worked. The hero knew that they would come for him sooner or later because he was a good mechanic. It was an ordinary day, a beautiful dawn was beginning. Kate wondered where Zero had been. He said he had been rummaging through the dump. The heroine said that the place was dangerous enough and that she shouldn't go there often. She invited him to eat, and the character responded coldly. The hero calmly washed his hands. While Zero was going down, he was thinking about how he wouldn't get to level 20 because he didn't have any mechanical bases, but the old man had all of that. The hero asked Vincent for books on mechanics, but he immediately refused him. The old man said that he didn't have any books for him. Zero said that he was stingy and that he didn't invest in modern youth. Vincent said that he was incredibly impudent and refused to give them to him anyway. Suddenly Kate said that the old man was just joking and handed the hero the books. The old man was loudly indignant. Whose side was she on anyway? Zero was faced with questions. Should he invest potential points in training? He immediately agreed to this proposal. The hero pumped up many new skills and knowledge. He understood that his own abilities were extremely important. The character knew that time waits for no one, and he had to act faster. Suddenly, a man in black clothes appeared in the distance. He announced that the target was found. It was a very ordinary sunny day. Kate, yawning, said that it was stuffy and things were not going well. She asked what Zero was doing. He answered that he was assembling a robot. The heroine was surprised by his hard work and said that he was really good. A man in a suit came in and asked if this was a workshop. Kate immediately ran up and asked what happened. It turned out that his car broke down. The character decided to look around the room. He said, "Why doesn't the guy take care of his dirty engine?" Zero immediately realized from his training that this man was from the 13th Division. Kate immediately said that it was stereotypical and she could handle it herself, but the hero said that he could handle it himself. The man came out and showed his car. He wanted to know if our guy was young. Suddenly Zero said that he was 30 years old. The man was simply indignant about this. He wanted to know the hero's name, but he said that this should be asked with respect. The man was extremely surprised by this answer, but kept an extremely calm face. He introduced himself as Oliver. Zero said that it was a good name, but said that Oliver had misunderstood him. The character was just waiting for cigarettes. The man looked at the hero again with disapproval. The character, holding a cigarette in his teeth, said that he could be called Mike. Oliver decided to ask if he was a local. Mike did not understand how the man knew this, but said that the job was already done. The character said that the hydraulic pipe broke, and the payment would be $9. Oliver agreed to the price, but decided to ask where the hero had studied since he was capable. Mike said that he was self-taught. While the man was getting the money, he still asked where the hero was from. Zero said that he was from a village and asked not to expect a discount for good words. Oliver still gave the money. The hero thought that he would be getting this wallet forever. The character was already watching the car drive away. An unfamiliar number called Oliver on the phone. He immediately said that the target was a mechanic and it was impossible to determine how dangerous he was yet. It is only known that he calls himself Mike. The personality analysis seemed rude to the man. The service was kindly letting go of another client. Kate said that their store was becoming quite popular and visitors often asked about Mike. He said that he does his job well and does not foist off all sorts of things on them, which is why clients like his work. The heroine noted that they were all men. She joked that she would not treat Zero differently because of this. Mike concluded that all the girls in his time were crazy. The last element of the robot was ready under the control of the character. He began to assemble it, inserting part into part. The hero carefully watched his work. Zero finally inserted the head of this robot. A notification came out that he had made a ranger, experience was awarded for this, and the characteristics of this robot were shown. The character was pleased and decided to call it the first version of the ranger. Suddenly, something distracted his attention. A notification came that a new task was offered. He did not understand how he could be chased if the capital was guarded. Zero guessed that this was planned by the 13th Division to test his strength, but he still agreed to this task. The hero decided to give them a chance to try. There was a beautiful sunset over the workshop. Zero told Kate that he needed to go somewhere and he would take a day off. She agreed to this. The heroine looked at the hero sadly and said that with any problems she could always help him. But the character claimed that he was fine and Kate shouldn't worry. The setting sun covered the roofs of the city. Some men doubted that Zero was worth $1 million because he looked like an ordinary boy. 2 men claimed that the stinging bee squad was pursuing a target. It headed towards the dump. Zero calmly walked to the dump with the cargo. The character understood that if the fight was in the city, they could hurt people, so it was better here. In the distance, a lonely, dilapidated building was visible. He came to Leo for materials, but Leo invited him to have dinner together. Zero emotionlessly agreed to this offer, but there was a sly grin on the boss's face. The sun was slowly setting over the old abandoned building. Leo said that he spent a lot of money to find out who Zero was, but he did not expect that the character was an ordinary wanderer who arrived in the capital. The hero said that the boss's source could very well be lying, and he hadn't thought about it. The old man said that for his own good he should spill everything he knew about making weapons. Leo hoped for good cooperation, or he would have to beat all the information out of him by force. Zero said that he shouldn't think that he could deal with him that easily. The boss operated by saying that he was just a wanderer and couldn't do anything to him. The hero said that Leo's source didn't have all the information about him. The character advised him to open the darknet and personally see the price for his head. The old man thought that Zero was just bluffing because he had many similar cases and they all ended badly. The hero took something from his bag and said that the conversation was over then. Suddenly, a gun was unexpectedly placed behind his head. He just chuckled at this with a smile on his face. Suddenly, his hand began to transform and some kind of mechanism appeared on it. From it, he began to charge a powerful blue beam. With this ability, the hero struck down many armed bandits at once. Leo was so scared that he didn't understand what was happening. He screamed for everyone outside to run here and kill the character. The bandits wondered why they had called everyone in on one kid, why no one inside could handle him. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in front of them and they all flew away. Leo wondered what was happening, but Zero thought what idiots everyone was. The stinging bee squad suddenly drove up to the scene and ordered everyone to be quiet so that they could resolve this matter calmly. Zero quickly ran out of the exploding building. He ran quickly past the squad's bullets, but he was helped by a large number of bunkers. Group A from the squad was ordered to open fire to hold him back. The commander gave the order to Group B to pin him down from behind. Suddenly, someone from the squad discovered Zero, and he was clearly not happy about it. There was a fierce battle in the dump. Bullets whistled around the hero. He decided to charge a beam from his hand from his hiding place and shoot it, but all he could do was dodge and run from the bullets. The mercenaries were covering the character with fire. Leo did not understand where these mercenaries came from, but he guessed that they came for the kid. Zero suddenly remembered that he had something else in his arsenal. He abruptly took this thing out of his pocket. The hero opened it, and the robot he had made earlier appeared on the screen. Inside himself, he understood that he was ready for exactly this situation. The robot activated, and its eyes lit up. It drove at high speed towards the mercenaries and began to shower them with a hail of bullets. They were confused and completely shocked by what was happening. An order was immediately given to destroy this creation of Zero, but the robot turned out to be bulletproof and drove on as if nothing was happening. The hero realized that his creation already had little ammunition and was badly damaged, so he decided to finish it off here. The mercenaries understood that their shooting was destabilizing the robot and continued shooting. Leo understood that these soldiers were now distracted and gave the order to his bandits to catch this kid. Zero realized that everyone had fallen for his trap. He activated the self-destruct mode of the robot. The hero ducked because he understood that there would soon be a very large explosion. The mercenaries immediately saw that something was wrong with the robot and ran up to it. A farewell notification appeared on the robot's head, and it exploded with all its might, destroying the soldiers. Leo was shocked by such impudence because the character detonated the device right within the city limits. Oliver, sitting in the car, saw giant explosions in the landfill. He was completely surprised. The man remembered that the authorities asked to do everything secretly, and now it would be everywhere. He needed to get out urgently. Suddenly, the 13th Division in military uniform arrived at the scene. They ordered everyone to surrender. The bandits were putting down their weapons and putting their hands behind their heads. Leo understood who had arrived and what they could do. He remembered Zero's words about his importance, but he could hardly believe it. He abruptly ordered his computer to be given to him. It said that $1 million was offered for his head. He was an embryo and a deserter of the 13th Division. The man smashed his laptop in horror. He decided that he had enough of this situation. Suddenly, members of the 13th Division put handcuffs on him. The soldiers ordered both the leader and his bandits to quietly walk to the cars. Dawn was breaking over this dump. The squad leader tried to examine the seriously wounded. They were all covered in blood. Zero understood that the entire operation had failed because of the mercenaries. He could not allow his skills to be stolen. Suddenly, the hero began to burn them all with lasers from his hand. They were shouting to surrender. The character raised his hand up, but there was a malicious smile on his face. He received a notification that he had completed his mission and gained a lot of experience, but he had to accept it. Zero knew that now was not the time to do so. There was one armed soldier standing outside the interrogation room of the 13th Division. Oliver admitted that he was an intelligence officer and reminded him that they had crossed paths before. Zero replied sarcastically that of course he remembered him, because he had a very deep wallet. The interrogation assistant demanded that the hero stop joking. He asked why the embryo had put $1 million on his head and demanded that he give up all the information he had. The protagonist stated that the interrogator was scary and that he needed another, more competent employee. He addressed all members of the question with irony and stated that they were all incompetent in their field. Then a voice was heard that it would be as Zero wished. The voice stated that he was the chief of intelligence of the 13th Division. He asked if he was competent enough for him. The hero agreed to such conditions. The man began the interrogation with a question whether he was a member of the embryo organization, to which he received a positive answer. The next question was about the position. Zero stated that he was a logistician and studied mechanical weapons. The interrogator was angry and stated that the embryo would never give $1 million for the head of an ordinary logistician. The character only grinned at such an answer. The hero stated that the message log in which there was some message, it had the status of top secret. The man was indignant. What was he talking about? The other interrogators simply did not understand what Zero was talking about. However, they continued their interrogation. The leader suddenly grabbed the microphone and started shouting into it. Was the hero confident in his information? The character claimed that he would not have been able to find out about the Dark Star otherwise. He thought to himself that the leader had fallen for his trick too easily. Zero knew that the Dark Star was originally part of Ketelos, but then fought them off and now they were feuding. The hero thought that thanks to this situation, he could capture the Star Dragon's attention if he simply mentioned this journal. The interrogation leader wanted to move on to discussing cooperation. The character agreed to this, but he understood that he did not care what would happen to the embryo. Zero showed the location of the embryo's 3 secret bases on the map. He assured them that this was respect for cooperation. The men tried to find out if this was all he knew. He, the hero, said that they should first check this information and then everything else. The leader was interested in what conditions the character needed. Zero said that he just wanted to work with them on the embryo case. The man said that he would report everything to the authorities, but the hero would have to stay here. Zero was indignant because he had only taken 1 day off from work. The authorities at the large table discussed Zero. Some were in favor of trusting him completely, while others, on the contrary, did not trust the character at all. One of them insisted on detaining him and finding out all the information. He did not want to negotiate with someone like him. The head stated that Zero had already shown his loyalty and they should start from this. In response, he received that he was behaving like a complete coward, but he parried this by saying that his colleague was simply thinking unreasonably. The director abruptly took the floor. He wanted to involve Zero in the division. He would just have to control him. One of the advisors agreed, but suggested sending him to the logistics department since it was simply impossible to leave this department. The director stated that there would be benefits from Zero in any case and suggested sending him to the covert operations department to see him in battles against the Embryon. A sharp scream came from one of the departments. Liam was shocked that one of the things had 4 levels of encryption. It was incredible. One of the heads approached him with a request to break this device. The hero claimed that there was nothing special about it and that the one who did it was an ordinary country bumpkin who valued trash. The man decided to tease him that Liam did not make anything better than this thing, except for a sticky bomb. He remembered him a fake chest from which poison needles flew out, Because of them, 2 employees who were still in the hospital suffered. Oliver was talking to someone on the phone and relaying information that Zero entered the covert operations department. The voice on the phone said that it was a good job. The man asked if the old man was really worth it, but he was sure that they would get not only valuable information, but also that he would play an important role in the battle with the embryo. It was night, a half-destroyed city was visible. The wind slowly blew all sorts of trash along it. The people in the tanks did not understand how the Embryon could establish bases in their country. The order was given to target their bases. The commander motivated the fighters and ordered them to show what they were made of. The soldiers confirmed the order. The Embryon soldiers did not understand where the Star Dragon got information about the location of their bases from. It was their secret base number 45. Amanda was indignant why they were called on an urgent mission while their captain was coming to his senses. She believed that they were not perceived as people at all. Suddenly, a notification came about an unknown entrance. Kevin understood that they were identified. An order came that the security system was completely hacked. All squads must quickly go to the main room. All soldiers rushed to the designated place from the order. Amanda shouted at Kevin to hurry. The hero stated that he had already entered the system and it would take him 3 minutes, but the enemies would be here in 1. Lambert said that they were given new equipment and they could see what was there, but Kevin was skeptical because the development department was staffed by idiots. Amanda said that they simply had no choice, otherwise all efforts were in vain. All hope was on the mechanical arm. The heroine gathered her strength and ran forward at full speed. She hit the wall with the mechanical arm and left a giant dent. With the second blow, Amanda destroyed the wall and began to be surprised by the power of this arm. Kevin shouted that he was hacking the database, he just had to cover it. His team members approved of this, but asked to be faster. The mechanical arms worked perfectly, and thanks to this, the protection was going well. The hacking progress was almost at the very end. There was very little left. Kevin quickly clicked on the buttons and suddenly the formatting was completed. The self-destruction system was launched. The hero closed the laptop quite abruptly. Amanda asked if everything was ready. Running away, Kevin said that he had loaded everything. There was a huge explosion nearby. One of the embryo bases was in the background. A man told the boss that the 45th base was destroyed by the Star Dragon organization. The boss was only interested in how they knew about the location of the base. The man answered that it was still unknown, but there were guesses about Zero. The boss did not understand how such an ordinary person could know such secret information. He ordered the man to leave. The boss put his finger on the scanner, the identity was confirmed and a connection to the personal line began. He ordered to check everyone who had access to this information. It was necessary to inform him if there was anything suspicious. He understood that the time had come to clean up the organization. The soldiers walked in formation through the base. Lambert, Amanda and Kevin were praised for a job well done. The authorities received a lot of information and were very pleased. The man said that they still had to return the mechanical arms to headquarters and asked how they were doing. Amanda was crazy about them. Thanks to them they were able to evacuate. She asked who did it. The boss said that he could not tell this information, to which the heroine asked whether they would continue to receive these mechanical hands. The man said that this question would depend on the authorities. The sun was slowly setting over the mechanical service. Kate was very worried about the disappearance of Zero and asked Vincent, to which he answered that you need to be optimistic, maybe he died at all. The heroine asked her grandfather for a favor, he needed to help find her, to which he refused. The old man reminded her of the theft of books and asked what she was thinking about then, to which Kate began to blackmail him by selling his wine, which he hid in his bedroom. Vincent replied that he did not understand what she was talking about at all, and if she wanted to find Zero, she could rely on him. Suddenly the man's phone rang. The grandfather asked how the boy was doing, to which he received the answer that everything was fine with him, he just worked with them. Vincent demanded to send him back quickly, or his granddaughter would destroy the wine collection, but was refused because of the rules. He stated that he did not care about the rules, and they should send him back no matter what. The man finally agreed to such conditions. The car drove up to the house. The guy got out of it and walked straight. Kate angrily exclaimed where he was. Did he at least know how worried they were? She continued with tears in her eyes that he was not from this country. Something could have happened to him. They were already going to call the police. The girl asked where the hell he went. Zero answered that he was on a walk. Kate grabbed him by the ear and asked if he could come up with a better excuse. Zero said he thought it was a good one. The voice said that she saw the news on TV yesterday. They showed a shootout at the dump. She sadly continued that she thought something happened to him. The guy looked away and thought that she was so worried, he should have called her. Vincent came in and said that he thought he would never come back alive. What a pity, Kate called her grandfather. She looked at the hero and said that she would buy him a phone so that he would always be in touch. The protagonist replied that he didn't need it, he already had one. The grandfather looked at the phone in confusion. Then he said that it was a cipher phone from the 13th Division, he had joined them. The protagonist rolled his eyes and said that he was a new suspect. The 13th Division had given it to him to follow and contact him. He had to carry it with him 24/7. Vincent grabbed him by the clothes and said that he thought the 13th Division would have told him if they wanted to follow him, and that there was no escape from joining the 13th Division. He had to leave immediately. Vincent continued that maybe he would stay here because he was interested in his granddaughter. Kate's eyes widened. The voice screamed that he had misunderstood everything. The grandfather exhaled. He leaned on the hero and said that he was not very knowledgeable about the feelings of young people, not that Kate was her girl, and let the guy try. He wanted to hold his great-grandchildren in his arms. The girl covered her face. She bashfully turned away from the protagonist. A confused cry sounded. The hero said that her grandfather was just joking, he just misunderstood. The girl looked up. Zero pursed his lips. Kate turned around and said that, well, if he says so. The guy said that God. The light was coming straight through the window. Zero was lying on the couch and thinking that old people who want grandchildren are so scary. He continued the thought that the message and looked at the board in front of him. It said that the class task was embryo fall. The current progress was 1.6%. Zero thought that it seemed that he had not provided the report to the 13th Division in vain. It seemed that the connection to intelligence was recognized by the system as indirect penetration. He continued to think that it would be better for him to fight the embryo directly. Zero thought that the embryo was directly strengthening its powers. He needed to take a risk to get new designs and improve his equipment. The board said that the fusion was successful. He thought that was great, that was enough for now. The guy was cutting something, thinking that it was an entry-level weapon, so he wouldn't use it much. A car horn sounded outside. Zero turned around and thought that it was the car of the 13th Division. The guy asked why they were here. The man extended his hand and said that the report he provided had been verified. Now they believed in the sincerity of their cooperation, that the higher-ups had decided to accept them into the 13th Division. The guy lowered his head and thought that it was as he planned. The man continued that the organization had decided to send them to the Covert Operations Department. He would be assigned to the squad later. The guys shook hands. Zero thought with a smile that this way he could directly attack the embryo. The man said that if they had no more questions, let him get ready. They were going to report to the division. The hero left the room. Kate sat on the couch and thought that she just had a lot of respect for him, not admiration. Grandpa, seriously, what if he really felt something for her? Zero approached the girl and said that he wanted to talk to her. Kate abruptly apologized and said that he was a good person. The hero thought about what this girl was thinking. Zero thought about it and said that, by the way, about their incredible worker, the country wants him to become a civil servant, and he can't be one. He barely held back his laughter. Then he closed his eyes and continued that he would help with the workshop when he could. He didn't want the business to suffer. Kate hugged the pillow and told him to be careful. The guy looked at her seriously. The girl continued that he himself promised this, so if he didn't keep his word, she would cut his salary. The guy turned away and said sure, then thought that there seemed to be no more misunderstanding. Logistics. Amanda asked who Liam was. The guys looked at her in shock. Liam said that it was him, and she. The girl introduced herself as Amanda. The girl said that she heard that he was an ace in the logistics department. The guy chuckled and replied that he was not exactly an ace. Amanda asked that he created the mechanical arm. Liam frowned and asked if there was something wrong with it. No wonder, such a simpleton as he was. The girl replied that not at all. It was very useful to her and that she wanted to make a personal order. Liam sighed in fear. Then he said that he did not create it. The girl asked, so why didn't he say so right away? She frowned and continued that she had just wasted her time. The man next to Liam laughed. He asked angrily what he was laughing at. The new guy would most likely be sent to them, and then he would take good care of him there. The 13th District of the Star Dragon. The Department of Secret Operations. Amanda said that it was his director who personally assigned him to their squad. The protagonist twisted his arms and answered that his name was Mike, a mechanic. Kevin replied that it was nice to meet him. He was Kevin, a hacker. The second guy introduced himself as Lambert, a sniper. Amanda asked why he needed a mask and that he hid his face. Not trusting them, Mike replied that his identity was confidential. The girl thoughtfully replied that he was a mechanic, a confidential identity. Then she asked if it was he who created that hand. The hero asked how she found out. The voice exclaimed that it was him. She approached the guy and asked if he would be willing to create another one for her, to which Mike replied that any whim was at their expense. Amanda said that he was a cheapskate, to which the hero said that he didn't even know her name. The girl introduced herself as Amanda and said that close combat. The hero asked that there were only 4 of them in the squad. They answered that no, there was also a captain. He was a master of fist fighting, but he was in the hospital for now. The protagonist answered that even the captain was injured. It seems that operations in the squad are quite dangerous. The girl rolled her eyes and said that he was in the hospital because of poisoning. A sound came from the laptop. Kevin turned around. The sound was repeated. The hero looked in the direction of the sound. Kevin said with a smile that the newcomer had just joined, and the leadership had already sent a task: you need to catch a black spider hiding in the western capital. The hero looked at the board and asked about the famous bounty hunter, and that the last time their agents failed to catch him, he even blew up 2 streets. He does not think that he would dare to stay in the western capital any longer. It flashed through his mind that such a small reward, well, of course, it is better than nothing. Lambert asked when they were leaving. Amanda answered that there is no need to rush. The intelligence department has already found his location. They are leaving at night. Rusty buildings filled the street. Kevin stood in front of the car and said that since this is his first mission, let him just get acquainted with the area. He is their eyes and ears. They rely on him. Let him gather all the information. The hero from the car answered that yes, of course, and thought that it should be easy, but he wants to kill the mobs. The car drove down the street. Amanda clenched her hands into fists and said that the small building ahead is the black spider's hideout. She continued that he was on the 3rd floor and was probably being very careful, so they shouldn't make a sound. The guy replied that there was no need to be so careful, he had already spotted them. Amanda asked him in bewilderment how he knew. There was a sniper on the roof. There was a sharp explosion and they prepared for battle. The girl said that they had really spotted them. She adjusted the earpiece. The soldiers quickly ran forward. Kevin shouted that the information was false. His thoughts flashed through his head why he was not alone. The moon lit up the sky. Amanda kicked the enemy in the face. The attacker laughed and said that the dogs of the 13th Division, since they dared to raise their paws on him. He grinned and shouted that he would tear them off. The man stretched his hand forward. A voice shouted forward, and to kill them, they stood in a fighting stance and someone said what a disgrace. Lambert shot through the attacker's body. Amanda reached for her weapon. The voice said that she would leave the pawns to them. She looked up and continued that she would take care of the boss. Her foot left the ground. The girl quickly ran to the roof. She swung her sword and shouted for him to die. The attacker looked at her with a smile. He deftly jumped to the side. Amanda landed on the ground. The man said that he respected her courage, but he would finish her off quickly. Amanda asked where such confidence came from. The attacker shouted that he was leaving, beautiful, and fired. Amanda jumped sharply to the side. She dodged every bullet in her jump. The girl landed on her feet again. The man frowned and thought that she was fast. She was good at close and fist fighting. It would not be easy. Amanda thought that he had opened up and pounced on the attacker. They stood opposite each other. The girl's thoughts were that it seemed that close combat was not his strong point. Amanda smiled and thought that this was her chance now. She attacked the man and said that bye-bye, old man. The girl pressed the button in the sword. It suddenly lengthened and cut the man's throat. The voice said that this knife became longer. He knelt down and grabbed his neck. Then he laughed and said that she was good. The man looked up at her and asked what she thought was enough to kill him, and that she would not succeed. His body was shaking and he continued that she couldn't kill him. He was lying all in blood. The girl said that it worked and that it was a great knife. The hero replied that she shouldn't let her guard down. The black spider was still alive. The voice said that he was definitely dead. Let him take a look. The man's eyes rolled back. The hero smiled and said that he was a superhuman and his strength wasn't that simple. Let her take off his mask and see for herself. The team looked at the warrior lying on the ground. Amanda called the newcomer and said that she understood. He wanted to prove himself. Then she continued that but she knew better. Lambert said that he would take a look. The man approached the lying fighter. He pulled off his mask. There was a black spider on his face and the voice said that this was not a person. The protagonist frowned and the voice said to tear off his head. Lambert began shooting the enemy and the voice said to take off their masks. Kevin's eyes widened. They took off everyone's masks and said that all these corpses had no faces. The drone was flying over the car. The guy was driving and saying that the corpse was at 3 o'clock. Let him rip his head off. There was an explosion. The voice continued that the direction was clockwise, one on the right, another at 4 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, right in front of him. The hero said great, another one behind him at 6 o'clock. Kevin said that it was on the right and loaded the gun. He abruptly blew the monster's head off. Lambert said that there was only one left. What would they do with it? They answered that they should not kill it. Someone started laughing. A black spider was walking towards them. The hero said to break its arms and legs. The enemy said that they couldn't kill him. Let them not waste their energy in vain. They wouldn't kill him anyway. Lambert knocked the enemy to the ground. He asked if they knew about his power. The hero said that parasitic copying, once in a certain period of time he can create copies without faces. The drone's voice said that the clones were following him within a fixed radius, and he could reincarnate into the nearest clones indefinitely. There were only 10 of them, and he had hidden the stragglers all over the world. They were his secret trump card. The enemy said no, that couldn't happen. Who was he? Mike closed his eyes and said that it was possible to do even less damage. The mind stabilizer was only useful for psychic attacks. There were few other places where it could be used. The board said to choose 4,000 exp. The guy pressed the affirmative answer. The sunlit street was empty. Kate looked at the hero and said that the workshop permit was almost ready. They would soon be able to use the new premises. There was great gratitude. The hero said with a smile that he had received a bunch of orders from agents for a retractable knife. At this rate he would soon become rich. Dragon Star, Logistics Department of the 13th Division. Someone banged on the table and shouted that it was unheard of. The question was asked, how dare he not give them his drawings. The man asked what he thought. They couldn't do anything without them, and let them find an agent, let him buy a retractable knife from him. The voice replied that they would make the drawing themselves. Secret Service. The guy spread his arms and said that his superiors had sent him here for a knife. Could he borrow someone else's and let him just name the price? They would negotiate. They told him not to even think about it. Amanda frowned and continued that everyone knew that they just wanted to copy the drawing. You can't treat people like that. They turned away and the man told them not to leave. The girl continued angrily that they couldn't do it themselves, so they wanted to steal from others. They should be ashamed. They wouldn't sell it. Someone added that they shouldn't even hope. The guy was holding a knife and asked if he needed it. The guy said yes. How much would he pay for it? Someone said that although Mike could create a new weapon, he shouldn't do it. The guy said it didn't matter. 30,000 and no concessions. The voice asked again about 30,000. They shook hands and agreed that it was a deal. Everyone left the room. An office in the office. The man leaned on the table and asked if he was sure he could make the same one. Liam looked at the knife and said that it was done roughly and there was no code. They could easily recreate the drawing, so he shouldn't worry. The man continued that he was counting on him then. If he could handle it, he wouldn't have to serve in this department anymore. He would promote him to the R&D department. The sun was shining on the building. The hero picked up the phone and asked what he said. All the agents canceled their orders. Amanda answered that yes, the R&D department had copied the drawing and was going to start mass production. The voice chuckled and said who they took him for and that was it. He continued that then they should not blame him for being rude. An empty street. 8th Arrondissement, an underground weapons firm. Someone said that the product was not bad and asked if they could supply it on a regular basis or maybe instead. The hero asked that they were interested in buying the drawing, 1,000 retractable knives, 5,000 for each, and $1 million for the drawing. The man looked at him. Then he asked if he would give in on the price. Mike answered negatively. The voice said that he agreed. Someone said that yesterday they confirmed the R&D report. Now the retractable knife belongs to them. The guy bowed and thanked them for trusting him. The man replied not to say "Gop until you jump over." Another asked that he was worried about Mike's reaction and that he did not intend to join the 13th Division, what he would do to them. The man took out a folder and asked what he thought. He answered affirmatively and the man said good. Then he continued that that's why he took advantage of his opportunities and resold the division's weapon. The voice said that he was extremely disappointed with it. People were walking around the office. The man raised his hand and said that he heard that the research director was being investigated. They say he was illegally reselling weapons. To which the guy said that he was reselling weapons. Most likely Mike set him up, which means he enlisted the support of the top brass. Looking away, the guy said that he was here. Looking at the hero, the man said that my God, even the executive director was polite to him. Who was he? And the director said that he was here. The protagonist approached the table. His eyes widened. He wondered if this was how he wanted to see him. The man looked at him and asked that he was surprised. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the old man still thought that he didn't know who he was. He was about to turn on his acting, and then asked who he was. Sitting in front of him, the man said that he shouldn't worry, he just takes an active part in the life of the 13th Division. Bringing a cigarette to the ashtray, he asked how they can solve the problem. The hero bent down and said that he demands compensation. Grinning, the man said that he earned money by selling the drawing, and he was searched. This is not enough. Suddenly, the protagonist hit the table. Smiling, he said that if he hadn't stolen his drawing, he would have earned more. From the very beginning it was his job, and he calls it compensation. The man looked indignant, hearing that if he tried to buy it from him, maybe he would have sold the drawing to the division. He just had to ask. The executive director said okay, he will listen to his conditions, to which the protagonist said that he hopes that in the future, this will not happen again, to which he was answered that of course. Mike put his hand to his face and said that and also. He smirked and continued that he wanted to take a look at the knowledge of advanced mechanical engineering. The man glared at him. Silence fell in the room. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this was a great chance. The 6 nations of the embryo had different records, only trusted and reliable people had access to them. Keeping his hand on the table, he added that this would determine his future success. If he failed, it would take him too long to get the clearance level. The director frowned. Smirking, he said that it was fine, he allowed it. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The man slammed the table and said that he should wait. Advanced knowledge required the 5th clearance level. It was against the rules. Looking at him, the director said that he just wanted to take a look, let him give him 1 hour. A voice was heard in the office that it was decided. A view of the 13th Division, the underground headquarters, opened up. Walking straight, the man said that this is the entrance. Before he enters, he must read him the rules. Looking straight, the executive director said that surveillance is conducted 24/7. Even if he does not try to do something, the entrance will automatically close in an hour. Frowning, the hero thought that 1 hour, but he will learn everything in a minute. The protagonist stood by the capsule. Looking at the documents, he thought that he found advanced knowledge of weapons. The Star Dragon has only 1 advanced material, but it is very good. Looking at the talents, the hero grinned. The confirm button appeared. Let the study not pause. The man watched the hero. It was written that success. He learned the synthesis of advanced material. The advanced mission is completed. Let him choose one of 3 options. Cannon master, mechanic, mechanical fighter, to which Mike thought that of course the mechanic. In his past life he was the best. Lightning appeared around his hand. He thought that his whole body was filled with energy. It was written that the class was successfully changed. He received a new class, Mechanic First Level Apprentice, Strength +30, Agility +1, Endurance +1, Intelligence +3. Received 3 attribute points, received 1 talent point, his energy attribute changed. Current attribute Magnetism, learned a new specialty Geometric Thinking, learned a new skill, Energy Training Technique, learned a new skill, Immediate Mechanical Proximity, Sliding, Titanium Alloy. With folded hands, the man asked what he was smiling about. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about what happened. It was written about the E-class rank of superhuman. He finally took a step towards his superiority. But let him not get too arrogant, he has a long way to go. A view of the city opened up. Light was shining from the window. Lightning appeared near his hand. A thought appeared that after leveling up, his aura began to emit magnetism, which is quite unusual for the mechanic class. Aura is the main power of superhumans. After learning the techniques of pumping up the aura, his strength will begin to grow unusually quickly. The hero sat on the floor and thought that it was a pity that experience points and endurance were required for training, and since he still needed to make weapons, he would be able to train twice a day. Suddenly, a notification came to his phone. It was written that the captain was discharged from the hospital. The Secret Service department of the Star Dragon appeared. Standing by the wall, the guy asked what Mike said that he would no longer sell him weapons. Looking away, he added that he was just a pathetic mechanic. If he really needed it, he would pay someone to resell it to him. Then he asked what, or was he mistaken? The protagonist stood still. An office appeared. The protagonist stood with the girl. He looked straight ahead angrily. With his arms folded, the guy asked that he was Zoro. Standing next to the hero, the guy said that he was their captain. In general, they can hire new people only if the captain agrees. Raising his hand, he added that his superiors took care of his candidacy since the captain was recovering at the time, so he could be a little unfriendly with him. Let him not worry, although he is strict, but a good person. Taking an orange, the guy cleared his throat. Looking straight ahead, he said that he did not introduce himself. He is the captain of this squad, Chuck. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and wondered what kind of name. The guy peeled an orange and said that including him, there will be 5 people in the team. He will be engaged in logistics and supplies. He will be honest, he has no experience, and he does not believe in his abilities. Frowning, Chuck continued that he would remember all his instructions, and if he did not live up to his expectations. Throwing away the peel, he said that no matter who screwed up, he would immediately throw him out of here. As he left, he added that he thought that you can get everything for money. Even the Secret Service department can now be entered through connections. No one worries about the safety of their subordinates at all. Looking away, the hero thought that they accepted him simply as a person with a lot of connections. Looking at the laptop, Kevin said that there was news. Sitting at the table, he said that they had an urgent mission. The authorities wanted them to leave immediately, to which Chuck asked what happened. Getting up from his chair, the guy said that the squad was ambushed when they were preparing a surprise attack on the embryo base. They were asked to provide immediate support. Packing the laptop in a backpack, the guy said that he would report the rest of the details on the plane. Kevin looked surprised when he heard that he should take care of the rear, and the hero was still new, so let him learn from him for now. Looking away, Chuck said that it was hard to put up with change, so let him fight to become useful. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he understood. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, the hero said that they should wait. Opening the case, he added that they should perceive it as a friendly gift. Looking at him, the girl asked what these were new developments, to which he replied that yes, let them use them lightly for now. In the office, a voice was heard that, well, they will go. A text appeared stating that he had received an E-class mission to help. A description let him provide assistance to a secret operations squad pursued by the enemy. His role is to help the team complete the mission. The main task is to successfully help the squad. A reward of 8,000 experience, no special rewards. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the guy said that the captain was not against him or anything like that. Let him not take it to heart, to which he replied that yes, he knew. The cars were driving through the desert. Suddenly, another car appeared behind. The man looked to the side. The cars were approaching. It was heard that there was still no reinforcements. The helicopter was flying in the sky. Suddenly, people began to jump out of it. The girl opened the parachute. The captain said that he should calm down. They were there. The squad was standing in front of the cars. Looking straight ahead, the captain said that they had arrived at the place. In the room, it was heard that the squad was 13 kilometers away from them. There were 15 armored SUVs and another helicopter was heading towards them. Sitting at the laptop, Kevin said that the meeting place was 3 kilometers away on a hill. Their goal was to stop the enemy and successfully save the squad. He had already sent them the coordinates. Let them get ready. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking that they had a prototype, the only one of the basic copies in the aquarium version 1.0. Looking straight ahead, the captain said to copy it. Standing by the car, he added that he would get ready. The cars rushed forward. He stretched out his hands straight and shouted that fire. Suddenly, the soldiers began to shoot. Shots flew at the cars. The prototype was holding a machine gun in his hands. The car began to skid. The man was holding a sniper rifle in his hands. Suddenly, a tire on the car got a flat. The transport continued to move. They flipped over abruptly. One of the cars swerved. The pursuit appeared in the mirror. It was rapidly climbing a hill. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they were finally here. Having driven up to the detachment, the man said that there were too many of them. They were retreating. The girl was sitting in the helicopter. The captain looked in surprise. Rushing forward, he shouted that he was taking cover. He deftly did a somersault. The captain looked away. The soldiers raised their heads up. It was audible that it was a psychological attack. They were super people. Pink particles were flying around the girl. The protagonist looked at the monitor in surprise. Suddenly, he took off Kevin's headphones. Looking straight ahead, he said that she was the embryo's combat commander. Putting his finger to his ear, the captain heard that they should retreat immediately, to which he asked what the hell he was doing. Chuck looked away in bewilderment. The girl crouched down and said that it was accepted. Suddenly, Kara rushed at her. The girl looked straight ahead angrily. She kicked. The girl from the squad raised her leg. Looking down, she thought that it was a fist fight. Kara jumped back sharply. The girl looked forward angrily. Suddenly, Amanda was hit. Blood was pouring onto the ground. Looking away, she thought that no, the difference between them was too great. Even close combat would not give her much advantage. She would lose anyway. Explosions thundered in the distance. Amanda punched. The girl's hand caught fire. Amanda flew to the side. Gritting her teeth, she told him to think of something quickly. The laptop showed a map of actions. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he should look for an opportunity to use a mechanical hand. When the enemy opened up for a short moment, let him shoot at it. The girl put her hand in her pocket. Suddenly, particles appeared near her hand. The soldiers were sitting by the cars. The man held a sniper rifle in his hands. He aimed at Claire. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. Amanda swung her fist. A blow flew at the girl. She winced in pain. Looking straight ahead, Claire asked what her relationship was with Zero. The girl frowned and asked who it was. The sniper pulled the trigger. The girl opened her eyes wide. Suddenly, a shot flew at her. She jumped up sharply. Claire slid along the ground. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said to take Amanda and not to delay. Chuck rushed forward and replied that he accepted. Taking the girl, he told them to wait. The captain carried the girl on his back. The man behind the wheel shouted that in the car, now. They began to climb into the car. The captain looked to the side and thought that their cars were slower than theirs, and the superhumans were hurt, they would not be able to pursue them. The cars drove forward, and he added that if they reached the plane, they could easily escape. Exhaling, Chuck said that everything was fine now. His eyes widened, hearing what was above. The hero frowned and said that the enemies still had a helicopter. The car was moving quickly. The helicopter circled above her. Suddenly, missiles flew out of the helicopter. The car exploded into the air. Chuck looked away and said to shoot them. Lambert looked at him and said that he had run out of armored bullets and that regular bullets would not be able to penetrate the target. The sight was aimed at the car, and the thought arose that they would really all die here. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that they had forgotten about his gift. Looking at the case, Amanda asked what they were doing. Taking a bullet, she heard that they should try and find out. The sniper began to aim. A shot rang out from the car. The shot hit the helicopter. Suddenly, it caught fire. The helicopter began to smoke and flew away. Sitting behind the wheel, the man said that they got scared and ran away. Kevin's eyes widened in surprise and he said that their plane was almost there, faster. The question arose, what kind of bullets were these? They could even penetrate an armored helicopter. Where did he get them? It was written that the help mission was completed. He received 8,000 experience, plus 100 reputation, the National Agency for Strategic Defense of the Star Dragon. Looking at the helicopter, Claire said that they were on the trail of Zero. People were walking along the street. Looking at the hero, Kevin said that he was so cool, to which he asked that he had only realized it today. Suddenly Chuck cleared his throat. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he should forgive him for doubting his abilities before. Without his command and new equipment they would not have survived. Extending his hand, he added that as the squad leader. Grinning, he said that he welcomed him into their ranks. Mike lowered his head and said that there was no need to apologize for such trifles. After shaking hands, he added that he was a generous man after all. Looking at him, the captain thought that he sounded sarcastic. In the office, they heard that everyone was assembled. Looking to the side, Chuck asked that his squad was currently having a meeting. Why did he come? The man scratched his head and said that he wanted to ask if those cartridges were for sale. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the captain asked what he thought. Raising his hand up, the hero answered that of course, a cartridge for 50. Grinning, the man said that he wanted to pre-order 200 of them, 20 for a small caliber pistol, 150 for a submachine gun and 30 for a sniper rifle, to which the hero replied that fine, he could pick them up tomorrow. Having hit the hero on the back, the girl said that from now on she would attract customers for him, for a discount for herself, to which he replied that 20%, no more. Looking away, Mike thought that he could earn a lot of money selling shells wholesale. Fortunately, he had experience in making them, and while there was demand, he could forget about the need for money for a while. The guy was sitting at the table, and the thought occurred to him that the boss had not allowed anyone to study the flammable cartridges. The man was holding a cartridge in his hands. Smiling, the guy added that he was just scared of Mike. If he found out that his equipment was actually made at a military plant far from the western capital, he would report to the management and he would get into trouble. Holding the cartridge case in his hands, he thought that the head part was separated. Now he could examine its components. Putting the cartridge in a vise, he added that if everything went according to his plan, his superiors would look at him differently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. An explosion thundered in the workshop. Flames spread everywhere. Lights lit up. It was heard that the fire started in the workshop. The man asked him in surprise what he was doing here. The guy leaned on the floor. Looking straight ahead, he said that the cartridge was lying on the table, and the boss said that he dared to study a highly flammable cartridge. The man folded his arms and said that he should explain himself, to which he was told that he knew nothing. He did not ask his permission. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he was asked what he had to say. Frowning, the man said that he remembered him. He was from the logistics department. He could get out of his position. The cartridge flew up. Suddenly he fell to the ground. A question was heard in the office. What? The man looked out and asked that they would not sell him cartridges. Looking at him, Amanda said that Mike said that he was on his blacklist, so he did not want to have anything to do with him, and he did not need an apology either. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, he said that he should be kind and resell him the purchased cartridges. He would pay 200 per piece. Smirking, he was told that no, he would not sell them. Sitting on a chair, the man said that he should forget about it. Reselling it to him would be tantamount to insulting Mike, that it was not worth his money, because who knows how many other things he had there. The guy looked away and sighed. The logistics department appeared. Someone thought about the hero. The guy was carrying a box in his hands. Looking down, he thought that he was still so young. A view of one of the embryo bases opened up. The guy lowered his head down. The man in the mask said that the Star Dragon special agent had a strong hand, like Zero, and they also destroyed their secret base. Only Zero could give them the secret location, but he did not have enough authority to get access to such confidential information. The hero said that he would cut them out at the root, and the man thought about who he was. Lowering his head, the masked man said that he should convey his order to recruit newcomers, send them to the Star Dragon, let them watch Zero. If they find a clue, send him to deal with him. The light was on inside the building. Standing in front of the protagonist, the man said that the Embryon scouts located in the western capital began to act. They were looking for him, and it seemed that they knew that he was working for them. Looking down, the protagonist answered that yes, he guessed. Approaching the car, the man added that he should not worry, there would be guards nearby around the clock. The hero looked at him and said that he should help him get 2 Mad Eagle pistols from their warehouse, to which he responded approvingly. Looking at the car, Mike thought that they had finally appeared. He should get ready. The sun shone orange on the building. Mike was sitting at his desk, sawing something. The thick needle the guy was operating was carving an infinity pattern into the metal. A system notification popped up, saying that he had made a superior platinum alloy and received 3,000 experience. The blonde picked up his invention and smiled, thinking that rare minerals were well paid. The protagonist pressed some buttons on his device. The guy was examining the saber, a one-handed weapon that could be used as a sword, when he received a text message. A message appeared on the screen saying that the issuance of the Crazy Eagle had been approved. The door to the busy training room was closed, from where requests were heard to evaluate the updated version of the saber. Amanda cut a steel tube with the weapon in an instant. The girl smiled and said that this version was much better than the previous one, as it was sharp as a razor. Mike, his face covered by a mask, was shooting at targets with a pistol and admiring the Crazy Eagle. Amanda approached the main character and reluctantly handed the saber to the second one, as she did not want to part with it, and asked if he would bring a weapon next time. The guy replied that he would and thought that he already had enough weapons to fight the people of the embryo. The blonde was sitting on his bed. His breathing was heavy, and there was a sign next to him that said that Mike had practiced the energy training technique and received +4 strength. The blonde froze for a minute. His level increased, and he clenched his hand into a fist. Strength +30, agility +1, endurance +3, level 24, and combat ability 160. The main character's hand began to throw lightning, and he thought that given the current development dynamics, by the start of open testing, he would surpass the first group of players by a lot of levels. Mike opened the control panel. Information about closed testing appeared on the screen, and the blonde was surprised that the testing would be closed and thought that it would probably be held for a limited number of players a week before the open one. 1 day in reality is equal to 6 in the game, which means that in terms of game time, there are more than 40 days left until the start. Mike wondered if it was possible that the game clock works differently while the service is disabled. With each update of the version in reality, a couple of days pass, but in the universe of Starsea the time span is calculated in years. In this case, with each update, the guy will have much more time to develop than the players. A bright moon rose over the night city. The blonde put his finger to his chin and asked himself if he should already start worrying about his life expectancy. Something caught the guy's eye. Information appeared on the screen that the NPC functions in the player forum were unlocked, and the main character wondered what NPC functions were. Having settled more comfortably on the bed, he began to scroll through the information. Mike clicked the register for the forum button and thought it might come in handy. The screen showed a notification that the attempt to connect to the dive pod failed and that the player was not found, to which the guy thought that accounts can only be created with a unique user dive pod ID and that he would not be able to register. The blonde stretched on his bed and yawned, thinking that when the players appeared, he would need to find a way to gain read access. The next day, the sun rose again, illuminating a large building. The guy was sitting at 2 computers and holding a mouse in his palm. The screen showed information about the character Wild Sword. The red-haired man was engulfed in a white glow, and the program said that the random selection of the birthplace was complete. The starting point, Bighorn Village. A forest appeared on the horizon, and the coordinates were announced: 24.152, 182.644. Matthew opened his eyes. Genesis was taking place, and the program voice asked him to wait. A blue glow appeared in the middle of the clearing. The legs of the player appeared from it, trying to climb out of it. He stood up as his game name was shown overhead. Many more portals appeared, and other players began to emerge. Near the mountains, there was a small village, a bridge from which stretched for tens of kilometers. Green Dragon, the gathering place, the Bighorn Village. Players filled the village, trying to look around. They guessed that this was a village of newcomers and were looking for something to do. In the distance, a silhouette with a stick that served as a cane appeared and called out to the newcomers. An old man with no teeth approached the guys and said that if they wanted to eat, they should find work, because this village did not need slackers. Matthew glanced at the old man. His information was not displayed on the screen, but there were interactions. For the red-haired man's level, only some information was available: name, social status, and danger level. The man told the boys that there was a harvest to be harvested and that the tailoring and weapon workshops in the south needed experienced specialists, then added that a shipment of goods had just arrived at the gate that needed to be unloaded and asked them to work hard. Matthew began to walk around the area and thought that the rookie village had few resources and that if he wanted to get ahead, he needed to quickly develop a strategy. The boy walked past the rocky area and tried to explore as many places as possible to settle down more profitably. The red-haired man exchanged an axe for a bag of gold. The sun was shining on the brick village houses. The old man stood in front of Matthew and asked if he wanted to buy a map for 3,000, to which the boy agreed. It depicted the territories of the Star Dragon Empire. The closest city to the red-haired man was the western capital. He looked to the side, holding the map in his hands. Then he walked there, thinking that he would first look around there. A large crowd of people stood near the western capital post. The protagonist sat at a nearby table, drinking a soda. His eyes were glued to one figure. A level 2 wild sword was walking around the area with a map in his hands, assessing the territory. He began to feel uneasy, as if someone was watching him. His eyes fell on Michael, who was sitting with one leg crossed over the other, and the red-haired man thought it was him. The system notification showed the available information, which said that the blonde had a lethal danger level. Matthew tensed and frowned. The guy bent over, trying to pass Michael, who did not take his eyes off the red-haired man. Thinking that he finally got rid of the stare, Matthew relaxed, but he was called out. The blonde asked if it was rude to examine someone he had never seen before. The red-haired man raised his fists as if preparing to attack and asked what he needed. "Lower your head," the protagonist said he needed help. Matthew had a lot of questions about the stranger. Michael raised his index finger and asked for help getting a piece of bread. Opening the taskbar, the guy was glad that he had his first task. Then he wondered why a level 40 NPC had such an easy task and a small reward. In an instant, Matthew had an epiphany. The red-haired man looked at the protagonist and thought that since he was a high-class NPC, the task should be appropriate, because after completing one, he would give another and so on down the chain. Matthew grinned triumphantly, because years spent in games helped him understand the logic of the NPC. Finding himself in front of a frightened Michael with a mountain of loaves, the red-haired man bowed and said that this was all the bread he had. Then the guy began to wait for a new task. A notification about a new task appeared: hit 10 passers-by on the butt for $1. The next moment, Matthew runs from an angry crowd with tears in his eyes. The next task was to take off the patrolman's pants, also for $1. Dancing a ballet in the middle of the square, the red-haired man wondered what kind of tasks the horny NPC was giving him. Then the guy was really surprised. Michael opened a gun store for him, offering to buy something. The guy frowned, thinking that these were cool things that he didn't have money for. Then he was offered other cheaper functions, developing his abilities. Fundamentals of weaponry. This is from the program of the mechanical faculty. Matthew looked at the main character with admiration, thinking that he could become his scientific advisor. The guy thought that if he started learning from him, he would be able to overtake all the players. He clenched his fists. Then he chose the option to become a mechanic, because if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The red-haired man was engulfed in a white glow, and he raised his hands with surprise on his face. Michael turned around and walked away, but Matthew called him and asked where he could find him. The guy caught up with the protagonist at a walk. He turned around and silently handed the red-haired guy a white piece of paper. The address was written on it: Block 5, Building 46, Repair Shop. Matthew watches the blonde follow. He squeezes the paper in his hands. The creature smirks and thinks that he needs to keep this NPC a secret from the others, then during the closed testing he will overtake them. Mike goes ahead. The green light comes on. The blonde thinks that the wild sword is an interesting guy. He continues that he remembers that he was one of the 12 best martial artists who passed the semi-finals in China, and now he succumbed to mechanics, but at first this class was not very remarkable. Mike crosses the road and continues that if the guy sets a goal, he will still thank him in the future, at least he thinks so. The diligent worker of the 5th level says that this is great and asks if he really wants to help him, to which Risato's outburst replies that he does. The blonde guy notices this and says that it looks like many players have already completed the story in the newbie village. He looks at the homeless old man of the 2nd level. He continues that most of them are obsessed with profit and do not care about the game itself. The green-eyed guy looks at the flash of Risato and says that for money they will do whatever he asks. Mike reasons that who knows, maybe they will even become his main support in the fight against the embryo. Mike turns to them with a request for help. The mechanic says that he looks like a high-level NPC, while the second asks what he wants. Mike notes that there is a limit on the possible number of rewards and he will not be able to stop the amount of points from exceeding it. He looks at the pop-up window with a request to destroy the embryo organization and a note that it is impossible to add a task and the difficulty level A. Its point limits and rewards are not enough until the guy realizes that he himself will not be able to determine this limit either. He closes his eyes and continues that he needs to find a way to increase it, to which Risato continues that if he has a business then he should talk or they have a lot of things to do. Mike pokes his fingers at the screen. The blonde notes that he received a task and is perplexed by Lithuanianism because the task sounds like this: give a piece of bread for a $1 reward. He continues to do his business, saying that this is incredibly boring and Mike is not a high-level NPC, to which the second notes that it is better to carry bricks. The blonde presses the yes button in the question of whether he wants to worsen relations with the outbreak of Risato. He is perplexed by the fact that he gave him a refusal of the task and now their relationship has deteriorated. He here notes that he is too stingy an NPC. A building with an emblem of a wrench. Kate asks why he follows him every day to ask no more. This is a stalker, and continues that he seems to be a good guy, asking maybe he should give him a chance. Mike gives the command to go outside and pretend to sway seaweed for 10 minutes, to which the wild sword agrees. The blonde closes his eyes and says that everything is not what it seems. Matthew says that the Gods Guild pays well and he notes that it would be nice to find Mike, to which he wonders if he went to the forum to read. Mike notices something. He pokes something on the interactive window. The pop-up window says that women in aquamarine are so beautiful with an exclusive icon. It says that the photo is of a magical floating city on the planet Blay. Another piece of news is that there is an urgent recruitment for a squad to fight sand bandits, and the location is in the Valley of Fallen Dragons on the planet Longtune. Also, the graph has fresh news, specifically about the first B-class task, and the question of how he can turn back if he accidentally turned into a monster's tentacles. And the second one answers him with a request to teach him how to turn into a monster's tentacles. Someone else asks how to get to the study of martial arts faster. Another one asks more precisely where to study skills. Another one adds that he wants a drawing of tentacles, and another notes that he has a lot of health. Mike thinks that he remembers that the first tasks of this class appeared after open testing and asks why they gave it out now. He is shown the details of the task of this class, which is called to study 0. Specific points are to report any valuable information to receive a reward. Specific contact information is 3 triplets of 6s, and also that below are thousands of red envelopes that will be distributed to those who respond randomly with a signature that the task was sent by the Guild of the Race of Gods. While he continues that his presence has changed the course of this game, he continues that although the players do not pose a threat to him yet, vigilance should not be lost. Kate notes that it is lunchtime and asks where he is going, to which he receives in response that he is heading to the workshop. The girl replies discontentedly that every day is the same and to note that workaholism is a terrible thing. The guy sits down at the table. He looks at the dialog box. A new notification comes. It notifies that he has provoked a sudden task called a secret murder, a hint that the killer will appear soon. The requirements for him are to squeeze out, and the reward is unknown. While he thinks that he was able to hide from the supervision of the 13th Division and notices that the old man is not at home. The guy takes the weapon with the thought that before worrying about the players who will enter the embryo, he needs to deal with this killer. Mike goes and thinks that Kate remained in the workshop, so in theory she will be safe. He looks ahead with displeasure. The blonde notes that a deserted alley is a good place for a fight. Someone in a cloak is hiding around the corner. The guy in the cap turns around at him. A black bird flies at him while he wonders what it is. The green-eyed man looks at the bird in surprise. It flies around him, tying him up. He holds onto the rope around his neck with the thought that the enemy is not so simple. The guy understands that he cannot free himself. He looks ahead gloomily. Red waves are in front of him. He got into some high-level genjutsu. Mike wonders if it is an illusion because it feels like it is the same level as his. He understands that the more he resists, the same thing binds him. The blonde declares that it is a curse and you understand that most likely today. His face relaxes. The dialogue box says that he is under the influence of an illusion because his intelligence is above 50. He can resist its effects. The guy breaks free, breaking the illusion into pieces. Mike looks straight into the barrel of the gun. The man in the hat says goodbye to him. He pulls the trigger. The blonde dodges the bullet at the last moment. The man is perplexed how he was able to dodge the shot at such a close range. Mike smiles at his face. He takes out 2 pistols and starts shooting at him with the activation of overload. He holds the barrier while the guy understands that he has protection and she is not an ordinary opponent. The man in the hat thinks that the guy's intelligence abilities are at best at the level of a special agent, but in fact, he is much stronger. Trying to dodge, he screams that the information was inaccurate. He runs away thinking that he needs to retreat and think over the plan again. The man turns to his opponent in bewilderment. He puts seals on the illusion. Crows fly around Mike again. The green-eyed man grins. The dialogue box says that he is under the influence of the illusion because his intelligence is above 50. He can resist its effects. The guy breaks out of the illusion again. Mike uses reload with the ability of highly flammable cartridges. The man in the hat is perplexed. He screams asking how he did it. His barrier is torn apart by flames while the blonde says that he recognizes his strength and says that he is sorry for that. Mike looks at his burning body saying that the same techniques will not work on him twice. There are people in uniform in the alley. The man in the jacket apologizes for being late and asks if he's okay. Mike points to the cut on his face and asks if he looks okay. He gets a response that he's sorry or guilty. The blonde just doesn't blame himself, saying that this man was an officer in the embryo and the best killer who always got things done. The brown-eyed man recognizes this man. Mike stretches his neck and says yes, to which he asks him to wait. He continues to ask if he was able to defeat him even after he suddenly attacked him, asking if he's that strong, to which he asks if he only just realized it now. The man in the jacket looks at him in bewilderment. Mike opens the car door. The guy thinks that this is a good gift from the embryo and sees a dialogue box that says that he's completed the surprise secret assassination mission and has received a character summons card. His abilities are an illusory power that can only be defeated with an intelligence level above 50 units, and he has 0 out of 1 uses. The man in the budget says that they will not first go to the general staff to report the situation, to which he agrees. Mike says that the guy found him, which means that the embryo knows his location. The man replies that this is not accurate because hackers from the intelligence department control the network to track any information about him, and messages in which he is mentioned do not pass. The blonde asks again if he is sure. The man in the jacket says that he would not have acted arbitrarily, and he probably passed information about him to other spies in the capital, who were already on a closed network or could have personally left the capital to report to their superiors. His hand reaches for the steering wheel. He pushes the guy out of the car, shouting that they need to be grabbed, because at this rate the embryo will very soon find out where he is. Mike continues that he should ask his superiors to block the entire city. The man in the jacket protests, saying that it is not known who the spy is, and asks who he is going to catch. The man in sneakers presses the gas. The car starts moving while here he thinks that of course it is not known who the spy is. He smirks at the thought that he already knows everything. The car fits into the turn coolly. The guy gives the command to go to the 8th district, saying that he has already dropped the coordinates, to which Amanda is indignant. Why do they need to go to the slums? Mike says that she should ask fewer questions and go silently. The car drives off into the sunset. The plot moves to the 8th district to an abandoned church. Amanda is standing near the car. She asks what is happening and why such a rush, to which she receives in response that she should follow him. They open the doors and enter. People in uniform turn around people while he thinks that if he is not mistaken, the embryo's contact should be here. Mike looks around and asks himself if he is here. Mike asks the random if he knows where their contact went, to which he receives in response that he has not seen him today. The man opens the pen and starts drawing something. Mike shows a self-portrait, saying that he just needs to clarify if he looks like this. The man replies that his eyes are set far apart but a bit crooked, and he has a short haircut. Mike says that Amanda should send this to the bureau and let them contact the posts and check if this man has left the city, while he himself goes to the nearest post and checks everything himself, because you never know. To which the girl notes that this is strange, because such a man has not left the city, to which the blonde simply tells her to hold on tight because he drives fast. The green-haired girl asks not to underestimate her, because she is still a warrior and she does not care about his speed. The car starts moving. Mike thinks that this man could not have left earlier than an hour ago, because he received the information quite recently and he should have headed to the nearest post, most likely to the northwest. The car goes even faster. In front of the windshield there are ribbons indicating that they cannot go further. The girl is scared and asks him to slow down because there is a train ahead of them. The car passes at the last moment before the train passes. Amanda wonders if he is tired of living. Among them is a tunnel and a bridge. The car drives through the tunnel. He steps on the gas and turns right. 2 cars are visible in front of them. Mike steps on the gas. The yellow car flies forward. The plot takes us to the northwest outpost. Someone asks what's going on and why they can't leave the city. Someone else asks to let him out immediately because he urgently needs to run errands. The guy looks out and wonders why they blocked the checkpoint. Did the man in the hat lose? The man opens his eyes and recognizes someone. The highway is located next to a forest belt. Mike drives straight onto it. A voice comes from the car that it's a special agent of the 13th unit, to which the man in uniform simply shows his documents. The guy asks the girl if everything is okay. The blonde asks if she said she was a warrior and why she threw up after the trip. The man in uniform ties someone up, telling him not to move and lie still. Mike notes that he arrived incredibly on time. The dialogue box says that he killed this man and received 3,500 points. While he himself thinks that he had poison on his teeth and under his nails, they could not stop him from committing suicide. The plot takes us to the border of the Star Dragon and the organization's highs, the embryo base valley of the Black Raven. The second level, Araruba addresses the chairman, saying that the clue to the task has changed. They look at the map, where Mike's location is written, that he is at the Star Dragon in the western capital. The man in the cap continues that the search area has narrowed and let him send people there after the open testing of the organization. They will surely find this guy there. The man will offer that the reward for this task will allow them to leave other organizations far behind. The man in uniform sits with security. Someone comes in while he is indignant that he came again about the blonde. He is perplexed whether he thinks that he will give up since he still has defenders. The hand hits the table. He gives the command to find out his exact location even if he is hiding in the headquarters of the 13th Division, and also additionally that they send 200 agents of the OWL organization, their 5 commanders, and must kill him, and allows the use of short-range guided missiles because he will not stop at anything. The plot takes us to the Star Dragon headquarters of the 13th Division. Mike sits and looks at the screen with the thoughts that the closed testing is complete, and he was right when updating the real-time corresponds to the game. While the dialog box says that the testing is complete, countdown until the start of open testing 122 days 1 hour and 20 minutes. The man with the curtains asks what he is entering with his finger in the air. He clarifies that he knows how much information in the embryo. Mike replies that he knows where they are. He tidies up his fingers with the words that the specific location is unknown to them, but they are sure that it is somewhere in the western capital. The blonde continues that therefore they will probably send killers here as well. The brunette asks what he is going to do. Mike smiles and says that he will no longer hide and will directly confront the embryo. He replies that this is impossible because it is very dangerous. Mike picks up the remote control and presses the button. The guy says that the base in the Valley of the Black Raven is located next to the Hesa, and the big one is completely different from the theater rice with which he has already had to deal, and he personally takes part in its destruction. The brunette is perplexed by what kind of nonsense this is and asks if the embryo would not want to use it. The guy does not laugh and puts the remote control back in place. Mike continues that he can create one thing that will change his appearance. His interlocutor is furious. He agrees with the words for him to do it, and after that they all talk. The plot moves to the building with the wrench. Mike goes and thinks that the management of the Star Dragon for the most part will agree to attack the base of the Black Raven. It is located close enough to the loading point of newcomers, and by destroying it, the number of players who join the embryo during open testing will decrease significantly. He continues that it is great that the old man is home. He turns to him. The guy says that he wants to borrow some books on mechanics from him to read. Vincent asks why he needs it. The old man takes a sip from the bottle. Mike thinks that it will not be easy to persuade him and he just needs to come up with a worthy answer. The old man gets up and tells him to follow him. There are 3 empty bottles on the shelf. Vincent points his finger and says that the books are on that shelf. He leaves saying that he will choose the ones he needs himself, just don't spoil it. The blonde thanks him and asks himself why he is so accommodating today. The old man asks not to tell Kate that he took the killer away from the workshop and thanks him. Mike reads and receives notifications from the system. He puts the book in the stack and says it out loud. Mike frowns and says that his mechanic skills have increased in level. He smiles, thinking that now is the time to create a drawing. A dialog box pops up asking if he wants to merge the abilities Basic Biochemistry Level 1, Basic Optics Level 1, Basic Materials Vision Level 3, Fundamentals of Digital Electronics Level 2, and all this for 20,000 experience points, to which he clicks the yes button. Mike continues that the basic knowledge covering the 3 sections has strict requirements for the level of knowledge, and only a mechanic is able to merge to obtain a blueprint, to which the system notifies him that the merger was successfully completed and congratulates him on inventing a smart optical mask. He thinks that this optical mask is definitely the best at the moment. The plot moves to the Star Dragon 13th Division in the Secret Department. The man asks if he sent the report to the secret department, to which he gives a positive answer. Someone knocks on the door. The brunette says that he already told him that it is dangerous to take part in the operation itself and asks if he has built the thing that should change his appearance. Mike grins. The blonde says that naturally he did everything and asks to wait a minute. He presses 2 fingers to his forehead. Someone in sneakers enters the room. The 2 look at him in bewilderment. Their faces look even more surprised. Mike asks how they can do this and asks if he can now join the operation. The brunette looks closely and notices that he really does not look like himself. He smiles and notices something nice, asks if he wants to sell them a drawing. Mike brushes it off, saying that it is an ordinary mask and asks why it needs a drawing and asks if they can make such a thing themselves. Right. The blonde grins that he bought it. He thinks that this mask not only changes appearance but also scans other people's faces, storing their features in memory. But it is better to keep silent about this function. One day, it will play into his hands. The brunette leaves, saying that he can join his squad on this mission and there is still half a month before the start, so he urges them to prepare properly. Amanda pats him on the shoulder and asks what kind of cool is this and asks to play. Mike asks her to be quiet because he has something important to tell her. He says that he should send him his prototype armor later. Mike says that they will adjust it, to which his interlocutor is perplexed. The blonde raises his finger up and continues that he will increase energy efficiency, adjust the power mode, make it easier, you remember this skeleton, so that it will be easier for him to move, and then he will check the tracking system and fire control so that his long-range weapons have homing. The man with yellow hair is simply delighted and says that this is great. The blonde says that if they have no questions, then he asks him to pay for the assembly first, to which he agrees and specifies how much he owes. Mike replies that he owes 360,208. But they will agree on 360,000, to which he is completely perplexed by such huge values. He scratches his head saying that it used to be cheaper, to which he asks if his parents are still alive, to which they receive a negative answer. The blonde asks about his brothers and sisters, to which he receives in response that he is the only child in the family. Mike also asks about his wife or girlfriend, to which she receives in response that he is all alone. Mike is perplexed. The guy then asks why he needs to save money, to which he asks him not to tell him anything else because he will pay for everything anyway. The blonde says that this is great and then he will go prepare the necessary equipment for him. He leaves asking not to disturb him in the near future. The plot moves 10 days forward. Someone's phone rings. He receives messages from Amanda that he should stop playing hide and seek, and when he will even take on a pile of orders because everyone calls her just to talk to her and asks if he is even alive. The dialogue boxes tell Mike that this is a grenade, it is called a delay, flying apart into fragments, and this is a folding saber, modified. One of its improvements is that it is compact. Also, he went to a plane called a cloud swallow, modified and improved for compactness. Mike closes his eyes. He clenches his fist. The system notifies him that this is a lightweight power hand, specifically the left one. It has tuning. There is an additional function. Shaking. An atmospheric shaker is built into the palm, and upon contact with the target, it can apply shaking, also an additional function. Impact resistance. It has an outer coating made of platinum alloy to increase its overall strength. Also, he has a pistol called an Eagle. It is reinforced. Its main property is the attack force from 74 to 80 local units. Also, the rate of fire is 1.5 meters per second. The magazine capacity is 8 rounds. Indeed, the range is about 50 meters, and at longer distances it loses its accuracy, and the level of energy released is estimated at 45. Also, it has electromagnetic metal armor covering the body, specifically in complete coverage. The effect is achieved by passing magnetic force made of thin plates covering the body anywhere. An additional ability is increased plasticity. It can withstand high temperatures, radiation, also increased resistance to armor, while the guy thinks that such a weapon will surely scare the entire embryo. Mike smiles and notes that they can move out. The plot moves to the Star Dragon station of the western capital. The man asks why he is not there yet. A military vehicle enters the territory. Someone notes that it is an incredibly cool car. The train goes along the mountains. The man in glasses is visible through the window. He asks permission to introduce himself because he will lead their squad on this mission. His name is Kai. He offers to discuss the details. He continues that he will not work together with the military intelligence department of the Heisa, and they are already on the border and are ready to move out at any time. And their immediate task is to quietly penetrate enemy territory to determine the location of the guards and report information. Kai points to the map with his finger, saying that the Heisa have already sent them a map. The relief of the Black Raven Valley makes it impregnable. Hiding in a dense forest, they were unable to establish the exact location of the base through an aerial photograph. Kai adjusts his glasses, saying that since they do not know the exact coordinates or the level of military power of the enemy, they will have to carry out a ground invasion. Someone gets to their feet. Claire sips a drink, saying that according to the data, their base is strictly guarded. She clarifies whether the Hayes squad will be strong enough or not. Kai replies that they will not agree. Amanda, well, more precisely, what kind of stupid questions are these? She has an idea of what to do. Someone says that next to the Valley of the Black Raven there is a village in Voronezh in which many wanderers live, and since it is located near the embryo base there are scouts from the valley. They could find out the information they need. The man in glasses continues that these 3 people are perfect as informants and hangs up their photos. He continues that this is the main leader. He has a high level of martial arts and uses a blade called the Soul of the Blade. In another photo, a man with a monocle about whom there is very little data. And the last man with tattoos on his face, he is the head of security and is an impeccable owner of various types of small arms. He is a very good ordinary specialist. Kai says that they have sent their special reconnaissance team and they will join them upon arrival. The man with yellow hair asks if the 2 squads of special agents will work together and together. Amanda asks again if they will not become a hindrance to them. The girl is perplexed by the fact that there will be 2 squads. She asks why everything stopped so abruptly. Did they attack? Should she prepare for battle? The girl looks forward in surprise. She screams that there is a black earthworm in front of her. The system notifies that it is a black earthworm. Its level is 48. And its health points cannot be estimated. It has strong armor and the attribute of darkness inflicts additional damage to metal elements. Mike frowns. He looks at this creature, does not understand why he met such a difficult monster while someone is being eaten. The man with the machine gun says that they should begin the attack. People with firearms begin to attack. Bullets fly at the worm from all sides. The man in the cap notes that they are not succeeding. He is too durable, bullets cannot penetrate him. Amanda commands them to get out of the way. She goes forward and attacks the monster. She tries to scratch his shell with her weapon. She flies past him. The girl says that in close combat it can somehow be penetrated and asks to think of something. Claire screams that it needs to be set on fire because worms are afraid of fire. Someone is preparing to reload the magazine of his weapon. The man says that he will try to do this. He aims right at the monster. The bullet moves away and explodes. The monster screams from the local explosion near his head. He hits with his tail. Only burnt pieces of the worm remain. The green-haired girl says that this is excellent and is glad that he is here. She notes that they are finally saved. The train arrived at the railway station. The guy and the girl were walking along the beach. Kevin opened his mouth and said that the girls wear bikinis and the guys are topless. The morals here are clearly loose. Hector raised his hand and shouted that here they are. He is Hector from the Haxia Intelligence Department. Then he went up the stairs and said that they were going to submit a report to the command center. The procedure was simple. Mike and Kevin turned around. The soldiers were looking at them askance. There was a sign on the door. Hector raised his hand and said that agents from the Star Dragon had arrived, and the colonel replied to take them to rest and make sure they did not wander around the area. There were rusty beds in the room. Kevin opened his mouth and said that he was not sure if he imagined it, but the soldiers were looking at them unfriendly and the colonel was completely indifferent. The blonde opened his mouth and asked if he knew. Then he turned to the guy and said that in the past the Star Dragon had friction with Haxia. They did not like them. Kevin looked down and said that all that was left was to focus on the task, so they needed to take a break for now. Mike raised his finger and said that he was going to go smoke. Smoke flew forward. The protagonist leaned against the truck. The screen beeped in front of him. Mike opened his mouth. Then he stared at the screen and thought that he had received a group task. Then he put his hand out and added that it was his first group task. At the end of the task, a reward would be given based on individual statistics. Often it was very generous. The protagonist pointed his hand at the screen and thought that he needed to show himself well and get more rewards. The girl began to approach. Mike turned his gaze. The girl folded her arms and asked if he was from the Star Dragon. The protagonist looked at her and answered that he thought so. Chloe grabbed the knife. Then she put it to the protagonist's neck. Then she opened her mouth and asked why he didn't dodge. Mike stared at her and asked why he should dodge. The girl smiled and asked what he thought. He wouldn't dare cut him. The protagonist began to cover himself with armor and noted that she should try. Chloe turned her gaze. Then the protagonist pulled out a gun. Chloe opened her mouth and introduced herself. Mike opened his mouth and introduced himself in return. The girl left and noted that she would remember. The soldier watched the protagonist. Then he closed his eyes and thought that their meeting had not knocked him off his feet or aggravated the relationship. He was strong and was showing himself well. Military equipment was at the base. Hector looked at the girl, asked how the test went, and heard that this Mike was a tough nut to crack. Military vehicles were driving along the road. Hector opened his mouth and noted that as soon as everyone was assembled, they could begin. They had a reliable stronghold in the Raven Valley. The soldier raised his hand, heard that it was their rear service vehicle, a very remarkable one, and replied that it was not bad. There were plenty of them in the Star Dragon. The girl smiled and noted that he was showing off. Where did they get such cars? And the blonde said that he was just bragging. It was good that they had a mechanic in their squad. The cars continued on their way. Amanda smiled and noted that he was driving calmly today. Kevin opened his mouth and shouted that they were already out of sight. They should catch up, and Mike asked why shouldn't they stop to wait for them. The speedometer was growing and the girl shouted where they had disappeared. Let them catch up, or Mike didn't know how to drive. Mike opened his mouth and noted that he didn't want to waste gas. The blonde opened his mouth, heard that Haxia's people were continuing to bully them. They shouldn't give in to them, and shouted that it was reasonable. They should catch up with them. Amanda opened her mouth and screamed that it was not necessary. The blonde opened his eyes and asked what she was afraid of, and the girl asked if they did not want to stay alive. Mike opened his mouth and noted that it would speed up just a little. Then he stepped on the gas and added that they should hold on tight. Amanda opened her mouth and screamed that they would regret this. The truck sped past the car. Then it threw dust into the windshield. The soldier leaned out of the glass and screamed that the truck had sped past like a whirlwind. Amanda opened her mouth and screamed that she wanted to get off. Kevin opened his mouth and screamed to go slower. The truck turned sharply on the turn. Then it bounced on a bump. Then it stopped abruptly at the Haxia stronghold. Amanda started to puke. Then she got out of the transport and said that she had said that they would regret it, and Mike noted that they themselves asked to catch up with them. The blonde opened his mouth and asked if he had ever driven a bumper car before. Mike smiled and thought about how he had driven a Mech before. The dark-haired guy looked up and said that if he touched the steering wheel again. Then he looked up and added that he would jump out of the car. There were doors to offices in the hallway. One of them opened and it was heard that the place was miserable. They should just be patient, and it was necessary to move on to the pre-mission briefing. Hector was standing at the board. Then he pointed to the photos and noted that there were two tasks. The first, disguise yourself as wanderers. You need to sneak into the village of Raven Forest and find out information. The second, in the vicinity of the Valley of the Black Raven, find the sentries who were alone and interrogate them. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that they would deal with the sentries and let their people go to the Raven Forest. Mike strained his gaze and thought that from the very beginning they had been given a difficult task. They were unfamiliar with both the area and the inhabitants of the Crow Forest, so they risked not only returning empty-handed, but also falling into enemy hands. Then he stared at the team and added that catching a sentry was both easier and safer. Everyone was silent. They probably also realized the possible benefits and losses. Hector held out his hand and said that if there were no objections, then they could begin. 4 people from each squad would be left at the base for support. The corner of the room was empty. The Wanderers' settlement was bustling with life. Claire opened her mouth and said that everyone would immediately turn their attention to the newcomers. They first needed to find a place to settle down. Mike opened his mouth and noted that it was quite normal for Wanderers to be interested in the surrounding state of affairs. If they were going to hide on purpose, let them call for reinforcements, and the colonel said that ideally they would start acting this evening. The girl closed her eyes and said that the village was large, where they should look for an embryo scout. The main character opened his mouth and noted that there was a casino in the south. There should be a bald man there. They would find out information about the valley from him. The mansion was brightly lit. There were a huge number of visitors in the casino, and they said that the decision had been made. There was no way back. He was betting on the one in the center. Claire leaned on the railing and said that in such a place it really could be. Amanda opened her mouth. Then she stared at the guy and shouted that she had found it, that bald guy. Then she began to quickly run at him. The girl stepped on the railing. Then she grabbed the guy and shouted that he had not moved and did not twitch. Kevin and Mike were sitting at the table. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that it looked like there were no incidents. Let him replace him, and he would sleep. The crescent moon illuminated the hill. A dead soldier lay on the ground. Chloe walked slowly to the hut. Then she opened her mouth and shouted that they should act quickly. A moment later, the corpses of the soldiers were lying on the stairs. Hector opened his mouth and said that the firewall of the Black Raven Valley was hacked. Then he stared at the screen and shouted that it worked. Amanda opened her mouth and shouted that this time their results would certainly surpass the results of the people from the Star Dragon. There was military equipment at the base in the Black Raven Valley. The soldier bowed and said that their network was intruded, and the man asked what data was stolen. The guy opened his mouth and answered that the coordinates of the base location, its diagram, the lab journal. The man stirred the tea and remarked that it was nothing. They had swallowed the bait. Now they had to wait for the fish to bite. The armored door closed. The blonde opened his mouth and said that their external false server had been hacked, presumably by people from Haxia. They would probably start a military invasion soon, and the man asked what they should do. The guy raised his hand and remarked that they had stolen false data, but the existence of the base had been revealed. He would recommend the boss to begin the evacuation, take all the equipment and information, but first defeat the enemy. The warrior threw back his napkin. Then he stood up and remarked that if he needed to join the fight, he should just say so. The sun appeared from behind the mountain. A notification with a sound appeared on the screen. Mike stared at it and thought that the mission had moved forward. Then he scratched his head and asked how everything went yesterday, and Kevin answered that they managed to find out the specific location of the base in the valley, but those they caught were of low rank and did not know any top secret information. The guy put his hand on the table and added that that was all the result. The protagonist looked at the wall and thought that it was expected. If they had found out something important, the reconnaissance 2 task would have been completed too. A scream was heard from the passage. Chloe scrolled the flash drive and said that they got top secret data about the valley base. The bespectacled man opened his mouth. Then he stared at Hector and asked what they really managed to do, and he answered that of course, Chloe took a prisoner. The task was completed. Their people can return. They will collect all the data they received and pass it on to the Haxia military. Mike turned his gaze and thought that something was wrong here. The panel with the fact that Reconnaissance 2 was completed did not appear. Something was wrong with their information. Then he turned to the girl and asked if they could confirm the veracity of their information and tell him about the operation in detail, and she said, of course. The girl stared at the bed and said that this is how it all happened. Mike put his hand on his chin and said that she didn't think the mission had gone too smoothly. Maybe their data was unreliable, and Chloe said that nothing suspicious had happened. Probably the enemy wasn't ready for a surprise attack. Then she put her finger on her lip and added that this time they had won, and he was just suspicious of everyone and everything. What was wrong? He didn't like losing. There was reason to believe the opposite. Mike opened his mouth and said that it was intuition. Hector grabbed the girl and said that distrust was a good thing. But since there was no evidence, there was no point in going too far. In short, the investigation was over. They were leaving tomorrow at dawn. The protagonist looked away and thought, no, so no. Then he stared ahead and added that he would have to figure it out himself. The crescent moon shone on the vegetation. The soldier was wounded by a bullet. The sniper pulled the trigger. Then he hit the enemy in the head. Mike grinned and thought that he had finished off a lot of guards. Soon the base would have to send people to check the situation. Then he crouched behind a stone. Then he took out a fishing line. The soldier walked forward. The protagonist jumped on him. Then he began to strangle him. Then the soldier fell to the ground. Mike turned him over. Then he touched his forehead. A voice was heard from the radio to report the situation. Everything was clear in the southeast. The protagonist reached for the radio. Then he picked it up and said that he was reporting there was a dead sentry here, and then he thought that he did not expect that the function of copying someone else's face would come in handy so soon. The soldiers stood near the equipment and asked if they had found any traces of the enemy. Then one of the soldiers looked at the other and said that they should get into the car and return to the base. There were two silhouettes standing inside the glass building. The blonde opened his mouth and said that 13 sentries had been killed. They had received the necessary data, but they still remained and continued to try to find out more, acting much more cautiously than expected. The girl smiled and said that no matter how vigilant they were, they would not know which information was false and which was true. How cute they would fall into their trap. The blonde took up his monocle and noted that the leader had already prepared for the evacuation. Reinforcements would arrive in 5 days, then they would retreat. Then he turned and added that in the meantime they would prepare a huge surprise for Haixia. There was military equipment near the house. Mike turned and thought that reconnaissance 2 was not completed. There must certainly be a secret place at the base. The civilians were collecting equipment, and the soldiers remained to cover. After which he saw the working military and added that the Haixia people invaded yesterday. This time would have been enough to evacuate, but why haven't they left yet? The guy opened his mouth and said that they had received an order to evacuate. Apparently Haixia's people had discovered them. And the second one noted that the authorities had said that contact with the scouts in the Raven Forest settlement had been lost. Everything was heading for battle. The soldier turned to the protagonist and said that he had just come from patrol. Had he discovered anything? Mike strained his gaze and thought that it looked like that was the name of the person to whom this face belonged. Then he closed his eyes and noted that there was no optimistic news. The enemy had killed all the sentries. After which he turned his gaze and thought that the rank and file soldiers, who were here, most likely did not have secret information about the base, should target the key figures of the authorities. The soldier sat down on a box and noted that he envied the civilian personnel. They would be able to evacuate first. The man folded his arms and shouted, "Why are they idle? There is nothing else to do. Let them carry things." Mike took his cap and thought that if the base has secrets, then the big shots should know about them. Then he raised his finger and noted that he would go to the toilet, and the soldier noted that he was shirking work. The protagonist stood around the corner. Then he went after the man. Then he stuck his head out from around the corner. Mike opened his mouth. Then he stared at the warehouse and thought that he had disappeared. There must be a secret door here. But where? Then he looked through the shelves and added that he couldn't linger. At any moment someone could show up here, and it would be bad. The protagonist sank to the floor and thought that he hadn't expected these trinkets made from improvised means to be useful. Mike stared at the tablet. Then he turned on the video from the drone cameras. Then he grinned. 2 people came out of the door in the wall and the protagonist shouted that they had appeared. There really was a passage there. Mike hid around the corner and thought that these 2 must know something. It was time to reveal the secret that had enveloped the base. Then he adjusted his cap. There were silhouettes near the building. The protagonist came out of the passage. The checkpoint appeared. The soldier raised his weapon and shouted to stop. They couldn't leave the base without an assignment. The protagonist picked up his ID and noticed that he had just encountered those 2. They had dropped the ID card. He would return it and be right back. The protagonist ran into the forest. Then he picked up his ID and noticed that they had dropped the access card. The men smiled and asked when he had dropped it. Mike grabbed the knife. The guy opened his mouth. There was silence in the forest. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that he wasn't from the base. Mike glared and shouted that there were only mountains here. Let them shout as much as they wanted. No one would come. Let them lay out all the secret data they knew. The guy started crying and noted that they were just employees and didn't know anything. Mike covered his mouth. Then he put the knife to the table and said that he knew about the secret door in the storage room, and the guy shouted where it was from. A moment later, the birds flew up, and the guy shouted that he would tell everything, just don't touch it. The guys were lying unconscious. The protagonist pressed his forehead. Then he took off his cap. The sun appeared behind the mountain. Kevin knocked on the body and shouted for them to open up. It was time to leave, and Amanda noted that it didn't look like he was in the car where he had already run off to. Ty put his hands in his pockets and asked what they were going to do, and the blonde replied that they would stay and wait for him. Claire folded her hands and asked if this was necessary, and the guy shouted that he had the car key. The soldier opened his mouth and noted that one of them was missing. They wanted to stay and wait, and Hector asked if they hadn't agreed to leave together. Who exactly was missing? The soldier raised his hand and noted that it was the agent who was wearing the mask. Chloe opened her mouth and said that yesterday he had rejected the information they had obtained for no reason, and today he had disappeared. Suspicious. Then she turned her gaze and asked if he was a spy. The soldier headed to the operations center. There were fish swimming in the aquarium, and it was heard that one of the agents from Division 13 had disappeared for the whole night and had not returned. The man opened his mouth and asked if she was sure. Chloe folded her hands and noted that after they returned from the mission with the information about the Valley of the Black Crow, he left without saying anything, and Hector added that his behavior was extremely suspicious. The man folded his arms and noted that he would ask the Star Dragon for information about him later, but for now let them tell him what they had learned. And the girl said that their prisoner had already been tested on a lie detector, which meant that he had not lied to them. They had stolen the data from the enemy network, so they could guarantee its authenticity. The colonel opened his mouth and shouted that in that case they needed to attack them immediately while nothing had changed. Hector opened his mouth. Then he raised his hand and noted that if they attacked now, the agents from the 13th unit who remained in the stronghold would be in danger. The colonel grinned and noted that it would be quite possible to sacrifice a couple of people from the Star Dragon to achieve the goal. The fish opened her mouth and the colonel added that they were not alone, there was nothing to worry about. The sun was shining in the forest clearing. The protagonist was dragging the prisoners and thought that he was late. Then he set up the radio, after which he raised the microphone and said to answer if they could hear. The blonde opened his mouth and shouted where he had disappeared to all night. Everyone had already left, and they were left to wait for him at the stronghold. Kai went to the phone and heard that he had sneaked into the valley base and obtained secret data. The sun was shining. The protagonist sat down on a rock and said that the base was divided into inner and outer. The inner sector, its core, located deep in the mountains. Low-ranking personnel did not know about its existence. The communication route between sectors could be closed at any time. Kai sweated when he heard that in the inner sector there were many escape routes through which the managers could leave unnoticed. There was an aquarium in the office. The colonel picked up the phone, heard that the 13th unit was on the line, and asked what was going on. Kai opened his mouth and noted that one of his squad members had found important information that he should know. Let him talk to him personally. The colonel looked up. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he was curious about how he knew this. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he had infiltrated the valley base and captured 2 internal staff members. Then he looked down, heard that he was lying, and thought that the Haxia people were sure that he would never be able to pull off such a thing. Then he presented the mask and added that they did not know that he could change his appearance, copying facial features, his trump card that should not be revealed so easily. Kai opened his mouth and asked if there was any evidence. The colonel leaned on his hand, heard that there were 2 prisoners, and said to bring them. The man exhaled. The colonel grinned and noted that he should order the troops to move out. Their target was the Black Crow Valley. Kai opened his mouth. Then he grabbed the radio and shouted that he was against it. His people were still there. He was deliberately putting them in danger. The colonel opened his mouth and noted that it was not he who decided here. Then he hung up. The protagonist stared straight ahead and thought that the colonel was eager for immediate results, after which he folded the radio. Then he went on and thought that there was little time, he needed to leave the combat zone in time. The guys were standing in front of the truck. Surprised, Kevin asked if Mike was okay. The protagonist was dragging corpses of people. He seriously asked Kevin and Lambert to take their ID cards and penetrate the inner sector of the base. He needed to find out more about the embryo plan regarding the evacuation. He told Amanda to take them closer to the base, noting that he would create masks from the prisoners. Putting his hand on his chest, Kevin said that he had no experience in espionage and someone else should go. Mike replied that he was their only hacker and no one else could handle it. The plot takes us to the embryo, a base in the Valley of the Black Raven. The guys were walking to the base and said that they cannot give themselves away, and the more nervous they are, the higher the chance that they will be exposed. The guy put the card to the terminal and heard that authentication was passed and the door opened. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kevin sighed and reported that there were no adventures. They entered the base. Surprised, Kevin said that the inner sector really did exist. The alarm began to glow and make siren sounds. Frowning, Lambert asked him to calm down, adding that the alarm was not triggered because of them. Kevin was surprised. Raising his hand, the stranger with a smile on his face noted that he heard that the Haxia had sent troops to them and they were about to show up. Passing by the guys, he emphasized that they had already sent an armed group to meet them. They would be able to hold off the enemy for long enough. Holding his ear, Kevin conveyed that the Haxia wanted to engage the embryo and they had better get away. Chuck sat in the back seat and shouted that this was too much. Mike helped them get information, and they spat on his safety. Sitting in the truck, the protagonist said that they were near the base and they could get hurt in a skirmish. He suddenly turned his gaze. Military vehicles were driving behind them. The soldiers from the cars were shouting that there was an enemy jeep in front of them that they needed to catch up with. The soldier was firing a machine gun. Many bullets were hitting the back of the truck. Amanda was trying to drive away from them. She, looking dumbfounded, said that they were being caught up with. Closing his eyes, the protagonist, looking pleased, asked her not to worry, noting that he had installed nitrogen acceleration there. Amanda pushed his hand away. Inspecting the area, she screamed that they were in the mountains and asked if Mike was afraid of getting into an accident at high speed. Shells flew into the truck. Holding the case in his hands, the protagonist asked Chuck to change into armor. The truck was driving along a winding road. The back doors opened. Chuck, wearing a suit, jumped out of it. He held a machine gun in his hands. He began to shoot at the catching cars. Chuck, with a smile on his face, said that the characteristics of the new armor were very powerful, it was worth the money. Pointing his finger, the military man ordered to start firing and finish off the one in the mechs. Chuck put up a shield in front of him. He shot at the jeeps, which began to explode. Smoke rose from the cars. Mike thought with a serious look that there was no end to the embryo troops. It was time to try out a new development, a delayed action shell. He took grenades out of the case. The bombs flew in front of the cars. The timer on them ran out. A powerful explosion was heard. A lot of messages about the experience gained appeared in front of the main character. He noted that it turned out well. The jeeps were driving through the canyon. The surprised guy said that one jeep destroyed a lot of the enemy, eliminating half of the pursuers. Cars were exploding on the battlefield. Folding his hands, Bill said that it was nothing and ordered to continue shooting. Rockets fired from the jeeps. They were heading towards the truck. The protagonist, taken aback, said that things were bad. He screamed for Amanda to step on the acceleration. The truck began to go much faster. An explosion was heard behind the truck. A crater formed on the ground. Clouds of dust rose near the truck. Mike noted with a serious expression that the Haxia had decided to blow them up too. Looking at the screen, Claire screamed that this was great. She happily reported that they were still alive. The man grabbed the microphone and said that they had gone too far and would be held accountable. Bill, with a serious face, replied that he was doing his job and did not need orders from the Star Dragon and ordered that they be taken to the medics. The plot takes us to Haxia, the logistics squad camp. The protagonist was sitting on a couch and medics were walking around him. A soldier raised his hand and said that he could not leave. The colonel ordered that his wounds be treated. Mike wondered if they were placed under surveillance. Looking at the guy, he replied that he was not following his orders. The soldier emphasized that his commander had also ordered them to keep an eye on him and let him rest. Looking down, Mike assumed that Kai was afraid that he would risk going to the front lines again. He was fiddling with the radio. Bringing the phone to his ear, the protagonist asked if Kevin was still alive. Holding the earpiece, Kevin replied that, unfortunately, he was alive. Mike clarified that it depended on the situation. The soldiers were exchanging fire outside. Frowning, Kevin reported that the outer sector was fighting off Haxia, and the other employees had retreated. The exact evacuation route had not yet been announced, so for now, all that was left was to wait for everything to become clear. Holding the phone close to him, Mike heard Kevin's voice, who said that the information Haxia had obtained about the base's defense was fake, and if they blindly followed it, they would suffer heavy losses. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist asked if he had told them. Kevin replied that he had not and called him first. Mike asked not to tell them anything. Looking at the jeep, the protagonist said that they had deliberately put them in danger, they could have died. Stunned, Kevin noted that this was too much. Lambert emphasized that since they did not hide their intentions to finish them off, they would not help them either. The soldiers were shooting at the base. Tanks were firing shells at the base. There was a powerful explosion. The military moved on. The soldier with a serious look cried out that the base was already very close and the defense of the Embryon was very weak. The guys with a satisfied look said that they were lucky to have obtained information. The soldiers were bleeding. The Haxia soldiers ran to the building and shouted that the outer wall was breached. The guy stepped on a mine. He was suddenly taken aback. People began to explode. The soldiers shot at them and said that the Haxia took the bait. The soldiers lay in a pool of blood. The enraged man said that he would avenge his dead comrades. The dumbfounded guy looked at the screen and said that things were bad. The ambush worked, but many enemies had invaded the base. Not all of their people had managed to evacuate yet. Joseph said with a serious face that he would hold them off. A shootout began in the building. Joseph jumped up. He landed on the ground with a grin. The dumbfounded soldiers shouted that this was the main executor of the embryo. They began to shoot at him. Joseph cut the soldier down. He killed them one by one. They were chopped corpses on the floor. Putting the sword behind his back, he called them weaklings. He walked on. He stood quietly and examined the situation. Tanks were driving to besiege the base. Joseph ran into battle. He began to chop everything in his path. He swung the blade in front of the soldier. His eyes were glowing. The guy said that all the employees of the inner sector were evacuated. If he did not want to fight, he could leave with them quickly. Joseph held his ear and agreed with him. The guy turned on the radio. He said with a dumbfounded look that the third squad encountered Joseph. Hector looked at the radio and heard that everyone was killed. Chloe clarified whether one person killed a squad of 200. Watching the battle, Chloe noted that the data on the location of the enemy's defenses diverged too much from reality. Holding his hat, Hector noted that their information was still fake. Embryo used its own people as bait, and this is cruel. Carl was too radical. He should have listened to Mike, then they would have saved the people. Looking at the aquarium, Bill clarified whether the troops suffered heavy losses. He was told that this was true, the information they received earlier was partially unreliable, maybe it was worth listening to the main character. Bill said with a satisfied look that the result justified the losses, and he said to order the soldiers to thoroughly check the base wall. If the intersector existed, then destroy it. The soldiers walked around the base. Holding a flashlight in front of him, the soldier asked if there was a secret passage. Turning around, the stranger replied that they had been searching for the second hour, examining meter by meter. If the passage existed, they would have found it already. The guy came to Bill and said that they reported from the front that the secret passage was not found. Bill ordered Mike to be brought to him, noting that he needed to talk to her. The guy was taken aback by this. Closing his eyes, he said that the logistics squad reported that the main character had wounded 2 guards and was missing. The people from the Star Dragon who were there said that they did not see him leave. Getting up from the table, Bill asked if they could not keep track of one with so many people. The jeep was driving through a forest area. Mike looked at the location of his comrades on the map. He said with a satisfied look that they would not escape so easily. The car was driving along the road. Sitting in the car, the guy grinned and said that all the important personnel had left the base, and now it was time for the people of Haixia to sign for his gift. He pressed the red button. An explosion was heard at the base. Bill looked at the monitor. He was dumbfounded. Grabbing the phone, Bill turned to Hector and clarified what had just happened. Hector's voice came from the phone, saying that the internal storage of the base was full of explosives. It had just detonated and everyone was killed. Frightened, Bill heard that Hector's soldiers were buried alive and he suffered huge losses. Bill got angry and thought that at the very last moment the enemy made all their losses meaningless. The base data had also been destroyed. He was in command of the operation. He would not escape accusations. His hand was shaking. Looking at the aquarium, he ordered to contact the 13th unit. Chuck stood at the radio and reported that 2 of their agents had infiltrated the evacuated squad. When they knew exactly which way they had gone, they would report. Bill, dumbfounded, thought that the damage from the operation was much greater than planned. The result needed to be more significant. Only in this way could he atone for his guilt. Intercepting the enemy was a good opportunity. Sitting at the table, he shouted to group the troops and immediately go to the vicinity of the base and wait for orders. The cars were driving through the canyon. Grinning, the guy emphasized the fact that the Haixian never doubted their rightness, so they fell for his trick. Joseph asked not to lose vigilance. Lambert looked out of the car window. He was holding a tablet in his hands. Frowning, the driver asked what was wrong with the communication line. He was scared. The guy saw enemy vehicles in front of him and shouted that it was the Haixia squad. He picked up the phone and said that they had been intercepted. There was static coming from the phone. He looked at the stranger and asked what they should do. There was an explosion and then the car flipped over. The people in the car were killed. Looking at the clouds of smoke, the guy asked who had betrayed them and where the Haixia people came from. Joseph looked out the window and shot at the jeeps. A missile was flying at them. He was taken aback by this. He grabbed the guy and jumped out of the car. Joseph started running fast. He cut the missile with his katana. He seriously thought that this would not work and that there were too many of them. Looking at the jeeps, he came to the conclusion that if they were surrounded, they would be finished. He grabbed the guy by the hand. Joseph started running and said that the evacuation plane was already waiting for them. They were moving through the forest. Joseph turned around. He saw a jeep pursuing them. Mike noted with a satisfied look that he had found them. Looking around, Joseph cried out that it could be a reconnaissance vehicle and that they were being followed. Running past the trees, Joseph said that they would be able to hide their tracks in the forest. The car stopped. Dust rose from under its wheels. The protagonist went outside. Looking at the map, Mike said that the only road went there. He began to move forward on foot. There were grenades in the case. He sat on the ground. Mike shook the dust off his hands. Raising his hand to the rifle, he noted that there was enough time. Looking through the binoculars, the protagonist emphasized the fact that all that was left was to wait for the prey. Loud sighs were heard in the forest. The guy fell to the ground and said that he could no longer run. He noted with a sad look that Joseph could only carry him. A shot rang out. Joseph dodged the bullet. He was surprised. The guy was killed. Holding the rifle in his hands, Mike received a message that he had earned 4,000 experience. Joseph was furious. Looking at the mountain, he noted that the sound of the shot came from there. He began to run towards the mountain. The evening sky enveloped the forest. Joseph tried to catch up with the protagonist. The wind began to blow. Hiding behind a rock, Mike noted that it was approaching and that it was very fast. He fired a rifle. Joseph managed to dodge. He dodged every shot. Joseph put up a barrier in front of him. Looking at it, the protagonist noted that it was literally snakeskin. Joseph deflected the bullets with a katana. Mike threw the machine gun to the ground. He began to run away. Grinning, Joseph emphasized that it was too late to run away. Turning around, the protagonist noted that he had taken the bait. He jumped behind a rock. He was holding a tablet in his hands. Joseph suddenly looked away. An explosion sounded under his feet. He fell to the ground. Mike saw a message that his delayed action projectile had damaged him. Looking at the blue projection, he reasoned that the difference between their levels was extremely large. He could not get information. He spent a huge number of points to rise to level 28. Mike reasoned with a satisfied look that Joseph was 10 levels stronger than him, but he was not in the best shape. There was a chance to kill him. There was a cloud of dust on the ground. Joseph jumped out of it. He suddenly jumped up. He swung his katana. The protagonist dodged the attack. Frowning, Joseph noted that Mike was fast and was able to dodge his lunge in an instant. The protagonist took a gun from his bosom. He began to shoot at him. Joseph covered himself with a barrier. Stunned Mike emphasized that this would not work. His body was very stable. It could not be penetrated by ordinary weapons. He reloaded the gun and noted that he would change to flammable cartridges. Joseph smiled and asked if he had the nerve to reload in front of his face. Joseph jumped on him. Mike attacked him. He was surprised. Looking at the protagonist's neck protection, he asked when the armor had time to manifest. Mike jumped back. He was shooting at him with both hands. Joseph stood in front of the barrier with a satisfied look and said that it was useless. His barrier was broken. He was surprised by this. The bullets ignited in front of him. Joseph's body began to burn. Watching him, Mike asked in his mind if he thought he could shake off the flames with his energy, noting that with his level it would not work. Joseph was dumbfounded. He took off the cape from his body and noted that he was spending too much energy to defend himself. He needed to finish him off quickly. He rushed into battle. Joseph was flying towards him. Mike's gun ran out of bullets. He fell to the ground. The bloody protagonist saw a message about a mask malfunction. He grabbed the blade and emphasized that he should not be careful in a fight with him. Mike got to his feet. Joseph, dumbfounded, noted that it was him. He slashed his katana at the protagonist's blade. They were fighting in a forested area. Mike swung his blade. Joseph smirked and asked if he wanted to engage him in close combat. The protagonist frowned and thought that the slow action projectiles and flammable bullets had taken away about half of his health. He grabbed Joseph's arm and noted that he should continue attacking until he got a chance. Mike began to choke him. Joseph asked with satisfaction if he thought he could stop him with his weak little arms. The protagonist flew to the side. He hit his back against a tree. Joseph ran at him. Mike blocked his attack. Joseph hit his arm. Wincing in pain, the protagonist thought that if it weren't for the second-generation titanium alloy mechanical arm, he would have lost his own. He swung his arm. Mike rushed at him. Joseph parried his attack, but his legs began to tremble. The protagonist noted that his block was not as good as before and apparently he had spent a lot of energy and weakened. Mike smirked and emphasized the fact that his attacks had an effect and the armor would help him hold out for some time. They continued the fight. Joseph was out of breath. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was tired and this was his chance. A blue projection appeared in front of his hand. Mike grabbed the card in his hand. A cross appeared in front of Joseph. Ropes began to wrap around his body. He was chained to the cross. The protagonist thought with a satisfied look that a martial artist of his level could not have more than 50 intelligence points. He clenched his hand into a fist. Mike concentrated the energy in his hand. He hit Joseph in the face. Joseph fell to the ground. He tried to get up and turned around. Mike was holding a blade in his hands. It pierced Joseph's body. Standing over the corpse, the protagonist received a message that he had killed an enemy 10 levels higher than him, received an additional 280% of experience, received almost 60,000 points. He was suddenly surprised. The voice of the head of the organization was coming from the radio, asking whether they had evacuated or not. He was sitting in the room. Looking at the protagonist, he asked what he was doing there and whether he had killed them. Sitting in front of the laptop, the head asked where he got the data on the Valley base. Mike asked him to guess. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he thought that he could harm their organization with such methods. Mike showed 4 fingers and said that he had destroyed 4 of their bases. Slamming his hands on the table, the head noted that he could crush it with his own hands. They had a lot of executive directors. He would not be able to enjoy bliss forever. Mike said about 4 bases again and laughed. Veins appeared on the head's hands. He threw the laptop aside. Looking at the broken laptop, he asked someone to come in. Looking at the soldier, the man ordered to pass on his order. He said with an enraged look to increase the cash reward for the capture of the main character to 5 million. It was getting dark outside. Standing by the tree, Mike received a message that the task was completed and his performance evaluation was excellent. He was suddenly surprised. A notification with a choice of rewards popped up in front of him. The main character reasoned that this time they gave a reward for an excellent evaluation. A strengthened body would increase health points, and a strengthened spirit would be useful for magic or telekinesis, which he does not use. Agility increases the range of attacks, as well as reaction speed, which is what he needs. He pressed the screen and accepted the fast-paced ability. Lighting a cigarette, Mike said that the main plot had advanced by almost 2%, not much, but the Valley base was an important supplier of new players for the embryo. He exhaled smoke and added that by destroying it, they slowed down the pace of the organization's expansion. The sun was setting below the horizon. Sitting in the car, Bill thought that many people died under his command. This would certainly affect the lowering of the grade. Looking at the guys, he emphasized that he would report that the people of the Star Dragon acted under his command. Anyway, they would not know what he wrote in the report. There was a smile on his face. A voice was heard from the radio that 2 corpses were found on the side of the road ahead. The soldiers were shocked. Bill's mouth opened in surprise. He looked at the corpses of the guys. Kevin held his hand to his mouth and clarified whether this was the work of the main character. Amanda said that it was, because no one else could cope in a one-on-one fight with the performers of the embryo. She looked away and said that she didn't understand why he left them by the road. A feat is a feat, but Hazia would take all the credit. Bill noted with satisfaction that this was great. Mike had left him the corpses, which he would gladly accept. Pointing with his finger, he ordered them to be loaded into the car. The soldiers began to lift the corpses. The guy was scared. He saw a mine under Joseph's body. The soldiers began to run away. Bill pushed the soldier and ordered him to examine it. He looked at the mine. The guy stood in front of it cautiously. He reached for it with trembling hands. The guy began to lift the mine. Dumbfounded, he asked if it was that light. He held it above his head and shouted that it was empty. Hector, with a smile on his face, asked who decided to play a joke on them. Amanda, holding her stomach from laughter, asked who else could have done this. Frowning, Bill cried out that there was nothing funny about it. The protagonist was in the mountains. He was holding a rifle in his hands. Mike took aim and fired. The bullet flew through the grass at lightning speed. Bill turned his gaze. The bullet pierced his head. His corpse fell to the ground. Smoke was coming out of the barrel of the rifle. Holding a cigarette, the protagonist said that what goes around comes around. Throwing away the cigarette, Mike reasoned that he hid in the Star Dragon from the pursuit of the embryo. He opened the phone and emphasized that he got their advanced technology. At first glance, one can say that they trust him, but there is a bug hidden in the mobile phone given to him. He looked at the insides of the phone. Mike took the bug out of the phone and thought that now that the embryo's attention was aimed at the Star Dragon, he had no reason to go back there. He crushed the bug. Looking at the projection, the protagonist thought that there were still 3 months left until the open testing. The Star Dragon task was a gold mine. He needed to quickly advance in it and accumulate more funds. He picked up the hang glider. Walking to the cliff, Mike noted that it was time for him to leave. He jumped off the cliff. The protagonist began to fly away with the thought that the world was huge and all roads were open. The plot takes us to the Star Dragon conference room. The guys in suits gathered in the room. Holding his face, the stranger noted that Mike was going out of his way to get into trouble, and it was good that he did not leave evidence. Otherwise, the people of Haxia would not have agreed to reconcile. The guy replied that he thought he had acted beautifully. The people gathered at the table. The man looked away and asked if his location was still unknown. The stranger replied that they had tracked the signal on the phone, but it had been interrupted 24 hours ago. The protagonist must have found it and taken it out. He took the phone and emphasized that he would ask his partner again. Putting the phone to his ear, the man asked if Mike had contacted Kevin. Dumbfounded, Kevin replied that the protagonist had called this morning. Taken aback, the guy clarified what Mike had said. Kevin stated that the protagonist said that he had run away to avoid trouble. The enraged old man asked if it was because of the murder of Colonel Haxia and if Mike was afraid that they would not be able to protect him. Holding his chin, the guy said that to avoid trouble sounded like an excuse to run away. The young guy began typing quickly on his laptop. He showed the screen and screamed that the Darknet had updated his bounty and that it was now 5 times bigger. The dumbfounded man stated that the increase in the bounty was obviously related to the destruction of the base in the Black Crow Valley. He asked how Embryo found out about this. The man picked up a pen and asked him to stop. He noted with a serious expression that if the reason for his escape was that the embryo was coming to settle scores, then his fear was justified. For now, they would keep his identity a secret. He ordered that no one should give out information about him. Looking at the screen, he cried out for a search party to be sent for him. The plot takes us to the city of Morrowind. Ships sailed along the river. Sunlight enveloped the buildings. Sitting at the table, Mike reasoned that he had carefully thought over the multitude of things that needed to be done before the start of open testing in 3 months. He ate an octopus and noted that first, he should get ahead of the players by completing special tasks for which rare skills and abilities are often given out. Pouring wine into a glass, the protagonist emphasized the fact that fortunately he had not yet forgotten how to complete them. Looking at the wine, Mike thought with a smile that he would need to strengthen the supply channels of the figures later so that he could complete tasks while on the road, thereby automatically earning experience. And also for selling the folding saber design, he could get a black and gold card of the Faruyan group, which would cover the material issue for a while. In addition, he would find time to create chaos in the embryo. He raised the glass to his mouth. While sipping the wine, Mike noted that the most important thing was to increase the reward limits for published tasks so that he could use players from the start of the open test. Putting the glass down on the table, he said that this would be possible if he improved his reputation. He walked with a satisfied look and thought that for now his reputation was at 0, but if he wisely used the rules for accumulating it, he would increase it in 3 months. The plot takes us to the Haixia department of the Faruyan group. Sunlight enveloped the building. Mike entered the room. He put the card on the table and asked to prepare the items from this list. He closed his eyes and thought that he had managed to save up a lot of money in the Star Dragon. Now he could not worry about money. The man with a smile on his face said that taking into account the discount of the black and gold card, the cost would be $80,000. Their specialist would soon deliver the goods to his room. The protagonist with a satisfied look said that he also wanted to buy an entrance ticket to the Darknet Blood Pact Society. The plot tells us that the Darknet is an underground world of intelligence relay that maintains neutrality. The man with a serious look said that he would owe $200,000. Looking around the building, Mike agreed with the price. He took the medallion from the table. We were told that the Blood Pact Society is an organization that hires assassins. If you provide documents, you can become a contractor. Earlier players called it the Union of Assassins. The protagonist saw a message that he had opened a new reputation for the camp. Mike emphasized the fact that the easiest way to raise your reputation is to get to the top of some list, for example, in the Union Assassins rating. We are transferred to the Morrowind Hotel. The building stood under the blue sky. The guy opened the door. The protagonist entered the room. Walking further, he reasoned that the Vitalia Hotel has branches in major cities in 6 countries. The organization behind it is the Darknet. The man stood in front of him and said that he was sorry, but there were no free rooms. Mike looked at him and thought that an ordinary person would never be able to rent a room there. He asked with a smile if this was true. He put the token on the table and asked to check again. The man lowered his gaze. He asked with a smile on his face to follow him. They went up to the floor above. Closing his eyes, the man told them to follow him, noting that he needed to register. Mike stood in front of the reception desk. The man put a blank document and asked him to fill in his details as well as choose a code name. The protagonist looked at the document. He stated that his code name was an observer of the apostle level of the Scarlet Empire in the Carlton Star Cluster. The stunned man suggested shortening it a little. Looking up, Mike asked to call him Black. Pointing his finger at the document, he replied that this option was already taken and asked how about Mr. Black. The protagonist said that it would do. The man stood in front of the monitor and said that he was now a preparatory level assassin. He had to complete a task, get the Scorpion level. Looking at Mike, he added that private work was also allowed, but in this case they would take 5% of the earnings. He handed over the tablet and said that before taking on the task, he could read the conditions. Looking at the tablet, the protagonist was surprised. He saw his name on the list of orders. Smiling, Mike thought that he did not know that so much was offered for him. Embryo was still prowling around the western capital and wasting time and effort. Looking at the screen, the man noted that he had received a task and a reward of 100,000. He seriously reasoned that this was very little. He thought that someone was not able to hire an expensive killer and decided to try his luck with a newbie. The protagonist stood quietly and came to the conclusion that since they were paying little, the task was not difficult. Crossing his arms, Mike replied that he was in. The man emphasized that the employer wanted to discuss the details in person. The protagonist came to the client. Looking at the documents, Mike noted that the target was in Morrowind. He had 12 to 20 bodyguards with him. The payment was not enough. The upset man replied that he did not have enough money. The plot introduces us to the client, Steve. The protagonist stood up and replied that he would take on the task and asked to wait for him there. A message popped up that Mike had called an E-level task, a reward of 25,000 experience. Steve smiled and said that it was wonderful. He asked to say how many days the main character would need. Turning around, Mike replied that by the time Steve finished his lunch, he would already be dead. He left the restaurant. Steve watched him go. Surprised, Steve wondered whether to believe him. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder. Steve turned around. The man noted with a satisfied look that he had thought it over again and decided to take on his task. There was some free time. Puzzled, Steve replied that he had already given it to someone else. The man waved his hand as he left and said that if he needed anything else, he could contact him. His phone began to vibrate. The man brought the phone to his ear and was asked if he had time for the job. He replied that he would. Someone said that he had sent information about the target. The conditions were the same. The guy saw photos of Steve. He wondered with surprise whether it was him. Turning around, he assumed that his assignment was to kill Mr. Yu. The guy was looking at Steve's back. He smirked and said that he agreed. Mike aimed at Yu, who said that he would send the payment. The guy heard a shot from the phone. Yu's body was lying on the ground. The stunned people were shouting that Mr. Yu was killed. The man hung up. He noted with a serious expression that someone had beaten him to it, adding that Yu had many guards. For that money, Steve could only hire a novice killer. Steve sat at the table. Frowning, the man thought that he wanted to see the one who quietly eliminated Yu. Police cars had gathered near the high-rise building. It seemed that someone had been killed there. A police officer loudly ordered the crowd not to push and not to interfere with the investigation. No photos. Someone from the crowd said that the killer could not escape in broad daylight. The hero, passing by, grinned. Thanks to the copying mask, he can slip away unnoticed while they are quietly sorting out what happened. The doors of the establishment were open. The guy put the guitar case next to him. He sat down at the table where the customer was waiting for him, said that everything was ready. He was surprised, really fast. He is strong. The man put a suitcase on the table. It was his payment, asked if he wanted to count. The blue window said that the assigned murder was completed, 25,000 experience received. Mike picked up the suitcase and headed for the exit, answered that he needed to run errands. The customer wished him a good day. When he went outside, it seemed to him that someone was watching him. He noticed a man with a newspaper and decided that this was the one who was watching him. Mike threw him a furious look, as if asking why he was staring. The stranger was shocked by the energy. While the guy was leaving, he was overcome by trembling. He thought that this newcomer was dangerous. The hero returned to the hotel. The concierge was looking at the monitor screen, told Mike that since he had completed the task, he was now a scorpion. He would have access to greater powers, and from now on, he would be treated as a VIP in Vitalia hotels around the world. The man began to enter the data, adding that it was the first time he had seen someone rise in level so quickly. He would look forward to his further achievements. The young man pointed at himself, asked what place he currently occupied in the Darknet killer rankings. The concierge replied that only top-level killers were included in the list. He was currently in the 1000th place. The youth were in such a hurry to rise. Mike frowned, recalling that now the first 10 places on the list should be occupied by killers at approximately level 40 with mediocre abilities. Only 3 of them were relatively serious opponents, since their powers were close to the upper limit of version 1.0. The young man thought that the rating was made up of completed tasks and other achievements. The concierge looked at him with concern and thought that he hoped he had not hurt his self-confidence. He waved his hand and urged the boy not to lose heart. Judging by how he had handled the first task, he had a bright future ahead of him. Mike decided that now he needed to complete as many tasks as possible in order to move up the list. He said defiantly that he wanted to see all the available tasks. The concierge's face became serious. He asked for something more serious. The man handed the hero a tablet and said that all the tasks were here, let him choose. While Mike was looking at the tasks on the screen, the concierge explained that beginners were offered to start with something simpler, gradually moving forward. The young man returned the tablet and said that he wanted this. The concierge calmly took the device and habitually said that yes, for a start it was just right. But he could not hide his surprise when he saw the selected option. The screen said about the destruction of the battle rose. Dissatisfied, the man asked. Splashes of saliva flew at the interlocutor. He did not understand what it meant to be simpler. Many experienced killers died on this mission. How could he, a newbie, take it on? The guy wiped his face with his hand, replied that he would rather choke in his saliva than be killed by the enemy. Let him help prepare and he would do the rest himself. The concierge fell silent and silently agreed. He touched the button on the device. Then he took the seal and pressed it, leaving an imprint on the paper. He put the document in the tube and said that he had warned about what was necessary. If something happens, it is not his fault. The concierge lowered it into a transparent tube. It delivered the parcel to the Central Information Control. The employee entered the data into the computer. A message sounded from the monitor speaker that the information about the mission Combat Rose was updated. The concierge told Mike that he was registered. A screen with information about the mission appeared. The guy ran his eyes over the text. He clenched his fists and headed for the exit. He thought about what else he needed for an additional reward. Apparently the task was not easy. You can't act at random. He decided that he would equip himself properly for insurance. The base of the Fawan group. The hero sat at the table and thought. He had reached the maximum level in the main class. The conditions for promotion were simple this time. There was no need to waste experience points on creating useless blueprints. They were already difficult to obtain. Notifications about the completion of the merger appeared. The guy decided that he would not have partners in the next task, so he should stock up on different cartridges for different situations. There was a complex device on the table. Next to it lay a folder with documents. Mike reasoned. In Combat Rose, all the staff were women. The base was located in the depths of the Sumal Desert. He carefully studied the papers. There were many enemies there, and they had their own mechanic. Perhaps it was worth creating a directional weapon. A question about the combination of abilities appeared on the screen. He poked the yes button. Everything went well, and now he opened the electromagnetic scanning protective glasses. The hero thought that this was not what he wanted, but this thing would be useful to a sniper. He pressed the button again. The screen showed a message about a successful combination. The electromagnetic pulse interference equipment was opened. Mike was happy. It worked. This is the famous EMP. It will be great to counter enemies in the desert. He put his hand to his chin and thought mines would also come in handy. He should try to create a drawing himself. To make a new one, you need to take your knowledge and the basics of creating drawings. He printed the document on the printer. Then he closed the round purple lid. The guy watched the process tensely. A negative result appeared on the screen several times. His gaze became calm. The creation of the drawing was successful. The guy reached for the device, shouted, "Finally! This drawing is exactly what he needs." Mike closed the suitcase. Henceforth, he will be able to create others specifically for his requests. Here they can go their separate ways. He put the weapon in the case. The preparations are almost complete. It was time to go. The hero dialed Kyle's number. When the call was answered, he also said hello, asked for their cargo plane. The man stated importantly that they only use them for large-scale operations. Even considering that Mike is a VIP, the expenses will have to be covered. He replied that he knows. Kyle leaned the phone against his shoulder, began to write down with his free hand. He agreed, asked how many people he was transporting and what time to submit. The guy replied that he was alone and performing now. The man noted with bewilderment, "This is a huge expense. Renting one at a time will cost 50,000. He is sure. He touched the wad of money. Mike confirmed. The helicopter flew over the base located in the middle of the desert. The hero examined the surroundings through binoculars. The data turned out to be correct. The Battle Rose base is strictly guarded. It is impregnable. It will be difficult to get there by storm, but you can set up an ambush and lure them out of hiding." The young man told the pilot to land over there and then prepared an SUV for him. He replied that he will give orders. Their base is nearby and he has to go about his business. The helicopter landed on the platform. The man wished Mike good luck. The column of cars moved through the desert and left a cloud of dust behind them. Dorothy was asked, and this time without results. The girl who was sitting in the car said that they searched sectors E4, E5 and D4. There are no signs of Felonia. 2 have already died. Dorothy tightly gripped the steering wheel and angrily added, "In a fight with Gadong's people." The girl with pink hair wiped away tears and asked Saixi, "They lost many during the search. What is this Felonia? It is worth the lives of the dead." The old woman looked at her silently. She put her hand on her shoulder. With a serious face asked, "She is not a local," explained that once there was an oasis here. They lived in abundance, but the war changed everything. The legend of her homeland says that in the depths of the desert are hidden traces of an ancient civilization and its treasures, with the ability to control the desert. Many soldiers came here looking for traces of Felonia, and the residents who lost their homeland during the war became mercenaries for them. They give their lives to look for Felonia for them, and in return they receive resources for existence and shelter for their families. Felonia is their hope for further life. The guy put the shovel aside. The work was finished. He dusted off his hands. Mike raised the binoculars to his eyes and looked around. He noticed approaching cars. Here is the prey. He grabbed his weapon and rushed behind the nearest rock. The jeep stopped abruptly. The car caught the wire with its wheel. Bright flashes instantly appeared around the device. The chain created a dome with electrical discharges inside. The girl with the headphones heard the noise and shouted, "It's Emp, they are under attack." Dorothy frowned. Could it really be Gadong? Strange, they have not been engaged in pursuit before. She got out of the car and attracted the attention of the others, gave the command to get out and get ready to accept the fight. The guy picked up the gun. He aimed and fired. The fire was approaching the shell placed on the ground. There was a powerful explosion. The rest of the shells detonated. There was thick smoke everywhere. One of the girls, who was sitting on the ground, shouted to the others that it was toxic gas. Another put her hand to her forehead. She felt dizzy. The fighters, one after another, fell. The girl shouted to her friend to wake up. Dorothy looked at the team members lying motionless. She clenched her teeth. A shot rang out. The fighter was wounded. Dorothy flinched. She shouted to the others where the sound of gunshots was coming from. She squeezed the gun and rushed forward, gave the order not to stand still. "We need to kill him." Everyone followed her. Mike fired again. The girls tried to dodge the bullets. Dorothy looked to the side angrily. She ran to the place where the guy was hiding, shouted that he was finished. The hero lowered his weapon. He pulled out a pistol. Dorothy jumped and swung. The girl froze for a moment. The guy slipped past her, decided to use sliding fire. He raised the gun. The bullet flew towards the target. Dorothy managed to react. The bullet slightly grazed her hand. She grinned evilly. They stood opposite each other, pistols aimed at the opponent. The barrel of the gun was in Mike's face. Dorothy raised an eyebrow, declared that whoever he was, he would not survive a shot from such a distance. She pulled the trigger. A flurry of shots fell on him. The guy stood motionless, as if nothing had touched him. The girl opened her eyes wide, exclaimed, "How so?" His clothes were covered in bullet holes. Suddenly the damage disappeared. Mike aimed the gun. He thought that most warriors blindly believed that in close combat it was easy to defeat a sniper. He fired. The bullet went through Dorothy's head. The young man thought that an ordinary sniper would be weaker. A window with a message appeared. He killed Dorothy. He thought that it was just a pity. A grim grin lit up his face. He was not an ordinary sniper. People crowded around the dead bodies. The head of the battle, Rosemary, said that they were all killed with the same weapon, which meant that the attacker was a sniper working alone. The girl solemnly asked if this was another wanted killer. She began to dial numbers on the phone. Mary said on the phone that they were attacked again, 20 people died, and also asked to send people to deal with the killer. She thought that, an arrogant and impulsive type, now he would be the prey. A helicopter flew to the building. 3 professional killers came out of it, William, Ethan, and Lucas, after which they ordered a report on the situation. Mary reported that their enemy was a skilled, well-trained sniper, and he was heading southeast. She continued that there were only 3 structures in that direction, and the closest one was the Fawan faction base. A War Rose mechanic named Lucy said that there were fragments of detonated mines here. The enemy had predicted their move and set up an ambush. She added that the model of his mines was unknown. Their casing was made of Fawan materials. William said that this group was no joke. They could not fight on their territory, and since his target was them, they would be bait. He said to drive through as usual, and they would set up an ambush, and as soon as they showed up, they would quickly squash them. Mary told Charlie to do as the man said, to which she agreed. The Fawan faction base appeared under the night sky. Mike said that it turned out that War Rose had support from the outside, so it was no wonder so many killers had fallen. Kyle said that the Sumal Desert military had its own sponsors, political groups that secretly ran assassin training camps, and the guy's client, the Kisrod's family, was one of them. The hero said that so much effort was spent on finding felony, and then asked what it was. The man raised his cup to his mouth and said he didn't know. The guy doubted it and thought that felony hid some important secret, which could possibly be connected to a hidden reward for this mission. He rubbed his chin and assumed that since the enemy had a patron, he would send reinforcements to him. Putting the papers on the table, Mike wondered what the best thing to do was. He smirked and said that he needed a driver so that he could shoot. The man asked if the mission was his, then why should he help him? The guy said that traveling is not an easy thing, so why doesn't he go with him to enjoy the beautiful scenery, to which the man frowned and pointed out the window, asking again. Mike told him to look deeper because in these places you can find mirages, and in the mountains, water, and also added that the desert is an amazing place. Kyle frowned and said that he did not think they were close enough to travel together. The guy crossed his arms and offered to be friends. The man stirred the drink in the mug and said that if the guy wanted him to participate in the mission, then the reward should be split, to which he agreed and asked if he would agree to 5%. Kyle replied that this was very little since the driver is the very first target for the enemy and said that 20% was still not bad. Mike frowned and asked why he didn't go rob someone, to which the man smirked and said that he does. The guy agreed to the man's offer. Ruby, sitting in a chair, said that the target was in Zone C. William came up to her and looked at the screen. He smiled and said that he had finally arrived. The man saw Mike with a shovel and asked if he was up to his old tricks, then said that he was an idiot. William ordered to send a small decoy squad, to which Charlie bowed and obeyed. The hero, sitting in the car, thought that here they were. He told Kyle to drive southwest. The gun was aimed at the car. The man, looking through binoculars, shouted that he saw prey and said to finish him off. The car was driving through the desert. Mike leaned out of the car and fired. The shot hit the window of another car. Charlie frowned and said that he only had one car, then shouted to catch up. Many cars began to surround the hero's car. The guy looked through the binoculars and assumed that they wanted to surround them, thinking that they were funny. Suddenly, a bullet flew into his head. Mike pressed his hand to his bloody head and said that they had set up an ambush, then ordered Kyle to drive to the designated location immediately. The man stepped on the gas, and the car quickly drove away. Surprised, he said that the enemies were there too. Holding a machine gun in his hands, Ethan told them to go to hell. Fire opened and shells began to fly towards the hero's car. In shock, Kyle quickly turned around and began to drive away. Suddenly, an explosion was heard near their car, but it did not affect them. The man said that they had escaped, then changed the gear. Ethan wondered if they were planning to escape, then said that there was nowhere to go. The man told the guy that things were bad because they were surrounded. Mike quickly leaned out of the car and looked to the side. He thought about the fact that there were only 2 cars on the south side. The threat was minimal there. He realized that they were deliberately avoiding the area where he set up traps, but they would be able to break through from this side. The guy frowned and thought that the slightest explosion would detonate the mines, then he would definitely be finished. Suddenly, he heard a noise and saw an armored car with spikes. Kyle asked what it was, then added that they needed to run away. Mike said that it was risky, they needed to go south, to which the man replied that he hoped he knew what he was doing, then turned the car. The car started going south. Lucas shouted with a grin that they would not escape. Suddenly, the hero leaned out of the window and fired a shot. The shell flew towards the guy and blinded him because of the brightness. Tears flowed from Lucas's eyes and he thought that it was a flashbang grenade and also that it was very painful. He called him a nasty dog and opened fire, screaming for the guy to die. Shells began to fly near the car. Sitting in the car with a gun, Ethan ordered to follow him. A chase began behind the hero's car. He told Kyle to press the acceleration button. He pressed the button, causing a blue fire to appear from the pipe. The car began to move at a very fast speed. The man happily shouted that they had broken away. Suddenly, an armored car with Lucas appeared behind them, who asked if they were still not going to stop thrashing before death. He shouted that they would not escape. The hero picked up the device, and suddenly there was an electrical explosion. Ethan closed his eyes because of this explosion. Lucas asked what it was. Charlie said that the car is stalled. She was holding a broken radio in her hand and shouted that the communication devices were also out of order, saying that it was because of the EMP. Lucas said not to be afraid because the enemy only had one car, ordering them to prepare weapons. Tracy said that all the electronics in Dorothy's car burned out. Charlie got worried and thought that they were trapped. Running out of the car, the girl noticed a mine. She shouted to run and to be careful. A shot from a gun rang out and hit the mine. The girl saw it and continued running. The mine shattered into pieces and then there was an explosion. Charlie rolled over, burying her head in the sand. A powerful explosion occurred, throwing the cars back with a shock wave. A notification appeared in front of Mike's face, saying that his mines dealt William 189 poison damage, his mines dealt Lucas 235 poison damage, and his mines dealt Charlie 257 poison damage. With a cigarette in his mouth, he asked Kyle if he was surprised or shocked. The man replied that he hadn't seen such a beautiful landscape in a long time, to which the guy replied that he had enjoyed it to the fullest. Seeing the notifications of kills, the hero thought about how much experience he had gained, and then wondered what kind of nicknames they had. Suddenly, the guy realized that there was one more missing from the list. He turned around. Someone was quickly making his way through the sand. Mike had his gun ready. Charlie jumped out of the sand, pulling out a knife. She was aiming the knife at the man with a vengeance. When the knife was almost at the man's neck, he suddenly turned around and grabbed the girl by the arm. The girl was surprised and panicked. Kyle threw her aside. The hero aimed his gun at the girl and shot Charlie, killing her. He got a message that he was given 9,400 experience for killing Charlie. Grinning evilly, the guy said that here is the fish that got away. Several cars, burning in flames, lay in the middle of the field. Mike was fixing some parts, and Kyle, putting a cigarette in his mouth, asked what would happen next. The protagonist answered that they would pursue the defeated enemy to the base of the battle rows, since they now had huge losses, and the guy could only wait for the task to be completed itself. The man turned his gaze to the blonde. Kyle asked how long ago he had planned all this. The blonde grinned and wondered if it was possible to plan all this since they thought that there was only one trap. Throwing a cigarette on the ground, the man praised Mike and said that it was time for him to go back. Then he added that if he needed anything, the protagonist could contact the person. A military vehicle appeared in the distance, heading towards the guys. Mike, sitting behind the wheel, asked what kind of light was there. Smoke was coming from ahead and explosions were visible. The man raised his fist to the sky and shouted. The dark-haired man shouted at his fighters to drive the enemy out of the desert. The girl with the machine gun on the bags told him not to hope for that. A shot was fired from the muzzle of a black tank. The girls scattered to the sides from the explosion. The next moment they were lying unconscious on the ground, while the military was getting closer and closer. Numerous explosions throughout the territory did not stop. Lucy worriedly turned to Amanda, saying that they did not have enough hands and many defensive structures were without managers. The girl closed her eyes and thought that now they were weaker than ever and that they needed to hide while the others were holding them back, and then ordered them to take 5 people and leave through a secret passage. The girls looked at the burning area and decided to leave the base. Someone's lifeless hand lay on the burning ground. Mike stood on the battlefield and thought that the notification about the mission had not yet arrived. The guy frowned because the main team must have managed to hide. A black drone with a camera appeared in the air. The protagonist looked at him calmly, holding the control device in his hand. The flying device moved forward between the slopes of the quarry. The blonde frowned, looking away from the tablet. A brown car appeared on the screen, driving past the slopes. 2 black silhouettes were visible behind the wheel. Amanda leaned against the window, bored, and said that they would soon reach the neutral zone. Before the girl could finish speaking, the car blew up on a mine. Amanda stuck her head out of the window and angrily asked if they had caught up with her. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw a black car pursuing them. The blonde girl slammed her fist on the dashboard, saying that they had gone too far. The girl's angry face was burning, and she said that the killer was driving that studded jeep. The explosions around the girl's car did not stop. Amanda hit her head and began coughing, asking the others to run. The girl winced and shouted that they could not withstand the enemy's striking power. The next moment, a shell flew from the enemy jeep. Every second they fired at the car, which was trying to escape. The white-haired boy was sitting with his grandmother nearby and asked her who was fighting there. The old woman ordered them not to go in that direction, since weapons have no eyes, and then asked how many times she had asked them to focus on finding the felony. Mike, who was sitting behind the wheel of his car, looked at the girls leaving and said that they were still trying to escape. The unfortunate shelling continued. Shells exploded next to the car, creating a blast wave. One crater, which was formed by the shell, began to suck sand into itself. A bright light broke through from its depths, forming a hole larger and larger. The old woman and her grandson could not believe their eyes, as did those standing behind them. A blue sign appeared near Mike, informing him that the protagonist had discovered the hidden location of Felonia. The green-eyed man grinned and thought that he had accidentally detonated it in the right place. The girl's car dodged the live shells ahead, and the protagonist was surprised that he had also completed the task with the combat rose. His pale palm lay on the gear shift. Those who were looking for Felonia stood at the edge of a large crater and looked down, and a black jeep drove past them. The girl's car drove along the ground, raising huge clouds of dust behind it. Michael looked at the car passing by him and thought that his spike was very slow. Then the guy decisively took a device in his hand, pressed a button, and an electric barrier surrounded the black car, from which charges of electricity hit the wheel diverged. Lucy worriedly shouted that the protagonist was crazy, wanting to stop them with a spike and destroy them. Having loaded his gun, Mike stood on the roof of the car and told them to show themselves to end everything. Amanda got angry and got into a fighting stance, putting her foot on a glowing purple diamond. Then she rushed forward with a scream, her face reflecting only anger. The protagonist immediately shot the angry girl several times. Amanda immediately activated the shield, which flattened the bullets and they fell to the ground with a crash. The blonde looked at the girl with incomprehension, wondering to himself if it was her ability to use a force field, and then thought that it was difficult to deal with it since it can block projectiles. The protagonist jumped off his combat vehicle when a glowing projectile hit it. Reloading his gun, the guy thought about the fact that regular bullets would be useless against Amanda. Then Mike shoots forward with clenched jaws, frowning in irritation. The bullet hits the girl's force field and is also flattened. The blonde's face shows fear as she is hit by the poison gas and starts coughing. The protagonist kneels down and opens the control panel with information, thinking that Amanda's ability will not protect her from the gas and that she will die. The girl with the shield rushed forward screaming, attacking the blonde, and beads of sweat appeared on her face when she thought that she needed to close the distance. The blonde's attack continued, and Mike tried to fight it off through clenched teeth. The blonde activated force field, push as a blue glow erupted from her shield. Mike closed his eyes, parrying this attack with his blade. The guy flew back a few meters, leaving behind clouds of smoke. Amanda again rushed towards him, screaming that the blonde asked for it himself and, pushing off, jumped at the protagonist, screaming at him that she would help him die. The girl activated the execution ability and tried to hit Michael, who safely dodged, but his palm glowed orange. The blonde directed this beam, sliding fire, to the side. Mike tensed the muscles in his face and thought that he had no choice and would have to use force. The iron hand glowed, and lightning began to form around it. The blonde tried to attack Amanda, but she repelled the attack. The girl frowned and said that the guy was very weak in close combat. Her fist with a shield clenched. The blonde attacked Mike, who fell on his back from such an unexpected blow. A smirk appeared on the girl's face and she said that the main character was finished, since no one had ever been able to survive the damage from the push. The rising smoke cleared, and the silhouette of the blonde man standing on his feet appeared, who, smiling, asked Amanda to repeat, because he had not heard. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she opened her mouth. Mike was holding a weapon in his hands. The guy rushed towards her at high speed. The blonde frowned and cursed in her mind, not believing her eyes. The orange glow instantly pierced the girl's light shield. Her weapon shattered into many pieces, and Mike himself struck Amanda and she bent over. Amanda fell to the ground, lowering her head, and began to cough from the pain caused. Then the girl clenched her jaw and narrowed her eyes, thinking that Mike was no match for her. Lucy ran out of the car, shouting to Amanda that she was coming. Mike appeared from the clouds of dust behind the blonde. Lucy tried to attack the guy, but he dodged. Amanda, with a bleeding cheek, pressed her back to Lucy, and the girls took a fighting stance. Mike was surprised looking at the green-eyed girl and wondered if she was a mechanic. The melee mechanism is the core around which the skills honed by the mechanic class are tied. The protagonist notices how Lucy's gloves begin to sparkle with lightning and assumes that these gloves are probably her weapon. Amanda shouted at Lucy to run forward, and both girls jumped in different directions. Mike froze in shock. Amanda activated force field, vortex, and a strong hurricane was directed at the protagonist. The vortex picked up the guy, briefly lifting him off the ground, and he only managed to grab his blade with his hands. Lucy clenched her hand into a fist, around which lightning immediately began to gather. Swinging, the girl sent a sphere of lightning at Mike, but he managed to jump back. The blonde clenched his jaws and turned to the place where someone else's blow had just landed, and this made him think that Lucy was dangerous. Lightning sparkled from Lucy's fists as she chased the protagonist. Running away from her, Mike noticed her fists and decided that it was not worth engaging in close combat with her. Amanda appeared in the sky, pushing off from the platform in the form of a barrier and asking the guy where he was going. She struck with her foot. Mike parried the attack and, looking to the side, rushed back. Noticing that the blonde was only defending himself, Amanda asked herself why he did not attack. Turning her head to Lucy, the girl understood why. She smirked and asked the blonde to distract the protagonist's attention, and Amanda would catch the moment for a fatal blow. Both girls rushed towards Michael, deciding to end all this. He silently awaited their attack, and there was only calm on his face. The guy stepped aside when Lucy pounced on him. Amanda's voice was heard from behind, who prepared her shield. The girl swung her weapon, hitting the blonde in the chest. He fell to the ground with a loud sound, away from his opponents. Clenching his jaw in anger, the blonde wiped his dirty chin and thought that the girls were tying him up hand and foot and that it would be difficult for him to defeat them if he did not take risks. The guy activated the ability of electromagnetic armor to defend himself from all sides. Then Mike jumped, pushing off the ground with his foot. He flew at Lucy, shouting at her that he would deal with her first, and she raised her hands up. The girl was surprised that the blonde suddenly went on the offensive and everything did not go as planned. With anger on his face, Mike tried to attack Lucy, but she blocked the stranger's sword. Her gloves began to throw lightning again. The blonde struck the protagonist, and his mouth opened in surprise when the current touched his body. A puff of smoke rose near the guy's clothes. He looked at his opponent with a smirk on his face when he received a system notification that Lucy had struck and taken damage. The girl tensed up and thought, "What the hell is this?" Then the blonde rushed at Mike, activating her glove. Lucy struck the protagonist, but he activated his fire beam and struck the girl in the stomach. The protagonist then twisted her arm while she coughed in pain. Amanda rushed at Mike, screaming for him to put the girl down, and kicked him in the back. Blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth, and he bent over. Then the blonde raised his head and smiled predatory. In an instant, Mike plunged his blade into Lucy's back, and she froze, falling down. The blonde lay in her own blood, and the protagonist received a notification that he killed Lucy and received 11,906 experience. Amanda's mouth dropped open at what she saw and she froze. Then she screamed her friend's name with tears in her eyes. The girl looked at the smiling Mike, who did not let go of the bloody blade in his hands. The blonde smiled and said that she should not worry, as he would follow. Mike stood at a distance from Amanda, and Lucy's body lay behind the guy. The girl, with undisguised anger, raises her fist, shouting that she will not spare her life to kill the main character. The blonde strikes, but misses as the main character manages to calmly dodge. Raising her hands above herself, Amanda creates a force barrier and directs it at Mike, but he manages to bounce back into the air. The next thing the blonde sees is a hole in the ground from a powerful attack. Amanda jumps after him, raises her fist and shouts at the main character to die. However, she hits past, and Mike shoots at the barriers that she created. Pushing off one of them, the girl kicks the guy in the stomach, and he flies down on his back. Thoughts appeared in his head that Amanda has absolutely no control over her power. The blonde shoots the girl, wondering what will happen first. Will her powers leave her or will she die? The bullets hit the barrier, from which the angry Amanda pushes off. Creating a force field, the girl directs a whirlwind at the protagonist, but he dodges and the blow passes along the ground. Amanda screams at Mike not to think about running away. The girl is going to create a force barrier around herself, but she cannot. Mike's face reflected madness, and the realization comes to him that this is his chance. A beam of fire flew out of the blonde's hand, hitting Amanda in the knee. The girl falls to the ground and mentally apologizes to Lucy for not being able to take revenge. A series of beams of fire fly at the blonde, flying through her entire body. The girl's lifeless body stopped showing any signs, and Mike received a notification that he had received 12,000 experience for killing Amanda. The protagonist's iron glove began to smoke, and he tried to catch his breath after the fight. Then he turned his gaze to the dead Lucy. Her black gloves caught his attention. Mike reached for them and thought that he would not refuse such, trying them on his hand. Then the blonde-haired man resolutely looked into the distance and decided that it was time for him to go to felony. Golden sand rolled down the slopes and fell into a large hole, while Mike stood on the cliff near someone else's tracks and looked somewhere into the distance. The guy began to descend the stones and thought that the pilgrims had already visited there. A passage in the rock appeared in front, and the protagonist thought that a metallic smell was coming from there. Mike took out his flashlight and turned it on, illuminating the area. Glass fragments appeared near the metal pipes. There was something there. The fair-haired man shone the light inside on the torn wires and panels without electricity. The main character thought and frowned, not lowering the flashlight. The guy did not take his determined gaze. A fork with many crystals and 2 paths appeared in front of him. He thought about which road to take and tensed up. A quiet sound was heard from the ceiling. Voices from the front shouted to run because of the monster that was chasing a group of guys. 4 frightened figures ran along the edge of the slope. A very loud roar was heard from the cave. Mike covered his ears with his hands and thought that it was the roar of a beast. Damien broke out in a cold sweat and with a voice trembling with fear said that the monster did not chase them. At this time, the dark-haired man, standing near the brunette, was breathing heavily. The old man, afraid no less than the others, turned to them and said that such a vile place could not be a felony. Damien glanced uncertainly at the old man and suggested that this was the very treasure of the desert that many were looking for. The old man did not agree with the dark-haired man's words, considering it impossible since the treasures were magical and there should be no monsters near them. The man calls Mike to continue on his way since Felonia is not nearby. He doubts since the system suggested that the lost Felonia is located there. According to the description of the game, there are no magical things on the planet Aquamarine. There must be magic treasures technologies. The fair-haired man stood between 2 tunnels, leaning against a stone. In the right tunnel, the guy noticed traces of boots with blood. From Mike's experience, one can say that pilgrims act as underground guides who inform the player about which side the monster is in. Putting on Lucy's glove, the blonde thought that he should go to the right. Taking his blade, he wondered to himself if the pilgrims wanted him to go left. Putting on yellow glasses, Mike thought that the unknown was more frightening than the monster, and so he would go right. Collapsed pillars and rusty bars appeared ahead. The guy walked silently past all the ruins. The blonde covered his nose and mouth with his hand because the stench was unbearable. Under his feet was a huge trail of blood, and the protagonist was surprised by its size. A large red eye lit up on the side, and Mike was surprised by what he saw. A black monster with horns of the same color towered in front of him. The blonde drew his blade, preparing to defend himself. The protagonist slid to the side, disappearing from the sight of the monster, who at that moment began to look for the man. The monster shook its huge head from side to side. Mike covered his face with his hand and thought. Then he realized that the monster had night blindness and approached from behind. Hiding behind the wall, the protagonist smiled contentedly, praising himself for taking night vision goggles. Claws began to appear near his feet through the grates in the floor. The blonde lowered his head down and was surprised. There were many red eyes burning under the floor, and many monstrous paws were trying to squeeze through small holes. Mike thought that there were monsters under the floor too and drew his blade. Then the protagonist ran forward, since it was very dangerous to be in that place. The fair-haired man ran to an unknown room and was horrified. A human skeleton was lying on the table nearby, and next to it was someone else's diary. Mike took the notebook and opened it, intending to read the contents. The notes described the testing of the Felonia serum by day, describing all the experiments with it on animals and people. The blonde was surprised and thought that Felonia was a blood serum, and tore off several pages from the diary. Then the note said that the professor took the serum with him. Mike looked away, thinking that this time he had no chance, and then froze. There was a glowing box nearby, surrounded by cobwebs. The protagonist touched the thing, wondering what was inside. Opening the chest, the blonde smiled, because he didn't even have to look. Inside were 3 test tubes with a substance, and a sign appeared that Mike had received 3 unfinished Felonia serums, a serum with a medicinal ability to improve the body's physical indicators. The sound of alien paws and the scraping of claws on the floor was heard, and the protagonist turned back, cursing under his breath. Behind him stood a monster that let out a loud roar, raising its paws up. The green monster waved its arms in front of Mike, who tried to run away. Swinging its huge paw, the monster tried to hit the guy, but he calmly watched every move of the enemy. Having fired a sliding fire from his pistol at the monster, the protagonist backed away. The blonde clenched his jaw, looking at the creature, whose back the bullets were flying at, and a system notification appeared that Mike dealt 57 damage to Object 2 and entered into combat with the enemy. Looking at the blue plate next to him, the blonde thought that the monster's level was higher than his, but it was in very bad condition and there was still a chance to win. The monster lowered itself down and bared its sharp teeth, preparing to attack. Object 2 damaged the protagonist with its elbow when he got closer. The guy flew back, trying to stop with his legs. Blood poured out of his mouth, and Mike tensed up in pain. The blonde wiped his bleeding mouth and frowned, looking straight at the monster. Thinking that this was his chance, the blonde soared up, preparing to strike with his blade. The monster screamed as the protagonist appeared above its head and struck the back of its neck, where green liquid sprayed out. Subject 2 froze in pain and then grabbed Mike by his clothes. He threw the protagonist to the floor, but he managed to land on his knees. The monster screamed, and the blonde man thought about how he could continue to move with the cut on his head. Lucy's glove began to glow with lightning as the blonde man brought his hand closer to the enemy's paw. He rushed at the monster, and they both screamed at each other. The protagonist skidded across the floor under the enemy with his jaws clenched tightly. The next moment, the blonde man delivered a lightning strike to the alien body, and the monster fell on its back. Then Subject 2 turned over and knelt down with his head down. Mike irritably thought that his opponent was lucky and loaded his gun. Then, the guy unloaded the clip, shooting straight at the monster. He roars loudly, unable to dodge, and falls to the ground. The protagonist tries to catch his breath after a tough fight, looking at the body. For killing Object 2, he receives 32. 0 experience, and the system announces that Mike managed to kill an enemy who is 10 levels stronger than him, and for this he receives an additional 21,235 experience. The protagonist closes his eyes, trying to normalize his heavy breathing, and thinks that it was not easy. Then a loud sound attracts his attention. A huge red sting appeared from the floor. Monsters crawled from below, terrifying the protagonist. The blonde rushed away from his place when the creatures chased him. It was deep night in the desert, where bright stars burned in the sky. Many cars were parked around a recently formed funnel. Brandon held a radio to his mouth and asked for a situation report, and a voice was heard saying that there were footprints and blood on the ground. The man on the other side of the radio was shouting for reinforcements. Damien was shining his flashlight around, scanning the area. Then the guy was horrified and tensed. Huge termites appeared in front of them, and the men were horrified. Damien shouted to his partners to open fire on the monsters, and they began to shoot. The monster's shell did not allow bullets to penetrate it, so the creature could not be harmed by firearms. The brunette shouted that they would not be able to penetrate it and that they should retreat. Before he could run away, he suddenly froze in place. A huge termite pierced the dark-haired man's body with its sting, and he screamed in pain, begging to be saved. His partner suffered the same fate. Loud and pitiful cries were heard in the cave, and from the radio thrown on the floor, they tried to find out what was happening there. The huge termites continued to move forward in a swarm. A group of people rushed towards the hole, and the man shouted to his team to hurry. Then Jacob added that whoever found the thing first would get a reward. Then he froze in shock after seeing it. A swarm of desert termites that looked like huge beetles were crawling out. Jacob shouted at Sebastian to burn them because they were afraid of fire, to which the guy nodded. He directed a stream of fire from his special gun at the swarm. The fire enveloped the frozen creatures. Then Jacob said that the termites were scared and gave the command to continue the attack. Sebastian, with a weapon in his hands, looked through the flames. There the man noticed a huge enclosed room. While he was examining the room from afar, some liquid dripped onto his shoulders. Looking up, the dark-haired man saw a huge monster with glowing eyes, a large jaw, and horns. Sebastian looked at the monster with confusion and then asked the others what it was. The creature hit the man in the stomach with such force that he flew back. The man hit his head on the wall, leaving a trail of blood. Jacob and his assistant opened fire on the monster to suppress it. While the others continue to shoot at the creature, the man runs closer and jumps on the monster. The man screams, shooting his opponent in the cheek. The monster falls face down on the floor and remains motionless. Jacob then looked back at his comrades, tired from the battle, and ordered them to move forward. Entering the room, the first thing the employees noticed was the stench. Ordering a thorough search of the room, one of the team came across a skeleton lying on the table, and then the explorer's journal, shouting that what they are looking for must be in there. At some point, the objects on the table and on the shelves shook. The team tensed from the approaching noise. Two monsters, like the one they killed first, surrounded the team from both sides. One of them rushed forward at full speed and hit the floor with all his might, causing a bright green trail. Jacob ordered the guys not to fight them, but only to shoot off their limbs so that they could not move. Sebastian, who woke up from the blow, with blood flowing down his temple, crawls on his knees with an axe in his hand, and then jumps on top of one of the monsters and swings. The wounded man chops off its huge arm. Sebastian raises his head, looking straight at his opponents, and smiles victoriously. However, a second monster rushes at him with a loud roar. Someone shouts at Sebastian to be careful, and he manages to jump away from the blow of the monster. The dark-haired guy curses loudly, to which the monster turns around, and the next moment the guy chops off his opponent's leg. Jacob picks up a machine gun and shoots from it with a scream. The shell explodes the monster's head, and it falls. Another monster jumps down from the upper beams, aiming at the man with the weapon. But before it can reach him, a long sword pierces it and it falls to the floor, dead, spraying its green blood all over the room. After a long fight, Jacob and his team are breathing heavily after the fight. The silence is broken by a dark-haired guy telling Jacob that they are alone. Jacob replies that they continue to search because in this situation, Only by finding that thing will they be able to compensate for their losses. The employees decided to go into a small room to look around. However, there they found a dead monster lying on the floor. Jacob panicked, because this meant that someone had already been here. The man rushed to the table with the box. He slammed his fist on the table, shouting in frustration that the serum was taken. A man cut the end of his cigar, surprised that Jacob and his team were overtaken. The other end of the phone said they could deal with whoever did it and was immediately interrupted. A stately man in a suit said that they were no match for him in any case. Sunlight fell on the snow-white building, Beetle's hotel. Loud exclamations of a man were heard in the corridor. The butler who met the protagonist was extremely surprised that Mike had completed the task, which was given 15 days, and he had completed it in 6. The guy smiled and said that he was very glad that he listened to the butler when choosing the task. He just grinned and looked away, saying how strong the blonde was. Then Lucian turned on the computer and entered Mike's data into the database. The protagonist receives a notification about the order being completed and 15,000 experience points being awarded. And then the guy was surprised when he was awarded 25,000 for completing a secret task. Mike remembered the 2 types of serum he had found, Felonia's blood serum and the serum of mixed genes. Sitting on his bed, he began to think about whether it was worth the risk to improve his characteristics. Will he turn into a monster like the one he met on the way from the base? Since the system gave out a serum of mixed genes, it means the main character needs to decide on it. Having decided to take a risk, the fair-haired man injected the first serum into his arm. He was enveloped in calm, as if he were eating ice cream in the hot summer. Then Mike took the second syringe with blood serum. Having barely touched his arm with the needle, the fair-haired man felt an electric charge throughout his body. The guy clutched his blanket and writhed in pain, waiting for it to subside. Then he received a notification about receiving points for strength and endurance, but pale Mike lay exhausted with bruises under his eyes, thinking about the transformation. While the blonde man took a hot shower, he mentally reasoned about his level and stats. Looking at himself in the mirror, the guy smiled smugly, glad that he did not turn into a mountain of muscles, but retained his former attractive appearance. Then the protagonist clenched his fist and biceps, from which lightning began to sparkle. Combined with electromagnetic armor and mechanisms that have yet to be created, the enemies will have no choice but to vomit blood. Mike received a call on his phone. From the other end of the line, he was told that Mr. Black wanted to meet. The location of the blonde man had not changed, and he was still in Beetle's hotel. Robert sharpened his cigar again and introduced himself. The man said that they were the ones who announced the reward for the combat rose. Mike frowned and noted that he clearly did not come because of her. The dark-haired man frowned angrily. Then Robert got up from the table and inquired whether the protagonist was at the abandoned base in the Sumal Desert. The protagonist was sitting in the room opposite the man. He took a drag on his cigarette and said that the monetary reward for the mission had remained untouched for 3 years. Many killers had returned home empty-handed, meaning that he had done it alone. And that was amazing. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was being flattered, after which he took a cigarette out of the pack. Having lit it, he replied that he were employers and a mercenary. The mission was completed, and they needed to go their separate ways. Frowning, he added that he had indeed entered the abandoned base, after which he put his hand in his pocket and placed a flask with green contents on the table, telling him to name his price. The man, hearing this, wondered why he had become so frank, and Mike, looking away, replied that if he needed it, then let him buy it, after which the man, frowning, replied 1 million, to which the protagonist confidently replied that the named price did not seem truthful. A few seconds later, the pale man replied that the serum had been stored for several decades. It was impossible to say for sure whether it was still effective. The proposed price was already high, after which Mike, smiling, replied that he agreed. Hearing this, the man looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist replied that it was a gift for a friend. His friend smiled amiably. Taking the flask for himself, he replied that the payment would be credited to his account very soon, after which he shook his hand, adding that he also personally expressed his gratitude. A system message appeared that Mike had discovered a new side to his reputation. His authority with his family had increased by 18 points. The protagonist began to leave, and then asked what Felonia was. The man, looking at him, replied that in the homeland of the research program, which began due to continuous conflicts that had been going on for ages, many bases for scientific and technical research were founded in the desert. The serum was one of the products of their developments. Reaching the car, Mike replied that that's it. He believed that the magical ruins really existed, to which the man, laughing, replied that although it would seem, where in the world could magic come from? Taking a piece of paper from under his jacket, he added that this was his phone number. If he needed help, he should dial it. The protagonist smiled amiably, and then, taking the paper, he replied that he would like to improve his reputation in the Blood Oath Society. There was a suitable task. The man took a tablet out of the car. Looking ahead, he replied that he had contacted just in time. Let him take a look at this. The protagonist lowered his gaze, and a system message appeared in front of him that this was top secret, unauthorized access was prohibited. The man looked at the tablet for a few seconds, and then he said that with his current level, nothing could be done, but he could quietly open access. If he completed it, he would receive a dark level. We are transferred to the laboratory. The protagonist, looking at the screen with displeasure, thought that 300 people accepted the task. Its difficulty was clearly not low. He would need to avoid fights, and he only had to upgrade his equipment to make one drawing to increase his class. After that, he clicked on the system message that he agreed to lose 20,000 experience to combine abilities. He read the text on the screen with displeasure for a few seconds, and then he smiled. Electromagnetic boots appeared in front of him, and he thought that this was what he needed. He clenched his fists, and a system message appeared in front of him that the task to advance in class was completed. His level was increased to 34. Mike, looking at the message in front of him, thought that he would continue to pump attribute points into intelligence and use the rest to increase his level. Then he took a wrench, thinking that the equipment also needed to be improved. After a while, he exhaled and said that he was done. He looked at the huge combat robot, and then turned his gaze to the electromagnetic boots. Suddenly, someone called his phone. Mike picked up the phone and was told that they needed his help preparing a combat helicopter. He needed to go to the city of White Seagull. The protagonist thought that he had not expected to return to Star Dragon so soon. We are transferred to the road. The protagonist is driving in a car. He drives up to a gate on which it is written that outsiders are prohibited from entering, after which he slowly gets out of the car. In front of him in the distance, a mansion appears. Suddenly, only someone shoots at him and the bullet hits in front of his feet. The protagonist, turning around in fear, thinks that there is a sniper here. Looking towards the house, he continues to think that it was a warning shot, after which he puts it in his pocket, thinking that he needs to show his ID. The sniper aims at his target. The protagonist appears in his sights, holding the emblems. Mike silently looks ahead for a few seconds, and then he takes a step forward, thinking later that since he's not shooting anymore, he can go through. He approaches the fence. A military base appears. Looking around, someone asks what new guys they have. The guy holding the machine gun raises his hand and says that the guy over there is responsible for him. A young guy appears in front of Mike, raises his hand, and says that he needs to go to him. Turning to the protagonist, he asks what he specializes in, to which Mike replies that he's a sniper. The guy smiles and replies that that's great, they just need someone to shoot from a long distance. It's the protagonist who replies that he doesn't quite understand what exactly to do, who they're protecting, and for how long. Looking towards the mansion, the guy replied that they hadn't received any orders from above yet, and the enemies were attacking almost every day. Their target was hiding somewhere in that estate and not showing up, so no one knew if there was anyone else there, and if he couldn't hold back the attack, he'd get out of here in a flash. Turning around, he added that, by the way, what level was he, dark or ghostly? The protagonist confidently replied that he was a scorpion, to which the guy shouted in fear that he'd forgotten all about it and that his qualifications weren't enough, to which the protagonist replied that he was already here and that his level wasn't important. The guy replied worriedly that it was clear, well, he'd be good for something, if he could hit the enemy, that was good. Pointing towards the building, he added that Mike could see those 3 fortifications, so he should go to the one in the middle. His brothers would meet him. The protagonist approached the door. There were 2 young guys in front of him. One of them, with a scar on his cheek, asked what the newbie was, his code name, level, and skills, to which the protagonist, smiling, replied that he was a scorpion, a sniper. The guy spat in front of him with displeasure, after which he frowned and asked why they needed a scorpion, that he was heading to the left fortification, that he would help the sniper and finish off those they had missed. Entering the destroyed building, Mike said that he was a newbie, a scorpion, a sniper. Hearing this, the man replied with displeasure that he was in charge of the left side and that he would be responsible for the right. Looking in front of him, the protagonist thought that the view here was extremely narrow and that even with his skills he would have a hard time. 2 system messages appeared in front of him that he had called up a chain of tasks. Having taken out a sniper rifle, Mike continued to think that first he needs to finish the first one, and then he will see what the reward for the second one is. If he likes it, he will refuse. 3 helicopters were flying in the sky. The protagonist noticed them. Then 2 more tanks appeared in front of him. Suddenly one of them fired. It hit the fence and sent it flying off with a crash. The soldiers ran forward. The guy, looking ahead, shouted that they were under attack and to prepare for battle. An armored vehicle was firing a machine gun. The guy sitting behind the machine gun shouted that they needed to hold back the enemy. A second later, several of their opponents fell to the ground. Someone was firing aimed fire from the tower. The protagonist took careful aim and fired. He skillfully killed the machine gunner. The guy firing the grenade launcher shouted that they had a sniper up there and needed to suppress them. Several accurate shots were fired at the tower from the grenade launcher. The soldier sitting behind the machine gun shouted that they needed to continue suppressive fire. There were multiple explosions everywhere. The guy grabbed the radio and shouted loudly that they were defeated and that the enemy's sniper was too accurate. Getting into the car, he added that they needed to retreat immediately. Looking at them, Mike smiled and thought that they were already leaving, after which he fired several shots at the car, killing the soldiers. His comrade, smiling, said that he had destroyed them beautifully. A system message appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the first round was over. Looking at it, he thought that the experience was not enough, but then the increase was tolerable. For the first wave they gave 20,000. For the second 80, based on the proportion of growth. For the third they would give 320,000. Going down the steps, he continued to think that for now he had nothing to do. He needed to go to the supply department, maybe he could earn some experience there. We are transferred to the estate, the supply department. The guy, holding a machine gun, looks at the man and tells him to help him fix it, to which the man replies that he should put it aside until he wakes up and takes a look. Suddenly, Mike came to the supply department and said that he could help, that he worked quickly. The guy, looking at him in surprise, asked if it was true, to which the man replied with displeasure that what good could he do. The protagonist, grabbing the machine gun, said that if he was a prophet or not, he would find out when he finished. After which Mike put the machine gun on the table. The guy, watching what was happening, said that the movement was progressive and that he was a real master. After which the protagonist was able to fix the machine gun, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had completed the first repair and received 2333 experience. Seeing this, the guy said that it was incredibly fast. After which another soldier in a cap approached him. He asked that he was a mechanic. After which he showed him a stack of weapons, saying that there were a lot of things that needed repair. The protagonist, taking out a weapon, replied that he would help. After which he began to adjust the machine gun. He made several deft movements, and then the guy, looking ahead in fear, shouted that he was able to improve it in an instant. Mike put the weapon on the table. He continued to work on the equipment, and the soldiers watched the process in surprise. The guy, looking at him, added that they needed to look a little more. Suddenly, someone said that the enemy was approaching and they needed to prepare for battle. An alert signal sounded from the gramophones. They were being transferred to the tower. The man, looking menacingly ahead, asked where Mike had gone. The left side was behind him. Taking aim, the protagonist replied that they should rely on him. An armored car, tanks, and helicopters invaded their territory again. The shelling began. The tank made a strong shot. Someone shouted that they should not retreat. Mike and his comrades were shooting from the tower. Disable the machine gunner. The guy, shooting to kill, shouted that the enemy sniper was very strong. A second later, there was a strong explosion. Mike, taking aim, thought that this wave was more powerful than the previous one. Looking at the approaching enemy forces, he thought that for him, the enemies were a trifle. We are being transferred to the morning. The soldiers continued to shoot back. One of the armored cars, leaving, said that they needed to retreat temporarily. A system message appeared in front of the protagonist that the second round was over and he received 80,000 experience. The wave is a reward of 150,000 experience. Looking ahead, the protagonist continued to think that the next wave would be harsh, judging by those killed in this one. He carefully examined his wounded comrades. Beads of sweat rolled down his face and he continued to think that the chances of them succeeding were 10%. A heavy rain with thunder started outside. The soldier raised his hand and shouted for the ammunition to be brought in immediately and not to let it get wet. The rain continued to fall from the sky. The protagonist looked outside. Looking at his comrade, he said that the weather was perfect for an attack if the enemy came in the evening. His comrade replied that he should not croak. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on the gramophone. The man, frightened, grabbed his sniper rifle and shouted that they had arrived. An armored personnel carrier quickly drove up to them. The soldier, sitting at the machine gun, shouted that they needed to shoot. His comrade, looking through binoculars, shouted for them to jump. A second later, a shot was fired from the tank. It blew up their trenches. The guy grabbed the radio and shouted that the first squad reported that they had many casualties. He looked up in fear. There were a couple of helicopters, and he shouted for the sniper to shoot at them. They continued to bomb them. The soldier, sitting in the building, shouted not to rush him. Aiming at the enemy, he added that they would take the helicopter on themselves. The protagonist, looking in their direction, said that the glass of such helicopters was fragmentation. They didn't give a damn about simple shells. Several shots hit the helicopter. The pilot was given a signal that a sniper was in the building and they needed to blow him up. Then he fired a couple of rockets. They hit the target. The protagonist, looking up with displeasure, thought that he was covered. He made a dash forward, and his comrade shouted where he was going to run. The helicopters continued to shoot at the building. At the last moment, Mike managed to jump out of it. Someone from the mansion was watching the battle. The bald man, looking out the window, said that they couldn't handle it, to which the other replied that it looked like it was time for him to join in. The bald man, smiling, let his head go, telling him to be kind. The guy in Grodno looked out the window. A second later, someone managed to shoot down one of the helicopters. Seeing the protagonist, he said that it was interesting and there was no need to rush for now. The pilot was told that there were still a couple of difficult opponents left, and he would check the ruins. The man was trying to get out from under the shrapnel. He looked up in fear. There was a combat helicopter above him, which fired missiles at him. At the last second, Mike grabbed him, throwing him aside. The man, looking ahead in fear, said that the helicopters were too powerful and that was the end. He looked at the enemy air force, to which Mike, turning in his direction, answered discontentedly that he should come to his senses and find the right place from which to shoot. He pushed off the ground, and then, running forward, said that he would take care of the helicopters. One of the helicopters fired a shell. It blew up the trenches, and several soldiers flew in different directions. The guy, watching the shelter, said that the helicopters were looking for them. The armored vehicle continued to move forward, firing at the shelter. Mike, using electromagnetic boots, moved forward at high speed. He dodged the helicopter's shots, and then grabbed a sniper rifle. He aimed at his opponent, and then blew him up in 1 second. The guy, watching the shelter, said that this was their chance and they needed to shoot. His comrade shouted that they had an amazing sniper. A powerful barrage of fire could not destroy the armored personnel carrier. He aimed at the enemy. A second later, he shot down the second enemy helicopter. This one caught fire. A system message appeared in front of him that he was a sniper on the move, and he learned the skill of a moving sniper. Looking at this, he thought that a new skill had appeared. He activated it, thinking that it was timely. For the current situation, it was worth pumping up. He was being fired at by a tank. Dodging the shot, he aimed his rifle at the enemy, thinking that this was the last one. A moment later, the helicopter fell to the ground, and Mike, walking forward, said with a smile that everything was ready. The guy, grabbing the machine gun, shouted that it was time for them to respond. They, along with the others, began to shoot from cover. The enemy soldiers could not withstand such an onslaught and fell one after another. Mike hit one of the soldiers in the head. A few seconds later, a strong explosion occurred, blowing up the ranks of the enemy. The man slapped his hand on the steering wheel in displeasure. Turning around, he shouted that they needed to retreat. The guy, coming out of the shelter, said that they were brought. They almost broke through the defense line. His comrade added that they were lucky with the sniper. It is not clear why the Scorpion is so experienced. Hearing this, his comrade replied that thanks to the newbie who just joined them, they did not cope with the third level task. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. A system message appeared in front of him that the third round was over, and he received 150,000 experience points. Looking at the system message, he continued to think that he had a new task to protect. How about variety? But there is a special reward, so the task will be difficult. Then he was told on the radio that someone was not protected above, and he needs to come to him quickly. The soldiers slowly approached the mansion. They looked in front of them in surprise. A bald man appeared in front of them, who said that he was grateful for the excellent work, and he would name those with whom he would like to talk. Mike was horrified, looking in front of him. He saw the main character of another planet. The main storyline was built around him. Looking in front of him in surprise, he thought that there was also an instructor on secret abilities. The soldiers with a smile on their faces said that if anything, they will come. Let him not forget about his comrades. After which he called his comrade. He asked in surprise why they were calling him. Wasn't Mike on a mission? The protagonist replied that he wanted to borrow a couple of things, the sword of the Silver Guardians and the Lockhawk sniper rifle. The system message said that fine, he would find someone to collect everything he needed. He would send it in a couple of days. The protagonist thanked him and approached the man, thinking that since he was lucky enough to meet the main character of the planet so soon, he couldn't miss this opportunity. The room was filled with many fighters sitting on the couch. The man told them to make themselves at home. He introduced himself as Marcus and explained that he would still need their protection in the future, after which he added that the doors of this estate would always be open to them if they wanted to stop by and take a break. The man stated that all the gentlemen were the main defense forces of the estate, and for completing the tasks he would privately give them a fee. Everyone was surprised while Mike sat with his arms crossed and looked away. One of the fighters stood up and said that if that was the case, they would go and rest for now. Marcus said that they could do as they wished. He turned to the hero and asked if he needed anything else. The guy pointed to the man sitting behind him and said that he would like to talk to him alone. The man picked up a cup and asked if they had met before. The hero, with a smile on his face, said his full name, Bennett Anderson, and continued that he was once a legendary man, the commander of an elite squad of Orden, and also said that he was called the Azure Devil. Mike leaned his elbows on the table and continued that after leaving the Orden, a reward of 15 million was placed on his head. He frowned and said that the man literally disappeared for 2 years, and then, having become stronger, began to help civilians who suffered during the war and founded a large organization that would later become the Darknet. Bennett looked at the guy in shock, asking if he was a fan of his, to which the guy looked at him in confusion. The hero thought that he shouldn't offend him since he wanted to ask him for help. The guy cleared his throat and, making an admiring expression, confirmed this and said that he had heard about his deeds and always dreamed of meeting him. The man smirked and said that the past was in the past, asking why he was looking for him, adding that it was unlikely for an autograph. Mike got nervous and said that not really, thinking that the man was a show-off. He rubbed the back of his head and said that he had heard that he was one of the strongest people on this planet. Bennett smirked and asked if the guy wanted to challenge him. The hero answered negatively and said that he would like to learn a few fighting techniques from him. The man, holding a cup in his hand, expressed interest, adding that he was the first to ask to be his apprentice, then stated that a sniper did not need an appointment. The guy started to get up, grinning, saying that if that was the case, then he would not bother the man anymore. He thought that it was the same thing again, because until he fulfilled the preliminary condition, his request would be rejected. Mike decided that in order to learn from Bennett, he needed to give a special gift, and fortunately, he already had everything ready. Explosions were heard in front of the hidden fighters. Michael shouted to the new girl to follow him. Jessica asked what was going on here. The guy with a blush on his cheeks answered that there were more and more enemies with each offensive, but they did not give up their positions, and also added that the north, south, and northeast defense lines were under the personal command of Mr. Black, so everything was under control there. The girl asked who Mr. Black was, to which Michael replied that he was a Scorpion-level killer, but as accurate as hell. Jessica said something about the Scorpion, adding that it was somehow imprudent to leave command to him. The guy replied that real power speaks for itself on the battlefield, telling her not to act arbitrarily. The girl thought about how she did not challenge their choice, but he reacted very sharply, wondering where this Mr. Black got such authority from. The River Valley estate in the back slope of the mountain appeared. While in position with a weapon, the girl thought about enemy armored vehicles approaching from that side. Suddenly, she noticed how one of the fighters was shot in the head. Jessica was surprised to see Mike and, noticing his speed, thought that he was the strongest sniper in her memory. A shot rang out, which shot down the helicopter. One of the fighters said that all the helicopters were shot down, adding that nothing less was expected from Mr. Black. A notification appeared in front of the hero that he had repelled wave 3 out of 5. The guy thought that the third wave had already started and the difficulty was growing, deciding that he could handle it, but what should he do to get a secret reward of 100,000 experience? Suddenly, sounds appeared in his earphone, and someone said that there was a man who called himself a messenger from the Chicerod's family looking for him, to which the hero thought that they were fast. The man handed Mike a suitcase, to which he thanked him. In the game, Bennett liked to collect antique items that were no longer in production. Depending on the gift, he teaches different techniques. The total number of gifts is limited, as is the number of players who can learn from him. In a past life, players were at each other's throats for techniques, and the guy just needs to improve relations. He entered the building with a suitcase. Bennett told the hero to sit down and asked if he needed anything. The guy opened the suitcase and said that he wanted to learn fighting techniques from him. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he hadn't already said that, when suddenly he opened his eyes and saw the contents. He was surprised to notice that it was the sword of the Silver Guardians. Bennett asked if the guy wanted to give him the sword and how he knew about his passion for antique weapons, adding that he was definitely a fan of them. The hero smiled awkwardly and confirmed this. The man looked at the contents of the suitcase and said that he was ready. Mike, shocked, asked him again what he said. Bennett hugged the suitcase and asked what he was thinking, saying that he was ready to teach him, and was it really not clear to him without further ado. The guy grinned and thought that it was easy as pie. The action moved into the house. Bennett said that in the old days, he himself, through trial and error, learned many techniques to get rid of his weakness, and one of them, which he called Flash of Will, did not given to him at all. The guy resolutely thought that this was it, the very technique. The man said that our body has a power that it does not use due to the care of the brain, and if you break through the brain's restrictions, a person will be overwhelmed with power, but the consequences will be severe. He put his hand to his chest and added that, after searching for a long time, he found a way to remove the restriction in battle without harm to health. A notification appeared in front of the guy that Bennett Anderson, level 60, taught him the technique Flash of Will. His intelligence exceeded 100 points and he had fulfilled the prerequisite for learning the technique. His current process is 3%. After they sat in the lotus position, the man told the hero to close his eyes and breathe calmly. It began to slowly get dark. The window showed that Flash of Will was 100% learned, and the guy acquired this first level technique. The technique has passive and active abilities. Active ability: after 10% of energy and stamina are spent, the next attack will deal 130% minus 150% damage. There is a small chance to deal 180% minus 200% damage and a small chance of 250% minus 300% damage. In the rarest cases, there is a chance to deal 500% damage. The cooldown of the ability is 10 minutes. Passive ability: when less than 20% of health remains, the ability is activated automatically. The cooldown is 30 minutes. The enhanced attack is calculated based on the damage dealt by the main attack, according to the principle of the defense concept. The damage received is then converted into pure damage received after taking into account the damage reduction. Note: the cooldown of active and passive abilities is calculated separately. The man asked what was so funny, asking if he had learned yet, to which the boy confirmed that he had and asked if he was fast. Bennett got into a fighting stance and ordered him to hit him once to see if it was true. Mike smirked and raised his fist to hit the man. In midair, he aimed the punch towards his face. The window showed that he had used Flash of Will and was making a decision. The decision had been made, and his next attack would deal 136% of the base damage. Minus 1 HP occurred, and the man stopped the punch with his hand, saying that it wasn't the face, of course. The window displayed the information. The following information is available for the guy's level: Bennett Anderson. Level: 60. Class: Type: HP. Condition: Hidden Injury. Strength: Energy level: Stage D+. Strengths: Happy Glow: what you've dreamed of will come true, and adversity will turn into opportunity. Legendary combat technique: whenever there are 12 attacks, an additional 40% minus 70% damage is dealt. Skills: LV8 weak point attack, LV9 instant shadow charge. Mike thought that it was not for nothing that Bennett was the main character of the planet, because he had amazing stats. Now, although he has an internal damage status, but even so, the guy's energy level is lower. The man said with a smile that it was not bad, he really learned. The guy bowed and thanked the man. A destroyed building appeared among the trees. Suddenly, Jessica called out to the hero, calling him Mr. Black. She rubbed the back of her head and asked if she had time to teach her marksmanship techniques. The girl moved closer to the guy, putting her hand on his chest, and said that everyone here practically worshipped him. The hero angrily told her to behave decently. Jessica put her hand on his shoulder and said that she just wanted to consult, and nothing more, to which the guy irritably said that she was trying in vain, because he did not like girls. The girl put her hand to her mouth and wanted to make a guess, but the guy frowned and said that he didn't like guys either. Mike, holding a gun in his hands, said that he was not interested in people in principle, and living beings in particular, which shocked the girl. With tears in her eyes, Jessica began to run away, asking for forgiveness for disturbing him. The guy grinned and thought about how naive it was to try to hook him with something like that. While in the building and lying on the bed, Mike wondered if the enemy would attack tomorrow. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a car, to which the guy thought that it was familiar to him. He was very surprised when Claire got out of the car. The hero wondered what a person from the 13th Division was doing here. The man greeted Marcus, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Marcus called him Thomas and said that more than 10 years had passed. He was one of the trump cards of the 13th Division, and he himself was the head of the Darknet. He added that if it weren't for this situation, fate would hardly have brought them together again. Thomas told the man that there had been military actions on the territory of the Star Dragon Empire for over 10 years, which was having a bad effect on it, and then asked what he was doing anyway. Marcus replied that their leadership was all for maintaining neutrality, but there were some stingy careerists who were ready to trade it, and they, the conservatives, were an obstacle for them, which they decided to eliminate. The man said that he had sent Zen to take action against them, because many had already died, and also said that in the next 2 days they expected the traitors to launch a counterattack. The hero, looking out the window, thought that they were not here because of him. Claire looked out the window with interest, noticing a silhouette there. The guy realized that she could notice him and decided that he needed to be careful. Thomas, getting into the car, told the girl to take a couple of people under her command and monitor the situation in the battle, adding that she should report everything later, to which the girl agreed. Explosions were heard on the battlefield. Enemies with weapons were attacking the fighters. One of the fighters shouted that the enemies were getting stronger. Suddenly, with one shot, the guy shot the enemy right in the head, thinking that they were not that strong. Mike realized that, it turns out, the hidden condition was to prevent the appearance of the 13th unit. If he ended each battle quickly, without causing unrest, perhaps the unit would not have arrived. The window showed information that he repelled the wave of attackers 5/5. The 4th round is complete. 200,000 experience points have been received. The hidden condition about preventing the appearance of the 13th unit has not been fulfilled. An additional 5th segment of the task has been activated. The guy thought that the chances of completing it were 50-50 anyway. Suddenly, information sounded in his earpiece that Marcus was calling everyone. Mike thought that the mission originally only had 4 segments, but failing the hidden condition activated another one, and then wondered what it would be. There was a crowd of people around the building. Marcus said that he needed some protectors to go to the White Seagull to meet with the 13th Division. He asked Moonlight, Vulcan, Hunter, Golden Fox, and Mr. Black to guard him, in which case their reward would increase, and if they refused, he would not insist. Hank said no problem. The hero said that he was in, thinking that if he refused, the mission would fail, so there was no choice. A window appeared in front of him with information that the mission condition had changed. Requirement for the 5th round, join Marcus and deal with the impending danger. Failure condition, death of the hero. Reward, 30,000 EXP. Special reward, 300,000 EXP. The guy thought about how the failure condition was now death, so they were going to face a very difficult enemy. The bus was driving down the road. Mike noticed Bennett sitting in front of him. Turning around, he also noticed a scared Jessica and thought with a grin that he had just joked for days, wondering what she was so afraid of when she saw him. The Star Dragon, the city of White Seagull, appeared. The bus pulled up to the 13th Division, the department of the city of White Seagull. Marcus said with a smile that he would be safe here, so they could walk around the city, and tomorrow they would meet at the same place. Hank asked if there were any plans, to which Eric said that he wanted to have fun at the club, asking Jessica if she would go with him. The girl sullenly stated that she was only interested in handsome men. Hank turned around and asked the others if they would join. The hero shook his head negatively, and Peter replied that he would patrol the area. The house came into view under the night sky. Nicholas lit a cigarette. There was information on his monitor. Target, Marcus. Location, Star Dragon, 20 miles north of White Seagull City, River Valley Estate. Security, 214 mercenaries, 14 contract killers, Moonlight, Hunter, Vulcan, Golden Fox, Mr. Black. Enough structured defense and firepower. Reward, 2 million. The guy chuckled, asking if they thought he would budge for 2 million. Suddenly, his phone rang. Nicholas picked it up, asking if he hadn't already said no, to which the person on the phone replied that Bennett was with them and the guy was the only one who could stand up to him. The person on the other end stated 6 million. An electric current ran through the guy's hand. He chuckled and said that he would have done so right away, adding that he was in business. Mike walked through the night city, thinking that it was strange that on the 5th mission they gave him time to do his own thing, because he believed that danger could strike at any moment. He decided that he couldn't waste the time given to him, but rather complete the mission given in this city and get a reward for it. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he seemed to be being followed, wondering if it was an enemy or a man from the 13th Division. He went into the stall of the men's room and put his finger to his forehead, which caused glitches to occur around him. With a quick movement, he broke the video camera with a bullet. Mike came out with a new appearance and thought about how dare he follow him with such poor skills. The control room of the 13th Division appeared. The guy sitting at the monitor said that the person watching Mr. Black reported that he went to the restroom and then disappeared, and the security cameras were out of order. He continued that he collected data from other cameras in the city, but he was nowhere to be found. Claire, standing nearby, was shocked and wondered if he was Mike. She rubbed her temples and tried to deny it, thinking about why she would mistake every missing person for this guy, deciding that she must have been working too hard. Antique Street, the city of White Seagull appeared. Bella noticed Mike standing behind the door. She blushed, thinking about how handsome he was, and then asked what his business was. The guy asked permission to enter, adding that he wanted to look at antiques. When he entered, he asked the girl if she owned the store, to which she answered affirmatively, blushing. The hero thought about how strange she was reacting, wondering if his new appearance looked weird. Bella walked ahead, telling the guy to come this way, to which the guy asked where Fred was. Hearing this, the girl turned around sharply, knocking over a vase. Suddenly, Mike pulled out a gun and, pointing it at her, ordered her to take him to him. The girl and the guy were approaching the house. Bella knocked nervously on the door. The door opened and Fred appeared. The hero thought that there was no mistake, it was him, the seller of unique things from another world. So elusive that the only opportunity to meet him comes during a mission with a prize fund in this city. The robber started to run away, to which the guy fired a shot right in front of his feet into the floor. Mike ordered him to stand still, adding that one more step and the next shot would not be at the ground. Crouching down and covering his head, Fred asked if he was from Jack, after which he said to wait until he finished the deal, and then he would return his money. The hero squatted down and said that he was looking for the man for another reason. When the man asked why, the guy smirked and replied that he wanted to join this deal. The robber, afraid, said that he did not know why he should help the guy, but noticing the gun in his hand, added that it seemed that he was sincere. A window appeared in front of the guy, showing that he had used 2,000 experience points to activate the quest Return the Antiques. Brief description: Lizin's family heirloom was forcibly taken by the city museum. Help return the treasure to its rightful owner. Requirement: return 10 of Lizin's antiques. Number of participants: 1. Rewards accumulated: 102,000 experience. quest requirement, 10% experience for each returned item. Additional requirements, antiques are very fragile, do not break them. The man said that he welcomed him to the team. Bella said that this means she now relies on the guy. She said that the museum used to ask her father's permission to display 10 antiques, but when her father died, she took them back, but they got angry and stole them. Mike put his arm around Fred's shoulders and told him not to worry, as he would figure it out and return their things to them. He asked when they were leaving, to which the man replied as soon as he finished preparing, and then asked what the guy wanted as a reward. The hero replied that he didn't want anything, and then told him to start right away because he didn't have much time. He thought about how in his past life the guild had set a prize fund, which eventually increased to colossal sizes, and the proceeds were huge, but since he was the first, the entire reward would go into his pocket. The city museum appeared. Fred, holding a notebook in his hand, began to explain that the building had 3 floors, showing their plan. Suddenly the guy ran forward while the man tried to stop him. Mike jumped and broke the window with his foot. Fred asked him in shock what he was doing, because they wanted to sneak in secretly, to which he replied that he was too boring and should come in quickly. The siren turned on and the guards shouted that they needed to catch the thieves. The siren wailed. The glass display cases were broken. Mike ran away with the loot. Fred followed him, but something went wrong. The guards blocked their way. The protagonist told the frightened robber that it was his time to prove himself. Fred pointed to himself and asked if he looked like a warrior. The guards were approaching. The protagonist kicked his accomplice in the back. He called it a confidence boost. Fred lost his balance. The guard, who was running ahead of the others, gave the order to beat him. The robber began to cry. Then he got hit on the head with a baton. Fred grabbed his head, which was bruised. He grabbed Mike by the leg and admitted that he could not handle it. The protagonist sarcastically offered to show him a spell that would double his fighting power. Fred sniffled. Hope appeared in him. The guy asked him to repeat after him. Then he kicked him back to the guards with a call to defeat them. They started beating the robber from all sides. He caught a baton and said that he would deal with them now. He hit one opponent in the back with his newly acquired weapon. Then he stabbed another in the stomach, but the third guard knocked him down again. Fred was completely desperate, burst into tears and asked Mike to finish them off with his gun. The main character kicked him in the ass and forbade him to beg. He scratched his ear and said that he could support him morally and motivate him again if the robber asked. Fred was angry. They continued to beat him with sticks. He pulled a vase out of a broken display case. Then he hit his opponent on the head with it. The guard, who remained conscious, asked him not to do this to cultural monuments. The robber demanded that he shut up and threw this ancient vessel in his face. He was incredibly tired when he left the building. A car with sirens was waiting for them on the street. Fred was scared. Mike noticed the police and urged his accomplice to leave quickly, not forgetting to magically speed up. The robber, who did not have such an ability, cursed and asked him to wait. They ran away from the museum. 2 police cars followed them. The protagonist frowned at the seriousness of the situation. The policeman ordered them not to move and aimed his rifle at them. The protagonist grabbed Fred, put a knife to him and demanded that he drop the weapon on the ground since he had a hostage. The security forces were shocked. Their captain exclaimed that this robber was actually his accomplice. He did not understand who the protagonist was trying to deceive. Mike was upset that it did not work. Fred broke away from his hands, not understanding what he was counting on. The protagonist thought that it was worth a try since it would not make things worse. The robber wanted to ask what they were going to do now, but the guy was already preparing to accelerate. He grabbed Fred by the arm, noted that they had done their job, and decided that all that was left for them to do was to escape. Mike picked up speed and slid through the cops like he was skating, knocking them down like bowling pins. The robber dangled behind him, screaming, not used to the speed. There was an empty road ahead. At the bar, Eric put his arm around Hank's shoulder and complained that he had to go to the 13th precinct in the morning. He hoped he could get some sleep. They were both very drunk. They heard some noises. Eric listened and suggested that someone was following them. Hank reassured him, saying that he had just had too much to drink. An ominous darkness was gathering behind them. The 13th precinct, the city of White Seagull. Claire, Thomas, Marcus, and Bennett were sitting at the table. The girl noticed that 3 of Marcus's guards had been killed. She took out photographs and said that their wounds were identical. They had been inflicted quickly with a sharp weapon, piercing the heart and then the throat. From the evidence, Claire could tell that they had not resisted, which meant that the killer was incredibly strong. Thomas frowned, looked at the photo, and asked if there was any security footage. She said that there were no cameras in that area and suggested that was why they were attacked there. Marcus clenched his fists. He stated that the ability to hide and the unusual speed could be a hidden demon. Thomas thought about it and noted that he was an assassin with an unusual talent for becoming invisible. Bennett believed that the demon would want to eliminate all of Marcus's guards first. Marcus instructed Thomas to have those monitoring his guards notify them to gather immediately. Claire reported that the Golden Fox was relaxing at the hotel and that Mr. Black had evaded surveillance. Bennett looked at the floor and explained that the hidden demon was a direct enemy of the sniper. He was worried that he would have problems this time. Marcus closed his eyes and was silent. He ordered to send people to search for him and do everything to find him. Home, Mike's secret location. He was happy with the result. The dialogue box said that he completed the antique return alone, returned 10 antiques and received 100% of the reward, and along with that 102,000 experience. Scared, Fred sat in the corner of the room. He did not want to see the protagonist anymore. The protagonist went outside for a walk. He thought that everything was going well, since over these days he had already accumulated 700,000 experience. The guy felt something. His shield saved him from blows to the neck from behind. The protagonist turned around sharply. He looked around. The enemy was invisible. Mike pulled a gun out of his pocket. He fired, but missed. An enemy jumped out of the fog at him, who immediately began an attack. The protagonist was amazed at the speed that he could not detect. He cursed mentally when he realized it was a hidden demon. The guy crouched, dodging another blow. He realized that there was no way back, which meant he needed to fight it off as quickly as possible. Mike summoned a swarm of bees and was about to use an electric shock. The hidden demon crashed into the bees and received discharges. He ran past them at high speed, but now it was clear where he was. The protagonist fired in that direction when he realized that the enemy was running away. He fired a volley of bullets, but everything was in vain. Mike thought that nothing would work, because the demon had excellent reactions and easily dodged the projectiles. One of his bees was cut. The demon attacked the protagonist again, but his shield saved him. However, this irritated him. He loaded a clip of Heim shells into his pistol. The protagonist fired. The shell hit the green fog. This fog also enveloped Mike himself, who was slightly poisoned because of it and was now losing 3 health points every second. The poisoning lasted 60 seconds. The protagonist appreciated how well the hidden demon could hide, but decided to see who could last longer. He continued shooting at the enemy running in zigzags from the fog. The guy believed that he was better protected, and the situation was convenient for him, so the demon should not have gotten close. However, he could not hit the enemy either. Mike thought about it. The situation was a draw, but the hidden demon could retreat, and the protagonist could not allow this. He decided to pretend that the poisonous fog had seriously injured him, and then his enemy would rush to finish him off. The protagonist jumped out of the poisonous cloud. He looked back to see if the enemy was chasing him. The demon bounced off the building and jumped right on his back. Mike received 2 hits. The dialogue box reported that they had dealt him 37 and 39 damage. The protagonist realized that he was in a difficult situation. The blows were fast and strong, and if it weren't for his electromagnetic armor, he would have spent a lot of health in 10 seconds. He decided to pick up speed first to dodge the attacks. Lightning wrapped around his legs. Mike smiled. The demon couldn't keep up with his boots. He thought that with their average power, the enemy would be able to cope, but he would have to sweat. The protagonist picked up the phone and gave Antonio the order to send his robot. The demon continued to chase the protagonist, but he was sure that he would win just a little more. Mike sped up even more. There was a car around the corner. The guy slid towards it. He became nervous, noticing that the oppressive aura of the enemy had disappeared. The protagonist stood up to his full height. He looked around, assuming that the demon had become wary and left. After a while, a car pulled up. Kyle got out, folded his arms across his chest and indifferently asked where their enemy was. Mike picked his ear and calmly replied that he had left. He suggested going back to the plane as he needed to fix the equipment and try out something new. Kyle was indignant that he had suddenly been appointed a driver. The people at the meeting were shocked that the demon not only had not killed the sniper, but had also escaped from him. Bennett asked where he was now. Claire noticed that something connected the protagonist with the Fijian group, because he was in their transport plane. Marcus assumed that he was fixing the equipment and ordered not to call him. Instead, he asked Thomas to send someone to Mr. Black to tell him to come to the River Valley estate tomorrow morning. Thomas agreed. At night, in the plane, next to which Kyle's car was parked, Mike was sitting inside and doing something. He understood that now the power of small arms is clearly not enough in a fight against an enemy with a level higher than 40. The guy thought that the electromagnetic weapon would do the job, but for this it was necessary to increase the skill of generating electromagnetism. He opened the system window, which showed that he had 7 ability points available. The protagonist thought that he could try to create mediocre drawings and get by with prototypes for the time being. He decided to first upgrade the skills he already had and raise the level of the basics of electromagnetism to the 5th. Since the level was increased to the 5th, the protagonist received a drawing of a new energy battery. Mike was glad when he realized that it was a Rubik's Cube, because he needed a portable battery. He improved the basic theory of energy, basic theory of weapons, and the basics of the theory of electromagnetism to the maximum level. His preparation was complete. The protagonist grabbed the bridge of his nose, because after all this, his head hurt. Kyle entered. He said that people from the 13th came and that they say that the protagonist's employer changed the collection time. The assistant added that Mike now needed to get to the River Valley estate in the morning. The guy didn't mind, but his face said something else. He continued to diligently examine the dialogue boxes as he was going to get down to work this evening and finish upgrading the weapon. However, failures haunted him. The protagonist folded his hands, got upset, and realized that he would spend the night on this. Late evening, Marcus's house. Marcus said that Claire had captured all the traitors, and this time the operation was successful because they not only got rid of the rebels, but the organization also began to implement its plan. Bennett had a premonition that the war would start sooner than they thought. He believed that they needed to prepare in advance. The man looked down and noted that the Darknight's help alone would not be enough, and therefore they needed to cooperate with other forces and organizations. Marcus called it a good plan. He thought that the Six Nations would help them, but he was afraid that the self-interested party would be eyeing their resources. Bennett tensed and clenched his fists. He said that this plan should save many lives, and promised to deal with them personally if anyone dared to interfere. Something beeped. The men looked out the window, surprised to see lightning strike. Nicholas came down with the lightning. He looked at his target and grinned nastily. Rain poured down over the lake and lightning flashed. Nicholas released his power and focused it in his hands. Then he brought down the full force of the electricity on the gate and destroyed it. Then the criminal calmly walked on. The guard behind the turret was amazed that he came without fear, told him not to get cocky, and began shooting. Nicholas activated the shield, which bounced off all the bullets. He fired lightning in response. The defensive fortification was destroyed. The defenders knew that since Mr. Black was not there, it would be impossible to deal with a man who was many times superior to them in level. One of them shouted, trying to restore everyone's fighting spirit, calling for them to keep shooting. A hail of bullets flew from the building in Nicholas's direction. The criminal strengthened his aura, and the shells simply burned in it. He said that the guards could not handle him. The defenders despaired, seeing that their bullets had melted. Nicholas raised his hand and began to gather the power of lightning in it. The guards realized that things were bad, and in a panic, they decided to run away. They did not have time to go far, as they were overtaken by electricity. The sky was covered with clouds. Lightning struck more and more often. Marcus looked out the window and assumed that it was Smoke Lightning who controlled the electricity. He was surprised that the rebels even decided to hire a high-level criminal. Bennett did not see Nicholas as a threat and considered him a simple youth. He jumped out of the window with determination, declaring that he would deal with him since the guys outside couldn't. Bennett jumped out right in front of Nicholas. The criminal seemed to be waiting for him to finally get out. He waited for Bennett to land. Claire, who was in the car, cursed. She told the driver that it was Nicholas and that he had destructive ability. The girl decided to report to the White Seagull. The driver said that he would inform Thomas. The criminal was happy like a maniac while his body flashed with lightning. He believed that no matter how many weaklings he destroyed, it was nothing compared to killing a strong opponent. Nicholas was delighted when he pounced on Bennett. Claire passed the information to headquarters. She was nervous, but then something unexpected happened. Nicholas's chest was pierced. Bennett did not understand anything either. He looked around the buildings, thinking that it was the sniper. Claire was asked from her phone what the sound was. She, not believing it herself, relayed that the criminal was defeated with one shot. Her interlocutor was in shock. Smoke was pouring out of the barrel of the sniper rifle. Mike noticed that he was in time. He dealt Nicholas 200% critical damage to the vulnerable spot twice. His shot received the flash of will buff. The total amount of damage was 1368. The protagonist was holding a ghost rifle, which he immediately recognized as a good thing. It was a lightweight electromagnetic sniper rifle of the white level, had low recoil and slightly increased shooting accuracy. However, it had limitations, reduced power and range, increased energy consumption, and susceptibility of components to failure. The criminal was bleeding. He crawled on the ground, not wanting to die here. Nicholas stood up, assessing his situation, with one ambush attacking him and Bennett still there. He decided he needed to run. The criminal was trying to break away from the pursuit. His legs were covered in lightning. Nicholas ran forward with difficulty, but he was in Mike's sights. One shot gutted his skull. The protagonist was pleased with his new weapon. He shot the enemy again while he was in flight, and only then let him fall to the ground. Bennett's mouth opened in surprise. Claire was horrified. Her interlocutor on the phone asked her to repeat what happened. The girl hesitated, and then said that Nicholas was killed with only 3 shots. The mutilated corpse of the criminal lay on the ground. Everything calmed down, and everyone went outside. 2 privates were carrying a stretcher with the body of the attacker. People were discussing whether Mr. Black really killed him. Mike stepped in a puddle. The guards looked up at the sound. They were very happy to see him. Everyone started praising him and calling him an outstanding person. Bennett also appreciated his beautiful work. The protagonist smiled and said that it was easy. Marcus applauded the protagonist and noted that he was very smart for his age, and also such an excellent shot that even he was surprised. Mike thought that Marcus was flattering him and pointed out that while the criminal was nearby, his life was in danger. The old man thanked him for saving him and suggested that he rest. At home, at the table, he told him that he studied the documents and learned that the protagonist was sent on this mission by the Kissrod's family. Marcus poured tea and admitted that Mike's level was much higher than Scorpio's abilities, adding that he could raise it to a ghost level. The protagonist looked at him, then closed his eyes, took a cup of tea and thanked him for this. The system informed him that the 5th round was completed and he received 30,000 experience. The hidden condition, not to let Bennett enter the battle, was fulfilled and he received an additional 300,000 experience. A new task was not given and Mike thought that was it. Taking into account 300,000 experience for killing Nicholas, he had more than 1,000,000 points in total. He decided that it was time to give a second gift. The sun rose. Mike, noticing Bennett, was glad that they met. He brought a chest and said that he would like to learn another skill. Bennett was upset that the main character had no other reasons to contact him. The guy opened the chest and showed a rifle. The man was surprised to find that it was a Lockhawk sniper rifle. He took the chest and agreed to the request, after which he asked to follow him. When they both sat down on the tatami, Bennett said that a long time ago he perfectly mastered the silent gait of an assassin and believed that Mike could also use this skill. The dialogue box warned that a level 0 Night Stalker class change quest had been launched. Objective: get 5 kills in the dark with no level restrictions. The Night Stalker class will be given as a reward. The protagonist smiled. He knew that in version 1.0 this class was extremely rare, and he thought that with its help he could improve his combat. Bennett concluded that he had told the theory, and the rest was a matter of practice. He gave Mike a note with his number, allowing the guy to find him if problems arose. Bennett also admitted that he would need the protagonist's help in the future. The protagonist could not believe it, because this was supposed to be his main plot quest. He agreed with great desire and accepted the note. Star Dragon, Division 13. The soldier informed the intelligence chief that they had received the dossier and asked for permission to report. Taiga read the report on Mr. Black, describing his accomplishments, skills, and distinguishing features. The man stamped the document confirmed, clearly not happy that the stern guy had reappeared. His subordinate asked who he was talking about. Then a message arrived on his computer saying that Mr. Black had taken 23rd place on the list. People were discussing the news, but they knew nothing about the new guy. Tiger noted that everyone on the Darknet was shocked by the news and added that some people thought it was a lie. However, the Darknet list had always been fair and he did not think that manipulation was possible. The intelligence chief explained that some of the old Blood Pact assassins had died, some had escaped, and now they wanted to use the new guy as a calling card. He ordered his subordinate to find out everything he could about Mr. Black's past, and he immediately got to work. An armored car with a trailer was driving along a deserted road in a canyon. Mike was driving this car. He knew that the Foan company was reliable, but he believed that nothing was permanent in this world, especially when it came to relationships between people. The guy decided that he would definitely need to get his own secret base. He came to the ruins of Grey Metal, a familiar place to him. The protagonist, without even paying attention, stepped on a lizard. This place was taken from him by a guild in his past life. Only the equipment here was already out of order, but the protagonist was prepared for this. He believed that the materials brought from Foan would be enough to fix everything here. The base began to look much better. Mike shook his palms. He decided that everything was ready. The protagonist approached the door. He pressed the hidden switch. The door opened. Inside, robots were doing their business. The protagonist sat down at his new workplace and began to fix things inside the base. He wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. The guy got carried away with the devices. By sunset, Mike finally finished everything. He stretched, yawned, and opened his eyes. Now he had his own property. The protagonist had already reached the dark level. He had a mission and data, worked out an action plan. He just had to stick to it and finish his goal. Or so he thought. The protagonist hoped that the embryo was ready. Star Dragon, the 13th unit. Oliver's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and asked who it was, but the person on the other end of the line asked him to guess. The scout's eyes widened, recognizing Mike in that voice. Oliver loudly protested at how dare he call him. He showed the scouts his phone and whispered that the protagonist was calling him. The order to track him was immediately passed on by France to a private soldier. He tried, but got a geolocation error. The subordinate panicked and said that he could not track him down since the target was a highly skilled hacker. Then France decided to try to negotiate with him and reached for Oliver's phone. He said into the phone that the protagonist had voluntarily left the unit, violated the code, and behaved in an unacceptable manner. Mike settled comfortably in a place overlooking his new base and smoked a cigarette. He guessed that they wanted to ask him when he would return. France was shocked that he had already calculated everything here. Mike replied that he would not return. The scout frowned and clarified whether the protagonist was deserting. The guy said that his interlocutor had misunderstood and explained that he wanted to cooperate with them, but in a different format. France asked what he meant. Mike hung up. The scout got angry and threw the phone on the floor, continuing to insult the protagonist. Oliver selflessly rushed to save his device. The soldier reported that a letter had arrived from the protagonist. France hurried to look. When he saw the locations of several embryo bases on the map, he began to understand what kind of cooperation Mike was talking about. Oliver was sitting on a chair at the table. France was standing in front of a map with the locations of enemy bases marked on it. He ordered to stop searching for the protagonist, to leave him as their special agent, and to move the data on him to the archive. Oliver sighed with relief when he realized that such a guy was not their enemy. The scouts began to receive requests for communication. France did not quite understand why 5 countries decided to arrange a call at the same time, but he told Oliver to accept. The faces of 5 commanders appeared on the screen. Diego noticed the boss of the 13th and asked if he knew who Zero was, for whom Embryo had put a bounty. France was irritated. Diego admitted that they received data from him about the location of secret embryo bases in various parts of the continent. He added that they were wary of information from unknown sources, but Zero added a note at the end of the message. The note said that the 13th unit of the Star Dragon could attest to the veracity of his data. France frowned even more. He couldn't believe that Mike shared the information with everyone and then wanted the scouts to act as his guarantors. The man was incredibly angry at this guy. He cursed loudly at the protagonist. At night, at the protagonist's base, a robot brought him a drink and a piece of cake. Another washed his body in the bathroom. A third served as a stand for the tablet Mike was looking at. He wondered why he was being discussed in popular darknet posts. One of the posts had a headline that Mr. Black and the Black Phantom were the same person, and a video of Nicholas's murder was attached. The protagonist dove deeper into the water. He noticed that rumors were circulating about the Black Phantom, and even a description of his appearance and murder pattern. Mike thought the new nickname sounded strange. He didn't quite understand why they called him the Black Ghost and not, for example, the White Spirit. Haixia, the gathering place of wanderers. Snowflake was resting peacefully. Then he heard something, woke up and started whining. A squadron of fighters flew over him. Haixia, the 22nd embryo base. The sentry looked through his binoculars and became nervous. He saw a Haixia fighter and gave the order to the sniper to sound the alarm, but he didn't understand how this was possible and how they knew where they were. Flying over the buildings, the planes fired at them from above. Exploding shells rained down on the base. Then the tanks came. Marcus and Bennett were sitting in an open-air cafe and drinking alcohol. The old man noticed that the war had started again, and this time 6 nations had united to destroy the secret embryo base. The sudden turmoil forced the people to flee. The girl started crying and asked her mother how much longer they had to go. She wanted to go home. Her mother sat down next to her and said that they couldn't go back because her father and brother had been taken away to fight. Her daughter continued to cry. Bennett didn't comment on what he had seen. He wondered why the 6 nations were acting decisively this time, since they hadn't managed to track down the embryo last time. Marcus told him that the Star Dragon had information from Zero. He decided that it was time to develop a cover plan. Bennett closed his eyes and reminded them that they still had a lot to prepare. He downed another glass of alcohol. The man decided that he would never be able to fully prepare and asked Marcus to contact their allies and independent fighters to gather all their forces together. She is from the embryo bases. Edward punched the wall and said Zero's name. He didn't know how much the protagonist knew and from where. The head of the organization could only assume that it was due to the awakened ability to foresee. He hit the wall again and realized that he really could get information this way, and then escape from the lab and hide from surveillance. Edward went to his desk. He believed that the protagonist must be eliminated, since he was very dangerous, and if he was left alive, they would not be able to hide in the embryo. The head ordered through the microphone to move all the bases and, without fear of going at a loss, get rid of as many things as needed. The employees of the organization were instructed to begin implementing the hibernation plan and go underground. Edward ordered the scouts to carefully check Zero's tracks and not miss anything. The head of the organization thought that no matter how much the protagonist knew, he would not risk it. He stated that until they found Zero, the large-scale war plan should be stopped for an indefinite period. It was calm at Mike's base. The guy was relaxing in the chair. The system informed him that the current progress on the embryo crash mission was 13.8%. The chaos had died down, and the protagonist decided that it was time for him to go and eliminate the evacuating embryo forces himself in order to advance the mission. Rumors of his identity as Zero had spread because he had leaked the organization's data, causing great damage to it and causing unrest in Aquamarine. Mike was pleased. He stood up from his chair, stretched, and thought that he was very good at causing trouble. Then he left the office. Earth, 1 minute before midnight Central European Time. A message was broadcast that the countdown had begun in the Star Sea. The guy in the opaque glasses counted down from 5 to 1 with a smile. Then, multicolored beams rained down on the planet. The previous location of the Black Crow Valley base. Jupiter, level 10, had moved here through the portal. The others followed him. Arthur, level 9, looked around and asked him, the chairman, where the base was. Jupiter looked around. He remembered that when they disconnected, it was here. Now, the chairman did not understand where it could have disappeared to. His men were upset. One of them exclaimed that the base in Black Crow Valley had also disappeared, and another soldier checked. Jupiter began to worry about the missions, but it turned out that they had not disappeared. However, he realized with horror that the mission to find Zero had changed from B to A. Arthur put his hand on his shoulder and noted that this Zero was not so simple. He said that during the official introduction to the game, it was said that each star has its own protagonist. He thought that in Aquamarine, the protagonist was Zero. Jupiter came to the village. He asked the locals if they knew where the ruins nearby came from. The villagers sarcastically offered to buy their sweet tangerines for only $20 each. Jupiter reluctantly agreed to take one and gave him the bills. Then one of the villagers said that there used to be an embryo base there, but it was destroyed by the Star Dragon and Haxia a few months ago. The chairman took the tangerine and admitted that it was unexpected for him. Arthur began to worry that all their efforts were in vain. Jupiter grabbed his head. He objected to his subordinates' words, reminded them that they still had equipment and an 11th quest, and decided that they needed to find comrades in order to then return to the embryo camp. The villager asked if he wanted more tangerines, and Jupiter rudely refused. Star Dragon, the western capital. Matthew ran and hummed the tune of the song. He came to Vincent's workshop and told Mike that he had arrived. The old man with the bottle in his hands told the upset boy that the protagonist had left a long time ago. Vincent added that he had not even said goodbye, and therefore it was unknown in which direction he had gone, then took a sip. Matthew could not believe it. He despaired, not knowing what to do now. The continent of Andia, the embryo laboratory. Human bodies were floating in flasks with green liquid. A worker poured liquid from a syringe into a vessel connected to one of the flasks. The man inside saw a message that he had been injected with a DNA enhancement solution and that his overall attributes had increased by 3. He had also acquired the skill DNA regulation, which gave him a much higher chance of awakening his Esper abilities, plus it increased his strength by 10%. A guy named John was quite pleased that this was a great start. He summoned fire on his hand right in the flask and imagined how surprised the Chinese professionals would be. The worker was shocked that he had woken up. Another declared that the tests had been successful. John came out of the flask, and then something happened that he did not expect. The embryo employees put handcuffs on him. The guy was outraged by their actions because he had just awakened. The soldier demanded that he shut his mouth and explained that every awakened person must go through 5 stages of brainwashing and then remain under observation for a month, and only then will he be released. John was very upset to hear that he would not level up for a month, because in that case, other players would overtake him. The truck approached the bridge, then drove onto it. Mike was driving. He was smoking a cigarette, thinking that since the server had been launched, it was time to chat, or rather, deceive the players. With these thoughts, he arrived at Mount Arcturus at the newbie village. The guy got out of the car and immediately drew attention to himself. The protagonist simply stood in a casual pose and smiled smugly. There was a sign above his head, Black Ghost, level 77. One of the players said that this NPC had just appeared and that he had not seen him before. Another decided to examine the protagonist. With his level, the newbie could not recognize the Black Ghost's level or features, but his danger level was deadly. Another newbie warned the one who conducted the check that this NPC was of the highest rank. The players did not understand where a character of such a level came from in the newbie village, and assumed that he was a boss, although they accepted the fact that he did not look like a boss. Another newbie noted, based on his gaming experience, that such NPCs usually give quests with a large reward. Mike was pleased. Newbies had already fallen into his trap. Messages appeared in front of the players about receiving a job from a mysterious stranger. It was to find the herb snake venom for 1,000 experience, which was a good task for new players. The protagonist thought about it, noticing that the number of rewards for quests had become greater than before. He was glad, looking at the statistics, that spreading rumors increased his quest limit, and now he could give rank D quests. Then newbies pulled him out of his thoughts and said that they had found the herb. Mike thanked the guys, respectfully calling them warriors. Then he offered them a weapon if they wanted to get it. Newbies were surprised when they realized that they were in front of a mysterious merchant. Among the assortment was a light mechanical hand, a unique thing, but very expensive. Its price was $20,000 and it also had requirements for use, 25 strength points and level 10. One of the players found that firearms were cheap and the pistol only cost 1,500. People began to gather around Mike's truck with the intention of buying pistols. The player in the hat appreciated the quality, which was not bad, and compared to another NPC, it was generally ideal. Another player pointed to the side and suggested trying to shoot. The guy in the hat started shooting, but the spread was huge, so he scared off other newbies, for which he had to apologize. He was upset that without the shooting skill, it was difficult to use. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and said that he could teach them. The player who was closest to the main character could not believe that the Black Ghost himself could teach them. He checked and found out that one skill requires 5 reputation points. One reputation point cost $500, and this was expensive for newbies. Mike praised himself for how good he was at trading. A girl, one of the newbies, said that she had enough points and the guy offered her a choice. Then the girl admitted that she wanted to learn the basics. The newbies noticed that there was a discussion on the forum about how difficult it was to obtain professional skills. But then another player expressed his desire to learn. Then people began to gather around the protagonist and push, figuring out the order of the queue. After all this, Mike got into the truck to rest. He read the forum and realized that his appearance had attracted a lot of attention. The guy figured that the evacuated troops of the Embrian should just arrive in a couple of days, and so he decided that this was the perfect time to get down to business. He received a message that his equipment light mechanical arm was sold. The protagonist became interested. It was bought by a player with the nickname Azure, and he was glad to buy such a good thing that is worth the money. Wave and Kid also came to admire the prosthesis. Mike lit a cigarette and noticed how they boasted about their wealth and weapon level, and thought that he could use them. He climbed into the dialogue box and then told the guys that the Embryo squad would be passing through in a few days. The protagonist said that he needed people to help set traps in the forest and asked if they could help him. The newbies near Mike's truck noticed that they had a new task. One of them began to accuse the Black Ghost of greed since he only gave 300 experience as a reward for completing it. But another player discovered that in addition to experience, you can get as many as 3 reputation points, which means you can complete this task a couple of times and accumulate the necessary points to get high-ranking equipment. The guy with blonde hair said for everyone that they will help with setting traps. So the protagonist realized that using reputation points as payment was a good idea, because even without other rewards, players will agree to work for him. Meanwhile, the newbies were moving the traps from point A to point B, the forest. The player in the cap, setting the traps, expressed the idea that they were some kind of prehistoric. He doubted that they could harm the embryo soldiers. Mike knew that they did no damage, but they should be good for intimidation. He received a message about a live broadcast from the luxurious Sanctuary Club, and he immediately began watching. Mr. Flint answered questions from journalists. One of them asked whether he would switch to the game Star C in the future, and another why he joined only at the open testing stage. The third journalist also wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Flint, who answered that Star C is the game of the century and its potential is limitless. He was sure that it would become a phenomenon and said that the World Esports Association had already started preparing the first competition for it. The guy said that not only he would take part, but also other players from China in the fight for glory for their country. Another journalist said that the French player Lost Angel said that he intended to defeat Flint in Star C, and asked what the interviewee himself thought about this. Flint seriously answered that he was not afraid of any opponent, and confidently added that he would succeed in Star C, become the champion of China and destroy all opponents. Immediately after, headlines appeared about many esports clubs deciding to participate in Star C, and that the game is becoming more and more popular, and is even going to open pre-sales. Mike realized that he needed to prepare for the fact that soon there will be more players. Players began to get into the newbie village in large numbers. Looking around, they were amazed at how realistic it was. The newcomers noticed that the first batch of players already had weapons, although the forum said that it was very difficult to get them. One of them decided to ask the guy with the gun where he bought it. The guy realized that they were new and told them that they came to the right place. He advised them not to go buy weapons on Mount Arcturus under any circumstances, but rather to go straight to the west, where they can find a high-ranking NPC, the Black Ghost, from whom you can buy cheap pistols and who can help with class advancement. A new girl asked Mike for 30 bullets, another guy wanted to take a quest. The protagonist was pleased that the players were telling each other about him, and thanks to this, his business was growing. Evening came. He noticed that all the customers had left, but a stranger wanted to ask him something. Her name was Gina, and she was interested in why the protagonist was at odds with the embryo. Mike realized that this girl liked to understand the plot of the game. Gina looked after the protagonist. He did not answer and turned away. The girl thought that she should not have asked and apologized. Mike lit a cigarette, sat down on a box and said that the embryo is a vile organization. He said that it uses the grief of people who lost their homeland to manipulate them and fight for their own personal gain, and also futilely tries to start a war to scar this world even more. Gina agreed that the embryo is terrible. The protagonist smiled and seriously asked her if she wanted to become their enemy. The girl confidently agreed. She received a message that her reputation with the Black Ghost increased by 5 points, and she was convinced of her assumption that this was indeed part of the plot. Mike appreciated Jin's determination, handed her the phone and asked her to contact him when she became stronger. The girl happily discovered that she had activated the Black Ghost invitation quest, which required her to first reach level 20. The sun was setting and the clock showed 6 p.m. Mike thought that the embryo troops should be here by now. One of the players called the others, telling them that the Black Ghost had issued a new quest. It was called Embryo Hunt and had a prize pool. The base reward was 35,000 EXP, and 500 EXP would be taken away upon accepting the quest and placed in the reward pool. The total reward would be proportionally distributed among the top 5 players or teams. The player with long gray hair was surprised by the amount of 35,000, since the previous ones had given a couple of hundred. He decided that other players could not accept the quest. Another player asked the reason. The gray-haired man explained that only 5 would receive the reward, and there were more than 100 players on Mount Arcturus, so he thought that instead of fighting each one, it would be better to take 35,000 for himself. The man added that if only their guys accepted him, they would distribute the reward themselves. In addition, if they did well as a team, each of them would receive a few points rather than if they did it alone. The other players agreed with him. The gray-haired player urged the others not to let anyone near the Black Ghost for 2 hours. Mike felt that something was wrong. He left the truck and went outside, where the players were not letting other players come to him to buy supplies. The protagonist realized with displeasure that these brave comrades had decided to single-handedly appropriate the prize fund. Then he slightly moved the reputation slider with these brave men to the left. The players who listened to the gray-haired man noticed that their relationship with the protagonist had dropped by 10 points and even gone into the minus. They complained to their boss, who covered his face with his hands and didn't know what to say. A young guy, another player, announced that the Black Ghost had started accepting requests for the quest. A crowd of people gathered at the truck again, ready to sacrifice 500 experience points to participate. The protagonist was happy. He wasn't going to let his prize pool be taken over by himself. Players teamed up with other players. One guy was looking for melee fighters. Gina asked him if they needed more people, but he apologized to her since they had just recruited their last one. The girl was upset. Mike put his hand on her shoulder. He said that she could join him. The protagonist handed her a rifle and allowed her to use it. Gina saw a message that the sniper skill of the first level was required to use it. She was upset that she didn't know how, and then the Black Ghost gave her this skill. Now the girl could learn it by spending 2,000 experience. She was very happy with this opportunity. They'd announced that their main rival was the Kill All Guild, which had besieged the Black Ghost, and urged his guys to keep an eye on them. One of the gray-haired man's subordinates was still worried, as he had saved up those reputation points with great difficulty. Reaper, his boss, advised him not to think about it too much, as their primary task was to complete the quest, and the experience they would receive from it would compensate for his loss. He concluded that the main thing was to prevent the Sky Territory from getting ahead of them. Night fell. Mike and Gina were hiding behind rocks with rifles. The system reported that the protagonist had activated stealth, thereby increasing agility by 8% and receiving a surprise attack effect for the next attack. He also used the steady aim skill, so his next shot would have plus 15% shooting power. The girl was amazed at his skill because she did not even hear him breathe. The protagonist did not deny that he was once a weakling, but now everything was different. Finally, their game arrived in cars. The driver couldn't understand what he was looking at. A bunch of traps had appeared on the road in front of them. He noticed that they would puncture their tires. Craig, their boss, urged him to be more careful as they could be ambushed. He wanted the sappers to check the area for mines. Several soldiers with special equipment began to search the area. One of the sappers was intently checking ahead. Having spotted a danger, he shouted that there were mines ahead. The players were hiding in the bushes. One of them clarified whether these were the embryo soldiers. The bald man confirmed it and gave the order to open fire. The sapper gave the order for everyone to drop to the ground as the enemy was attacking. The soldiers immediately jumped down. The sapper was surprised by what was happening. Bullets flew past the soldiers, who were disappointed in the enemy shooting into space. Their boss radioed the order to counterattack. The embryo soldiers, covered by tanks, began to fire back. The bullets hit the players accurately and wounded them. The player in the blindfold was healed, and the other was hit with a death penalty as he lost all the experience he had collected. The blindfold reminded them that the goal of the mission was to do as much good as possible, so it didn't matter how many times they died. He urged his comrades not to be afraid and to move forward, and then the players ran out of the bushes. The soldiers did not believe that they were fighting those who were going to their death. Craig declared that their enemies were no match for them, and ordered them to be finished off. His subordinates continued to fire. The blindfolded player cursed as he was killed again. Baldy, who was also catching bullets with his body, knew that this would happen and thought that he should have chosen a long-range fight. Saber, a man with an eye patch sitting next to Craig, smiled and remarked that these guys were interesting. He jumped out of the car with 2 blades in his hands, wanting to give them a surprise. Craig asked him not to get carried away because they were in a hurry. A rocky road somewhere near the forest. Saber jumped off the ledge and killed 2 players. Their comrade glanced at the dead. One of the players checked Saber's status and realized that he was another one with a lethal level. Some guys were hiding behind rocks. One of them managed to assess the power of the embryo officer in battle and admitted that he did not even know if the Black Ghost was stronger. Another player advised him to speak more quietly, but Saber heard them. He rushed at the players with a sword. The guys started begging him not to do it, because one of them had already been resurrected twice today. Then, before their eyes, a shot pierced Saber's head. They looked at the corpse of the man in front of them, who was instantly finished off. One of them looked at the hill and assumed that it was the Black Ghost who shot. He calmed down and decided that now there was no need to worry. Craig's driver could not believe the report that was transmitted to him over the radio. He exclaimed indignantly when he learned that Saber was killed in one shot. Craig trembled, thinking that it must have been an incredible sniper. He realized with horror that it could be the Black Ghost. The man ordered a retreat in fear. The cars took off, but lightning appeared near their wheels. It formed a sphere around the cars. The driver realized that they had entered an electromagnetic field. Mike smiled when he realized that they were hoping to escape. He pressed a button on the control panel and the hatches in the ground opened. Turrets emerged from them and started shooting. The cars instantly flew into the air along with their passengers. The players who were lucky enough to be spectators were amazed by the power of the mechanic class, which they did not even suspect, and in particular the turrets with auto-aiming. The cars were burning. The embryo soldiers tried to escape. The players realized that it was time for them to run too. Gina reloaded her rifle and took aim. A soldier noticed her, but did not have time to react and received a bullet in the knee. Then 3 more were shot. 2 more followed them. Mike gave the girl a thumbs up. He came out of hiding in front of a shaking Craig, who uttered his nickname in horror, Black Ghost. Crawling away from the protagonist, he promised that the embryo would not leave him alone. The guy confidently told him that he was mistaken. He pointed the barrel at Craig and declared that he was the one who would not let go of the embryo. A gunshot rang out and the birds flew into the air. The players peered out from behind the trees. They realized how strong the mechanic class was when they saw one person defeat an entire squad. They received a notification that the quest had been completed. The prize pool for the embryo hunt was 520,000 XP, and in the damage ranking, Gina took first place, Nate's team took second, and Reaper's team took third. The players couldn't believe that she had overtaken both Sky territory and Kill All. They were surprised to realize that she would get 30% of the reward. Nate ordered his guys to find Gina, and quickly, the girl was standing next to Mike's truck, not understanding what all the noise was about. The system congratulated her on taking first place in the embryo hunt. People gathered around the truck. The guy with a smile on his face shouted that Mike was back and they should take the quest. The stranger suddenly looked surprised. Gina stood next to the main character and said that she came to give him his sniper rifle. The dumbfounded guy noted that it was Gina, who took first place in the rating. He said with a puzzled look that she was going through a hidden storyline. A crowd of guys ran to her and offered to be friends. Frightened, Gina asked why they surrounded them. Getting into the truck, Mike asked her to hide in the car, noting that he would take her to the meeting place. Gina thanked him. The truck was driving along the road. A blue projection appeared in front of the main character. He read the news that the character was very strong, but he was killed in one shot. Mike, with a smile on his face, assumed that players were starting to show interest in the mechanic class. The plot takes us to Mount Arcturus, a gathering place for wanderers. People gathered near the settlement. The surprised guy cried out that the main character had arrived. They ran to the truck and said that they wanted to become mechanics. Mike pressed the blue screens. He thought with a happy face that by taking an interest in his class, they immediately realized that if they wanted to quickly raise the level of their abilities, they just needed to ask him for mechanisms. Gina tried to leave quietly and said that she would hide while they were distracted. She turned around at the screams. Nate walked towards her and asked if she had time. Frightened, Gina screamed that she was warning her any harassment was prohibited in this game. Taken aback, Nate emphasized that he just wanted to ask how she launched a secret storyline with Mike. Gina started to run away and said that she did not know. Frowning, Nate ordered to ask other players, adding that someone must have heard how she spoke to the main character. The starry sky enveloped the settlement. The guy ran to Nate and said that he found out. He whispered to Nate how it all happened. The truck was parked near the buildings. Mike shifted his gaze. Holding the back of his head, Nate asked why the protagonist was feuding with the embryo. Mike asked with a serious face why it mattered to him. Stunned, Nate asked if this was what Gina had asked. Standing in front of the guys, the protagonist said that he had to go. The guys asked him to stay, noting that they had not yet reached the required level to transfer to mechanics. The truck left from there. Grinning, the protagonist reasoned that the market potential of players on Mount Arcturus had exhausted itself. The game had just begun. There were a lot of newbies there. He would wait until they became stronger and would be more useful. The embryo base in the south was just starting to evacuate. Mike assumed that he could get a lot of A-level missions. People were standing outside. Surprised, Matthew said that everyone on the forum was saying that the protagonist was there. He looked at the guy and asked where Mike was. The upset guy replied that he had left a long time ago. Matthew had tears in his eyes and asked again. Matthew's screams could be heard in the settlement, asking how the protagonist could leave, given that he had spent so much time looking for him. He was walking through the forest. Matthew put his hand on a tree and wondered where he could be. Stunned, Matthew emphasized that he really needed to find him. Standing in the forest, Mike called out to him. Matthew turned around. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if he was looking for him. Tearful, Matthew grabbed his leg. Sighing, Mike asked him to follow him. Looking up, he clarified where they were going. Studying the map of the area, the protagonist replied that they needed to pull off an evil deed. Squinting, Matthew asked what kind of place it was. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that it was a battlefield. Ships were sailing along the ground. An airplane was flying over the bridge. The soldier frowned and said that the investigation had revealed the location of the flotilla. The guy, with a serious expression, ordered them to prepare for battle. We are introduced to the embryo's executor, Joe. He stood on the ship and shouted that they would sink the Star Dragon and Haxia war fleet at the exit to the sea. He said with a furious expression that if they wanted to survive, they had to break the blockade and fight their way out. The soldiers listened attentively as he said that they should give no quarter to the enemy and remember that their homeland had been wiped off the face of the earth by the shelling of 6 countries. Raising his hand above his head, Joe said that they had no choice but to fight to the death. The guys, with an inspired look, said that they would fight for their lives. Joe had a smirk on his face. He looked at his warriors. Kara stood behind him and wondered why they were so confident in their plan. She frowned, thinking that it was stupid to hope to break through the Star Dragon and Haxia naval cordon with their ships. She started to walk away and noted that only a few would survive. Kara gritted her teeth. She introduced her sister and emphasized the fact that for her sake, she should be among them. The plot takes us to the mouth of the Tedramir River, the blockade line of the allied forces of the Star Dragon and Haxia. The boy saluted and told the chief that the underwater mines at the exit to the sea had already been installed. The chief frowned and declared that the cordon was complete. The embryo was now nothing more than a cornered beast. Sunlight enveloped the buildings. The boy held his hand in front of his face and said that he was told that Amanda would take part in the battle. He needed to find her. The soldier emphasized that she had not yet returned his money for the flammable shells. Chuck stood in front of Tim and noted that this was a high-priority mission and that mistakes were unacceptable. Tim closed his eyes and said that Chuck was worrying too much. He asked if he had ever screwed up on a mission in the last month. Amanda hid behind the bushes and said that it was good that she had not been discovered. Tim approached her and asked what she was thinking about. Amanda replied that it was none of his business. Holding his head, Tim asked why he was angry since they were partners. Enraged, Amanda started to leave and asked him not to bother her. Tim told her to stay and chat. Angry, Amanda stood in front of him and asked if he liked to chat. Tim hid behind Kevin. He said with satisfaction that Tim was timid and that Mike was the only example of courage for him. Confused, Tim hugged Kevin and asked who Mike was, noting that he had never met him. He asked if they were crossing out fighters who weren't in the squad from the list and why no one had taken his place. Kevin looked away, upset. Chuck hugged them and told them that the main character was their partner, but special reasons forced him to leave the service. Amanda answered with a displeased look that he probably died. Tim smiled and asked who she was kidding, adding that they spoke of him with disgust, but it was clear from their voices that they missed him. Amanda's scream was heard behind the building, asking if he was tired of living. The guys started running and discussed that they had just heard Amanda's voice. Furious, Amanda raised her head and screamed that Mike had left her alone with all this mess. If she caught him, she would definitely kill him. Kevin whispered that those she owed would hear her. Looking down, the soldier ordered to hurry up and stop slacking. The exhausted guy asked if this was the Star Dragon camp's mission. The girl noted that it was true and only tasks for general workers. She lowered her gaze and said that the server had just launched, and the difficulty of the main tasks was much greater than their strength. The game was very strangely designed. They were dragging boxes and the guy said that for now the only thing left to do was to continue to run errands. Helicopters flew in the sky. Sitting in the helicopter, the protagonist thought that the embryo had started a direct confrontation with 6 countries. Earlier it would have happened 3 months after the launch of open testing. By that time the players would have already been able to do something, but since he disrupted the course of the main plot, provoking an early conflict, they will not be able to somehow influence it. He got out of the helicopter and was told that they had arrived. The protagonist lit a cigarette. He held the phone in his hands. Mike was asked on the radio to say what he needed. Looking at the helicopter, the protagonist replied that he would need the latest information on the evacuation plans of both the embryo and the Star Dragon from Haixia. He held the phone to his ear with a smirk on his face and emphasized that he also needed a helicopter on call near the mouth of the Tedramir River. We are transferred to the headquarters of the Allied forces of the Star Dragon and Haixia. Holding the papers in his hands, the old man said that the troops have already been deployed according to plan. There were many mines on the ground. He noted that the embryo planned to combine their ground troops with the water forces, so they set up a minefield to delay them. Looking at the many helicopters in the sky, the old man noted that their helicopter squads could attack the enemy's sappers from the air, and the missiles would finish off those who came out of the forest. Nothing would be left of the embryo. We are transferred to the ground support camp of the embryo. Joe looked at the jeeps and said that the investigation showed that the troops had started moving. They were planning to ambush them in the Cloud Valley. He said with a serious expression that there was no way to bypass the Cloud Valley. They would have to accept a fierce battle. He ordered them to go there with a smirk. Standing in front of the black columns, Joe said that it was time to show the enemy how ruthless they were. The truck was driving through the mountains. Looking at the map, Mike thought that there should be a place where they would have a fight. He would better find cover and wait for it to start. His phone started vibrating. He answered the call with a smile. He was asked if the protagonist was going to join the embryo. Bennett held the phone to his ear and noted that the darknet was neutral, so he should not get carried away. Mike said with a satisfied expression that he was not deceiving his partners. He drove on and noted that he would soon need Bennett's help. Sunlight enveloped the mountainous area. The protagonist got out of the truck. Stunned, Matthew asked him to wait. He stood behind Mike and asked if they would fight the embryo, if they had been noticed, if the Star Dragon would attack by accident. The protagonist, with a calm face, said that he was worrying in vain. The truck was covered with anti-radar sui. They would not be detected. He offered to come up with a task for Matthew so that he would not be bored with nothing to do. Surprised, Matthew asked what again. Mike ordered him to dance to make it more fun. Matthew began to dance. We are transferred to the Star Dragon command camp. Military tents stood among the trees. The soldier ran quickly. He saluted and reported that the radar was disabled by strong electromagnetic radiation. He stood quietly and said that the direction of the attack was the route of the embryo advance. The man ordered to activate the backup radar, turn off the electronics, and turn on every 5 to 12 seconds. The huge plane launched missiles. The man frowned and said that the embryo air force was advancing. Explosions were heard on the ground. The man picked up the microphone and said to launch the interceptor missile system. Machine guns began shooting at the planes. Explosions were heard in the sky. Joe said with a serious expression that the Allies would soon restart the radar. They needed to break through immediately. The tanks began to detonate mines. The guy's face was dissatisfied. He sat with headphones around his neck and heard that he should wait until they got out of the forest and led the strike force. The plot introduces us to Mihawks. The plot takes us to the Star Dragon supply camp. Jimmy carried a pipe on his shoulder and said that he thought he was going to die when the missiles flew past them. Julia suggested focusing on supplying resources. They were not up to combat missions. Disappointed, Clara said she wanted to try. Stunned, Jimmy said that they only had a couple of pocket pistols with them and they would simply die. Clara, in tears, said she wanted to try again. Julia, with a disgruntled expression, suggested going to watch. They started running after Clara. Explosions were heard in front of the cars. Looking at the tablet, Mike thought about the embryo convoy having crossed the forest and entered the plains. He looked through his binoculars and noticed that the battle at the Tedramir River had also begun. Ships were exploding in the water. He took the mines and ordered Matthew to step in and bury them in the forest. Looking at the blue screen, Matthew, happy, noted that the reward for the task was very good. He began to leave with a satisfied look and sing that he was a master at burying mines. The protagonist thought that the tasks of setting traps and other things were great for players. Mike took the electromagnetic pulse controller. He put it on his neck and said that he would take a nap for now. He closed his eyes slightly. The tanks exploded. Black smoke rose from the tanks. The soldier looked over and said that the shelling was too intense and they wouldn't be able to break through. Joe frowned and ordered everyone to gather together and activate the curtain. The cars were moving in a single formation. They were being shot at by huge cannons. Explosions were heard above the cars. The dumbfounded man thought that the embryo would soon break through the defense line. The guy approached him and said that the planning department had calculated several possible places for the embryo's naval and land forces to unite. The man, looking serious, ordered them to change the plan and let the blockade ring retreat, letting them through. "We are transferred to the Star Dragon Logistics Battalion." The guys were standing near the trucks. Clara was hiding behind a box and said that just watching the NPC fight was so-so and she wanted to participate too. A dumbfounded Jimmy said that someone was coming. They saw Mihawk's riding a motorcycle and screamed that it was the embryo boss. Mihawk's held the steering wheel. He began to drive faster. Driving at a high speed, he shouted that they were attacking from an ambush. A bullet hit the tire. Mihawk's jumped off the motorcycle. The soldiers were scared. Mihawk's jumped on them with his bare fists. He released red streams of mana at the soldiers. The soldiers ran away from him, shouting that the executor of the embryo broke through and they needed help. Mihawk's turned his gaze. A bullet flew at him. He began to fall to the ground. He held his wounded shoulder with his hand. Holding the rifle in his hands, Mike said that he was caught. Sitting in the car, the man thought about a monster-level sniper with one weapon. He wondered if this was the main character. He asked with a surprised look if Mike was helping them. The guy looked at him and asked what he would order. The man replied that the main character did not look like an enemy, so they should concentrate only on the embryo. Standing in the tent, Joe asked if Mihawk's was wounded. He clenched his hand into a fist. Looking at the soldier, he ordered the second squad to deal with the sniper. The containers opened, containing people with glowing eyes. Joe said to take a couple of experimental subjects with him. Mike was behind a rock. He was aiming his rifle. The protagonist shifted his gaze. He saw a message that he had entered the battle between the Star Dragon and the embryo. Since he had chosen a side, he could see what he could do for his allies. Looking through the sight, Mike thought that they could not give less than 300,000 experience for completing the task. This time the catch was excellent. He saw tanks and emphasized that these were embryo military equipment. He turned around with a grin and ordered Matthew to return. He placed a mine on the ground. Matthew began to run away. The tanks were driving towards Mike. The protagonist pressed the detonator. The cannon was preparing to fire. The cannon started firing shells. The tanks were blown up. Matthew was stunned and asked if the thing was that powerful. Thick smoke rose from the tanks. People jumped out from behind the vehicles. The experimental super soldiers were flying towards the protagonist. Matthew looked through the binoculars and asked what kind of monsters they were. Mike, holding the rifle in his hands, asked if these were the experimental super soldiers of the embryo. He seriously wondered if they had studied the mechanical arm he had left behind in the lab when he escaped, which had led to the plot being sped up and the super soldiers being created faster. He examined the super soldier and noticed that it was clear that the modification had not yet affected his entire body. The cannons were firing at them. The soldiers put up shields in front of them. They continued their advance. The super soldiers broke the cannons. Holding the tablet in his hands, the protagonist reasoned that they had excellent defense. He pressed work on the screen. The truck doors opened. The robots jumped out of the truck. They started shooting at the soldiers. The monsters jumped back. They tried to protect themselves with shields from the shots. Their shields began to crack. The super soldier was killed. They fell to the ground. The monster continued to run straight. Frowning, Mike thought that they were still alive. Apparently, the defense and durability of the exoskeleton significantly reduces injuries. He took the magazine out of the rifle. Looking at the super soldier, the protagonist noted that one volley knocked out a fifth of his health in time to call for help. He pressed the blue screen. Turning around, the protagonist asked Matthew to get a suitcase with a red triangular marking in the back, adding that he had some business with him. Surprised, Matthew asked if the reward was that big. He saw the quest Brave Sacrifice. He must collect all his unfulfilled dreams and light up the sky with a brilliant explosion. Matthew asked with a frightened look if it was too late to give up. The super soldiers were moving towards the guns. Their faces were serious. Frightened, Matthew held a briefcase in his hands. He was hiding behind a rock. He jumped on a soldier, shouting that they would fight to the death. He hit the soldier with his back. Matthew hugged the briefcase. There was an explosion. The super soldier's fragments fell to the ground. The other warriors ran on. Looking at them, Mike thought that there were two left and he would deal with them. He held a rifle in his hands. A fiery aura enveloped his body. A bullet shot through the robot's head. Another super soldier moved towards the protagonist. He jumped on Mike and wished him death. A shot rang out. The bullet pierced the super soldier's body. His bloody corpse lay on the ground. The protagonist lit a cigarette. Looking at the notification, Mike reasoned that it was easy to deal with conveyor soldiers. He needed to kill two more of a higher level to increase his rank. Matthew began to revive. He cried out with a satisfied look that he had received many awards and that dying there was not at all unprofitable. He hugged the protagonist and asked to give him more such suicide missions later. Mike threw him away from himself and asked to keep his distance. Jimmy looked through binoculars and said that it was Matthew and the NPC next to him was a black ghost. They were hiding behind the bushes and said that they were heading to the Tedramere River. Many ships were sailing along the river. Joe extended his hand and ordered to shoot down their shells. Explosions were heard in the sky. Standing in front of the screens, the guy cried out that there was the Haxia command ship and the deer, carp, shark should prepare torpedoes when reinforcements arrived for the embryo. He asked the fighters to hurry their battleships with a serious expression. The planes were flying over the river. They were firing off a bunch of missiles. The ship started to explode. The guy was holding the radio with a satisfied look and saying that this was great and they should be pursued. He was suddenly taken aback. He saw a thick fog below him. Earl jumped on the plane. He stabbed the pilot in the head with a dagger and said that they were celebrating too early. Kara stood on the ship and watched the planes fall. Black smoke rose from the destroyed planes. Earl jumped into the water. He jumped on the ship. Putting his hand on Kara's shoulder, he said that he had done his part and the rest was up to her. Kara pushed his hand away. Frowning, Kara told him to get his dirty paws off her unless she planned to die right now. Kara jumped into the sky. She gathered energy in her mouth. She began to scream insanely loudly. A red aura enveloped her body. The soldiers grabbed their ears. They started to fall dead. The ships collided. Earl, dumbfounded, asked why she did that to them. He closed one eye and asked if she was trying to kill him. Kara was taken aback by this. Earl, holding his ear, thought that he would not stoop to her level. The ships were sailing along the river. Holding a machine gun in his hands, the guy said that every second counted. Squads and B should go to help the ground troops. The ship dropped a ramp to the ground. People got out of the cars and started to climb onto the ship. The furious guy ordered to quickly climb up there. Looking at the screen, the guy noted that part of the ground troops of the embryo broke through the blockade line and boarded the ship. Now they are unable to resist. This is their chance to attack. Looking at the soldier, the commander ordered to tell the squadron destroyer to prepare to launch a guided missile and fire. Having aimed the missiles into the sky, the stranger announced that the launch preparations were complete. The siren began to blare loudly. The dumbfounded soldier cried out that the radar had identified several dozen objects moving quickly underwater. The commander, taken aback, asked if these were submarines. Waves rose behind them. The ship exploded. Looking through binoculars, the soldier noted that being confident in their rightness was the style of the Haxia people. They did not even guess that he would set up an ambush with submarines. The soldier saluted and began to report that the ground forces had already boarded the ship. According to calculations, they would join them in 30 minutes. The ships were sailing in one formation. The plot takes us to the Star Dragon command camp. The soldier frowned and said that the Haxia fleet was still in place. If they waited any longer, the embryo will escape. A comm man said to gather the special agents of the 13th Division and elite soldiers and attack the embryo. Chuck in a suit flew over the water. He flew in front of the boat and said that the goal of the strike group was to sow panic on board the embryo, delay their evacuation. A small squad of special agents should wait for an opportunity to deal with the head of the embryo. The soldier was climbing the stairs. Holding binoculars in his hands, the military man said that there was an enemy fleet ahead. The ships were sailing towards each other. Chuck, Amanda and Tim got on the enemy ship. Amanda landed on the deck. She dodged multiple shots. She clenched her hand into a fist. Amanda killed the soldier with one blow. Chuck extended his hand. He began to shoot the soldiers. An explosion was heard on the ship. Tim jumped up with pistols in his hands. He fired at the soldiers with both hands. The soldiers fell dead. Chuck stood in front of him and said that it was not bad and that he could do something. Amanda was suddenly taken aback. Streams of red mana appeared in front of them. Kara was running towards them. Amanda grabbed her blade. She swung at Kara. Kara put up a red barrier in front of herself. Frowning, she wondered if this was a special agent related to Zero. She waved her hand with a serious expression and noted that she would see how she ran away this time. She swung at Amanda. Taken aback, Tim called out to her. He started firing his pistols. Kara blocked all the shots. She held out her hand and asked him not to dig in. Tim flew to the side. He began coughing up blood. Frowning, Amanda called out to Kara. She rose to her feet. Amanda was preparing to attack. She swung her blade and declared that she was her opponent. A red barrier surrounded Kara and she wondered if Amanda had gone crazy. A powerful gust of red mana emanated from Kara. Amanda was scared. She jumped back from the energy streams and noticed that it was a very fast attack. She closed her eyes, emphasizing the fact that it was over. Kara attacked Amanda with all her might with a red beam, and she only had to defend herself. Suddenly, the heroine was paralyzed by a blue laser during her attack, hitting her right in the side. Amanda did not notice this yet because she was still under attack. She was surprised that Kara managed to wound her. Such a good sniper had not been around for a long time. The heroine understood that there was no time to waste and she needed to put pressure on her opponent. Smoke came out easily from the muzzle of the sniper rifle. The sniper received a notification of the hit as well as all the data on Kara's abilities. He understood that the heroine had great abilities and also that she was just lucky. The character decided to take up arms again. The hero began to aim with determination only to help his teammates. Amanda jumped on her opponent with all her fury. She tried with all her might to hurt Kara, but she blocked the blows with her hand. At this time, the heroine's fist glowed red. She was preparing a powerful attack. The wounds on her hands gradually healed with the help of her power. The heroine was very angry that a sniper was aiming at her from afar. Suddenly, a blow from a metal fist flew in her direction. A man in a mechanical suit decided to attack from the side. Kara did not expect this, but quickly parried the blow, creating a protective field around herself. She said that for her, such techniques were just trifles. But then something suddenly caught the heroine's eye. A shot from a sniper rifle hit her in the shoulder again. Because of this, she decided to move to the other side as fast as she could. The man in the mechanical suit gave the order to go forward and immediately attack the target. Amanda accepted the order and rushed forward as fast as she could. The heroine tried to break through the protective field, but she almost did not succeed. From the side, the sound of a spinning minigun began to be heard. The man in the mechanical suit began to release a sea of bullets from his weapon. Kara quickly responded to all attacks and successfully dodged all the enemy's bullets. The heroine put up a protective barrier and declared that she would not be cornered by such techniques. She abruptly left the defense and rushed to attack the man with burning fists. Amanda could only shout at him to be careful, but the sniper did not wait and again aimed at his target in the distance. The next moment, Kara received another bullet in her shoulder and because of this was unable to carry out an attack. The man in the mechanical suit realized that the sniper saved his life. Amanda realized that the character with the sniper rifle seemed to have adapted to their fighting style. The man continued to pour fire from a machine gun on his opponent. He did this only to give other teammates a chance to attack her. For Kara, this whole fight was quite boring. Amanda decided to remind about herself and delivered a sharp blow with a swing to the opponent's back. Kara was already bothered by the annoying sniper, and she did not understand where he was. The embryo fleet was calmly floating on the water. The fleet commander wanted to know if Kara had been defeated. He was sure it was the Black Ghost. The fleet understood that they would not be able to go to sea without the heroine because she was causing area damage. They had to neutralize her. The captain ordered Carl to get rid of the Black Ghost. The character looked at this task with particular fervor and was fully prepared. He began to push off from the ship with his foot. The character flew from the fleet to the shore at breakneck speed. There was a lone military truck near the coast. Carl was completely sure that his target was hiding in this particular vehicle. While the character was lifting the vehicle with his strongest blows, someone called out to him. He turned around in surprise, wondering who could have called him. Suddenly, a green vehicle flew up right in front of his face, and the man said that Carl would not be able to escape. Carl caught this vehicle with difficulty. He was angry and very tense while holding the green vehicle. The character only insulted the soldier, calling him a lackey of the 13th section. The soldier was sure that he would not let Carl pass by, but the hero was sure that he would not interfere with him. They quickly got into a fist fight, and a green and blue sphere formed between them. Meanwhile, the team was standing on the fleet. The captain realized that someone had detained Carl and ordered Earl to deal with the Black Ghost. The hero happily agreed with this order. In the middle of the forest stood the same lonely military truck. The character rushed towards it at full speed, holding knives in his hands. He quickly cut up his teammate Mike, to which he only managed to shout for the boss to be careful. Mike was surprised by the speed of the enemy. He even thought that he had teleported. The character quickly began to accumulate blue energy around his hand. Earl pounced on the hero with all his might, but Mike managed to hit him in the stomach with a charged fist. The enemy did not understand why he was so strong in close combat when he was actually a sniper. Earl realized that it would be very difficult to defeat him and decided to retreat as soon as possible. At the last moment, Garrett grabbed his hand and declared that he could not escape. It seemed like a whirlwind was spinning near the military truck. Suddenly, they both found themselves in the very fleet from which the orders were given. Garrett dropped Earl to the ground with all his might when they teleported. The enemy did not understand how the hero was able to pass through his portal. In response, the character charged his fist with all his might and headed towards him. He began to hit Earl with his blue energy right in the face. In the end, he pounded him into the ground, continuing to destroy him with his blue energy. A trace in the form of the character's hand was literally burned into the enemy's face. The hero did not expect that they would move together, and the enemy did not expect that he was strong in close combat. The character received additional experience for the kill. Mike looked back, hearing many footsteps behind him. Many soldiers with weapons were running straight towards him. They recognized him as the Black Ghost and thought that he had trapped himself. The soldiers started shooting at him with their rifles. They were ordered to kill him as soon as possible. Mike carefully reached for his coat. He opened his clothes, and on his chest there was some small device. The hero used this device to activate a protective field that stopped all the bullets flying at him. The soldiers began to understand that Mike could hold back the bullets they fired. Suddenly, the bullets accumulated and the protective barrier began to fly back. The soldiers were terrified that the bullets began to ricochet. They flew back straight at them, hitting one after another. The hero found himself next to a pile of corpses of soldiers killed by their own bullets. Mike read all the characteristics of this repulsive machine and was pleasantly impressed by it. He still decided to take the gun out of his coat and take it in his hands. The hero rushed forward at full speed. The character decided that if he was in this place, he needed to kill the Magnificent Seven. The soldiers were getting bullet after bullet and dying. Some fell to the ground in despair and piled up on each other. The commander shouted from afar that all this was nonsense. He insulted Earl and said that not only did he not kill Michael, but he also brought him here so that he would kill all the soldiers. The commander told Kara that Earl was dead and she would have to come and deal with the Black Ghost. Michael, with 2 pistols, bravely participated in the shootout, and everything was fine. But suddenly he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Kara angrily flew at the main character, wanting him to die quickly. The heroine began to scream with all her might, and energy began to come out of her mouth. Michael tried to cover his ears to somehow save himself from this attack. He received quite a lot of damage from the psychological attack and fell into a state of concussion. The hero found a pulse grenade that caused dizziness and decided to try it. The character threw it with all his might towards the enemy. It bounced along the ground at high speed. Kara thought that it was just an anti-tank grenade and said that she could not be defeated with such a small thing. The next moment, she noticed something strange under her feet. The mine began to make an unbearable sound, which made the heroine, screaming, cover her ears. She could not stand such a stream of sound and almost fell to the ground. Michael said that he also knows how to make his opponents dizzy. The next moment, he grabbed his pistol and cocked it. The hero began to pour fire from bullets on his opponent without stopping for a second. Kara took more and more bullets, blood flowed from her body. The character, using his boots, decided to run towards the enemy. He kicked her with all his might, wanting her to go overboard. Kara flew into the water with all her might, breaking through the railing with her body. Michael reasoned that he was actually a difficult boss and it would not be easy for her to defeat him. It would be better for her to leave the scene of the battle. Suddenly, someone addressed him from behind. Amanda yelled at him, saying that this was not the best way to appear. Amanda and her team finally found Michael on the ship with dead soldiers. The hero, with surprised eyes, convinced her that she was confusing someone with him. He clearly did not want to run into Amanda. The heroine immediately rushed to beat the character, saying that the mask would not help him hide. A member of her team did not understand what was happening, but the commander was glad that he saw Michael for the first time. Amanda said that there was no need to run into the darknet, and demanded that he give her the advance immediately. The commander reasoned that Michael had joined the darknet, but the top brass of the 13th Division reacted strangely. Perhaps he was on a secret espionage mission. Then he said that the heroine should not scream because Michael was most likely on a secret mission. Suddenly, the hero noticed something flying quickly towards him. It was one of the embryo officers. He landed abruptly on board the ship. The man's normal human head began to develop a white wolf's head. Over time, he completely transformed into one giant white wolf. His fur was fluffy, his muscles were massive, and his eyes were purple. He began to quickly pounce on the team with his paws open. Amanda quickly flew into the air while the commander ordered the wolf to look at him. He hit him sharply in the back of the head with his metal fist and reminded him of himself. Michael realized that this was his chance and took out his pistols. The hero began to quickly shoot at the wolf right in the face, pouring a hail of bullets on him. Amanda noticed that the character was still quite good at shooting. She quickly rushed towards the wolf. The heroine swung and cut his back with her sword. The wolf squealed from such a blow. The whole team worked together, and each one tried to destroy this giant animal in his own way. The last member of the team understood that they were really powerful and acted smoothly without even talking to each other. Amanda understood that while everyone was attacking him, the wolf did not have the strength to strike back. He stood all in cuts and abrasions, already whining from unbearable pain. Unable to bear it, the wolf decided to run and rushed forward at full speed. Michael understood that he wanted to escape and had already prepared his sniper rifle. The character hit him right in the head with the first shot, causing the wolf to fly into the air. The animal began to whine furiously because it could no longer withstand such severe pain. But then the commander began to run towards him, preparing his blow. He hit the wolf in the back with all his might and literally pinned him to the ground. The animal turned back into a man. The man was covered in cuts and abrasions. He was unconscious. Mike praised the commander, saying that he had done a good job. The man in the mechanical suit received information that the Embryon fleet was approaching the exit to the sea, and they needed to be brought back. He confirmed this order, looking at the running soldiers. The commander asked if Michael would go on the mission with them, but he politely refused with a smile. Suddenly, some object abruptly flew onto the ship. It was Kara, all wet and tired. She was extremely irritated by the battle and said that she remembered Michael. They began to fire at the fleet and almost hit the ships. The cannons aimed at the fleet fired rapidly at full speed. They had already hit several enemy ships. The man behind the cannon declared that he would force the Embryon fleet to leave this place. But then someone grabbed him by the shoulder and said that was enough. The commander declared that the Embryon had suffered heavy losses and they had lost almost nothing, so they were the winners here. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky. A military truck was driving along the highway against the backdrop of green mountains. Michael and him told his comrade not to gawk, but rather to issue tasks. Matthew was surprised that he would receive so much experience for simply learning to bark like a dog, but the hero declared that it was for protecting him. Mike knew that he had made great progress in his upgrades. He declared that the supply helicopter had already arrived and it was time for them to go to it. When the hero got into the helicopter, he learned that the Embryon had fallen by 21%. The character understood that other continents were also striking at their forces, and because of this, they could suffer. He wanted to head to their main base on one of the continents after the evacuation to earn more experience. The military truck they were riding and exploded as the characters took off. Matthew was surprised that the hero would just blow up his truck, but Michael explained that it was to leave no trace. It was a beautiful night with stars in the sky. One of the Embryon bases was quiet. The boss claimed that they had suffered heavy losses breaking the blockade. 70% of the executors alone had died. The soldier claimed that Michael alone had killed 3 of them. Was he worth dealing with? The boss claimed that he was a worthless killer and not worth wasting their time on. Now they had to figure out the next step. He realized that they had lost all bases on 3 continents. Now 6 nations could attack their base in Andre. The soldier claimed that they still had an intercontinental nuke, and if they released it, everyone would die. The boss said it was not the time for that yet and they needed to shift the focus of the 6 nations to prevent a war over resources. Suddenly the door at the entrance opened. A private soldier ran in and said that information had arrived from Base 13 about plans for genetic enhancement. The boss was trying to find out what was wrong with the test subjects because every day there was trouble. He was surprised by the information he saw. The soldier said that an incident like this had happened to more than one. It was spreading like a plague. The boss knew that strange things were happening, but he realized that luck was on their side and it would make the 6 nations worry. It was night and the fleet was sailing on the sea. There were bullets lying near the drain. It was Kara taking the bullets out of her body. The heroine understood that no matter how many wounds she had, they would heal anyway. She wondered when it would all end. Kara just wanted to leave with her sister. The helicopters flew over the thicket of the forest. Kevin didn't believe that Michael could be the Black Ghost. Amanda claimed that she would recognize him anyway, even if he turned to ashes. The character asked the commander if they would look for him now. The commander said that most likely Michael was on a secret mission, and he would check with the leadership when he submitted his reports. Kevin only nervously clenched his hands from such information. Amanda asked the commander to ask her one more thing. She was interested in when he would return her money. The team finally arrived at their base. Claire asked if Amanda was hurt, but she only coldly asked to step aside. Claire heard that the Black Ghost fought with them and said that she had also met him before. Amanda asked what they were doing when they met. The heroine answered that he was then participating in the defense and was a Scorpion-level assassin who was of interest to the head of the Darknet. Amanda asked about it eagerly, and the heroine did not understand why he was so interested. In response, she heard that it was out of curiosity, and Amanda began to talk in secret. She said that this information was given to her by the killer with the nickname Golden Fox. The whole team was eavesdropping on them at that time. The next moment, they all exclaimed in surprise, learning that he could not like men. Claire said that when they met again, they should be more careful with him. Chuck said that he was their partner and they should not judge him. 2 soldiers were walking somewhere in the secret department of the Star Dragon. Chuck sent them a request for a video call. He said that they met Michael himself. The head ordered them to continue. The hero said that the Black Ghost accepted the fight, and they fought together, understanding each other without words, and then realized that it was Michael. The leader stated that the Black Ghost was a top-tier assassin, and while the character was strong, he was nowhere near the level of the Ghost. Chuck quickly defended his words, but the leader quickly cut him off, saying that nothing needed to be said. The character was given to understand that Michael simply could not be the Black Ghost. Chuck responded that he understood and hung up, but realized that the leader had hinted that this was all a secret and should not be spread. Everything must be kept secret. The serious men walked through the Star Dragon conference room. Bill stated that the Black Ghost had helped them a lot, but it was unclear whether this was an order from the Darknet or his own intentions. He suggested that the Darknet wanted to launch the Sanctuary program, counting on their help, and perhaps sent the Black Ghost to demonstrate their favor. One of the advisors responded that the Darknet remained neutral, and their moves towards the Six Nations was a good sign. Dill said that they would support the program and it was imperative to find a way to establish relations with them. In the middle of a beautiful night with stars stood a lonely mansion. Mark was talking on the phone. Apparently he had been told something good. He told Bennett that the Star Dragon would still provide material assistance, but he did not understand why. Mark replied that it was gratitude for the help. The interlocutor was perplexed by what kind of help they provided. Suddenly it dawned on him that they thought that the Black Ghost was their man. Mark said that the 5 states continued to grow stronger, but they would still have time to bargain. He was sure that with the help of the Star Dragon they would have the means to take the first step. Matthew said that they had arrived at the place. He asked if he could go, because there was nothing to do. Michael allowed it. One of the soldiers was shocked that he had simply evaporated. The hero said that this was his special skill. He read his task. It was necessary to defeat 3 strong opponents, and the progress was completely filled. The character understood that the most important thing now was to level up. A lonely cave against the backdrop of a green forest. Michael sat in it and studied his stats. He realized that he had accumulated a lot of experience in 2 months, and it could be spent on promotion. The hero leveled up. Now he was a trainee mechanic of the 5th level. It seemed to him that advancing in level also improved his body. It became more flexible and stronger. Michael left the cave and went outside. He slowly inhaled the fresh air of nature. The hero realized that his senses had also become stronger. They perceived everything much more acutely, and the world became brighter and more colorful. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding nature, multiplying all his sensations. Michael understood that his combat power and mechanical equipment made him one of the best fighters, but he could not yet compare to Bennett. The hero realized that he had used up all the experience he had accumulated. Now he needed to improve his equipment and train players. A military helicopter was flying calmly over the village of Green Valley. The scouts on the fortress wall looked through binoculars and saw someone. They realized that it was the Black Ghost himself from the Darknet. The main one gave the order to his subordinate to go and find out why he had arrived. There was a small tent camp in the forest. The man was calmly carrying potatoes in a basket. Suddenly, he saw Michael with an unknown level. Suddenly, all the people rushed to the character, declaring that they also wanted gifts from him. The subordinate on the wall did not understand how all these people knew about the Black Ghost. In the background, someone was filming a new program. Michael did not understand what was happening. A red-eyed boy with a camera appeared in front of him, but the hero thought the boy looked like a game designer. A man on the side asked why the Black Ghost did not sell items, but only taught skills and for reputation points. The boy thought maybe he should pay the hero after all. Michael was telling the prices for his services. Suddenly, the same ambassador from the wall approached him. He said that he was an assistant and asked why the character had come to the village. Michael understood that the servant was even shaking with fear, but he said that he was just passing through and would not cause them any trouble. The guard was very happy about this news and exhaled calmly. He conveyed the information that the Black Ghost was expected for dinner in honor of his arrival in the city, but Michael politely declined such an offer. The commander in the fortress asked again, shouting that the hero was only passing through. He ordered to keep an eye on him and send someone to find out about him. He thought he came because of the vagrants in the camp. Someone in the camp asked a question. The boy was asked why not only they but also ordinary NPCs could see the Black Ghost's nickname. He was surprised by his fame and thought that everyone knew him. The boy was already building theories about the character being a hidden element of the world and could be used in the prologue of this world. Among the trees stood the Dragon Horn multi-story building, which belonged to the Star Dragon. In the secret meeting room, one of the heads was wondering if everything had been decided. They were voting on the further plan of action. The advisor believed that they needed to discuss the further plan of the expedition to Andria. He realized from the results of the vote that it looked like a war would soon begin. The plot moves to a certain village of newcomers on the western continent. The man says that the Black Ghost appears in the village of beginners, has already visited the village of the Big Horn, and now in the village of the Green Valley, to which he receives in response a question whether his movement is really a matter of the developer's lesson. Red-Eyed clarifies whether they do not want to say that he is possibly the main character of the planet who controls the information recorded on the network. The man reasons that this is unlikely to be so because the main character must be connected with the storyline. It cannot be that he was introduced to them so early. He should not be a mystical character, an Easter egg, but he can transfer to the mechanic class. It is probably very difficult to transfer, so the developers added him to the village of beginners. The guy is indignant that in order to transfer he will have to wait for the Black Ghost to come. He asks when their turn will come. The plot moves to the village of beginners in the Green Valley. Someone pokes at the screen with the words that the rich imagination of the players never ceases to amaze, and they consider him a mysterious merchant called upon to lead beginners to well-being and the head of the mechanic class. He continues to look at the screen. Mike reasons that he is also considered a character capable of leading to a hidden storyline, and it is not surprising that so many players come up to him to express their willingness to fight the embryo, and some even think of seducing him, but no one considers him a simple good merchant. He sees that the program has come out and states the fact. The news greets the players with the words that the Galaxy Times is with them, which is engaged in informing about games because their game career is their main priority. While Mike says that he is interested in the content of this show will change after he changes the plot of the game. The man in the news continues something open testing has been going on for 10 days already. The players are trying their best not to give in to each other and offer to start over and see what has happened over these days. The dragon asks to be saved while he continues that on the planet Brighton with a highly developed magical culture, players have a very hard time and there it is extremely easy to reach the limits of their deaths. The man says that on the planet Winterfrost, the Void Spawn race extinguished the military association's possession and notes that they had a difficult start to the game. The guy smiles and says that there are many resource-rich planets for newbies and he hopes that they are pleased with this news. The girl adds that the most popular planet is Aquamarine, where he is not even an NPC, under the nickname Black Ghost, which caused a lot of discussion. Her colleague asks what role this person plays in the planet's plot in her opinion. He receives in response that the available information shows that the Black Ghost occupies a high position. His personality is shrouded in mystery, moreover, he and the embryo organization are enemies. Mike listens as he clarifies whether he is on the side of the 6 countries, to which she says that this is still unclear and that the developers should be asked about this, to which Mike himself says that discussions alone are boring. The news continues that the server has just started and the players were discussing the choice of class. It seems that those who did not choose the mechanic class are now very sorry, to which the girl asks again. It is often shown with the words that the skill is crap, nothing can be fixed, the equipment is broken, it is a scam, and that combat power is complete crap, that the mechanic class is a complete mess and they can only spoil something for others. This class is only suitable for rich people, we cannot play it without money, the mechanic class is unpromising. It is a terrible class and no one recommends it, to which the girl makes a request for players to observe the rules of decency in the chat. Mike thinks that players will sooner or later notice that the mechanic class is not suitable for combat. Then there will be fewer and fewer negative reviews, which will have a very bad effect on his business. The man continues that if they chose the mechanic class, they should not despair and suggests taking a look at how the Black Ghost behaves. Someone continues that the war started so early in Aquamarine. It's awesome, they will continue to mine wood there until they delete the account. People attack like that for the skeleton. In the background, Mike in the chat writes that he is an incredible handsome man, that he is very strong and that he is God. Someone wants to transfer to the mechanic class after this, and another says that on their planet there is no mechanic class at all. Mike thinks that there is an incredibly large number of videos with him, to which someone in the chat asks who the Black Ghost is or is it a sword? Will he be able to reveal the secret storyline? Another says that he wants to fight with the Black Ghost. The blonde thinks that he did not know that someone was recording the video and now the players will again have faith in the mechanic class to increase its popularity. The plot comes to some citadel. The man with the pipe clarifies whether he said that resurrection is a special ability of these tramps, to which he receives a positive answer. Someone is eaten by a wolf while he continues that they will resurrect even after their monster bites because he himself saw it. The man with the pipe continues that if he lures them then no enemy will be scary for them thanks to their ability, but as soon as he decided to bribe them, a Black Ghost appeared. It is clear that he wants to get the support of the tramps. He realizes that this is his goal. A roar is heard from behind the desk. A clawed paw rises. The wolf bites the red-haired guy. Someone shouts that the animals are attacking. A big cat calls everyone to run or there are a lot of wolves. The wolf bites someone on the side. The man with the binoculars shouts that they started it, advances and gives the command to quickly give a demand signal. He looks ahead in horror. The man asks Mike how he ended up here, to which he receives in response that he will sit there on their wall while the wolves rage below. The man bows down with the words that he can do whatever he wants. Mike thinks that he is too lazy to take on the task with a reward of a couple of thousand. Let the players work hard, while the system says that he has started an emergency quest to protect the village of the Green Valley. The player shouts that he will distract the monster and gives the rest the command to run. Red-Eyed says that this is good material. The blonde notices this with the thought that he still has time to film. Mike decides to help them. The man in the robe jumps out right in the middle of the pack of monsters. He says that he can use free advertising. A bunch of monsters run straight to him. He thinks that he doesn't have that many bullets and besides, he should cover a whole pack of enemies after raising his physical strength level to deal with them. This is a good opportunity to test his skills. He notices the Wolf King among them. Mike pushes off the ground to attack, saying that when hunting someone, you need to start with the leader. The blonde runs straight at him. The passing wolves fly in different directions. He gives them the command to get out of the way. The man flies straight at the Wolf King. The wolf with gray eyebrows frowns. The creature attacks straight at him. The two opponents meet face to face. Mike thinks that he didn't even feel the blow and notes that his body has actually become stronger. He looks straight into the wolf's face. There is a protective sphere around him while he screams for them all to get lost. Mike thinks they've had enough of him. His boots are sparking. The guy smashes a section with a hammer blow. He gives the command to tell the wolves to die. Mike grabs him right by the scruff of the neck. The wolf hits the ground sideways. The creature shakes its head. It rises up on its hind legs. The blonde asks if it's going to bite. The guy clenches his sparking fist. Mike punches it right in the throat with a command to taste his fist. He holds it by the fur. Another hammer blow hits him on the head. The guy swings and again asking if he's dead yet. He strikes one last time. The wolf's head is smoking. The rest of the pack howled in horror. Mike notes that the death of their leader has enraged them. He holds a spherical object in his hand with an invitation to taste it. He throws a grenade and the wolves fly apart in different directions. He hits another one in the face with his elbow. Sparkling boot hits the back of another. People are perplexed by the fact that he killed 100 wolves at once. Wild Sword admires because the mechanic class is not only good at a distance but also no less active in close combat. The blonde finishes off the rest of the pack with the words of the Wild Sword that he likes this style of combat. The redhead continues that the choice of the mechanic class was the right decision for him. The plot transitions to an empty clearing. Mike thinks that these players are nimble guys. The video of the killing of the wolves has already been uploaded to the forum. He continues that some user has appeared again who speaks harshly about mechanics every day and looks at his comment that in the video only one mechanic class NPC is fighting and the rest are huddled together, and he finds it funny because mechanic either needs to toil like a black ghost or they will not achieve anything. Players are players, they are not like NPCs, and calls on everyone who chose the mechanic class to listen to him so that you can stop training, choose another class. Random, he will be stronger than the mechanic in any case, and says that they will thank him now. Mike thinks that he comments on every post about mechanic classes. If he continues in the same spirit, it can affect his business, but he can't just suddenly declare that he is also a player and NPC is just a status. Wild Sword says with admiration that they have not seen each other for a long time and that he has become stronger and cooler. Blonde says that he annoys him and just puts him to pick Sage. Red replies that gathering is boring and dancing will be more fun for him. Laughing Blade recognizes him, while the second asks if he is familiar with Wild Sword, and the second notes that Red is in the top 3 in the game of Knights, won the championship twice, but no one has played Knight for a long time. Wild Sword also recognizes him and asks if he has started playing on the Star Sea and asks how the Knight is doing, to which he receives in response that he has bored him. He replies that they have almost the same levels and offers to exchange experience in a one-on-one combat duel with the proviso that he is in a spur, and clarifies the opponent's class, while thinking that everyone knows him as the Knight's champion, and if he defeats the player who is in contact with the Black Ghost, then everyone will talk about him even more and tomorrow he will become a hot topic for discussion. Wild Sword replies that he is a mechanic, but he needs to do something first. His opponent replies that they have known each other for so many years and asks how he can refuse a friendly duel and clarifies whether he respects him or not. The red-haired man notices the tediousness of his interlocutor. Mike urges him not to refuse a duel. He gives him gloves. The red-haired man says that his boss is incredibly good, to which he makes a reservation that he is giving them for temporary use. The blonde sends him to a duel and adds that if he does not win, he may not return to him. The man in the t-shirt clarifies whether they will fight. The Violent Sword agrees to a duel. Someone says that they should see, and in the Galaxy Times they said that the Violent Less and Laughing Blade in professional players. The elf shoots his opponent. The man in the t-shirt thinks that this gun has only 5 bullets and his rock will easily fly off the shot as soon as the bullets run out. He is finished. The red-haired man takes off. His opponent is perplexed. He asks himself how he moved so quickly. The glove starts to sparkle. The redhead frowns and punches his opponent right in the chest. The system notifies him that he has deleted the NPC Laughing Fist level 20 and he has received 632 experience points. People are puzzled how he killed him in one blow, another that he is very strong and it is not surprising that he got to the Galaxy Times, and another says that he has high speed, and yet another concludes that most likely a hidden mission gave him such a huge advantage over the others. Someone notes that high-level equipment is to blame for everything. The man says that mechanics can do such things, but he thought that they were only for weapons, and the second agrees with him. The man in the t-shirt notes that they agreed that this was a friendly duel and asks how he could do such a thing. The redhead asks him for forgiveness because he did not expect him to be so weak. The man in the t-shirt gets angry, saying that he has lost a lot of experience and now he has also disgraced himself, and he himself says that his internet was lagging next time and he will beat his face in. Someone turns to the blonde. The wild sword asks if these gloves are for sale. Mike thinks that he has already drawn up a drawing of them, so he can sell them, and replies that they are being sold. He is perplexed by the price of 80,000. He cries and says that he will have to save up for a long time, but he will cope with it. Someone else turns to Mike. The man in the t-shirt says that he heard that he is feuding with the embryo and would like to join him. Mike closes his eyes and replies that to fight him you need intelligence and strength, so for now he should work hard on it. The redhead says that he does not need to listen to him, like the boss wanted to say that he is not accepted, but he himself is the chosen one. Mike thinks that in the form of a laughing blade, all these have already been loaded. The guy grins at the fact that he is arguing again. He is a newbie himself and does not mind expressing his opinion about mechanics, while he reads that someone tagged that user with the fact that the mechanic killed the Esper and asks why he does not comment on this, to which he receives in response that this is an isolated case, and the laughing blade does not know how to play at all, and he says that he himself lost his duels but cannot accept the victory of another mechanic and just admit that he does not know how to play. While he replies that the Mad One launched less hidden quests, he had a high level, the best copying in the battle did not make sense, to which the random user adds that he means that the equipment provided by the NPC was not enough for him and asks why he then completes missions, why receive awards, why collect money, and asks him to just admit that he is a newbie and himself stands like a pear when he is hit. The crows fly away in different directions. Mike is wary. He thinks that the SUV has the Illumor sign and wonders why they came. Ben asks what the wind brought him here. John replies that it is clearly not the disappearance of a black ghost, a non-entity of such a kind, because everyone in the family thinks that he is dead. Who could have imagined that Mike, for whom the embryo has appointed a reward, seems exactly like the black ghost, and adds that the search for this idiot has already cost him 6 months of his life, and asks that if he were not with the head son, who would care whether he died or not. His interlocutor means that since he has arrived in the Green Valley, he invites him to feel at home, and if he needs anything, he will have to tell him about it. The plot moves to the building of the Green Valley. He asks why on earth. He says so because they are adopted children and all grew up together. They compete with each other, sparing no effort, people for promotions, to which the second declares that Mike is a bastard. Ben urges him to calm down because the family cannot force them to look for him for another 6 months at most, and the head of this family will give up despite the fact that everyone knows that the Black Ghost and Mike are different people. John replies that he should stop talking about him and asks him to tell him if anything has happened in this village lately. Ben pours him some wine, saying that these creatures outside can rise from the dead, but their combat power is extremely weak. The man in the hat asks if they are really that weird, and you notice that he should remember to report this to his family, to which the other replies that everything has already been reported and there is something else. He adds that the killer from the Darknet, the Black Ghost, has appeared among them while he is resting outside. John is perplexed by the fact that the Black Ghost is here. Did he really come to kill someone? His interlocutor says that he told him that he was passing through, but it would be better for them not to irritate him. His guard just doesn't worry because he will protect him, and the Black Ghost is not his enemy. Someone sneezes. Mike thinks that this family is just a small military oligarchy in a secondary storyline that is almost completely unrelated to the main one, and understands that there is no point in paying attention to it. The blonde looks at the screen with the thought that he will wait until these simple ones finish harvesting and go to the next village of newcomers. The man with scars gives the command to sound the alarm because the army of the Black Pine settlement is approaching. Some of the team notices that they all have a task. The notification says that they have launched a surprise mission called the invasion of the village of Green Valley. The short description is that the village of Green Valley, which is controlled by a family, is very close to the settlement of Black Pine, the territory of a certain person. There were constant disagreements between them. The troops of this person decided to invade the village of Green Valley. They can help this family defend the village of Green Valley or help his enemies suit, and the system offers to choose their side. There are also requirements for the mission to join Balsas and defend the village of Green Valley, otherwise they can join the enemy's troops. This is the village of Green Valley. It is also added that after choosing a country, I will be allowed to change it, and the reward for successfully completing the mission is that if they defend the village of Green Valley, they will receive 12,000 experience points and 3,000 aquamarine dollars, but if they help on the enemy's side, they will receive only 10,000 experience points. The blonde is perplexed because the notification came and there is an error in the genealogical trees of the families. He smiles, thinking that he can probably only get a task from the old man through his son, then he should join in on the fun. The story moves closer to the citadel, then hits the table shouting that the Black Pine bastards have come again. John asks him not to worry because they have someone to use as cannon fodder. The man smiles, saying that this is true and that their bunch of immortal refugee freaks can compensate for the opposing side's combat advantage. Ben gives the command to go and tell them that he demands that they hold back the opposing army, and if they succeed, they will receive money. John adds that he should not give them too much money because their lives are worthless. Military vehicles move toward the combat unit. The commander-in-chief of the opposing side says that this time it will be necessary to destroy the Green Valley. He saw something ahead and was horrified. He says that the chief is a vile person because he decided to use the refugees as a human shield. The commander-in-chief shouts over the loudspeaker that this idiot forced helpless people to die. Ben gives a positive command to begin shelling. The commander-in-chief grins. He shouts at the refugees that he is giving them a chance to leave and urges them not to die in vain. The man is indignant that this NPC is crazy and asks how they will even complete the mission if they leave, to which the second one noted that he himself offered them experience as a reward. The commander-in-chief asks if they are not afraid of death at all. He thinks that their conflict has nothing to do with these people and asks how he can open fire on innocent people. Ben smirks and says that he is worried about the lives of these refugees and is missing his chance and calls him a benefactor and just pass on his order to prepare for shelling, to which the private agrees. The man with the gun gives the command to prepare to open fire and not to worry about the lives of the refugees. Someone lands next to them on the wall. He asks to wait and pay attention to his request. Mike says that if they want to fight, he suggests doing it tomorrow. Ben is perplexed why he decided to intervene. The commander-in-chief is perplexed by the fact that a black ghost appeared here and gives the command on the radio to tell all soldiers to lay down their arms. The privates lower their weapons as ordered. The group is perplexed why they back down and who this black ghost is, to which the girl asks how much influence he has. The guy understands that he has subjugated them and asks what his reputation is on this planet. The guy in the cap is holding a camera. He thinks that this is exactly the material he needs. He is already moving to the opposite side's camp. Mike goes to the tents. Someone pokes a gun in his face with an order to stand still and asks what he needs. The blonde says that he should calm down because he is looking for his boss and needs to talk to him, to which the commander-in-chief gives the command to let him through. The man with the beard realizes that this is truly a black sign and asks why such a famous black ghost interfered in his conflict. The blonde replies that there is no reason, because he just wanted to help him. The commander-in-chief asks him again, asking if this is not their first meeting. Mike says that he thought he was nicer than Ben. Lou replies that this is exactly it, because he is a vile person. He even used refugees to stop him. But they are some kind of strange ones. They are not afraid of death at all. They left even when he gave them such an opportunity. Mike asks if this is a big deal. He can help him deal with them. The commander-in-chief asks what an exchange, to which the guy waves his hand, saying that he does not need anything. Yellow-Eyed thinks that if so, he has hidden intentions. He may end up in his debt to him. He thoughtfully rubs his chin. The man answers that he relies on him. The light is on in the tents. He approaches the wild sword, saying that he has a job for him. The system notifies him that he has started the task of disseminating information. The purpose of this task is to spread information that another ghost has joined Lou's camp using reputation as a form of reward. The more people know about it, the higher his reward will be. Red asks again if he needs to spread the information, noting that it is incredibly easy. Mike thinks that his reputation should do its job. People are standing near the tents. Someone asked him if the black ghost is participating and if this is true, to which he receives a positive answer. The man with a mustache says that if they remain a Green Valley, then in the direction of the enemies of the Black Ghost, to which he receives in response that he thinks that this is so and probably this is a hint for the task. Someone looks at the notification and says that he chose the wrong side and asks how they will fight against the Black Printer, to which the boy in the cap is glad that he waited with the choice of country. Timmy thinks that this way he will be able to not only get the location of the Black Ghost but also collect more material on him, which is very profitable for him, and he needs to come to him as soon as possible. He approaches the main tent. The guy yells at the black ghost that he wants to join his camp. The blonde recognizes the boy. He says that it is a wise choice because he senses potential in him. Mike asks if he has considered becoming his assistant temporarily. Timmy is taken aback and thinks that this is a secret storyline with the black ghost or not. The boy yells that he agrees. Coral says that he caused a secret storyline with a bold pry, to which the second one is perplexed how he did it. The guy says that he knows that it is because of the task, so he needs to go to his side. Mike asks what he is doing, because he does not need assistance anymore. The brunette asks in despair how so, to which the second one is perplexed why this only worked with the first one to join. Someone yells that he hesitated and missed his chance, while Mike thinks that it is very advantageous to have a reporter on your side and to control public opinion is like holding a gun in your hands, which is lovely. He looks at the screen and continues that he has taken a liking to 3 players now, Wild Sword, Maple Moon and Timmy, that the number is already not small and therefore it is necessary to expand the number of reserve members of his team. The blonde continues that he has only visited 2 villages of newcomers so far, and there are more than 10 more in which he is awaited. The plot moves to the Citadel. Ben looks through binoculars and asks how the refugees came to his side and how the commander-in-chief lured them. The man with the gun gives the order for the refugees to temporarily settle here, to which Ben thinks that these people are this man's trump card and everything can end very badly for him. The man with the mustache continues that the Black Ghost is an incredible bastard. He said that he was just passing by, but in fact he came to help his enemy. He angrily clenches his fist and thinks that if he plays with the fighters, then the commander-in-chief probably won't pursue them. John takes his hand, saying that the fight hasn't started yet, and he's already thinking about escaping. The man in the hat asks if he's forgotten what he was ordered to do. The guy replies that half of the refugees came to the other side, and besides, the Black Ghost is against them. John replies that their family has never been afraid of battles and suggests that he order his people to prepare for battle while his guard deals with the Black Ghost. He orders his guard to leave the Black Ghost to him. Ben grins and says that it would be good if he could actually defeat that monster. His interlocutor replies that he should not be afraid because not all the refugees betrayed them and demands their mobilization because they have the strength to fight. The man in the hat continues that he should prepare a car in case they fail so that they can retreat. The plot switches to the enemy side. The commander-in-chief looks through binoculars, saying that they decided to stay and could not avoid it, and gives the order to tell everyone that they are leaving in 20 minutes. He says that it is good that Mike solved the issue with the refugees, to which he asks not to thank him. Lou wonders if they will obey him because it is strange that such an influential person is interested in him. Timmy overhears and thinks about the fact that he is an influential person. Is this another hint about the identity of the Dark Ghost? Mike says that they will obey and he should not worry. Meanwhile, there is a shootout. The blonde yawns and thinks that as expected, the commander-in-chief won easily and now he can go and rest. Someone sees a silhouette in the sky shouting that it is a Black Ghost. The man says that he came to fight him. Mike does not understand who he is and is indignant that he is not allowed to do his business. He takes out a gun and shoots at the enemy. The bullets hit his barrier and do not cause him any damage. The guard walks straight at him with a grin. Mike grins because he absorbed all the kinetic energy of the shots. The blonde explains that the absorption of kinetic energy is the absorption of various forces acting on the body. He continues that if the attack force cannot break through the ability limit, it will be absorbed and converted into the enemy's force. The guard continues that the Black Ghost should not interfere in this fight. He should not poke his nose into other people's business. Mike says that he should not meddle in these matters and asks if he can leave him alone. The guard counters that he is a seasoned Darknet assassin, a trump card for the Blood Society, and others may fear him, but he offers him advice to stay away from this battle. Timmy wonders about the Blood Pact Society and what kind of power it is and that he feels like he has finally reached the tip of the iceberg, the mystery of the Black Ghost. Mike thinks he can't handle such a power with just bullets and loads the Haim bullets into his gun. He fires and jumps back. The guard dodges all the bullets. The man is confused by the poisonous gas around him. He breaks away, saying that this is child's play. He prepares to attack the guy with his fist. The fist gets closer and closer. Mike squints from the blow to his solar plexus. The guy flies back, breaking a tree trunk behind him. The blonde bleeds from the blow. He landed and thinks that he can use kinetic energy to move quickly and even these bullets will not penetrate him. It is not advantageous for him to drag out the fight, so he needs to do something quickly. He uses his glove. Mike dodges the blow and goes up. He screams that his abilities absorb thermal energy. The blonde hits him right in the face with an electric glove. The man has a scar on his eye and he screams. The guard kicks the guy back. The man with the scar runs away from the battlefield. Mike is unhappy that his opponent runs away after the first blow. He looks after the guard. The man with the gun says that the enemy is approaching and gives the command to open fire. The blonde is horrified to realize that now he will absorb the energy of all these shots. The guard stands right in front of the people with weapons. The man grins and charges. People assume that he is a monster because he does not have a scratch from all the shots. Mike screams that the bullets will not work against him and gives the order to cease fire. The guard grins and thinks that this energy is enough to finish him off. The man in the suit moves. He uses barriers and goes straight for the guy. Mike falls head down. The impact causes the soil to fly in different directions. The blonde is lying in a ditch. He grins while the system notifies him that the magnetic armor's strength has decreased by 132 points and 241 units of damage have been received. The guard stands contentedly against the backdrop of multiple explosions. He goes straight for the guy again. Mike thinks that on the battlefield he has an unlimited ability to absorb energy, which is not beneficial for him. He runs towards the Citadel and reasons that he should take him to the Valley camp and the soldiers there will start shooting at him and then he will see where he will get the energy from. The guy reloads on the go. He jumps right onto the wall. Mike does a backflip and fires. Everyone on the wall gets a targeted bullet to the heart while someone shouts that the black one has crossed and someone needs to quickly inform the commander about it. The guard gives him the order to stop. The man in the cap gives the order to stop the fire because they can accidentally hit one of their own. The guard understands that he needs to defeat him before he runs out of energy. He makes a targeted blow, which the blonde dodges. Mike uses a slippery shot. His opponent hits and crumbles the wall. The guy realizes that he has slowed down. Apparently his energy supply is almost depleted. They run to the tower with a red flag. Mike watches as he hits the tower. He thinks that dust is blinding his eyes. The guard coughs in a cloud of dust. Mike realizes that this is his chance and uses the ability Blazing Will Overload. He touches him with his glove again. The man hits his back against the wall. He clears his throat and realizes that the guy is strong and the fall of the Green Valley is only a matter of time. The guard gets on all fours and thinks that he needs to warn his master. Mike watches this. The man says into the radio that he failed, so he will be brief. He continues that he will do everything in his power to get me the Black Ghost and gives them the order to run. The man makes a remark that if he does not return, eyes close with the words that he asks them to take care of his family. Military vehicles leave the mountainous area. Ben wonders if his guard failed this task because he is a real monster. He said that he does not need to mess with him. John replies that he should stop talking and at least they can escape. The man is worried that he will catch up with them, to which he receives in response that the opposite side is storming the Green Valley and he does not have time. Ben sees Mike behind him. He asks again if this is the Black Ghost. The blonde asks if they are leaving soon. The guy shoots off their tire. The cars hit each other. There is an explosion and the man falls out of the car. He clears his throat. Mike looks straight at him with the barrel of a gun. The man screams that he is a liar at all, that he did not pass by long ago, that he conspired with his opponent, to which he receives in response that this is an exceptional accident. Ben continues that he should not talk nonsense because he knows that he will not survive and that he will simply kill him. Mike says that since he asks, he will do it. White birds fly away in different directions. The blonde thinks that at least some courage remains in this man. He notices something to the side. He shouts at John to stop. The man in the hat gives in and raises his hands. Mike says that he must give him a reason for this. John covers his head with his hands and says that he can give him a lot of money and can recommend him to his family. The guy looks at his pants and asks what is in his pocket and orders him to get it. The man says that this is all nonsense. He unfolds a wanted poster. Mike wonders why he carries around an embryo poster. John replies that the wanted man is the second son of this family who died long ago, but since they put out a wanted poster, they sent him to look for him. The guy reasons about what was said. He threatens him with a gun and asks if he is lying to him, to which he receives in response that he would not dare. The blonde thinks that it means he has a father and a brother and sisters. He looks at him and realizes that he is a member of his family. Mike continues that with his status he could get help from the commander-in-chief of the northern continent. The blonde shoots his cousin in the eye. He thinks that in his position there is no point in relying on the influence of this family because his family does not exist in this world. The plot transfers to the wall. Lou says that they should be calm and the fight is already over. He guarantees the safety of their lives and property in the future. The guy relaxed, saying that the task was failed, there is no use from him, to which the second responds that there was no need to choose a side so quickly. Timmy says his name and says that he is the creator of the videos for the game and asks if he can tell something about the past of the Black Ghost. The redhead replies that he knows his name and thinks that the boss did not react to this in any way, apparently not against him telling more. The wild sword continues that he was once in the service of the Star Dragon, but he does not know the details. He thinks that he knows someone in the Department of Strategic Defense of the Star Dragon. Timmy replies that this is good information and it is very good that he decided to contact him. Someone turns to Mike. The commander-in-chief thanks him for his help, because he himself would not have overcome the Green Valley. Yellow-Eyed continues that the battle is over and asks what he should do with the refugees, because they are strange and can exclaim, now he understands why they were not afraid of death. Mike replies that he can come up with activities for them if they wish, for example, use them as mercenaries, you just need to pay well and that's it. Lou replies that he will try. He adds that tomorrow he is going to the Black Pine and asks if he would like to go with him to rest, because he can somehow repay him for his help, to which he agrees. The guy points his finger at Timmy and the red-haired man and says that he will also take his subordinates with him. The plot moves to the Black Pine settlement, while he says that Mike can feel at home there. He continues that there is a military factory in that direction, where they produce rifles and ammunition. Red notes that the factory is large and there is no place for newbies there, while Timmy says that with the Black Ghost, he learns something new every day. The guy notices something. He asks what kind of place it is and why it is fenced off. The commander-in-chief replies that these are isolation wards, where those who have developed an acute form of the disease live, in order to prevent an epidemic. Mike asks again about this disease and asks if it is a very contagious genetic mutation. The zombie holds onto the fence. The man in the spacesuit shoots him. Someone gives the order to finish him off. The commander-in-chief gives a positive answer about the disease. It is difficult to treat, and to suppress its spread, you can only isolate the sick. The workers carry away the corpse of the resurrected. Timmy notices the cold-bloodedness. Lou says that at first about 10 people were sick, but one of them knew that he would not be cured and escaped from quarantine, so the number of infected increased to 300. The system notifies that he launched the quest Origin of the Plague. The description of this quest says, so settlement of Black Pine and restless spread of this plague asks if he can stop this spread. There are also 3 requirements to find the source of the plague. Stop the spread of this plague and cure all the infected, and also in the reward column it is indicated that for completing the first requirement they manage 20,000 experience points, for completing the second requirement 40,000 experience points, for completing the third requirement 60,000 experience points, and for successfully completing all 3 requirements plus 800 reputation points. Black Pines and battle suits of the Wandering Warrior. Mike thinks that he is somehow too lazy to do a quest for beginners and needs to find more fools, or rather players who will move to the mechanic class. He wonders if his teammates will be able to claim this reward if they complete the task and thinks that he should try. The commander-in-chief says that his men have already set the table. The scene moves to the Lord's chamber. Everyone is sitting at the table. Red says that it is very tasty, and Timmy that in this game the transfer of taste is very realistic. Lou turns to Mike and continues that although she said that he does not need anything in return, he is very embarrassed about it. He hands him a piece of paper with his phone number. If he needs anything, he can find him at any time. The blonde says that this is great and he wants to borrow some materials from his workshop for a while, to which he replies that there is no problem and he will tell them to prepare everything for him there. Mike continues that this epidemic is a real disaster. He will need to leave, but his friends will stay and help him. Red asks if he wants to part with him. Mike notes that he speaks like a gay because he will return and will not leave them without benefit. The Wild Sword notes that he gave them the word of the task to stay in the Black Pine or live. The question of the pandemic will improve the reputation with the camp, to which the boy says that they will gain a lot of experience and invites him to stay. Mike thinks that they will spoil his efficiency, so it is better for them to stay here. The plot moves to the workshop. Mike sits and works. He notes that something is ready. The system notifies him that in front of him is a portable flamethrower solar worm, or mini flamethrower, and its rating is blue, which means that it is of good quality. Damage ranges from 27 to 34 per second, overheating in 60 seconds, maximum recharge time of 20 seconds, range of action is 7 meters, and the output power is 92 units. It is also indicated that the fuel type is light flammable liquid fuel. Energy at 210 units out of 210 is used at night, energy per second, and the weight is 10 kilograms 400 grams, and there is also an additional effect, namely integration. Thanks to additions to the fuel box, it is convenient for carrying. Mike thinks he has some confusing note while reading that the weapon has an additional effect, specifically concentrated fire is an increase in fuel efficiency by 33% damage. Attack radius is increased by 25% damage every 0.6 of a second for 12 seconds. 8 energy points are used per second. Overheating is eliminated immediately after 12 seconds of cooling. There is also an additional effect that there is an adhesive burn. It prolongs the burning time of targets, increases the efficiency of burns. There is also a remark that dancing flame is warmth akin to romance. The blonde guy reasons that this is operational because with a force of 69 units, you can ignore this load. Someone notes that it looks good. The man says that this is an electromagnetic weapon and asks what master made it and asks if it is for sale because he is ready to pay 500,000 or even $1 million. The blonde guy asks him who he is. The man says that he is the chief technical advisor invited by the commander-in-chief and gives his name. Mike thinks that this is the type of master mechanic from the old man's time, who abandoned his daughter and became the commander-in-chief, and the old man sent this man, his friend, to help his son. The old man says that he wants this electromagnetic rifle and asks to name his price. Mike asks if he looks like someone who needs money. The advisor continues that since he does not need money, he can teach him some skills. We would definitely need a master like him to become better, or else he will not lose anything. Mike notices their similarity. He continues that this man is a key figure in the old man's 4 tasks, and they need to establish a relationship with him, to which the old man asks why he is staring like that and whether he looks too bad. The blonde thinks that, besides, if he is not confused, then this man has advanced knowledge. Players cannot learn from him. They need to try, and tells him that he will give him the rifle, but in return asks for advanced information. The old man thinks that the device of the electromagnetic kinetic weapon is interesting to him, but it is not valuable enough to share advanced knowledge. He replies that he will not give them to him, but can use them as a basis for his mechanisms that he will give to him. Mike notes that such a layout is not suitable for him. Advanced knowledge is so easy to obtain, to which he offers to simply make a new weapon just for him. The old man asks again if he made this rifle himself. Mike clarifies what is wrong. The old man notes that his level turns out to be quite high. The brunette says that he is not only a mechanic but a famous killer from the darknet, and that he is a black ghost. The advisor bows and continues that in short, forgiveness is that he did not know this and asks to follow him. Mike thinks that when you are good at something and people begin to take you seriously, the plot moves to the living area of advanced research. The old man takes a bottle of alcohol. He points his finger at something. He says that this is his secret storage. They go into some hall while he continues that he has 4 items that were created using advanced knowledge and he can choose one of them. The old man says that this is a nurse of the first type, a living organism in granules. When introduced into the body, it quickly reduces the negative effect and cleanses from poisons and quickly coagulates the blood. Looking at another item, he continues that it is condensate and it is used to cool the mechanisms from the inside, thereby reducing their recharge time. He also says that this is colloidal dust, an impenetrable membrane. After receiving an impact, for a short time becomes elastic to dampen the kinetic energy, then hardens again, capturing the object. The last thing he talks about is a nanosynthetic fiber similar to the biological tendons of a living organism. Mike thinks that all 4 things are good, 2 of them are consumables that are not profitable to exchange, and his titanium alloy is even quite durable. The blonde shakes his hand and says that he is taking the nanosynthetic fiber, to which he notes that this is smart because he also thinks that it has the greatest potential of all 4. The old man shows him all his supplies and says that he can take them. The blonde thinks that there is a lot of this fiber, it is enough for the tendon flight system of the light mech, and now he is one step closer to creating it. The guy continues that he still needs one thing, but he does not have a connection to get it and he hopes that he will help him buy a mini reaction furnace called a fire. The advisor replies that the fire is the center of the energy source of the light mech. It will not be easy for him to get it himself, but he will ask around, but it may take months to fulfill the order and the price will not be the smallest. Mike replies that money is not a problem for him. The plot moves to the morning. Mike says good morning to someone and asks them to come to him. He says that he is leaving Black Pine today and says that they should stay here and if anything happens, he will contact them. Timmy asks if it will happen so quickly. The blonde continues that they need to find a way to deal with this epidemic, and he, the wild ball, will probably have the opportunity to show his full potential. He hands over 2 pistols, saying that perhaps for this he will need better weapons. The redhead asks him again if this is it. Timmy asks if this is a bonus from the storyline and asks if playing well in Black Ghost rewards you for your efforts. Mike says that he has potential. If he pumps up his melee skill in the future, he will be able to become a fighter mechanic. The redhead asks if this is true, because he also thought about it. The blonde leaves, saying that you should look forward to meeting their stronger versions. The helicopter flies over the horizon. Mike looks at the system screens. He reasons that the light mecha called Python is an advanced rare equipment and it is extremely difficult to obtain its blueprint in the usual way, but he will try to create it in modules to reduce the risk of failure several times. He continues that everything always goes according to plan. The blonde is unhappy that the experience ended quickly again. He needs to quickly go to the next beginner village. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to 10 days ago to the beginner village of the southern continent. Greg said that the Black Ghost was late and asked Jason if he would go look for him to teach him skills and buy equipment, and he replied that he lacked a little experience and as soon as he completed the task, he would go. At this time, Zero was sitting in a van with boxes and looking at the status window. He was happy and reasoned that 3 beginner villages brought him 9,023,000 experience, declaring that players are a gold mine. A little confused, the boy realized that he needed to move on now and hoped that this time they would give him a simple task. Immediately after that, he agreed to spend 894,000 experience points to level up to trainee mechanic. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he needed to create 5 mechanisms with an energy rating of at least 60 and of amazing quality, which greatly shocked the protagonist. Having lost all enthusiasm, he realized that this meant that low-level mechanisms would not work and he needed to create purple quality ones, not understanding how he could do this now. After that, Zero realized that for now, all that was left was to level up his skills and forget about moving to a new level for a while. Looking at the remaining experience points, he realized that experience came and went quickly. The boy also noted that he had finished in the newcomer village on the southern continent and it was time to move on, because it seemed that there was a hidden task on the western continent, so he needed to head there. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the airfield of the Fuan Union. The protagonist was giving orders to the porters of the boxes to be more careful. There were valuable materials inside that were very expensive. Suddenly, Thomas interrupted him, asking if he really wanted to fly to the western continent. after which he added that with a killer like him, the operatives of the Maple Nation and the Order would want to meet, and their capabilities there are limited, so he advised him to stay quiet. Waving his hand, Zero asked him to be calmer and said that he would not make a row, to which he simply remained silent. Then we are transferred to the Darknet stronghold, from where words of discontent are heard that the Black Ghost is heading to the western continent. Bennett, sitting in a chair, was about to invite him to monitor the implementation of the shelter plan on the southern continent. This guy moves like lightning, while the voice from the phone said that the subscriber's device was out of network coverage, and asked to call back later. Hearing this, he reasoned that Maple was a bunch of bureaucrats who understood only force, and they refused to provide them with material assistance, but he could ask the Black Ghost to talk to them. At that moment, while on the plane, a boy sneezed. Reading the player's correspondence, he did not understand how he managed to catch a cold on a warm plane, assuming that they were remembering him. Continuing to scroll through the status window, the protagonist noted that, based on the current situation, the NPCs should have already noticed that the players were not ordinary people, and the case against the aliens would soon begin. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the embryo testing ground. John, looking at his status window, thought that the other players were already about level 8, and did not understand when he would be able to increase his and why the NPCs locked him here and conducted endless experiments. At this time, Sam, sitting next to him, read the notes on the research conducted on him. Suddenly, a forced task about postponing the operation appeared right in front of the boy. Then the organization's biologist began to perform it. He deftly cut the player's body and moved it around inside. Then the old man told his assistants that the body was without pathology and there was no organ that could cause resurrection, so turning off the breathing apparatus lowered vital functions. At the same time, a system notification window appeared next to John, notifying that he had died during the operation due to an unforeseen situation. Having finished his actions, Sam took off his mask. Then he and his assistant watched as the player's body was restored. The old man was extremely dumbfounded that, as always, he came back to life after 10 seconds. Looking at the operating table, the organization's biologist noted that although there was still his blood there, suddenly inspired, he wanted to know what kind of creature he was. Hearing this, the boy called him a fool and wanted to see what his reaction to the truth would be. After which, with an arrogant expression on his face, he declared that the world they lived in was just a game and he was a player. At this time, the old man heard only incomprehensible sounds and, sighing heavily, noted that he had spoken the same nonsense during hypnosis. Stunned by such a reaction, John realized that the system was changing his words so that he could not tell the truth, and the developers wanted the players to become some kind of aliens and integrate into this real world, so they were forbidden to disclose information about their own. At the same moment, a hologram of the head of the organization appeared in the operating room, asking how the experiment was progressing. In response to this, Sam said that he still could not understand the nature of his strangeness and thought that he came from another higher civilization or was descended from a new race, asking for more samples. Hearing this, Edward concluded that if his judgment was correct, the 6 nations, according to the Treaty on Contacts with Space Civilizations, would contact other civilizations to find out the reason why they sent him here, and this would buy them some time, and in the meantime he would send people to catch more samples, while someone should try to find answers. At this moment, the plane in which Zero was flying over a village in the mountains. With a malicious grin on his face, he wanted to continue to fool the newcomers in the village. On the tablet screen was a mission from the strike, which consisted of infiltrating the residence of several Maple officials and leaving some documents there, and their agent would meet him on the western continent and hand over the necessary papers, including specific information about the location and information about the officials, which greatly surprised the boy. Immediately after that, he called Bennett, asking about this strange mission. In response to his question, the man explained that there were a couple of rotten officials in Maple who were in charge of finances, and they refused to help the Darknet with funding, fearing to lose their illegal savings. Hearing this, the protagonist reasoned that they really refused to provide financial assistance to the shelter project and asked what the funding was needed for. Then Bennett answered that their organization was preparing a large-scale project codenamed Shelter, and they initially planned to launch it in a year, but the war broke out and they had to ask for help from all countries. And of those who refused, only Maple, while Zero, hearing this, was glad that he guessed correctly because the Shelter project is the main plot event and it would be great if he could take part in it. After which he asked if his help was really needed. At the same time, the man explained that he helped in the battle on the Teddermere River, and for this, the Star Dragon was the first to agree to support them. So they are in his debt, and he really needs his help, and he offered to discuss the details when he returns to the southern continent. Hearing this, the boy said that there were no problems with this, and simply asked to give him something in return, and the Darknet boss laughed, noting that he does not change, and said that they will talk when he returns, and hung up. While the notification window of the system notified that the protagonist launched level C quests and showed its description. He himself reasoned that since there will be no special reward, it means that the quest is ordinary and he can handle it quickly. Immediately after this, the story moves to the southern continent to the village of newcomers. Jupiter from the Guild of Gods asked Poseidon from the same guild, who was sitting near a tree, what he was thinking about because he had been bored for half a day. In response to his question, the man explained that the rank task of finding Zero was given to professionals, and he had to do menial work every day, and it was very boring. Calling him a braggart, the ally stated that he had bought a lot of equipment and skills from the Black Ghost for the guild's cash bonus and was now several times higher in level than others. Smiling smugly, Poseidon said that he had been to the southern continent and had gone through everything, and had seen how the guilds on other continents were howling with grief. Suddenly, Jupiter, with a frightened face, asked him to look at what was being written on the forum. With his eyes wide open, the member of the Guild of Gods could not believe that the Black Ghost was heading to the western continent. Poseidon was dumbfounded that he was going to bypass all the villages of newcomers, and so their guild's advantage would soon disappear. And his friend noted that they had learned the skills earlier than others and completed more tasks. At the same time, the guys saw a new energy boosting technique, realizing that he had not taught such a thing on the southern continent. Then Jupiter suggested that the later he came to the village, the more valuable skills he taught. Very upset, he said that they were in a hole and other players would overtake them, and a crying Poseidon said that they were just unlucky. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the western continent to the village of newcomers. Standing in front of a crowd of players, Zero said that he wanted to rest and asked to come tomorrow, and they were very unhappy because they had already been standing there for 2 and even 4 hours waiting and did not understand how much longer to wait because they wanted to quickly learn the energy training skill. As he entered the house, the boy heard various sounds coming from there and reasoned that after the first advancement, they would have mastered this skill anyway, but they don't know it yet. Lying in bed, he was glad that he would get experience, and level 10 players would get skills that are only available at level 20, so there was no cheating here. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that Bunhit Dog had released a video. It was called Diary of the Starsea Exploration about the Black Ghost and had a huge number of views. Turning on the video, Zero heard that the Black Ghost's real name was Mike and that he once worked for the Star Dragon's intelligence agencies, thinking that it didn't matter that his name was revealed, and the exchange of information between players and NPCs was limited, so each side had their own. Lost in his thoughts, he thought that the embryo knew him as Zero and Mike, but not as a Black Ghost, and the Star Dragons knew him as Mike and Zero, but were not sure that he was also a Black Ghost. Then the boy continued to think that the players knew him as Mike and the Black Ghost, who once served in the Star Dragon, but they did not know that he was Zero, and it was unlikely to change anytime soon, and for the Darknet, he was only a Black Ghost. Laughing maliciously, the protagonist concluded that there was no way to catch him because the problem was created by Zero. At this time, the boy in the red cap said that the Black Ghost was going around the villages of newbies, so he considered this as proof that he was a guide for newbies, and the protagonist reasoned that he chose a good topic, and due to the video, his popularity increased greatly. By pausing the video, he realized that the players were interested in what he was offering, but they lacked interaction with the game's plot, and only by getting closer to him would they want to seek him out on their own. Realizing this, Zero simply went to bed. Then the story shifts to the next morning. The raging player knocked right on the door of his house and said that he wanted to pay for this skill. At this time, the boy received a message that the stove fire was ready and they sent the seller's number, and he understood that the morning had begun with good news. Having called on the phone, he asked when he could pick up the order, and he was told that in 3 days, and was going to send the coordinates because he had the money and he had the goods. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud knock on the door and a voice distracting the Black Ghost, asking that the sun had risen, but he had not yet. At the same moment, the protagonist received a notification on his phone from an unknown number with the coordinates of Severus, a city near the border of Ordina. After reading this, Zero thought that it would be only in 3 days, so there was still time, and was going to go calm down a crowd of idiots on the street. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to Severus, a border town of Ordina. Then they are brought closer to one of the brick houses in the middle of the street. There were soldiers inside, and one of them said to tell the sniper to take his place and wait for the target, keep them informed, and when they see him, let him shoot to kill, because the leadership suspects that the target is connected with a political financial organization, but they need evidence since he is quite insidious, so you need to stay alert. Then Meg received information that he is their insurance that the task will be completed, so he must be ready to shoot, and he accepted the order. All this happened near the border territory of Severus. The soldiers approached the driver of the van, asking him to please show his ID. Immediately after that, he handed them the ID and a small amount of money. Taking it, the patrolman gave permission to go further. At this time, people in robes were standing near the gas station. One of them was Zero, who, lighting a cigarette, was reasoning that such terrible weather was depressing and would like to quickly find a place to stop and take a bath. Then he went to the meeting place, a coffee shop. Drinking coffee, the boy realized that something was wrong here. Looking at the guest sitting to the side, he reasoned that he was staring at the contents of the newspaper, while the woman sitting at the bar was clearly tense and did not even take a sip of coffee. Analyzing this situation, the protagonist realized that someone was watching the coffee shop. He thought that it was either the seller or a third party. Immediately after that, the system notification window informed him that he had launched a D-rank quest and the seller he had made a deal with was an ordinary criminal. So his deal was on the verge of falling apart and he was being dragged into a showdown that had nothing to do with him. And Zero concluded that things were not getting any easier day by day. The boy strained himself, realizing that the stove fire was the core of the match, which would have to take a little risk, and was about to get his bearings on the spot. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. It was the same seller who immediately put the box on the table, after which the man silently looked at the protagonist and began to open the goods. Looking at this thing in his hands, Zero realized that it was of good quality and the battery did not deteriorate. Opening the status window, the boy stated that everything was fine and he had already transferred the money and also wanted to give one small hint in a friendly way. At that moment, all the secret agents revealed themselves and were approaching them. Closing the case, the protagonist announced that someone was watching them. Abruptly jumping up from his seat, he said that they needed to run. Hearing this, the merchant looked around, after which he jumped out the window, breaking it. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man walked as far as he could. The police officers standing near the coffee shop were unhappy that the two had split up and were about to go after them. The players on the street did not understand why the NPCs opened fire while Zero was running past them. Suddenly, he stopped in place, sliding through the water. Immediately after that, the boy took out a gun hidden in his jacket. Without thinking twice, he fired several shots right in front of him. The protagonist hit the police officers with his bullets when he suddenly heard a voice calling him an arrogant boy. Suddenly, a water hand grabbed his leg. Feeling this, Zero was very scared. At the same time, he wondered why the Ordina sent such a strong special agent, because he just bought a stove. After firing several shots at him, the boy asked to let him go. From the damage received, Esper again took on the form of a human. Running away from the pursuers, the protagonist is pleased with their number. Suddenly, he saw something in front. Police cars appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. Seeing them, Zero made a sudden jump, after which he pushed off from buildings and dodged shots, wondering what a special agent meant, and now special forces have arrived, there is no end to them. Then we are transferred to the main headquarters of this operation. A frightened soldier said that they were informed that the seller had disappeared. Hearing this, the commander of the operation hit the table and gave the order not to let the buyer go, after which he gave the command to Mag to shoot him, and he was immediately going to execute. At this time, Mike continued to run away from the pursuit, jumping off buildings. Moving forward, he reasoned that he would throw the enemy off his tail and it would be necessary to find a place where he could change his appearance. Suddenly, the boy noticed something to the side. It was a sniper who immediately fired at him. Having hit the target, the bullet made a huge explosion. Gritting his teeth in pain, having flown into the glass, the protagonist understood that it was a very powerful blow. Suddenly, the notification window of the system notified that he had met Mag Leslie, a level 56 master artilleryman, and did not understand how he managed to run into such a strong enemy. At that moment, the sniper received an order to capture him alive. Hearing this, the sniper asked not to worry because he knows when to stop. Immediately after that, he began to shoot at Zero, who was holding onto a small ledge on the building with one hand. Then he decided to push off the window. Having done this, the boy reasoned that his enemy was shooting from a height and he needed to quickly get out of his firing range. Seeing this, Mag asked if he really thought his strange boots would help him avoid it. Suddenly, the sniper pulled out a machine gun from somewhere and said that he wanted to shoot them first and see how he would run. The protagonist managed to dodge his shots with his dexterous movements. He ran down the street at great speed. As he was about to fire a grenade launcher, Leslie realized that they were armored and said that any armor would become like papier mache before that shot. He fired right after that, which scared Zero a lot. At the last moment, he managed to jump away from the place where the shell landed. The shockwave still threw him into the neighboring building. Having received a lot of damage, the boy began to cough. The sniper sighed with displeasure. He did not believe that his opponent had come out. Then he pulled out 2 rifles from behind his back. Having started shooting to kill, Meg wanted to see how long he could hold out. Because of his actions, everything around him began to explode and collapse. Suddenly, the sniper remembered that he should have been left alive as a witness, but since that was the case, he would at least bring a corpse. At that moment, the protagonist used a field repulsor machine, after which he headed straight towards the shots with an arrogant grin. Seeing this, Leslie did not understand how he had not died yet. Then Mike took his gun out of his inventory. Taking aim, he was about to fire. Only one bullet managed to pierce his opponent's chest. At that moment, the system notification window notified that he had only managed to destroy a bulletproof vest, and Zero was unhappy that he had not been able to kill him. Looking around, he reasoned that the Ordina special agents had not yet arrived and they needed to leave immediately. Immediately after that, he used his ability. The boy moved through the city streets with great speed. Holding his bleeding chest, Mag clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. Then he would radio in that the target had escaped and request backup. At that time, the commander of the Ordina Intelligence Bureau couldn't believe that the backup hadn't caught up with the target yet and asked what was visible on the street cameras. In response to his question, the soldier would say that the buyer had disappeared into a blind spot and they would compare his fighting style to the database and he was identical to the Black Ghost. Only they had different appearances and maybe he was wearing a mask. Hearing this, the man realized that it was no wonder their sniper had lost, since only this man was capable of such a thing. After that, the soldier would ask if there was any information about the seller and they would explain that there was only a recording of a phone conversation and an SMS, opening their correspondence. The soldiers would see everything they had talked about. Reading this, the commander of the operation realized that since the Black Ghost was the subordinate, the customer must have been the Darknet. At that moment, Bennett, sitting in his office, was drinking coffee and suddenly sneezed. Immediately after adding the story, they are transported to Ordina, to the border with Severus. Zero stated that yesterday it cost 30,000 and now a whole 100, and this is a rip-off for no reason. Hearing this, the driver replied that there was no choice, because yesterday there was an incident in the city, so the post was closed and it would be difficult to get through because he was taking a risk by agreeing to take him out. Understanding the whole situation, the boy still held out the money, agreeing to go. Getting into the car, he reasoned that he was clearly unlucky because he wanted to buy something, but ran into a special agent and did not understand why it was so hard to remain unnoticed. Then his phone suddenly rang, and Bennett asked discontentedly why the hell the Ordina Intelligence Service had just contacted the management and reprimanded them, demanded compensation, and what the hell he was doing there. Having understood what was being said, the protagonist says he doesn't know what he's talking about at all. Hearing this, the head of the Darknet, the Lion, became even more angry that he also denies everything, stating that his voice is clearly audible on the call recording. In response to this, Mike explained that he didn't want to reveal his identity, but apparently it didn't work out and asked to calm down because there was no problem as such. Just a small skirmish with the Ordina people, during which he angered a couple of special agents, destroyed a high-rise, and so nothing terrible, because they were very hospitable. Imagining him in the form of a dog, Bennett listened as he continued to say that the weather there is disgusting and it always rains. Total darkness and nothing beautiful, and not at all like the cozy southern continent, where he likes warm weather, nature blooms and smells. Suddenly, as if blazing with rage, the head of the Darknet asked what the weather had to do with it, and how it was possible to change the topic of conversation so smoothly, calling him a pest and throwing away the phone. Frightened, the boy dropped the troop, saying that it happened by accident and was going to talk later because he had things to do for now. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he realized that he had miscalculated because he did not think that the Ordina would react promptly. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying about the completion of the task, and the protagonist was glad that he did not go with the seller. The system also announced that a bonus reward had been received in the form of a summoning card for the character Dion, which surprised Mike. At the same moment, he remembered that this was a mysterious NPC reselling things, and his shop was hidden underwater, and before that little was known about him, so it was only by chance that he managed to meet. At that time, Zero realized that he was very lucky. Suddenly the phone lying nearby rang again. It was the merchant who said that his phone was tapped, and that's why he got him into trouble, and Ordina was well prepared. If it weren't for his attentiveness, he wouldn't have escaped, and he will owe him, and the boy was happy about it, because he can buy rare materials for making match. After which Dion said his name, explaining that he usually does not do business with new customers, but as an exception, he will give him a discount of 20%. Picking his nose, the protagonist asked that maybe he will add a little more. Hearing this, the merchant understood that this is definitely the same Black Ghost, because only a legendary level killer can have such impudence, saying that 20 is already too much, and he agreed with everyone. Then Dion said on the phone that he was sending a list of goods, and if you need anything, you just need to contact him at any time. Hearing this, Mike suddenly thought that the mech was missing a couple of modules that required advanced knowledge to create, and he had them. Having chosen a suitable one, Zero asked where he would deliver it, and he answered that they would meet in a deserted place in 3 days, and he would ask someone to deliver the goods, to which the boy agreed. Holding a magic crystal of the 30th level dungeon in his hand, the protagonist read its description. Realizing that this task was quite risky, he was going to leave it for later and opened the Dion character summon card. Lost in thought, he thought that this was not an ability that gave absolute invisibility, but something like a power that changed the parameters of the body to merge with the environment, which was a very useful thing. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the mountainous area on the border with Ordiana, where the helicopter was located. Mike was sitting inside, opening the case. Looking at its contents, he was glad that all the modules were there and he could finally start building the mech. Then Zero began the long process of making it. After a long time, he stretched, declaring that everything was ready. The system notification window right in front of him announced that the scan was successful, and a prototype of a new blueprint was created, asking for a name, and the boy chose the name Viper, thinking that it was a good name. Immediately after that, he agreed to put it on, and the process began. Gradually, bone structure modules made of nanotech fiber, an armor module made of a platinum alloy plate, and a colloidal bulletproof membrane were put on it. An external optical camouflage module was also connected to it, reducing the clarity of the outline due to the refraction of rays, and an eye module in the form of a multi-component optical membrane with a scanning function and a thermal imager. On his hands were modules in the form of thermoelectric gloves that generated a large amount of heat and inflicted constant damage, as well as a mini flamethrower with a left wrist module with repulsion. The leg module included electromagnetic boots. Having completed his transformation, Zero opened his eyes. After that, he was inside the mechanical suit he had created. Rejoicing at the result, the boy thought that there was a rifle for long-range combat, and this suit for close combat, and his combat power had now increased by an order of magnitude. Immediately after this, the story is transferred to the La Potter area. Through binoculars, they watched monsters that looked like rhinoceroses. Seeing a flying dragon, it is unknown that the infection of local animals with the death virus is becoming more and more serious. Yesterday, the hare and the man were saying that if they didn't find a cure soon, the situation would become irreversible, and his ally was noticing that the search party investigating the virus had stopped communicating since they reached the mountain valley ahead. Realizing that time was running out, the soldier moved forward through the deadly wasteland. After a while, Mike was there, stepping on animal bones. Covering his nose from the stench, he noticed that the air in this hellish place was saturated with poison. Immediately after that, the boy activated his mecha suit for safety. Without thinking twice, he pushed off the ground, rushing forward, when suddenly he saw something below. The suit system began to analyze the monsters in front of him, to which the protagonist thought that installing a filter element and a thermal constant was a wise decision. Then he landed right on the ground. At that moment, the monsters noticed him. Deciding that they were weak enough and expressing reluctance to waste his suit's energy, Zero activated his stealth mode. Having become invisible, he ran past the giraffes and thought that a high-level enemy would see him, but these animals did not, and was going to go deeper into the area to find a stronger monster and test the mech's combat power. Immediately after adding Vanya's story, they are transported to a night battlefield, where the corpses of the wolves that Mike had defeated lay right on the ground, arguing that level 42 monsters were still simple. Moving further, he noted that this was not bad, because this was what he expected from the mech. Suddenly, the ground shook under his feet, and the boy assumed that a herd of animals had become frightened. At the same time, he released mechanical beetles from his palm. The protagonist thought that it would be better to first scout the situation with the help of his devices. Having taken out his rifle and the guard, the protagonist noted that the further they went, the more dangerous the beasts were, and it was time to go into combat readiness. At this time, birds flew over the plain where the deer were. The mechanical beetles crawled closer and saw that the monsters were running forward. Without thinking twice, they climbed right onto the bodies of the deer. Having climbed, the mechanical beetle sat right on the back of the monster. With the help of the system, it transmitted everything it saw to its master. Looking at this, Zero thought that they were running in the same direction, and only one beast could influence them so much. As soon as he thought about the king of beasts, he immediately appeared and roared loudly, frightening the monsters. The man with gray hair hiding in ambush stated that the sound of his comrade's ability attracted this monster. Trying to escape from the wolf attack, the man asked to shut his mouth, because if it weren't for his negligence, they would have quietly gone around the wolf pack and asked not to complain, but to think about what to do. At that moment, Mike noticed them, very surprised that there were other people there. Suddenly, the soldiers ran forward, saying that there were more and more animals and they needed to find shelter. Seeing this, the king of the beasts became very angry. He immediately ran after his enemies, and the gray-haired boy who noticed this did not understand why he was so fast. Using his magic, his ally declared that there was a crack in the ground ahead and asked to jump there, and he himself was going to detain him. With a deft blow of his paw and claws, the powerful animal overpowered the man. The soldier who ran to the crack in the ground grabbed his comrade by the hand, telling him to quickly join him. Pulling him, the gray-haired boy managed to save his partner. At the very last moment, the king of beasts tried to strike, but did not have time. Enraged even more by what happened, he began to climb straight towards them. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the man declared that it was over and he would break through. Suddenly, his ally noted that he was now a burden, so he would distract him and told the other to run. At the same moment, Zero fired a shot from his rifle, piercing the monster's head through and through, and the guys heard the sound of a shot and were glad that someone came to their aid. Having received this damage, the King of Beasts roared loudly in pain. Mike, standing under the moon, called the beast to him. They say that he finally found it. The boy and the beast stood opposite each other. Having analyzed his enemy, the protagonist realized that it was a mutated white lion king of level 56. As he watched him, he reasoned that he was originally a boss that players raided in groups, and even though he was wearing a suit, he should be careful, intending to first reduce his health, and moved from his place. Taking out his pistol, Zero made a glancing shot with his skills. 3 bullets instantly pierced the body of the King of Beasts. Taking damage from the shots, the mutated white lion king jumped towards his opponent. Dodging him, Mike made a few more shots. He continued to run away from his opponent and fired his pistol. The health bar right above the monster's head was still almost full. Swiftly approaching him, the boy thought that having lost a fifth of his health, he must have been inflicted with exhaustion, and he was going to take advantage of this. The soldiers watching this were about to run away while he was distracting them. Suddenly, the gray-haired boy was very surprised by what he saw. Right in front of him, the protagonist started to fight the King of Beasts, which surprised him greatly. Without thinking at all, the gray-haired boy shouted at him not to fight at close range. Seeing the actions of his opponent, the mutated white lion king jumped straight towards him. Trembling with fear and covering his eyes with his hands, the boys realized that this was their end. At that moment, Zero blocked the monster's blow with his protective barrier. The gray-haired boy spread his fingers to see what was happening. He immediately saw how he stopped the white lion's attack. After that, Mike jumped to the side, thinking that due to exhaustion, his strength had diminished. Then he swung his leg, after which he struck, using a huge amount of strength, right at his opponent. Having received such damage, the King of Beasts flew straight to the ground. Having made his lunge, the boy landed next to him, opening his mouth in surprise, watching everything that was happening. The soldier could not believe that he had laid the monster down with one leg, and his ally said that he had never met Mech. At that moment, the protagonist moved from his place, gathering energy in his hand. Noticing this, the mutated white lion king struck back with his paw, but missed. Seeing the right moment to attack, Zero continued to accumulate energy in his hand, after which he touched the head of his opponent, directing all his power directly at him. Suddenly, the mane of the Beast King was covered in flames. Then he stood on his hind legs, preparing to strike. With a deft movement of his paw, the monster threw the opponent aside. From the damage received, Mike fell right to the ground. Analyzing the state of the mutated white lion king, he thought that now the state of rage was imposed on him, and he was in agony. Continuing to watch his opponent, the boy understood that he could not go head-on and needed to strike from a distance. Enveloping his body in energy, he ran away from the Beast King, who was running after him. The protagonist continued to dodge the monster at great speed. Using the power of his suit, he managed to break away from the pursuit. Realizing this, Zero immediately turned around, using Burning Will and reload, preparing to fire his rifle. His shot hit the mutated white lion king's head straight. The players watching from the side were extremely shocked that the monster fell in one hit. After destroying his opponent, Mike ran closer, thinking that this time the ability increased the damage by 4.1 times, and finally finished him. He then took off the mask of his suit and smiled widely. Zero took out his knife to cut up the carcass of the monster he killed. After finishing this, he was happy that he finally had the special item Mutated Heart in his hands, and the notification window of the system notified that he had started the virus research quest. Seeing this, Mike was happy that the mixture permanently increases the attributes of the one who took it and put the huge heart in the container. Suddenly, he heard words of gratitude for his help. These were the same people who said that they came to this forbidden area to save the search party and were looking for a way to solve the virus issue, but stopped communicating and also hoped that he would help them. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the boy, asking if he wanted to activate the D-Class quest Rescue the Research Party, and the protagonist noted that it was too dangerous to lead people through the forbidden area. Immediately after that, he said that he was not interested in this hassle, thinking that he had accomplished his goal and there was no reason to waste time. Hearing this, the gray-haired boy asked how it was possible to leave people who put themselves in danger to stop the disaster to die. Telling them that they can do as they want, Zero ran away and did not want to be dragged into this matter. After his answer, the researchers watched Mike run away. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to Luya's research facility. Using his skill, the boy changed his appearance. Approaching the reception, he was met by a girl who greeted him and asked if she could help him with anything. Showing her the recently earned trophy, the protagonist explained that he had the heart of a dead organism infected with the virus. Having led him to the waiting room, the research center employee asked him to wait there while she notified the management. Sitting down on a chair, Zero watched her go. Suddenly, he saw something to the side. It was the same researchers, bandaged, who were coming out to him. At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened. A man came out, calling those researchers heroes because they came back. The gray-haired boy, who had been very worried once, told the gentleman that they had failed and asked for forgiveness. Hearing this, the scientists could not believe that the squad had died. Suddenly, the second guy asked for forgiveness, explaining that they were infected and they could not help in any way. Holding out a battered suitcase in front of him, he added that this was what was left of them, and inside was a sample of the source of the virus. Putting his hand on this case, the representative of the research center began to cry, and his tears fell right on it. Taking his glasses off his tear-stained face, the scientists declared that they would not forget their sacrifice, and when they invented an antidote, they would name it after them. Hearing this, the researchers also began to cry, noting that they were heroes and they would regret all their lives that they could not save them. Putting his hand on the shoulder of one of them, the representative of the research center said that this was not necessary because if it were not for them, their will would not have been transferred, and they did what they could, adding that they had medical equipment here and they would help heal the wounds there. Continuing to cry, the gray-haired boy refused help and asked not to worry, approaching the door. Watching the two approach the exit, the scientist smirked, adjusting his glasses. Then he slowly approached Zero. Extending his hand to him, he greeted him and asked him to tell him that he was the one who brought the mutated heart, and he replied that he was, and it was in the suitcase. Smiling happily, the representative of the research center asked to follow him. Walking along the corridor, the businessman explained that their main research object was a deadly virus, but the lack of samples was causing problems. He also noted that with the help of the heart they could make an antidote, and when it was ready, they could give him a part in something else as payment. Hearing this, Mike replied that he did not need it and only needed the antidote, after which he looked at the suitcase and asked that if they did not have enough samples, then what was in it. Looking at him, the scientist laughed and said that they needed them for something else. Then, words were heard along the corridor of the research center that outsiders were not allowed to enter the laboratory and that they were asked to wait a bit outside the door. Understanding the situation, the boy stayed outside and sat on the couch, waiting. He watched the businessman meeting the scientist and thought that the soundproofing here was very good, but his senses did not care. Realizing this, the protagonist only grinned maliciously. At this time, behind the soundproof glass, the doctor was asking where the search party was, assuming that they had all died, and the representative of the research center was explaining that those two had not saved anyone. Having come to terms with this, the old man looked at the case with the samples, noting that this was already good. Waving his hand, the businessman declared that those two were ashamed that they had not lived up to their expectations, so they did not take the reward. The protagonist continued to sit in his place and listened to the researchers calling her stupid and naive because they were moved to tears by the lie that their actions were a great thing, and laughed, planning to call them the next time a dangerous girl appeared. After their words, he thought that they were complete hypocrites and he probably wouldn't get anything normal as a reward either, so he should teach them a lesson. After some time, Mike and the representative of the research center came back on the elevator, and he said that it would take 1 day to make the antidote, and they would provide him with a room to rest, and as soon as everything was ready, they would give him his parts. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the guest lounge. Sitting down at the computer, the boy was going to hack their database and check if there really was an antidote to the deadly virus. Having entered the list of archives, he realized that the antidote was just a cover and all they were studying was strengthening the virus. Looking at this data, the protagonist thought that the antidote constantly increases the attribute and has a certain probability of giving out a skill, so it is a very rare thing, and it was also difficult to get before, but this time it will be his. Then the story moves to the sunset of the next day in the building of Louis Research Facility. Holding the case in his hands, the businessman declared that the drug was ready. Opening it and looking at the characteristics of the virus amplifier lying inside, Zero thought that it had a low concentration, and they really gave him a low-quality drug. Then he said that he was satisfied with everything. Extending his hand towards him, the research center representative said that he would look forward to their cooperation in the future. Hearing this, Mike declared that he would like to purchase more of the drug, asking if it was in stock. Awkwardly scratching his cheek, the businessman explained that they only provide long-term wholesale supplies to large organizations. At that moment, the boy asked if this was true. Slightly lowering his glasses, he asked to be allowed to introduce himself formally, saying that he was the CEO of Embryo, Heisenberg. Hearing this, the research center representative was surprised, thinking that hadn't they left the Western continent. Then he fearfully apologized for such frank words and called him suspicious. Taking his watch, the boy was going to demonstrate the secret of their organization, saying that this would certainly convince him of the truth of his words. Activating the mechanism, he added that even the laboratories of 6 countries did not have such technology. At that moment, the mecha suit appeared on him, and the protagonist stated that he decided to show this invention to those who trusted him since their organization has a good name. Seeing this, the businessman was very dumbfounded, saying that he needed to consult with the management. Immediately after this, through a video call, the company chairman said that the mecha did not prove that he was from the embryo. Hearing this, Zero in his suit stated that their organization conducts business in secret, asking if they really expect him to exclaim that he is from the embryo. After his words, the heads noted that this is logical, and the representative of the research center noted that it is still a little dangerous to cooperate with this organization. Throwing up his hands, Mike was going to keep their cooperation a secret and added that they can even provide them with some financial support to create new divisions in Andrea. Hearing this, one of the chairmen whispered to the other that there were a lot of mutated animals and plants there, and the embryo was too generous, so the offer was very profitable. After which he laughed and asked to take him to the room with research samples. Obeying the order of the head, the businessman authenticated himself to enter the research lab. Entering inside, he explained that they had a drug showroom there, asking how much he needed. At this time, they were being watched through cameras. Noticing this, the protagonist grinned maliciously, said that he needed a little of everything, and money was not a problem, and he would also like to see what was stored in their warehouses. Hearing his words, the heads of the organization watching him said that this was very frank and a large order was planned. Immediately after that, they ordered the research center representative to complete the transaction as soon as possible. After that, he began to tell that they had enough supplies, and after he made the payment, all these things would become his. Looking in his direction, the protagonist replied that when he saw the goods in the warehouse and their quality, then he would pay. Entering the password to enter inside, the businessman stated that there was no need to worry about this, because they vouch for the quality of their products. Holding out an unknown bottle in his direction, he asked to check it, noting that they would not dare to deceive him, but he was forbidden to enter the warehouse. Having examined this drug, Zero said that it was quite good, thinking that, apparently, they would never allow him to enter the warehouse, but this was also quite good. Seeing that he was satisfied, the representative of the research center wanted to offer to proceed to payment. At that moment, Mike smiled sarcastically and activated his technology. In the blink of an eye, the mecha suit was right on his body, and he, holding the gun straight out in front of him, declared that this was his payment. Seeing this, the businessman fearfully declared that he was pretending. Having fired a shot at the glass next to him, the boy confirmed this, adding that the bullet was still real. While the frightened representative of the research center looked at the place where the shot hit, the protagonist said that if he wanted to live, he had to open the cabinets with supplies. Watching everything that was happening through the cameras, the head of the organization asked why he was standing there like a pillar and ordered to quickly sound the alarm. Hearing this, the frightened employee immediately agreed. With a deft movement of his hand, he pressed the red button. At that moment, an alarm began in the lab. Through the speakers, the chairman declared that he could not escape and he was completely under their control. Realizing his superiority, the businessman explained that if he wanted to live, he should lay down his arms and state his name and title. In an instant, weapons appeared from the walls, pointing straight at the protagonist, and the lab employee added that otherwise he would turn into a sieve. Immediately after that, there was a short silence in the lab warehouse. Suddenly, it was interrupted by a representative of the research center, who stated that it would not be difficult for them to capture him. Covering himself with a weapon aimed at his opponent, he added that if he did not want to turn into a sieve, he should surrender without resistance. After listening to all this nonsense, Zero still could not understand what he was talking about. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Mike launched the program. At the same moment, the weapons immediately hid back in the wall. The employee sitting at the control table did not understand what was happening. He said that the system suddenly failed. At the same moment, all the boxes with drugs opened inside the warehouse. Taking advantage of this, the boy began to collect them. He took everything from the shelves in the warehouse, putting it in his bag. At this time, in the management building, the head of the organization asked to quickly regain control of the laboratory, and the worker explained that the virus was spreading too quickly and he would not be able to, because it was loaded into the system yesterday. Trembling with fear, the representative of the research center fell to the ground and asked not to kill him. Continuing to collect vials with samples, the protagonist told him not to interfere and then he would live. After which he added that he was not a psychopath who kills for no reason, and was ready to cooperate with them, but this time they behaved incorrectly. Tying the bag with the loot, Zero noted that the two heroes, although stupid, were worthy and brave people. Throwing it over his shoulder, he also stated that there are fewer and fewer good people, which is why society is rotting, and villains are always rewarded, so this will be their punishment. One of the chairmen, watching all this, was shouting at his subordinates, saying that while they were dealing with the virus, it would escape, and ordered them to block the doors so that at least the guards could detain him, and was going to request support from Maple. Immediately after that, the doors to the lab began to close. Seeing this, Mike asked if they really wanted to block his way. Realizing this, he used his skill, pushing off the ground. Flying into the ceiling with great force, he managed to break through it. Thus, the boy found himself on the floor above. There he was met by guards who told him not to move from the spot because he was surrounded. As if he had not noticed them at all, the protagonist simply ran through them. Running out into the street, he called them a bunch of noobs. The head of the organization, watching all this from the headquarters, called the guards worthless, asking when help from Maple would arrive, and his subordinates said that at least in 10 minutes. Hearing this, the chairman became worried, declaring that it was too long. After which he asked Kate about the two heroes who should still be in the city and asked to contact them. After some time, surprised exclamations were heard from the hospital building. The gray-haired boy asked again that the institute had really been robbed and that the antidote to the death virus was among the stolen goods. After hearing all this, the guys destroyed the plaster casts and pulled out the IV needle, declaring that it was like a curse and the research group had given their lives getting it. Immediately running out into the street, they were going to help with this. Hearing their answer, the representative of the research center smiled broadly, after which he declared that they were relying on them and was going to send them the coordinates. Then the story moves to the roof of one of the buildings in the city. Zero was sitting right on top, holding a bag of loot. He was thinking that so many reagents were very good, and he could at least drink them every day instead of water. Suddenly, the system notified him that two trackers of approximately level 30 were approaching. Pointing their weapons at him, they ordered him not to move. When they saw Mike, the guys were surprised that it was him, but they said that even though he saved them, they would not let him take the antidote. Right in front of him at that moment, a system notification window appeared, notifying him of the start of the hero's trial quest, and the boy thought about the antidote, assuming that they were continuing to help the one who deceived them, and the reward was worth completing the quest. Immediately after that, the gray-haired boy gathered energy in his hands. Then he released it, destroying everything around him. At the last moment, Zero managed to jump to the side, dodging the blow. At the same time, he concentrated his power in his fist to strike back. Seeing this, the researcher was very scared. At the same moment, Mike struck his energy directly at his opponent, throwing him back. From the damage received, the gray-haired boy flew straight into the wall. Due to the enormous force of the blow, he began to cough up blood. Holding his stomach due to severe pain, the researcher was surprised by this terrifying power. At that moment, his ally approached the boy, preparing to strike with his fist. At the same time, the protagonist raised his leg to parry. With a deft movement, he kicked his opponent, throwing him aside, then flew into the wall next to his friend, which scared him greatly. Coming closer to him, the researcher asked if he was okay, and he answered that there was no need for questions and it was better to stop him and not let him escape. Hearing the words of his ally, the gray-haired boy declared that he took the antidote to the death virus and killed many people. Bleeding, kneeling, he continued to tell that today he even at the cost of his life. With a trembling body, getting to his feet, the researcher was going to stop him. Seeing this, Zero asked what a heroic death would give him, besides cut flowers, empty praise, and fake tears. Waving his hand, the gray-haired boy said that it does not matter how others see him, and if he himself is satisfied, then that is enough. Mike, imagining a gun to his forehead, scared him greatly, asked if it was true. Out of great fear, the researcher closed his eyes. Immediately after that, he began to cry, and in his tears were memories of the days he had lived with his family. When the shot rang out, the gray-haired boy realized that all of this could now be destroyed in an instant. He fell to his knees, such a life was breaking like glass. Trembling with fear, the researcher wondered why he had not died, assuming that he had run out of bullets, and then asked the reason. Answering his question, the boy explained that it did not matter and that what was important was what he had just been thinking about. Without saying anything in response, the gray-haired boy only clenched his teeth and continued to cry. Leaving them, the protagonist threw the flash drive one last time. It fell right onto the roof. Having come to his senses, the researcher took it and did not understand what to do. Immediately after this, the story moves back to the same hotel where the guys were initially. Lying on his bed, the gray-haired boy thought that his unwavering faith was shaken before the gaze of death, and at that moment he was not passionate and determined. Clenching his hand into a fist, he reasoned that before he wanted to fight and be a hero just for fun. Suddenly, another man called Ian over to take a look. Hearing this, he immediately went to his friend. Right on the computer screen, a report on the results of the research of the amplifier of the deadly virus was opened, which greatly surprised the guys. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ned concluded that the Research Institute of Louis was developing body amplifiers and biological weapons, and Keith lied to them from beginning to end. Walking along the city street, Zero received a notification from the system that the hero's test was over. As a reward, he received a 40-point boost to his reputation with those two and was surprised by what that was all about, not understanding what good the reputation of those idiots was doing him. Sighing heavily, Mike thought that he had gotten a bunch of drugs and done a good deed, letting those two know what a research institute was really like. A hole appeared in the ceiling. The body was lying near the hole in the floor. The man put the phone away and said that it was good. They would definitely find out the robber's background and report to them. Then he lit a cigarette and added that this time a real scandal had broken out. The boy had stolen a lot of important drugs, and now financial organizations were pushing them. The man opened his mouth and noted that he needed to put pressure on the embryo. There was also an announcement of a reward for its capture on the darknet. Let them make every effort and catch this bastard. The protagonist stared at the test tubes. Then he folded his hands and said that it was time to try his luck. After which he grabbed the flask and noted that he would start with this. Mike opened his mouth when he saw the notification. After which he threw the test tube and shouted what good this drug would do the institute. Then he calmed down and thought that it was a bad start. Why was he so unlucky? The protagonist began to drink the drug and thought that this one was more reliable. It was a pity that the effect of several vials did not add up. Then he took the ampoule and added that 4 test tubes with a highly concentrated death virus drug. He had a chance to awaken a rare ability. Players used to chase after it. After which he drank the liquid and thought that it tasted disgusting. Mike hunched over and thought that none of them had awakened a rare ability. All hopes were on the last test tube. After which he opened his eyes. Then he stared at his hand and added that it worked. It was rare to get a health boost. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was rare to get a health boost, but does the mechanic class need it? The embryo base stood under the night sky. The guy opened his mouth and said that they had been written to by the Louis Research Institute. They said that their employee, Heisenberg, had stolen a lot of drugs from them. Edward stared at the tablet and shouted that it was a lie. Do they even have such a person? Since they lost, everyone began to consider them weaklings. Then he strained his gaze. Then he saw the warrior and added that this mechanical suit was strong. The leader lowered his head and thought that if they could take possession of it, the combat power of their soldiers would increase rapidly. Where was it created, if in 6 states? Then he clenched his fist. Then he put his hand on the table and said to order their intelligence network to secretly track the user of this suit. He wants to know about all his actions, and the soldier said what he would do. Recently non-humans began to avoid capture, and some even resist arrest. The guy opened his mouth and added that they managed to catch only 2,103 non-humans. Edward stared at him and asked if the Cyberloss had learned anything new. The soldier took the folder and noted that the non-humans were acting purposefully. They lacked a lot of basic knowledge and spoke strangely, and also, it seemed, they had some special way of communicating with each other. The Cyberloss said they were like time travelers who came from the past. The leader strained his gaze and asked what the position of the 6 states was in relation to them. The guy opened his mouth and said that according to their intelligence, they sent their people to establish contact with the non-humans. They had different approaches, from friendly to violent. Edward folded his arms and said that because of the non-humans, they would not give up preparing for a war against them. Let him put more effort into catching the non-humans. He had a premonition that they were their way to win the war. There were 3 people standing near the mansion. The guards were examining the weapons. The man began to get out of the car. The spy opened his mouth and said that it was a multi-level 4-story villa. The door opened from the inside. 2 special forces patrols were guarding outside and another one inside the house. A total of 18 Secret Service agents. The target left the house every day at 8 in the morning, traveled in an armored vehicle. 2 squads followed nearby, returned at 6 or 7 in the evening. The same personnel guarded the target on the way back. The guard opened his mouth and shouted who he was. Let him show his documents. The man took out his documents and noted that he was just a tramp. The soldier looked at the documents and noted that it was forbidden to be there. Let him leave, and the spy replied that he would leave now. There were skyscrapers in the city. Hans walked down the street and said that he must have gone crazy. Even retired people work with them. Vernon looked at the man and told him to stop complaining like a woman or to go to the dacha to weed the beds, and he heard that they were asking for help, but why didn't he find Bennett? Garion opened his mouth and said that they didn't get along with each other. It wouldn't work out to act during the day. It would be better to kidnap the target at night, let the spy come back, they would discuss the plan. Hopefully there would be no difficulties. There was a swimming pool near the Darknet safe house. The guy lit a cigarette. Then he opened his mouth and asked why the Black Ghost suddenly became the Darknet's trump card. The girl put her finger on her lip and shouted that although he had strange addictions, he was strong. The guy looked at her and shouted that he didn't believe that he was stronger than him. He had been trained as a special agent in Raylan. The grandmother pulled the handle. Then she bowed and noted that 2 guests were waiting for him. The girl opened her mouth, heard that he was the messenger, saw that she had become even more beautiful, and asked him not to fall in love with her. The guy folded his hand and noted that he had heard about his military merits. Then he opened his mouth and added that they said he was a legend, but he saw that there was nothing special about him. The girl put out her hand and said not to compare him with herself. They had an important mission, so first they needed to familiarize themselves with the data. Then she put her hand on the documents and added that there were only 5 targets, all of them high-ranking officials who opposed their plan, and they were guarded both at home and on the street. The protagonist stared at the papers and heard that here were maps of the target's villas, security forces, and patrol routes were also marked. The guy opened his mouth and noted that he had developed a plan. You just need to stick to it and everything will go smoothly. Then he pointed to himself and added that he saw these special symbols. If he didn't understand them, let him say, he'll explain. Mike opened his mouth and asked what the specific goal was. Lola opened her mouth and said to put these documents in their houses in a visible place so that they could immediately find them. The documents contained data that could harm them. If they realized that they were in danger, they would not do anything rash. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked what they would do. The guy put his hand out and noted that he was only responsible for providing intelligence, completing the task, their care. Lola sweated and noted that if help was needed, she would help. Mike waved his hand and noted that the task was simple, he could handle it alone. Otis put his finger out and noted that he would follow the plan, he would definitely handle it. The protagonist threw the papers on the table and noted that it was too confusing, he would figure it out as he went along. Otis opened his mouth and shouted that he had been working on it for 10 days and he didn't know anything. Mike opened the door and noted that for him this task was a piece of cake. Otis stared at the door and shouted that he would screw up if he didn't follow the plan. The man left the mansion. The guards were standing near the car. Mike looked around the corner and thought that the target had left the mansion. There were guards everywhere. He needed to get into the escort squad and wait for a convenient opportunity. Then he ran at the guard and added that he was glued to his phone during working hours. Then he injected him with a syringe. The protagonist dragged the body. Then he undressed him and thought that under the influence of the anesthetic, it would take him a couple of hours to come to his senses. Then he knocked with his hands. Mike was transformed. The cars were moving forward quickly. Mike looked at the man and thought that when they got home, he would wait for the moment to plant the documents. Then he turned his head sharply. 2 missiles were aimed at the car, after which there was an explosion. The wounded guard was crawling near the car. Then he opened his mouth from the shot. The man opened his mouth and screamed what he was doing. Vernon looked down and screamed to get out, otherwise he would smash his dog face. The man looked at the roof and noticed that there was a sniper there. They tried very hard to grab him. Then he got out of the car and noticed that there was no choice. There were corpses in the car. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wondered who else would need Dorasi. Vernon turned her head and asked if he was still alive. Then she started walking towards the protagonist. Mike gritted his teeth. Then his legs sparked. Then he dropped to the ground. Vernon put out a grenade launcher and asked where he was going. The protagonist dodged the shots. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that this was harsh. Then he began to summon weapons. Mike jumped on top and screamed that she was forcing him to fight. Then he struck the woman. Then he swung. The protagonist struck the opponent's head. Vernon moved back. Then she opened her mouth and wondered where Dorasi got such a strong guard from. The protagonist grinned and thought that although she had a high level, he was stronger. Vernon raised her hand and asked if he was grinning. Then she swung and shouted that she would show him now. Then she struck. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it was good that the armor was able to withstand her blows. If they kept their distance, it would slowly lose health. Then he began to be covered in armor. Vernon swung her leg. Then she struck. The protagonist moved back. Dorasi trembled and asked that they had hidden such a valuable asset among their guards, that he was so respected in the government. Mike jumped to the side. Then he struck. Vernon pressed her earpiece and shouted that this agent was extremely strong, that Hans should stop watching and help her finish him off. Hans gripped his rifle and noted that she was standing too close to him and they were moving fast, he could accidentally hit her. Then he strained his gaze. Then he stared at the column of armored vehicles. Vernon opened her mouth when she heard him retreat. Then she jumped up and noted that she understood. Mike stared at her and wondered what kind of big shot he was to interest 2 level 60 people. Then he grabbed his rifle and added that it was probably about a secret plot line, they couldn't let her escape. Then he took aim. The bullet hit Benetta in the shoulder. The woman landed on the roof and wondered if she remembered him. The guard opened his mouth and shouted that the enemy was running to the northeast, after which he stepped aside and added that the 2 of them should grab them, and the protagonist thought that it was a pity that he hadn't shot her in the leg. Dorasi extended his hand. Then he smiled and thanked him for saving her. The protagonist threw the flash drive into the man's pocket. Then he smiled and noted that this was his job. Dorasi squeezed the protagonist's hand and shouted that he should think about becoming his main bodyguard, he would double his pay, and Mike replied that he wasn't planning on changing jobs yet. Then he strained his gaze and thought that he had some kind of secret that had forced 2 level 60 people to attack. Dorasi opened his mouth and asked if the lieutenant colonel had found out who the attacker was. The guy opened his mouth and noted that it was Vernon, a former agent of Raylan, who had once taken an active part in battles. She was one of the legends of that time. She had disappeared about 10 years ago. But now she had suddenly appeared. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that it was her. Then he put his hand to his chin and remembered the guy's words that his friends and comrades were buried here, they all deserve respect. Mike turned his gaze. Darcy opened his mouth and said to go home and have a good rest, and Danny would clean everything up here. After which the protagonist left. The lieutenant colonel hunched over and thought why the Secret Service hid such a strong man with them. Everything needed to be thoroughly checked. There was security near the entrance to Harry Raymond's estate. The security looked away. The protagonist looked through binoculars and thought that fortunately, all the officials returned home, unlike Darcy, who is always God knows where, will finish the task as soon as possible and go in search of Vernina. After which he jumped onto the roof. Then he put the enemy to sleep. A moment later, Mike transformed. Then he took the flash drive. After which he threw it into the office and thought that he would leave it in the office, he would notice in the morning. The protagonist took his appearance and thought that now was the next one. Mike stared at Senan Miller's estate. After which he threw the flash drive. Then he touched his forehead and thought that it was simple prose. The main hero stared at Dick's estate. After which he put the guard to sleep. Then he climbed through the window. Mike left the flash drive on the table and thought that it was the last one. The door to the room began to open. The protagonist strained his gaze. The old man opened his mouth and said that he was waking up for the second time that night. He could not accept that he was already so old. After which he turned his gaze. The protagonist was standing near the table. The old man opened his mouth and screamed. After which he jerked. Then he fell to the floor. Mike stared at the notification and thought that he had died. He had not done anything. The light was on in the mansion. A flash drive was sticking out of the laptop. Darcy looked at him in surprise and shouted that this was madness, blackmail. Then he jumped up and shouted to the guards to quickly find out what was happening to the officials who spoke out against funding the Darknet. The guard opened his mouth and noted that this was exactly why he came. Each of them had been threatened, and Dick had died of a heart attack. Darcy jerked and shouted that he would have to agree to these guys' terms. It was dark outside. The man began to pull the bullet out of his back. Then he put it on a tray. Vernina opened her mouth and shouted that such a simple task, and she had inadvertently failed. The man took her by the shoulder and noted that Hans's intelligence was incomplete. It was his fault. Hans opened his mouth and noted that this was nonsense. In the Maple archives he was presented as a very ordinary person. It was not he who fought them, but someone who had nothing to do with Maple. The man turned and asked who it was. Hans opened his mouth and noticed that it was a Darknet man. His target was Darcy. Vernina grabbed his shoulder and said that as far as she knew, only Bennett had such power in the Darknet. Apparently they had new recruits. The old man stared at the phone and said that he just needed to ask Bennett. The phone rang in the mansion. The man smiled and said that it was an unexpected call. Hadn't he retired yet? Then he started pouring tea and heard Garion say that he had an important matter and would need his help. He wanted to ask him if he had sent anyone on a mission to Maple. Then he closed his eyes and said that he didn't even know if he was so lucky or they were unlucky. The lights were on in the houses. Hans stared at the phone and heard that they needed problems. He didn't advise getting involved with him. He could kill them. Vernina opened her mouth and said that yesterday's skirmish was an accident. She would not settle scores with him. The man smiled, heard that he was called the Black Ghost, let them remember this and not get in his way, and said that that's how it is. He wants him to help them with something, and then heard the answer that this is not his subordinate, so he can only ask him, and he himself will decide what to answer. The light was on from the Darknet safe house. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that he had already completed the task. The guy opened his mouth and noted that it was impossible. According to his calculations, it should have taken him at least a week. Mike closed his eyes and replied that he told you that he did not need his plan. It looked more like childish babble than something that could be used in battle. The guy opened his mouth and turned pale. The protagonist picked up the phone. Then he smiled and noted that there were some difficulties regarding the task. The man opened his mouth and noted that he knew he could handle it. He still had something for him. The enemy he met on the mission was actually his friend. Then he closed his eyes and added that he was surprised that he hadn't lost. When they first met, he was weaker. His development was extremely fast. The protagonist sparkled and asked what he called to praise him. Let him continue. The man opened his mouth and noted that Hans asked him to tell him that he wanted him to help him with one thing. Mike grinned and thought that the hidden mission had come to him on its own. Then he looked down and added that he needed to act naturally. The man stared at the phone and heard that he could help, but he needed to know the details. Since they were his friends, that meant his too, so they wouldn't attach importance to that little skirmish. Then he closed his eyes and noted that it was a worthy answer. Consider that he owed him a debt, and his debt was growing. Mike leaned against the wall and said that there was no need to rush, just let him remember this. Then he stared at the phone. Then he brought it to his ear and heard that he was Hans. They met last night. The protagonist lit a cigarette and said that Bennett said he needed his help. In what matter? Then he stared straight ahead and heard that it was about an unsolved secret buried deep in history. Then he stared at the notification. Mike opened his mouth wide and wondered if the A-class task was really from a hidden storyline. No one had ever activated it before. Then he imagined the fortress and said that there were 3 main storylines on the planet Aquamarine. 2 of them were the war between the 6 nations and the Embryo organization and the creation of a refugee camp. Another was launched by players. But that was not it. Then he stared at the floor and thought that the origin, it turns out, can be dug into the history of the planet. It seemed to him that he knew the plot of the game like the back of his hand, but suddenly a task appeared that no one had activated before. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought that it was very difficult, since it had killed 2 of the strongest people of Aquamarine with 60s. Then he put his finger on the notification and added that since no one had succeeded, was that a reason to refuse? Then he opened his mouth and thought that since it had appeared by itself, he would already unravel all its secrets. It was dark outside. Hans smiled and said that although they had just met, he had come to his rescue, so now he was his debtor. Mike put his hand out, thought that he had many debtors, congratulated them on joining their ranks, and said that it would be better for him to tell about the details of the task. The old man stood up and said that it was connected with their attempt to capture Dorasi yesterday. He had once participated in a secret project. The ruler put his hand out and said that there was a drought in the east this year, let them lower taxes there. The peasant looked at the soldiers and said that they had collected taxes, so let them work at the front, and they replied that it was their duty to defend their homeland. The man stared at the wealth, and the plot told that before the war Maple was famous for its soft policy. It was an ordinary and weak nation. When the war began, the government implemented a policy that put enormous pressure on the population. Many expressed understanding and voluntarily contributed. After the end of the war, officials, having tasted the sweet fruit of evil, refused to return to the old system and increase pressure on the people. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder, and the plot added that people could not continue to live like that. The situation inside the country was heating up. The once soft policy had sunk into oblivion. The soldiers raised their weapons. Then they headed towards the castle, and the plot told that after Chancellor Ulrich adopted a new bill on cruel levies, popular indignation reached its peak. Huge masses of people took up arms. The rebels headed for Ulrich's residence. The corpses were lying on the ground. The bodies were hanging on a rope, and the plot added that an extremely expensive residence was razed to the ground. Ulrich, his wife, and children aged about 10 years were mercilessly tortured to death, recorded on video and posted on the internet, which shocked both the country and the world. Mike opened his mouth and noted that he knew about it. Hans opened his mouth and noted that half an hour after Ulrich's death, the special forces received orders to kill everyone who took part in the attack. The ruler held out his hand, and the plot noted that in 2 days the Maple government passed 24 strict laws. The soldiers grabbed the man. People stood behind the wire, and the plot added that it was decided to divide civilians into classes, which led to a mass expulsion of useless residents from large cities. People were deprived of their rights. At the same time, the government arrested and executed those who could threaten the country. The old man folded his arms and noted that Dorasi was one of the developers of those 4 laws. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked how this related to the secret he was talking about. Hans looked down and replied that until today, those dark events were quickly drowning in the darkness of the past. As eyewitnesses of those days, they were obliged to reveal them. Mike stared at the old man and asked what benefit this would bring them, and he replied that it was of no use. Then he looked up and added that people should know their history. Mike put his hand on his chin and thought that despite their intentions, the task was extremely rare, and then noted that he agreed. The man held out an envelope and noted that here was the information they had collected. Mike stared at it. Then he turned his head to the notification and thought that this was an open-ended task. The more goals he completed, the more points he would receive. Besides, the endings could be different. 350,000 for the first round, a reward worthy of the main task. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he would try. The man smiled and shouted that he hoped he would surprise him. The house stood in the middle of a plain. The guy turned around and noted that lately everyone on the forum was discussing NPCs, and another said that on the ancient planet they were considered messengers of the gods who should be worshipped. The newbie opened his mouth and shouted that on the magical planet people were examined by witches and they found that they had a talent for witchcraft, after which they began to accept them into various academies of magic. On the planet Winterfrost, players were not touched at all. Another newbie opened his mouth and noted that it was better this way than to risk being caught and cut into pieces by NPCs every day. He barely escaped from the research center. The guy turned to his comrade and said that one great expert told him in secret that the appearance of a black ghost on the planet Aquamarine is a kind of compensation for this. Then he smiled broadly. The newbie started crying and said that he had been missing for a long time. Would he ever come to them? The helicopter circled above them. The guy opened his mouth. Mike stared at them and thought that the story mission could be completed slowly, and while it was time to profit, these simpletons really missed him. The guys started running to the protagonist and shouting that he had finally appeared. They missed him. He would like to buy a method of tempering strength. He wants to change his class to a mechanic. The protagonist opened his mouth and wondered if he was imagining things, why the players had become more welcoming. The guy turned around and said that since he was an NPC, he would react differently to the players. He would go and try to tease him, and the second one noted that it was not necessary. If he got angry, he would kill him in a second. The guy sped up and shouted, "What's the big deal? It was just death. He would be resurrected many more times." The protagonist turned around. The guy folded his arms and said that his name was Mike. He used to serve the Star Dragon, and now the Darknet, and then thought that he would definitely panic since he had exposed him in front of everyone. The newcomers opened their mouths and shouted that he was brave. Mike opened his mouth and thought that he had deliberately revealed the information to him. How boring. The guy hunched over and thought that it did not affect him at all. If so, then he would have to resort to serious measures. Then he pointed his finger at himself and said that he wanted to join the embryo. He knew how to do it. The protagonist clicked on the notification and thought that he was provoking it. The guy stared at the screen in surprise and shouted that he had lost 3 reputation points. How petty the black ghost was. Mike put his hand on his chin and thought that since he had some influence in the gaming community, he could help them choose a side. The crowd stared at the protagonist. The protagonist put his hand out and said that a war was coming. The nations were gathering an expedition. The embryo would probably lose. If they wanted to join the Darknet, he could write them a letter of recommendation. If to the embryo, let them get out of his sight. The guy opened his mouth and shouted to quickly go to the forum. The black ghost had a new product, a letter of recommendation for the Blood Pact. Everyone stared at the screens and noted that they had already seen it, but who could pay 250,000? The blonde turned his head and said what side the Blood Pact belonged to. He hadn't heard of them being guides for newbies, and the redhead replied that the black ghost said that the 6 nations would fight the embryo, which would definitely lose. They were probably for newbies, so he would join the 6 nations. The bespectacled man opened his mouth and noted that he knew about the Blood Pact Society. He had a task to join them. Very difficult and confusing. This society positions itself as an organization of killers. He doesn't understand what the point of it is. The guy closed his eyes and said that in his opinion, spending 250,000 to skip the preliminary tasks is a waste of money. The sun was shining on the hut. The protagonist was lying on the bed and thought that he would look at how many people requested letters of recommendation. Then he looked at the screen and added that none. Then he put his hand on his chin and added that for players, 250,000. This is a lot. It seemed to him that guilds would be interested in buying the letter. Then he strained his gaze. Mike looked at the screen and thought that the task assigned to the Mad Sword and the Bunnet Dog was completed. They quickly managed, as he thought, giving their tasks to others, and upon completion, a reward is given. After which he smiled broadly. Then he went out to smoke. The newcomers smiled and shouted that the black ghost came out. Today he will be the first to change class, even let him not think of interfering with him. Mike opened his mouth and said that the flow of time carried everyone forward. The truth of the past was buried and forgotten by people who, without stopping, went to meet the future. He needs several reliable people to help. The guys opened their mouths and shouted that a new task, a high reward. After which everyone opened their mouths and added that it was one of the main ones. The black ghost can give the main story quests, so he is an important big shot in the game. The guy put his finger up and said that it doesn't work. It says that the condition is not met. The bespectacled guy stared at the notification and shouted that the quest has a prerequisite, and that is buying a letter of recommendation. Mike stared at the crowd who were shouting that this was a scam. Is it really necessary to spend money to complete quests according to the story? And who has that much? Can someone lend him money? The main character pressed his cigarette with his lips and thought that he divided the first mission of the Origin era into 5 separate ones so that players could complete them. Of course, not all of them can. He only needs those whose guilds can pay that amount. They will definitely be reliable guys. A huge building stood in the middle of the city. The guy turned his head and shouted that if you buy a letter of recommendation from the Black Ghost, you can join the story quest. This is a good chance for them. His companion opened his mouth and noted that the risk of losing a lot of money is high. It is better to unite with other guilds. The guy smiled and noted that he would then ask the Guild of Wanderers. Mike was lying on a lounge chair and thought that he would stay in the village of newcomers for a couple of days until the guilds collected the necessary amount. Then he turned his gaze, hearing how he was called. The blonde put his hand on his chest and noted that they wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. Mike grinned and thought that he remembered them. These are highly skilled players. Finally the fish bit. Then he held out an envelope and said to show them his letter, and they will be able to join the Blood Pact Society. Then he strained his gaze. The main character opened his mouth and noted that it looked like they could be trusted. He had a couple of tasks. The warriors happily looked at him and shouted that of course, this is exactly what they were waiting for. after which they looked at the screens and said that with one letter you can only accept one task, and it seemed to him that was all. The main character closed his eyes, thought that he needed strong players so he could not give them all the tasks, and said that if they cope, he would perhaps find more tasks for them. The purple-haired one opened his mouth and asked what it meant that after completing the hidden storyline of the Black Ghost would be activated. After which he ran into the forest and added that they needed to hurry, they needed to cope faster than others. The newbies stared at them and said that professional players had a lot of money. Of course, they could not compare with those who were helped by guilds. Mike turned his gaze and thought that he had enough quota for the first task, but the subsequent ones would be more difficult and it would not be enough. After which he looked at the screen. The guy smiled and said that not long ago another event happened among the players. The NPCs in the game expressed extreme interest in the unique characteristics of the players. The girl put out her hand and noted that if each NPC was given intelligence, it was simply mind-boggling how much calculation would need to be done every second. But the Star Sea uses the latest computers with super powerful processors. I wonder what their limit is. The guy turned to her and said that they had a professional player visiting today. Let him tell me what he thought about it. The player grabbed the microphone and said what he thought. It was part of the game's plot, so that players would feel like they were in reality. When he played, he sometimes forgot that he was in the game. The guy clenched his fist and said whether he would participate in the game. The player smiled and shouted that he would count on their support when the time came. Mike turned his gaze and thought that all the major guilds would begin to prepare for the league. The number of his clients should increase. Then he turned his head and added that he would need to select his trusted people. The man went down the elevator. Then he headed across the bridge. Then he put his hand on the scanner. The man put his hand on the railing. Then he opened his mouth and said that he needed to open the Gorodarn communication window with Star Zone number 9, Planet Aquamarine. Then he stared at the screen. The dark-haired man put his hands on the keyboard. Then he sweated. Then he raised his fingers and typed that he sent a request because of an anomalous phenomenon on their planet, and since it would not be possible to solve this mystery with the technology of their planet, he wanted to ask for their help. The man stared at the screen and typed that he would wait with impatience. Then he exhaled and thought that he would have to wait a year. The only thing left to do was to use non-humans as mercenaries, because they like it. The corridor at the embryo base was glowing. The girl walked forward. The guard looked at her and noted that she had 1 hour. The doors began to open. The girl walked down the corridor. Then she put her hand to the glass. The little girl smiled and shouted that she had come to visit her. The girl put her hand to the glass. Then she grinned and asked how she was doing. The girl opened her mouth and noticed that people in white coats were coming less and less often. Her last injection had been 13 days ago. The girl clenched her fist and thought that Aurora was recovering more slowly. Every time they took blood and bone marrow from her, she needed more time to recover, so they started coming less often. Aurora raised her head and noted that she should tell her a story. She wanted to hear the rest of the story that she hadn't finished last time. The girl opened her mouth and asked where they had left off. Aurora closed her eyes and noted that Uncle Zero had escaped from the base, and what had happened next, that they had fought. The leader clenched his fist and said that he had hidden somewhere deep like a rat. Then he strained his gaze and added that if he had the ability to foresee, he should be destroyed before the war began, otherwise their strategy would be exposed. Then he stared at the huge door. The man put his hand on the scanner, after which the door began to open. The leader stood in front of it. Then he stared at the body inside the liquid. The guy was unconscious in the water. Then he opened his eyes. The leader put up a photo and said to use his ability to influence the future and make Zero appear. Then he silently stared at the capsule. A fuzzy image appeared in front of the guy's face, after which he stared straight ahead and noted that he would fall into a trap. Let him go there. The leader stared straight ahead and asked when. The guy looked down and noted that soon. Then he left the room and said to launch the super soldier. Dark silhouettes stood in the room. The man pressed the keyboard and said that it was time for his revenge. The camera began to open. The soldier smashed the door and screamed, after which he opened his mouth and screamed that he would kill him with his own hands. The helicopter flew over the mountains. Mike put his finger up and asked who was remembering him again. Then he stared at the screen and thought that he had accumulated experience for teaching players a skill. It was time to decide on changing classes and increasing their rank. After which he began to twist his hand and added that first he would pump up his existing skills to the fullest. The protagonist rubbed his chin and thought that after that he would build the purple class drawings required by the task, after which he yawned. Then a huge number of notifications appeared. The notification said that the total amount of experience received was 120 million. The protagonist lay down on the table and thought that he never thought that spending experience points was so tiring. Then he raised his head and added that these 3 mechanisms are better suited than others for the class change quest, and will also be able to strengthen the mechs in battle and allow you to combine types of attacks. Then he looked out the window of the helicopter and added that the materials in the plane are not enough. He is going to the northern continent to replenish supplies. The animals were standing near the village. The man walked away from the corpses. Then he adjusted his hood. Then he took it off and heard on the radio that he heard that the Esports Association confirmed the creation of a professional league for the Star Sea. The man approached the village, heard that he had an unusual ability, they would need to fight together in the league against foreign celebrities, and replied that he should not be dragged into this. Then he raised his head. Then he saw the helicopter. The man stared at the helicopter. Mike stared straight ahead and thought that there were already level 18 players here. He needed to quickly go around all the newbie villages before any of the players reached level 20 and realized that the method of improving strength was a scam. The newbies ran straight ahead and shouted that the Black Ghost had finally arrived. He wanted to change his class to a mechanic. The guy turned his head and asked what Mike was. The villagers stopped near the helicopter and greeted the protagonist. The man squeezed the bag and noted that he wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. Mike put his hand on his chin and thought that he was a professional player. It would be very appropriate to give him a task to test his strength. The soldiers stood in the middle of the forest and shouted that everyone knew the battle plan, let him not screw up. After which the guy smiled and shouted not to worry, they were just a bunch of non-humans. They could easily deal with them, they would resist, they would kill. The bearded man opened his mouth and said that they looked like ordinary people. He wouldn't want to catch the wrong one. The protagonist walked through the forest, and the soldiers said that there was someone in the distance. It was a non-human. It must be so. In this forest only animals and non-humans walk alone. Then they started running at the protagonist and shouted that they were attacking at once. They must not let him escape. The bearded man raised his hand and shouted for them to stop. The guy opened his mouth and asked why. The bearded man trembled and noticed that it was not a non-human, but a black ghost. The protagonist looked at them. Then he put out his hand and asked who they were and what they were doing here. Shuriken headed towards the bearded man, and the protagonist asked if he would say it himself or if he should help him speak. The men fell to the ground and the main man said that they were from the Illumira family. They were sent to capture non-humans. They do him no harm, let him spare them. Mike raised his hand to his chin and thought that last time he helped attack them, no wonder they were so afraid of him. Then he opened his mouth and said to go back and tell his leader that he would visit him soon. The castle was in a blizzard. The leader opened his mouth and shouted that the Black Ghost had killed his people and now dared to stick his nose in here. They hadn't had time to find him and take revenge, but he came himself, complete disrespect. The commander opened his mouth and said no nonsense. He was not to be trifled with. Since he dared to show up without an invitation, it meant that someone was behind him. The bespectacled man stared straight ahead and said that if he wanted to attack, he wouldn't have given a warning. First we need to see what he wanted. The leader opened his mouth and said that they would listen to how he would justify killing Xiao. The protagonist looked at the castle. Then he strained his gaze and thought that Illumira had some of the strongest commanders on the northern continent. He had once treated them harshly, but they had not gone to get even. Then he stepped on the snow and added that since he was already here, he had to be vigilant. You never know what they were planning. The guards raised their weapons and shouted that someone was approaching. Mike stared at them. Then he turned his head, heard that he was not allowed in here, and asked if he would pass. The guard opened his mouth and noted that this would create difficulties for them. The man opened his mouth and noted that they should let him in. Ummel turned to the protagonist and added that he had heard that he wanted to visit them, which surprised the commanders because unpleasant events had happened not long ago. Then he went into the castle and added that since he had come himself, he hoped that their intentions were friendly. Mike grinned and thought that according to intelligence, this family took part in the faction struggle every year. Then he turned and asked what faction he belonged to, the house or others. Ummel opened his mouth and noted that he was a member of the Illumira family, that's all. Mike narrowed his eyes. Then he approached the main castle. The girl put her hand on her forehead and asked who they came out to meet. What happened? The guy opened his mouth and said that he would go and see. Maybe he could start a couple of quests. The crowd headed towards the protagonist. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that it was a black ghost. The girl put her hand on her chin and asked how he ended up here. Wasn't he in the newbie village a few days ago? It seems like everyone here has animosity towards him. The protagonist smirked. The girl folded her hands and shouted that they were lucky. This is a sudden plot line. Maybe hidden quests will appear. The blonde stared at the protagonist and shouted that he had gone to the reception area, but there was a high-level area that was close to them, and the second one noted that it was rare to meet a black ghost. They should wait here. The protagonist stood in front of the family leaders. Then he sat down on a chair and asked if they would introduce themselves. The leader hit the throne. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that in the village of the Green Valley he had attacked their lands and killed their people. The guards began to walk towards the protagonist. Mike smiled and said what they thought. He had no reason. It would be better for him to explain his cooperation with the embryo himself. The leader opened his mouth and shouted what he was saying. They were not in collusion. Mike stared at the leader and said that Zero, for whom the embryo had appointed a huge reward, was a member of their family. The leader opened his mouth and shouted that he had completely lost his mind. The reward was appointed for Han Zio. Mike leaned his head on his hand and said what he thought he would believe it, and the intelligence organizations of the 6 nations, he believed they were helping the embryo find the wanted man or even were looking for him themselves. The leader opened his mouth and shouted that it was not so, they had circumstances. Mike grinned and noted that he would really like to hear about them. The leader opened his mouth and thought that he needed to clearly show that they were against the embryo. The war between the 6 nations and the embryo was approaching. Misunderstandings could not be allowed at such a key moment. Then he opened his mouth and added that the leader Zio should tell him everything in detail. Zio stared at the protagonist silently. Then he opened his mouth and asked his son to tell the Black Ghost the whole truth. The boy opened his mouth and said that more than a year ago, he was guarding a supply convoy, and halfway through, they were suddenly attacked. Then he clenched his sword and added that the attackers were moving towards him, and he told Zio to change into his clothes to distract them and let him escape, but when they returned with reinforcements, he was not there. Mike raised his head and asked if his younger brother wanted to die for him. The boy opened his mouth and asked what he thought. The cadets opened their mouths and said that he made a scapegoat out of his brother. The people from the Zio faction were really heartless. The leader opened his mouth and ordered everyone to shut up. Then he stared straight ahead and added that this is how it happened. They can provide more evidence, but whether he believes it or not, they do not cooperate with the embryo. Mike raised his hand and thought, it is clear what happened to Han Zio is terrible. Zio tapped his fingers on the throne. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that his son had died at his hands and that this could not be ignored. Mike turned his head and said that it was better to discuss personal matters face to face. Zio opened his mouth and noted that this was exactly the case. The leader turned a displeased look. Mike closed his eyes and noted that it was already late. They would not mind if he stayed overnight. The leader opened his mouth and shouted for Zio Jin to take care of him. The protagonist stared attentively and thought that this was interesting. The guy bowed and noted that he was the leader's adopted son. He would take care of him during their stay here. Mike followed him and thought that Daryl's people had left and Zio Jin's people had taken him. Apparently, the internal conflict in Illumira was really very serious. Then they went outside. The girl smiled and shouted that they wanted to learn abilities. The adopted son scratched his head and asked if he knew them, and the protagonist replied that he did not. The newbie looked at the protagonist and asked why there was no quest. This was a sudden plot line. There was a huge passage leading to Zio Jin's manor. Mike took a cup of tea and said that how could he compensate him for Zio Rui's death. Zio opened his mouth and remarked that he was just a son. Death was the result of his bad luck. The protagonist looked at him and asked why he invited him, and he replied that there was nothing wrong with meeting a famous murderer. Mike leaned on his hand and said that he was interested in Han Zio, so let's get back to talking about him. Zio turned his head and remarked that he was his extremely talentless son, who unexpectedly became a criminal for whom the embryo appointed a monetary reward. The guy folded his arms and said that he thought he was dead, but as the saying goes, an unkind person lives long, and he intends to cause them trouble. Mike opened his mouth and asked what he meant by troublesome. The guy turned his gaze. Zio raised his hand and noted that it was late. The Black Ghost needed to rest. There was snow on the roof. The guy brought an envelope and said that here was the information about Han Zio. His father asked him to give it to him. The protagonist stared at the documents. Then he put his finger on his chin. There was snow on the roof of Daryl's mansion. The guy bowed and noted that the Black Ghost had left Zio Jin's mansion. The meeting lasted 1 hour and 37 minutes. The leader clenched his fists and shouted that Zio Jin was becoming more and more unbridled. He dared to meet the Black Ghost without his consent. The guy straightened up and asked if he wanted to teach the Black Ghost a lesson, and he replied that he did not provoke him. Then he opened his mouth when he heard that he had the nerve to do whatever he wanted on their territory. The leader hit the table and shouted that he said not to mess with him. The mansion shook from the scream. The sun was rising from behind the mountain. The protagonist stretched. Then he turned his gaze. The soldiers pointed their guns and shouted for him to stay still. The leader had been killed. He was most likely behind this. The bullet went through his eye, pierced his brain, and exited through the back of his head. Daryl died instantly. No signs of resistance were visible. The killer acted very quickly. Someone exclaimed, "It was the Black Ghost." The guy looked back at the people. They thought he was behind the murder. Lagos stepped forward, waved his hand, and shouted for the others to grab him. The man stopped the soldiers, holding out his hand, urging them to wait. Harold gloomily noted, something was fishy here. The Black Ghost came to visit them. He had no reason to do such a thing. Lagos clenched his fists, objected to him. It was a trick. He expected them to think the same, he said. But why visit them? The murder can be done quietly. The young man wanted to join the fight. But Sean held him back. The guy shouted whose side he was on if he was justifying the criminal. The third commander urged him to calm down. Black Ghost had no motive to do this. The guy turned to Harold, exclaimed, "Motive? His father was dead, and his high post was now vacant." He nodded negatively, said that the young man was making things up. The third commander whispered to Lagos not to shout and better first grab and interrogate Black Ghost. He replied that this would not do. "You cannot believe a single word," he said. Mike brought a lighter to a cigarette, asked how old they were. Everyone was shouting and shouting. He looked at them sullenly. The guy thought that as soon as he lit a cigarette, a bunch of strong soldiers became wary. He pressed his lips together. Perhaps there was a real killer among them. If he started a fight, it would be harder to clear himself of suspicion later. He put his finger to his chin, thinking that he needed to somehow prove his innocence. Daryl had been discovered not long ago. Illumira's people had not yet conducted a thorough investigation of the crime scene, and the killer could have left evidence. Lagos pointed his finger at the hero and shouted for him to lay down his arms and surrender. Harold added that if he was innocent, they would find out. Mike confidently declared, no, they had better disarm. The soldiers' weapons were aimed at the hero. Lagos shouted, how dare he show off? He thought he didn't have the courage to kill him. The young man who was standing behind the wall suddenly fired. Mike turned around abruptly. The man with the mustache was wounded. The commander with the gun shouted to the others, fire. The hero was surrounded by a hemisphere that reflected the bullets. The guy looked to the side, decided that someone wanted to force him to start a fight. He took out an energy disc with blades. Mike launched them towards the opponents. One of the discs maneuvered around the soldier with the weapon. The hero thought that the unknown person had just shot from around the corner. He jumped in that direction, decided that if he interrogated him, the truth would come out. Confusion was reflected on his face. The shooter was lying on the floor. He was dead. The fighters rushed at Mike. One of them was indignant, thinking of running away. Esper ordered the others to finish off the Black Ghost. The hero thought that these were D-rank superhumans. They must be the best fighters of Illumira. He thought that they, seeing that he was not attacking, deliberately opened fire to cause a conflict. Apparently, the people who set him up had deep roots in Illumira. The soldiers started shooting. The commander gave the order, suppressive fire, begin the attack. Mike jumped up, thought, they're annoying. He threw the glowing discs again. The weapons crashed into the fighters, threw them back. The leader warned that Mike was using blades. The hero crossed his arms, defended himself from the Esper's blow. Mike prepared to attack. He knew that with his abilities it would not be difficult to kill them, but then it would be difficult to remove suspicion. He needed to control himself. Blue discharges flashed around his hand. The enemy looked at him nervously, felt fear. Mike rushed forward, raised his hand to strike. He knocked the Esper to the ground. He fell to the floor, coughing up blood. The fighters attacked the hero at the same time. The guy threw a clenched fist forward. He turned around, kicked the enemy. He threw electric blades at the remaining fighters. The fighters fell to their knees, breathing heavily. The soldier lowered his weapon. His hands were shaking. They admitted that they had lost. The girl folded her arms, exclaimed with alarm, what power? He defeated 4 high-level NPCs with one blow. The player who was standing next to him added, less was not expected from the NPC who gives quests on the main storyline. Lagos, who was watching from behind the column, cursed mentally, damn, those 4 guards were no match for him. Suddenly, the disc flew over him. He was scared. Mike raised his hand, said that he did not kill Daryl, but he wanted to wait until they found out who the killer was. If they raised a hand against him again, everyone here would die. Lagos looked at him with hatred. Harold stepped forward and said that they accepted the hero's condition. He added that his people believed that he was not involved in the murder. It was a conspiracy needed to provoke a conflict. The man ordered the soldiers to lay down their arms. Mike spread his arms out to the sides. The discs rushed back to him. He clenched his fist, around which energy lightning flashed. The weapon disappeared. The guy replied that he hoped for them. He left the hall. The people gathered there looked after him. Lagos said furiously through his teeth, bastard, we can't just let him leave. The commander scratched his head, said that the Black Ghost spared them and expressed a desire to stay. He was unlikely to be a killer. The prince loudly objected. How naive he was. He would not dare to kill them, otherwise Illumira would become an enemy of the Darknet. He just needed to remove suspicion from himself. The hero left the castle and went down the stairs. He opened the information window. It said that Mike launched an urgent task, the real killer. He thought it was a puzzle task. The team also got message windows. The guy shouted that there was a task. The reward was high. The blonde asked if they could choose a side. Which one would they take? The screen tells about the shocking changes in Illumira. They answered, of course, on the side of the Black Ghost. The guys ran to Mike asking to let them help. The guy was surprised. The players also received a task. He looked at them thoughtfully, thought that the killer wanted to become a leader, but his plan has not yet been realized. The time will come, he will give himself away, and the players will help him keep an eye on everyone. He turned away and told them to follow him. 2 people in black cloaks and hoods hiding their faces met on the street. The guy with short brown hair said that the conflict did not take place, their man died for nothing. The other asked, intelligence reported that the Black Ghost, a serial killer, how did he restrain himself this time? The hero was standing behind the wall at that time. The stranger passed by, added that fortunately all the evidence had been destroyed, the truth could not be revealed, the Black Ghost would still be the main suspect. Daryl's house. The royals were sitting on the couch. Dorian asked, the leader is dead, who will take his place? Lagos pointed at himself, answered, he. Daryl's younger brother looked down, told the guy that he was not suitable. He looked at him with hatred, asked what he meant. The man sternly told him to say not you, but uncle, addressing him, his older brother was dead, and according to seniority, he should take his place. Lagos, with contempt in his voice, objected, it happened just recently, and he is already trying to seize power, is he acting too impatiently? He clenched his fist, menacingly added, misfortune suddenly befell his father, their enemies are already making plans, now they are discussing how to seize power, and meanwhile he is arguing with his relative. Dorian remained cold and stern, told Lagos not to say that, he was young and inexperienced, and he was just worried that the boy would make a mistake if he wanted to become the leader. He would give in to him. The young man leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, exclaimed, great, now the most important thing is to find the killer. The most suspicious is the strong Black Ghost, so he will hire a couple of killers to deal with him. When they arrive, they will grab the Black Ghost and interrogate him. The blonde asked uncertainly, what if he is innocent? Lagos frowned, said that then it was probably Harold. This scoundrel is greedy for power, he was reluctantly close to his father for many years. Dorian said that on the night of the murder, the Black Ghost visited his mansion and stayed there for an hour. He said that maybe he paid him a tidy sum for the murder and then staged this whole show to fool everyone. Harold's mansion. The man sat in a chair opposite his subordinate. He asked what was going on in the faction at home. The guy replied that Lagos was now in charge. They were investigating Daryl's death, but so far there was no progress, no evidence was found in the mansion. Harold put his fist to his chin, asked who gave the order to bring the Black Ghost to the scene. The guy replied, the team leader, Miri, he came to capture the Black Ghost and died that same day during the fight. A stray bullet finished him off. The man thoughtfully tapped his fingers on the armrest, said, a stray bullet, so he asked what the Black Ghost was doing now. The reporter replied, nothing. Harold smirked. He said, that was reasonable until the truth about Daryl's murder was revealed. No faction would want to deal with him. Anyone who did would become a common target for the others. Sean's office. The man put the phone to his ear, asked the Major General what they should do now. The Major General's voice answered. What was he thinking? Sean replied that Daryl was dead. The leadership position had become vacant, and a new successor would need to be appointed. He would put forward his candidacy. He added that he hoped the Major General could support him. The Major General replied, of course, he would use his network to help Sean get votes from high-ranking officials. But when he led Illumra, he should remember how he got there and not forget what he promised him. Sean assured him, of course. The conversation was over, the commander grinned evilly. Meanwhile, in the castle where the murder took place, the players ran to Mike with messages that they had completed the task. After the funeral, they stayed in their house. Sean was calling on the phone. The hero touched his chin with his hand, thought, they suspect him and do not allow him to freely conduct an investigation. Fortunately, these players can be his eyes and ears. The goal of the real killer is most likely to seize power and shift responsibility to him. The current evidence contributes to this, so Illumra will again find a reason to cause him trouble. Suddenly, a group of soldiers approached the guy. Lagos, who was standing in front of the group, menacingly shouted to the Black Ghost that he suspects him of conspiring with Harold and killing his father. He ordered to follow him. Mike asked with irritation, again him, life teaches nothing. Lagos grinned and said, let him go. The legendary mercenaries, Vanessa and Steve, stood next to the prince. The hero smiled grimly, noticed, so that's what, he spent a lot of money. Among the fighters stood the invisible demon. He called Mike Mr. Black and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lagos said that when they captured him, he would beat all the information out of him. Mike casually touched his ear with his little finger and asked, are you tired of living? The blonde hid behind her companion, said with fear, 3 high-level ranks. The guy added that the Black Ghost was in trouble. Lagos asked with a self-confident smile, was scared, let him lay down his arms. Mike made a hand gesture, told him to shut up. He prepared to attack, suggested that they wrestle. Suddenly, an air vortex appeared. The hero looked back. The invisible demon jumped on the hero from behind, but he managed to react and swung a flying disc. The blade hit the enemy. Mike raised his fist, thought that the invisible demon was very lucky to escape then in the city of the White Seagull. He did not expect that he would again run into death. Steve abruptly rushed to Mike and warned him not to get cocky. The guy raised his hand to block the enemy. The mercenary hit him with his fist in the forearm. The hero bounced off Steve, trying to keep his balance. He spat out blood, thought that he was strong. He couldn't fight a level 60 warrior. He glanced to the side. The mercenary raised his hand, a giant fire dragon appeared. Steve shouted, until he died, then he would get hit again. The dragon knocked the guy off his feet with a powerful blow. Mike crashed into the wall with his back. He managed to keep his balance, leaned forward slightly, thought that Steve had pumped up his abilities. He needed to get rid of the girl first, and then concentrate on him. He jumped up and opened fire with a pistol. Vanessa raised her hands, blue energy enveloped her. She exclaimed, "Nothing." The girl leaned forward and abruptly threw her hands back, shouted, "Get it back." The bullets changed trajectory. Mike darted to the side, touched the ground with his hand, thought, another pumped up ability. In an open area it all resembles a game of Tetris. He pushed off the ground, decided that he would activate the match, then they would talk. The guy jumped into the tower window. The mercenaries looked up. Steve said he hid in the house. Vanessa urged him to calm down. Mike is a mechanic, which means he can set a trap there. Steve formed a flaming fireball in his hands and left. He threw it at the tower and it collapsed. The mercenary said he couldn't dodge it. Yeah. In the clouds of smoke and debris, the silhouette of the hero appeared. Steve gritted his teeth, indignant that he was still alive. Mike brought 2 fingers to his temple, activated durability mode. The mercenary rushed at him, shouted, he thinks if he put on mechs, he will be afraid of him. He hit the armor with a fiery fist. The man was stunned. What is this armor made of? It can withstand his blows. He flinched and opened his eyes wide. Mike swung. A notification about the completion of the Dao mode appeared, an iron fist, a heavy mechanical hand. He hit the mercenary in the head and knocked him to the ground. The beaten enemy lay motionless on the ground and barely breathed. Mike put his hand on his head and asked if the tigers were being arrogant or if he mistook him for a sick cat. Vanessa called out to Steve. The girl flew up and shouted at the hero that she would not spare him. Mike jumped into the air to dodge the dark-haired girl's attack. The girl, with anger on her face, shouted where he was going. The guy cursed at Sylvia and thought that she would not be able to break through his iron armor. Then the main character swung his fist, offering to evaluate his blow. The guy hit the girl with his fist, and she flew back far away. Mike at that moment found himself above Sylvia and thought that she would not be able to escape from him. He raised his leg and struck Sylvia, and the dark-haired girl fell to the ground, leaving a bloody trail behind her. Mike turned his head towards the voices shouting that they would attack him. The enemy was running towards the guy with his hands burning in the fire, and the protagonist was furious that he met him again. Then he took out his machine gun and activated a fatal critical hit. The next moment after reloading the machine gun, Mike pulled the trigger. The protagonist's bullet instantly pierced Steve's chest, but he still did not die, and the blonde thought that the enemy's armor was very high. Angry, Mike rushed at Steve and asked if he could withstand a special attack. A thick iron glove meets Steve's jaw, and bright sparks fly off from it. Mike looks at the fallen lifeless body and receives a system notification that 115,000 experience was received for killing Steve. Sylvia mentally screamed his name with tears in her eyes. Jumping into the air, the girl asked why she had never heard of such a strong match before. Jared followed the dark-haired girl with his gaze and cursed. The guy alone won't be able to stand against the black ghost, so he caught up with Sylvia to escape together. Mike turned in their direction, standing next to the lifeless body, and asked if they were already leaving, throwing bombs at the guys. Sylvia was horrified by their number and tried to dodge. Jared also opened his mouth in surprise, asking his partner what the hell was that. The dark-haired girl covered her ears from the loud explosions when the bombs hit Jared. He began to fall head down. Mike dealt 360 damage to the invisible demon, and now he is affected by the dizziness effect. Sylvia thought that the main character managed to defeat the invisible demon, but at least it gave her some time. The dark-haired girl crouched down and, looking at the main character, coughed. He clenched his hand into a fist and activated the electromagnetic shredder gloves. The next moment, the guy rushed towards Sylvia and stabbed her in the chest, pushing her back. The girl's body fell to the ground, and Mike looked at the blue notification, which said that for killing Vanessa, he received 175,000 experience. 3 guys looked out from the walls and began to admire the strength of the protagonist, saying that they did everything right to stand by his side. The blonde guy approached one guy and said that it was time to pay the bills. Fear appeared on the face of the second one and he shouted that the protagonist cannot kill him, but Mike replied that he already forgave him once, and a drone with blades appeared behind him. The device flew at the guy while he said that he was responsible for the faction of the house. The next moment, the drone of the protagonist cut the neck of the second one. He fell without any sounds and fell to the ground. Arjun, who was watching the events, told Mike that he dared to kill the son of the leader, to which the blonde asked if they had any problems. Around him lay many corpses of recent opponents. Dorian put his hand on his armor and said that he was the younger brother of the murdered man and that he attacked Mike for personal reasons. One of the guys spoke up, saying that in any case, the Black Ghost must pay for the murder. Dorian ordered him to shut up, because the faction would not take revenge for this. Then the man invited the protagonist to his new house, which he personally prepared for the guy. His subordinates looked at what was happening, and one of them asked if Dorian would let the blonde man go so easily, to which he was told that the man just wanted to remove suspicion from himself and wait for the investigation to establish the truth. The sunset painted the black castle in light colors. James, tied with a rope, lowered his head down and asked the blonde man what he was going to do. Mike grinned and replied that he had heard the guy become invisible due to a failed lab experiment, after which his skin had changed and could now be sold for a fortune. James frowned and screamed, asking him not to do it. The protagonist angrily told him to keep quiet, because he had no right to vote. James looked at the syringe in the blonde's hand in fear and asked him to let him go. The next moment, the needle was in the other's neck and he froze. James fell to the floor with his eyes closed, still tied with a rope. Mike walked down the hallway and thought about how today they had tried to aggravate his conflict with the girl, but she would no longer dare to speak out against the guy because she had seen his strength. The culprit would either abandon his plan and continue to hide, or continue to think about a way to save the situation. The blonde sat in a chair, resting his cheek on his fist, and indifferently scrolled through the information on his control panel, so the players in the darknet did not find out anything. Mike decided to watch what was happening from the side. Harry walked down the hallway to the protagonist's room with his hands in his pockets. Then he knocked on the door. When the man opened the door, he said that they had found an important clue. Handing the tablet to the protagonist, Harry continued that during the investigation he had discovered that an assistant to a high-ranking official of the Northern faction had left his home and disappeared for 27 minutes on the night of the murder. His name was Tate and he was from the Northern continent, and the spy sent by the man to the Northern faction had discovered that Tate was in on the conspiracy. The blonde man asked why they didn't arrest him if they had found out everything. Harold held a mug of tea to his mouth and said that he had hoped that Mike would help catch Tate and his henchmen, because they had probably sent a lot of craftsmen to protect him, and besides, it was great news to remove suspicion from himself. The blonde man was sitting in the chair next to him, crossing his legs, and said that if there was payment, then no problem. The man placed the cup on the table between them. The blonde grinned and continued that he would help Harold at a market rate. Night enveloped the huge black mansion of Tate. Mike in his suit stood near the window and decided to first deal with the video surveillance and security system. A notification appeared on his screen that the program had been successfully hacked. The protagonist climbed inside through the window, examining the room. Someone else's office glowed with a blue hologram in Mike's glasses. They showed the guy that there was a safe behind the painting in the room, and also that all the drawers were under lock and key. The blonde squatted down and thought that a mechanic could handle such locks in no time. A lot of documents appeared in the drawer, and Mike wondered if secret documents could be stored like this. The protagonist peered into the papers, thinking that this was useless information since all the internal data and reports. Then something caught his attention. Inside the box was a key and numbers written on it, and Mike thought that it must be the safe key and password, but it could be a trap that would raise the alarm. Leaving the office, Mike decided to make the arrest and let others deal with the safe. Putting 2 fingers to his helmet, the blonde man began to scan his vital signs. There were many high-level guards in front, and the protagonist thought that they were well-trained and there could be even stronger ones inside. The guy began to reason that they had installed too much security for a simple assistant, and that something was clearly wrong. The blonde man raised his leg and pushed off the floor. The next second, Mike smashed the wooden door into splinters and ordered no one to move. The guards took out their weapons and ordered to open fire. The protagonist's iron armor was impenetrable and deflected all bullets. One of the men was surprised, wondering to himself why the fight against the guy did not work. Mike punches the blonde guy in the cheek and he squints. The next blow lands on another guard, whom the protagonist kicks with his foot, around which lightning glowed. The guy turned his gaze to Dorian. He shouted at the blonde guy that he got into trouble and put out his hand burning with fire, while a sign appeared next to him that the dark-haired guy was in a conspiracy. Mike smirked at this news and dodged the fire flying at him. Then the blonde guy rushed at the man, telling him that he thinks a lot of himself for a level 40 non-entity. His blow landed on the brunette, pushing him back. A lifeless body slid down the wall, leaving behind a bloody light, and the protagonist received 24,333 experience for it. Tate called out to Mike, trying to catch his breath and asking why he broke into their house and killed everyone. The guy stood in front of the man and asked him not to pretend, because their plan was already exposed. Footsteps were heard and 3 men with Harry at the head burst into the room. Thomas screamed in surprise at what he saw. The blonde man fell to his knees in front of the men and lowered his head, asking how they knew. Harold glared at him and said that Tate had been in secret contact with Raylan for a long time and had replaced all of his guards with special agents over the past few years. Mike stood next to the man as he continued, saying that when the Black Ghost appeared, Tate decided to blame him for killing the boss and bribe the guards, doing the dirty work with others. The blonde man frowned and closed his eyes, confirming all of the above. Tate then screamed, pointing to the dead Dorian, that he was the one who provoked him and that the protagonist was sent to watch him. The dark-haired man held the shackles in his hands and angrily asked to save the wards for the prison. Mike turned around and waved his hand, saying that he didn't care about the others because he had done his job. Night had come. The protagonist sat boredly on the chair, staring at his screen, thinking that he had completed the task ahead of schedule, and until a new leader was chosen, it would not end. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and the fair-haired man grinned because Harold had come after all. Turning to the man, the protagonist asked what the topic was, and he asked why Mike hadn't left Illumra if he had already been acquitted. Putting a cigarette in his mouth, the fair-haired man replied that he had come to visit them with pure intentions, but in the end they had dumped all the troubles on him and even wanted to kill him. The dark-haired man shouted that all this had been planned by Dorian and that Mike had killed all their people, and now he dared to talk about compensation. The blonde said indifferently that Raylan was far away, and therefore he would first ask them for money, to which they shouted that it was robbery. The protagonist folded his arms and asked what they would do. Harold pushed his evil partner aside and told him to step aside. Then the man immediately signed the document. He said that he would personally pay Mike compensation and asked if this amount was enough, to which he answered that it was hardly enough. The protagonist sat down on a chair and asked what they needed since they parted with the money so easily. Harold sat down next to him and answered that the post of the head of Illumra was vacant, and in 2 days there would be internal elections, but competitors were secretly luring high-ranking officials to their side and tying the man's hands. Harold asked for help and told him to set the price himself. Mike said that he did not belong to Illumra, but he was interrupted, told to join the family and be equal in status. The dark-haired man was shocked by this proposal. The protagonist sighed boredly, asking if this childish method would work. Harold smirked and replied that politics was child's play. The man then approached the shocked brunette and asked to meet the godfather, the Black Ghost. Sitting on a chair, Mike asked why he needed to hide, noting that he did not see any benefit in it. Frowning, Harold stated that when he became the leader, Illumra would be his ally. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, suggested that he was ready to do anything for the position of the leader. He said that he would join the faction and reluctantly become the godfather of his children. Looking at the enraged guy, Mike asked to call him father. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Closing his eyes, he called the protagonist godfather. Mike picked his ear and noted that he could not hear him. The guy began to shout that he was the godfather. The protagonist closed his eyes and called him an obedient child. He shook hands with Harold, who said that he hoped their cooperation would be fruitful. The night sky enveloped the manor. The dumbfounded guy asked why Harold did such a thing. Sitting near the fireplace, Harold said that the Black Ghost was much stingier than he thought. Looking away, he noted that he thought that if he helped him get rid of suspicion, he would be grateful, but once he became the leader, it would more than cover all the losses. The surprised guy emphasized that then he would no longer need to worry about the main character. Harold frowned and replied that this was not true. He seriously said that once he became the leader, he would have to fulfill his promise. If he refused, then his life would be lost. Everyone saw how strong he was. It was enough to keep all the factions of Illumra in fear. As long as he was on their side, he was their support. Gerald added that he understood how disgusted the guy was by this, but thoughtless actions would ruin his plan. The guy gritted his teeth. He noted with a displeased look that he understood. The plot takes us to the meeting room. The night sky enveloped the castle. People were standing behind the counters. Mike put his hood on his head and noted that Daryl was dead. Now each faction was openly fighting for his place, and this was an interesting performance. Dorian hit the gavel. He noted with an angry look that the meeting was declared open. 4 people were claiming the place of the head of the family. People began to pass by them. The man stood behind the counter and thought that he had agreed with all the high-ranking officials and the victory would definitely be his. Ballots fell into transparent boxes. All the participants stood except Dorian, dumbfounded. He said with a satisfied look that he would not deceive their expectations. Mike cried out loudly for them to wait. All the voters turned their gaze. The protagonist took off his hood and said he had an objection. Dorian was taken aback and asked if it was Mike. The protagonist, looking pleased, said that he thought Harold was more suited to be the head of the family. An enraged Dorian cried out and asked how Harold dared to invite an outsider to participate in the family's affairs, adding that he had broken the rules. Harold smirked and replied that Mike was not an outsider. He was a member of the faction and his children already called him Godfather. The people bowed their heads before him and called him Godfather. An angry Dorian noted that this was impudence. The protagonist, looking pleased, asked if anyone wanted to re-roll the ballot. A crowd of people approached Harold and said that they had made a mistake and wanted to re-roll. His face was pleased. The man looked at him and thought that so much money had been paid to bribe officials, but all this was nothing compared to Mike's presence alone. The plot takes us to Harold's estate. The starry sky surrounded the building. Pouring wine into a glass, Harold thanked him for his help during the vote, noting that if he needed anything from Illumra, he could contact him. Taking the glass, Mike replied that he had been thinking a lot these days and realized something interesting. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that Harold had long known that Daryl would be killed, but allowed it to happen. Because this was the only chance for him to become the head of the family. While everyone doubted him, he alone believed and took the opportunity to gain his favor. Smiling, Mike noted that it was logical to use his power to suppress the contenders for the place of the head. The protagonist said that he could not be called a killer, he is oil that burns the flame for his own purposes. Harold was taken aback by this. Raising the glass to his mouth, he replied that this was an interesting story, but everything was not so and this was only his speculation. Mike, sitting opposite him, remarked that he didn't need proof, if he thought it was true, then it was true. Harold was scared. Grinning, the protagonist asked him to remember that whatever he borrowed from him, he could take back at any time. He pointed a finger at Harold. He lowered his head. Mike sat back down at the table and reported that Raylan and Tate had killed the leader and asked what he would do. Harold, dumbfounded, thought the protagonist was forcing him to choose a position. Frowning, he replied that he would make them pay, adding that Illumra would hunt down and kill Raylan's scouts, making it difficult for them to get back on their feet. Mike, smiling, replied that it was nice. He started to walk away from him and remarked that he hoped his reign would be pleasant. Harold slammed the table. The guy walked into him. Sitting at the table, Harold said to pass on his order, let the squads outside the city begin a full-scale attack on Raylan's troops in the desert. The frightened guy replied that he had just taken up his post, the most important thing now was to strengthen his position. Squinting, Harold asked to do as he said. The castle stood under the night sky. A message popped up that the protagonist had unlocked relations with the Illumra family. Looking at the projection, Mike thought that the initial sympathy had been replaced by respect. Apparently Harold had compromised, now the task could be completed. He looked at the screen, where he was asked to indicate the identity of the real killer and named Tate and Raylan. A notification appeared that the task was completed. He received a chance to learn a random ability or skill. Holding his chin, Mike thought that the ability was better since there was a chance to get a rare one or even one that improves the body. He heard with a satisfied look that the randomization was complete and he must choose one of 3 options. He saw 3 abilities in front of him. Looking out the window, the protagonist noted that double activation, an ability for sorcerers, was of no use to him. Frost resistance seemed suitable, but the Call of Nature in the second version would be extremely useful. Mike chose the ability Call of Nature. The protagonist introduced the dragon and noted that the main storyline was Mutation Disaster. An alien virus appeared that caused the mutation of animals and plants on many planets, including Aquamarine. In a world where animals are rampant, the Call of Nature may come in handy. He introduced a bottle of blue liquid and emphasized that the medicine was later invented by a higher civilization. Maybe he will be able to get the antidote ahead of schedule and go through the storyline in order to quickly advance the mechanic class in the third version. Mike began to shake his head and noted that he would leave the affairs of the future for later, and for now he will do what needs to be done now. He stood by the window and thought that he was delayed in Illumra for a couple of days, but received a lot of benefits. It was time for him to leave. The protagonist approached the car. The guys bowed to him and wished him a good trip. The plot takes us to the northern continent, the stronghold of the Darknet. A surprised guy was sitting at the computer and asked if Mike wanted to hand over the invisible demon for which a reward was announced. The protagonist stepped on the tied-up guy. He kicked him. The puzzled guy said that the money would be transferred to his account. Looking at the reward, Mike emphasized that this was not bad and even unexpected. Leaving the room, the protagonist reasoned that he would go one last time to deceive simpletons and then it would be possible to return to the southern continent. He was suddenly taken aback. A crowd of guys stood in front of him and asked what his mechanical suit was called and whether he was selling it. Mike closed his eyes and replied that furs were not for sale and those who wanted to change classes should stand in line. The guys stood in one row in front of him. The happy stranger said that he would finally change his class and was waiting for Mike on purpose and had not changed it before. It was getting dark outside. Sighing, the protagonist thought about the fact that the players were active. He was sitting on the stairs. Mike was suddenly surprised. Looking at the news, he noted that the Galaxy Times had published a recording. The protagonist lit a cigarette and emphasized that it was now clear why the players were so kind and why there were so many more people willing to change their class. His phone lit up with a notification. The guy had written to him that he had completed the task. Looking at his phone, Mike thought that he had done it very quickly. He was a pro player after all. A message popped up that the end of the survivor task had been completed. Looking at the projection, the protagonist wondered if there was anything attached to the document. Holding the phone in his hands, Mike wrote for the guy to wait at the border with Raylan, noting that he would pick him up on the way from the northern continent. The plot takes us to an ice field. The protagonist was walking through the forest. Holding the rifle in his hands, he thought that there were still a couple of hours before the Darknet plane arrived. He would shoot at the animals in the meantime to fulfill the requirements for the kill shot. He fired the rifle. The bear was killed. The bear's corpses lay on the ground. Raising the rifle, Mike thought that ice bears above level 50 did not respond to the call of nature at all. They were as aggressive as they were before. A bear cub stepped on his foot. He began to hold onto its leg. The protagonist emphasized the fact that the ability had partly worked. He threw the bear cub away and declared that he was not a tree for him to climb. The bear fell face down in the snow. He shook the snow off his face with a satisfied expression. He hugged Mike's leg again. The protagonist noted with an angry look that not only charisma affects the call of nature, but also the difference in his and the beast's levels. Apparently, beasts also have a concept of charisma. He took the bear cub by the scruff of the neck. He put it on his shoulder and asked it to be his pet. The plane was flying over snowy mountains. Standing in front of Dave, Mike said that he was returning to the southern continent and he would fly with him. Dave agreed. The bear cub flipped over in the plane. Standing in front of the screen, the protagonist noted that if there was nothing else to do, then Dave should help him with one thing. A quest appeared in front of Dave to take care of the bear cub. The animal climbed on him. It shit on his leg. Dave, looking dumbfounded, tried to put a diaper on it. Mike assumed that pro players found such tasks amusing. The plane landed on the southern continent at the Faruian airfield. Kyle hugged the protagonist and greeted him. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that only a month had passed and he had messed up a lot. Bennett called Mike. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist announced that he was back. The protagonist asked if he still needed help with the sanctuary plan he had mentioned last time. The helicopter flew over the buildings. Extending his hand, Bennett said that the first shelter was being built there. Looking at the logo on the building, Mike stated that he did not know Bennett was so shameless and named it after himself. Embarrassed, Bennett offered to go, adding that he would be with him at the official meeting. Walking towards the door, he noted that the protagonist was also one of the high-ranking members. Putting his hand out for a scan, Bennett asked if Mike would disappoint him, adding that he vouched for him. Smiling, the protagonist clarified if he had ever disappointed him. Looking at the room, Bennett explained that the first sanctuary was their test project. It was progressing quite well. The basic layout should be completed within a year. There will be amenities and infrastructure facilities to meet the needs of the inhabitants. Agricultural production will also form a self-sufficient ecosystem so that even if a war breaks out in the outside world, the shelter will be able to provide itself with everything it needs, and in case of an attack, the walls are equipped with various defense mechanisms against various types of enemies. Bennett smirked and noted that his plan is to build at least 3 to 5 shelters on all continents. Mike said that even one shelter would cost a pretty penny, and he wanted to build several. Bennett replied with a serious look that if they could preserve civilization, the costs would be trivial. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he could almost see the halo of divine advice above his head. We are transported to the meeting room. Bennett grabbed the door handle. He entered the office and said that Mike had arrived and they could begin. Sitting down at the table, he emphasized the fact that it would be better to build the shelters in advance. He decided to immediately begin construction of the second and third. The surprised man asked if he was in too much of a hurry and why not wait until the first was finished. Closing his eyes, Bennett replied that the war was about to break out, they had little time, and they needed to speed up the construction. The dumbfounded man asked who would be responsible for the second shelter. Looking at the girl, Bennett replied that it was Xena. The guys at the table replied that she was a talented acting headmistress of the Darknet and she was perfect. Extending his hand, Bennett said that Mike would be responsible for the third shelter. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if he trusted him so much that he would allow him to manage an entire shelter. The dumbfounded guy said that he had little experience and that it was no good. Frowning slightly, Bennett noted that each shelter needed someone with extraordinary strength to guard them. If they had someone stronger than Mike, he would listen to them. Everyone present remained silent. Looking at the blue screen, the protagonist mentally asked if he was now in charge of the third shelter. Looking at Mike, Bennett said that it would be located on the ruins of Greymetal. The protagonist noted that this was great and that his small secret base was located there. Putting a finger to his forehead, Bennett said that there were some problems. Due to a lack of funds, he would have fewer workers than the first and second shelters. Grinning, Mike asked how many workers he would have. Embarrassed, Bennett replied that there would be about 1,000. People whispered that this was very little and it would be difficult to create something good. It was quite logical to load a newbie with difficult work. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked not to worry, adding that he could build a basic model in a month, but he had one condition. Bennett asked with a satisfied look to say the condition, noting that he would try to fulfill it. Crossing his arms, Mike said that the third shelter should be named after him. Bennett said that the protagonist did not have much experience, and everyone present there participated in the construction of the first sanctuary, so he would appoint one of them as his consultant and assistant. He said that it would be Drake. The guy was taken aback by what he heard. He agreed with a sad look. Standing in the corridor, the guys asked what was wrong with Drake's face. The guy whispered to his comrade that there was no profit in planning a shelter. The stranger asked what they could do in a month, noting that sending him to the third shelter was akin to exile and why he was not given a normal assignment. Turning around, Drake asked them to gloat less, adding that he was not going to help him much, and this month he would just rest and take a vacation. The plane was flying in the sky. Turning around, Matthew mentally asked if this was Dave. Sitting next to him, he asked if Dave had unlocked the storyline. Looking at the sleeping Drake, the protagonist thought about how few workers there were anyway, and Bennett had thrown in a lazy guy with zero enthusiasm. Smiling, Mike thought that they didn't know that he had a lot of henchmen that could be used. The jeeps were parked in a military camp. The guys were sitting in front of the car and discussing whether they had read the forum that some had already awakened. The guy answered with a serious look that this was what they said, that the advanced energy training method would unlock itself. The stranger smiled and noted that this was a pumping technique and the sooner you could get it, the faster the level would rise. Sitting on the boxes, the guy asked when the Black Ghost would appear on the Android continent, noting that he was still waiting for him to change his class to a mechanic. The guy adjusted his glasses and said that the Android continent was under the influence of the embryo, Mike's enemy, so he was unlikely to come there. The guy stood in front of the blue projection and noted that the protagonist had already returned to the southern continent. The guy in the video, smiling, said that Mike had brought them to a special location where work was underway. Standing in front of the blue screen, he said that he would accept a new main quest there. The dumbfounded guys said that they were building a city and that this was a very large-scale storyline, almost like an expeditionary war. Standing above the guys, Mike said that dark clouds of war hung over Aquamarine like the wings of death. Frowning, the protagonist said that the wounds from the previous war had opened up before they had time to heal. He imagined the explosions in the city and noted that only a few decades had passed, but no one had forgotten the pain that the war brought upon them. To this day, it still affects the land beneath them and the sky above them with radiation, poisonous dust clouds, extinct lands, and vanished nations. For their ideals and profit, states still use steel and fire, spreading death. Mike spread his arms and declared that for false and empty motives they mercilessly killed defenseless people. The war took countless lives like a whirlwind. Because of them, the planet was wounded and slowly dying. One day the end of the world may come. The construction of the sanctuary is meant to preserve their civilization. Even if it happens tomorrow, he wants to save at least the last piece of civilization. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it is not he who is great, it is the world that is filled with petty people. Putting his hand on his chest, Mike cried out that if no one wants to pay the price, then he will be the first. People raised their hands and started shouting enthusiastically. The dumbfounded guy noted that it was touching and the main character was very cool. Putting his finger to his glasses, the stranger said that he had a suggestion. Instead of wasting time in vain on the embryo lands, they should go over to Mike's side. The enthusiastic guys cried out that they agreed. Helicopters flew in the sky. Looking at the projection, the main character reasoned that this video attracted a lot of players to join him. A tearful Bennett hugged him and noted that his speech touched his heart and he was his soulmate. Mike, with a slight smile on his face, emphasized that these were his words. She just voiced them earlier. Players like it when additional information is given about the character, revealing him from a different side. This helps to win their love. A notification popped up that the task information was updated. The description popped up that the current objective was to protect the convoy until it reached the ruins of Grey Metal. The current number of people was just over 1,000. Upon arrival at the destination, he would receive 250,000 experience. If the damage received was below 20%, the mission score would also be increased. Mike called Kyle with the idea that military power was not enough and he needed to strengthen the team. The plot took us to a military camp. Many cars were parked on the street. Holding the blueprints in his hands, the man said that it was assumed that the initial changes to the entire city would be completed within 3 months. Drake added that this included weeding, getting rid of beasts, clearing the ruins, and then completing the basic layout of the shelter, laying the electrical grid, water pipes, and so on. But this was a plan calculated for 30,000 workers, and they only had 1,000 in the first month. Mike studied the map of the area. He asked if Drake had any suggestions. He closed his eyes and replied that he did not. Sighing, the protagonist noted that there was no cohesion, but he would not rely on it. The workforce was not a problem. He planned to complete the prototype in a month. Frowning, the man said that at least 100,000 workers would be needed for this. Even the first sanctuary did not have that many. Mike asked not to worry, adding that he would take care of it. There was a radio on the table. The dumbfounded guy grabbed the radio and asked the workers to be on guard. He started running and screamed that a plane was approaching. Smiling, the protagonist replied that everything was fine and that his order had arrived. The boxes fell onto the base on parachutes. With his hands behind his back, Drake reasoned that Mike had far more connections than he thought. He was able to order weapons and ammunition from the famous Fabian company. Holding the drawings in his hands, the protagonist reasoned that the defense mechanisms were ready. Now he would replenish the ammunition. The ground under the base began to crack. The cracks became larger. Mike fell to the ground. The workers ran towards him, shouting that the beasts were attacking. The monsters grabbed the guy. The military were shooting the monsters. Mike asked for a situation report with a serious expression. Turning around, the guy replied that a colony of spiders was surrounding them. Drake extended his hand and said that they had to be stopped and that they needed to get into the plane quickly. The protagonist turned around and replied that he would stay there. Enraged, Drake asked him in his mind to do as he wanted. The helicopter began to fly away. The guys looked at the sky and said that they were abandoned there and then ran away. Holding the tablet in front of him, Mike asked to forget about them, adding that they had it. Robots came out of the trucks. The surprised guys said that these robots looked fierce. Shifting his gaze, the main character ordered to move all the metal discs from the car and place them on the sides. There were mines on the ground. Guns came out of the ground. The main character said that the artillery would deal with the insects, and they should deal with the criminals. The spiders stood on the ground. The robots began to shoot them. The corpses of the monsters fell to the ground. The surprised man thought that this was powerful gunfire. Looking at his comrades, he emphasized that they almost did not even have to do anything. Green blood splattered from the insects. Their corpses lay on the ground. Looking at the burning corpses, the soldiers noted that the battle had lasted only 15 minutes. Mike brought a cigarette to his mouth. A joyful Timmy hugged Matthew and said that the task was completed and that they give a lot of experience for the main task. He looked at the camera with a grin and said that he had collected some material. A convoy of cars was driving through the deserted area. Someone's voice was coming from the radio, saying that they had caught a tramp near the camp. Sitting in the car, Mike asked to be brought to him. The man was led to the protagonist. The dumbfounded stranger said that he had been hunting there when he saw them, so he wanted to look around. Holding his chin, the protagonist asked if there were any shelters nearby. Alan replied that there were. Pointing his finger at the man, Mike asked to give him some food. With a smile on his face, he said that they would build a city in the ruins of Greymetal. For this they needed a lot of workers, and as a thank you he could give this to his elder. The man took the box and thanked them. Alan noted that they were short of materials. Mike closed his eyes and asked if it was the workers that were missing, noting that the vagrants would do as well. Drake watched his back and thought that it was a good idea, but there were too few vagrants, and this plan was doomed to fail. He would last a month and apply for a transfer back to the main office. Turning around, the protagonist ordered Alan to take the people and go distribute food while telling them about their shelter. Alan, puzzled, noted that if the guards dispersed, their defense would be weakened. Mike pointed his finger at the robots and asked if he was sure. Putting his hand on his chest, Alan cried out that they would carry out his order. Helicopters flew over the ruins of Greymetal. Mike examined the projection. Studying the information, the protagonist noted that the mission objective had changed. Someone cried out that there was a convoy. Mike shifted his gaze. Pointing his finger, the guy said that something had happened there. A huge crowd of guys ran towards them, shouting that they had come to carry out a task. They had heard that they wanted to build a shelter and they would help them. Holding weapons in their hands, the military asked what they were going to do. Mike ordered them to lay down their weapons. The guy turned around. Getting out of the car, the protagonist with a satisfied look noted that he was very grateful for their help. When they planned the construction, they would have a lot of work. The crowd of people stood in two columns. Stunned, Drake thought that the aliens, who were a huge headache for all states, were good to him and this should be reported to Bennett. The night sky enveloped the camp. Surprised, Drake said that they first needed to clean up the territory, but there was a shortage of workers. Pointing his finger, Mike replied that a crowd of aliens was standing outside. Raising his hand, Drake asked if they could help, adding that the protagonist needed someone to clear the area around the safe zone. The happy guys looked at the notifications and said that a task had appeared and that they would give a lot of experience as a reward. They began to clear the territory. Drake was puzzled, thinking that they had listened to him. The starry sky covered the territory. Cannons were standing near the tents. Raising his hand, the guy asked for 5 pieces of silver armor. A crowd of guys ran after Timmy and asked if he had released a new video yet. Matthew sat in front of the blue projection and asked if he should transfer because he liked being a warrior more. Mike closed his eyes and thought that it was getting more lively there. The players participating in the creation of the city had a very strong sense of belonging. This place could become the first player zone in Aquamarine, but the number of points that he could give out for tasks was limited. He saw a message in front of him that the limit for single tasks was 60,000 and daily rewards were 420,000. Holding his chin, the protagonist noted that if he allowed other NPCs to issue tasks, he could bypass the limit. Since he was in charge of the construction, he only needed to plan the general direction of the work and allow NPCs and players to contribute. Mike looked at the guy and ordered him to contact all the managers, noting that he wanted to hold a meeting. Near the tent was a jeep. Standing at the table, he said that building a shelter from scratch was a big project. Putting his hand on the tablet, the protagonist said that he divided it into 13 points, which included construction, searching, and more. Grinning, the protagonist said that someone would be responsible for each point of the plan. His goal was to complete the construction as quickly as possible, ideally in a month. Mike mentally noted that he would only need to manage the responsible persons in order to coordinate the entire work as a whole. Sitting on the box, he said that the guys can go do their own thing. He added with a satisfied look that there was one more thing. He added with delight that before they wrote down the name of the shelter, they should not forget that it should include his name. The phone began to vibrate. Gina wrote to him that she was level 20 and had already reached the ruins of Grey Metal. Looking at the phone, Mike thought about the fact that she was already level 20. The protagonist remembered how he sat in front of the monitor and emphasized that she used to be a mechanic when he was down. Only watching her play would cheer him up, but she was only in the 3rd and 4th versions, and then she changed her class. Smiling, Mike wondered if their meeting would change anything. Gina entered the tent. There was delight in her eyes. Looking at the teddy bear, she cried out that it was cute. She brought her finger to it. Stunned with happiness, Gina asked if she could hug it. Looking away, Dave asked her to control her emotions next time. Mike watched her. He frowned and asked to stop playing with the bear. Looking at the screen, the main character said that he was building a shelter and they could help too. Messages appeared in front of the guys. Timmy noted that they needed to complete a certain number of tasks to get additional rewards. Matthew started running and cried out that he wanted to be the first to get a reward. The main character watched them go. Smiling, he thought that his limit was more than enough for these four. He would look forward to their success in the competition. There was active construction outside. The builder asked with a smile on his face if the people needed a rest, noting that they were working like crazy. The guy said that they would definitely be able to finish the initial form of the shelter in a month. This time they would get a lot of rewards. Looking at the construction, Drake thought that if everything worked out, then in the darknet they would even reward him as an assistant. He noted with a sad look that his previous attitude could offend Mike and now he does not give him assignments. He knocked on the door. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked if he was on business. Holding the back of his head, Drake replied that he would like to take on some of the work because he was his deputy. Mike shifted his gaze. Lighting a cigarette, the protagonist replied that he did not want to work and he was able to enter into his position and gave him a vacation. He asked what Drake was unhappy with. Dumbfounded, Drake cried out that as his assistant, he could make his contribution. There was a slight smile on Mike's face. Looking down, Drake noted that he really made him angry and that he could forget about rewards. The protagonist handed over a tablet saying that there was a plan for the construction of the shelter and Drake should systematize the data and report to him on the results. He happily asked not to worry, noting that everything would be done as it should be. The plot takes us to the western area of the 3rd shelter. Thick smoke was coming out of the pipes. The guys came to the sewer and said that it was not surprising that no one was doing anything there. There was dirt and stench. Covering his nose with his hand, the guy said that they just needed to examine the plumbing corpses. Dark mana was coming out of the sewer. The dumbfounded guy screamed that there was something there. He started to run away and said that it was dangerous there. He suddenly stopped. A message popped up that he was under the influence. Dark streams of energy began to rage. The guys were killed. Energy flew out of the sewer. It was heading towards the tower. The guys were scared. They were struck by powerful blows. The protagonist's voice could be heard from his room. Holding the phone to his ear, Mike shouted that he would be there soon. Standing in front of the guys, he asked if they could make out what was there. The guy replied that this was not the case and that it all happened very quickly. If he had not had time to react, he would have died. Looking at Drake, he asked what their losses were. Frightened, Drake replied that a monster had appeared in the area where the power grid was being laid and the power station had been destroyed. Frowning, Mike asked what kind of beast it was. Pointing his finger, Drake said that the beast was in the discharge channel and they did not know what was inside. The protagonist went behind the fence. Examining the wall, he reasoned that the beast was strong and fast. Its level must be quite high. He released bugs onto the wall. Turning around, Mike asked if there were any other monsters anywhere. Drake replied that the monster was only there. In the other areas everything was fine. The protagonist looked at his phone. He saw slime on the walls. A message popped up that a trace of a Niagara Shadow Stalker Viper had been detected. Mike introduced the monster and emphasized the fact that it was approximately level 40, no wonder it dealt with the players quickly. A notification appeared that the Niagara Shadow Stalker Viper is an egg-laying animal that can grow up to 4 meters in length, secretes a caustic slime that is used to dig a nest. It likes dark, warm and damp places, usually underground near volcanoes. Holding his chin, the protagonist wondered if there was a reactor or high-energy heat source underground. Drake imagined an explosion and noted that explosives could be placed on the supports to destroy their nest. Mike closed his eyes and asked them to forget about it, adding that they needed to lure it out of its hole and kill it. The guys started setting up security mechanisms near the ruins. The concrete cracked. The monster started growling loudly. The viper jumped out at the guy. He struck it. The monster bit the man. Guns came out of the ground. They started shooting at the monster. Mike watched this with his arms crossed. The monster tried to escape into the sewers. The corpse lay on the ground, holding their noses. People said that they had just been killed by this creature and that the mechanisms of the black ghost were so strong that they quickly dealt with all the monsters. The protagonist ordered the guys to move the corpses to the cold storage. Looking at the passage, Mike reasoned that the shadow vipers would not just leave the nest after so many losses. He emphasized with a satisfied look that such a tedious task would be just right for the players. Standing in front of the guys, Mike said that he needed several people to clear out their lair, ideally in 3 days. The happy people shouted that this was a task with a prize fund. A crowd of guys began to go into the sewers. The protagonist stood quietly and thought that the prize fund quickly reached 1 million and such a task would easily disintegrate the players. He handed over the measuring device and asked them to take it, noting that it shows the radiation level. If they find anything else in the nest, they should report it. People began to revive and say that even the efforts of the entire team could not defeat them. Holding his chin, Mike reasoned that for the current players, the catcher vipers are too strong, but for the sake of the reward, they will definitely want to buy the equipment that he prepared for them. He rummaged through the warehouse. Looking at the weapons, the protagonist noted that the requirement for promotion in the class was the creation of 5 purple quality equipment, but there were many more unsuccessful inventions. He looked away and noted that it was time to get rid of the junk. Nate entered the room. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that they wanted to buy equipment. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist asked them to choose. Looking at the projection, the guys said that there was a minimum of green quality and there was also blue and they had never seen anything like it. Nate saw a light mechanical hand for $120,000. He thought with delight that it was ideal for him, but very expensive. He noted with a serious look that a lot of guilds had rushed in now. They would achieve good results only if they increased the gap from them. He clenched his hand into a fist and cried out that he was taking it. Mike said with a satisfied look that it was $300,000 in total. Matthew entered the office and said that they were back. Holding the device in her hand, Gina said that they had detected a high concentration of radiation. It had almost reached the maximum value. Looking down, the protagonist came to the conclusion that since they had lived in a place with high radiation for a long time, mutants should have appeared there. Matthew looked at him and noted that they had also found the source of the radiation. She put the chest with stones on the table and said that it was from them. Examining the stone, Mike asked where they had found them. Standing in front of him, Dave answered that they were in the wall in the depths of the lair. Matthew added that all the walls were in these crystals. The deeper they went, the more of them there were, the more monsters there were, so they left. Examining the crystal, the protagonist reasoned that it radiated heat and apparently that was why vipers lived there. He asked Matthew to come over with a satisfied look. Mike thought that he wanted to see what effect this thing had. He stuffed the crystal into his mouth and asked him to swallow it. Closing his eyes, Matthew swallowed it. Watching him, the protagonist asked if there was a reaction. An exhausted Matthew replied that the condition was radiation damage. Health had dropped to a minimum. Physical strength had decreased by 33%. All attributes had decreased by half, and this would continue for 2 hours. Turning away, the protagonist thanked him. Matthew saw that he had gained a lot of experience and asked if he could eat more. Mike sat down at the computer. Looking at the map, he thought that the crystals could be purified and turned into energy accumulators. The number of crystals should indicate the location of the lair. He was 90% sure that it was there. Holding his hand to his face, Mike decided to get down to business. Smoke was coming from the tall chimneys. The guys were running with the eggs and telling them to quickly move the clutch. The guys were fighting the viper. The guys hit it many times. They fired magic projectiles at it. The mechanics began to shoot from different types of weapons. The monster began to growl loudly. Frowning, Nate cried out that it was furious and they all needed to hit it together. The monster was hit with many blows. Nate hit it with a mechanical arm. The viper fell down dead. He tried to catch his breath and thought that it did a lot of damage. It was not for nothing that he paid so much for the arm. The guys with a smile on their faces shouted that they were in first place in terms of contribution. Nate said that they were celebrating too early, noting that other guilds would speed up and could catch up with them. A dark stream of energy rushed between the guys. The surprised guy asked what it was. They started running through the cave. Nate was surprised. He saw a corpse of a monster on the ground. The upset guys said that they had been beating it for half a day, and someone dealt with it in a second. Pointing his finger, Nate said that he went deeper. There were corpses of vipers in the cave. The guy fought them. He released electricity at the monster. A cloud of dust rose behind him. He saw that the temperature was rising. Mike saw a bright glow in front of him. He started walking there. There was slime on the walls. A huge viper appeared in front of the protagonist. It started to growl loudly. Mike dodged its attack. He grabbed a rifle and shot it. The monster screamed in pain. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that one shot takes away 1/10 of health and this boss is strong. The viper started looking around. It was standing in front of the crystals. The monster started to eat the crystals. Watching it, the protagonist noted that it devours waste and restores health. There are a lot of them there. This is no good. They need to think of a way to change the location of the battle. He pierced its body with his hand. A stream of electricity emanated from it. Mike hit the monster against the wall and suggested going outside. The wall started to collapse. Nate ran away and shouted that if they did not run away, they would be buried alive. The earth was destroyed. The protagonist pulled the monster outside and said that there was nothing for it to eat there and he would watch how it would restore health. Mike rushed at her. He started beating the viper. He jumped away from her. The protagonist swung his fist. He hit her in the face. Looking at the monster, Mike thought that without the waste that regenerates her, she is no different from ordinary vipers. A blade came out of his hand. He delivered a powerful attack to the monster. The protagonist flew at her. Mike released an electric discharge at her and wished for death. He started to walk away from the corpse and received a message that he killed the king of the shadow trapping vipers and received 132,000 experience. He began to descend into the cave. Monsters were crawling along the walls. The protagonist concentrated an electric discharge in his hand. Powerful energy struck the monsters. There was an explosion. Covering himself from the shock wave, Nate declared that Mike destroyed everything and with such power he should be the boss of the maximum level. The protagonist took off his helmet. The stunned Drake clarified whether he was hurt. Mike said with a serious expression that when the humans were done with the monsters, they were to clear the ruins, deliver the radiation crystals and viper carcasses to the warehouses, especially the carcass of the king viper. He noted that it was a rare material. Although he had battered it, it should still be useful. Drake noted with delight that less than half an hour had passed since he had solved the problem. The jeep was parked outside his building. Drake held a tablet in his hands and said that they had collected 846 Shadow Stalker Viper carcasses and approximately 2 tons of radiation crystals, of which about 300 pounds of dark blue ones, collected closer to the core of the nest, seemed to have a higher concentration. He handed over the tablet and told them that the source of the crystals had been discovered. The Shadow Twilight Vipers consumed high-energy waste as food. The mucus secreted from their bodies underwent special reactions, which caused it to harden and turn into crystals. Mike asked if it meant that these crystals were viper feces. The protagonist remembered feeding the crystal to Matthew and thinking that it was better for him not to know the truth. He came to the warehouse. He saw boxes of crystals and emphasized that he had collected quite a catch. The robot was melting the crystals. Mike reasoned that the radiation crystal could be turned into an energy block, and that drugs could be made from corpses and masonry in the refrigerated warehouse. He thoughtfully thought that they were missing a pharmacist. The plot takes us to the Star Dragon, a secret meeting room, the time of the meeting of 6 states. The phone began to vibrate. The guy got up from his chair and cried out that it was an emergency call. He brought the phone to his ear and asked what it was this time. Mike closed his eyes and said that he needed someone. The character stood by the door, pressed against it. He was told that Emerald Grass was actually a pharmacist. He understood that she was a dangerous criminal and no one could take her off the island. Michael heard that they were going to start an expedition in which 6 countries would unite against Andrea. The man did not understand where the protagonist got this information from, but he realized that they had hoped that the embryo would meekly surrender. Michael said that he knew a lot and also knew the location of the embryo bases. The man was extremely interested in this information. He immediately agreed to the offer. The hero said that it was a pleasure to cooperate with him and promised to pass on the information soon. Blue crystals were lying near the furnace in the smelter. Michael decided to send data on the embryo. The character understood that the emerald grass could help not only in studying medicines, but also develop an antidote which would help increase his reputation. Michael thought about the fact that then the black dragon would find out that all his images were the same person, but then their entire reputation would unite. The hero knew that the Darknet was now supporting him, and he himself was strong enough. The character realized that there was no need to hide anymore. Michael immediately imagined how Amanda would demand money from him, and decided to wait because of the secret department. There was a plane at one of the Black Dragon bases. The soldier told the commander that they had successfully delivered her. He added that she was one of the 4 main criminals, and they would need to watch her very carefully and not fall for tricks. The doctor said that he had given her a large dose of tranquilizers, and now she was fast asleep. The commander noticed something in the air. A military helicopter was quickly flying towards them. Michael was wearing a mask and a cloak. He said that he had arrived for the Emerald Herb. The entire team, including the soldiers, said that the hero could take her. The character checked the data, whether it was even her, using his device. He slowly rolled her in a wheelchair to his military helicopter. The next moment, they took off and rushed into the distance. Michael demanded that she not pretend. He was sure that she had developed a resistance to the gases and that the sleeping pills would not work on her. The heroine said that she could see right through the character and added that he was not one to be timid. Suddenly, she began to cut her hand with her fingernail. From this cut, she took out some kind of bloody chip. Laura said that the Star Dragon did not know that she knew about the bug in her body. She wondered what they had exchanged her for. Michael said that it was just a little intelligence. The heroine said directly that the character was strong and that she would hardly be able to escape from him. Michael noted that she was extremely smart. Laura wondered what would be required of her, but Michael replied that he would tell everything when they arrived at the location. The hero understood that she was scared and would try to escape in the future. It was necessary to make her want to stay and work in the shelter. They finally arrived at the place and landed on the roof of some building. Laura wanted to know where they were. The hero answered that she had been locked up for too long and would soon find out what was going on around her. The servants were glad that they had returned. One of the workers said that the first district was already finished and the western one was being restored. He also said that the clutch and corpses of the monsters had been moved to the cold storage. Laura realized that the hero was responsible for the shelter and it was not surprising that he needed her. They went into the cold storage together. Michael said that she would need to make medicine from this raw material. The heroine asked if she could make medicine from shadow vipers. Laura added that viper eggs could help create medicine and expressed a desire to try breeding them here. Michael clarified what substance she was talking about, but the heroine replied that he still would not understand and demanded that he leave her alone. The character stated that she could contact people outside to test the reagent since they could not die. Layla realized that there were immortal beings, freedom, and safety here, so she decided to stay a while and figure out the current situation. There was a lonely emerald herb workshop between the trees. She looked for information and realized that the Black Ghost was a fairly well-known person. The heroine studied the information further and was surprised that one trader had driven the entire embryo into a dead end. Laura realized that the world had turned upside down in the few years she had spent in prison. She was on one of the security cameras. The information said that the heroine had never bowed down to anyone. Michael was sitting in his office, watching the cameras. The hero understood that he would have to keep an eye on Laura so that she would feel calmer. Suddenly, the door behind him opened. A man from the servants said that he had already arranged for the heroine to be in a new place. Suddenly, his face was filled with surprise and confusion. The character thought that Michael was following her, and that was his hobby. Michael thought that his servant had misunderstood everything. The hero ordered the man not to tell anyone about this, otherwise it would be bad. The servant bowed and said that he understood everything. The mansion where Laura was doing her work appeared again. She came outside and announced that she needed one volunteer to conduct an experiment. The men lined up at the door in a crowd and all wanted to be that very volunteer. The heroine was very surprised that these non-humans were arguing with each other for the right to be a guinea pig, but in the end she chose the man. She thought to herself that the third shelter was still a good place. The door slammed behind them. The girl wondered why it was impossible to buy high-quality medicines, but the man told her that the pharmacy only opened in the evening, and during the day they carried out tasks to test medicines there. They called out to her, calling her a newbie. The man said that she tripped him up, and he wanted to know how she would pay for this act. The heroine was indignant and said that the man himself pushed her. He got angry and offered to fight. She was not against it and was not afraid of her opponent. Suddenly Michael came up, stopping their argument. The hero said that it was not right to fight and destroy the shelter that everyone was building. From now on, he forbade fights. The character said that if they wanted to fight, they should go to the abandoned city. The man immediately calmed down his ardor, and the woman immediately disappeared from the fight. But they still decided to have a fight and ran to the abandoned city. Onlookers immediately followed them. Michael thought that a safe zone should be built into the shelter that would prohibit fights. It would also be necessary to attract NPCs to develop the functionality of the city. It was night. There was a strange symbol on an iron door above one of the Embryon bases. It was the Embryon secret meeting room. The leader was talking about how all their ports on the Andre continent had been destroyed and 6 countries were blocking the waters. He understood that their ground forces were preparing to land deep in the continent and that elite troops were moving toward the missile base. One of the advisors realized that the plan had been exposed and that there must be a traitor among them. Edward claimed that Zero was behind all of this and no one else. The leader was sure that the hero himself would soon come to them. Edward was sure that the only chance to win would be when they killed him. Near the construction site was the third shelter of the Black Dragon. Suddenly Bennett called on the phone. He asked Michael if he had finished the last phase of construction. The hero demanded to be praised. Bennett was extremely pleased with the speed of construction. He placed more hope in the character. The hero said that he should be calm about it. The man knew that 6 nations had started an expedition, and because the Darknet was neutral, he should not join them. Michael agreed with this information. He, not very pleased, hung up on the phone. The hero learned that the construction had improved, and he did not need to be there. Now he could finally focus on something else. The embryo's decline had already reached 27%. The character realized that the war had begun, and the embryo had many things of its own to do. It was high time to visit them. Michael was making something in the workshop of the third shelter of the Black Ghost. The hero made another thing of purple quality. It looked like a large shuriken. He received a notification that the promotion in the class was successful. The character was completely covered in blue clots of energy, and finally the promotion was completed. He learned the affinity with the mechanisms of the new level and the striking mechanical force. Michael also mastered the extraction of electromagnetic energy and energy modification. He opened his eyes, realizing that something was about to happen. The hero mastered the specialty of a mechanic with a magnetic sphere and finally reached level 60. While smoking, the character realized that he had reached the maximum level in the first version. Suddenly, he still received a new task. It was the final one. Michael expected that he was not limited to the version for leveling up, because he was not a player. The strong opponents he needed were in the embryo den. At the same time, the hero could save Kara and her sister, thereby rewriting their history. There were several planes at the Star Dragon Stone port base. The soldiers were surprised that not only mercenaries were participating in the war, but also assassins from the Blood Pact Society. One of them said that the newbies were surprised because they did not understand the point of risking their lives for money. The soldier added that when the time came, the seniors would give the task, and all they would have to do was follow orders. Someone was slowly walking towards the soldiers. They were surprised to see who was in front of them. Everyone was perplexed that the Black Ghost himself was here. The soldiers treated him extremely politely. It was a great honor for them to be on a mission with him. One of the soldiers wondered how the hero ended up here at all. Michael calmly walked into the plane with everyone else. He understood that 6 nations had blocked the approaches to Andrea and would attack him if he joined the fight. The best solution was to join the mercenary corps and go along the official route. Suddenly, he received a call from Bennett. He was yelling at the top of his lungs for the hero to come back immediately. The man did not understand why the character did not discuss this with him. This could be a very big blow to the reputation of the Darknet and lead to the loss of neutrality. Michael claimed it was his own business, but Bennett countered that the hero was a representative of the Darknet. The hero said that the embryo couldn't even take care of itself right now, and what was the point of neutrality if they could take advantage of the situation? Bennett screamed that Michael wasn't listening to him at all when he was talking about the situation. The hero began to justify himself, but the connection deteriorated sharply and he disconnected the call. Michael knew that it didn't matter whether the Darknet remained neutral. If the 6 nations destroyed the embryo, the Darknet would be their next target. The soldier entered and said that they would arrive on Andrea in 8 hours, adding that he had data on the battlefields and some missions. Michael immediately demanded a map of the entire battlefield with the organization's territory and main forces. The soldier provided the map. The hero understood that the Star Dragon treated him well only because of his good reputation. It turned out that the embryo headquarters was surrounded by a large number of defensive positions. However, there were small gaps between them. The character could use this to get inside, but these gaps seemed suspicious to him. There had already been bombings on Andrea's continent, and many bases had been destroyed. Soldiers were ordering refugees to evacuate faster. One of the mercenaries told Michael that they hoped that he would command them. The hero just waved his hand and began to walk away. But then the soldiers decided to ask why he had not given them an order. The character said that he was not interested in this and that he was used to acting alone. The city was almost completely destroyed. The soldiers were asking each other how many contribution points they had. One of them was indignant that he had so little, although he had also killed refugees. The young soldier, knocking down the door, said that killing refugees did not give contribution points. It was necessary to kill the soldiers of the Star Dragon. He did not understand who was in the room he entered. There was a man in a cloak, calmly smoking a cigarette. The soldier realized that it was a Star Dragon scout and was about to shoot him. Suddenly, in an instant, this scout cut and killed 4 fighters at once with a shuriken. It was night, above the Embryon fighters' resurrection point. The soldiers were learning information about who killed them and how. They did not understand how he managed to do it in a second, and who he was at all. The mercenaries recognized the man flying towards them as an Embryon fighter. This fighter understood that these soldiers were just a bunch of idiots. In an instant, he routed all the fighters with his blows. All that remained of this place were the mutilated corpses of the mercenaries. One of the soldiers, hiding behind a wall, prayed that the fighter would not notice him. But he found him. The fighter declared that the soldier was just a Star Dragon mouse and that he was finished. The soldier understood with horror that he was about to die, but then blood poured down his face. The embryo fighter was struck in the back by one of the professional Star Dragon fighters. The surviving mercenary sat in complete shock and tried to catch his breath. He did not understand where this refugee came from, who dealt with a strong embryo fighter in a second. Explosions thundered everywhere in the city. The embryo soldier said that Star Dragon reinforcements would soon arrive and they needed to retreat. The man was glad that he found the embryo squad. Thanks to their appearance, their fighter was able to infiltrate their ranks. The soldier immediately gave the order to help them. Suddenly, a soldier with a sword jumped on the man, wishing him death. He swung his sword with all his might, but the hero managed to brush off the blow, stepping back. He began to charge his most powerful shuriken. The next moment, the character threw the weapon with all his might at the enemy and hit him in the side. The enemy was struck and sat dead by the wall. The embryo soldier was surprised by the strength of his fighter. The tanks entered the city and began their attack. The embryo soldiers realized this in time and motioned to each other to retreat faster. Our hero was the last to be evacuated. He was pleased that there was such chaos on the battlefield that no one realized that he was a traitor. The embryo soldiers hurried to unload the goods faster because in 10 minutes they had to leave. The hero watched this from afar. He decided to quickly kill the truck driver by breaking his neck. The character left the corpse somewhere nearby and then gave the task. Suddenly, the embryo soldiers found something. They thought that the task of hiding the corpse of their teammate was strange, but it did not matter to them because they would give a lot of experience for it. It turned out that this strong character was Michael all this time. He decided that giving the task to deal with the corpse was a pretty smart idea. The hero believed that their boss would never guess that he was able to penetrate their headquarters so easily. There was the embryo base in the middle of the night. It was obvious to Edward that they had increased surveillance in the weak spot area designated for defense, but he had not yet found any traces of it. The boss did not understand why Zero would come to their headquarters. He clenched his fists from not understanding the whole situation. Edward already doubted that the prophecy of the Child of Destiny would come true at all. Ahead was the embryo headquarters. It was underground, and it contained important devices and employees. To save the girl, it was necessary to disable the protection via the computer, and for this, a hostage with rights was needed. The protagonist remembered that there was an experimenter Sam in the embryo, who was responsible for Aurora. He also understood that Sam had no principles, and he would be ready to do anything for his life. But the character did not know where his lab was. Suddenly, he noticed someone in front of him. There was a player in front of him, albeit a low-level one. Michael decided to take advantage of the fact that even in this place there were players. The man was surprised that there was a task to find out where Sam was. He was glad that they gave a lot of experience for this. The character quickly ran to complete this task. The hero was already standing at the door of the laboratory. Michael was surprised that there was not a single guard near it, but this was only to the hero's advantage. Sam stood in the laboratory and was glad that he was doing something. He took the test tube and was about to do his scientific work. But suddenly the professor realized that something strange had happened. A charged part of a shuriken had flown at him. Michael had ordered him not to twitch or scream, or he would kill him instantly. The old man was trying to figure out what he needed. The character ordered him to leave the lab and act naturally. The professor agreed. They walked down a long corridor together. Sam asked what he should do now. Michael ordered him to be taken to the room with the main computer, otherwise he could turn the professor into dust in a second. Sam was very afraid of death and begged him not to kill him. They had almost reached the end of the corridor. Sam asked the character if he was Zero. Michael was surprised and did not understand how he could have guessed this. The professor had successfully authenticated himself using his handprint. He said that the boss had set traps all over the headquarters so that the hero would be caught, but he had slipped through anyway. Michael realized that they had positioned themselves strangely to catch him. Perhaps they had someone with a vision of the future talent. But still, the hero thought that if that were the case, their boss would have attacked him already. Michael turned sharply to Sam and demanded to explain who told him that he was Zero. The hero demanded that the professor tell everything he knew. The old man began to talk about the Child of Destiny. Michael thought that it was some person in the embryo. Sam said that this person could foresee and change the future. The hero thought about whether it was possible that his abilities led him here. But he remembered that when he saw Kara a year ago, he was already thinking about saving Aurora. The old man said that there were many officers at headquarters who wanted to deal with Michael. The hero came to the conclusion that the boss knew that he would come, but did not know when and for what. He needed to quickly save Aurora and get out of here. The two heroes walked through the central room. Sam was surprised and asked Zero what he wanted to see. The hero began to look for a full map of the headquarters. Hands began to press something. Sam looked ahead, seeing how something began to appear. Authentication was completed. The hand carefully held the helmet. It began to copy the data. After a few seconds, this copying was complete. Mike looked at Sam, asking him to open the database of confidential information. To create super soldiers, they really used the technology of the light mechanical hand that the hero left behind when escaping. and their last deadly weapon must be sent to 6 nations so that they can cut off the embryo's ability to retreat. Zero asked to open the knowledge base. The hero, with a smile on his face, understood that the embryo possessed some advanced information that he must definitely take with him. The system window quickly confirmed all of this. Mike began to quickly close his eyes, trying to feel something and gain strength. After a few seconds, the hero began to answer that his training was complete and he had mastered the neural connection. Sam looked at the guy in surprise, realizing that it looked like an accelerated learning skill and only an inhuman could do that. Zero laughed, asking the scientist what he thought. Sam began to understand with anger that the enemy of their organization was an unkillable person. The scientist shouted, answering the guy that he appeared much earlier than other inhumans. Mike listened attentively to the hero, without answering anything. The helmet calmly began to answer that the data transfer was complete. Zero asked the scientist with interest if the main computer had a self-destruction program. Sam could not understand who could create such stupidity. Mike discontentedly told the man to turn off all protective measures in the F4 zone and all surveillance cameras. Sam began to think in his head about whether a little girl with life force was there. Mike, as if hearing the scientist, began to say that he wanted to take this girl. The scientist wondered with confusion how the hero knew about it, since the Aurora was a secret of the organization, but somehow the guy got access to confidential information 5 minutes ago and would not be able to read something so quickly. The guys calmly walked forward. One of the people asked Sam with distrust why he came here again. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, answered that he needed to take blood again. The doors opened. The doctors talked among themselves, suggesting not to do any anesthesia next time. One child sat sadly in the corner. Eyes looked up with confusion. Something broke on the doctors, and they themselves fell in different directions. A leg entered the office. Zero looked at the kid, telling him that he came to save him. The child asked the guy who he was. A few seconds later, the boy with a smile on his face recognized Mike. The little hand held tightly to the hero's hand. The office. One of the heroes began to notice that all the data in the central room was copied by Sam. The man asked to find everyone and transfer the image from the cameras to his computer. The cameras showed that Sam was not his subordinate, which meant that only Zero could sneak into the headquarters unnoticed. The hero leaned on a chair, shouting to Mike that he would not be able to escape. The guys were standing in an office with 3 human corpses. The boy was in a bag, listening to how he was asked to lie there. Sam understood that Mike saved her, thereby solving the problem that lies on the surface, but the embryo still has a way to control the Aurora. The protagonist asked to tell everything in detail. The scientist remembered how he was brainwashed, but because of her sister, they chose a gentle method, so she usually behaves like a normal child. But it is worth saying special words, as her personality will change and she will strictly follow the rules. For Mike, this was not a problem, since he understood that he could clap his hands so that she regains consciousness. Embryo HQ, break room, people quickly ran away from it. The girl angrily looked ahead, realizing that her life mark, which she left on the Aurora, began to move. The heroine ran away, asking everyone to step aside. The guy thought with displeasure what was wrong with her and why she was behaving like this. The main soldier began to shout that the boss was calling everyone to Zone 4. The guys slowly began to leave it. Mike looked at Sam with distrust, surprised that they had not met a single person yet. The scientist screamed in fear that the boss noticed that he was looking through the data in the central room and suspected something. The soldiers shouted to each other to get ready. The guys took their places. The boss asked everyone not to shoot, to wait until Zero was completely surrounded. Everyone noticed that the girl ran before everyone else. The boss calmly answered everyone to stop, telling them to let the girl in first so that they themselves could attack later. Mike saw the heroine raising her leg high in the air. The hero threw the bag to Sam with the girl, asking him to take care of her. Zero began to look at Kara in surprise. He noticed that she had become much stronger than the hero himself had assumed. A strong blow came from the heroine. Mike shouted loudly to Kara that he had come to save her sister. The girl asked the guy what brave water he had drunk to say such a thing. A child was peeking out of the bag. The two heroines began to hug each other with a smile on their faces. The girl with a smile on her face told Kara that today she had been saved by Zero, about whom she had been told in a fairy tale. The heroine looked away in surprise. The guy exhaled, realizing that he no longer had a reason to hide his identity. The hero answered that he had already saved her sister, so he wanted to help her too. Kara answered the guy that he was being chased now. Mike calmly asked the girl if she was okay with her sister being used further, since Carrie now had a great opportunity to escape. The heroine looked at her sister. The little girl asked to take her away from here. Painful memories arose in Carrie's head. Hands touched the girl's head. The sister answered with a smile on her face that she would save her. Carrie understood that in the worst case, they would die together. The heroine, taking her sister by the hand, answered everyone to follow her. The guys quickly ran forward, breaking and destroying everything in their path. Sam tiredly asked to run slower since he would not have time. Kara discontentedly said that the man was exposed and temporarily deprived of his powers, but he still only delayed. Mike laughed, telling Sam that he would not kill him since he could still be useful. The hand quickly hit the hero on the head. The girl ran away, screaming that she knew a secret passage to escape from the general staff, but to get there she had to break through the guards. The main character understood that the boss should not know that the girl had gone over to his side, so the hero would run forward and she had to pretend to be chasing him. All the cameras were emitting interference. The boss was displeased, realizing that if Zero and the heroine continued to interfere, he would have to deal with both of them. The assistant shouted to the hero that the guys were last seen in Zona 3. One of the guys started shouting that he had found a target. Kara asked the guy to be careful since the executive director had unusual abilities. The guy had balls in his hands. With quick movements, he deftly threw them at the hero. All the magic was directed towards the soldier. Mike was displeased, trying to knock the guy out. The boss asked his assistant if he had killed Zero. Mike jumped high over the other soldiers. The guy confidently fought off the others with his feet. The soldiers themselves did not have time to do anything. Legs hit the body of the heroes. There was no one in Zero's way, only himself. The boss was shouting through the radio, asking to tell him the situation. Mike understood that he could easily gain maximum strength without any effort. Kara did not understand why the hero was so strong. Someone was shouting from the radio that he needed help. The man looked at the radio, realizing that he underestimated Zero, so he would have to deal with him personally. The entire road was empty. The heroes confidently ran along it. The soldiers hesitantly decided to stop the guy, despite the fact that they did not believe in their strength. A few seconds later, the heroes quickly fell in different directions. Two executive directors ran at Zero. With deft movements of his hands, the hero did not allow himself to be hit. Having hit the executive director with his fist, the hero quickly flew to the side. The guy looked back. The leg quickly hit the hero's stomach. One of the directors thought about attacking from both sides together. Two heroes jumped on Mike, who was in the shield. The main character was surprised that the soldiers could not penetrate anything even at close range. The guy confidently hit everyone so that everyone was unconscious, completely covered in blood. The bodies just lay motionless. Mike smiled, realizing that by killing high-level enemies, you can continue to earn challenge points. The guys continued to run. The soldiers fell uncertainly to the ground. One guy decided to distract Zero's attention so that he would be attacked. Kara was surprised that the soldier did not understand that he and Zero were in cahoots. Mike confidently hit the guy, calling him a weakling since he cannot cope alone, so he calls for an assistant. Zero laughed, telling the girl that the rest of the directors were worthless except for her. Kara discontentedly asked the guy not to relax, since they were only the vanguard and the main forces had probably set up an ambush on the second floor. Zero calmly answered the girl that sooner or later they would find out about her betrayal, so they had to take Aurora and leave while the guy was distracting everyone. Kara asked the guy in surprise what he was going to do. Zero asked the girl where the secret passage was to distract everyone and escape. Kara understood that if she lied, she would gain time, so for the sake of her sister, she had to use all means to reduce the risk. Her teeth were clenched. The heroine calmly answered the guy with the room code. The girl explained that on the 4th floor on the left there would be a brick that would open the approach. Everything was empty. The hand pressed the button. The guy understood that he would need something impressive to attract attention. The hand began to click. Strong explosions began all over the 2nd floor in different directions, like fire. The soldiers could not understand what had happened. Some guys saw that Zero was there. One of the test subjects shouted to the soldiers that the guy was his and he would actually tear him to pieces. The man replied that he would pay Mike double for what he had done. The hand grabbed the hero. Zero calmly twisted the test subject's arm. Mike began to create force. Parts of the hero's body quickly flew away from him. The test subject screamed loudly in pain. Mike asked him if they really knew each other. The soldiers ran, realizing that they should not let Zero escape. The hero began to notice that the guys were sending more and more reinforcements, which he did not want to happen. The hand pressed the map. The map's ability does not allow the hero to see or feel anyone. The soldiers ran to the side towards the sounds, thinking that Mike was there. The hero walked past the guys, glad that he had such an ability, because of which he was not noticed. One of the hatches was open. The sister asked Carrie if they had escaped. The child did not understand where Zero was now. The girl sighed and understood that he must be close by. The heroine asked the girl in surprise why he had saved her. Kara herself could not answer this question. The child was thinking about the guy. Kara asked her sister not to praise him in front of her. Aurora calmly answered that the heroine's mother admired you when she told fairy tales. Someone was calling the guys from the side. Mike, with a smile on his face, asked the girl why she admired him. The soldiers were walking around the area. One of the guys answered fearfully that Zero had not been found. The boss angrily began to ask the guys how they had managed to miss him. The soldiers reported that they had discovered that the protective measures in Zona 4 had been deactivated, the guards had been killed, and the girl herself was gone. The boss decided that the girl was in cahoots with Zero. The hero noticed that they were fighting all the time, but the Aurora itself was not harmed. Some soldiers answered that they brought and found Sam. The boss held the scientist tightly, asking him if he took Zero to the room with the main computer and allowed him to take the Aurora. Foam was moving around the territory. Sam calmly answered that Zero was able to sneak up completely unnoticed because, most likely, he was an inhuman. The boss did not understand what the hero meant. His hands were getting tighter and tighter, turning into a fist. Edward realized that they would find out when he killed the guy. The guys calmly walked along the bridge. Mike smiled, surprised that Kara told him the true location of the secret passage. The girl looked away seriously. The heroine answered Zero that it used to be a simple underground tunnel, but it was abandoned after the headquarters expanded. Mike offered the girl to become a tour guide. The kid looked at Zero, asking him his name. The guy said his name. The kid said with a smile on his face that Kara thought he was cool because he was able to escape after being brainwashed. Zero continued to laugh. He began to notice something out of the corner of his eye. The guy asked Kara herself if she had anything to say. The heroine thanked her with displeasure. Zero said with incomprehension that this was not very sincere, judging by the tone. The girl began to close her eyes in anger. Kara asked the guy how he found out about his sister. The heroine could not understand why she was asking. The girl tried to find out from the guy what he was trying to achieve. Zero remained silent, not trying to answer. The guy looked away, realizing that there were no more expensive ones now. The exit was from above. The heroine and her sister were crawling along the hatch. Zero carefully helped them climb up. Kara calmly answered that this was a warehouse that no one would inspect. A system window appeared. The protagonist began to look at it carefully. Zero answered discontentedly that the land mines in the tunnel had just exploded and soon the embryonic people would catch up with them. The southern part of the headquarters. All the guys were shouting to each other to get ready. Edward answered through the device that their Zero had gone to the side. The man said discontentedly that the guy could not get out through his zone. The boss understood that nothing like that would happen if they were removed. Kara noticed that all the security had become reinforced. There were many times more enemies, but there was no way back. Somewhere to the side, everything was exploding. Zero understood that the search party was tightening the encirclement, so the longer they dragged out time, the higher the risk. The hero decided to go straight ahead. The girl answered fearfully that there were too many enemies, so even if they managed to kill 100, they would be swept away by a wave of reinforcements. Zero confidently answered that they would go forward and he would sort everything out. The heroine opened her mouth in surprise. The guy was wearing a mechanical suit. The hero began to confidently run forward. The men were frightened, wondering why there was a black ghost in front of them. Everyone began to understand that Zero and the black ghost were one and the same person. The soldiers decided to try to stop them. Some of the heroes raised their heads high. Zero was surprised with a sneer that they were trying to stop him. The heroes confidently opened fire. The bullets kept flying at Zero's armor without making a hole in it at all. All the bullets quickly flew away from the hero. One of the soldiers fell to the ground. Mike confidently took the weapon, shouting that it was their turn. The weapons fired quickly. All the heroes either lay from their wounds or quickly tried to run for cover. The territories exploded. The soldiers shouted to the tankers to fire. The guy calmly looked away. Power began to appear in his hand. The hero's shield appeared near his body. Zero looked at the soldiers, not afraid of some tank. The guy's power continued to confidently fly straight at the soldiers, picking up speed. The tanks were exploding. Meanwhile, the guy was confidently standing on the ground. Zero began to notice a fighter jet to the side, thinking that they had taken out everything to kill him. Bullets were flying quickly at the hero. Mike quickly pushed them away from himself with his legs, not letting them fall. All the soldiers began to fall to the sides. The hand wanted to take something. Mike decided to try to shoot them all down. With the help of weapons, all the planes fell down. Kara looked at all this pogrom, realizing that the parquet was very strong and she was surprised that he acted only alone. The girl was surprised that he had changed in a year since he used to be very weak. Zero looked at Kara, shouting at her to leave faster. Many soldiers remained lying. The heroes answered in fear that the black ghost was very strong. Everyone understood that the players would post a video on the forum so that everyone would know that Zero and the black ghost were one. All the children were disappointed that their reputation had dropped quite a bit. The heroes ran confidently. The system window showed the remaining energy. The cars moved forward. The soldiers looked at Zero, shouting to kill him. The guy laughed, telling the guys that they came just in time. The two forces immediately collided. One hand held the other. The guys flew away from each other. Zero immediately ran forward. A strong punch hit the hero in the jaw. The guy immediately fell to the ground. All the soldiers decided to attack together. The guys with their forces ran forward at the hero. Zero began to swing his fists. The force passed through each soldier. The guy decided not to stop. The weapon began to look into the distance. One soldier's head was already shot through. Zero noticed that a person of level 55 gives a lot of challenge points. The bullets of the weapon confidently passed through the soldiers' bodies, creating wounds. Legs ran to the car. Zero ordered everyone to get in. The foot pressed the gas. The car quickly drove away, leaving the guys. Kara was surprised that they were able to do this. Two soldiers, sitting behind the wall, answered that they had already lost. The car was flying fast. The hero understood that he had gone to look for him. One soldier asked his guys if they would chase him. Edward answered that they had to catch him. The car continued to drive, only slower. The hero decided to switch with the girl, since the hero needed to reinstall all the equipment. Kara told the guy that his driving did not inspire a sense of safety. The guy looked at Aurora, realizing that she had more prospects than Carrie. The girl answered discontentedly that they were now in the territory of the embryo, so they could not drive on the road since it would take at least 9 days. The guy was glad that the girl knew these places. Kara replied that the fuel would last for 8 hours and that they had no food or water. Her hand pulled the lever. The car quickly moved forward, and the guy asked her not to worry about anything, since the enemies would deliver everything they needed. There were people sitting in the office, discussing something. One of the guys explained that the embryo had sent many squads to comb its territory. Another colleague answered fearfully that the one being chased wanted to contact them. Zero was on the screen. The guy replied that he had infiltrated the headquarters and had obtained a lot of information there regarding the strategic plan and the details of the situation for its implementation. The man asked him to talk. The hero asked to send him an army to support him and to restrain the embryo, ensuring its safety. The man asked the guy to first convey these words so that they could discuss his demands. Zero laughed, answering that if they did not agree, all the data would perish along with him, and not only the data, but also the army. The hero asked, confused, how they could be sure that Mike had the information they needed. The guy looked away, answering that as a sign of his sincerity, he had just given the Star Dragon detailed information about the first part of the Death's Hand system. After checking all this, the man replied that they were being told the truth. The guy asked the hero, confused, how he managed to do this. His hands touched his forehead. Zero answered with displeasure that their people were amateurs. The soldiers fell out of their chairs, asking him that he was a black ghost. Zero decided not to hide his identity. Everyone began to quickly talk among themselves. The guy confidently answered that they had sent troops to the front lines and would restrain the embryo so that it would not attack the hero. The hand turned off the intercom. Zero exhaled, throwing away his mask. Kara was surprised that he had such connections that would keep them safe. Mike understood that they had to hold out on their own until reinforcements arrived. The first shelter. The hero answered fearfully that the situation at the front had changed. The guys didn't understand why the embryos had sent troops to the headquarters district. The hero sighed, remembering Zero, whom he used to know very well. His gaze looked away in surprise. The tablet showed that Zero had a mask that could quickly change his appearance and that the Black Ghost was one of his personalities. The hero sat down discontentedly. He didn't understand how he could have been fooled like that. The tablet was thrown out the window. Star Dragon, Unit 13. Everyone was surprised to realize that the guy really was a Black Ghost. Amanda understood that he was also Zero, for whom the embryo had put a bounty. The heroes themselves understood that he was wanted. One guy answered that he had an incredible past. Another asked if they had submitted their report. Amanda shouted that Mike was in danger now. The hero sighed, explaining that the administration had formed a squad that was going to the guy. The guys were glad that they would help him. Illumira, the soldier, replied that the father of the faction had arrived for a visit. The hero quickly left, replying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The father of the faction said that the king's second son was a black ghost. The man was surprised and asked not to talk nonsense. His Majesty laughed, replying that he would not dare to tell false information. The guy realized with fear that it turned out that the hero was a black ghost, so he deliberately began to call him Godfather. The car was driving along the mountains. Kara looked back when she was offered juice. Mike opened his mouth and objected that it was not juice, but an energy drink, and that it relieved fatigue and invigorated, so there was no need to drink a lot. Aurora was holding the drink in her hands when she replied that it was very tasty. Two cars were visible in the mirror when the protagonist said that they were being pursued again and asked the girl to turn around, adding that he would deal with them, and Aurora ordered her to lie down on the floor and not stick her head out. The child ducked, agreeing. The car door opened, making a distinctive sound. The protagonist in ranged mode clenched his fist. He scanned the cars and summarized that there were 4 executive directors, 30 Valkyrie squads, and 10 players, and that there were only 10 cars, adding that they had no originality if they were sending their people again. Mike began firing his gun. One of the cars caught fire, leaving the ground. Another car overtook it when ordered to dodge his attacks. The man firing the machine gun wished death on the traitor. The shells attacked the blue dome. The man smirked and ordered them to continue pursuing, adding that he wondered how long his shield would last. Kara waved her hand and asked if they had forgotten about her. Red energy enveloped the soldier. Mike, dressed in a suit, exclaimed that this was his chance. Yellow shells from his gun rushed forward. The military vehicles were attacked. A bloody body was visible from the car window. The protagonist looked at the system window, which stated that the final test had taken place and that he had received an additional 15 test points for finishing the battle, given the difference in the numbers of the two sides. The guy realized that he hadn't noticed before that there were additional rewards at the end of the battle. Kara began to cough up blood. She leaned back against the car. Mike picked up the girl and said that she had been driving and fighting against the pursuers for several days, adding that her body couldn't handle such a strain, to which Kara replied that she was fine. Black smoke was rising from behind the car. The guy hovered his finger over the system window, which stated that Embryon had posted a new pursuit mission, so 2 more participants were needed and that they were leaving in 20 minutes. Mike was drinking a drink, thinking that thanks to the players' forum, he would be able to immediately learn Embryon's strategy. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. The system window described a fan fiction called Zero's Love Story. Mike spat out the drink he had drunk, thinking that the players had too much imagination, and wondered if his fans had written such things on the forum. Kara looked away and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and replied that everything was fine, thinking how good it was that the girl didn't know about the forum. The system window in front of the guy said that help was needed and that people were needed for the task. The military vehicles were moving in one direction, when someone said that he had received a new task and that this time it was a large-scale encirclement operation, and asked the group members to gather together. A soldier approached the masked man and said that the New Stone Wasteland was completely surrounded, and that according to their data, they would meet Zero in 16 hours. Then he was asked how many people they had. The dark-haired man opened his mouth wide and replied that there were a total of 80 executive officers, 600 super soldiers, and several thousand armored infantry fighters, adding that there were also over 300 tanks and 30 attack helicopters, and that the 6 nations were currently putting pressure on all fronts and their forces were spread thin. Edward slammed his hand on the table. He was wearing a mask as he said that if it weren't for those bastards from the 6 nations, they would have surrounded Zero on all sides long ago, and then suggested that the guy most likely made some kind of deal with them. A soldier was standing in front of the table as Edward said that they had already tried to hit him with missiles 4 times, setting his coordinates, but they were all intercepted by the 6 nations, and then he ordered them to begin tightening the ring around the encirclement and pull Zero out. The masked man looked ahead as he said that he wondered if the protagonist would dare to fight his army. The soldier handed him a folder saying that they had sent 5 people. The document contained pictures of 5 people as Edward thought that even he would have a hard time standing up to them in a fight. The masked man folded his arms in front of him, thinking that Zero's end was near. The car's headlights were bright. Mike was sitting next to Kara when he asked her to stop, to which she replied that she had barely managed to escape the pursuit, adding that if she stopped, they would be caught up again. The guy closed his eyes and replied that the embryo had already surrounded a New Stone Wasteland and that they had nowhere to go. The girl looked away and asked how he knew about this, suggesting that he was a prophet. The car stopped among the rocks. The protagonist continued to look forward when he said that they had 2 options, the first of which was to continue driving and break through the encirclement, and the second was to wait for an opportune moment. Kara frowned and asked if they would be able to break through, when the guy added that the longer they waited, the closer the enemies were and the less chance they had of surviving. The protagonist lit a cigarette, thinking that according to the forum, this time Embryon had gathered a lot of fighters, so they were unlikely to cope, and answered out loud that there was a chance, but it was very risky, and they would not be able to protect her sister, adding that the girl was right and that waiting was even worse. Kara silently lowered his gaze. She looked away and asked if he had a plan. Mike held out his hand and said he would first contact their boss and find out the situation. The man sat silently at the table. A voice came from the transmitter. The masked man looked ahead and asked who it was. The protagonist propped his face up with his hand and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Edward put his hand on the table and asked if it was too late to ask for mercy. Zero's hologram opened its mouth and asked if the man had forgotten their little secret when he said he would destroy his organization, adding that Edward didn't consider him a serious opponent, but the guy was doing what he promised. The masked man bowed his head and asked what the hell Mike could predict the future, and why the guy had contacted him, since he could have escaped while he had the chance. In front of Edward was a hologram, who asked if he really expected his army to be able to stop the protagonist. Then the man realized that he already knew about him. In front of Mike was a hologram of Edward, who said that the guy could fool them, having the ability to predict the future, but this time he would not be able to save himself, adding that Zero would smirk when he was killed. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked why the man sent others to deal with him but did not come himself. Hologram Edward looked ahead when he answered that the guy was not yet old enough to compete with him. The image near the receiver disappeared, making a beep. Kara looked at Mike, who said that Edward was very confident in himself, which meant that the troops were already fully prepared, so just in case, it was worth contacting the reinforcements of the 6 nations first. The headlights of the car lit up when she answered that she understood him. The girl frowned and asked if everything was okay. The boy looked away and said that the embryo hadn't found them yet, so tomorrow when they reached the encirclement they would help them, and then added that they would begin the operation in the afternoon. But they couldn't take her sister with them, since they wouldn't have enough strength to keep an eye on her, since they would need to focus on the fight. Kara looked down and agreed. She took Aurora's hand, who asked if she would have to stay, and said that it would only be for a while, since it would be safer. The girl looked down sadly and agreed. The car stopped near a pile of rocks. Mike sat down and said that he was done. Aurora was peeking out from behind the pile of rocks when the boy said that she had enough supplies to stay there for 5 days, adding that if she heard the embryo search party approaching, she should not make a sound. Kara looked ahead worriedly when the girl said that she would wait for her sister to pick her up. The girl closed her eyes, frowning. They headed towards the car. Kara looked away and asked if the protagonist was sure. Mike pulled on his seatbelt and replied that he was the same as always. The guy decided to light a cigarette. The girl parted her lips and asked him to take care of his sister if she died, since he was strong and had a better chance of surviving. The protagonist looked away boredly and replied that if she continued to talk like that, then death would indeed come for her. He wrapped his fingers around the cigarette and asked her to calm down, explaining that even if it was difficult, they would get reinforcements, and if everything went according to his plan, they wouldn't need them. Kara looked down when Mike asked her to remember that they would go into action in 10 hours. A watch appeared in his hand when he said that the girl would put on a suit, adding that she would need to master all types of its weapons and controls as quickly as possible. A suit appeared on her when she asked about the protagonist, since they would be ready for his ability to disguise himself. Mike opened his mouth and explained that he would use invisibility, sneak up on their transport and ammunition, and cause chaos. The girl in the suit waved her hand and summed up that she would pretend to be him because he was their target, to which the boy replied in the affirmative. The lanterns were on in the camp. Devin folded his hands in front of him, thinking that God forbid that he let the black ghost come his way, because he couldn't handle him. A dark figure from the outside yelled that there was something to the northwest. The military vehicle was moving forward at a rapid pace when a scream was heard that a vehicle was coming their way. Devin put his hand out and told them to get ready and finish 0. The black ghost jumped away from the vehicle. He raised his fist. The soldiers began firing their machine guns on command. Yellow shells attacked the man in the suit. Soldiers and weapons flew in all directions. Edward clutched the radio and ordered for action as soon as he was informed that the black ghost had appeared. The shells smashed through the soldiers. Devin's mouth fell open as he realized that the rank and file couldn't hold him back and that he was the only one who could do anything. He clenched his fist and decided that he would pretend to fight and then slip away. The black ghost charged forward. He struck Devin. The man clenched his fist as he realized that he had stopped the blow. Devin threw the black ghost to the ground. The soldiers peered out from behind the rock and wished their commander luck. The man in the spiked helmet thought that his opponent seemed weaker. He folded his arms in front of him and said that he realized that he had been running for so long that he was exhausted. Devin swung at Black Ghost as he exclaimed that they would attack together, take advantage of his condition, and finish him off. Mike looked at the tank as the system announced that a character summon card had been used and that it would soon disappear. The protagonist ran past the soldiers, mentally asking Kara to hold on a little longer. His palm touched the red button. It changed color to blue. The guy jumped from car to car. Black Ghost was running away from Devin and his men. He managed to dodge the man's fist. An explosion occurred behind him. Black Ghost leaned against the ground. He raised his head when the guy told him that he had stolen an SUV and planted explosives, and that they would detonate in 10 seconds, so he should use the confusion to escape and go to the protagonist. Devin swung again, wishing death on Black Ghost. There was a powerful explosion, throwing cars aside. The man in the helmet covered his face with his hand and asked what happened. He started looking around when he exclaimed that the Black Ghost had escaped and ordered them to give chase. Kara ran through the black smoke. She threw the watch to her partner and asked him to take the suit. The girl began to climb into the car, calling Mike to go with her. A voice reached the guy's helmet. Devin clenched his fists in front of him and asked him if he really wanted to run away when he was fighting him. Their fists collided when the man threatened to turn his hand into mush. Devin opened his mouth in surprise. Blood spurted from his fist. Lightning appeared in the Black Ghost's palm. The protagonist attacked Devin in the chest. He raised his head and exclaimed that he could hurt Kara, but not him. Devin, with broken armor, sat on the ground and was afraid of Mike, who had become very strong in some way for him. He begged the protagonist not to come closer, but he came closer, after which he pressed Devon's head into the ground with his fist. The protagonist received a notification about the victory over Devon, about receiving 114,000 experience and 1 challenge point. The soldiers could not believe that their commander died in one blow. They realized that Mike would scatter them like children and ran away, not wanting to die. The car was driving along a rocky road. Kara, who was sitting behind the wheel, sighed with relief, thinking that they had succeeded. But the protagonist noticed something outside the window. They were being chased by 3 helicopters. Paul looked out of one of them and announced that the target had been detected. The protagonist got angry at Kara, who had called for trouble, and urged her to remain silent next time. He took a weapon and began shooting at the helicopters on the move. Paul set up hexagonal shields. Mike noticed that it blocked his shot and estimated the owner of this force field to be at least level 55. Paul sent his shields to attack. They crushed the road under the car. The rocks began to crumble and fall. Kara cursed. She realized that their enemies wanted to destroy the road so that they would have to get out of the car. The protagonist stubbornly tried to hold on. The helicopter fired missiles at them. Mike and Kara managed to jump out of the transport before the explosion. The guy called the woman to run. The car blew up. Kara looked back and noticed a chase of 5 of the best executives, including 2 aspers and 3 fighters. The protagonist grabbed her hand. He put on his armor and demanded that she run silently. Several flashes flew out in front of them. Fighters appeared from them, blocking the escape route. Paul and Lika stood behind Mike and Kara. Paul crossed his arms over his chest and declared that the protagonist and his girlfriend would not escape. Mike declared that they would break away and threw several boomerangs at the enemies. One of them cut the hem of Paul's cloak. He barely managed to dodge. Then the protagonist called on Kara to run. Lika blocked their way, creating a wall of earth in front of them. The protagonist's companion doused Lika with magic and she grabbed her head. Mike ran up the wall. Kara coughed up blood and noted that she was using her abilities too often. She shouted at the guy to leave her because she was a burden to him now. The woman asked him to run alone and she would hold off the enemies for now. The protagonist took her hand again and said that she should not even think about sacrificing herself for the sake of others. He believed that she could hold off the enemy for 3 or 5 minutes at most. Kara resisted. She pulled her hand out of the protagonist's and said that he didn't understand that if he abandoned her, he would have a better chance of escaping. The woman didn't understand what the problem was. Mike rudely replied that she wasn't particularly valuable, and if he really needed help, he would abandon her without hesitation. But for now, he demanded that she shut up and not tell him about her noble motives. The protagonist led her again. She was too taken aback to object. The fighter Klaus got into a crane pose. Then he kicked the protagonist, but he dodged. The guy counterattacked with a fist right in Klaus's face. His accomplice Zach managed to strike the protagonist in the back. All 5 of them blocked Mike and Kara's escape route. Lika created a huge fist out of the ground. Paul started an earthquake with his power. The fist hit Kara's shield. The opponents decided that they could not be afraid of her and that they needed to deal with the main one, the Black Ghost, first. 3 free fighters pounced on him. Mike set up a barrier and prepared a boomerang for each of them. His enemies had to dodge. Klaus noticed that these things had high speed. Then he bounced off the ground and dashed towards the protagonist and declared that his toys were nothing in the face of absolute power. His fist hit the protagonist's defense. A counterattack to the torso using lightning knocked Klaus out of action. The next moment, the protagonist dodged Zach's blow, which destroyed the ground beneath him. Then Zach lost his balance, struck by Kara's attack. Klaus became serious and decided that he should not fight alone, after which he asked his partners to help him with their abilities. He kicked Mike with a straight leg while he was in the air. Paul launched his hexagons at the protagonist. The plane of one of them crossed the protagonist's legs. Klaus was glad that their opponent had been caught. He threw a penalty kick at the protagonist's body and he hit the ground. Zach and Will rushed to finish him off. The protagonist managed to get up and started running. He realized that if he continued to act like this, the Mets would lose too much durability. He needed to distance himself. But the guy didn't notice something important. A huge stone hand was reaching out to him. Mike was pressed against this hand when Will and Zach hit him in the stomach. The protagonist was in a difficult situation. He created a barrier that pushed his opponents back and broke the fingers of the giant hand. Mike, protected by a shield, decided that Lika, who controls the earth and limits his movement, should be dealt with first. He thought that he could try to defeat her with a flaming will, but when Paul noticed that he had opened fire, he would be able to protect Lika with a force field. And now his opponent was really protected by Paul. Mike asked his partner through the call if she could weaken the force field with her blow. He needed her to stop Paul from using his ability. The woman sent one of the enemies flying. She seemed tired, but asked for 2 seconds. Then Kara began to gather power around herself. Will realized that she was about to use some strange ability and warned his comrades to prepare to defend themselves. The woman opened her eyes and the power spread. Paul urged Laika to be careful and covered her with a force field. Kara's eyes glowed red. Paul realized with horror that she was aiming at him. He caught fire and beams of light shot out of his eyes. Laika screamed his name in panic. The shield around her fell. Mike noticed that she was looking in the wrong direction. He looked down the sights of his sniper rifle, preparing his flaming will. The beam pierced the stones created by the girl. Then it hit Laika herself, the shot activating the skill Deadly Critical Hits. The activation of the ability Deadly Shot also worked. The enemy received pure damage, ignoring physical resistance, almost 45,000 critical damage. Mike killed Laika, received 175,000 experience and 32 challenge points. He landed and was surprised that almost a year had passed since he learned this ability, but now for the first time he managed to inflict maximum critical damage. Laika's comrades surrounded her corpse. Zack trembled with fear, believing that this was impossible. He could not believe what a monster Mike was, who managed to kill her while 5 of them were attacking him. Klaus stood behind and was also scared. The protagonist ran to the car with Kara, whom he urged to quickly get into it. The woman looked back. The protagonist cursed, seeing planes and tanks. These were enemy reinforcements. The planes began to dive and shoot at Mike and his friend. They both lost their balance from the explosion under their feet. Paul sarcastically asked the protagonist where he was going, stretching out his hand forward. 3 force fields covered Mike's leg. He cursed because he couldn't move. Paul's force field was really annoying him. Then several missiles flew at him. The guy was thrown into the air again. He fell to the ground, and his mask was broken. Will shouted that their enemy was wounded and they had a chance. He, Zack, and Klaus ran towards the protagonist. Zack jumped, urged them to spare no effort and finish off Mike to avenge Laika. Will completely agreed with him. Klaus was not far behind. Kara realized that the situation was not very good. She protected the protagonist with herself, releasing flames at the enemies. Then, wounded, she fell back. Will cursed when he saw how the woman shielded the protagonist with herself. The guy was worried about her. He picked her up in his arms and then ran away at high speed. Kara was seriously wounded in the stomach. The guy asked her to hold on. He injected her with epinephrine. Mike urged her to come to her senses, but Kara did not respond. Will and the others set off in pursuit. They were accompanied by equipment. Zack was unhappy that Kara had ruined their only chance. Klaus assured him that it was enough because now the Black Ghost had no assistant. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger when he saw the enemy advancing. He did not want to think about having to abandon his friend. But then something unexpected happened. The defeated soldier glowed with Kara's fire. The others glowed with the same fire. The protagonist realized that the energy of the corpses from all over the field had gathered together. The concentration point was in the sky above the woman. Her wounds slowly healed. Kara did not look very happy, but at least she was alive. Klaus did not understand how it was possible for her not to die. Mike belatedly remembered that she had the ability to ignore sudden death, which was activated when her health points fell below 1%, and for some time Kara could not die, but she could restore her health. He could not expect less from the future goddess of death and thought that now she would surely release a powerful shockwave. But his partner only frowned and urged him to leave her, since she was too weak. Mike was disappointed that it was not some special flow of energy, and realized that he was happy in vain. Planes and tanks were approaching. Kara reminded the protagonist that he said that he would leave her if necessary, and once again asked him to leave immediately and take care of her sister. But suddenly a call came into the half-broken helmet of the protagonist's mech. They were calling from cars approaching them. A red-haired girl looked out of the car and said that they had come to help him evacuate. Mike led Kara to the arriving aid squad, urging her to hold on. The allied soldiers began shooting at the enemy. They hurried the protagonist and his companion to get into the car quickly. The protagonist took out several balloons and threw them behind his back. The enemies began to choke from the tear gas they contained. Then there was an explosion. Kara was glad that they were finally safe. Mike covered her mouth with his hand so that she would not cause trouble again. The old man from the front seat admitted that he had heard a lot about these two and was happy to meet. He introduced himself as Stanley from the 13th Division of the Star Dragon and added that the CEO often mentioned the protagonist. He also named their driver Victor from Theseus. He introduced the red-haired girl as Diana from Maple. Diana noted that they had not yet lost the pursuit and asked if there was a plan. Stanley believed that the enemy would not catch them and decided to continue along the planned route, then they would soon be able to break away. Mike thought that he could take advantage of the moment to check the condition of the mech. It turned out that everything was fine, only the armor was slightly damaged, but the main components were normal. Only minor repairs were needed. The guy put the helmet back on his head. He received a communication request from an unknown person. An image of Edward appeared in front of Mike, who praised him for being able to get out of the encirclement on the plains. The head of the embryo, however, did not think that he could consider himself safe. The protagonist became nervous. Edward said that he immediately noticed when Mike's reinforcements entered his territory a couple of days ago. He explained that he did nothing to ensure that the protagonist fell into his trap, which could have caught them all. Knowing where the guy escaped from and where his reinforcements entered, Edward was able to calculate where they planned to break through the encirclement. The Allied vehicles were trying to escape at full speed. The head of the embryo asked Mike at the end if he still felt all-knowing and all-powerful. He advised the protagonist to open his eyes wide and see what place would become his grave. The cars were driving straight towards an ambush of a huge number of infantrymen, snipers, howitzers, and tanks. Stanley got out of the car with the others and called on everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. The enemy soldiers began to shoot. Diana sent a fire spell in the form of a dragon at them. The shooters were burned. The embryo executive directors, on the order of one of them, went on the attack. Victor's body, which became visible from under his torn shirt, began to increase in size and become covered with red patterns. His eyes also glowed red. He stopped one of the executive directors with his giant hand and called him a weak insect. Victor grabbed his hand the size of a toothbrush in a fist. Then he threw the enemy into the ground. Another one attacked from behind, armed with a sword. Siegfried smirked and noted that men do not attack when the enemy is not ready. The CEO did not expect an attack from the other side. Siegfried dealt him a powerful blow with his hammer. One of the Allied fighters called for not getting cocky. Suddenly, Edward struck the ground and with his strength scattered everyone. Mike made a furrow in the breaking in his fur. His sworn enemy appeared in front of him. The head of the embryo took off his hood and noticed that the protagonist wanted to fight him. He announced that he had come and asked if Mike had the courage. The protagonist received a message that he had initiated a special C-class quest, Ambush the Traitor. The requirement for it was to defeat the embryo boss by dealing at least 60% of the total damage, and the reward for it would be 2 random skills and abilities of the boss. Mike didn't expect the boss to show up in person to kill him. He knew Edward was the main character on the aquamarine planet, and a very strong one at that, and the protagonist's current condition wasn't the best. His health was at 87%, and his suit's durability was at 61%. He exhaled, got into a fighting stance, and decided to just try his best. Mike prepared for battle. More cars arrived. Bennett came out of one of them, cracked his fingers, and noticed that the protagonist had gotten carried away playing. The surprised protagonist asked why he had come. Bennett stepped in front of him and said that Mike had caused such a stir that there was no other way. Rumor had it that no one had ever seen the embryo boss fight at full power, and Bennett thought that today was his lucky day. He wasn't ready to let Edward touch his people without his permission, so he gathered all his strength in his fist. Bennett attacked his opponent with his blazing will. Edward urged him not to interfere in other people's affairs. Then their fists met. Both were equally strong. Mike covered himself with his hands, amazed by such power. He couldn't wait for the fight between the 2 main heroes of the planet. To his surprise, Edward stood up to Bennett's burning will, which meant he must have some kind of strong ability. The protagonist knew that his attacks were weaker than Bennett's and would be of no use against the boss. He couldn't figure out how to get 60% of the total damage in this situation. The embryo soldiers were ordered to destroy the Six Nations army, and they opened fire. Buzz used his purple radiation. The enemy shells exploded against the installed defense. Stanley admitted that the embryo boss was too strong and believed that only Bennett could counter him. Buzz added that they were both legends and that they did not need to interfere in the fight. He thought that he should take advantage of the moment to destroy the enemy troops in an ambush and get out of the dead end. Mike agreed that this was a great opportunity because all the executive directors present were elite, for whom he would be given a lot of challenge points. He decided that once he accumulated enough, he would complete the promotion task and be able to defeat the boss. The guy noticed an enemy who was almost dead. One of the allies was finishing him off. The protagonist took out a rifle to finish him off himself. The next second, the enemy's head was pierced by a beam. A message appeared in the dialogue box about the murder of the embryo executive director and receiving 18 challenge points. Mike thought that while there was chaos around, no one would notice what he was doing. But Diana saw him and did not understand why he hid behind the rocks. She told the Black Ghost to leave the superhumans to them and to deal with the ordinary fighters in the area. The guy pretended not to hear and changed his position. Then he continued shooting. Diana said this for his own safety. She didn't want to waste her energy protecting him here. The girl believed that he was acting permissively because he was under their protection. The protagonist methodically shot the executive directors. For 4 enemies from level 40 to 50, he received 65 challenge points. Mike hid behind a rock, checked the status, and was pleased with the result. He had one more executive director to finish off. Something caught his attention. One of the enemies was holding Stanley in place with hexagons, like Paul, and urging his accomplice to strike while he was motionless. The protagonist warned Stanley to be careful and pushed. Lightning struck the place where the old man had just been. Stanley thanked Mike, but he thought he was not worth the gratitude. The guy's thoughts were occupied with finding the executive director. Finally, he found his target, who was almost killed. The protagonist took aim. The last of the elite was dead. Mike received 136,000 experience and 23 challenge points. Now he had enough points. The guy got to his feet and ran for cover as he needed to exit combat mode to level up. Diana was outraged that he was going to run. Edward was not going to let him do it at such a moment. He, continuing to fight with Bennett, gave the order to chase Mike and kill him. The protagonist slid along the mountain, then jumped down to the water. Then his fur disappeared, which meant that he had exited combat mode. The system reported that his final test, the mission to advance to the level 60 class, was complete. His endurance, which directly depends on health and stamina, also increased. The protagonist read that he had received a new evolution of the life form. The system asked him to choose one of 5 evolution options and warned that this action could not be undone. Mike had the highest compatibility with the space race of people, 97%. He chose it. The evolution into a spaceman began. The protagonist was engulfed in light. Then lightning pierced his entire body, and it seemed like even his bones were cracking. The guy winced in pain. He screamed loudly. A powerful wave of force spread out from his location around him. Mike felt like he was floating in an ocean of water. Evolution was complete. He opened his eyes. The guy realized that everything worked out and he was able to overcome the limitations of this version of the game. Thanks to choosing the race of space people, his molecular structure was improved, his organ structure was strengthened, his metabolism was changed, his adaptability was improved, and his potential was also improved. As a bonus, he received various boosts to his basic characteristics. He also acquired the racial feature collective adaptation, thanks to which his resistance to physical, mental attacks and debuffs increased. Finally, Mike learned the skill Final Restoration, which allows, when the equipment's durability is critically low, using 500 energy points to temporarily restore its durability to 50%. The skill's duration depended on the quality and complexity of the mechanism, as well as the intelligence attribute. After this time, the equipment will self-destruct. The embryo troops saw the power that the protagonist was spreading, but did not know what it was. Paul said that it did not matter, and reminded that Zero was almost defeated and they needed to act quickly. The sphere of power was still there. Mike looked at the system windows. Now all he had to do was use the accumulated experience points and attributes to become the strongest creature on the planet. The protagonist's health was almost 8,000, endurance was almost 10,000, energy was level 8 and just over 3,000 units. The energy rank was almost 3,300 and the level rose to 70. Mike received Class C and was qualified as a space explorer. He hit himself in the palm of his hand with his fist as if completing the evolution process. Paul and his soldiers noticed Zero and called on them to attack him together. The protagonist prepared boomerangs. He immediately sent them at Paul. Paul was dead. His soldiers could not believe that their boss died from one blow. The last remaining one of the embryo was scared. He sat on his knees in front of Mike and, clutching his head in his hands, begged him for mercy. A splash of blood. The protagonist left the field covered with the corpses of enemies. He was ready to deal with the embryo. Stanley and the others continued to fight the enemies. The old man noticed the approaching black ghost and did not understand why it had returned. Diana assumed that he wanted to face a strong enemy that he could not defeat. She also continued to fight. Kara felt like Mike's health and strength had changed. The protagonist made a dash and prepared to strike. With one blow, he scattered a group of enemy soldiers. Diana was shocked. Stanley noticed that the black ghost had suddenly changed. The protagonist pushed off from the overturned car and went into the main battle. There was still a draw between Edward and Bennett. The head of the embryo was outraged that Zero had the audacity to return. He ordered his squadron of planes and a platoon of tanks to fire only at him. Mike calmly flew past the shells, and explosions appeared behind him. He landed while homing missiles were flying at him. The guy spread his arms and roared. He created a force field that blocked everything that was shot at him. Then he rushed forward. The protagonist bounced off one of the tanks into the air. There he prepared a ball lightning. Then all this power fell on the equipment of the embryo. The protagonist slowly walked past the corpses of enemies and mangled tanks. The surviving soldiers realized with horror that they could not stop this monster. Mike passed by them and advised them to get out of the way if they did not want to die. There was still parity between Bennett and Edward. The protagonist praised Bennett for how well he tried and said that now it was his turn. The man smiled, put his hand on Mike's shoulder in a friendly way and agreed to switch. The protagonist flashed lightning. He walked straight towards the boss of the embryo. Edward was surprised how Zero voluntarily asked for a fight while Bennett protected him. He asked if the protagonist really thought Bennett had drained his strength and could be dealt with. Edward enveloped himself in power and said that one blow would be enough to defeat Mike. The protagonist pulled out a gun and twirled it in his hand. Then he fired. The head of the embryo caught the bullets in the air and said that they were nothing. Edward then dodged 2 more shots. He pushed off the ground and approached Mike. The protagonist took a defensive stance, blocking the blow. He rode on his feet for some distance by inertia. Then the guy jumped into the air. From there, he kicked Edward. The enemy flew, breaking stones with his back. Being in combat mode, the protagonist could now get information about the enemy. Edward's life bar was decreasing. Mike noticed that he had 81% health left, which meant he could still take 60% from him for the task. This made him happy. The head of the embryo admitted that the protagonist was quite strong and that he had underestimated him. He decided that it was time to show his true power. Edward picked up speed and prepared to attack with darkness. The protagonist took a direct hit to the head. A piece of his helmet broke off. His enemy flipped in the air. Then he kicked Mike in the torso. The protagonist flew into a nearby mountain. He coughed up blood and was amazed at how much damage Edward was doing in close combat. The guy realized that he should have used mechanisms to wear him down first. He took the rifle and started shooting. The head of the embryo dodged all the bullets by moving in a zigzag pattern and then asked Mike if he thought he could defeat him with gunfire. He said that was naive. His next blow knocked the gun out of the protagonist's hands. The protagonist met the rocks with his back. His mask was completely broken. Edward caught his rifle and said that a mechanic without a weapon is like a dog without teeth. He was interested to see what Mike would do now. The protagonist reminded him that he had a lot of weapons and took out 3 boomerangs. They were fired at the enemy. The guy suggested that Edward try to cope with this. The head of the embryo failed and received 3 new wounds. He had to gain distance. He coughed up blood and asked how many toys Mike had there. The protagonist calculated that since he had more health than Edward at level 70, and he also had mech armor, then if he exchanged his blow for 3 or 4 of his, he would still be in the black, although the main character was already beaten. He threw 3 more boomerangs. The boss of the embryo laughed when he saw the approaching shells. He destroyed them with his power and said that the same techniques would not work on him. Then it seemed to him that something was wrong. Mike urged him to try a new one in this case, and activated the light thrower. The precise attack knocked Edward off his feet. He fell to the ground. The blow put him in a state of rigor mortis, and the protagonist thought that this was his chance. The guy decided to take advantage of it and hit the enemy again. He sat on Edward from above and swung his fist. The boss of the embryo grabbed his hand and was surprised that the mechanic dared to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. He assumed that Mike wanted to die quickly. Edward rose abruptly, not letting go of the protagonist's hand. Then he kicked him, and the protagonist found himself in the air. The guy was stunned. His opponent gained strength. Then Mike caught his face with another kick. The armor was completely destroyed. Its durability went into the minus. The protagonist received many wounds and lost his armor. The boss of the embryo chuckled and said that without a shield he would crush the protagonist and torment him as he pleased. He screamed and released more power. Edward made a dash. Mike was driven into the rock. Then he said to his opponent's face that it was enough. The head of the embryo was shocked. The guy activated the final recovery and stood on the ground. With the ability described above, he was able to return his armor for a while. Edward did not understand what was happening. The protagonist attacked him. His enemy met the ground. Then the boss of the embryo plowed through the rocks and was stopped only by the mountain. He raised himself on his elbows and did not believe that this was possible. Mike noticed Siegfried, who was swinging his hammer. He asked to borrow his weapon. Siegfried without hesitation threw the hammer to the black ghost and wished him luck in trying to finish off Edward. Mike deftly caught the weapon with one hand. He imbued it with lightning and dove at the embryo boss lying on the ground. The blow landed on the back of the enemy's head and broke his glasses. Edward was thrown quite far. Along the way, his body hit 2 cars and his own soldiers until he was finally stopped by a mountain. A huge smoking crater formed in it. Edward fell down. Having fallen on the rocks, he made a crack in them and several more parts of his equipment fell off. The head of the embryo got up on all 4s and tried to cough. Stanley was shocked because he had never seen the true face of the embryo boss. Edward stood up completely and admitted that this time Zero pleasantly surprised him. Since Mike managed to restore his armor, he was going to break it again with his fists. The protagonist intercepted the hammer with both hands and blocked the attack. He slid back by inertia. The protagonist noticed that Edward was still in the air. He swung his hammer, but the enemy managed to cover himself. Then the embryo boss dealt a powerful blow. Mike lost his mech armor and became defenseless. His defense durability dropped to 0 again. It broke and would take another 18 minutes to recover. Edward jumped on the protagonist with a prepared attack and a call to die. A storm of darkness fell on the ground. The skill continued to work for a while and then dissipated. The protagonist emerged from the smoke unharmed. His enemy did not understand at all why he did not die. He asked Mike if he had really leveled up. The guy smiled and promised to tell after a few blows. He took the weapon, called Edward to try his air hammer technique on himself, which is a fictitious name. With these words, the protagonist jumped on the embryo boss to play whack-a-mole with him. The mole received a powerful blow with all his might. Mike decided to let out all his anger. Then he sent Edward flying. Stanley was sure that he would not be wrong if he said that the main character had overcome his limit during the fight. Diana stood nearby, unable to utter a word. The protagonist was about to make another attack on the enemy who was losing consciousness. The hammer met Edward's head. It split from his fall to the ground. The boss of the embryo could not move. Mike landed. Everyone looked at the result of their fight. The enemy soldiers could not believe that their leader had lost. Many of them decided that if Edward could not cope, then they should leave. The enemy of the Six Nations leaned on a shaking hand and stood up with difficulty. Then he was filled with energy. Mike held his weapon at the ready, eagerly waiting for what other signature move he was hiding. But he was surprised. Edward had escaped. However, he had 14% of his health left, and the protagonist was satisfied with 60%. Now it was up to the Six Nations. Stanley hurried the Black Ghost so that he would quickly get into the car. He ordered to go in pursuit of the panicking forces of Embryo, whose boss received serious injuries. The fleeing enemy soldiers began to shoot. The column of Allied vehicles drove past the burning enemy equipment and the craters left after the battle. Mike breathed a sigh of relief because it was all finally over. Closer to night, they arrived at a temporary base of the troops of Six Nations. The protagonist opened the system window. The task ambush of the traitor was completed, and he wanted to know if he would be lucky this time. The system offered the protagonist 5 skills, from which he could choose 2. Among them were advanced martial arts, snake attack, reflection, spikes, iron fist, and steel body. The guy chose what he wanted, deciding that the abilities reflection, spikes, and steel body were pretty good. He looked at his hand, evaluating the enhancement, and realized that the further he went, the more he resembled a tank. Mike saw something amazing. The system informed him that new requirements for class advancement had been unlocked. The requirements were to reach level 80, increase intelligence to 400, and obtain 5 advanced mechanics knowledge. The protagonist suspected that it was enough to obtain advanced knowledge and increase intelligence to start a new stage. He invested all 40 points available for distribution into intelligence. The guy knew that obtaining advanced knowledge was not difficult. He just needed to find a way to level up to 80. Attribute points were also difficult to get. Mike thought that he would have to find more subclasses to collect the remaining 400 intelligence points. He thought that it would be best to choose rarer subclasses that give more attribute points per level. The protagonist continued to sit by the truck and check his status. He wondered why he did not remember Edward's face without a mask. He was called out, and he got scared. It was Bennett, who dragged Mike along with him and demanded an explanation. He tapped the guy on the head and asked if he wanted to talk about his past and if he missed it. He wondered why the protagonist didn't say he was an alien. Mike noticed that he was right. Bennett leaned against the truck and decided that the past was best left in the past. He fell silent and then decided to ask how the protagonist broke his limit. Mike wondered if he should tell the NPC about it. He promised to teach Bennett, then hugged him and told him that the old saying goes that you need to train your muscles and your breathing. The guy added that you can actually concentrate energy in your bladder. He warned that at first it would slowly leak out of Bennett, but he shouldn't worry because this is common among beginners. Mike said that once Bennett learned to control this feeling and hold the energy at will, he would be able to break through his limit. Bennett slapped him on the head and yelled at him for being so incorrigible. He asked if he looked like someone who could be easily fooled. Ludwig came over and called him over because he wanted to tell him something he had learned about the origins of the embryo boss. Mike was genuinely curious about where he was from. Ludwig suggested they talk somewhere else and invited Mike to follow him. He asked if the protagonist remembered the task he had given him. The guy remembered that he was referring to the A-level hidden storyline task, New Era Origin. Ludwig entered the tent, picked up the tablet, and said that the data the protagonist had found had given him new clues. And during their investigations, they had discovered a mention of the embryo organization in a sealed confidential scroll of a lost country. Ludwig handed the tablet over to Mike. A notification popped up in front of the protagonist about completing the first round of the quest, receiving 350,000 X, 280,000 as a bonus, and acquiring a rare large level 45 dungeon crystal 5 pieces of Golem's protection. Ludwig explained that during the old era, there was a country called Golem, and its government had gone through many changes and revolutions throughout its history. At that time, a terrorist group called Mimok appeared in Golem. They attacked the government many times, causing panic in society. The people did not feel safe and demanded that the government take stricter measures. The government passed various laws. The regulations in the country became strict, and the people of Golem were constantly monitored and controlled. After that, Mimok disappeared overnight and the attack stopped. The measures seemed to work. However, Mimok was actually an organization secretly created by the Golem government. For safety, its people willingly accepted strict protection. The government stripped the people of all their rights one by one. All media and any platform that could give people a voice was strictly controlled by the government. Bennett put his hand to his chin and concluded that they had created an image of the enemy for the people and then protected themselves from it. He realized that fear had pushed most to give up their freedom in exchange for security and strict rules. Ludwig confirmed this. He added that some people learned the truth about the Mimok and exposed the organization. The people of Gollum were furious. They showed their anger, protested, and created a civil resistance organization. When the conflict in Gollum reached its peak, a galactic civilization appeared. It gave people knowledge that could change the world. The emergence of a galactic civilization plunged the world into chaos. Gollum was invaded by a neighboring country. With threats both within and without its borders, the government fell and the country disappeared from the maps. Ludwig stated that the Mimok are the current Embryon organization, whose current leader was a member of the Gollum civil resistance. Since these events happened a long time ago, detailed information about his personality is not preserved. Gollum fell, but Mimok was freed from control. The organization was active during the War of the Old Era, but then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was called Embryo. Mike noticed that the relationship between the Resistance and Mimok was not hostile, and suggested that Edward seized power in Mimok. Ludwig said that no one knew how he became the leader. Only one thing was clear: when Mimok appeared again, he became an enemy of the Six Nations, and his strength increased tenfold. Ludwig incidentally added that the nation that invaded Gollum then is now called Raylan. It dawned on the protagonist. He concluded that now they knew the reason for the hostility of the boss of the Embryo to the Six Nations. Edward lost his homeland, so he wanted revenge. A window appeared in front of the guy, the information in which he began to read. It was written about the beginning of the second round of the new era, Origin. The main reward was 800,000 experience. The reward for the evaluation was unknown, but the protagonist believed that it should be good. He believed that it was unclear how the excavation of historical secrets would affect the planet Aquamarine. Mike admitted that something amazing could be discovered that would change people's perception of the world. Kara turned to him and then took his hand. She wanted to know when they would return for her sister and admitted that she was worried. The protagonist replied that it was too dangerous to return and the people of the Six Nations would not agree. His girlfriend said that they would go alone then. The protagonist shook his head because he thought that if he returned, Edward might appear again and they would have more trouble. Kara frowned. Mike lit a cigarette, put his hand on her shoulder and urged her to calm down, explaining that he had a better candidate. A new stone wasteland. There were many empty containers on the floor. Aurora had already counted 13 rations eaten. She waited for her sister to come to her. Someone picked up a stone from where the girl was hiding, and Aurora became worried. Dion extended his hand and explained that Mike had sent him to get her. At night in the Six Nations camp, Kara noticed that it had been a day, and she doubted that this man could be trusted. The protagonist, smoking a cigarette, urged her not to worry as he would definitely bring her sister. The girl sat down on the car next to her. Soon she saw her sister. Dion was carrying her on his shoulder. The sisters finally hugged. Kara started crying. She was glad that Aurora was okay. The protagonist shook the merchant's hand and thanked him for his help. Dion said that it was a small thing. Mike apologized for making his friend take a risk and added that he would owe her. The merchant reminded that the protagonist had already helped him once and asked to consider it his repayment, after which he said goodbye. Finally, having already started teleporting, Dion said that the things the protagonist ordered had already been delivered to the southern continent. He asked to look at them when Mike returned. Aurora asked where they were going now. Kara seemed to have completely forgotten about it. The protagonist offered to go with him to his domain, which was very safe if they had nowhere to go. Kara was reluctant to go with him, but her sister smiled happily. Mike reminded her that Aurora had been in captivity for a long time and was very weak, and advised that if his older sister wanted to take her somewhere, she should let her get stronger first. Kara agreed. Aurora exclaimed joyfully when she realized that they were going to Uncle Mike's home, the temporary base of the Six Nations. The representatives, including France, were speechless. The protagonist sat comfortably opposite them. He noticed that he and France had not seen each other for a long time, and asked him how he was doing and whether he had received a promotion, although he knew that in his position it was easier to earn a demotion. Indignant and angry, France urged him to get closer to the point. The guy was upset that no one was interested in everyday issues these days, and that everyone was deeply immersed in work and plans for the future. France did not want to chat. He reminded that they had a deal and wanted Mike to do his part. The protagonist threw the hard drive to the scout. He immediately plugged it into the laptop. Seeing the confidential information about the location of bases and troops and experimental data on the screen, he couldn't believe that the protagonist was able to access it. He said with a smile that with it they would quickly end the war. Another scout praised Mike for his good work. The protagonist said that he had fulfilled his part of the deal and announced that he was leaving. Now the task fall of the embryo was 36.2% complete. The guy chuckled to himself, thinking that his information would increase the progress of the task. It was quiet near the castle. Matthew was sadly sitting on the bench since they had no tasks. He hadn't seen Mike for many days, so he missed him. Timmy was sitting nearby and reading the negative comments. He was also upset since he had no materials for the video. He looked up. The helicopter shocked the boy because he knew that the protagonist had arrived in it. The helicopter landed and Mike got out. The people living here were glad that the black ghost had finally returned. Kara and Aurora were with him. The older sister looked around the area in surprise, not believing that this was the protagonist's domain. The younger sister was amazed at the number of people in this place. Drake was glad to see Mike. He said that during his absence they had created and improved everything that was indicated in his plan. He added that there were currently about 20,000 vagrants in the shelter. The protagonist clarified that with non-humans. 2 of them were about to fight. One of them claimed that the martial arts class was the strongest, and the other's class sucked so much that even dogs wouldn't play with it. The insulted one fired his ability at the insulter and missed. The first non-human noticed that the enemy had a snail's speed. Drake concluded that the non-humans often fought with each other and destroyed their buildings. He despaired and was going to evict them, but Mike believed that there was no need to stop them. The protagonist was pleased. He called for the builders to be sent to build a large arena. Drake did not understand what good it would do in the shelter. The guy explained that the arena was a place where those who wanted to could spend their energy, and you could also make money on it by organizing a system of honest bets. Drake seemed to have learned new wisdom. Mike dreamed that as soon as the arena became famous, they might want to hold a future professional league of the galaxy there. He smugly decided that the time would come and he would earn a lot of fame and money. Workshop of the third shelter. The protagonist, sitting in the chair, realized that the storyline of the planet Aquamarine was coming to an end, which meant it was time to prepare to go to the galaxy. His current mecha armor was having a hard time handling Edward's strength, so he decided he couldn't walk around in it anymore. Mike started drawing up plans. He started creating a new mechanical suit. Sunlight was coming out from behind the mountains. Mike was flying over the city. Blue energy was coming out of his suit. He stopped in the air and said that it was not bad and the radiation crystals from the Viper's lair were excellent fuel. Now the power of the reaction furnace was enough for him to fly. A message popped up that the protagonist had successfully improved the light metal suit. He was asked if he wanted to give it a name. Mike took off his helmet and said that since it now had a flight module, he would call it Amphipter. The protagonist concentrated mana in his hand. He released a discharge of energy into the mountain. He noted with a smile on his face that the suit had become more powerful, and by combining it with his attributes, he would become completely invincible. The plot takes us to the Emerald Grass Laboratory. The building stood in the middle of a forest. Laura, surprised, said that Carl lost a lot of blood every year, which led to physical weakness, dysplasia, and deterioration of organ function. Standing in front of her, she said that according to her calculations, Kara had 3 years left to live. Kara, dumbfounded, asked again. Laura smiled and asked not to worry, adding that she was talking about an ordinary person, but Aurora, although physically weak, had an amazing activity of her cells. She showed the screen and said that, in short, the human body usually takes a long time to restore itself due to the slow renewal of cells, but for her it is different. Superhumans have a much better ability to self-repair. She looked at Aurora, who was hiding behind Kara, and noted that she would like to take a blood sample from her for research. Frowning, Kara did not allow this. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked her for her persistence, adding that she was a patient, not a test subject, and besides, she could not defeat her sister. Turning away, Laura replied that she didn't need treatment in principle, let her just suppress her abilities and recover in peace. Holding his chin, Mike reasoned that in her past life, Aurora was gutted for medicine, so he couldn't see the effect of her power and he would wait impatiently. The protagonist said that Aurora was brainwashed, and now another personality lives inside her, which awakens from a code word, turning her into a controlled puppet. He clarified whether Laura could fix this. Holding a test tube, Laura replied that she was a pharmacist, not a psychotherapist, and he should look for the right specialist. Mike approached Kara and asked if influencing the mind was her strong point. Kara replied that her abilities were too aggressive and she was afraid of accidentally harming her. The protagonist, with a displeased look, said that in that case, she'd better work on it. Laura pushed Mike in the back and said that if they had no business with her, they should leave. She had arranged for a couple of non-humans to test her drugs. The surprised girl asked if today's task to test the drug had begun. The guy asked her to be quiet, noting that there was a black ghost there. Kara looked at the protagonist and asked what he thought. Mike said that she should rest more. He would make a special wheelchair for her so that she could have more contact with the outside world and make friends. Looking down, Kara said that she would owe him. Picking his nose, the protagonist said that the debt was growing. Kara stood next to him and clarified why he helped her. Looking away, Mike asked if she believed that he foresaw that her abilities would save him in the future. He imagined Aurora putting her hand on her chest and declaring that she would definitely save him. Kara looked away. The protagonist showed the stroller and said that the armrests were made of genuine leather and the seat was made of elastic cotton. It would be more pleasant to sit than in your mother's arms. And the coolest thing is that it is controlled by pedals. There is a mini engine inside, and next to the armrest there is a gear shift lever. The stroller can reach speeds of up to 40 kilometers per hour. Kara frowned, crossing his arms. Mike noted that for a mechanic this is nothing. Aurora said that this is an amazing stroller and it is very comfortable. The protagonist looked at his comrades and noted that these four are her sister's new friends. Joyful Aurora took the teddy bear and said that he is very cute. Kara looked at them with a smile. Drake walked towards them. Holding the tablet in his hands, he noted that the arena was built, but the non-humans preferred to fight in the Free City Square, which they spent money on building. The protagonist answered with a smile that everything was fine and he knew what to do. He started to leave and thought that since the arena was not in demand among players yet, then he would create it himself. The plot takes us to the arena. It stood in the middle of the wasteland. Mike watched the guy who said that their guild was quite large and offered to tell about the benefits. The protagonist turned away and said that he was unlucky. The guy thought with an interested look that when an NPC talks to himself, it means that a task will appear. He asked if Mike was upset about something. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered that he needed at least 10 people. Raising his hand to his mouth, he screamed for the guys to come to him, adding that he activated a group task at the Black Ghost. Mike stood in front of a crowd of guys and said that one of his robots was broken and out of control. He hoped that they could help him get his chip back. A task appeared in front of the guy. He exclaimed with surprise that it was a chain task. The first reward was a relationship point with the main character, and you can't get more than 10 even for money. But after completing this task, you can. He started running and said that he had long wanted to buy equipment from him, for which you need to have more than 10 relationship points. Mike watched them go. Jupiter walked across the arena and asked why the task had not activated for them. The main character assumed that these two were from the Guild of Gods. Mike said with a satisfied look that he was out of luck. A crowd of guys gathered around him and they said that they would help him. We are transferred to the northern part of the shelter. The guys ran down the street. The robot drove away from them. Frowning, the guy asked why he was so fast. They turned the corner and tried to catch up with him. The blue sky surrounded the city. Looking at the monitor, Mike mentally asked if they wanted to catch up. He held the joystick in his hands and pressed the acceleration. The robot began to move at a huge speed. Dumbfounded, the guy noticed that it had moved away again. Jupiter showed the people where to go to look for the robot. Smiling, the guy cried out that he had found the robot. The robot was standing in front of him. The guys began to shoot at it. The robot was amazed. Its fragments lay on the ground. Surprised, Jupiter asked why the task was so simple, noting that it fell apart from a couple of blows. The guy ran past the car. He said with a stunned look that the task was completed by others. Jupiter asked with a serious look if they had such a task. The guys were walking through the city. The main character looked at the screen and noted that this was great and they ran into each other. He brought the phone to his ear and ordered not to let in the non-humans today. The plot takes us to the reception area. People were walking down the street. Confused, Jupiter asked why they couldn't enter if they had completed the task. The guard raised his hand and replied that it was an order from above. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Crossing his arms, the guy screamed that they had ruined their task. Closing his eyes, Jupiter replied that coming on time was better than coming early and they were unlucky. Two groups stood opposite each other. The furious guy suggested that they go to the arena. Jupiter pushed him away and asked why he should fight him, noting that the chip was his anyway. Pointing his finger, the guy said that then they would bet on money, weapons, items. Jupiter refused with a satisfied look. The stranger looked at the guy and clarified what they were going to do. Furious, Jesse asked him to write on the forum and provoke them, adding that since Jupiter refused, he would have to be forced to change his mind. People began to correspond. Looking at the blue projection, the protagonist reasoned that there was a commotion on the forum. He assumed that they would soon need his arena. People gathered in the arena. Spectators sat in the stands and discussed who would win. The stranger looked at the guy and said that the Guild of Gods had acted immorally. The man stood in the arena and shouted that he welcomed everyone who came to the arena. Looking at the objects, he said that on the left side was the defending side's bet, the uncontrollable ranger chip. On the right side was the attacking side's bet, Sophie's dagger. The gates began to open. The Guild of Gods entered the arena. The surprised guy said that if he remembered correctly, they were professional players. Dave and his comrades entered the battlefield. Enraged, Jesse looked at Jupiter and noted that he almost fell for their scam. People began to shout loudly in the arena. The guys were sitting in the stands and discussing how arena fights can make the guild and the player famous. And if you stay in the arena, you can compete with different players and earn money on bets. The guy held his chin and noted that this was a good use of fights. Holding the microphone to his mouth, the man said that the rules were very simple. Each team had 5 players and they would fight in turns. The winner would get 1 point. The first team to score 3 points would win the match. The guy stepped forward, warming his fists. The man asked to let in the first player from the Gods Guild, Andrew, who was proficient in martial arts. Looking at Dave, he said that he would be Andrew's opponent. They stood opposite each other. Andrew rushed at him and screamed that Dave was finished. Dave parried his attack. He counterattacked. He threw Andrew aside with a kick. Dave jumped up. Dave was stunned by the powerful attacks. The man raised his hand and declared that Dave had earned 1 point for his team. He asked the next player from the Gods Guild, Chris, to come forward. The guy walked forward with a serious expression. People watched the battle and shouted that Dave was a god. Dave jumped back from Chris's attacks. He began to fall. He sent a stream of energy at Chris. Chris was defeated. The man stood over Chris and said that another member of the Gods Guild was defeated, while Dev had not spent even 20% of his health. The dumbfounded guys said that they would not go fight him. Gabby frowned and said that they were pathetic and that she would go. Gabby walked forward and asked Dave to start attacking. He rushed at her. Gabby dodged his attack. She swung her leg and declared that he was worthless. She hit Dave. Gabby was suddenly taken aback. Dave hit her back. A powerful aura enveloped his body. The man assumed that he had given it on purpose to stun her later. Lying on the ground, Gabby thought that this was the end. An explosion was heard in the arena. The man was surprised. Dave began to leave the arena, and the host said that he had earned 3 points without spending even half his health. People were sitting in the stands and saying that they were doing well. Frowning, Jupiter said that if their boss were there, Dave would never have coped. Matthew put his hand on his shoulder and noted that he had tried well. Dave looked at Mike and thought that the hidden storyline had led him very far, and it seemed that it was worth continuing to follow him. The main character thought with a satisfied look that the arena was one of the factors that would attract people to the city. Another holding of various events. In order to involve players in this, it is necessary to show them an obvious benefit. We are transferred to the Karst Desert. There was a construction site on the street. Guys with buckets were standing on scaffolding. The guy suddenly slipped. He started falling to the ground. He lost consciousness. Watching the guy respond, the stranger said that everyday players fall and crash to their deaths. He would die a couple more times, and all his rewards for the quest would go to deduct the death penalty. The guy replied that there was nothing to be done. The easy quests were taken by the big guilds, and only the dangerous ones were left for ordinary players. He noted with a sad look that they were losing from the very beginning. He remembered how the guys chased them away and said that the guild was doing the quests there. The stranger pointed his finger. They were looking at the square where people had gathered. Climbing off the scaffolding, the guy suggested going to have a look, adding that they might get a good chance and wouldn't have to work at the construction site anymore. They ran towards the crowd. The guys were surprised. Crossing his arms, Mike said that he had a lot of unnecessary things accumulated in his warehouse and each one was already packed, so he didn't know if they would take them. Nate put his hand on his chest and asked to give him 10 suitcases. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that one box costs 3,000 aquamarine dollars. Nate, dumbfounded, asked again if it was that expensive. He thought that Mike probably had useful things and he would not be at a loss. He covered his eyes with his hand and answered that he was buying. The guys opened the suitcase. It contained broken parts. Nate began to open other suitcases. Closing his eyes, the guy said that only an idiot would spend money on such things. Looking at the case, Nate asked what was in it. A purple light began to come out of the case. Nate was surprised. Looking at the knife, he received a message that a purple quality folding knife had been received. He held the knife in his hands with a satisfied look and said that the costs had paid off. Other people with a happy face discussed that they could also get a cool thing from the suitcase. The people were excitedly asking for suitcases too. The guy opened the case and said that he only got junk. The dumbfounded girl suggested that if other players got good weapons several times in a row, then the winning coefficient decreases. Looking at the guys, the stranger said that the winning mechanism was a little strange. Holding his chin, he said that first we need to find out whether Mike gets rid of things because it is part of the gameplay, or he is just cleaning out the warehouse. He asked why the main character did not throw out the junk, but sells it to them if he really decided to clean out his warehouse. The guys asked with an interested look how they could find out. The stranger looked at the main character and clarified how many suitcases he had in total. Mike with a stone face answered that there were 785 in total, 530 left. The guy smiled and emphasized that since their number is limited, the main character, in fact, secretly gives them useful things. If this was a prank from the developers, they would have definitely said what the chances are. Puzzled, Mike wondered where this guy came from. People stood in front of him and asked to give them another suitcase. The truck was driving down the street. Looking out the window, the main character thought that the players had already gotten used to him selling loot boxes as soon as they saw him. They immediately went to the square, but there was a lot of writing about it on the forum. The more deliveries he made, the more players he would attract. People looked at the truck and shouted that Mike had arrived. The guy with a smile on his face asked his friend if he would buy. The stranger came out of the crowd. He asked with a satisfied look to give him 100 loot boxes. People surrounded him and discussed that 100 loot boxes are 300,000 aquamarine dollars. Looking at the truck, they noted that everything was sad in the latter. The cases contained ordinary items. Looking at the tired guy, the guys discussed that out of 100 boxes, all the gear was blue and they admired his courage. Smiling, Mike thought that he did not install a guarantee mechanism so that such players and guilds would not buy up the boxes, monopolizing all the winnings. Closing his eyes, Mark said that this was expected. There was no point in throwing away so much money at once. It was enough to observe and think a little to determine the chance of an item dropping. Grinning, he asked to see what he would get. Mark stood in front of the main character and asked for one loot box. Holding the case in his hands, Mark noted that there would probably be a good thing in there. He began to open the suitcase. It contained gears. The guys with a dissatisfied look said that this was even worse than usual. Stunned, Mark said that it was a question of probability and if it did not work the first time, then you need to try again. In his next case was a wrench. Mark was shocked. He said with a scared look that loot boxes are fake. This world is fake, everything is fake. Mike watched him silently. The guy came up to him and said that he only had 3,000 aquamarine dollars. He excitedly started to open the case. A purple glow lit up the square. His friend started to hit the guy on the back and say that he was lucky. People were surprised. The guy held his finger to his temple and asked what if he bought another one and tried his luck. His friend agreed and said that he would lend him money. He started to open the second case. In the case was a glove emitting purple light. People started to reach for it, screaming that they wanted to soak up its luck. Stunned, Mark screamed that he screwed up his calculations and the purple gear should have been his. The guy was hugged by his friend and offered to open another one. The guy took another case from Mike. Purple light was coming from the case. He held a saber in his hands. Everyone watching was shocked. The main character thought with a serious expression that he had only put 3 purple items in this batch. He was asked if the guy wanted to negotiate a price. A blonde guy with the nickname Morning Snow extended his hand and invited him to join the guild. The guys were surprised to hear that he was the master of the Ancient Dynasty Guild. The guy held his head and asked if his friend could join too. Morning Snow agreed with a smile and said that their house was next to the square. People started leaving. The guy's friend hugged him and shouted that they would no longer have to carry bricks. The guy said with a satisfied expression that guilds were usurping resources, so such lotteries were a chance for players with little capital. Thanks to them, they would have the opportunity to get back on their feet. Sitting in the truck, the main character lit a cigarette. Sunlight enveloped the buildings. Mike put his feet up on the table and noted that there was a new episode from the Galaxy Times. The reporters were talking about the war on the planet Aquamarine. The surprised protagonist noted that he didn't remember this episode airing in his past life. The screen showed a lot of explosions. The reporters said that a lot of events had happened on the planet Aquamarine recently. A war had begun between 6 nations and the Embryon organization, which had affected the entire planet. The players had been able to survive it, without a doubt. This was one of the main storylines of the planet, and compared to other planets, it had started earlier on Aquamarine. In today's episode, they would analyze the main storyline war, summarize the main events, and try to predict their impact on the future of the planet. The city had been destroyed. The reporter said that the war had lasted for about 2 months, and now it was the final stage. The embryo was on the verge of defeat. The players who joined this organization were in a very disadvantageous position. They did not know where to go after the war. Most likely, after the destruction of the organization, they could join the 6 nations or perhaps become wanderers. The host said with a smile on his face that it could be concluded from this that one of the characteristics of the main storyline was a huge impact and a radical change, because it was very large scale. He pointed to the screen and noted that although the players of the Aquamarine planet participated in the main storyline of the war, they did not have a big impact on it. They were ordinary soldiers and had a limited impact on the overall picture of the action. Many players thought that the main storyline of Aquamarine was carried out successfully. With this thought, their teams collected data from players on the forums and noticed something very interesting. The guy smirked and said that from what they saw, they believed that the war could drag on to give the players time to level up to a high level before the final battle would take place. Looking at the list of events, he said that the events marked in red were indeed the key turning points that caused the war to happen. Mike was shown on the screen and said that the key to everything was someone that all the players of Planet Aquamarine were very familiar with, the Black Phantom, Zero, or Mike. The surprised protagonist thought that he had a wild imagination, but that was what helped him guess. He looked at the girl on the screen who said that according to the above, it was safe to say that the Black Phantom played a major role in the storyline. Based on this information collected by the players, they could make a bold guess that in each main storyline, there would be such a key character known as the protagonist of the planet. Mike sighed and said that in fact, the main character of the story was originally the boss of the embryo. The reporter closed his eyes and said that the main characters of the storyline are limited by the map they are based on. He asked if the Black Ghost will remain an important NPC in the future, noting that only those NPCs who have connections with galactic organizations or objects will have the greatest potential and will be able to influence the future development of the plot. Developed races will have characters who will have a great influence on the future events of the Star Sea. Planets such as Aquamarine and Leption with undeveloped civilizations have less chance. Mike turned off the video. He said with a displeased look that he will definitely be important in the future. The door was suddenly opened. A frightened Matthew cried out that things were bad and Kara was fighting Laura. The protagonist got up from his chair and asked again. The plot takes us to Laura's lab. Kara grabbed her by the collar and asked how she dared to use her sister's DNA to create a cure, noting that she would blow her lab to smithereens. A vine wrapped around her arm. Kara jumped away from it and wished for death. The protagonist entered the lab. He frowned and ordered them to stop. Laura tied her up with a vine and asked Kara to calm down. Turrets began to emerge from the ground. Mike held out his hand and asked if they had forgotten whose domain they were in. A red aura emanated from her hand. Laura calmed down. Turning around, Kara stated that the protagonist promised to protect her sister. Laura clutched her head and noted that she had used DNA from Aurora's hair, which had fallen out. She asked why she was angry. An enraged Kara asked how else. Aurora came to them. She abruptly drove into the lab. Aurora took Kara's hand and said that she was the one who gave her the strands of hair to help Mike. Looking at her, Kara asked again. Aurora, with a smile on her face, asked not to worry about her, noting that she was not that fragile. Kara, closing her eyes, agreed with her. The protagonist calmly asked Timmy to call the guards to clean up there. Standing behind Mike, Laura asked if there were so many turrets there to keep an eye on her. The protagonist frowned at these words and remained silent. Laura spread her arms and asked not to worry, adding that she was not stupid and understood that she was a simple tool for him, whose opinion was unimportant. Leaving the lab, Mike sighed loudly. Laura crossed her arms and mentally asked if it was difficult for him to answer anything. The starry sky enveloped the buildings. Kara was sitting on the roof. The protagonist jumped up to her. Kara looked up and asked why he had come. Mike sat down next to her and said that he had seen her up so late and decided to talk. Lighting a cigarette, he noted that she was overly worried today. Looking down, Kara said that it was none of his business. Exhaling smoke, the protagonist said that she spoke well and he would have liked to have heard those words when he was saving her sister. Upset, Kara noted that she was still confused. Looking at her, Mike said that it was easy to settle. She should take her sister back to Embryo. He guaranteed that they would not be bored there. Kara frowned at these words. She drew her legs up and told her that she had not taken good care of her before, which is why she had to go through many difficulties. It was entirely her fault. Kara seriously emphasized that she had been constantly studying to protect her. Even now, remembering the murders, she did not regret it at all. She squeezed her hand and said that the more blood on her hands, the calmer she was. This was the only way she could prove that she had protected her sister. Smoking a cigarette, the protagonist replied that everything was clear to him. Kara remembered looking at Aurora through the window and said that in Embryo they could not see each other for long. She knew that Aurora wanted to live outside those walls. Every time they met, she told her stories. Kara introduced the guys and noted that now she had a new life, new friends, and a pet. She did not need her stories. Pointing at himself, Mike said that it was his bear. Looking at the city square, Kara said that she dreamed of saving her, and now that she had succeeded, she did not need her protection. A red aura enveloped her hand and she said that before, she trained all her free time to become stronger, and now the embryo is on the verge of destruction, and she and her sister are safe. Looking at the fist, Kara added that for some reason, such a dreamlike life makes her feel confused. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that she was constantly in danger, so she was not used to relaxing, but he was inclined to another option. She had the blood of a warrior in her veins, she was thirsty for battles, and a peaceful life was not for her. Looking at him, Kara noted that if she listened to him, then she should get involved in some business. Turning away, Mike said that he needed to say something to calm her down. Her sister also does not want to see her suffer. Suppressing her nature, she wants Kara to be herself. The protagonist asked her not to think that she is the strongest on Aquamarine, adding that he can handle 10 of her with one hand, and the universe is full of those who are stronger than him. Frowning, Kara clarified whether he can handle 10 of her. Mike, covered in a blue aura, asked if she wanted to check. Kara, taken aback, wondered if she felt danger. She jumped back and asked if she was serious. The protagonist removed the powerful energy from himself and told her to continue training. Warming up, Mike said that if she wanted, he could make her training robots, or look for non-humans to practice on. He added that he hadn't finished smoking yet, so he'd leave it there. Kara took his cigarette. Looking at it, she said that he was a monster. She took a drag. Looking at the dawn, Kara said that he was like her. The plot takes us to Bennett's first shelter. A helicopter was flying in front of the building. Having removed the hood, the protagonist asked why he hurried him to come. Walking next to him, Bennett replied that after the official end of the war, a council meeting was held. They discussed what had happened in recent days. Sitting on the table, he clarified what the current situation was. Bennett pressed the remote control and noted that the situation was a little complicated. Looking at the map, Bennett said that the embryo supporters were destroyed. All available forces rallied around the general headquarters. 6 nations formed an encirclement, but not to attack. None of the sides did anything. The front was frozen. Smiling, Mike said that since the embryo only had the general headquarters left, then 6 nations could bomb it. Several hundred missiles should be enough. Confused, Bennett asked if he thought they hadn't thought about it. Studying the map, he said that the nuclear bombs near the headquarters had already been dismantled, but there were still many of them underground in the headquarters itself. He imagined the ruins and noted that if they released them at the same time, the radiation dust would make the entire continent of Andrea uninhabitable, and meteorologists believed that it would ruin the climate on the entire planet Aquamarine. Holding his head, Bennett said that this is why the 6 nations disagreed. Raylan and Theseus proposed to ignore the consequences and the lives of the hostages and directly attack the headquarters to get rid of the embryo once and for all. He pointed a finger at the people and noted that the Star Dragon is silent for now. Maple wants to force the organization to surrender, and Hesla suggests an attack with ground troops. As for the Ordine, they are worried about the threat to the climate, so they are against attacking. The protagonist asked if they want to retreat after all this and discuss making peace. Bennett spread his hands and said that this is the last year of the Ordine leader's term. There are many parties in their political sphere, so he has plenty of competitors. If he can drag out the war until the next election, he will use the reason for national security and the war to automatically be re-elected for the next term. Frowning slightly, Mike clarified what the 6 organizations are leaning towards. Bennett looked at him and replied that they would only surround and try to achieve their surrender. They had already sent an ultimatum to the embryo, but there was no answer yet. The plot takes us to the embryo general staff. Black smoke rose into the air. The room was illuminated with white light. Edward stood in front of the people and asked what they thought. Looking at them, he said that all nuclear bombs should be launched. The dumbfounded man replied that 6 nations were already targeting them. Launching nuclear bombs was a suicidal decision. Frowning, Edward asked him not to forget the purpose for which their organization was founded. There was no place for defeat. Death was the only way. The people bowed their heads. The enraged guy cried out that he did not agree. Edward asked again with an arrogant look. Looking at the guys, he clarified whether everyone disagreed. The boy frowned and said that 2 keys were needed to launch the nuclear weapon. He only had one, and the other was with the vice leader, who was on their side. Standing above the people, Edward asked where it was. The boy answered with a serious expression that he could not find it. Putting his hand in his pocket, Edward assumed that they had already decided everything a long time ago. The boy was suddenly taken aback. Edward tossed 2 keys in his hand. The frightened guys asked where the vice leader was. Looking at them, Edward clarified if they thought that he did not know. Looking at the frightened Megal, he noted that he had secretly contacted Maple 5 days ago. Looking at the puzzled Dorios, Edward emphasized that he had agreed on a compromise with the Ordina. Edward looked at the dumbfounded Newt and stated that Raylan had promised to take him under his protection. Waving his hand, he asked them not to pretend to be righteous, and if they needed a key, take it. The doors opened. The guys ran in stupidly. They surrounded Edward and said that they needed to kill him and not let him launch the nuclear weapon. Edward, shrouded in a dark aura, said that he would send them to the same place where he sent the vice leader. Many men lay dead on the floor in their own pools of blood. Toddler leaned his elbow on his leg and, lowering his head, cleared his throat. His hand lay on the rocky surface when the program said that the fingerprint scan was complete. Then a blue circle appeared on the man's eye, and the iris scan was complete, identity established. Encryption keys inserted, launch awaited. A black hand lay next to a red button. A system notification appeared, which said that Mike wanted to contact Toddler. The blonde man was silent, hunched over the information panel. A hologram of the protagonist appeared, who first of all began to look around. The guy frowned and said that the man had already made up his mind. Toddler chuckled and asked if he wanted to change his mind. Toddler asked not to waste time, as he took everything from the main character, but the guy will not curry favor with the second, and it was necessary to finish off Mike a long time ago. The blonde replied that it was too late to talk about it. Then the main character continued, saying that he would not interfere with the man's decision, but would only ask a few questions. Toddler said to ask, and Mike inquired about the Child of Fate. The man laughed and said that this is a pathetic non-entity who can see the future and change destinies, but cannot control his own life and death and was born to be used by others. Then he added that Mike also has the ability to foresee and perhaps he will eventually share his fate. The blonde put a cigarette in his mouth and said boredly that his fate does not concern Toddler, and then asked him to tell about himself, asking if the man was a citizen of Gollum. Toddler confirmed the information, nodding his head. During his youth, Mime was created, and the fair-haired man joined this organization to save his homeland from a rotten government. A large tank shoots at buildings and people. Suddenly a war began, and the man's country perished under the onslaught of internal and external unrest. Gollum was destroyed. The guys, as those who caused unrest, were persecuted. All of Toddler's friends were sentenced to death. Very few managed to escape, and he was among those lucky ones. The burning fire was reflected in the boy's pupils, and he looked at the burning building. Seeing Gollum's flag burning, Toddler seemed to wake up from a dream and realized what his destiny was. Gollum was not perfect, but still, this was his homeland. For the blood spilled there, the boy decided to repay them in the same coin. At that moment, he pierces the body of a soldier, who froze with his mouth open. Toddler looked at the burning city, and anger lurked in him. He was forced to leave the city and go into the wasteland to find shelter. The boy knew that without power he would not be able to take revenge, and began to live in the wilderness, fighting animals to temper himself like unbreakable steel. The man stood in a purple glow, 176 scars, and this is the price of his power. Mike was surprised and asked if he was really an ordinary man. Toddler asked what was so special about it. The man slits the throat of an old man, who rolled his eyes. He killed the leader of Momoka and renamed the organization Embryo and slowly grew its power. Because of the war, many lost their homes, so Toddler gathered together those who felt hatred for the enslavers. Embryo drew strength from the war and quickly grew, like a tree. Mike listened silently and looked at the man, pressing his lips together. Toddler finished his speech by saying that the main character cut him down. The blonde man scratched his nose with his little finger and said that he had assessed the damage the man could cause in the future and decided that it would be safer for the environment to cut down his tree. Toddler said that he had not assessed the guy because he was an experimental creation and that defeat was death, and the Six Nations would not receive the secret knowledge that the embryo had accumulated over the years. The protagonist asked if he was sure he wanted a nuclear explosion that would worsen the condition of the entire planet. Toddler asked if he wanted to convince him otherwise. The blonde man said no, but the man in front of him asked the protagonist to try. The dark-haired man stood with a sign in his hands and pointed at it. Toddler frowned and said that he would take all the people with him to the grave so that this world would feel pain. The man said that he hated this world and that the Six Nations would have to pay a great price for victory. Mike put the cigarette in his mouth and said that the deadline for the Six Nations offer was still a long way off, so why not wait a little? Toddler replied that he would rather choose when to die. The protagonist blew a puff of smoke from his mouth and asked the blonde man his name. Toddler replied that it didn't matter and looked down. The guy closed his eyes, saying that was true, and then said goodbye, while Bennett, standing by, still asked him to convince him again. Toddler also said goodbye and pressed the red button. The screens on the information panel lit up, and the program announced an alarm that high-speed mobile objects were taking off from the embryo headquarters. The military opened their mouths in surprise, and one of them ordered the Pro to be activated immediately. Machine guns opened fire into the air. Explosions thundered in the air above the city. The military squinted from the bright light that shone right in their faces. The whole area was covered by a bright section, and behind it the buildings began to explode. The military, sitting in one position, remained in their place, dead with burnt skin. A huge nuclear mushroom appeared from that area of the Earth, which was visible even from space. The military, looking at the screens with the explosion, were silent. Bennett ran to Michael, shouting that the boss of the embryo was crazy and that this was too much. The blonde poked his index finger at the screen and thought that everything was over and he would finally be able to complete the main task. The guy was surprised by the high score for completing, and even a medal was given, because it can be obtained after completing the main story mission on high difficulty with a high score and increases all attributes by 3%. And, having collected 3 medals, you can exchange them for a special medal for achievements, providing a 12% increase in all attributes. Mike's quota for rewards will increase again, and with such a score for completing the task, he will definitely be given a lot of good things. The screen displayed the summon card for the boss of the embryo toddler, the summon card for the child of destiny, the summon card for Aurora, and the summon card for Gila. Mike opened his eyes and thought that maybe the ability of the child of destiny could predict where the guy should go, and he decided to try to find out. The protagonist's eyes lit up green, and the blonde opened his mouth. Images appeared in his head. The space station caught fire above the ground, releasing clouds of smoke. It seemed that viewing the future would not give Mike a detailed answer, and he could only see the general picture. The blonde propped his chin on his finger and thought about the fact that he needed to find this place and wait for the ship to crash. Opening his control panel, the guy decided to see what the reward would be for this, and he was presented with possible options to choose from. The protagonist clicked on liquid that increases the potential for becoming an Esper. It is extremely rare because there are only 2 ways to increase the potential of an Esper's ability. The green-eyed man picked up the test tube with the blue liquid and looked at it, as the substance had a very high potential value, regardless of whether the guy would sell it to the players or not. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Pictures of explosions and running players appeared on the screen, and the program asked him to choose a part of the main storyline to create a dungeon crystal. Mike thought that apparently, having completed the main story with a high score, he would be able to turn his story into a dungeon, and if he could create them for different events, then the players would be even more interested in it. Bennett shouted, folding his arms across his chest, and asked why the protagonist was smirking, because it was time to deal with the rest when the biggest enemy of the Six Nations was destroyed. Mike put his hand on the other man's shoulder and laughed, asking him to calm down, since the rest would have to deal with the disasters caused by the nuclear explosion, and they could use this situation to accept more refugees, expand the shelter project, and increase the influence of the Darknet. Then the protagonist finished his speech, saying that they would become stronger if they took advantage of the opportunity, and then the Six Nations would have to think twice before wanting to subjugate them, to which Bennett replied that it was a good idea. Matthew sat behind a large stone and scrolled through the system panel, wondering where the enemy was now. All possible opponents in the information were marked with a skull, and the red-haired man exclaimed to himself who killed them. The entire squad was killed by the Black Ghost. The guy opened his eyes in surprise that their enemy was the Black Ghost himself. At that moment, a blue beam quickly pierced the red-haired man's head, who did not even have time to react. He was transferred to a golden room where 3 were already waiting for him on a large chair, and Matthew said that he never found the Black Ghost, how he was killed. Mike, who was sitting nearby, smiled, listening to their conversation, and thought that the players liked the dungeon crystal, but it cannot be sold, while how to make money on it. Then an idea struck the guy, and he, inspired, thought that he was thinking incorrectly, which meant he wouldn't have to sell. Many people were shouting about the arrival of the Black Ghost in the city square of the third shelter. The dark-haired guy exclaimed that they had received a new quest, which they needed to spend contribution points to receive. He opened his panel and said that for buying an item, learning an ability, buying a loot box, you can get a bonus reward, a dungeon crystal. A crowd of people rushed to the truck and screamed to give them the loot box so they could study the abilities. The bright sun was shining on the tall buildings. Mike sighed and said that he was tired of the pressure of the players. The fair-haired man climbed out of the portal and said that on the second day of the patrol, the Black Ghost shot him in a second. The dark-haired man, sitting on a bench nearby, said that they did not need to follow the order and go on patrol. And the second one answered him that they could just find a room where there was no one and sit it out, ideally, of course, finish the main task, but there were also bonus ones. The main character with a smoking cigarette in his mouth, eavesdropping on the guy's lively conversation. Since they can't cope, Mike will definitely make good money if he develops special equipment for sale. On the floor there were special boots that speed up walking in the forest, a helmet that protects from shots from long distances, and a red button. This equipment is specially made for the dungeon, and the blonde will make good money on it. The phone that was charging rang, and Mike picked it up. The person on the other end asked whether to let in the people from the Illumira family, who had approached the gate of the shelter. The blonde smirked, still holding the phone to his ear, and said yes. The man stood near the wooden gate, pointing his hand to the side for the people to go inside. Harold raised his palm and greeted Mike, who paid no attention to him. Hearing no other greetings from the dark-haired man, the man looked at him, frowning, and he also greeted the protagonist. Mike opened his eyes and finally spoke up, asking why they came. The brunette mumbled something, deciding to speak first to explain himself. At that moment, the protagonist snapped his fingers, and lightning flew at his godson. The blonde's hand shot lightning, and the guy asked not to waste his time. Harold pushed the guy next to him aside, saying that he would handle it himself. The man said that the embryo had been defeated and that the Six Nations had no major enemies left, so sooner or later they would destroy everyone. Mike lit a cigarette in his mouth and agreed with the above. Harold expressed his uncertainty that the protagonist would not want to be a patron. He asked the man with a smirk on his face if he had forgotten who was the reason he held his current position. Harold asked what Mike needed, and he replied that he needed money and the man's men, and if he refused, then let his family move to the shelter. Harold looked down at the floor with concern and agreed. There was a white car parked near the Black Pine colony. The gray-haired man held the phone to his ear when he was told that Illumira would no longer be a nuisance. Old Man Lou was surprised when Mike said that he knew about their conflict, but they joined him. The Six Nations had no enemies left, and in the future there would be fewer wanderers and all warlords would be destroyed. Lou looked away and said he would think about it. Since the guy had helped his son, he was counting on 4 valuable plans. The sun was already setting at the Star Dragon, painting the building pink. Kate turned at the sound of the door opening and greeted the visitor. Mike, dressed in a suit, smiled and handed over the plan, saying that he wanted to order one small mechanical part. The girl propped her chin on her finger, looking at the tablet, and said no problem. But she didn't want to be late, since there was still an hour left before the end of the working day, and so the blonde asked to come pick it up tomorrow. The main character closed his eyes and said that he was leaving town tomorrow, and he needed the part tonight. Kate smiled sweetly and explained that it would take about 2 hours to create the statue, and by then it would be dark. Then the guy turned around and said with annoyance that he would have to look for another workshop that would agree to take an order for 30,000. The blonde immediately blocked the main character's path, saying that she might be late and asked him to stay. The guy sat down on the sofa with a satisfied face, only confirming his opinion of the mercantile Kate. A man appeared on the threshold and asked if it was possible to buy household appliances from them. The girl pointed her finger to the side, saying that he could buy everything that was there and look at the goods himself since she was a little busy. Benjamin's gaze moved to Mike. The guy thought about it. Because the man's gait was confident, he clearly trained in the army. He was definitely watching the main character, so the blonde could not go looking for the drawing. Mechanical Spider number 1 went on reconnaissance. The guy sat in a chair and looked at the tablet while the others were doing their thing. A huge cabinet was displayed on the screen, and Mike found what he was looking for. Stretching, the fair-haired man asked Kate where the restroom was, to which she said she would show him, but the protagonist refused to help. Before the protagonist could climb the stairs, Benjamin spoke up, saying that he needed to go there too. Mike smiled and thought that of course the man followed him. Baring his fist, the fair-haired man froze in place. The next moment, the protagonist turned around and punched Benjamin in the face, and he fell to the floor with his mouth wide open. Cracking his fingers, Mike wished the man sweet dreams. Then the guy squatted down near the closet, praising himself for remembering the password to the safe. Taking out 4 papyri, the protagonist grinned because there were 4 blueprints in front of him. Opening the chest, Mike decided to replace the blueprints with regular ones, and even if some player tries to complete this task, at least he will not be left empty-handed. Kate stood near her machine and tinkered with something. Then her attention was drawn to the protagonist holding Benjamin on his shoulder, and the girl asked what happened to him, to which the guy replied that the man wanted to use the toilet together, which seemed disgusting to the blonde, so he knocked him out. Kate was embarrassed by such an act and looked away. The soldier looks through binoculars from the window of a tall building. The other one speaks into the radio and asks C-156 to answer, but there was only silence. The man frowned and shouted that they lost contact because something happened in the workshop. The soldiers took their machine guns and hurriedly ran out of their room. Deep night fell on the workshop. Mike asked Kate how her family's workshop was doing, to which she replied that business was not developing well since the location is not very good. The protagonist put a cigarette in his mouth and said that when he came in, the blonde was very busy. Kate looked at the guy and replied that she was the only one working there, and a lot of orders had accumulated, so there was always something to do. Mike blew smoke out of his mouth and asked if she needed an assistant. The blonde hung her head down, saying that she had hired him once before, but he had left. Mike picked his nose and blurted out that she probably didn't pay him enough. Concerned, Kate looked at the protagonist and asked if that could really be the reason. Leaning on the machine, Mike asked if it wouldn't be better for Kate to move somewhere else. She shouted no, because this was her home. Many footsteps of the military were heard outside. They stopped, pointing their guns forward and ordering them not to move, since they were from the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Unit and they needed to establish the protagonist's identity. The blonde just smirked at this and then made several quick swings, cutting the soldier's pistol and leaving them perplexed. Just as they were about to ask for reinforcements, they were scattered in all directions by lightning strikes. The guards were completely out of strength, and Mike began to hope that what had happened would force the 13th Division to strengthen its security, and it would be better if they did not even let the players in. The smug blonde walked over the pile of corpses. Kate was horrified by this picture, but began to praise the protagonist and asked if they had met before. The guy put his hands in his pockets and answered that he had not, leaving the girl confused. Kate became embarrassed and wondered in her head if this was Mike. He only waved his hand up, as if silently saying goodbye. There was only one green car at the back of the warehouse. Mike began to yawn out of boredom. The trinkets made according to the drawings of the old loos may seem unsightly, but thanks to them, the blonde will have a unique fighting style. Having thrown 3 black spheres that glowed with lightning, the protagonist called them a sound sphere. Using the ability Sound Sphere, Stun, the blonde threw the weapon on the asphalt. Everything around lit up with a blue glow and lightning began to appear. The sound sphere creates a high-quality sound that causes dizziness, disorientation, stunning, and so on. Using the ability Sound Sphere, Split, Mike threw the weapon at the robot, dividing it into parts. Pleased with his invention, the blonde folded his arms on his chest. The guy turned his interested gaze to the side. People gathered around the screen to watch the first season of the league. The dark-haired guy kept his eyes on the system panel and said that the venue was on the planet Winterfrost, a canyon rift, and the second one replied that it was an aquamarine, the third refuge of the Black Ghost. One of the guys was eager to come to the qualifying round, which all players can attend, to which the second one replied that they were in the same division as Mike. Vlad stood with Greg in the distance and said that the club had already chosen the participants and sent them to the second one to practice tactics. Then, staring at the screen, the dark-haired guy continued that there were no problems with the composition and that they had been playing for a long time. Greg asked the guy if he had registered for the singles, and after receiving a positive answer, he continued that the Mad Sword had joined the Rivervale Club and that his strength should not be underestimated. The Rivervale Club was illuminated by a bright sun. Matthew leaned his hands on the table and said that he had been rejected so many times and asked why he couldn't register for the singles. Tobias replied that the red-haired man was their trump card and the others would devise an attack against them if he showed what he was capable of. Matthew was about to say something, but the red-haired man stopped him with a look, thinking that he shouldn't expect anything since he joined the team to show off. Suddenly, someone's hand stopped the door and, seeing the director at the door, Tobias bowed and asked why he came. Split replied that the Mad Sword could participate in the singles, since they accepted him to make a good name for their team, and as the head, the red-haired man should pay attention to the main goals, not trifles. Tobias bowed in confusion, saying that he understood the director. Matthew immediately stood in a confident pose when the man approached him and said that he would try his best. Multicolored balloons were flying around the clock tower. A man in the market was shouting that he had weapons for a fight at a great price, and if anyone wanted to prove themselves in the competition, they should not pass by. The blue-haired guy stood next to his friend and stared at the screen with him, asking why they came 3 days before the competition, to which the second replied that the Black Ghost was planning to sell loot boxes before the competition, from which a decent item could drop, and if it was not useful, then it could be sold to a participant in the competition. At that moment, his friend shouted, pointing his finger to the side. The Black Ghost was driving his big truck, leaving behind puffs of smoke. All the people rushed to the car, shouting that they wanted to buy loot boxes. The blonde guy pushed his bag through the crowd, shouting that he was participating in the competition and wanted to be let in first, to which the other shouted at him to get in line, since he was also a participant. The ability shop showed energy burst for 30,000 exp and someone cursed, wondering if this ability wasn't advanced. One of the soldiers, who was watching the news, called out to another, telling him that Black Ghost was selling advanced knowledge for class achievement. 2 guys were sitting in the forest, also watching what was happening, and one of them asked how he got advanced knowledge for other classes if he was the head of the mechanic class. One of the men shouted to the other to quickly direct his contestants to Black Ghost. 3 cars were driving along the road at high speed, guys on bicycles were trying to overtake them, and a crowd of people running wanted to overtake the cyclists. They all wanted to learn advanced skills. White and red helicopters appeared in the air, which attracted the attention of the crowd. 4 guys landed from there, shocking the people around them. They were experts in their classes. The crowd split into 2 halves, letting the 4 go ahead, allowing them to buy the ability first. Mateo was surrounded by fans with glowing eyes, asking for his autograph. Vlad approached Mike and said that he wanted to buy an energy blast. Mateo suddenly wondered why Black Ghost suddenly started selling abilities. The Temple of God Guild had exhausted all its resources to help the dark-haired man, and they were originally planning to use a trump card at the competition, but suddenly everyone had one. Cedric was the second prince of the dynasty. The guy talked to the crowd, saying that with such an expert, the dynasty would easily reach the finals, to which they answered him that this was a lie, and everyone knew that the center of the dynasty was Demian. Mateo smiled and told the guy that confidence was good and that he would need an assistant at the competition to protect the honor of China. Vlad emotionlessly said that he was annoyed that the dark-haired man always stood out at the expense of others and let him speak for himself, and lightning flashed before the eyes of the 2 guys, and Mateo asked them not to let him win too easily. Damian spoke up and called Cedric second-rate, asking him to go with him to training, and the other one got mad because of the nickname. The blue-haired one ignored the pink-haired one's antics and pulled his ears, repeating the nickname, and Cedric angrily said that he would answer for everything one day. Mateo smiled and called the guy stupid, and Vlad sighed and said that this time Cedric will take first place. The dark-haired one pretended to be nice and asked the rest of the guys to get back to training. In this competition, he must defeat Damian and take first place. The famous 3 did not answer Mateo and they walked away from him. One of the crowd whispered to the second one that the experts were very wealthy, to which the second one replied that not buying an ability before the start was stupid. The blue-haired one suddenly became inspired, asking for money to buy an ability, and he was immediately handed a bag of coins. The guy immediately appeared in front of the Black Ghost, saying that he wanted to buy knowledge to advance in class. A whole day passed. Timmy stood with a microphone in front of the sitting mic and said to the camera that you can really buy an ability from the Black Ghost, and then added that he will leave information about the full content of the update. The blonde looked at the guy with satisfaction and thought that he was reacting quickly, and so even more players would come to his shelter. In his eyes there was only money, since the blonde earned 300 million in a day. Many fireworks began to explode in the street. Mike looked out the window, thinking that the Pro League had started. The host waved his hand and asked to greet the participants who would begin the opening battle of the singles. Gloomy Dave was greeted as a veteran who fought in the esports ring for 9 years, and Smiling Gale on the left as someone who once belonged to the Temple of God and returned for former glory and victory. The announcer addressed the crowd and asked if they liked the players, to which they cheered contentedly. Gale continued to smile and said that he was confident that he could compete with any opponent and, as a veteran, he would try to pass on his experience. One of the people present told his friend that Star Chess had praised himself because he had squandered all the money since retiring and was now trying to earn it. The announcer extended his hand and shouted that both players were ready and that the battle could begin. The bell rang and the guys stood opposite each other. Gale lunged forward, clenching his hands into fists. Dave jumped into the air, sticking out his leg. They collided hands, causing a small explosion from the impact. Gale flew away, leaving a small trail behind him, then pushed off the ground, trying to hit Dave. Dave, in turn, swung his leg and pushed his opponent away from himself, but this did not stop Star Chess. The guy pounced on the dark-haired guy again, but he managed to pull out his shield, dodging the attack. One of the speakers said that everything was going well since both players were fighters trying to feel out their opponent. Both of their health was still above 80%. They wanted to find each other's weak spot to use a combo attack. Gale continued to attack Dave, who did nothing but defend himself. Dave found himself in an unstable position. He stumbled when he dodged. His opponent grinned, thinking that this was his chance. Using the ability Fire Step, Gale rushed towards his opponent, who was trying to dodge. Star Chess was hiding his trump card, and the speakers said that Dave did not have the strength to resist since he was in the air. At that moment, Gale hits the dark-haired guy with his foot, and he flies away. Then the guy hits him in the head, and Dave squints. The speaker smiled, saying that before the fight, the dark-haired man learned an energy blast that could push the enemy away, interrupt his combo, and enter a state of rage, but this ability consumes a lot of energy. Dave's health was already running out, but his opponent did not stop attacking, taking away 60% of his health. Mike watched what was happening and thought that if Dave did not respond, he would be in danger, and the commentators did not understand that if the dark-haired man was in the air, he still maintained a defensive pose. Blue lights were flying at Dave, and he put out his hand to deflect them. Gale flew at the enemy and shouted that he would teach the youth a lesson. Dave grinned, because the guy had completely relaxed and was exposing himself, and the next moment he used the ability Return from the Clouds, rushing at the opponent. The speaker opened his mouth in surprise, wondering if the brunette had really mastered such a rare ability. Star Chess opened, and Dave began to attack him from above. The guy used Return from the Clouds to go around Gale. The dark-haired man continued to strike, taking away a lot of health from the enemy. The speaker said that both sides at first glance were at the same level, but Dave invested the experience he gained in pumping up his abilities, so his combos were very powerful. Having lit up with a red light, Dave used Energy Burst, although he could have finished everything in one hit. Gale smirked, thinking that after the Energy Blast, the brunette should only have enough power for one ability, so he couldn't win in one hit. Dave pushed off the ground and ran at the lying guy, kicking him. Gale was surprised that he was killed, because everything didn't go as expected. Fireworks were heard in the air, and the host announced to the crowd that Dave had won. A golden desert appeared on the horizon. The team qualifiers were underway. Tobias held binoculars to his eyes and said that they were in an open desert area, and the opponent was full of long-range players. Matthew told them to stay strong, and if they did well, they would qualify, to which the leader replied that their chances of winning were too low. The red-haired man frowned and told the man not to say that, because his words were lowering morale. The red-haired man chuckled and asked the guy if he had any ideas. Matthew looked away and said that since the enemy was strong at long range, they would lose if they rushed forward recklessly, so they should use the terrain flexibly. The red-haired man threw an oxygen mask, telling one of the boys to hide in the sand with him, and when the enemy took the bait, they would attack from behind. Tobias smiled and said that if they lost, it would be Matthew's fault. 3 boys appeared in the binoculars. Electrolux team captain Isaac chuckled and said that Rivervale was trying to hide. Then, releasing a blue glow from his palm, the blonde man suggested shooting the opponent from afar. Tobias and the 2 boys tried to run slowly, dodging the projectiles flying at them. Isaac raised his hand and said not to run after them, since 2 of the team were missing and this could be a trap. One of the boys asked the redhead if they should slow down since the enemy had stopped, and Tobias ordered them to keep running. The man thought that they had already done their job, and whether it worked or not was irrelevant, and if they lost, it would all be Matthew's fault. Isaac watched the runners and began to reason that if they hadn't slowed down, then there couldn't be a trap. Then the blonde smirked and ordered the chase. His team jumped out of the rocks and started shooting at the enemy. Tobias was told that they were being chased again, and he cursed. Suddenly, something off to the side caught his attention. Matthew and his partner jumped out of the sand and into the air, heading towards Isaac and his team. The blonde shouted for his team to deal with these two first. Matthew smirked and told the blonde to dream about it and pounced on one of the enemy. His partner ran away, shouting not to engage in close combat, but then stopped, surprised. The red-haired man had already finished his opponent, landing victoriously on the sand. The speaker said that Mad Sword had killed two in a matter of seconds, and now the opponents were outnumbered. Tobias frowned and said that they needed to go back to fight back. Isaac and his two partners looked at the Rivervale members who had surrounded them. The next second, Matthew and his team dealt with the opponents, dealing devastating blows. There was an explosion, and when the smoke cleared, the dead bodies of Isaac and his partners lay strewn across the sand. Matthew looked up in joy as congratulations were given to the Rivervale team on their victory. Tobias clenched his jaw and thought that the red-haired man was so obvious and that the opponent had no brains at all. The voice of the program announced that authorization was successful and docking was allowed, and then greeted Captain Clyde, a space explorer of Godera 741. The creature said indifferently that a pure-blooded Goderian was rare. The blonde closed his eyes and replied that he was a half-breed. The alien led the captain down the corridor, saying that he first needed to register at the station, how long he would stay and where he would go. To which Clyde replied that he would stay there for 2 days while the ship refueled, and then go to Sector 9 to investigate an anomaly in a low-level civilization. The creature chuckled, asking again about Sector 9 since it was a dangerous place. The captain opened the system panel and said that the inhabitants of Aquamarine said that a strange phenomenon had occurred on their planet, and then propped his chin on his index finger and added that he had to personally see what it was. His interlocutor exclaimed that if Clyde was going to explore the sector himself, something grandiose could happen there. The blonde man said that Aquamarine's technology was so backward that it could make a noise out of nowhere, so it wouldn't take long to fly down and take a peek. Thick black liquid began to drip from the ceiling, and the captain was told that the ship's fuel had been replenished. A green triangle ran around the circle of the black radar. In the Raylan Intelligence Department, the satellite radar recorded an anomalous object quickly approaching the atmosphere. A ship engulfed in flames appeared in the air, flying down. Barn was horrified, asking his subordinate if it was a meteorite. The dark-haired man replied that the target had been recorded by the radar 3 minutes ago, and a meteorite couldn't move that fast. Beads of sweat rolled down the man's face, and he suggested that it might be an alien spaceship. The guy shouted that the object was accelerating and at this rate it would hit the ground in 8 minutes. When asked where exactly, he replied that it was supposedly in a barren mountain range on the northern continent. Barn ordered his subordinates to immediately notify the troops and cordon off the area. A contented Mike relaxedly sipped his drink in the icy mountain range. Lloyd began to shiver from the cold, asking how much longer they would be here. The blonde guy told him to wait, as he would find out soon. Lloyd suddenly opened his mouth and told the protagonist to look away. The guy shouted that something had fallen, looking at the fireball flying into the snow. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard, and the wreckage of the ship flew apart. The dark-haired guy was horrified that it was some kind of spaceship. Mike touched the device on his wrist and thought that it had finally happened. Lloyd turned to the blonde and asked what they should do with it now. The protagonist pushed off the ground and flew down, dressed in his suit under the pretext of taking a closer look. The remains of an unknown object were smoking in the snow. The program announced that they had landed on Aquamarine 9 and then began listing that the gravity level was low, the temperature was 3 degrees, the civilization level was planetary, and the danger level was low. Clyde winced in pain because he had 3 fractures, multiple soft tissue bruises, and a slight concussion. Someone's footsteps were heard from the side. It was a smiling Mike, who was surprised that someone else had survived. The captain frowned, turning on the automatic translator mode, and asked what kind of place this was. The blonde thought about it, because there were no survivors in the prediction and he needed Clyde's interstellar communicator to contact the ship and leave Aquamarine. The blonde frowned, introducing himself as an interstellar explorer, and asked for immediate answers to his questions. Mike kept his cool and replied that this was the planet Aquamarine and that he had been sent to meet Clyde, to which he demanded that he be taken to the leader of their civilization immediately. The protagonist apologized and punched the captain in the stomach, saying that he could not allow the 6 nations to take him and asked him not to make unnecessary movements. Clyde clenched his jaw and said that the blonde had made a huge mistake. Throwing the balls at Mike, the captain continued that he had dared to attack the Godera explorer, and the balls suddenly turned into weapons. Clyde quickly grabbed them in his hands, getting into a fighting stance, and told the guy to repent or die. Mike flew back, sending the captain flying, and opened fire on him from his device. The blonde erected a yellow shield around himself, mocking the other. Then Clyde pushed off and flew into the air, angrily spinning his staff. The protagonist dodged the attack, leaving the enemy perplexed by this. Having disassembled his weapon, the captain began to shoot from its part, telling the blonde that he was not the only one who could shoot from afar. The researcher released a glowing yellow beam from his weapon, touching Mike's armor. The guy held his side and thought that Clyde's damage from a long-range attack was too high, which meant he needed to find a way to get closer. Having pulled out two small devices, the protagonist decided to first take control of the opponent and then engage in hand-to-hand combat. The guy threw his weapon at Clyde using a sonic attack. The blonde flew up, entering a state of dizziness for 18 seconds, and Mike rejoiced that the captain was stunned. Having collected a ball of lightning in his palm, the protagonist rushed at the opponent, thinking that this was his chance to attack. At that very second, he hits Clyde with his hand, then pushes him away with his foot, throwing more and more light balls at the captain. He frowned and thought how difficult it was to deal with such an uncouth aborigine. Taking out another, larger staff, Clyde decided to end this, looking at Mike. The man rushed at the protagonist with a scream, swinging his weapon. The guy flew back from such a blow, and his armor value decreased by 650. Clyde frowned and said that he was strong for such an undeveloped civilization, but it was useless. Shouting to Mike that he would pay for his actions, the captain raised his staff up, intending to attack. The protagonist glowed purple and used the spike's ability, parrying the opponent's blow. Clyde flew to the side and began to cough from such an unexpected push. Mike was running towards him at high speed, using the character summon card Burning Will. For 8 seconds, all attacks will deal critical damage, piercing armor and reducing the defense of the affected targets by 24%. The protagonist began to deal multiple blows to Clyde, who could not even dodge this fast attack. Mike approached Lloyd with an unconscious body on his shoulders and ordered to launch a helicopter so as not to run into Raylan's army, putting the dark-haired man into a stupor. Clyde angrily raised his head, looking somewhere into the distance. The fair-haired man smiled with a cigarette in his hand and said that it took him a lot of effort to catch this alien. The helicopter flew over a snowy area. The driver asked if Clyde bites, to which Mike, crossing his arms, replied that he should not, adding that, in principle, he looks pretty fierce, so maybe he has such a hobby. Hearing this statement, Clyde, with his mouth taped, mumbled something aggressively. The driver asked him with appetite if he was edible then. The guy replied that his skin was quite smooth to the touch, and the meat was dense, so he should be tasty, after which he offered to try it. Clyde panicked and began to resist, trying to escape from captivity. A group of people gathered near the wreckage of an unknown structure. One of the people with a camera in his hand said that it was an alien spaceship. He added that it must be a ship of the Goder civilization, which was invited by the higher management to cope with the current situation. One of the workers with a tablet in his hands reported to Luther about the report, saying that the inside of the ship was empty and there were no corpses, and traces of a battle were found outside. He said that 2 people were fighting superhumans. One of them used a weapon unknown to them. The marks on the trees look like they were burned with a laser, and the cut marks are very smooth, which means they were not caused by a regular bladed weapon. The radiation level is very high, so it was most likely an alien weapon. The guy continued that the enemy used a firearm, and the bullets found were very similar to theirs. They also found several armor fragments on the ground, so it must be someone very strong from Aquamarine. Luther said that the attacker must have caught and taken Goderin away, so they should start the investigation from there. He ordered to check his identity based on the remains of the armor and the casings, after which he added that all traces and debris in the area must be removed. A truck was driving with helicopters flying nearby. An unknown substance leaked onto the snow. Mike stood in front of the table and examined his equipment. The system showed that it was Goder's combat ring. Type, rolling bladed weapon, improved. Element of light, class, green. Melee damage, 247-255. Range damage, 294-381. Exit level, 346. The hero picked up the ball and found out that Goder's equipment could be compressed into a ball and carried around like that, deciding that it was not bad. He also saw an interstellar communicator. Clyde, tied up nearby, grinned evilly, thinking about how the locals did not know how to use these things, deciding that he would definitely come to him to ask what he could trick him into sending and saw signal to headquarters. Mike picked up the communicator and started doing something with it. Suddenly, with a calm face, he asked the guy to give him his personal account number. Clyde, shocked, asked how he knew how to use the communicator, how he knew about the personal account and accounts, and then asked who he was. The hero asked him the last question in a menacing tone, which made the guy shudder, and then replied that their meeting had been a bit chaotic. He asked to be allowed to formally introduce himself, then gave his name and said that the guy didn't need to know anything else. Clyde asked how he knew his name, to which the hero replied that he was a researcher of Godera, and he was ordered to study the incident with the Inhumans on the planet Aquamarine, but for some unknown reason his ship lost control and crashed. The guy asked if he was a prophet or could read minds, to which he grinned and said to guess. Mike, squatting down, said not to worry and added that he was not hostile. He held out a communicator and said that he just needed this thing to contact the Galaxy Travel Agency and get out of here, after which he said to throw him some money in exchange for freedom, even taking the guy with him. Clyde asked decisively if he was ready to take him, to which the hero replied, why not, because he has no feud with the city and he only wants money, not the guy's corpse. After a short silence, the guy finally agreed. The screen showed the request being completed, after which information appeared that Clyde's account balance was 878 INA. Mike disappointedly called him a poor man, to which the guy, scratching his head, apologized and said that he was an explorer and did not have the habit of saving money, and also added that sometimes he liked to relax. Suddenly, he frowned and asked why the hell he was making excuses to him. The hero exhaled and thought that he would have to be patient and call a regular spaceship. He made a call. On the other line, they expressed gratitude for choosing Garten Travel Agency and added that they would provide the best quality and cheapest service, asking what class and how many seats the guy wanted. Mike said that he wanted a regular class, 50 people. The speaker said that a spaceship would pass by Sector 9 in 20 days and pick them up, to which the guy agreed and ended the conversation. Clyde excitedly asked the hero when he was going to leave here, as he wanted to go home early, to which he replied that it would not be for long. Mike smiled, thinking that he would just wait until the players finished the tournament and they could go on an interstellar journey. The third sanctuary appeared, where Bennett was standing. The hero smirked and asked why he suddenly came to him, wondering if he missed him. The man said not to talk nonsense and asked where he put the alien, adding that he really ate him. The guy said that it was not funny. Suddenly, Bennett was surprised to see Clyde eating fast food and rejoicing that the food on this planet was very tasty. Mike told the man that they had reached a consensus and were now partners, and then asked who had told him about the alien. Bennett, sitting in his chair, replied that Luther had determined it from the pieces of equipment left at the scene, and then added that Luther had asked him to tell the guy to hand the alien over to them. The guy smirked and asked what if he said no, and the man replied that Luther was being especially persistent this time, so they had said that they would not rule out even the use of violence. He asked the hero what the hell was going on and why he had gone out for a walk and returned with an alien, asking what he wanted to do. Mike stated that he was going to leave Aquamarine. Bennett frowned and asked if he was an alien too. The guy said that Aquamarine was a very small place compared to the entire galaxy, and the world was too big, so he wanted to see it. The man sadly said that if the boy had decided so, then good luck to him and he would miss him. The hero said that this was a real interstellar world, asking if he wasn't excited and if he wanted to go with him. Bennett looked away and said that he wanted to do the sanctuary's business, it was too important for him now. Mike asked curiously if even if a real disaster happened to Aquamarine in 3 years, he would still not leave. The man clenched his fist and said that after his words, he wanted to stay even more because this was his hometown and he needed it. The guy lit a cigarette, resigned to the fact that he was such a person. Bennett asked if he wanted to leave to avoid this disaster, to which the hero, exhaling smoke, replied that he did not really. He said that the key to overcoming the disaster was hidden in interstellar space, so he could say that he combines business with pleasure. The man grabbed Mike by the shoulder and said that he knew that the guy was reliable, adding that he could not be mistaken, they really were the same people, to which the guy thought that this was not true at all. Bennett wondered what he should do with the Inhumans in the sanctuary then, since their origin was unknown, they were mysterious and too dangerous. The hero said not to worry, because these Inhumans would definitely help him later and he should accept them, because they were reliable. The man calmly said that if the guy said so, he felt some relief. He shook his hand, hoping for a smooth journey and a meeting in the future. Aurora asked Mike what the universe was like and what aliens were like, and whether he had met any. The hero pointed to Clyde, saying that there was one. The girl rubbed her chin, surprised that it was an alien because it looked so much like them, and then asked if it bit. Clyde got angry, asking if they had conspired, because they asked this stupid question over and over again, which scared the girl. Mike hit the guy on the head, telling him not to hurt the child. Aurora said that the alien was scary, to which Kara, standing behind her, replied that Mike was scarier. After listening to the hero, the girl said that she would not leave because the starry sky was too dangerous for Aurora since a stable life here suited her better. Lighting a cigarette, the guy told her to take care of her. He extended his hand with the keys, saying that these were for her, the keys to a secret shelter if a disaster still affected them, adding that it should be safe there. Kara took the keys and thanked the guy. She wished him not to die, to which the hero responded in the same way. Fireworks flashed. The host announced that, after long days of competition, they had finally completed the S1 qualifiers, after which he congratulated the top 3 who had overcome the individual and team standings. He added that they would represent their Aquamarine division in interstellar competitions, saying to wish them great results and excellent games. Matthew, Dave, and Flint were standing in front. Mike thought that the games were finally over and these players were free, so now he could take them with him into space. The hero was driving a huge Kamaz along the road. Everyone was happy, saying that the Black Ghost was here, and someone said that he had saved up a lot of money to buy a couple of loot boxes today. The guy got out of the car and said that he was looking for assistance and was going to select several strong players who would follow him to new adventures, so if they were confident in their abilities, then let them come and pass the test. A notification appeared that the mission team member selection was launched. Description: Mike will soon secretly leave the planet Aquamarine to start a new adventure. He is looking for strong people ready to fight by his side. Those who pass his test will be able to go with him to conquer the stars. Restrictions: level 60. Mission duration: 5 days. Requirements: pass Mike's combat test. Reward: 1 experience point and the opportunity to become a member of Mike's team. Someone asked in shock that after passing the test, he would be able to become a member of the Black Ghost team and go into space with him. Someone said that it was too cool because if they could visit space, their progress would definitely overtake other players. One of the people asked what the test would be like. The hero answered that the rules were very simple. If they could hold out for 30 seconds in a battle with him, they would pass. Alex came forward and said that he was the first because 30 seconds was nothing, since he could hold out for several minutes even with a wild boss of level 60. Demian grabbed him by the shoulder, asking him not to be impulsive since it was better to wait and see. Richard came forward and asked to let him try. He came out to the hero, who decided to start, thinking that holding out for 30 seconds was not that hard. Suddenly, Mike used an attack that surprised the guy and threw him into the air, causing dizziness for 18 seconds. Many guns appeared near Richard, which pierced him through. He fell to the floor, and the hero said that he failed the test. Everyone was surprised that this happened in just 5 seconds, realizing how strong the Black Ghost was. Another black-haired guy said that Mike was not so good and he would definitely pass. A moment later, he was on the ground, and the hero said that he lasted 3 seconds and still had the nerve to say something. The next person was shot through and he also failed. Another guy hit his back on the ground. Another guy fell with a pool of blood and also failed. Another guy was thrown into the air by the attack. In the end, everyone failed. Several days passed. Mike, standing near many defeated guys, said that this is the end of the test, saying that Flint is the last one to pass. He said that it was dangerous and the test was very difficult, while the girls around him praised him and congratulated him. One of the guys whined and said that his resurrection attempts for this week were over and he had failed the test, to which one of the guys told him not to be sad, since those who had passed were all professional players. The hero told those who had failed the test not to be upset, since they would have another chance, after which he added that he had an important task for them now. Everyone was surprised at what kind of mission had been prepared for them. A notification appeared that the mission with the prize fund, the last bastion, had been launched. Acceptance conditions: 1000 experience points. Requirements: protect the third sanctuary. The level of damage to the city must not exceed 50%. Status: frozen. Start date: unknown. Mike said that one day in the future, a catastrophe will roll across Aquamarine and the third sanctuary will become the last remaining bastion of humanity. He said to protect this dying flame from the approaching darkness, because only then will there be hope to greet a new day. Everyone was surprised that the Black Ghost released the main mission, and one of the players said that the quest has not been launched yet, so it seems they need to wait for a version update. The hero thought that in this way, even if he is not here, he can maintain his prestige among the players, and then waved his hand and told the Chosen Ones to follow him. The Chosen Ones followed him, and the guy himself said that the spaceship will arrive soon. Flint asked the other guys why he did not see them during the test. Matthew awkwardly admitted that, in fact, the Black Ghost invited them to the journey earlier. The players were surprised that they got a quota without a test, to which one of the players said that Dave and the Mad Sword are high-level players, so it is not surprising that they passed directly. Suddenly they saw Timmy level 60, not believing that he was better than them in battle, to which the guy replied that the Black Ghost invited him too. One of the guys was jealous that the rewards for the mission were so cool, to which his friend tried to calm him down, saying that there were still many missions ahead. They looked to the side and saw that the spaceship was flying here. The spaceship landed. Aurora asked if the hero would return, to which Kara said that this world is so vast, he left, so why would he come back? The girl with tears in her eyes asked if they would never see each other again, to which the girl stroked her head and said that they would definitely meet again. 2 passages appeared from the spaceship. After a while, the ship was already flying through space. Many leaned against the window, surprised that they were already in space, and also amazed at the beauty of Aquamarine. Mike smiled resolutely, thinking that he would definitely return to Aquamarine. Clyde ran up to him and stated that they were on board the ship, so their deal was done, and then asked when he could contact headquarters. The hero told him not to rush. As soon as they reached Jubilee, he would let him go, and he could go home. The guy admitted that he would like a drink, to which Mike exhaled and gave him 10 N, telling him to have fun. He turned around and told the others that they were free to move while on board, to which Matthew was happy. Clyde was sitting at the bar, enjoying the taste of wine, holding a glass in his hand. Suddenly, someone put a coin on the table and asked to allow the noble Godarin to buy him a drink. An alien stood in front of him and asked if he was boarding with this group of low-level natives, adding that they all seemed to be supers, to which Clyde replied that it was none of his business. The alien, introducing himself as Bruce, offered to make a deal, saying that it was his job. The guy frowned and thought about how dirty scavengers they were due to the tattoo of a bird in chains and the organization of slavers, and then told him to fuck off. Bruce smirked and stiffly said that he would not impose himself then. Mike, standing nearby, said that this guy looked sinister. Sitting at the bar, Clyde explained that he was a slaver liaison in charge of finding targets and that he belonged to the Boneless Bird Scavenger Group, a tough criminal group wanted by many galactic civilizations in the city. Bruce watched their conversation from afar. He entered into the phone that the employers ordered. Goraden was found on the Shorthorn Star, and with him a group of low-level natives with powerful abilities, so they can catch them all at once. The next day, different phrases were heard. As it turned out, the team was playing cards. Alex indignantly asked where the 2 extra cards came from. Suddenly, Timmy fell to the floor, spilling the cards. He asked what was going on, to which Matthew took his hand and told him to go, since they needed to find Mike. The spaceship began to be attacked by other ships. Suddenly, the captain of the Shorthorn Star told the passengers that they were faced with an attack by scavengers. It turned out to be the ship of the Boneless Bird, so it seems that yesterday's guy brought them here. Clyde nervously asked what they should do now. Mike began to run forward, saying that it was a matter of time before the shield was broken, so he should take a weapon and get ready to fight, to which the guy agreed, saying that he was with him. A notification appeared in front of the hero that the surprise mission Protect the Shorthorn Star has been launched. Description: for unknown reasons, a squad of scavengers is trying to capture the Shorthorn Star. They are preparing to dock and attack all passengers. The fate of the team is closely tied to this spaceship. Requirements: repel the scavengers' attack and protect the Shorthorn Star. Reward: 350,000 exp, 1,500 ENA, unlocking a prestigious area. Mike thought that they attacked too quickly, so it seems they have hidden goals. The team saw the guy running forward with Clyde. Matthew said that the spaceship was under attack, asking what their plan was. The hero said that they were in time, adding that they first need to get a weapon, telling them to go after him. He said that they would split into 3 groups. The first group would go to the main control room, the second would search for the captain and crew of the ship, and the last group would search for rescue shuttles, since such a large ship would definitely need them as a last resort. Everyone agreed and started running. The soldiers started falling, hit by gunfire. One of the scavengers said to hurry up and kill the guards. The gazer would go clear out the main control room, and the beast hooves would take the hostages. Robin clenched his fist and said that the rest would go with him to look for that guy from Goder. Shorthorn Star, main control room. The commander asked the employee. They sent a distress signal. He replied that all their communication channels were blocked and the signals were intercepted. The worried captain gave the order to quickly check the passenger list to see if there was anyone strong and able to help. An urgent message was broadcast over the loudspeaker to the passengers. The scavengers had already entered the ship. The senior mercenary of the Mercenary Alliance, the Green Knight Lurden, stood up as soon as he heard this. The voice said that he hoped that the passengers with combat abilities could help them. It was in their interests. Besides, he would pay a generous monetary reward. The garbage man threw the security personnel to the wall. The leader of the monsters grinned, suggested that they now occupy this ship and seize the control center. This Godarian will not escape from them. He heard a strange sound, looked to the side. The Green Knight attacked him. Siegfried quickly reacted and intercepted his fist, asked, with such weak abilities, he dared to engage in battle with him. Lurden put his hands forward, directed beams at the enemy. A stone defense appeared on the monster's body. He laughed, as if tickled. The knight thought with annoyance, the blood of a stone giant flows in this guy. His defense is too strong. Siegfried ran at him with a hammer in his hand, asked if he was out of breath, then it was his turn. With a powerful blow he sent the enemy to the wall. A green sphere appeared around the knight. He raised himself, cleared his throat. He was struck by the explosive combat power. No wonder he dared to attack. Lurden decided that he alone could not protect the entire ship. He decided that the best choice now was to retreat. Siegfried shouted to him, already running away. He grinned contentedly. These are all the abilities of the famous Green Knight. The explosion destroyed the defense. The scavenger waved his hand and addressed the crew in the main control room. They must immediately stop resisting, and they will spare their lives. The captain repeated fearfully, it's over. Blue discharges appeared behind the head of the monsters. The guy said that it seemed they arrived on time. Mike created a sphere glowing with discharges and sharply pulled his hand back. He threw it at the enemy. Under the force, the hammer melted. Siegfried was struck by discharges. The force of the blow pushed him to the wall. He ducked and calmly declared that he would deal with the guy, gave the order to the guys to go and capture the control room. The monster shuddered in surprise. Mike used the call card and contacted Gila. The guy said that he should not even think about it. Flame magic enveloped the opponents. They grabbed their heads. The captain asked in surprise, "There are such strong people on board. Who is he?" The man looked down, clarified, "Isn't he the assistant of that researcher from Godora?" The hero brought 2 fingers to his head, laughed, "Rather, he is his assistant or something like that," told the captain that he heard they will pay a reward. He stood up, exclaimed, "Yes, they will pay a lot of money if only he would stop these garbage men." A blue information window about the mission captain's request appeared. Mike was amazed, really a lot. The soldiers with guns informed the boss that the ship was approaching the patrol zone of the Godora guards. Their time was running out. He took the transmitter, ordered to inform everyone that the plan had changed. The main thing was to catch this Godorian while he was with them. The employer would pay. An explosion echoed through the corridor. Clyde ran into the control room, shouted Mike that he had come to help him. The garbage man was happy. The Godorian, the free prize itself, fell into their hands, ordered to quickly catch him. His team ran behind the young man. He shouted to the group that their leader was fighting ahead and they should go and support him. Siegfried spread his hands, cursed, "Where did so many supers come from among a group of these lowly developed aborigines?" Lurden ran down the corridor and thought, "There are no signs of a fight here. The scavengers haven't reached the escape pods yet. He must survive today for the sake of his clan." He froze in surprise. A group of guys were playing cards, exclaiming, "Bet, raises to 2, the other was passing." The Green Knight pointed to the side, shouted at them, "This spaceship is about to explode. Why are they so clumsy?" Ordered to run with him now. The guy with dark hair objected. "Their leader and other comrades are fighting with the scavengers on board. The situation is under control. Why should they run anywhere?" Lurden was furious, asked again, "The situation is under control." One of the players pointed his finger at the blue screen, said that the Black Ghost ordered them to go back and gather together. His comrade was happy. Finally, their help was needed. The group ran to the battle site. The young man complained that he was sick of guarding these escape pods. The Green Knight put his hand to his chin and thought, it seemed that the situation had changed, and the snake's side would lose. He would get nothing by running now, and if he stayed, he could earn a reward from the captain. An explosion was heard in the cabin. Mike swung his fist. He hit Siegfried, throwing him against the wall. The monster sank to the floor. There were many bruises and contusions on his face. The hero sat down in front of him and asked him to tell him who hired them and for what purpose they wanted to kidnap this Godorian. Siegfried gritted his teeth, declared that he was not going to betray their employer. Mike took out his katana, threatened that he knew a dealer who was selling stone slabs. Maybe he would tell before he cut him into pieces and let him decide faster. After all, he could get a reward for his head and make money on the materials. Siegfried covered his face with his hand, stopped him, said that his employer was Dark Star. Clyde exclaimed in shock, "Dark Star." Siegfried's face was serious. He said that Dark Star secretly bought pure-blooded Godorians for a blood sacrifice or something like that. They thought they got a great opportunity when they saw a Godorian on board a cheap commercial spaceship, so they contacted Dark Star to get a lot of money. The hero threw a sarcastic look at the blonde, smirked and asked if he heard. His poor ass is to blame for everything. He was indignant in response. He is poor because Mike robbed him. The group burst into the cabin. Mike was called out. The guy with gray hair asked with a smile, "They came to help. What do they need to do?" The hero closed his eyes, answered importantly, "Tie this guy up tighter and keep an eye on him." Mike grinned contentedly. He was thinking about the Dark Star. This organization has a direct relation to the mutation disaster. He would never have thought that he would encounter them so soon. The enemy ships flew away from the main ship. The scavenger reported that the opponents were too strong. They could not cope. They needed to retreat faster. Dead monsters lay on the floor. The captain looked out from behind the door. The employee informed him that the enemy had retreated. The man said, "This time they were saved thanks to these heroic passengers." He went to Mike and the Green Knight, thanked them for their help. He always keeps his word, and soon they will receive a reward. He shook the hero's hand, asked his name. A blue screen with information about the mission appeared in front of the guy. Now he has access to the reputation system, so he can get more missions and do business more conveniently. A group of guys also received notifications, 15 oina per person. The brunette laughed. They earned a lot. One of the players leaned towards his companion and asked discontentedly why this Green Knight was also awarded. He grinned. If they hadn't stopped him, he would have already run away with his tail between his legs. Mike glanced at them, thought about Lurden. He turned his gaze to the knight. As far as he remembered, they have a rather interesting storyline, and most importantly, it provides a chance to unlock a rare subclass. It just so happened that he was stuck on class promotion, and he needed this subclass. Consider it a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The guy touched his chin with his hand, decided that he needed to find a chance to chat with him alone. Mike put his hand on the Green Knight's shoulder. He told him that he had caught the snake coma and was going to collect the reward for it, but he would have to travel to another galaxy for it and he didn't really want to fly that far right now. Offered to sell this reward to him. Lurden agreed, asked how much he wanted. The hero swiped his finger on the phone screen and said that his reward was 35 oina, let him transfer the money to him. The knight waved his hand and turned away, replied that if he wanted the full amount, then it was impossible. He refused. The guy lightly nudged him with his elbow and objected with a smile, let him take his time. The price was negotiable, how much he could give. Lurden removed his hand and answered, 15-0. Mike lit up, put up 3 fingers, blurted out why not for free right away, 3,000. The knight crossed his arms, offered 18-0. A heated argument ensued between them, 2,000, at least 29-0, 25-0, 25-01. Finally, the Green Knight agreed to the deal. Mike frowned, closed his eyes and thought with satisfaction, perfect, he had bargained for an extra 1 ina. Lurden made the transfer. The hero took out a cigarette, told him that Snakeside said that Dark Star hired scavengers to catch the Godarian. He looked at him sternly. It seemed that some conspiracy was brewing on Dark Star again. Lurden was shocked by this news. He bowed and answered, clearly thanked for the reminder. Mike grinned slyly, thought that in this way he could start the Sunal storyline, and it would be much easier for him to carry out his further plans. The ship was heading towards the city. Hub Jubilee, an announcement was made that they were going to enter and dock at Dock 273. All passengers should head to the waiting area next to the ship's bridge and wait for boarding. A young man in a cap with a camera in his hand admired the space station. A girl exclaimed, "It's huge!" Over the loudspeaker they expressed gratitude for choosing their travel company and also apologized for the previous incident. Mike raised his hand, said that this was the first step in their interstellar journey. Hub Jubilee. This is the center of information distribution from the entire Colton star cluster. They can perceive it as their main city in space. Many forces have their offices and divisions here. There are many functions here, for example, renting premises for further residents. Clyde ran forward, shouted that he was free. The hero noticed why he was so excited. He hadn't offended him. The elf turned to him, sighed nervously, asked the guy not to worry. He would keep his word and write his report so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Mike waved his hand and called him closer, asked him to wait a second. He wanted him to include one thing in the report. Clyde was surprised, noted that he was a conscientious researcher and would not give false information. The guy said that he foresaw that a catastrophe from space would sweep across Aquamarine, and hoped that he would inform his department about it. If someone wanted to go to Aquamarine again for research, then let them look for evidence at the same time. Clyde waved his hand, replied that he understood and would include it in the report. There was a line in front of the hero that stretched to the door. Mike crossed his arms over his chest, told the group that they first need to register here and rent a room as a temporary base. Timmy was upset. There were a lot of people here. They would be stuck in this line for several hours. Matthew objected, but it was good to have your own place to rest, especially since they could use it as a save point when going offline. He saw the monsters who skipped the line, asked who they were. The hero replied that they were a group of free mercenaries from the Broken Sky Ring. They had privileges, such as not having to stand in line. The elf noted that the Black Ghost was also famous in Aquamarine. The guy replied that the planet Aquamarine was too far away. Now that they were in space, they needed to start from scratch. The employee at the desk called the next one. Mike and his team asked for a mid-level room. The guy said that they needed to enter information. Finally, they were successfully registered. Mike took the memos and said that they would be staying in the Jubilee hub for a while, so they should familiarize themselves with the local rules and not break them, so as not to be arrested by the guards. Timmy looked over Matthew's shoulder, who was reading the rules, exclaimed, "Let me see." Mike pointed to the side, asked the group not to crowd here. He rented a rest room, let them go there and wait for him. The hero went to the terminal in the exchange center. The screen displayed, Advanced Mechanical Force 50,000 ina, Advanced Energy Theory 50,000 ina. He was indignant. How expensive. He pressed the confirm button to take the advanced radar technology. Mike could only afford to buy this. He looked at the account balance with tears in his eyes. There were 2,000 ina left. He thought that he had become a poor man again. The hero looked at the guys slyly, thinking about how he could make money. He propped his chin up with his fist, thinking, it's a pity that the players don't have much money on hand now. It seems his first priority is to make them rich so that he can then have a stable income by plucking them. Later in the break room, Matthew called out to the hero. Mike shook his head. It seemed like someone was missing, asked where they went. Timmy looked down and said that they wanted to walk around to get acquainted with the surroundings and would be back soon. Mike chuckled slightly, thought that in other words, this group of guys just ran ahead of everyone else to explore Jubilee Hub, could not resist the temptation of the interstellar world. He put his hands behind his head, turned away from the others and said that then they would not wait for them, asked them to follow him. Jubilee Hub, Mercenary Alliance. Matthew passed by the bench where players were sitting and talking. He approached Timmy and noticed that all the people around looked good fighters. They clearly knew how to fight. He asked what kind of place this was. Mike replied that it was a mercenary alliance, a powerful neutral organization offering relevant services. They conduct their business in all corners of the universe and also resolve all issues between mercenaries and clients, issue tasks, and provide comfortable conditions for both parties to the deal. He stretched out his hand in front of him and turned his palm up. A ball and metal plates quickly flew up to him. Matthew was surprised what it was. The hero explained that it was an automatic control system for mercenaries. He pressed the screen that appeared in front of him, asked to enter a username or register to continue. Mike connected his phone to the ball with a wire. The hero's information window appeared. He thought that Black Ghost no longer sounded powerful enough, decided to change the code name to refresh the impression on the players. He pressed the confirm button to change it to Black Star. The information on the screen was updated. It was reported that the file creation was complete and the data was entered into the system. Mike looked closely at the ball. A friendly address sounded from it. The voice asked if he wanted to create a group of mercenaries. His eyes were shining with determination. He thought about the fact that a mercenary is an extremely dangerous profession, but players can be resurrected. So you don't have to worry about losses. You need to use the innate advantages of the players and develop your base with double the result for half the effort. Mike spread his arms and announced loudly, they all have a requirement to register as a mercenary. They can join his mercenary group, and he will take care of all of them. Blue screens appeared in front of his companions. Timmy exclaimed. They heard. Mike said that he will take care of them. Matthew added that of course they should join. On the blue screen, a message about joining the Black Star mercenary group, and they are the first batch of recruits. The guys crowded around the screen. One of them was surprised. There is such a benefit. Another exclaimed. The relationship immediately increased to neutral. Matthew noted that of course, following Mike is the right way. The hero shuddered in surprise, thought, this is it. He poked the screen. As expected, after forming a mercenary group, he activated the faction management function. He belonged to the dark web before, so he did not develop his faction, but now he can finally start. A quiet but distinct sound came from the information window. The guys were delighted. Matthew exclaimed happily, faction store. Timmy added that there were more things. On the screen, a mechanical suit Python and a Rover Ranger 2.5 generation. The guy shouted, divine equipment. Mike grinned contentedly. He thought that once the players learned the advantages of his faction, they would not go anywhere. A crowd gathered around the hero. Everyone raised their hands, expressing approval. He clenched his fist and said, the mercenary group was just created, and the trust rating is still quite low. Now they are all comrades, and they need to work hard together for the future of the group. His gaze fell on the screen. Now it was time to take on the mission of the Sunal tribe and get an additional subclass. He saw a message saying that the mission required a trust rating. He touched the screen with his finger, thought, well, this is easy. The party members received notifications with information about the first faction mission. The white-haired youth remarked that the experience was not much, but the contribution points were good. The green-haired guy objected. Didn't he see? This is only the first part. Later they can do the combat mission. This is where they can get experience. The players were preparing to break out. Matthew quietly told his comrade that there are special rewards for the top 3. The Black Ghost reward should be a good thing, he replied. Yes. 4 young men in black suits walked down the corridor. One asked them what they thought. Should they tell the others about this mercenary alliance? Mateo replied that this is an opportunity they found. They are all competing with each other here. There is no need to tell them right now. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide. Mike, who was sitting on the couch, said, finally returned. If they have already registered as mercenaries, then let them join his group. Mateo was amazed how Black Ghost knew that they were already mercenaries. His friend noted that this group looked good. Let them join too. The guys lined up in front of Mike, saw that the faction store was open and a mission was already underway. Mateo looked at the information window and was indignant. Why such a difference in contribution points? They were only 2 hours late. He was furious, shouted at the others to watch. He pointed his finger at the screen, shouted, the first group of people who joined the mercenary group received a bonus. The young man grabbed his head. His companion said, that means, he said that yes, they were already so far behind the others in points. The guys played a scene of despair. One furiously pounded his fist on the floor. If they had known earlier, they would not have run around in vain, but waited for Black Ghost. The protagonist stood in the equipment modification room. Bright sparks flashed. Mike put on his helmet when he was informed that the life support system was working normally and that the air was being filtered. 2 people were standing in the hallway when the system reported that the radar was on and that it was scanning for life signs within 5 kilometers. The protagonist put the helmet on the table, thinking that it was developed using new technology and would be great for selling to players since such a helmet is essential for missions in space. Matthew was mopping the floor when Mike thought about the fact that although these mundane tasks give little trust rating points, they have a lot of mercenaries in their group. A system window appeared, which indicated that the current trust rating in the Black Star mercenary group is 64 points. Then the protagonist realized that half of the job was done in just a few hours. The guy sat in a chair, deciding that while he waited, he could check what was going on the forum. The system window showed Timmy, who announced that the episode about traveling around the galaxy that everyone had been waiting for was already on the channel. Then Mike was happy that the video was on the front page. The man was thrown back from the impact when the boy explained that they encountered an evil organization of slavers in a spaceship and that the Black Ghost showed his power again and led them to victory. Timmy pointed to the spaceships, explaining that after that they arrived at the space station Jubilee Hub and then asked if the viewers liked the view. The boy showed the system window, adding that Mike then formed a group of Black Star mercenaries and they all joined him. So now they have their own faction and a faction store with divine equipment. Then Timmy asked to wait for the next episode of Traveling Around the Galaxy. The main character propped his face with his hand, thinking about how popular this video was and how space was a tasty morsel for all players. The boy's pupils narrowed. There were people in suits on the screen who said that they thought Mike was only a hero of the planet Aquamarine, but from what they just saw, they realized that they were wrong. Then the protagonist realized that this issue of Galaxy Times was also about him. The girl spoke into the microphone about how his story does not end with one storyline, and that he has another more advanced storyline of space exploration, adding that compared to other beginner planets, the potential of the planet Aquamarine was limited, but Mike opened the way for exploring new territory and storylines. The protagonist looked forward with confidence when she said that Black Star Mike will now continue his story in space, and then asked how far he can go. The guy continued to drink through a straw, thinking that he does not care about their grades, but the fact that they admitted and corrected their mistakes is very commendable. Mike smiled and thought that he will show them how far he can go. The doors to the break room were closed. The boys ran, turning to Black Ghost and telling him that they had gained 120 trust points. The protagonist smiled widely and thanked them for their hard work for the good of the mercenary group. Damien crossed his arms over his chest when Mike said that he, Lucille, and Dave had made the biggest contributions. Zero picked up the helmet and exclaimed that it was their reward. The group members picked up the helmets when the protagonist explained that they could greatly improve their vision and could function in many extreme conditions, making the helmets indispensable for interstellar battles. Dave looked ahead in surprise. Matthew stood next to him and asked how he was doing, to which the boy replied that it was an amazing item. Then the young man asked to lend it to him to try. The boy brought his hand to his forehead and exclaimed that it was a cool thing. The dark-haired boy clenched his fists and said that he was very jealous and wanted one too. Then the other boy replied that it was obviously a high-end product and probably expensive. The long-haired boy smiled widely and suggested that they look at the faction store. The system window showed a helmet and said that it had a type of life form detection sensor and that it could be exchanged for 800 contribution points. And it also said that the function of exchanging in currency for contribution points was open at a ratio of 2:1. A crowd of people walked towards the protagonist, shouting that they wanted to exchange glasses for a helmet. The phone display showed an income of 6274 N and a total account of 8362 N. Mike smiled when he realized that he had money again. He walked over to the terminal while he thought about how they could now accept the mission of the Sunal tribe. The horn creature opened its mouth and said that this was a terminal for accepting combat missions, and then asked if they had recently formed their mercenary group. The protagonist closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative, adding that their resume was top-notch. The screen displayed a list of completed missions. Sweat appeared on the horned creature's face as it suggested that they must have a lot of free time since they had completed a lot of low-level missions. The terminal's display showed a mercenary mission called Protect the Forest City. The guy's finger jabbed the accept button. Mike opened his mouth and exclaimed that they were now going to carry out a combat mission, adding that he wanted to see their strength. The group members smiled widely, excited about the combat mission. The ship took off from the space station. Gina looked up and asked if the Green Knight was of Sunal's lineage, and why they were looking for help from other mercenaries since he was so strong. Mike was sitting on the couch when he answered that the question was actually about the conflict between Dark Star and Godera. He imagined children running through the grass as he explained that Sunal had always been a peaceful civilization, indifferent to the outside world. Spaceships were attacking the surface when Mike added that Dark Star was Godera's mortal enemy and was actively fighting them in the Garten Galaxy, and that they had found a weakness in Godera's governance and were attacking planets under their rule. So Godera had no choice but to devote more resources to helping the lesser civilizations, and Sunil had no way to fight back as Dark Star's fleet was repeatedly bombarding them from space. A soldier was helping a comrade walk when Mike explained that with Godera's help, the few survivors had resettled to another planet. The pack of animals rushed forward when the guy added that no one suspected that the planet was constantly experiencing animal tides, and the inhabitants of the Sunil tribe felt that they already owed Godera too much, so they did not want to ask them for help anymore and decided to deal with the monsters themselves and the mercenaries. Damien flexed his fingers and exclaimed that it turned out that they were heroes who would have to save the entire planet, and then added that he liked it. Gina looked at Mike, saying that the Black Ghost turned out to be a courageous hero. Then the guy decided that they misunderstood something. The spaceship lowered the ramp on the Sunil star. The mercenaries looked around in surprise. Military equipment stood near the towers when someone asked if this was really a mechanical civilization. The main character closed his eyes with satisfaction, thinking that this smell of machine oil and the sounds of working engines were a paradise for mechanics. A foot landed on the ground. Neville looked away and said that he welcomed the Black Star mercenary group on behalf of the planet Sunil, adding that the disaster had not yet begun, so he invited them to follow him to the mercenary rest area. They walked up to the tents in the rest area. The man had a crystal in his hand as he said that the prophecy stones could affect the souls of those around him, and that the mineral veins of the entire planet had been altered by these stones, explaining that this was the reason for the beast's rabies and extremely aggressive nature. The captain also added that the energy contained in the prophecy stones was released in waves every few years, and that this was the main problem behind the beast's sudden rampage. The mercenaries stood in front of Neville as he continued to talk about how 2 months ago, the observers had detected traces of monster activity, and that their specialized observation department predicted that the wave of disaster would hit in full force in about 7 to 13 days, explaining that their enemies were all the animals of the planet. He imagined the dark silhouettes of the monsters as he said that in the first 3 to 6 days, the mercenaries would encounter small animals. Closer to the 10th day, the frequency and intensity of the beast raids would increase, and the last 5 days were the most dangerous and difficult period. The guy in the white bandage opened his mouth and asked if it wasn't easier to fight the monsters from a starship, since they had them in addition to tanks and planes. Neville frowned and replied that the boy would understand when the tide came in. The protagonist approached the gates of the main city of the Sunil tribe when he was asked about why the mercenary was going to the city. Mike looked ahead boredly and answered that it was a personal matter, explaining that he had a friend there whom he wanted to visit. The guard pointed his weapon in front of him and said that the rules forbade letting strangers into the city without a good reason, adding that if he was his friend, he could go out and visit the guy at the mercenary camp. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, thinking about the fact that the main character of the plot did not know him yet, and that perhaps he could just sneak in at night. A starship flew over Mike. People ran up the steps. The soldiers saluted and greeted the supers. The people in suits looked ahead while Mike thought about how all the supers of the Sunil tribe had returned to fight the tides too. The protagonist smiled when he noticed the Green Knight and decided that it would be easy to get into the city. The Green Knight turned around and asked why Mike was there when the guy called him by name. The soldier saluted and said that Black Star was a mercenary group that they had recruited. Then Lurden asked if the guy was now a mercenary too. The protagonist closed his eyes in satisfaction and replied that soon after registering, upon hearing that his race was facing a crisis, he hurried to accept this mission, adding that he never thought that he would fight alongside him. And then Mike asked if Lurden could help him, explaining that he wanted to visit a friend in the city. The protagonist followed the Green Knight, who said that he would take him into the city, but according to the rules, he would follow him to the end. Then the guard exclaimed that it turned out that he was a friend of Lord Lurden. The townspeople smiled, greeting the heroes. The protagonist looked away and said that it seemed that their tribe worshipped supers, to which he was told that this was not worship, but gratitude. Lurden remembered holding up a gun in front of him and explaining that when they first moved in, they hadn't established themselves on the planet yet and couldn't get out of the crisis, and that the efficiency of resource collection was too slow to cover the consumption rate, so they had to buy the rest of the materials from other civilizations. He imagined himself handing the bag to the dark-haired boy as he added that in order for the race to survive, the supers who were strong enough went into space and became mercenaries, and that they sent most of their earnings home, and that was the main source of economic income. Mike looked away seriously and said that the consequences would be catastrophic if their civilization relied solely on supers. The Green Knight beat the guy to it and replied that it was true, but they had no other choice. After all, it was all because of the disaster and their recovery was greatly slowed down, and then added that without solving the problem with the disaster they would not be able to break out of this vicious circle. Lurden frowned and concluded that despite this, he firmly believed that the hard times would pass. Mike closed his eyes and replied that it sounded encouraging, thinking that he was sorry that in the original story the ending of their tribe was not as happy as in his dreams. The mercenaries stopped at the corner of the building. Lurden looked ahead and asked about the fact that the friend Mike wanted to visit was really in the bar. The protagonist looked at the Green Knight and asked if this was a problem, to which he was answered in the negative. The guys headed to the bar. Lurden approached the bartender and tried to wake him up, then Mike asked him not to do it. The protagonist opened the door slightly, thinking that if he remembered correctly, the key item was on the table in the boss's room. The Green Knight clenched his fist and asked what Mike was doing. The guy put his finger to his lips and replied that he explained a little later. The protagonist entered an empty room. On the table lay the book that Mike was looking for. The guy opened the diary, then a system notification appeared that he had received the Delvis diary. A pillar of light appeared behind Mike when the system reported that he had received a new subclass, Military Engineer, +1 Endurance, +3 Intelligence, plus 1.5% affinity with equipment, 2 attribute points received, 1 potential point received, and he also acquired the Combat Equipment Mastery and Combat Equipment Quick Repair skills. A system window appeared, indicating that 90 million experience points must be used to reach the 10th maximum level of the Military Engineer subclass. Mike looked at the system window, which spoke of the military modification skill, thinking that the main feature of this subclass was the production bonus, and that it would not only help reduce the time spent on production, but also increase the efficiency of selling his cars to players. He put the diary on the table, thinking that the most important thing now was to get a new subclass, and that he only needed 2 more knowledge and he would advance in the class, and if he could earn enough money during this mission, then he would just have to go home, find a good wife and have children, although it sounds very boring. But the most important thing is that he can change the class and get a new main class. Mike was standing near the Green Knight when he said that everything was ready, then Lurden asked about the fact that he had not come to visit a friend. An alley between houses. The protagonist raised his hands when the Green Knight asked what the boy stole, adding that he should be honest or he could arrest him right now. Then Mike replied that he already said that he just looked at his brother's records and did not take anything. Lurden looked ahead and asked who the boy was trying to lie to. The protagonist smiled and explained that his brother was a famous mechanic and he just came to pay his respects. The boys went in one direction when Lurden said that he did not understand, adding that since Mike had finished his business, it was time for him to leave the city. Then the boy agreed with him. There was military equipment near the high wall. A loudspeaker made a loud sound. Starships rose into the sky. The supers were near the wall when a voice announced that the enemy was attacking and that a disaster had begun, adding that the squad should prepare for battle. The animal opened its mouth wide and roared. Yellow shells began to attack the first line of defense. The beasts were lifted off the ground by the explosions. The other monsters rushed forward. The beasts were struck by electric discharges on the second line of defense. The beast opened its mouth and growled. A paw touched a bloody body. The beast jumped over the wall, then someone shouted that the beasts had crossed the fence. Shells were flying out of the machine guns when a soldier from the third line of defense shouted that the second line of defense had been broken through. Beams pierced through the beasts. Several beasts escaped the attacks. A wolf sank its teeth into a soldier. The guy with the gun in his hands asked what happened this time and why the first wave of attack was so furious. The creature with glowing eyes opened its mouth, then the soldier thought that this was the end. The muzzles of the machine guns sparked. The rockets were moving in one direction. The soldier covered his head with his hand. The beasts flew away from the explosion when someone exclaimed that this was support from the fourth line of defense. The boys fired their guns, saying that this was their chance and that they needed to shoot the enemy faster. The military equipment was parked in front of the ditch on the fourth line of defense in an artillery position. The gun fired when a soldier exclaimed that it was too cool, so another boy asked him to let him shoot too. There were multiple explosions near the animals. Alex smiled and said that this disaster was not as bad as the Sunal tribe described and that the animals could easily be shot with cannons. Mike exhaled, thinking that it was not so easy for the Sunal tribesmen to maintain such a high tempo of battle. Airplanes were flying in the sky. An order was heard in the cockpit for him to prepare to shoot at ground targets, to which he replied that the order had been received. Animals with wings were spotted. The soldier opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they were flying animals. They attacked the planes. The dragons opened their mouths and breathed out flames. The fire attacked the flying planes. The burning fighters began to fall, when someone exclaimed that the flying creatures also appeared much earlier than expected. Dragons flew above Neville when he ordered to switch to anti-aircraft shells and adjust the sight to open fire on the sky. Shells flew out of the cannons. Explosions occurred near the dragons. A soldier looked ahead in confusion and said that these monsters are too maneuverable, so they are difficult to hit. Someone turned the wheel. The cannons were in front of the wall when Mike said to leave it to him. The dragon was attacked by a shell. The soldier looked away and asked who the mercenary was and how he was able to hit such a fast-flying target, to which he was told that it was the leader of the Black Star group. The ground in front of the cannons split. Wild boars ran, raising dust. Soldiers with weapons flew to the side from the impact. Soldiers were standing behind the equipment when someone ordered to hold the line and not let the animals break through even at the cost of their lives. The shots could not pierce the skin of the boar. The soldiers looked ahead in fear, saying that the skin of this monster was thicker than a steel plate. A shell flew out of the cannon. The boars flew up because of the explosions. The guy raised his hands and thanked Mike. A shell exploded in front of the dragon. The boars were lying on the ground. Explosions occurred near the towers. Fallen animals were lying everywhere. Soldiers were standing near the fence when one of them said that they could finally rest because they held back the first wave. The guys began to fall. Cracks formed in the ground when someone said that something was breaking through from under the ground. A huge creature soared up. Then the soldiers screamed that now they would definitely all die. The guys ran away from the monster calling for help. The men in suits rushed forward, shouting for the Sunil soldiers to follow them. The Sunil supers approached the monster, holding the line. They began to strike the monster. The boys fired machine guns, calling for fire support for the supers who had entered the battle. The monster opened its mouth when the order was given that this monster must be held back. More creatures appeared from the ground. Monsters with wings attacked the soldiers when someone exclaimed that there were more and more beasts. The boy dropped his weapon after being hit by the monster. The soldier put his hands out and shouted. The boys fired at the monsters, calling for them to continue the fight. The cannon near the fence fired. The shell hit the monster. The soldier smiled and praised the mercenary for an excellent shot. He hit the monster, wishing it death. The monsters flew back due to the powerful explosion. The super pierced the monster's body. The dead creatures were lying on the ground when someone said that there were no more enemies for now. Neville frowned and told them to rest for a while. Mike took a step. He smiled and said that he had some mechanic skills, adding that while there was a break, the captain could let him repair the damaged equipment. Neville closed his eyes and replied that the guy could do it if he had such a desire. The protagonist looked forward seriously, thinking that he would be able to get new plans after repairing their equipment. Mike smiled kindly and said that he had one more request, explaining that his group would like to join the scouting squad. While he himself thought that only high risks pay big money, and since they were here, it would be stupid to miss such an opportunity to earn some money. Neville looked ahead in surprise and asked why they wanted this, because the scouting mission was very dangerous. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him and explained that his group members have very special abilities, and they are perfect for this job, adding that the Green Knight Lurden had already fought them once, so he knows what they are capable of. Then the captain replied that he would report to the leadership. The soldiers looked in one direction, discussing what kind of mercenary group Black Star is, and how great it is to be young and hardworking, adding that it is not worth their lives. The mercenaries looked at the system windows and were happy that they had a new reconnaissance mission with a pay of 8,000 N, because they were already tired of standing in one place and shooting from a cannon. The soldier sat on the ground, while the others cheerfully discussed how cool it was that they would be able to kill monsters right on the battlefield, and argued about who would kill more. The scout squad ran along the forest, wondering what happened to this disaster, and why these creatures appeared so early, because there should have been another 10 days before they appeared. The guy turned his head to the side and advised him to run faster if he did not want to be eaten by night moths. The monsters flew after the young man, who screamed that they were catching up with them. The scout was enveloped in a crimson substance, then he began to call for help. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes when he called his comrade by the name of France. He began to shoot from a machine gun. The monster appeared before him as he told his comrades to run and leave him. There were trees everywhere. In his hand were the bloody dog tags of France and Hild. The scouts were sitting on the ground. The boy touched his hair with his hand and asked about why they had to work as mercenaries, give all the money to their tribe, and after returning, sacrifice their lives to protect them, and why the tribe demanded so much from them. His comrades looked down silently. The scout opened his mouth and said that he was tired of living like this, and that if he survived this catastrophe, he would leave the planet and never return. Moths flew out of the forest. Yellow projectiles flew at them when someone shouted that these creatures were here. Pink flames burst from their mouths. The soldiers were engulfed in flames. The monsters flew over the charred corpses. A voice came from the loudspeakers. A soldier was holding a gun when news came that night moths had appeared and that the disaster was approaching the middle stage. People were running towards the open gates when all repair and field teams were ordered to retreat immediately behind the 5th front line. The protagonist looked out the window, thinking that the night moths had the strength of a D-rank super and that ordinary soldiers were no match for them. The monster was spitting fire at the soldiers while Mike was thinking about how they had coped before. The man pointed his finger in front of him, shouting that the headlights were ready and to turn 20 degrees to the southeast. The monster's body was engulfed in flames, and Mike realized that it turned out that the night moths were afraid of bright light, so powerful light beams could hold them back. The cannon fired and hit the monster. The sun appeared over the mountains the next day. The bodies of the dead lay on the floor. The woman sat next to her son and mourned him, asking how she could live now that he was the only one she had. Then the soldier asked her to accept their condolences. The boy cried next to his brother's body, asking him to wake up. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed, thinking that no matter what corner of the universe, the suffering sown by war is the same everywhere. Someone stepped forward. Furness frowned and said that they had a hard time and that they tried to bring back all the corpses of the fallen. He was the leader of the scout group and a Super B rank mercenary. The man put his hand on his chest and assured that they would properly organize their funeral. Furness looked angrily ahead and exclaimed that he hoped that they would do what they promised. The wounded were lying in the hospital when someone ordered the adrenaline to be prepared urgently. The protagonist stood next to the Green Knight when he said that it was good that he was still alive, to which Lurden replied that he had encountered a couple of dangerous animals and almost died. The amputated limb was bandaged, and Mike said that he could use the help of a great mechanic. Sweat appeared on Lurden's helmet when he asked how much it cost, adding that he could not afford large expenses. The protagonist leaned over and said that he could just buy him a drink. His hand reached for one of the bottles. He poured the drink into a glass when he said that he had a question. Mike held the bottle in front of him when he inquired why the Green Knight had this surgery in the first place, since adding implants weakens a super's powers, and he should know better than the guy. Lurden silently drained the glass. An image of his family appeared before him as he replied that while the addition of implants would weaken him, it would also help keep him alive in a dangerous situation, and that a weak super was more useful than a dead super, adding that while he was raised by a tribe, he had a happy family as a child too. He remembered the beam attacking the planet, and said that his parents had turned to ashes before his eyes when Dark Star had lasered his home. Lurden remembered the man approaching the boy and explaining that the surviving orphans had been given to veterans to raise, and that one of them had told them that when a race faced destruction, they should take up arms because that was the only way to save themselves and others. Mike looked ahead sadly and asked where the good guy was now. Lurden raised his glass to his forehead and began to speak. He remembered the bearded man smiling and saying that when the first disaster happened, volunteers were needed, and that even though he was a disabled veteran and fought valiantly on the battlefield, then the Green Knight stopped. He imagined crying next to the veteran's body and said what it was like when he saw him again. The protagonist raised the glass to his mouth and asked about what happened. He touched the sleeping Lurden and called him a weakling, assuming that he had already managed to get drunk and advising him not to drink if he did not know how. Mike straightened up and asked if he had heard enough. Austin looked at the guy from around the corner. He stood in front of him and said that he was just the owner of the bar and that he was not interested in listening to his stories. Then the protagonist thought about the fact that in this bar there was a diary hidden with materials for studying a rare subclass, so its owner could not be just an ordinary character. Mike closed his eyes and said that he knew many things about him, about his strength and what his older brother left him and many other things. Austin opened his eyes wide when asked if he was interested in talking about what awaits the Sunal tribe in the future. Then Mike thought about how he is the main character of this planet. The bartender approached the main character and asked if he is a prophet, to which the guy replied that the man guessed right. Austin smiled and asked the young man to tell him what he will eat tomorrow morning if he is a prophet. Mike closed his eyes and replied that he may not believe him and that it does not matter because in the end time will prove him right. He imagined the soldiers running up the ramps of starships and told them that soon most of the supers of their tribe, tired of serving their homeland without pay, would separate from them and leave the planet forever, and that from that moment on the Sunal tribe would lose its defenses and exhaust its strength in the face of disaster, and in order to save itself, it would be forced to ask other civilizations for help, which would make it their subordinates and lose its independence. Sweat appeared on Austin's face when he asked why he had told him that, adding that his successes and failures were of no interest to civilizations. Mike approached the Green Knight and replied that it was because his end was closely tied to the fate of his race. Then the man asked what kind of end awaited him. The protagonist, holding Lurden, replied that he would tell him when Austin believed that he was a prophet. The man silently looked at the backs of the guys leaving. The bottle smashed on the floor. The soldier put his hands on the table and exclaimed that it was all Goder's machinations and that they had sent them to such a terrible planet on purpose. The man slammed his fist on the table. His face turned red as he suggested that they go beg the people of Goder for help because there is racial honor. Otherwise they will all die. Then he asked what the leaders were thinking, because too many people were dying every day and his two younger brothers had died in the army, and why they were so stubborn, because their resistance was useless, so they should accept Goder's help. Afterwards, he exclaimed that all these supers were useless, and that if they were really that strong, they would have gotten rid of the disaster long ago. The guy grabbed him by the clothes and replied that everything he enjoyed now was achieved thanks to the sacrifices of the supers, asking what right he had to insult them. The man pushed his hand away and exclaimed that this is what they are obliged to do for them, because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and that if it were not for the efforts of the entire race to educate them, they would be useless trash and simple people like him. The dark-haired youth rested his hands on the table and replied that he was disgusting, and that if he could, he would throw him out of the city, to which the man replied that the guy would not do that, because he pays his taxes and works, and offered the heroes to protect him. The boy looked away angrily when the man added that even if the city fell, as a civilian, he had the right to go to the shelter first. A hand grabbed his clothes. The boy pinned the man to the floor and exclaimed that he did not deserve their protection at all. The young man swung his fist and called him an ungrateful piece of trash. Austin ran up to them and asked them to calm down. He grabbed the boy's hand and told him to stop fighting or he would kill the man, adding that the two of them should leave his bar and go home and sleep it off. The lights were on in the windows of the building when someone asked to wait a little. The man exhaled. Austin put his hand to his head and said that it seemed like that weirdo really was a prophet. Someone put a coin on the table and asked for a glass of wine. The man in the cloak sat down in front of the bartender, who turned to Furness and said that he had stopped drinking. The man took off his hood and replied that he was celebrating his return alive. The glass filled with wine when he was asked about what happened, as he had always been a reasonable and sensible man. Furness drank the wine. He put the glass on the table, turning to his brother. Austin looked ahead in surprise when Furness said that he could not stand it anymore and that he wanted to leave. The man sat with his eyes closed when he explained that the universe held an unlimited number of possibilities, and that only by throwing away the past could one move forward. So he no longer wanted to drag the entire race down with him, adding that many thought the same as him and that they would not return after this disaster. He remembered the blushing man who said that they were raised by the tribe, so it was their duty to protect people, and said that they gave so much for their race, invested all their strength, money, and even their lives, but many took it for granted and did not think that they should be thanked for it. Then Furness said that they had already done everything possible and impossible, and that any patience has its limits, so it seemed to him that the best way out would be to ask Goder for help. Austin remembered how the boy with the sword shouted that he would definitely become a hero protecting their tribe, to which he was told that this was expected of him. Then the man asked if even he was giving up. The man put on his hood and answered that life was the most important thing, and that as long as people were alive, their hopes would not die. Austin looked ahead and asked why he had come to him and told him all this. Furness looked away and answered that, frankly speaking, he hated him because the man was much stronger than him, but he continued to hide his strength without a twinge of conscience, content with their protection. Then he asked them to ignore him because he did not want to talk about it, and added that he had only come to tell about his decision, and that it was up to him to decide whether to continue to avoid everything or to start acting. Austin looked down guiltily. The machine guns were near the tent in the logistics area. The protagonist turned around and said that he would pick up his guys when he was approached and told that it was time for a shift change and that they could go and rest. Mike touched the metal suit. A system window appeared, saying that the study process of the blueprint was 100% and that he had received the blueprint for the Sunal Tribe Corporal's mechanical suit. Mike looked at the suit's drawing, thinking that he had finally received the blueprint after repairing the equipment for several days. The soldiers were carrying the bodies of the dead when a man thanked the protagonist, calling him the best repairman he had ever met. The guys were sitting on the steps and talking about how there were only the two of them left in their mercenary group and how they did not expect the mission to be so dangerous. Then the young man suggested that they leave because he did not want to die. A voice came from the loudspeaker. A blue shimmer appeared above the buildings. The winged monsters were flying in one direction. Blue energy began to envelop the people. The men with guns ran forward shouting that they needed to quickly protect the civilians. The soldiers attacked the monsters with fire when someone shouted that they needed to hold off the bugs and buy time before releasing the poison gas. The guys were putting on masks when one of them said that the insects were here and that they were going to release poison gas to stop them, so they needed to put on gas masks immediately and run to the shelter. The people ran towards the building shouting that the monsters were close and that they needed to quickly get down to the shelter. An insect grabbed a child calling for his mother. Neville snatched the boy from the monster. The man handed the child to the mother and said that they were safe now. Then the girl thanked him and asked her to stay with them and not go outside because it was dangerous. Neville turned his head to the side and said that he could not do that because his duty as a soldier was to protect people. The man hurried to the closing gate. Gas began to spray from the device. Insects began to fall dead when someone exclaimed that the poisonous gas killed them easily and that this wave of enemies was very light. The man with the gun in his hands exclaimed that one should not let down one's guard, because the appearance of insects meant that the catastrophe was entering its most difficult and dangerous stage, when the beasts would come more often and would be stronger. The ground was covered with cracks. A flock of fanged animals appeared. They were attacked by yellow rays when someone laughed and exclaimed that these leopards inhaled the poisonous gas and weakened. A tree broke in half from the impact. The soldier in the suit looked ahead. Elephants rushed forward when a cry was heard that this was the end, for elephants in bone armor had arrived. The barrels of the guns sparked when someone shouted that their home and their families were behind them, so they had to hold the line and not let them break through. Smoke came off the elephant's skin, and someone cursed that the monster was too dense and that he could not shoot through its skin. The animal crushed a soldier when the order was voiced that they had to stop them even at the cost of their lives and not let them pass forward. 3 supers grabbed the beast's trunk. The soldiers fell to the ground screaming that they could not stop them. The man bent his leg and ordered them to retreat, and he would block this elephant. He struck the monster's head. The elephant swung its trunk. Captain Neville flew into a rock. Then he was asked if he was okay. The elephant took off. The man hung in the air above it. Neville created a dome and exclaimed that the beast would not pass. His helmet flashed. The fanged beast bared its sharp teeth. It knocked the captain to the ground. The beast's mouth closed on his suit. Neville kicked the monster. The captain created a barrier, thinking that soon he would not have the strength to support it. The elephant crashed into the dome. Neville gritted his teeth, thinking that he would never let any beast break through their defenses. Then the man requested the ship's command center to fire on the bone-armored war elephant and gave the coordinates. Beams of light appeared from the starship as the order was received. Lasers attacked the beast. The soldier turned his head to the side and called out to the captain. The dragon was attacked by shells. The soldier turned and asked the mercenaries not to leave the front lines without orders. The people ran towards the starship and shouted that they didn't care about the money and that they only had one life, so they weren't going to die. Then someone added that he didn't want to die here because his child was going to be born soon. The supers looked in one direction and said that these mercenaries were too hopeless and that this group of immortal guys from Black Star had contributed a lot to the battle. The mercenaries stood and argued about who contributed more that time and that it was because of their good equipment. The soldier in the suit exhaled and said that he had felt that they were too frivolous and stupid before, but he was wrong. The lights were on in the house. The sign said that the establishment was closed. There was a girl on the TV screen who reported that the intensity of the tide of wild animals and their ferocity had far exceeded all forecasts, and that many brave warriors had died in the battle yesterday. But the disaster was not over yet. Austin was sitting in a chair when the host suggested paying tribute to the brave heroes and paying tribute to the soldiers who were still fighting bloody battles on the front lines. The man emptied his glass. He put it on the table. Austin was walking down an alley. He looked down with an empty gaze. A crumpled sheet of paper bounced off the floor. The man looked out the window where a woman was screaming that being a soldier was suicide, so she would not let her son go. Then Austin recognized the guy who had gotten into a fight in his bar. The young man grabbed her hand and asked how she could say something like that, because protecting the race was an honorable cause, and countless of their brothers had sacrificed themselves, so he wanted to dedicate his life to it too. Austin picked up the crumpled leaflet as the woman replied that he was too young to understand, and that many men went into the army every year, and that they had enough soldiers without him. The crumpled leaflet said something about conscription, and the boy said that he was ashamed to sit back, and that he wanted to defend their people like Captain Neville. The woman slapped her son across the face and replied that his Captain Neville had been killed in action the day before, and that little of his body had survived. The man grabbed his mother's hand, and she added that his family had left an orphan and a widow who would now live on a small allowance from the state. The woman covered her face with her hands and said that at least they had a child, and that was their hope in life, and that their age did not allow them to, and then asked what they would do if he died, because he was their only son. The man put his hand on his son's head and explained that the supers, soldiers, and Captain Neville were great heroes, but they were just ordinary citizens who would continue to work to do their part, and their place was not only on the battlefield. Austin lit a cigarette as the boy asked his mother not to cry, adding that he was not going. The man took a step. The child's shoes touched the ground. The child, holding an airplane in his hand, asked his older brother if he was going to school and offered to play with him. The boy turned around and said that he had to do his homework, suggesting that instead of wasting his time playing, his brother should learn from others and study harder, since he was obviously very talented. The child looked straight ahead and asked who was interested, adding that he liked to have fun, not sit over his books. The boy with the barbell offered him to go down and wrestle with him, adding that he would not lose to him this time. The child stuck out his tongue and said that he would never do that. Austin remembered Furness in a hood, who told him that he hated him because he was much stronger, but shamelessly continued to hide his strength, content with their protection. The guy in the shirt opened his mouth wide and addressed his older brother, saying that Goder's rescue ship had arrived. The man in the white coat turned his back when he replied that now was the time when their race needed weapons developers and mechanics, so he could not leave. Then he asked his brother to leave and live well. The blonde man with glasses looked away and asked if he had tried to crack the code to his room, adding that he had left something there for him, and that the password was his parents' birthday backwards. Sheets of paper fell to the floor. Austin cried bitterly. Black smoke rose in front of him as he cursed. The man ran through the open door. He entered the password. Austin grabbed the door and said that his brother left it for him, but he used it once and never dared to touch it again. The metal armor shimmered in the light as he added that it was probably the last working commander-level mecha suit on the entire planet Suno, and that it was time for it to shine. A huge insect flew over the people as someone called for protection from them. The soldier opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were acidic flying bugs and that they needed to hide quickly. The insect spat out a green liquid. It hit the people, who were screaming in pain. Machine gun barrels flashed as the spaceship was asked to fire aimed fire at the bugs. The beam hit the insect. The bug spat acid upward. The caustic liquid hit the spaceship. There was a huge explosion. Then the guy asked what these bugs eat, since they can even shoot down a ship. Matthew pointed to the smoke and exclaimed that the Sunal tribe was in danger, asking Black Ghost if he wouldn't help them, to which he replied that the Sunal tribe's problems would still have to be solved by them, and that they were outsiders here. Mike looked ahead, thinking that if their help disrupted the storyline, then all plans would be ruined, and added that the young man should not worry, because the Sunal tribe had already experienced this disaster so many times, so they probably had a way to deal with these monsters. A hatch opened in the ground, then someone suggested that this was their secret weapon. A huge cannon appeared. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. He called it beautiful and thought that before he had only seen this molecular high-frequency cannon in other players' videos, and now he could finally see it with his own eyes. Electric discharges enveloped the wires when they said that the cannon was charging. A multicolored panel lit up when it was said that the loading was complete and that the cannon was ready to fire. The barrel of the cannon glowed in different colors. A blue beam attacked the insect. The bug fell in front of the military equipment. The soldier smiled and admired this power, assuming that at this rate the battle would soon be over. The boys looked up in fear, urging the others to look at the sky. The meteorite was approaching the destroyed city. The starship lit up. Lightning began to emanate from it. A blue barrier appeared when it was announced that the combined force field was activated. The meteorite crashed into the dome when the order was given to slow the falling meteorites and begin reloading the cannon to buy time. Mike watched with interest, thinking that, apparently, several force fields of spaceships can combine. A beam burst out of the cannon when it was announced that the cannon was loaded and ready to fire. The meteorite broke into pieces. The soldier holding the gun exclaimed that it was a great shot and that the meteorite was broken. The man frowned and told him to be careful because there was a mountain beast ahead, one of the most dangerous on the planet. Explosions were heard in the distance as he added that if the meteorite debris angered him, there would be trouble. Purple stones flew out of the fire as a scream was heard that the meteorite contained the stones of prophecy and that all the beasts would now go berserk. Fire burst out of the monster's mouth as someone suggested that this meteorite could not have fallen on its own at such a time and that it was probably a plot by the Dark Star. The soldier was engulfed in flames. The guy fired his machine gun, wishing death on the monster. The gun flew out of his hands. The monster headed for the city, then a scream was heard that it was all over and that the defense would soon fall. The monster's eyes were shining brightly. The dumbfounded man told them that it was a king predator, an extremely ferocious and dangerous animal. During the first disaster, they lost half of the army in a battle with it. The siren began to buzz loudly. The guy climbed onto the container and shouted that the soldiers needed to hold the line, take close combat gear and stand on the defensive. The guys put up their shields in front of them and heard their supers fighting giant creatures in front. A crowd of people lined up in a line. The monster rushed at them. It was trying to break through their shields. The man frowned and asked them to hold on. The monster knocked several guys off their feet. It scattered people away from itself. Looking at the device, a message popped up that it was loaded and ready to fire. A powerful cannon fired. The monster was killed. Other creatures rushed into battle. They were trying to break through the guy's shields. Standing in the crowd, the guy said that this time they were definitely finished. A blue flash suddenly appeared in the sky. The monster killed people one by one. The guy, shrouded in a blue aura, defeated the monster. He stepped on the corpse and ordered to leave these creatures to him and for them to go help the supers. The man asked with a serious look if he was sure, noting that he was alone against the king predator. The guy showed a token and said that he had it. Armor appeared behind him. The guy put on the commander's suit on himself. He rushed into battle with the monsters. He cut them with a spear. The corpses fell to the ground. The dumbfounded stranger looked at the chopped corpse and asked what the combat power of this legendary armor was. They joyfully shouted that now they had help, they should leave one squad to support this hero and the rest go to the front lines. People began to run. The cannons fired many shots. Mike smiled and wondered what this armor was. He looked at the guy and noted that the main character had finally appeared. Austin was waving his spear. The men were firing machine guns and shouting that they couldn't keep up with the great hero's pace. The guy had killed the monster. He was shooting them one by one. He was standing among the corpses. The elf was running towards him and asking who he was. Austin jumped into the air. The story moves to a day later after the disaster had ended. The men were shooting the dragon and asking when they would be able to rest in peace, noting that the influx of beasts had stopped, but there were so many mad creatures left in the forest. The guy asked him not to complain, adding that they would get a vacation after they dealt with all those monsters. Austin swung his hand, covered in blue mana, and said that he would help them. The dragon fell to the ground. Austin flew away from there. The soldiers were discussing with a puzzled look that no one knew who he was, and even the military wanted to find out his identity. Gray clouds enveloped the city. Sitting by the tree, Austin thought that he needed to reveal himself. Looking at the helmet, he noticed that the military would definitely use this armor for their research. A loud sound was coming from the city. The guy was standing at the microphone and saying that on behalf of the entire Sunal tribe, he would like to express their gratitude to everyone who fought on the front lines. The joyful people raised their hands after hearing that the disaster was finally over. Austin's face was serious. He listened to how unfortunately many brave soldiers died in this battle. According to tradition, it is necessary to honor their memory. Austin put his hand on his chest and closed his eyes. The guys were standing in front of the body bags. Furness ran to the reporter. He took the microphone and said that it was time to make an announcement. Frowning, he said that from today, on behalf of 40% of the people they call protectors, they are leaving the planet Sunal and will not return. The people were dumbfounded and asked why this was happening. Austin clenched his fist. He thought about Furness with an angry expression. The people were eating different foods and saying that the supers had made their choice. Mike was smoking a cigarette and smirked as he noted that the fun was finally starting. Lurden ran at Furness and asked him why he was doing this. He slapped him across the face. Holding his chin, Furness said that after so many years of work and sacrifice, many of their brothers had died during that time. They had done everything they could for the tribe. The people looked down. Lurden stared at him and asked why they had to say it out loud and make a big deal out of it, noting that it could have been done quietly. Furness threw away the microphone and said that he did it for the sake of the truth. He did not want his departure to be hushed up by the higher-ups in the name of racial righteousness. He wanted everyone in Sunal to witness their departure and make their own choice. He and the people began to leave. The tearful people looked after them and said that they barely lived to see this day and they would all die. The guy fell to his knees and screamed that the Sunal tribe was doomed now. Austin ran there. He broke a huge screen. He hovered in the air and asked not to lose hope and listened to him. The surprised people screamed that it was that mysterious hero. Taking off his helmet, Austin introduced himself and said that from today on, the Sunal tribe. He put his hand on his chest and screamed that the tribe would be under his protection. The plot takes us to the Sunal barracks. Banners with robots hung on the building. The guy stood in front of Austin and thanked him for providing his armor for research and for stepping forward when the tribe was in danger. Looking at him, Austin asked if they found out why the disaster was so serious this time. The boy frowned and replied that it was the Dark Star. Their intelligence network had found out that the Dark Star was stimulating the prophecy stones, causing the beast tides to become so violent. Austin turned around and looked at the line of guys and asked why they wanted to destroy their tribe so much and what they had done wrong. The people were standing in line at the recruiting office. Austin thought with a serious face that the draft had started so early this year because of Furness's departure. The boy entered the tent. He excitedly exclaimed that he wanted to join the army. The soldier answered with a serious look that he was so young, his parents would obviously not agree to let him go. The boy saluted and stated that it was true, but he believed that his decision was the right one. Holding the papers in his hands, the soldier emphasized the fact that once his application was accepted, there was no turning back and this was his last chance. The boy grabbed the paper and exclaimed that he would never regret it. Austin closed his eyes and thought that even such a small child had self-awareness and a desire to help the tribe. The protagonist said that they met again. Austin was dumbfounded. Crossing his arms, Mike offered to chat, noting that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Austin approached him and asked how he knew that he would be there and if he was really a prophet. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he did. He did not know that the owner of a shabby bar would turn out to be a hidden B-class super, and he especially did not know that he would have an armored commander suit called Shattered Light. Surprised, Austin emphasized that no one knows the name of his suit. He really is a prophet. He asked what Mike's goal was. The protagonist hugged him and asked to let him tell the story. He presented the rock paintings and told that on a planet with a backward civilization, there was one handsome man who was captured and made a test subject. Various experiments were conducted on him. And one day, in one experiment, he awakened the ability of foresight and saw many fragments of the future. Relying on his foresight, he successfully escaped and gained freedom, then destroyed the enemy organization of this planet, becoming a legend. Mike added that, however, after that, he saw a new future. An artificial catastrophe was about to fall on his home planet from the sky. The people responsible for the coming catastrophe were hiding in the depths of the universe, so he left the planet and stepped into a wider world to find ways to save his small world. Holding his hand in front of his face, the protagonist declared that he was this handsome man. Austin looked at him intently and asked if Mike went into space to save his planet and how it was connected with Sunal. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that his planet was in the Garten Galaxy. It would soon face a catastrophe. He thought the Sunal, were more than familiar with those who would bring them this catastrophe. Dumbfounded, Austin asked if he was talking about the Dark Star. He came to the conclusion that it turned out that the Dark Star was their common enemy, so he came to them. Frowning slightly, Mike replied that he and his comrades were wandering around space and looking for a way to save the planet. He was helping them both as an ally and as a fellow sufferer. Austin enthusiastically declared that it turned out that he, like the defenders of Sunol, were heroes saving their race. The protagonist said that he was not a hero, he just felt his responsibility. Puzzled, Austin asked what he would do in the future he had predicted. Mike mentally noted that he had been caught and it seemed that his acting skills were at their best. The protagonist imagined Austin's death and emphasized that he died a miserable death fighting evil in the fragment he saw. Ferocious beasts broke through the defense of the forest city and he closed this gap with himself, fighting until his last breath. Austin lowered his gaze. Mike imagined the planet exploding and said that Sunol's situation was terrible now. The disaster was only one of the troubles. Asking Godera for help was not a solution. The disasters would become stronger and stronger, and in the darkness there was a dark star waiting for a chance to destroy them completely. Austin, holding his face, asked if it meant that they had no chance. Smiling, Mike replied that it was not so when they had an obvious way, they just never thought about it. Taken aback, Austin asked if he meant destroying the Dark Star. He imagined the corpses lying on the ground and said that it was impossible, they were too strong. The Dark Star was too reckless, and they had many enemies. Their allies were scattered all over space. The protagonist imagined many ships flying above him and noted that there was simply no one who would stand up and unite them all in a war against a common enemy. And now he wanted to step forward and become that leader. Austin began to cry and scream that this was a great ambition compared to him. He was weak. Mike extended his hand and asked if it was true that he too should be a mercenary like the other supers of the Sunol tribe. The protagonist invited him to join his group. Austin shook his hand. Standing in front of him, he said that from now on they would be partners. He wanted to see with his own eyes the miracles that he could create. Mike thought with a smile on his face that players who simply complete the daily tasks of the faction will not develop a sense of belonging. But if their mercenary group allows players to participate in important missions, communicate with important NPCs and affect the story of the game. As long as Black Star includes NPCs from different organizations, players will definitely have to join his mercenary group to go through their storylines. Over time, he will become an eternal shadow following the players. We are transferred to Jubilee Hub. The girl was standing at the terminal. Looking at the phone, Austin thought that the Black Star mercenary group was recently created. It seems that he did not lie to him. With his hands in his pockets, the guy said that he earned a lot of money on this mission and will upgrade his equipment as soon as he sees the Black Ghost. He pointed his finger at Austin and asked if this was a hero from the Sunol tribe. They began to examine Austin and clarified whether they made a secret pact with the Black Ghost and therefore joined their group. He sighed and noted that these mercenaries were too enthusiastic. The crowd surrounded Mike and they shouted that new mechs were available in the store. The guy put on the armor and said that mobility was higher and there was a special power structure. The protagonist received messages that the recruit's armor, the Sunol tribe model, was sold. He thought with a smile on his face that the mechs did not bring much money and it was easier for players to buy them. But this was only the beginning, because there was another feature that players would have to fork out for. Looking at the players, Mike said that these mech suits were good, but for a small additional fee he could modify and improve them. Matthew, with a satisfied face, noted that he wanted to strengthen it. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist asked to first transfer the money and give him the armor, and in 3 days everything would be ready. He received messages about the receipt of money with a satisfied look. He reasoned that every time the equipment was strengthened, the cost of the upgrade would also increase, but if players wanted to strengthen the equipment, they had no choice but to look for it. Austin approached him and addressed him. Mike said that he had not yet introduced him to the team members and they would hold a welcoming party some other time. Pointing his finger, he clarified whether the protagonist had made Sunol's armor. Mike said with a satisfied look that he had simply repaired all these suits on the battlefield and then received the blueprint. We were transferred to the mechanical modification room. The protagonist stood in front of a blue projection. He thought with a smile on his face that he had finally been able to buy the necessary advanced knowledge. Now he could change his profession. A notification popped up that he had learned heavy machine modification and advanced electromagnetism. A blue aura enveloped his body. He had received many skills. Mike noted with a serious look that energy was bubbling in his body. He looked at his hand and thought that the mechanical affinity had improved. It felt like the strength had become an extension of the body and he had finally reached the B rank. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist reasoned that this level could be considered the foundation. Now it was possible to deal with interstellar missions. But first he needed to upgrade his equipment and weapons, and he needed to upgrade the gun and turn it into a kinetic magnetic energy weapon. Mike saw holograms in front of him using magnetic vision. Blue armor was put on his body. Mike took the scythe in his hands. He was wearing a combat suit. The protagonist began to spin the scythe. Blue lightning emanated from him. He grinned and said that this equipment was worthy of his rank and he would add more modes in the future. The loudspeaker announced that a team of silvers had been attacked by scavengers while traveling through a broken star ring. Some of them had been kidnapped. The size of the scavenger group was unknown. The escaped silvers were now hiring mercenary groups for a high reward to rescue the remaining silvers. The surprised guy thought that the silvers were very generous. He imagined the people in space and noted that the silvers came from a distant sea of silver spirits. They were a race with a high degree of evolution and a high status of nobles. They occupied a special position in the universe. Austin walked down the corridor, holding his chin. He asked with a smile on his face if Mike had heard. He approached him and offered to accept this mission, adding that the rewards from the silvers were always very good. They came to the Mercenary Alliance. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said that to receive a mission, you need as many as 400 trust points. Mike said with a sad look that they didn't even have half of those points, so it seemed like it was not meant to be. Austin said that it was a shame. If they could take this mission, he would have made a lot of money for the tribe. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said that they would have other opportunities and there was no need to rush. Ken walked up to Mike and said that he really knew how to put things down. He put his hand on his chest and introduced himself as a junior captain of the Skyring Mercenary Corps. The protagonist smirked and asked what Skyring wanted from him. Looking at the screen, Ken asked if Mike had a little problem with this mission. He grabbed his chin and emphasized the fact that he had one little idea that could solve all his problems in one fell swoop. He started yelling in the protagonist's face that he should have asked what kind of idea it was. Picking his nose, Mike asked what kind of little idea it was. Ken asked with a satisfied expression why they didn't do it together, adding that it just so happened that their Skyring mercenary group was also going to accept the mission. Ken pointed out that he was proposing to join their Skyring. The guy asked with a displeased expression if he had heard correctly that Skyring had sent an invitation to a group of rookie mercenaries. The dumbfounded stranger said that it was luck. He introduced a crowd of people and emphasized that Skyring Army was the top among the mercenary groups in the Shattered Star Ring, with over 10,000 people in their group, and the leader of the group was a super class. Mike closed his eyes and said that he refused. Ken was surprised and asked if the protagonist had misheard his invitation. The dumbfounded guys asked if he had really rejected Skyring's invitation. Holding his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that since the Heavenly Ring came to him, they seemed to have heard that his group members had immortality. Joining the Heavenly Ring would make their development smoother and help solve many problems, but then the Black Star faction would disappear. Austin stood next to him and asked him to think again. Sighing, Mike replied that if they joined them, they would become their subordinates. Their goal was to deal with the Dark Star, but a large group of mercenaries was only interested in profit. They would not take risks and go against the Dark Star to help them take revenge. The protagonist said that Austin was a warrior of the Sunal tribe. They could also easily rely on Godera's help, but they still fought hard for themselves and their future. Austin was taken aback by these words. Looking down, he replied that Mike was right and he had not thought about it. Standing in front of a saddened Ken, the protagonist stated that although he did not agree to join Skyring, it did not mean that they could not cooperate. He had a way to get the best of both worlds. Ken raised his head and asked for a way. Mike said with a satisfied look that it had only been a month since the Black Star mercenary group was created, but they were still able to attract Skyring's attention because they had the ability to revive. The protagonist stated that Skyring definitely carried out many dangerous missions. His group could accept missions with a high risk of death from Skyring. Ken stood in front of him and asked if it was true that in that case, he would still work with them. Mike replied that it was. Ken started to walk away and stated that it was not bad. Instead of becoming a rookie, he became their partner. He told them to come to the pier with their group a little later. Austin put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and noted that he really is a man who can call on many supers to help him fight together, and that joining Black Star is indeed the right choice he made. While warming up, Mike asked not to praise him so much and suggested going back and preparing properly. The ship flew up to the station. The happy guys said that they took the second mission so quickly. Putting his hand on his chest, Austin emphasized that this mission with a high reward is very dangerous. He will protect the protagonist. Grinning, Mike clarified who else will protect whom and whether he wants to train. Taken aback, Austin replied that self-confidence is good and agreed to train, noting that he will not be responsible for the blow to his self-confidence. They came to the stimulation room. Austin got into a fighting stance and offered to let him show him the difference between strength and ranks. The protagonist lunged at him and cried out that it was too slow. Austin blocked his blow. He smirked and said that he didn't expect that he, a mechanic, had some strength. He swung his leg and threw the protagonist back. He was suddenly taken aback. Mike put on his armor and swung his katana. Austin flew to the side. He hit Espinu. He noted with a smile that he had underestimated him. He took the medallion and noted that he wanted to teach him a few lessons, but he saw that he didn't need it at all. He put on his armor and said that from now on he would start giving it his all. Bending down, the protagonist noted that this was exactly what he wanted. Ken entered the room. His face was serious. The girls were examining the robot that had brought them coffee. He looked at the guys with a smile and thought that these natives were making a fuss out of nothing. He raised his hand to his mouth and coughed. Ken tossed a coin. He caught the coin and asked how it was that he had accidentally put on the latest model of the Sky Ring battle armor. The girl enthusiastically said that it was cool armor. Smiling, Ken said that they would not be able to fully control it at their level, but if they joined the Sky Ring, he would give them the basic version of this armor absolutely free. The girl, looking puzzled, refused. They began to run to watch Austin and Mike fight. The protagonist held a spear in front of him and blocked attacks. He swung the spear. Looking out the window, the girl said that Mike had updated his equipment. Approaching the window, Ken mentally wondered what kind of good equipment the natives could have. He saw the guys fighting. Austin lowered his head, admitted defeat and suggested that they finish. Leaving the room, he asked how Mike suddenly became so strong. The protagonist looked away with a serious look. Kevin closed his eyes and pointed out that the leader's armor was really amazing, but he only had one set and he couldn't give it to them, so they'd better join the Sky Ring. The girl showed 2 fingers and said that their leader was a mechanic, and once he upgraded his gear, the old one would be mass-produced and sold to them at a low price. She wondered if they should join Black Star. Enraged, Ken left them and said that he had his own mercenary group and career, and that they were the same speculators as their leader. Mike watched him go, thinking that he wanted to lure players away. No one was tempted, which seemed to be a result of his hard work on the cohesion of their faction. The plot takes us to the Faunus Galaxy in the asteroid belt. The ship was flying among the asteroids. The alien smirked and ordered a search of these silvers, noting that if they hid the locator, it would be troublesome. The plot introduces us to Peggy, the leader of the scavengers. The scavengers lifted the boy and told him not to try to resist. Silver frowned and told him not to touch him with his dirty hands. The alien hit him and asked if he was still acting like an aristocrat. Standing over him, he asked if the unicorn did not understand what situation he was in. The boy watched him suspiciously. He picked up a small ball. Examining the bead, he noted that Silver had hidden it well. The furious stranger screamed for the bead to be returned to him immediately, noting that he was the messenger of the Dark Star and this thing belonged to the Dark Star. The people lifted him up and said that if he was the messenger of the Dark Star, then they were the presidents of Godara. Peggy said that he had contacted the client and now they would fly to the island of the Soaring Dragon. The dumbfounded boy said that this was that man's territory. Peggy left there and replied that the client was this guy's subordinate, and he was very generous. Frowning, one of the silvers thought that fortunately, the bead with the secret message could only be opened with a password and they would not be able to read it. We are transferred to planet 122. The ship landed on the planet. Inspecting the people, Mike said that there were so many mercenaries gathered to participate in this mission. The girl approached the ship and asked if he was Black Star. She seriously stated that she was the commander of this operation, appointed by the Sky Ring. The plot introduces us to the commander of the Sky Ring, Charlotte. The protagonist asked with a smile why this particular meeting place was chosen and whether there were any leads. Charlotte crossed her arms and replied that they were counting on getting information from the owners of nearby galaxies or pro players. Since the locator on the kidnapped silvers was destroyed somewhere in this area, they would look for traces. Holding his chin, Mike noted that he could do something. Looking at the guy, he asked if he was their employer and if he could ask for additional payment for hints. The guy asked what the protagonist wanted to get. Mike replied that he needed 2 advanced pieces of knowledge about mechanics. Closing his eyes, the guy said with a smile that if the provided hint was useful, they would provide it to him after completing the mission. Mike put his hand on his hip. His face was serious. The protagonist saw a skeleton and said that he saw the bones of a void dragon. Mike saw Robert and noticed that there was a sloppy fat man nearby. Stunned, Charlotte asked again about the skeleton of a void dragon. People started running away screaming that they wanted to quit this mission and they refused this task. Surprised, Matthew looked at the flying ships and asked what was wrong with this dragon island. Ken asked with a smirk to dispel their doubts. He introduced the people with red eyes and told them that Soaring Dragon Island is a neutral territory where criminals gather, and as long as they do not offend the ruler of this place, any action is allowed there, and the ruler is a super disaster class that has surpassed a rank. Timmy happily cried out that he will be able to take amazing footage. Charlotte closed her eyes and emphasized the fact that even if they were immortal, this place is still very dangerous and they had better think again. Mike put his hand on his chest and said that they are not afraid of trouble. Charlotte noted that this was remarkable courage and suggested discussing the plan for the upcoming operation. The plot takes us to the Dark Star base. The people were sitting at the table and said that their courier was captured. They clarified whether Godara had revealed their plan. The girl was sitting at the table and answered that Silver, who was transporting information, was kidnapped by slave traders. The guy said with a serious look that the locator was destroyed, but according to the informant, the deal will take place on the territory of the island of the Soaring Dragon. The good news is that outsiders do not have the password to the bead. Without the password, no one will be able to pull out the source of the mutation and the super gene extractor inside. The guy pressed the blue projection and offered to send Grant, noting that he had never failed since joining the Dark Star. The ship flew through space. Clenching his hand into a fist, Grant said that he guarantees that he will fulfill the order. The plot takes us to the island of the Soaring Dragon. The islands were flying in the air. The guy saluted and said that the informant was there. Charlotte looked at Mike and asked to show him the suspect. The protagonist showed a drawing and asked if they knew a fat man who looked like this. The man pointed and said that this was Robert, the owner of the largest slave market on the island of the Soaring Dragon, and he would take them there. Matthew watched the people. The guy pointed a gun at the merchant and told him to sell the goods for 40 yen. Frowning, Matthew noted that they were mocking people. The guy looked at him and noted that there was a mercenary with morals, and the second spat on them. The saliva got on Gina. The protagonist was furious. He killed the guy. The crowd stood in front of him and shouted that they were finished. They rushed into battle. Blue mana came from Charlotte's hand. She froze the people in the glacier. Mike cut the glacier. The battle began. A puzzled Austin asked if they would attract the attention of the island's security. The protagonist asked him not to worry, adding that in this territory many things are decided by force and murder. People shot at Mike and his comrades. He asked Austin to remember one rule: do not kill workers and civilians. A rocket flew into the building. The guy was scared by this. The ships flew to the scene of the battle. A voice was heard from the ships flying above the guys that they were accused of destroying buildings and causing property damage. The ships shot the scavengers. The bodies of people fell to the ground. The dumbfounded man noted that everyone was dead. He was shaking with fear and said that fortunately they did not break the rules, otherwise they would have died too. They approached the building and the man noted that this was Robert's slave market. Mike changed his appearance and said that as mercenaries they would attract too much attention, so he himself would go. He entered the building, holding his chin. The protagonist noted that these simple goods did not interest him. Mike emphasized the fact that if there was not a rare enough product there, he would have to look elsewhere. Robert turned around and agreed with him. He bowed and assumed that the guest had exquisite taste. Robert opened the room in the dungeon and said that he usually did not bring strangers there. He entered the secret room and said that this was a rare product that he could not find anywhere else and that they were all super. The monsters stood in a cage and shouted that Robert would be punished. Looking around, Mike asked if he had anything more special and rare. Robert stood next to him and said that the guest really had taste and few could resist the temptation of seeing this treasure. He asked with a smile to look at it. He showed him a girl in a cage, sighing. The protagonist thought about it and assumed that the group of scavengers had not yet arrived on the island and handed over the goods. Surprised, Mike saw the description of the task that at first glance, her eyes were imprinted in his heart. Mysterious, like a bottomless ocean, her image was lodged in his mind. He wanted to take this woman with him. Mike stood in front of Pamela's cage. Robert said that she was the most unique commodity, so he asked if there was anything special about her. The slave trader replied that she had a very high intelligence and also had great potential. He said that she was a descendant of some ancient creature, and the energy reaction in her body was much higher than that of ordinary creatures. However, Robert believed that the protagonist did not need to worry about her betraying him. He smiled meanly and said that she had amnesia, and she did not remember her past and did not know what to do. The slave trader added that she seemed to have no instinct for self-preservation, and she would not resist, so anything could be done to her. The protagonist admitted that it sounded interesting and asked how much she was worth. Robert showed the amount of 300,000 ina on his fingers. Mike turned around and was about to leave. He decided that this speculator wanted to steal his money. Robert hurried after him. He offered to negotiate the price if the buyer thought it was too expensive and set the amount at 200,000. The protagonist did not stop. Then the slave trader asked him not to leave and made a discount of 100,000. He cursed, realizing that he gave a discount of 90%. Mike believed that if he reduced the price so much, there was a catch. He turned to face Robert, adjusted his glasses and said that the price was right. However, the guy warned that he wanted to buy other slaves and asked if he had any other goods. The slave trader grinned and said that the protagonist was lucky. He said that he was going to add an interesting batch these days and invited him to take a look when the time comes. The protagonist agreed to come back and take a look when the goods arrive and promised to buy that strange girl along with them and waved goodbye. When Mike left, Robert's subordinate asked why he was so eager to sell Pamela. The slave trader replied that she had a strange peculiarity. It was easy to sell her, but 6 days after purchase she would reappear here in a cage, having lost her memory. He said that she had been bought several times, and this happened each time on the 6th day after purchase. Robert added that in the past, the owner of the island came to kill her out of curiosity, but no matter how many times she was killed, she would lose her memory and return here. Therefore, he was only too happy to sell her to those who wanted to buy her, because this way he would earn a lot of money. With these words, he locked the vault. His subordinate admired the wisdom of the master and noted that this was an excellent plan. Mike walked down the street. He said that the silvers had not yet been delivered, but warned that the deal would take place in the next few days. Charlotte, who was walking ahead, understood that if Robert bought them, they would have to risk and engage in battle with the Dragon Guard. Therefore, she thought it was better to hurry and save them before the deal. Tonight, the protagonist was tasked with taking his scout team directly to the pier to look around, find the scavengers who had kidnapped the silvers, and mark their vehicles. He was informed that the plan was to intercept the slaver's vehicle with 2 large trucks on a narrow road. The task of attacking and taking hostages was assigned to Mike's Legion of Undead. The guy replied that he understood everything. Matthew was also ready to work. 3 hours later, Ken transmitted over the radio from the flying machine that the target was detected. The protagonist understood him, put on a mech suit, and declared that they were ready for action. The leader of the scavengers, Peggy, is a representative of the awakened bloodline of the snake race. He has extremely keen perception and early warning of danger. Now he was looking around. Sensing an enemy, he turned his head into a snake and ordered everyone to retreat to the ship. He called Robert and said that he had arrived at the island of the Soaring Dragon, but mentioned that someone was following him. Peggy thought that this time his interlocutor had better come and pick up the goods himself and bring the Dragon Guard at the same time. Robert was not happy about such bad luck, but he took the advice. Ken cursed when he saw that the scavengers were on the ship again and told Charlotte about it. The girl noticed that the other side was very cunning, and they should have found them. She and her soldiers ran to the scavenger ship, deciding that they must definitely save the hostages before the deal. The allies began firing at the enemy ship from all kinds of weapons. Pieces flew off the flying machine. Peggy cursed, although he expected an ambush here. He urged his comrades to hold on and wait for the Dragon Guard to arrive. The scavengers opened return fire. Mike and his unit rushed into the battle. The guy called to kill the enemy. He defeated 3 with the first blow of his scythe. Austin kicked another scavenger. They both jumped like lightning flashes across the battlefield. Peggy agreed that the protagonist was strong, but told him that he could not catch him. Then he turned into a snake. The protagonist was unhappy that his enemy was trying to escape in the form of a reptile. The hostages behind bars had hoped that they had come to save them. Mike decided to let Peggy go because the main thing now was to save the silvers. He grabbed the cage and asked her to hold on tight. After that, the protagonist jumped off the ship with the hostages. Charlotte smiled, seeing that Black Star had managed, and ordered them to retreat and not to engage in a fight. However, the Dragon Guard had already come to the enemy's aid. Martin, who brought the squadron, called Robert a weakling for being afraid of a group of mercenaries. The slave trader scratched his head, admitted that this time the goods were very valuable, and promised to treat Martin after the job was done. So he asked not to damage the goods and kill everyone else. The ships descended. They began to fire at the Allied troops. Anthony got up from the ground, noticing that he almost died. He found a small ball in front of him. The guy picked it up and the system told him that he had received an unknown item that he needed to give to a special character and get a very high reward. Or he could try to identify it. One of Anthony's comrades urged him to run with them. Anthony came back to reality and replied that he was coming, then put the ball in his pocket. He thought that it must be a good thing. Martin ordered to shoot and not let them get away. The Dragon Guard fired from all guns. The Allied soldiers fell under the barrage of fire. Ken confidently said that they must deal with the Dragon Guard, otherwise they would pursue him to the end. Mike was holding a cage with silvers in his hands. He objected to Ken's plan and called it crazy, then reminded that they can't kill the Dragon Guard, otherwise the owner of the island will be furious. The protagonist added that they must find a way to confine the enemy without harming life. Charlotte stepped forward and asked to leave it to her. She created a huge ice wall. The ice touched the enemy ship. Soon, all of them were in ice. Her troops were amazed that all the ships were frozen and admitted that it was amazing. The girl sent everyone back to the starship, and the soldiers ran to the transport. One of the allies was afraid that freezing their ships could greatly anger the Dragon Guard. They hurried to get to the ship, otherwise the enemies would catch up with them. The starship took off. The engine activation was successful, and preparations for the jump were made. The soldiers were happy that now they would not be caught. Ken announced that the task was completed and they did it. The 2 soldiers gave each other a high five. Suddenly, the ship seemed to crash into something. The system issued a warning about engine malfunction and failure to perform a space jump. The soldiers lost their balance and fell, cursing and not understanding what was wrong with the ship. Behind the starship, the Dragon Emperor Ames, the owner of the island of the Soaring Dragon, appeared on her throne. She was outraged that the Allies attacked her servants in her home and now wanted to leave so easily. Austin trembled when he saw the owner of the island. He did not want to believe that they provoked her. Ken fell to the floor and decided that it was all over. The others waited to see what would happen next. Matthew leaned on Mike and asked him if this was really the legendary ruler of the island of the Soaring Dragon, and wondered if she was really that powerful. The protagonist decided to compare her with Charlotte, who froze all the guard ships, but only had rank B. He said that initially, in the theory of energy levels, rank A was considered the top level for supers. Later, a person appeared who was able to break through this level. The protagonist said that they are called the rank stronger than a disaster and added that there are currently 4 such people in the broken heavenly ring. Ames, the ruler of the Dragon Island, was one of them. Timmy hugged himself and shook at the thought of how strong she was. Matthew despaired and thought that since they could not die, Ames would torture and torment them. They imagined the Dragon Emperor as a sadist and were afraid. The central fortress of the Soaring Dragon Island. The troops led by Charlotte, Austin, and Mike came to bow. Ames, sitting on the throne, asked Sander what the punishment was for attacking the Dragon Guard. Her subordinate, the commander of this guard, answered that according to the rules, anyone who resisted would be executed. Ames ordered that in this case, everyone from the Sky Ring should be locked up and their leader should be given a ransom. Sander scratched his head and wanted to remind him of the rules. His mistress sternly told him that she makes the rules here. She announced that because the leader of the Broken Sky Ring often carries out her orders, she makes a small exception and agreed to let everyone go if he pays her a good compensation. The soldiers bowed their heads and thanked her for her mercy. Austin was grateful for her kindness. Timmy was glad that they would not be killed. Matthew added that they would not even be locked up for torture. Ames demonstrated her strength and repeated that she would not kill people from the Sky Ring, so she did not understand what the 3 were so happy about. She demanded to know why she should pardon them. Then the boys were afraid again. Mike did not want to think that he would die here. He realized that now he could only bluff and use the information he knew about Ames and the island of the Soaring Dragon. He put his hand to his chest and said that he hoped that this information could save the lives of him and his group of mercenaries. Everyone turned their eyes to him. The Emperor allowed him to speak. The protagonist said that he once met a very ordinary man in the Jubilee Hub who looked like a dusty interstellar traveler. He added that the old man first passed by and then called out to him and said something. Ames interrupted the protagonist, finding this story boring. Austin hit the protagonist in the side and urged him to get to the point since she was running out of patience. Mike began to sweat. Thanks to Ames's story, he knew who was most important to her. So he told her that the old man had asked him to tell her not to wait for him when they met, because he didn't want to see her yet. There was an awkward silence. The lady slammed her fist on the armrest, then stood up from the throne and decided to turn her anger into an attack on the mercenaries. Mike realized that it was working. He described the old man as someone who looked quite ordinary. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes were special, they seemed to glow. Ames sat back on the throne and helped her choose a comparison, citing the stars in the darkness of space. The protagonist happily agreed. He thought that should dispel her suspicions. The Emperor sadly asked why he didn't want to see her. She couldn't understand if their promise meant nothing. Ames told him that he said he would find her when she became strong. Sander also wondered who this man was. Austin whispered to Mike that he thought the lady was in a bad mood. He thought that this information made the situation even worse. The protagonist also whispered to him not to worry, because everything was going as it should. Ames exhaled. She decided that since the old man chose the protagonist to give her a message, she should also give him a choice. The Emperor gave 2 options, to die or work for her. Mike got down on one knee and agreed to work for her. He was not happy with this outcome, because this way he would have the label of a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor for a long time, but it was better than dying. Ames ordered the people of the Sky Ring to be taken down. They were pre-cuffed, unlike Mike's soldiers. Charlotte finally asked Blackstar not to forget about his task. The guy asked to give him some time. Sander pointed behind himself and said that the protagonist needed to follow him and register. He led the group and noted that in the future they would be colleagues. He was really interested in what the relationship was between Ames and this man. The protagonist sarcastically asked if Sander really cared about it so much because he was in love with her. Sander chuckled and admitted that she had never reciprocated his feelings. However, he was sure that his good looks and courage would certainly win her over sooner or later. Mike did not understand anything at all, and although he was far from the aesthetics of demons, he wished Sander good luck. Sander proudly flexed his muscles, thanked him and said that he would definitely do it. The office of the Soaring Dragon Island. The head butler Jenny indifferently greeted the recruits, in particular the mechanic Blackstar. She announced that Mike would go to the logistics office since they lacked manpower and the rest would be included in the Dragon Guard. The protagonist entrusted his guys to Austin and asked him to take care of them while he was busy, not allowing them to idle. The man replied that he could not worry. Sander put his arm around Austin and elbowed Mike in the chest in a friendly way, then promised to put his people on the same team so that they would all be together. The protagonist was grateful for that. Logistics department. The place looked like a smoking workshop. The logistics manager, Hire, was glad to see the newcomer since they were short of people and sent him to the workshop. He warned that there was a lot of work, but he believed that there was also enough benefit since the materials could be used in any way and no one would check. The manager only asked not to spoil too much. The protagonist opened the door and was happy with what he saw there: crystals, horns, iron. He couldn't believe that all this could be used, even if it was for himself. He already liked this place. Pier number 3. Robert's hologram sarcastically remarked that his interlocutor was still alive. Peggy, with a bandaged head and an arm in plaster, said that he almost died. He reminded him about the payment because Robert had the silvers. The slave trader was indignant. The leader of the scavengers got angry, not understanding what he meant. He asked the hologram if he really wanted to refuse the debt. Robert realized that he needed to clarify everything. He said that after these silvers were stolen, the ruler of the island took them back. Peggy did not give him the goods, so he did not understand what he had to pay for. The leader of the scavengers swore at Robert in a rage, threw the communicator at his feet and broke it. He said that this slave trader would pay sooner or later. A ship flew up to the island. A gangway descended from it. People came down who had intelligence data that the silvers had fallen into the hands of the slave trader Robert. Grant, who was walking in front, urged the others to stay in the shadows, not attracting the attention of the Dragon Emperor so that they could safely leave after receiving the secret bead. All these people hid their faces with iron masks. They were met by an armed group of people and the most impudent of them called them newbies. He noticed that the iron masks dared to come to the island of the soaring dragon with a very small number of people and wanted to teach them a lesson. The bandit twirled a pistol in his hand, demanded that they give him all the valuables, and said that he would spare them only after that. Grant considered him annoying and clearly did not want to see him here. The bandit grinned, appreciating the courage of the iron mask, pointed the pistol at him and asked in this case not to blame him for rudeness. The newbie prepared an ability in his palm. Then he abruptly spread his arms to the sides. The bandit did not even understand what was happening to him. His body was torn apart. The rest suffered the same fate. Grant, standing among the piles of ash, noticed that they asked for it themselves. One of his men pointed to Robert's store, which was right ahead, and asked if they were really just going to go in and seize people. But the boss decided not to use force yet. He stepped forward and explained that the Dragon Emperor was keeping order here, so he didn't want to attract her attention. He announced that he would go to negotiate and buy the silvers. 3 days later, Mike was tightening the screws. When the guy finally finished and dusted off his hands, he decided it was time to go to Robert to discuss the silvers affairs. He went to the slave market. The slave trader was sitting in a chair in the middle of the cages. He realized that Black Star was standing in front of him and accused him of lying earlier, although Robert thought he was a big client. Robert asked if he really came to steal the silvers again. The protagonist laughed and said that they were colleagues now, so he couldn't do that. He said that he wanted to buy them and asked him to name the price. Robert pretended to be upset and admitted that since they were colleagues, he could give them to the protagonist without buying them. However, he was very sorry because a few days ago a large buyer made a deposit. Mike lit a cigarette and asked if the slave trader meant that he was ready to reconsider the deal and return the deposit if he paid more. Robert praised the guy for his insight and admitted that he had heard that his employer cared very much about his race and was ready to pay. The protagonist turned away from him and said that there were rules that prevented him from blackmailing his employer. The slave trader stopped him and asked him not to leave so quickly, promising to give him 10% if everything worked out. The protagonist thought that they could talk in person since he didn't want that dirty money. Cooper contacted Black Star and asked about the mission, but he didn't see the one he expected. Robert said that he was the head of the slave market on the island of the Soaring Dragon, and that Cooper's silvers had already become part of his goods. He also agreed to return them if Cooper paid $200,000 for each, so he asked what he thought. His interlocutor was outraged by such a high price, considering it outright extortion. The slave trader felt very sorry since silvers are a rare commodity and he can sell them to someone else. Cooper thought about it and promised to collect the money. Robert replied that he would wait for news and ended the conversation. Mike didn't expect that they would come to an agreement. He sighed, since he didn't want to let this speculator rob silvers like that. The protagonist decided to ask Jenny if the price could be lowered. Robert played with a bird in a cage. He noticed that it was a good deal in which he had made a lot of money. He was told that the money for the silvers had been collected, and the slaver looked at the man. It was Grant and his men, who wanted Robert to leave the silvers with them. The slaver noticed that there had been a terrible mistake and another large client had offered more. Grant asked how much he was paying. Robert replied that the amount was $250,000 per man, and promised to immediately give in to the iron masks if they offered more. Grant became angry and prepared to attack, but then changed his mind. Although he was furious, he said that he would go back and think about it. The Iron Masks went outside. One of them asked the boss what they should do and whether they really had to collect so much money. Grant announced a change of plan. He decided to take the men away by force, saying that Robert would get nothing and that his boundless greed would be his undoing. That night on the island of the Soaring Dragon, several objects landed from the sky right in front of Robert's shop. It was Grant and his men. One of the guards asked who they were and said that business hours were over and they should come back tomorrow. The subordinate warned that these guards were from the Dragon Emperor and urged Grant to be careful. The boss drew his sword and said that there was no need to worry and that he knew. He said that everything would be fine as long as they were not dead. The guard started shouting that there was an enemy attack and tried to call for reinforcements, but he was stunned from behind. The same thing happened to the others. The slave trader yawned and walked down the hallway with a lantern, not understanding what was happening and what all the noise was about in the middle of the night. He wanted it to be quieter. Robert saw something shocking. Then Grant, who appeared from the window, hit him. The boss walked on with the Iron Masks, leaving the unconscious Robert behind. He reported that the cages were connected to the alarm and ordered to first turn off the power and then release all the slaves to make this embodiment of greed lose everything. Meanwhile, in the logistics department, one of the workers noticed a power failure in the area of the slave market and ordered Blackstar to go and check. The guy immediately agreed and threw on his jacket. He had a bad feeling since the situation happened right at the slave market. Mike ran and thought if it was possible that something happened to the Silvers. The protagonist reached Robert's store. He saw a group of people leading the slaves from there. The protagonist realized that the Silvers were kidnapped. He believed that Grant's negotiations with Robert failed and he found other mercenaries to help. The boss of the Iron Masks noticed that they were seen and sent his attack at Mike, after which he said that he was unlucky to meet him. The system reported that the protagonist had been hit by Grant's carbon atom destruction attack and had taken 1146 true damage, but by activating the steel body ability, all true damage had been nullified. The protagonist was pleased with the usefulness of this ability, which he was able to test in battle. Grant did not understand why his attack had not worked. Mike assumed his combat form and swung his scythe at the enemy. The Iron Mask boss stopped the weapon with a petrified hand. The protagonist declared that he would not stop him even if he became diamond. Grant realized that his abilities were useless against the protagonist, took out a grenade and decided that there was no time to waste. The explosion threw Mike back. Grant ordered his men to retreat and bounced off the building into the air. They were able to take several slaves with them. The protagonist rose into the sky and asked where they were running. He began pursuing them. Grant gave the order to launch the spaceship. Then he threw an attack at Mike, urging him not to interfere with them. An obstacle appeared in front of the protagonist. The Iron Masks jumped onto the starship. Blackstar was not happy with how quickly they escaped. He contacted Robert and reported that the slave market was attacked. The guy added that he was chasing the intruders and asked for support. There was a shout on the street that the slave market was robbed and the alarm was disabled. People were going to take advantage of the moment and go inside to make money. Mike looked down. He saw looters running inside the market in search of good things. The guy recognized them as interstellar pirates. He realized that they wanted to take advantage of the chaos and steal slaves. Something caught his attention. The protagonist saw Robert on the ground and laughed to himself. He believed that a good speculator is a dead speculator. The system informed him about the release of the quest Catch a Star Thief. Mike decided to let the players catch pirates, so they will also help him raise his reputation with the island of the Soaring Dragon. He himself ran to do something else. The guy kicked the wall. He came to Pamela's cage and asked her to come with him, promising that he would save her. The girl did not resist. The ships arrived. Austin shouted to Blackstar from one of them and urged him to get on board. Mike brought Pamela and happily noted that they were on time. He announced to his people that he was leaving the pirates to them and ordered them not to let them escape. The mercenaries understood everything and promised that everything would be done. The protagonist decided to speed up to catch up with the ship ahead. He stood at the control panel. Austin asked him where these impudent robbers were from, who dared to attack the island of the Soaring Dragon. The guy was not sure. He thought about the enemy's name, Grant, and his ability to control carbon. Mike remembered that this is the strongest super dark star in the future plot. He believed that since the people of the Dark Star came here, these Silvers have some important secrets. His ship continued to chase the Iron Masks. The Iron Mask starship flew through space. Grant stood in front of the kidnapped Silvers, said that they were the recipients and demanded to know the password. The Silvers did not understand what password and what carrier he was talking about, since they were simple tourists. One of them thanked Grant for getting them out, but admitted that they really did not know what he was talking about. He promised that they would pay a lot of money if they were delivered to the nearest hub. The boss of the Iron Masks grabbed the frightened Silver by the t-shirt and asked if they had other companions. The recent slave remembered that 2 people were killed by garbage men and thrown overboard. Then the stupid and unhappy faces of the Silvers behind the bars seemed funny to the drunk Peggy, and he suggested that his comrade throw them overboard. The garbage man, without thinking twice, did so. Grant cursed when he realized that the courier was killed and let the Silver go. One of the Iron Masks asked what they should do. The boss replied that the slavers should have searched them, which meant that the goods could have been taken by that guy named Peggy. He knew that the head of the scavengers had not yet left the island of the Soaring Dragon, so he wanted to go back and find him. His man ran and reported that a ship of the Dragon Guard was pursuing them. Grant decided to abandon the ship and leave, not wanting to conflict with them. Grant's subordinate clarified what to do with the Silvers. The recent slaves begged to be taken, since if the Dragon Guard caught them, they would be sent back to the slave market. The boss ordered to leave them there and turn off the engines and leave on the lifeboat themselves, since the pursuers would certainly be attracted to this ship. He explained that it was time for the guards to check him. They could safely return to the island. One of the Iron Masks admired Grant's intelligence. One of the Silvers begged not to abandon them and promised to pay, but the Iron Masks ran away without listening to him. The Silvers were in despair. One of them burst into tears at the thought of being sent to the slave market again. Austin thought about it and decided to ask something. He pointed at Pamela and admitted that he really wanted to know who this beauty was and why she was here. Mike thought that his subordinate had a very stupid look. He replied that she was a slave he had saved from the market and added that she was super and would follow them for now. The guy reminded Austin to watch the radar. The man returned to the work he had forgotten. He reported that the radar had detected a target and that it was ahead. The protagonist gave the order to go in pursuit. Austin addressed the spaceship command and demanded that they stop resisting, otherwise he threatened to start shooting. He was confused by the fact that the invaders really weren't moving. He thought that something had happened. The protagonist decided that he needed to go and check. The 3 of them, Pamela and Austin, went to board. Mike warned the girl to be careful when they got there and asked her to do the same as he did. They stormed the spaceship. The protagonist urged the enemies not to move in front of the guards of the island of the Soaring Dragon. Pamela repeated his words. Austin noticed that something was wrong. In front of them were only shaking Silvers. He looked around, and not finding the robbers, asked the hostages why they were there. One of the Silvers who were sitting on the floor said that they seemed to be looking for something, and then ran away in a hurry. Mike asked if they had said anything. Silver objected and explained that the Iron Masks had asked for a password they did not know and had then decided to return to the slave trader Peggy. Another Silver cried and begged for mercy since they had told him everything they knew. He did not want them to be sent back to the slave market. Silver was hit and he closed his eyes, but the blow had only cut the shackles. Austin smiled and urged them not to worry since they had originally been mercenaries hired by the Silver's comrades to save them. He was glad that they would finally be able to free the recent slaves since they were with them now. Pamela helped cut the chains and the Silvers thanked her, but the girl did not know the word thank you. Mike thought about it. He couldn't understand why the Dark Star would send people to the island of the Soaring Dragon, and with the threat of provoking aims, and they sent the strongest one. At this time, the Silvers continued to admire Pamela. The protagonist assumed that the Dark Star was organizing another major conspiracy. He noted with a smile that they did not suspect that he knew their identities. For him, the enemy was known, but he was not for the enemies, so he thought that a thorough investigation could be carried out. But just in case, the protagonist decided to tell the Dragon Emperor so that she would also be in the know. Robert opened his eyes. Sander put his hand on Mike's shoulder and thanked him for his great contribution to their work, even though he had not been working with them for long. The slave trader woke up and asked what was happening and what happened to his store. The protagonist noticed that he was awake and reported that the star thieves who destroyed his store were caught. The Silvers were hiding behind him. Robert saw his slaves and ran towards them, wanting to get them back as soon as possible. The protagonist picked his nose and pretended not to know what slaves he was talking about. The slave trader was angry that Mike wanted to take his slaves for himself and was wondering what to do. At that moment, Jenny arrived accompanied by soldiers and thanked Black Star for his good work. Robert called out to the head butler and said that she should help him. He fell to the ground, grabbed her leg, burst into tears and explained that Black Star wanted to take his slaves. Robert asked her to help him give them to him. Jenny pushed him aside and praised Mike for his good work in maintaining the prestige of the Dragon Guard. She promised to mention this in the protagonist's file to increase his trust rating. The head butler admitted that it was a little late, but she still shook the protagonist's hand and officially welcomed him to the island of the Soaring Dragon. The guy thanked her and replied that he was doing what he had to. A dialogue box appeared warning that Mike's reputation with the Soaring Dragon Island faction had increased by 300. Relations remained neutral, but he needed another 300 points to reach the next level. The protagonist was pleased, because with an improvement in reputation, his business would go much easier. Robert tugged Jenny by the jacket and pointed at the silvers, reminding her that they were his slaves. Mike confidently stated that slaves should be shackled and collared. He called on the slave trader to look and make sure that no one here had shackles. Robert got angry, gritted his teeth, and demanded that this word game stop. He believed that Mike simply wanted to appropriate his slaves. He grabbed the protagonist by the collar and stated that he realized that the guy had specifically planned this attack to take the silvers. Robert exclaimed that there were no star thieves, and the mercenaries pretended to chase them while they secretly released his slaves. He appealed to the butler and said that he wanted to report Black Star. Jenny sighed. She decided that was enough and announced that Robert would be suspended for insulting his colleagues and transferred to another job until he calmed down. The slave trader, now a former one, was shocked. He fell to his knees, defeated. Jenny and her entourage left. Mike caught up with her and thanked her. She replied that she did not need thanks, since Robert had long been annoying her with his behavior, so she believed that he needed to be taught a lesson. The woman then urged the protagonist to go and mind his own business. The guy made a more serious face and said that he had important information that this attack was organized by a dark star. Jenny stopped. She looked at Mike and asked him to send a detailed report immediately after the affairs here were resolved. He understood everything. The former slaves asked Sander if they could really go, and he replied that since the butler had said so, they were free. The people were happy and called Sander their benefactor, but the demon pointed out who they really should thank. Then the representatives of the various races ran to Mike to say thank you and ask his name. The protagonist introduced himself to them as the leader of the Black Star mercenary group. He noted that the people he had saved owed him one favor and warned that if they ever met in the future, he might need their help. One of the former slaves agreed to go to help at the first call whenever it was needed. The others supported this agreement and asked to inform them when the time came. One of the group hesitantly admitted that he used to be a mercenary too, but now he had nowhere to go. He hoped that Black Star would accept him because he was super and could be useful. Various voices began to join the first one. The protagonist was happy. He said that their mercenary group had just been created, so they were short of people. Mike extended his hand and announced that he was glad to see newcomers to the Black Star mercenary group. The office hall of Soaring Dragon Island. Jenny accepted the report and promised that when Ames returned, Dark Star would pay for it. She asked what the protagonist wanted as a reward this time, and he thought about it. He remembered that Soaring Dragon Island had two types of special materials. Void Dragon Bones are an excellent material for equipment. Void Dragon Brain is a rare item for gene enhancement that players can't get. The guy decided that he should use this chance to get them, so he voiced his wish. The head butler heard him and promised to tell Hyer to give Mike the materials from the warehouse. She added that if the protagonist had nothing more to say, he could go. The guy left with a smile on his face. Not only had he caused trouble for the Dark Star, but he had also gotten the materials, which he considered a success. A 3-minute countdown to impact with the meteor shower was announced to all captains. It was announced that the protective barrier would be activated, and all captains were asked to remain calm. Rocks began to crash into the force fields at high speed. Peggy was unhappy with his terrible luck. He watched the meteor shower from the ship's cabin, which began just as he was about to fly away. The head of the scavengers decided that he needed to quickly leave this place and take a new order to replenish these losses as soon as the barrier was removed. His new communicator rang. He noticed that the number was strange, but he answered anyway. It was Bliss, a representative of the Dark Star, calling him to ask a few questions. The questions were supposed to be about the group of silvers that Peggy had recently stolen. The slaver was afraid. He asked the man for proof of his identity. Bliss said that he was asking questions here and that he did not need to prove anything. He warned that if Peggy lied to him or ignored him, she would know that his miserable life had been cut short by a man from the Dark Star. Peggy realized with horror that the silver had not lied and was indeed connected to the Dark Star. The leader of the scavengers did not know what to do now and was afraid that because he had killed their emissary, they would now kill him. He swallowed hard. Peggy realized that it was better to be honest in the hope that they would spare him for the information. He told the hologram that there was a silver who claimed to be an emissary from the Dark Star. The scavenger boss added that he had found a black bead in his pocket, the purpose of which he did not understand, but he thought it was something valuable, so he took it for himself. However, a few days ago, during the battle at the port, he lost the bead and believed that someone might have found it and taken it for themselves. Bliss appreciated his kindness and promised to reward him handsomely for the information he provided. He asked Peggy what he wanted. Peggy put his hand on his chest and said that he wanted to join the Dark Star. Bliss thought about it and confirmed that their great cause needed the support of patriots. He warned that they had a strict selection process and applicants had to prove their loyalty. Bliss wanted to know if anyone had asked Peggy about the bead before him. The scavenger boss happily replied that his interlocutor was the first person to ask. Bliss said that very soon people from another organization would come to Peggy and ask the same questions. He demanded that he tell them that he had thrown the bead into space. The Dark Star representative added that after Peggy finished this, his organization would accept him into their ranks, for which purpose people would come for him and take him to a secret base for basic training. The scavenger boss saluted and promised that he would carry out the task. Soaring Dragon Island, 4th Street. Mike was wearing a hooded cloak, the same one Bliss had worn. He expected Peggy, a mixed-blood reptile, to be a secret admirer of the Dark Star, but he did not expect to find out everything so easily. The guy was convinced that Dark Star was indeed looking for this bead and moved on. Half an hour later, Soaring Dragon Island, City. One of the Iron Masks informed the boss that he had found out that the slaver was still in the port on the island. They were without masks this time. Grant decided to go and find him, but warned his people to be careful and not reveal their identity. Peggy's communicator rang again. He grabbed it happily, finally waiting for someone to come for him. Then he asked who he was talking to and what the other person wanted. Grant explained that he was a mercenary whose employer was one of the Silvers. He said that the prisoners were rescued, so they were no longer enemies. Grant wanted to clarify whether Peggy killed the 2 Silvers. He promised to pay a certain fee for information and any details. Peggy was angry at the mercenaries, because of whom he lost a lot of money, and if not for the Dark Star mission, he would not have talked to them at all. He realized that he had to answer questions and leaned against the salon of the ship for comfort. Grant asked if the 2 Silvers had a black bead. The head of the scavengers was prepared for the question, so he confidently answered that he did not see any bead and did not find anything valuable on the Silvers since he was too lazy to thoroughly search their bodies. He added that the bead, or whatever it was probably floating in space. Grant didn't like that answer very much. He wondered if anyone else had asked about it. Peggy denied it. The other guy said he understood. The scavenger boss reminded him to remember to pay. Then he hung up, raised his fist, and exclaimed that he was going to take to the skies this time. He was going to join the Dark Star right now. Grant cursed after his failure. He was asked what to do next. The boss said it was too important, so they should report what Peggy had done to the organization so they could tell him what to do next. Mike was sitting in his new office in the logistics department. He didn't know who took the bead, so he could only use the Destiny's Child card to predict it. The protagonist decided to use the Destiny's Child summoning card. He had 3 out of 5 chances left. He was surprised that the bead was actually in Anthony's hands. The guy smiled, thinking that it would be easy to handle. He looked at the system window and decided to let Anthony hand him the bead himself. The Dragon Guard dormitory. Margaret asked Pamela's name and she was able to answer this question. But when the girl asked where Pamela was from, it turned out that she did not know. There were other mercenaries with Margaret. She touched Pamela and was surprised at how cold she was. Margaret sat down next to her and asked her to hug her. Pamela was awkward. One of the soldiers noticed that this NPC was very strange. He suggested that you need to say a code phrase or use a prop to start the plot. Windows appeared in front of them warning about starting a mission. Margaret was surprised because these were missions from Black Star. The faction's mission was called Find the Bead. The reward was 180,000 experience, 200 contribution points to the mercenary group, and an armored suit of a corporal of the Sunal race. The mercenary could not believe his eyes when he saw how much experience and what equipment was given as a reward. There was only one picture for reference, and he began to think where to find it. The soldiers decided that if Black Star released the mission here, then the bead was on the island of the Soaring Dragon. They quickly ran to search all the places he had been. Only Anthony did not run anywhere. He had the bead, and he knew that everyone else would only waste their time, because this time he was one step ahead of everyone. He came to the logistics department, where Mike thanked him for his good work and gave him a reward. Anthony grinned and noted that this was how it should be. He left the office in high spirits. The protagonist was smiling too. As long as Anthony could get good things that others didn't have, he could easily make him obedient. He noticed that Dark Star had put a lot of effort into finding this bead and was going to find out what they were up to. The guy tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He realized that it wasn't a simple bead, but an advanced magical safe. Mike looked at the ball in his fingers. It was unexpected for him that Dark Star would pay so much attention to the contents, even using such a valuable item. The protagonist was upset and hid it because he needed the help of a senior mage to break it. For now, he couldn't find out what was inside. Meanwhile, in the asteroid belt, the radar detected someone, and Peggy's subordinate told him that there was a huge ship ahead. The boss thought it was Dark Star's ship. He was happy that Dark Star hadn't broken its promise and they really had come for him to accept into their ranks. Peggy ordered to quickly open the communication channel and get ready to meet them. There were armed men standing by the comm channel. Their commander gave the soldiers orders to take the slaver and his crew under control when they broke through. Peggy opened the door and was happy to meet his long-awaited friends from the Dark Star. Those who came to take him did not understand anything at all. The commander ordered them to be detained. The scavengers raised their hands. One of them thought they were not welcome. Peggy said that he did not know anything, explained that this was a test of loyalty, and urged him to be silent. Then they were seized. Only the leader of the scavengers was happy, the rest doubted that everything was according to plan. The reptiles were placed on the floor on board the Dark Star ship. The commander asked if they really did not know where the bead was. Peggy noted that he had said this before. Grant, accompanied by his men, entered the room and informed the captain that they had searched the entire ship and the beads were nowhere to be found. The scavenger boss pointed at Grant and asked if he was the mercenary the Dark Star messenger had spoken of earlier. Grant did not understand which messenger he was talking about. The commander grabbed Peggy by her clothes and demanded to know what the mysterious messenger had asked him about. The serpent began to cry and said that the man had asked about the bead and he had replied that he had lost it during the fight on the island of the Soaring Dragon. Peggy added that he had then ordered that if others asked, he was to tell them that he knew nothing and then he would be allowed to join the Dark Star. The captain became angry and threw Peggy away. He cursed when he realized that someone had pretended to be them and ordered them to find out who it was. The scavenger boss was confused. He asked to be allowed to correct his mistakes and do something for the organization. The commander asked if he really wanted to work for them. Peggy bowed low and confirmed, declaring that the Dark Star was his faith. The captain thanked Peggy for her selflessness on behalf of the Dark Star and pointed his gun at him. The scavenger leader didn't quite understand what was going on. A splash of blood flew out. The commander admitted that Peggy was more useful to them dead than alive. Logistics department. Mike injected himself with the Void Dragon bone marrow, ignoring Hare's warning that he couldn't do it all at once, otherwise he would mutate into a monster. The protagonist winced in pain. The department manager despaired and decided that it was all over. He didn't understand why the guy injected 7 portions at once. The system informed the protagonist that he had acquired the ability Void Genes, thanks to which his senses became sharper. Now he could easily detect changes in space, which gave him faster reaction speed and greater flexibility. In numbers, these were bonuses of 28% to movement speed and 15% evasion. Everything was according to Mike's plan. Hire was worried. He asked if the protagonist was okay. The guy leaned back in his chair and assured him that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Jenny came and told Blackstar that Her Excellency Ames wanted to tell him something. After that, she handed over the communicator from the lady. The Empress appeared in front of the protagonist and said that she had listened to the butler's report. Since Blackstar's group was originally mercenaries, Ames approved of their activities outside the island. In addition, she announced that she had a suitable mission for Mike, for which she instructed him to find out the details from Jenny. The protagonist was happy with this outcome, because if they had not been stuck here, the growth of the mercenary group would not have slowed down. Ames reminded the protagonist that he had already met her teacher, so she asked him to find out information about him. Mike answered the hologram that he could handle it. The lady sadly added that if there were any leads, the guy could contact her via this communicator at any time. The call ended. The protagonist was holding a communicator that could directly call the Dragon Emperor. This thing reminded him of a nuclear bomb and for some reason seemed very hot. The island of the Soaring Dragon, the 4th Street. The protagonist walked along the street and dreamed that he would soon be able to leave the island and find a wizard to hack the bead. Pamela followed him. Before that, Mike wanted to complete her hidden quest, but he was met by people in iron masks and invited to follow him. They surrounded him and created a force field. The protagonist became worried when he realized that this was Amber's group. He tried to call the Dragon Guard, but the call did not go through. Amber said that it was pointless to try since a signal jammer was working here, which meant that no one would come to help. Mike crossed his arms and asked the man in front of him who he was and what he wanted to do. The boss of the Iron Masks noticed that he had a good relationship with the Sky Ring mercenary group and admitted that they wanted him to ask them about the Black Bead. He promised to reward the protagonist for good cooperation. The protagonist realized that his lie had been exposed by the Dark Star and they were looking for those who had participated in the fight at the port. He smiled slyly and agreed to cooperate. Amber took out a syringe and said that they could only talk about cooperation when it was injected into Mike's body, otherwise they would not be able to trust him. The guy knew that the syringe contained nanochips for controlling the heart and brain, and that if he allowed himself to be injected, he would be putting his life in their hands. He forbade Amber from even thinking about it, knocked the syringe out of his hands, and scattered the rest of the Iron Masks. Their boss asked not to blame him for his rudeness in this case and prepared to fight. The protagonist assumed combat form and blocked the blow. Amber remembered that this particular match was at the slave market that night. He noticed that last time they were in a hurry and did not have time to determine the winner, but now they had enough time, so he gave the order to his men to attack. The boss of the Iron Masks wanted them to kill him. Mike armed himself with a scythe and set up protection from the enemy attack. Amber instructed the hacker to hack his match. The hacker sat down at the computer hidden in the suitcase and replied that he had already started. He was sure that he could easily handle it, and that once he took control of the protagonist's mech, he would no longer be able to resist, and then killing him would be easy. The protagonist reflected the attacks, dodged them, and counterattacked, not noticing that his armor was being hacked. The hacker pressed the last button and said that everything was ready. Mike cursed when he realized that the mech's system had been hacked. His suit sparked and he could not move. Amber praised the guys for their excellent work, then attacked the protagonist himself. The protagonist was enveloped in strings of something dark. He realized with horror that it was that atomic energy. One of the Iron Masks, who carried a staff in his hand, began to sing. He raised his staff, which glowed purple, and called on Mike to die in a cruel hell of lightning. Electricity flowed through Amber's strings. The protagonist was engulfed in lightning. The leader of the Iron Masks declared that this was the end. Blackstar's fur flew into pieces. Amber drew the attention of his men to the fact that his armor was broken, and they rushed to attack. Mike fell to the ground, but then opened his eyes. He proudly used full recovery. Then he went on the attack again. His enemies did not understand how this was possible. The protagonist knocked down one of them with his scythe. He confidently said that such an attack would not defeat him. The full restoration was complete, but the mech was not fully restored. Mike was surrounded again. Amber realized that this was just a skill to use the mech one last time. He declared that their battle was over and called on the protagonist to surrender, otherwise it would be worse since his patience was running out. The protagonist grinned and jumped. He found himself high in the air above the enemies. The guy then disassembled his scythe into parts. The weapon was converted into a rotating drill. One of the Iron Masks was shocked. Mike offered him a taste of his electric drills and threw a weapon at him, which easily pierced the shield and pierced the enemy. The Iron Masks were furious that he had not calmed down yet and attacked in a group. One of them kicked the protagonist in the body. Then the mage with the staff began to hold him in the air while Amber shot him with his atomic energy. Pamela, who was hiding around the corner, realized that things were bad. Mike was dealt another strong blow and it began to irritate her. She picked up the gun from the ground. The girl fired at the opponents, demanding that they let the protagonist go. The bullet ricocheted off Amber's defense. He threw Pamela into the wall so that she would not interfere. A crater formed in the square in front of the Iron Masks. Amber's man was afraid that they could accidentally beat Mike to death. The boss objected, since he could feel his breath, which meant that he was still alive. Blackstar flew into the air. He deftly landed on the ground, causing indignation from the enemies towards him. They did not understand what kind of monster was standing in front of them. The protagonist picked his ear, chuckled that this was all they could do, and said that it did not even tickle. A few seconds ago, with the last of his strength, he used the character summon card Aurora. It gave him an instant full recovery. This was the first use out of 6. One of the Iron Masks asked the boss what they should do and whether they should continue fighting. Amber fell silent. Starships arrived as reinforcements. A warning was heard from the ship that the Iron Masks were surrounded and must surrender immediately. Amber was shocked. He did not understand where the dragon guards came from. Mike showed him the middle finger and warned that no jammers would stop him from calling for reinforcements. He could, after all, issue missions to players directly. Half an hour ago, the Dragon Guard barracks. Blackstar's mercenaries received a notification about an urgent mission from the reinforcements faction. The reward depended on the speed of arrival and the number of organized troops, and a fine was assigned for refusal. The soldiers were ready to hurry and save him. They mobilized and ran to help, outraged that someone attacked the leader of their group. Amber clenched his hands in helplessness. He admitted that this time he had underestimated Blackstar, who was picking his nose at the time. The boss of the Iron Masks gave the order to retreat, and the starships immediately began firing at them. The ship asked where they were running. Amber picked up something and activated it. The Iron Masks were closed in a translucent sphere. The mercenaries could not understand what it was. Mike was very unhappy. He explained that it was a portable directional teleport for short distances. The guy added that it practically did not leave traces of jumps, so it would be impossible to catch up with enemies. The sphere with Amber and his group flashed and disappeared. Michael, with fear in his eyes, screamed at Pamela and wanted her to wake up. The heroine woke up tiredly and said that she was fine. The character told her that she had been hit quite hard before. It turned out that the high energy reaction of her body was able to soften this blow. After that moment, Pamela lay unconscious in a protective energy field. Michael thought that was her talent. The hero offered her to join his personal mercenary group. He would help her awaken the power. Pamela sat in the same position, thinking about his offer. In fact, she had one secret: she would never really die. If she was killed, she would go to a cell. The man was ready to give 400,000 for her, considering her a slave, and the other character was happy that he bought her for only 100,000. He did not understand why she disappeared from the cell. Pamela knew that even if she died, she would still end up in the same cell at the market 6 days later. She understood that there were only 3 hours left until the end of the 6th day. Michael was furious and now understood why this man was so persistently selling her. The hero was surprised that she had so many mysteries and did not understand who she was and how he had not heard of her before. The character realized that the market had turned into ruins and did not understand where she was teleporting to. While smoking, he asked Pamela to wait these 3 hours with him. 5 minutes before the teleportation, the heroine asked why he needed her. Michael answered that he was simply curious. She did not understand what curiosity was and tried to find out. The character explained that it was just a simple desire to know the truth. Pamela asked if his desire to reveal her powers was also curiosity. Michael said that he wanted her to be his combat support. The heroine did not understand what the point was in becoming stronger if she still could not die. The character answered that people can live not only in a physical shell. He continued to say that they can have connections with other people. Pamela realized the sadness of the phrase "the body is reborn, but the soul forgets everything past." She thanked the hero because no one had ever spoken to her so seriously before. Michael said he was willing to chat with her and if the heroine was okay with it, even in the future. But deep down, the character knew that she would hardly remember him by then. They knew that the time had already come and there were 3 seconds left before the end of the teleportation and the mission. Pamela, with tears in her eyes, did not want to teleport back. Suddenly, Michael's mission time expired. He did not understand why the task was completed because he did not do anything. To his surprise, a hidden chain of A-class missions was launched. They were usually large-scale. The hero realized that she had not disappeared and immediately began to inquire about how the heroine was feeling. Pamela thought the character did something, but he said that he did nothing and, in any case, it was for the best. She agreed with his opinion with a smile. A lonely building stood on Soaring Dragon Island. It was the hidden base of Dark Star. The servant with purple hair said that he was careless. He asked for another chance and promised to find the encrypted bead. The leader reported that the fortune teller said that a mercenary had picked up the bead. The servant understood that after they left this island, the task would be handed over to the fleet. The Skyring mercenary fleet arrived to pay the ransom. Michael also received a reward and 2 agreed advanced tasks. A couple of days later, the leaders stood by the ships. One of them asked to accompany her. The other heroine said that their escorts were professionals. One of the escorts said that Blackstar himself would go with them. This would be a surefire insurance. However, the character replied that he was just going with them. Michael was told that he was now a field commander, and the armed forces of the island were under his command. The woman hoped that he would grow up and become more famous. The hero said that he would do everything possible for this. He was handed a silver box. It turned out to be a small portable nuclear reactor, which he was supposed to give to the mechanic. Michael knew that this device could only be created with advanced knowledge in the field of energy. This thing was supposed to significantly improve productivity. The escort urged the hero on, saying that they were leaving. Michael asked the woman to say a huge thank you to the mechanic. He was working with 6 hands because Blackstar had disappeared and all the mechanic's work fell on him. The spaceships flew through the Manhwa meteorite belt. The woman asked Michael where he was going next. He replied that he wanted to go to the Colton constellation, where the colonized planet was located. The girl wanted to know why he needed to go there, but the hero only said that he wanted to get his bearings on the spot. In fact, he knew that the best mage in Jedora lived there, who could analyze magic circles and identify things. Michael hoped that he would be able to uncover the secret of the encrypted bead. Suddenly, an unidentified object appeared on the locator. The ship's employee reported with horror that a high-energy reaction had been detected ahead. The woman immediately ordered a defensive formation to be formed. The enemy had already begun firing. Commands were given to raise the alarm, put the ship into combat readiness, and determine the enemy's position. It turned out that the fleet was led by the Dark Star. A fierce battle in space began. The woman was perplexed by how they had managed to insult this group so that they attacked them. The escort panicked, saying that the ship's power was not enough to penetrate the Dark Star's structures. Michael realized that the ships had come for the bead. For the first time, he found himself in a situation where the chances of escaping unharmed were less than 10%. One of the employees suggested sending a distress signal to the Sacred Stone and the Black Raven because this was their territory. The woman objected that they should not rely only on them and insisted on requesting support from other forces. The ship's captain was advised not to waste energy on fighting, but to direct it to defense in order to hold out until help arrived. The woman also suggested contacting mercenaries. Michael, hesitating, dialed the number of the Dragon Emperor on his phone. He hadn't expected to have to use it so soon. The Emperor recognized him as her subordinate, but couldn't remember his name. The heroine, showing no interest, was fiddling with her phone. Michael explained the situation. Their ship had been attacked and they needed help urgently. The Emperor asked why Dark Star had attacked him. The hero explained that he had foiled their plot to destroy Soaring Dragon Island and that the attack had been an act of revenge. She ordered him to wait where he was and assured him that she would arrive as soon as she was free. Michael looked at his phone with concern. Judging by the mission level, he realized that reinforcements would arrive no sooner than in 2 days. Meanwhile, the enemy ships were intensifying their shelling. The ship's captain, in a panic, reported that there was only 60% of energy left and begged him to charge the shields. Suddenly, Mike ordered him to take control of the ship. He explained that if he piloted it, the probability of crashing would be only 30%, not 99%. The hero's first action was to make adjustments and reduce the shield's power. The commander immediately began to shout that with such a shield, they would die even after one hit. The character only ordered him to hold on tight. He abruptly jerked forward past other friendly ships. Spaceships were flying above the Holy Stone and Black Raven Union. A ship's employee said that the Black Raven fleet had appeared, but they did not see any intention of fighting. Another crew member relayed information that Dark Star had stated that they were only capturing Sky Ring mercenaries and would not attack their fleets. However, at the same time, Sky Ring was asking for help. Adrian did not understand why he should help Sky Ring. Because they were just a group of mercenaries, it was better to support Dark Star. Michael was breaking through the heavy fire of the Dark Star fleet on the ship. All the employees of this spaceship were feeling very sick and thrown from side to side from its speed. The woman told Black Star that his driving skills were very impressive at times like this. Michael told the ship's commander to get behind the guns if he had puked enough. Something was happening on the Dark Star mothership. The purple-skinned man was screaming that everyone was useless scum. Hugh was furious that no one was helping the mercenaries, and they still couldn't be caught. The staff said that the driver of the mercenaries' main ship was too good. The character immediately sent twice as many troops after him. On the main ship, they realized that a large wave of enemy ships was approaching from behind. The escort was panicking greatly, declaring that it was all over. Suddenly, the character was happy to learn that the Holy Stone had received their distress signal and was ready to lend a helping hand. Michael immediately said that they should beware of deception. They were sitting idly and suddenly wanting to help. It was strange. The escort said that this was their only chance and asked if they could wait for reinforcements. The woman said that Black Star's words made sense and they should run. An order was immediately transmitted to the entire army to ignore the Holy Stone's messages. At that moment, it seemed on the radar that one ship had fallen behind the formation. The escort immediately began shouting at the fourth ship and giving orders to quickly return to the formation. The commander of this ship stated that they would not survive the siege of the Dark Star and he would be punished for this. In response, he was ordered to return immediately. The woman said that they must respect the choice and there was no need to argue with them. At the coordinates provided by the Holy Stone, everything around was exploding. But still, the ship managed to survive. The staff immediately reported that they had arrived at the designated location and were ready to be picked up. One of the crew members reacted with apprehension to the fact that there was no answer. The next moment, all the crew members realized that it was a trap. The giant ship slowly flew up to the fourth ship. He began to suck it in with special beams. The enemy's numerous detachment continued to pursue the main ship. They had already realized that those coordinates were a trap. Michael declared that they were no better off because they were separated from their ships. The hero ordered everyone to hold on tight because they were flying into a rift. The pursuers realized this and decided to bomb the entire planet to force them out. The energy shield was still alive, but its energy was running out. The employees understood that if this continued, they would all be killed. Michael understood that this ship had already outlived its usefulness and it had to be abandoned. The ship was crashing and smoking. Ken shouted at the hero because if they abandoned the ship, they would not be able to escape the planet. The hero knew that Dark Star was continuing to fire, but he understood that if they wanted to kill them, they would simply blow them up with one cannon. Apparently, they wanted to take them alive. Michael knew that there were underground caves all over the planet and that they could hide in the darkness. He decided to take advantage of this situation. An interrogation was held on the Dark Star mothership. The personnel reported to the captain that there was no encrypted bead on this ship and none of the personnel had ever seen one. Hugh realized that they had not captured only one ship and the bead must be there. The ships were already flying through the rifts of that planet. They finally spotted the mercenary ship and decided to catch up with it. The ships quickly flew further into the depths of this planet. All the personnel came out to him and realized that there was no one on this ship. Hugh realized that a group of mercenaries was still resisting, and if they did not stop the bombardment, they would kill them and would not be able to find the bodies. It was necessary to release ground troops. The purple capsules flew at full speed to the planet. They landed with a roar and broke the rock layer. Ground troops began to emerge from them. The captain appointed one of them to lead the search. Underground, a squad of mercenaries discovered a large glowing ball. Michael explained that it was a new all-terrain vehicle developed on Soaring Dragon Island. It was suitable for moving across rough terrain and difficult conditions. The hero got into it and ordered the others to sit still. He abruptly pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The ball rushed forward through the caves. The Dark Star Fleet reported that a large fleet was approaching them. It turned out that their ships had the logos of the Heavenly Ring. The control room discussed how unexpected it was to send the entire fleet for a small group of mercenaries. One of the advisors reported that if a conflict broke out, they would suffer heavy losses and they needed to retreat quickly. Hugh said that these encrypted beads were at stake and they were ready to bear these sacrifices. The ship of the Holy Stone was not far from all of this. He reported that this was their territory, and if a war broke out here, they would regard it as a provocation and respond. The leader of the mercenary group was angry at these words and declared that they would fight to the death for their comrades. A major battle immediately began on this space field. The Holy Stone ship was very angry and was ready to act not only with words but also with actions. At this moment, a request for communication was received from the envoy of the Godara civilization. He said that he was an official representative and hoped that the Holy Stone civilization would immediately intervene in the battle and attack Dark Star. The captain on the ship said that this was their business and they had no right to interfere. The envoy insisted that Dark Star was a common enemy of the entire civilization and they could not act so irresponsibly. But Adrian said that he needed an official order from the marshal himself. A servant approached him, not understanding what to do, but Adrian understood that they wanted to use them so as not to dirty their hands and enjoy the fruits of victory in the future. He said that there would be no help for now and they should just watch. The ships flew at full speed and fired at full power. They broke other ships in half, exploding them. Orders to destroy the enemy were heard from everywhere. While the captain hoped for the foot group that was on the planet, the leader of this group gave the order to look for traces of the mercenaries. He sent his entire team in pursuit. A huge metal ball flew through the cave. It smashed all the stalactites and stones in its path. The commander of the foot group followed the tracks and realized that his target was caught. He summoned a stone dragon and declared that this time he would fight seriously. Michael did not like the fact that Grant had finally caught up with them. He remembered the last meeting with him and how he tried to save the NPC from him. The hero pressed the gas to the floor with all his might. The character declared that this guy was too dangerous and they needed to retreat. Michael broke through the stone barriers on the ball with all his might and rushed forward. Grant's subordinates could only watch as the hero ran away. At one point, he summoned hundreds of energy tentacles from the ground. They quickly began to penetrate the ball where Michael was sitting. The tentacles reached the main mechanism and completely damaged it. The ball instantly began to slow down. Grant immediately said to stop, otherwise his entire team would die. Michael turned around with a worried face. One of his teammates began to lose his arm, and he screamed in fear. Pamela had a feeling that life was passing her by right now and she would die. She remembered Michael's words that when a person dies, he loses contact with the world. The heroine, with tears in her eyes, did not want to die. Pamela sank into the water and parts of her body began to slowly dissolve. Suddenly, she looked like a transparent bolt of lightning. The heroine herself did not understand how she became like this and looked at herself in surprise. Michael looked at it with special joy. He realized that it was now a real energy life form and offered it to touch the energy core. She immediately struck this complex mechanism with lightning. The ball reached a critical state and went into overload status. Large torpedoes extended from its sides. They quickly ignited and began to work. The ball flew forward at a furious speed. One of the mercenaries immediately felt the wild pain go away after that. He was very glad that they had escaped. Michael said that thanks to Pamela and her energy, they would be able to escape. This was already Grant's third loss to the hero. He was already ready to send an additional detachment, but then a new order came to stop the mission and evacuate immediately. Grant was very angry about this. 15 minutes before these events, the Holy Stone fleet reported that a huge object was approaching the battlefield. The employee reported that the main fleet was on its way, but the commander ordered not to act rashly. Suddenly, Adrian realized that this was an object from the Soaring Dragon Island. He immediately began to establish communication and asked them to change their trajectory. In response, the commander received only an order to give way. Adrian decided to let them through and gave the order to lift the blockade. Many ships flew to this object. The Dark Star fleet found the mercenaries' weak spot and decided to immediately open fire on it. Hugh gave orders to the 4th and 5th fleets to take up defense. Now he understood that the complete destruction of the mercenary fleet was only a matter of time. A huge object flew over many ships. The ship did not understand what to do, and the commander decided to stop first. Strong cosmic vibrations were detected nearby. Apparently, this was a secret technique, a space portal. The Dragon Emperor began to emerge from it with a sad face. The enemy ship's employee was afraid and did not understand what she could be doing here. They decided to run at full speed and quickly flew away. The heroine glanced after them briefly. She quickly formed a spell from her hand. In an instant, all the enemy ships were scattered into pieces. Hugh fearfully announced an immediate evacuation, but he knew it was too late. The Dragon Emperor knew that they just wanted to escape. The heroine began to use some kind of technique. She formed a large red hand from her body. This hand grabbed the blue barrier of the giant object, embraced it and squeezed with all her strength. The next moment, the heroine threw this object at the enemy ships and broke them into many pieces. Burning ship debris began to fall and explode right on the planet. The mercenary was perplexed. Did she really use Soaring Dragon Island to destroy the main ship of the Dark Star? They guessed that the island was not just a territory, but also her main weapon. Ames, approaching Zero, said that it seemed that he was fine, which meant that she arrived just in time. Hearing this, Mike would state that it had been 3 days and she was really very unoccupied, and she would remark that since everything was fine, she would leave, and ask him not to forget to find out her teacher's location while he was answering, so that she wouldn't worry about it. The boy who was listening in on their conversation couldn't believe why he was so close to the Dragon Emperor, and his friend would say that although he had never heard of the Black Star before, he should definitely pay attention now. Shaking his hand, he added that they were the commanders of the Sky Ring mercenary group and would cooperate with him more in the future, which the protagonist agreed with. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to a fleet of spaceships. Zero looked at the system notification window, notifying about the sudden completion of the escape mission and the acquisition of experience, fame, and the ability to create a new dungeon in the power of the Dragon Emperor. Imagining a man running away from a monster, Mike thought that in the current version of the game, the maximum player level is 60, and in the copy of the power of the Dragon Emperor, the player's level should be 90, and if players enter now, they will be killed, and this dungeon will not bring any significant benefit except for awakening a sense of novelty in them. Right in front of him, soldiers suddenly gathered, who did not understand what was happening to the glowing elf, because their hands could pass through her body, and she herself was glowing brightly. Approaching them, the boy explained that she had awakened and realized her energy powers. While Pamela was examining her case, the protagonist explained that she could be changed partially or completely and was not limited to her energy form. Imagining different body forms in his head, he added that when the physical was injured, it was possible to recover in the energy form, but this would require energy expenditure, and as long as there was enough energy, any wounds could be restored. Remembering some events, Zero reasoned that although the elf's energy form was light energy, when she charged the energy core of the Carball, she automatically converted it into the corresponding electrical energy, and this meant that her energy form could be changed. Thinking about her power, Mike realized that she was truly super with unlimited potential, and in the future, there would definitely be opportunities to transform it into higher level energy, such as particle energy, psionic energy, or something cooler, and this was equivalent to a walking universal energy source. Putting his hand on Pamela's shoulder, he was going to teach her how to use her abilities, and she agreed. At this time, Austin, holding his severed hand, cried, not understanding how he would now live without a hand. Hearing this, the boy came closer to him, asked why he was crying, and explained that with the help of his technology he could make a bionic hand that would work better than a real one. As if plunging into darkness, the elf noted that prosthetic technology was not yet good enough. Very upset by his words, the protagonist did not understand where he was rushing to, because he had not yet spoken, and stated that for now he should pull himself together and not become weak. Remembering Aurora, Zero said that he had a friend who had special abilities, with the help of which she could save even dead people, not to mention the disabled. Hearing this, Austin could not believe that it was true. Sitting down next to him, Mike told him that she was his friend, and when they resolved the future catastrophe on his home planet, he would take the elf there and heal him there. After his words, the warrior was very happy. Looking out the window at the spaceships flying nearby, the boy concluded that they had come to an agreement then. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the colony planet to the Golden Palace, where Ken met the Black Star, saying that they were there. Hearing this, the protagonist approached the door and quietly knocked on it. Putting his hand on his chest, he greeted Master Angleton, explaining that he came to him for help, having heard about him, and wanted him to help him open an object with a magical security key. Opening the door, the identification master asked him to go inside. After his words, Zero immediately moved after him. The old man created a magic circle, putting the very thing in it, and began to read the spell. Various magic seals appeared around him during the spell. Suddenly, the purple ball sparkled with a bright light, and unknown stripes appeared on it. Watching everything that was happening, Mike was extremely amazed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Angleton noted that deactivating this sealing magic was very troublesome, so he would have to pay extra. Immediately agreeing with this, the boy held out a bag of money towards the sorcerer, after which he took his artifact. At the same time, the system notification window notified that he opened the secret message bead and received the 7th generation mutation source, as well as the super gene extractor, the test version, and the protagonist thought that this was the original virus from the main mission of the Aquamarine, the mutation disaster, and was not surprised that Dark Star threw all his efforts into returning this thing, and one could say that he tore out one of the blood vessels. Zero continued to examine the secret message bead in his hands. Looking at it again, he reasoned that these two things are the main plot of Dark Star as well as the source of the mutation disaster, and realized that this organization purchased these items from another organization. The courier responsible for the delivery was hiding among the group of silvers. Imagining all this in his head, Mike reasoned that unexpectedly these silvers were so unlucky that they were caught by slave traders, and Dark Star had to go and look for these things himself. Lost in his thoughts, he realized that at the same time, the silvers hired mercenaries, and they did not know about the deal the courier made with Dark Star, so this was all a series of random events. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of him, notifying him of the main story mission of class and the launch of the mutation disaster, explaining that he accidentally disrupted Dark Star's secret deal and obtained the source of this option disaster. They secretly sprayed this source on different planets, and when the virus enters its mature stage, a terrible disaster will occur. So protecting against this disaster is the primary task of all life forms, and the boy realized that this is the main plot of the next update. Recalling these events from the game, he reasoned that the player's mission is simply to protect planet Aquamarine, but his goal also includes other planets, and he assumed that this is because he obtained the source of the mutation. Then the system notification window announced the launch of the A-Class mission Godera's ally and the S-Class mission Bloodline. Immediately after that, the protagonist studied the description and requirements of the Godera faction's mission. He then recalled that the key factor in resolving the mutation disaster was Godera, and in the original story, it took a long time before they developed an antidote, because if he handed over the source of the mutations, they might have done it faster, but now the mission was frozen, and even if he handed over the source, he would not receive many contribution points for creating the antidote, and it was better to wait for a more suitable time to hand over the source. Interrupting his thoughts, the old man suddenly stated that he did not use force to crack his encrypted bead, and it could be restored if he wanted to reclose it. Smiling, putting his hand on his chest, Zero asked him to do so, discussing the S-Class mission Bloodline, which required resolving the Godera Bloodline conflict. After finishing all the chores, Mike left the sorcerer's house, looking at the system notification window and reasoning that it was in the top 3 lists of 10 missions that make everyone sick, and the requirements for this mission are very vague, and no one has yet completed it completely. Sighing heavily, the boy realized that at least he knew how to complete the first quests in the storyline, and he could get a reward for them. And as for the rest, he would have to see how it goes, and first solve all the problems caused by the encrypted bead. Near the spaceship, Austin was waiting for him, asking the captain what they should do next. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the protagonist addressed the old man and asked him to return everyone to rest in Jubilee Hub, and he needed to stop by the island of the Soaring Dragon first. Having accepted his order, the elf agreed and wished to be careful on the road. At this time, Zero was examining the secret bead, thinking that he remembered a certain captain of the Holy Stone who helped the Dark Star deceive them, and was going to throw this hot potato to them. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the Soaring Dragon Pier. As soon as Mike arrived there, he was greeted with a friendly hug by Sander, who was happy that he had returned and talked about the plan he had told him about, that it sounded really interesting, and he himself explained the details of it to Jenny, asking if he brought it. Picking his nose, the boy told him to just do what they agreed on, and asked if he knew how to do it, noting that he could teach him. The guard commander thought he was joking, and stated that it was impossible for him not to know how to do it. Then he would turn around, declaring that the protagonist should expect good news from him, and that anyone who dared to offend Soaring Dragon Island would be punished. Immediately after that, Sander would board his spaceship and fly away. Watching him go, Zero couldn't understand where this guy was rushing off to, because he was in almost as much of a hurry as he was. It turned out that he had flown to the Holy Stone civilization, to the space station, where the soldiers were reporting to the commander that the Soaring Dragon Island spaceship had arrived. There, Shivate and his subordinates met him, introducing themselves as the commander of the 3rd Formation of the Holy Stone Border Troops, and asking if he could find out the purpose of his visit. In response to his question, the commander of the guard stated that some time ago, the Dark Star had attacked their mercenaries, and the Dragon Emperor had personally taken measures to stop the organization, and one of the rescued mercenaries said that they were looking for a certain encrypted bead. Hearing this, the soldier was frightened and said that the Dragon Emperor was powerful and had personally stopped the Dark Star to keep the peace, so they admired her actions, and the bead that this organization was looking for must be very important. At the same time, Sander handed the commander the same bead, noting that they thought so too, and coincidentally, their guards had found it, and they were going to give it to Godera. But since their island was flying in a different direction and their territory bordered those, they wanted to ask them to hand over this bead to that race on behalf of the Soaring Dragon, which put him in a quandary. Without even giving him a moment to think, the commander of the guards boarded his spaceship, stating that the things had been handed over, and so they were leaving. The frightened soldier asked his commander what to do, and he replied that they could not offend the soaring dragon island, but before that, he was going to find a mage and find out what was inside. They then proceeded to the Ministry of Magic in the Holy Stone civilization, where they were very surprised by the news they heard. Shivate was extremely shocked that the bead was empty. The scientists who opened it said that it was. The commander, who did not understand anything, understood that if they handed the bead directly to Godora, they would think that they stole the things inside, but he was still going to do it. At this time, Zero asked his friend if everything was successful, and he answered with a hologram that of course, and asked to see how cool he was, while he thought that although Dark Star failed this time, it did not mean that they would give up, and most likely they would not stop searching for the bead, and now their main units were the mercenaries, and this was a hidden threat. While imagining a triangle in his head of the people involved in the games with this bead, Mike thought that if Dark Star knew that Godora had taken it, that she wouldn't be able to take it back, and they would assume that the Holy Stone or they had gotten the contents inside. And Godora and the Holy Stone would most likely be trying to keep it a secret, but the next step of the plan was that Sander would accidentally leak the information, and Dark Star wouldn't have to guess where the bead was, and they could look for it directly from the enemy race. Whistling a tune, the boy walked down the street, coming to the conclusion that this way they wouldn't have to look for the mercenaries, and the hidden threat would be eliminated. And as for whether Godora would believe that the bead was empty, it was none of his business, and they should go and ask the Holy Stone. Suddenly, the story shifts to Faven, planet 122. But inside the cave, there were bodies of exhausted warriors, their bodies covered in an incomprehensible black stone formation. Unexpectedly for everyone, a bright purple light began to come from under these stones. At the same time, the stones crumbled, and an unknown warrior appeared from them, who was shaking all over. Right next to him lay a holographic communication device. Using it, the boy contacted the teacher, bowing to him, and asked how the situation was outside and whether they had won. In response to his question, he told him that Ames had crashed the Sarota mothership. Recalling those events, he also added that the survivors were captured and sent to the Rainbow Prison by Godora. Hearing this, the masked warrior asked what about the secret bead. In response, he received a story that, according to their information, the bead was found by the guardian of the soaring dragon island and then given to the Sacred Stone civilization, which in turn gave it to Godora. Hearing this, the unknown person clenched his hand into a fist with great force. Looking at the corpses of his relatives, who were approaching right on the ground of the planet Faven, he understood that is, all these sacrifices were in vain. Remembering the protagonist, the masked warrior stated that the Dragon Emperor attacked them to save him, so they must kill this man so that no one would think that they could be dealt with easily. Suddenly, his teacher concluded that at this critical moment, they should not provoke a strong enemy, and asked them to remember that their opponent was Godora. And he, putting his hand on his heart, declared that he had been defeated 3 times by the Dark Star, and only with his death would he wash away his shame. After his words, the leader of the race called him a narrow-minded fool, explaining that the organization does not need useless people and he now has more important things to do and he should not be distracted by such thoughts. Understanding the indignation of his master, the stranger asked what he should do. His teacher then said that anger clouds the mind, and this is an unforgivable mistake, so for the next year, he is prohibited from carrying out any missions, and ordered him to stay at the base, focus on his training and introspection, to which he agreed. At this time, Mike thought that due to the appearance of the Dragon Emperor, the popularity of his mercenary group increased, and everyone did not understand what kind of mercenary group it was that could attract the attention of such a powerful being, and all sorts of supers also sought to join them. A huge number of people stood in line and wanted to apply to join this mercenary group. The narrative of the story then moves to the mechanical modification room, where sorcerers use their spells for enchantment. Upon arriving, the boy thanked them for their hard work, as it was indeed difficult to enchant so many things. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, the red-haired elf remarked that it was not difficult and that they were happy to help them, musing that it had been a long time since he joined the Black Star mercenary group but had yet to see the Dragon Emperor. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the protagonist stated that it was a good job and that the Dragon Emperor would personally reward him for his hard work, musing that the mechanism enchanted by the mage had the blessing of spells of various attributes and would have more battle modes in the future. Austin suddenly came to them, declaring that the Black Star mercenaries and Sunil had arrived and were awaiting orders. Hearing this, the protagonist told them to wait by the spaceship, musing that it was just in time for him to test out the new tactics and increase his authority at the same time. The boys would then take their spaceships to an asteroid outside of Jubilee Hub. Once on the surface, the soldier would ask if they needed to pass the leader's tests before joining the mercenary group. Pointing at himself, one of the boys would say that of course they did, since the Black Star mercenary group was not a gang that any cats and dogs could join, since their teammates had also passed a brutal test. At that moment, a girl would appear and angrily ask him to shut up since he had only gotten through connections. Zero would clap his hands, drawing attention to himself, saying that since everyone was gathered, it was time to begin. Suddenly, a green knight standing in the middle of the others would volunteer to go first. Mike would wave his hand and explain that there was no need for that and that they should all attack at once to save time. Hearing this, the mercenaries hesitated. Because there are hundreds of people here, he wants them to attack all at once, and this Super B rank is too arrogant. Flexing his fist, one of them stepped forward, telling the brothers to finish the fight quickly so as not to let him underestimate them. At the same time, the warriors rushed to attack. The boy stated that there was no need and asked to attack all at once to save time. Hearing this, the horde of mercenaries immediately moved towards him. Seeing this, he reached into his bag. With a deft movement of his hand, he threw out several unknown balls. In an instant, they all turned into mechanical golems. Some also created huge cannons in their place. Combat robots and turrets surrounded the protagonist standing in the middle of the battlefield. Seeing this, one of the mercenaries could not understand where the mechanical army suddenly appeared from. With a wide smile on his face, Zero mused that this was the advanced knowledge he had gained from saving the Silvers, compression technology, and once converted into a compressed form, all the equipment could be easily activated by magnetic air. While pouring energy into a nearby turret, he also noted that this way he wouldn't have to carry around a lot of equipment. A mercenary from the crowd of attackers asked them not to stand around like pillars and to find a large vehicle to destroy. At this time, the combat robots summoned by Mike began firing at the enemy. Deftly dodging their shots, the warriors were glad that at this level, these shells would not hit them. Covering themselves with his shield, another man was surprised that they were all fascinated by the water. The horde of mercenaries continued to approach closer while the battlefield was flooded with water. Each of them stepped with his foot right into a puddle on the ground. Suddenly, one of them noticed something. It was an electrical grid trap that immediately neutralized a huge number of mercenaries. Having received a discharge directly to their bodies, the warriors fell to the ground. At the same moment, they saw unknown devices lying next to them and asked what it was, and the boy explained that it was a repulsion trap. Then they all rose into the air, flying in different directions. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the mercenary was paralyzed by electricity and could not move. While the turrets continued their shelling, the other mercenaries said not to hide from them. If they were the first to catch and take control of Black Star, then they would win. Continuing to give commands, the warrior said that they need to watch their steps and gather to attack from the right. Hearing this, the protagonist, picking his nose, noted that this was a cool idea when suddenly the mercenary noticed something on the side. The battle mechanical beasts were running towards him at high speed, and he told his allies to be careful. The warriors fought the mechanical army and told Lurden that they would help hold them back, and his task would be to defeat Black Star. Having quickly dealt with the battle mechanical beast, the Green Knight told him to get out of the way. With great speed, he passed his opponents and moved forward. Approaching right next to Zero, Lurden took out his blade and was about to strike, and Zero activated his protective suit. Mike looked at his opponent with a smile on his face, anticipating the upcoming battle. In an instant, the Void Dragon mechanical suit appeared on his body. Immediately after that, the Green Knight grabbed his head, and the boy thought that this suit was reinforced with the bones of the Void Dragon and not only increased its characteristics, but also acquired the ability to release void energy and attack the enemy mentally. Then with a deft movement of his hand, the protagonist throws his enemy back, declaring that the load on the mechanic is now very high, but he is not an ordinary mechanic. From the damage received, Lurden fell straight to the ground. Taking off his battle suit, Black Star told the guys that only 54 seconds had passed. Barely standing on their feet, the mercenaries admitted their defeat. Waving his hand, Zero told everyone to go back and pack up, because tomorrow they will go on the next mission, which inspired the others. Then the narrative of the story moves to the planet Dawn, where the two sides fought each other. Immediately after this, we are transferred to a nearby military camp. A soldier reported to the commander that Rizar and his minions are hiding underground, preparing a ritual to desecrate the Water of Origin. Recalling the situation at the front, the warrior added that they needed to stop this ritual as soon as possible, otherwise tens of millions of people would die, but they could not break through the giant mojo dolls set up by the cultists. At that moment, unknown soldiers approached them. Bowing, putting his hand on his chest, the captain of the Red Horn mercenary group, Lin, introduced himself, saying that their race had paid a monetary reward, so they would try to help them as much as they could. Shaking his hand, Rex asked if they were sure they could stop Rizar, and he replied that, frankly, the situation here was much worse than they expected. After which he added that they were limited in their capabilities and could not cope with tasks of this level, but they called for reinforcements and they would arrive soon, which greatly stunned the warrior. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to the ruins of the fortress. Singing was heard in the cave directly below them, and candles were lit. The leader of the cultists, standing in front of the mirror, was gathering energy with the help of a magic circle and his disciples. Approaching the leader, one of the sorcerers said that as soon as enough blood was introduced here, the ritual could begin, and then asked how much blood was left. While the disciples continued to chant, the subordinates asked to wait another hour until the Mojo dolls killed more inhabitants of the kingdom. Looking at the blood seal drawn on the ground, he added that then the blood sacrifice would be enough to activate the altar. Inspired by this, the cultist declared that he would become a master of magic and the strongest mage in history. Maddened by this, Rizar said that this was the last step, and he would be able to rise to the top of the world, while the plot explained to us that the planet of Dawn belongs to the jurisdiction of Godor, and as soon as the Mage of Dawn reaches a certain level of power, he can contact their race to rise to the upper world, that is, the interstellar one. Right next to the very ruins of the fortress, dust was raised. Bloody corpses of soldiers lay on the ground. The warriors of the kingdom fought with the Mojo dolls, saying that they needed to keep their distance and not fight them head-on. Suddenly, one of them saw something from above. These were unknown bombs dropped directly from spaceships. One of them landed right next to the cultist's golem. At the same moment, activating his suit, Zero stopped his axe. Having managed to do this before the doll hit the dropped bongos, he laughed, saying that this was a very unexpected meeting. Then Mike delivered his blow directly to the enemy. From the damage received, the golem hit the rock and disintegrated into stones, and the soldiers watching this were amazed by such a force that broke this doll with just one blow. Noticing a group of Black Star mercenaries who accepted their request for support, Lin declared that they were saved. While begging the boy, the Red Horn captain addressed him, saying that he had heard about him for a long time and did not expect him to come himself, and he lit a cigarette, explaining that he had some free time, and therefore decided to visit them. While his subordinates fought with the golems summoned by the cultists, saying that the monster's attack power was very high and the healer needed to pay attention to the health of the main tank. The protagonist reasoned that in fact, the planet of Dawn is involved in the quest chain of the mutation catastrophe mission, which has not yet begun, so there is nothing wrong with coming and checking everything in advance. One of the warriors in a battle suit stated that they need to move forward, because this is their first personal mission after joining Black Star, so they cannot lose the face of the Sunal people. Using their power, the mercenaries destroyed all the summoned Mojo dolls. The pollution mage looked at Zero in his mirror, who said that the giant gatekeepers had been taken care of, and was going to finish their battle. Seeing this, Rizar declared that all of these people were from the upper world, but he was also going to become a person from there. Looking at the bloody magic circle drawn on the ground, he added that he would definitely be able to do it. After which, the cult leader released the energy of the red flame. Maddened by the result, the pollution mage was glad that he had succeeded. At this time, Mike, along with the others, walked through the cultists' cave, moving further and further. Suddenly, the sorcerers who were going to protect the leader stood in their way. Without a second's hesitation, the boy rushed to attack, using his scythe, and scattered them to the sides. Having finished with them, the protagonist moved on, and Lin turned around in surprise at the corpses lying on the ground behind him. Arriving in the main room, Black Star and the others found Rizar, who was enveloping himself in red energy and saying that he had not broken through in time. Moving sharply towards him, the leader of the cultists declared that even if he was a man from the upper world and had managed to break through to his altar, he should not expect mercy. Hearing this, Zero ran towards him at great speed. Looking at the opponent who had put on a combat suit, the pollution mage could not understand why he was so fast. At that moment, Mike brought his palm right to his face. With a deft movement of his hand, he seemed to have slammed his opponent right into the ground, noting that he was still far from him. Rizar was enveloped in the boy's energy, lying unconscious. Taking off his mechanical suit, the protagonist said that they were done with it. The kingdom's warriors tied up the cultists, and their leader said that they needed to put collars on them that would suppress their magical power, while his subordinates asked them to remain still and behave calmly. At this time, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the soldier told Zero that the king said that he wanted to judge Rizar publicly, and he replied that they simply had to take care of it themselves since his work was done. The chained pollution mage asked the upper world warriors why they had come to stop him, since this matter had nothing to do with them. Hitting him on the head with his fingers, Mike said that he talked too much, this was just their job, and therefore, if he wanted to blame someone, he should blame his own bad luck. Then the leader of the cultists said that they could hire him to deal with him, he could hire him, and asked to please take him away from the planet of Dawn for all his wealth, since he did not want to be trapped on this backward planet and also wanted to go to the stars. Gritting his teeth in fear, the soldiers thought that this plan was very promising. If the mercenaries agreed, then they would be finished. At the same time, the boy pressed the reject button in the system window regarding Rizar's request. Apologizing to him, he explained that their mercenary group always keeps its word. Putting his hand on his chest, Rex addressed Captain Blackstar and Captain Lin, stating that on behalf of the Kingdom of Wayne, they invite its heroes to become guests of their palace, and the king wants to thank them personally if they have extra time, realizing that the protagonist is their savior. Hearing this, Zero immediately agreed, saying that they will just look at their planet, thinking that now is the best time to learn about the mutation catastrophe and ask the highest ranks of the planet about it. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to the capital of the Kingdom of Wayne, to the main castle. Mike was resting, lying on the bed in the room allocated to him. Looking to the side, he suddenly heard a strange sound from the side where Rizar was locked. Without a second's hesitation, the boy rushed in that direction, realizing that he could not make mistakes and wanted to go check. This place was not far away, near a small forest. The warrior of the kingdom asked the mage of pollution tied to the cross for the last time, who gave them the method of performing the ritual. Answering his question, the leader of the cultists explained that he found a stone tablet in the ruins of an ancient underground city, on which incomplete ritual methods were written, and a lot of people had already asked him about it, not understanding what else they wanted to hear from him. Then the soldier asked if anyone else knew about this spell, and the sorcerer answered that, of course, no, because he wrote it down and destroyed the stone tablet, asking whether he really thought he would tell others about it, because such an important spell should be held in his own hands. Leaning a little closer to him, the captain of the kingdom's squad wanted to negotiate, saying that he would tell him the ritual method and he would let him go. After which he admitted that he was also very interested in the upper world, and laughed, and Rizar was happy with such information. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the protagonist's cough, and the warrior asked who was there. Zero stood to the side with an indignant look, lighting a cigarette. Seeing him, the pollution mage asked why it was him again. Bowing to him, the soldier asked if he had heard everything. Lighting a cigarette, Mike said that he had to guess. Tightly squeezing the handle of the knife, hiding it behind his back, the captain of the royal guard understood that it seemed so. Pouncing on him with a blade, the warrior tells all his subordinates to kill him. Watching this situation, the tied cultist laughed and egged him on to kill the boy. Unexpectedly for Rizar, the soldier's knife pierced his body. At that moment, the protagonist called out to the one hiding behind the tree. He then called out the name of Commander Rex, who was standing there. Realizing that he had been found out, the man came out of the ambush. Bowing to his savior, he stated that these knights were his friends and he had arranged for them to go on duty together and take the opportunity to kill the pollution mage. Continuing to smoke a cigarette, Black Star asked why he had to kill him like that, since it would have been easier to just finish him off on the spot. Bowing his head along with the steel ones, Rex addressed him, saying that he was not from their kingdom, so he asked to let him explain. He then explained that a high-level criminal like Rizar would be given to Godara by the higher authorities in exchange for some benefits and treasure, and if someone else in the kingdom suddenly became interested and wanted to learn the secrets of the ritual from him, and then again caused a disaster with the water of origin, imagining this situation in his head. Gritting his teeth, the commander added that he did not want to give the slightest chance of survival to such a person who, for the sake of his own selfish interests, almost killed millions of people. After listening to his story, Zero declared that since he did not want him to return alive, why not give him to him, and he would take care of him himself, and Rex wanted to know what he wanted to do with him. Smiling broadly, Mike explained that, for example, he would take him far away to the upper world to the stars, and he would never see him again. The pollution mage, delighted by what he heard, asked if he was really telling the truth. Approaching him, the boy answered that, of course, yes, and asked to look at him, because he was such a good person, and lying did not suit him, declaring that they had agreed. Immediately after this, screams about an escaped prisoner were heard in the forest. A guard who came running to the sound asked Mr. Blackstar if it was he who was screaming. Standing next to the charred corpse, Zero stated that they were too slow and he had already dealt with the fugitive. Watching this, the soldier wondered what had happened here. Having imagined the scenario in his head, Mike explained that their prisoner was trying to escape, but he saw him and then tried to stop him, but he overdid it a bit. After listening to him, the guard concluded that Rizar was dead, and Rex played along with his ally, explaining that the king wanted to keep him alive until the trial and who knew that he himself would seek death. Then the warrior concluded that he would rather be dead than escape and cause trouble, and thanked the boy for stopping him, and he accepted the gratitude. Standing in a ravine next to their spaceship, the guys said that the wound on his chest was bandaged, and he will not die. After which Austin asked that he really wanted to recruit this mage because he was a bad person. In response to his question, the protagonist explained that his meager abilities were of no interest. Hearing this, the elf asked that since it was not for recruitment, then why did he need him? Taking out the super gene extractor, Black Star asked his subordinate if he remembered the Dark Star bead, explaining that he had obtained something from it and wanted to conduct an experiment. Zero then held the extractor to the hand of the pollution mage, and the latter fearfully asked what he wanted to do with it. When the device began to work, the cult leader realized that it was being used to take away magic. After a while, the system notification window notified about receiving an ability potion. After that, Rizar, lying on the ground, asked for his magic to be returned to him. Immediately drinking the contents of the potion, Mike was about to test its effect. In the status window in front of him, he saw that he had received the Rizar character summon card, and thought that a temporary buff in the form of a summon card was quite good. Approaching his captive, the boy asked him if he hadn't asked to be taken to the upper world, saying that he had promised him not to extract magical power every few days as payment, and he called him a devil. Then we are transported back to the main palace of the capital of Wayne. Inside the banquet hall, an unknown voice welcomed all the heroes to the palace dinner. At this time, Pamela ate various dishes at the feast at great speed, and the protagonist asked her to eat more slowly since no one would take her food away. After which an unknown person joined everyone. It was King Wayne Gallo, who said that the adjutant reported that they had something to discuss with him and asked if they could talk for a minute. Coming out of the main hall to the street, the ruler wondered if he really wanted to say that their planet was infected with some kind of disease. In response, Blackstar would state that these were just guesses, and that to confirm these guesses, everything would need to be examined carefully, and if there were any symptoms that manifested on a global scale, only then could it be stated that the virus existed. After listening to him, Halo would open the scroll with the reports explaining that they were talking about normal infectious diseases and that no new symptoms were observed. Then Zero would state that this was not necessarily a disease, and that it could also be abnormal behavior such as drowsiness. As they continued walking, King Vane explained that they did not check data such as people's sleep time, and that the ore production this year was down 16% from last year, the people's lives were exhausted, and there were more miners than last year. He also added that it seemed like the only factor that could affect production was working time, and could it be that this was the reason, and Mike assumed that anything was possible. Approaching a room inside the palace, Gallo thanked their benefactor for his understanding, and he accepted the praise, saying that if something went wrong, he should tell him about it. Watching the king of the country go, the boy assumed that it seemed like a mutation virus had appeared on the Dawn planet. Imagining a girl sleeping in a bed, he mused that drowsiness was a symptom, that the mutation virus was still in the incubation period, and as it multiplied, the symptom of drowsiness would increase until the virus broke out. Also, after the outbreak of the virus, the infected person suddenly has unusual desires, and a weak person can turn into a butcher killer in the next moment, and imagined it in his head. Returning to the banquet hall, the protagonist thought that he can't do anything about the mutation virus during the incubation period, and all that remains for them now is to increase their combat power and prepare for a disaster. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves to the Jubilee Hub, and the plot explains to us that the first World Championship of the International League has started, and the members of the Black Star mercenary group are working on a tight schedule, and even their mercenary business has been suspended. Alex, with a smile on his face, told Matthew that he really got into the top 8, and he underestimated him, and the boy laughed, saying that he was just lucky. Suddenly, the boy in the cap saw something in front of him and was very surprised. While watching the two warriors fight, he said that Black Ghost was training Pamela and Austin again, and it seemed that the strength of these two NPCs was growing too fast lately. Suddenly, the phone in Zero's pocket vibrated. Taking it out, he saw that Jenny wrote about a consignment of goods that needed to be escorted. Immediately after that, Mike declared that we were done here for today, and it was time to hire. After a while, their spaceships entered the split celestial ring, sector M687. Playing cards, the boy threw out a couple of deuces, and Austin could not afford it, so he passed. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard in the room, asking if he was the same Black Star, which surprised him greatly. The unknown girl said that Uncle Decker often told her stories about him. Upon seeing her, Zero asked what her name was, and she answered that her name was Sylvia. At the same time, Mike thought that it sounded quite familiar, and noted that it was a beautiful name, wondering what planet she was from. After his words, the girl asked if he really wanted to check her identity, which caused moral damage directly to the boy. Then Sylvia explained that she heard that they, mercenaries, have no principles and only work for those who pay them more. And she really wants to know if it is hot for him to hold the money he earned from selling his conscience in his hands, which put the protagonist in a dead end. Suddenly, another person entered their room. It was a dock employee named Decker, who addressed Mr. Blackstar, saying that this was his friend's child and he was simply asked to take care of her temporarily. And she was small, so she was talking nonsense, and asked him not to pay attention to her words. Waving his hand, Zero said that it was okay, because she was a baby and he understood everything. Sylvia stuck her tongue out at him as she was leaving, saying that she wasn't little at all. At that moment, Mike, plunging into his memories, thought that this was the same mechanical Lady Knight. He also reasoned that in the original story, Sylvia's father was dropped off by a group of mercenaries and died. Continuing to think about this unfortunate girl, the boy reflected that even in her youth, she resolutely embarked on the path of revenge, tracking down this group of mercenaries, and later became a famous star thief, and was not surprised that she was so hostile to them. After some time, the spaceships completed the jump and reached the star sector M416, and the arrival on the island of the Soaring Dragon was expected in 6 hours and 23 minutes. Then the story's narrative moves to the dining room, where the onboard computer met the protagonist with good wishes. Inside, Austin was sitting at the bar table, who immediately called him over, asking him to have a drink with him. Hearing this, the bartender immediately took the glass and poured alcohol into it. After that, he held the cocktail straight towards Blackstar and asked him to help himself, and he thanked him. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of his face, which notified that this is a strong liquor with an added ingredient that causes an unknown effect. After reading this, Zero immediately grabbed the bartender by the shirt. Very angry and pulling him towards himself, Mike asked if he was really going to poison him, and he was very scared, saying that he did not do it. Stunned by this turn of events, the elf asked the captain what he was doing. At that moment, the boy let go of the bar worker. Opening the system window, he explained that something was added to the drink and it seemed to be poison, and his subordinate stated that this was impossible because he also drank this liquor, or he was also poisoned. Immediately after that, all the mercenaries were sent notifications from the system about the launch of the poison test mission, which surprised them greatly. Timmy immediately ran to the bar, asking the captain to give it to him. Then he took a glass of alcoholic drink and drank it in one gulp. Immediately after that, the boy felt a sharp pain in his body. After a while, he just fell to the floor, and the mercenaries gathered around said that this guy was so fast and even died instantly, and as many as 15 weeks of experience farming disappeared so quickly. Watching everything that was happening, Austin was extremely shocked and said that in fact this is real, and did not understand what was happening there at all. Immediately after that, the rest of the mercenaries harnessed themselves to the canteen, asking what happened and who died. Then they caught the moment when the boy's body simply disappeared. Suddenly, the door to the canteen opened. It opened right in front of Timmy, who had just died, and told the leader that he was back. Seeing this, the NPCs could not believe that he had resurrected, and realized that the legend of the immortal mercenary group was actually true. After which, one of them grabbed the bartender right by his clothes. Pointing his gun at him, he asked how he dared to poison their leader, and the cafeteria worker explained that he had just taken an empty wine glass from the cabinet. Hearing this, Zero stated that if it was not him, then someone else poisoned the glass, and asked the ship's captain if he was there. At that moment, the captain of the Rainbow Shell approached him, and with fear on his face, he regretted that this happened on his spaceship and was ready to cooperate with him in everything to catch the killer. Suddenly lost in thought, he thought that the person who poisoned him knew his route and was not scared by the name of the immortal mercenary group, trying to figure out who it could be. Noticing a frightened Sylvia in the crowd, he assumed that it could be her. At the same time, a boy approached her and asked Decker, who was covering her, that she was the daughter of his friend, and he answered that she was, asking what the problem was. Coming closer, the protagonist said that it seemed that her only family member was her father. If he remembered correctly, he was not an ordinary person, and the ship's worker did not understand how he knew this. Hearing this, Blackstar was unhappy that he was so easily deceived. Suddenly, a girl intervened in the conversation, stating that her father Langley could have become a hero who saved the planet, but they, mercenaries, killed him. Hearing this, Zero unfolded the resume of the mercenary group. Looking at the photos of the mission participants, working with the Purple Gold Army to destroy the rebel strongholds located on a certain planet, Mike realized that the rebel leader's name was the same as Sylvia's father. At that moment, the girl would step forward, point her finger at him and declare that not only him, but the Purple Gold Army too, and was going to hunt down and kill everyone responsible for her father's death. Immediately after that, the onboard computer would announce an automatic change in navigation with the destination of the nearest star and an estimated time of arrival of 13 minutes 48 seconds, while Decker would take Sylvia with him, telling her to stop talking nonsense and just run. Then the onboard computer would announce that the ship was going into lockdown mode and all gates were locked, repeating that all gates would be locked. At that moment, the spaceship flew straight to the active star. Watching all this happen, Austin declared that it was all over and the captain had also escaped with them, and now they would be sent to a star and burned to ashes. Hearing this, the boy said that he would stay there and hack the spaceship system, and at the same time change the route, and ordered the guys to blow up the alloy door and catch Sylvia and her accomplices, and the elf immediately obeyed him. While he thought that her plan was interesting, but it missed the most important thing, that he was a mechanic. At this time, Decker, the captain of the spaceship, and the girl ran along the corridor. Running into the compartment, the ship's manager declared that she did not say that she wanted to destroy his entire ship and wanted to increase the reward, and the employee of the machine department was surprised that she bribed him. Finally running to the escape pod, which was right next to them, the captain of the spaceship told everyone to quickly get inside. At the same moment, using her energy form, Pamela passed through the wall and reached them. Seeing her opponents, she immediately took a physical form, declaring that they cannot leave. Upon seeing her, the pilot was frightened by her strong energy fluctuations, realizing that they were no match for her. At that moment, he decided to push Sylvia in her direction and run away, saying that she should go and stop her. With just one wave of her hand, the elf managed to neutralize the girl. From the damage she received, she flew straight into the wall of the ship. Barely opening her eyes, Sylvia saw that Pamela was gathering energy and saying that they could not even think about escaping. Using the power of lightning, she destroyed all the escape pods at that moment. Seeing this, the ship's captain knelt down and cried, realizing that because the escape pod was destroyed, everything was over now. Then the story moves to the captain's cabin. The mercenaries tied up the mutineers and were preparing to interrogate them. Sitting behind the spaceship's control chair, Blackstar asked to tell what was going on. Hearing this, Decker immediately expressed a desire to tell everything. With great fear on his face, he said that a few days ago, Tyrell's group prepared a cargo for the Soaring Dragon Island, and he was put in charge of the delivery, and later Sylvia came to him and asked him to cooperate. After his words, Zero stated that she found out his location, and asked how such a small girl could have such a wide intelligence network, and asked her to tell him who was behind this, and she clearly did not intend to do so. At that moment, a bullet flew right next to her. It hit the captain of the ship sitting next to her. Having received a wound, he suddenly turned into a different person, which was noticed by the others, and Austin concluded that it was a super with the ability to disguise himself. Then Mike entered the conversation, explaining that the captain of this ship had cooperated with the Soaring Dragon Island many times, and he is not one to betray for money, but this is an assassin whom she hired. Hearing this, Sylvia explained that she had spent all her money to hire an assassin with the ability to disguise herself, and had bought his coordinates through an intelligence organization. After her words, the elf asked the boy sitting next to her what he was going to do with her, and he answered that this girl was probably deceived by her biological father, and maybe he would tell her the truth, perhaps it would make her give up her senseless revenge and live longer. Getting up from his seat, he left and, lighting a cigarette, ordered them to pack them up and continue their work, and the girl asked where he was going to send her. Turning around and looking at her with a menacing look, the protagonist declared that she would go to her father. Sylvia, greatly frightened, asked why he would do this. Blackstar picked his nose, claiming that it was to make her understand how pointless her hatred was, and to let him know that his lies almost killed his own daughter, and he really wanted to see his face because he really enjoyed murder and family drama, and she got really angry, calling him a perverted bastard. Immediately after that, the little girl bit Zero, who was immune, and he reflected 13 damage. Immediately after that, the story moves to the prison city of Agalo. Langley was imprisoned there, who suddenly noticed something. Holding onto the bars of the cell, he asked Mike, who was standing in front of him, what he was doing there, and Mike asked him to stop talking nonsense and said that he came here to see him. Lighting a cigarette, the boy explained that his daughter Sylvia believed her father's lies and thought that he was a great man, a leader who freed people and wanted revenge, and tried to kill him. Enraged by what he heard, the prisoner asked what he had done to her. Acting out the scene he had planned, the boy said that, as he himself thought, of course he had killed her. Surrendering to his anger, Langley shouted that he would die and would definitely kill him. Suddenly, the protagonist declared that he had enough jokes and said that his daughter was right outside the door, and he had caught her this time, simply brought her here so that they could see each other, which greatly surprised the man. Coming closer, Blackstar called him a smart man and noted that whether he would kill his daughter or not depended only on himself. Lowering his hands, the prisoner understood everything. Turning his back to the interlocutor, he concluded that the bitter truth was better than a sweet lie, and was about to tell him that he was not at all the person she imagined him to be, but just a vile traitor who had destroyed thousands of families for his own selfish interests, asking him to leave. Later, Langley kept her promise and Sylvia was now aware of the overall situation. After finishing the conversation, the door of the cell slammed shut. The allotted time for the conversation for 10 minutes was up, and the girl with tears in her eyes walked out from her father. At the same time, the system notification window announced the completion of the mission lie and the gaining of experience. Approaching the upset Sylvia, Zero welcomed her to the adult world. Then they all went back to the spaceship together. During the feast, raising a glass of wine over his head, Mike thanked everyone for their hard work and wanted to raise a toast. At that moment, a little girl joined the others, who with an embarrassed face expressed her gratitude, calling him a good person, and noted that she was very sorry. Waving his hand, the boy said that it was nothing to worry about and that it was all in the past, asking what her plans were now. Because the universe was very huge and there were always many places to visit and find something interesting for herself, and she wanted to go on a trip. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised that she wanted to leave, after which he asked if anyone had ever let her go, and she could not find a suitable answer. Then Black Star stated that the issue of his murder was not yet settled, and the fact that he would not kill her did not mean that she would not have to pay for it, and she should compensate for all his losses. Hearing this, Sylvia noted that she did not have the opportunity now, and a smiling Zero said that if there was no money, then she should just use her body to pay. After his words, the little girl became embarrassed and did not understand what he meant, noting that she was still a child. Pamela, who was watching this from the side, realized that this is what people who offer mating look like, and Timmy, who was standing next to her, was spitting out water because he did not expect his captain to be like this. Mike, who was very angry at their reaction, did not understand what they were even thinking about, and explained that he was not interested in her body, but in her freedom, which surprised Sylvia, thinking that she would become a very famous figure in the future, and if he recruited her in advance and trained her carefully, she would become a great general. The boy offered her to become his subordinate and work for him for 10 years. Immediately after this, the story is transferred to the Jubilee Hub. Mason's hologram said that this is how it goes, and he also asked if it was necessary to interfere when they, the people, pour into the sanctuary in large numbers. Hearing this, Zero told him to forget about them and reasoned that the professional league was over and the game version would be updated soon, so it was normal for players to gather in the main city before going offline, after which he ended the conversation with his subordinate. At this time, mercenaries ran past him, who wanted to eat something hot tomorrow after disconnecting. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the Jubilee Hub to the Space-Time Research Council. Entering inside, Mike thought that he already had enough experience to go to level 100 and only lacked a subclass to advance, going to complete a mission for the profession, while the wizard who met him there explained that in order to apply for membership, he needed to go to the second window. After listening to him, the boy put his hand on the magic circle, and the system robot told him that the membership application was accepted and the certification was successful. At the same time, the system notification window announced that he had acquired a new subclass, Scholar, and the protagonist mused that this job did not require much effort to master, and it was known in later versions of the game. After which he was about to confirm the spending of 271,000 experience to upgrade the Scholar subclass to the maximum level of 15. Having done this, Black Star wanted to see what advanced missions he could now receive, and hoped that it would be too difficult. At the same time, the system notification window announced that he had reached level 100, and the level up mission Trial of Strength, which requires killing an enemy one class higher than him, had been launched, and Zero did not understand how he was supposed to do this. Imagining his potential opponent, Mike mused that he was currently a B class, which meant that he had to kill someone of the disaster class, which was complete suicide. Suddenly, the story shifts to the Dark Star carrier base, where a question was asked about the stage of the mutation sources they implanted. In response, one of the members of the meeting said that, judging by the time, they should have already passed the larval stage, and now they most likely have already started the pupal stage, so in about a year, the hatching stage should begin. Hearing this, the leader in the golden mask noted that Godera received the mutation source, but they do not know how far they have advanced in their research, so they must change the plan. After which he asked Hugh about Grant, and he replied that he made him focus on training his abilities. So far everything is going well, and his strength has increased significantly, and he is more than sure that he will be able to reach the disaster class soon. After his words, the leader of the Dark Star stated that Rogue had died in battle and Vibira had been imprisoned in the Rainbow Prison, so they really needed to increase their powers, because Grant currently had the best chance of reaching Class A, and his Aspero abilities were very strong, so he asked to tell him that he had high hopes for him, and announced the end of the meeting. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifts to the Emerald Grass Alchemy Lab. Watching the plants in the capsule, the scientist hummed a song and said that they were growing well and new varieties would soon be bred. Suddenly, a green leaf moved. Very surprised by this, Laura thought that she imagined it. Suddenly, she was enveloped by roots that seemed to come out of nowhere. Plunging into her consciousness, she realized that this was not an illusion because she felt that this plant had consciousness. Feeling like she was being watched, the researcher thought that this was completely wrong. Then the story moves to a night city. Sitting on the roof of a building, Kara hugged her sister, and her sister asked her why she was looking at the moon again and whether she really liked it that much. Answering her question, the warrior said that she was not looking at the moon. Hearing this, Aurora declared that she knew that she was thinking about Uncle Black Ghost, and she also missed him, and her sister became embarrassed, explaining that this was not true at all. Suddenly, Kara saw that something incomprehensible had happened to her sister. Aurora, sitting next to her, grabbed her head and began to scream loudly, and her sister asked what was wrong with her, assuming that she was ill. Then she added that she would immediately find an alchemist for her, and she refused, Releasing her energy, the girl said that her power had revealed a strange creature, or rather, it could not be called alive because it was very strange. Kara, greatly surprised by such an explanation, was interested in what she felt. Having plunged into her consciousness, Aurora said that it was small, but at the same time huge. Feeling that the tree was watching her, she added that it was spreading everywhere. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the hall on the spaceship, where people disappeared, as if disintegrating into particles. At the same moment, the update of version 10 of the game began, and the data saving was ending, and the players' forum was closed, and also, since the time of the update was unknown, it was necessary to just wait patiently. The players said goodbye to each other and were going to see each other in the next version, asking not to be late. Sighing heavily, Zero reasoned that something that was supposed to happen had finally happened, and, alas, hard days were coming. Sylvia, who was sitting next to him at the study table, was crying, saying that the homework given by the leader was too difficult, and Pamela, who was teaching her, asked her not to complain and write faster, while Mike, who was watching them, was thinking that during the version update, all the players were offline, and only these Cotters and Sunil's warriors were left around him, so it would be too risky to challenge the A-level bosses, and it would be better to save the country by taking on some task, or search for a mission completion card. In his mind, he thought that the mission completion card was able to directly complete it with the lowest grade and the lowest reward, and was just right for this super difficult advanced task, and the next step was to complete the tasks that had a chance to get a mission completion card. Austin suddenly came running to him, saying that all his subordinates had disappeared and had not appeared for a day. To calm his nerves, the boy explained that this was a side effect of the immortality ability, and they would not be here this year, so he was going to temporarily suspend the mercenary group's activities, and the elf who heard this asked what they should do now. Pointing to his eyes, the protagonist stated that they would see something again and asked if they remembered his promises to him and felt that the time was approaching. Hearing this, Austin immediately understood what was being talked about. Coming closer to him, Blackstar noted that he needed to prepare something, and for now they were heading to the Terralem star cluster. After some time, their spaceship arrived at the Terralem star cluster on asteroid 51687. Coming outside, the elf said that it was very deserted there and asked what they were doing here, and Zero explained that they were looking for something. Suddenly, Mike threw several mechanical balls to the ground. In an instant, they turned into mechanical dogs, and he told them to go ahead and check the way for him. Hearing his words, the robot servants immediately moved forward. Then the boy used his mechanical suit to establish connections for their eyes to see. At this time, the mechanical dogs moved further and further into the cave. Suddenly, they came across strange structures inside. Looking around, the protagonist was surprised that none of the scavengers were home, and thought that initially, in order to complete this task, the player had to defeat a large group of scavengers in the cave. But this time he really made it in time, they were all not home, which makes the task easier. Deactivating his suit, Blackstar ordered them to move forward because there was no one inside, and suggested that they just go in and take things. Immediately after that, he and his subordinate went to the secret bunker. Coming closer, he saw a sign prohibiting passage. At the same time, Zero laughed, because such a lock cannot stop a mechanic like him. Once inside, the guys saw a huge amount of jewelry, and the elf noted that everything there looked very valuable. Without a second's hesitation, Mike began to examine all the jewelry. Among them, he noticed a wooden statue of a praying mantis and assumed that it looked a bit like a mission item. Then he took it. At the same moment, an unknown voice appeared in the boy's head, which sounded weakly and immediately disappeared when he tried to concentrate and hear the words, and the system window notified that he had received a mysterious statuette and described its effect. Having come to his senses, the protagonist immediately realized that this was what he needed, and his subordinate asked that they had really flown such a long distance just for this trifle. Grinning maliciously, Blackstar asked him not to worry because there was no one here and they had plenty of time. Then he threw up magic balls. In an instant, combat robots appeared from them, and Zero ordered them to collect all the things and transfer them to the spaceship. Immediately after that, one of them started drilling the bunker door. The others were busy collecting the valuables in bags, after which they quickly dragged them to the plane, and Austin, who was watching them, could not believe that this was normal. Then the story moves to a few days later when the scavengers returned to their base. Unloading boxes with the loot, one of them talked about a good harvest this time and noted that it was no wonder that the boss wanted to call them all for help, and it seemed that each of them could get a bigger share, and the other agreed because tonight they could have a celebratory party. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the bunker, and the leader of the mercenaries asked who cleaned out his base. He got very angry and gave the order to check everything and find out which thief stole all his treasures. At that moment, the man saw something right in front of him. On the wall of the bunker, it was written that Blackstar was there and a smiley face with a tongue was drawn. Falling to the ground in fear, the leader of the mercenaries declared that they were very lucky that they were not at the base at that time. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the new Phyllian Alliance, a time of reunification festivities where people in the square were rejoicing and having fun. Walking along the street with Zero and the others, Sylvia asked that he brought her especially to participate in the celebration of the Alliance Day, and he asked that she was really surprised, because he would even take her to a concert. Hearing this, the girl pointed to a poster of Sin and asked her not to pretend, because he was the most famous celebrity in the entire Broken Sky Ring, so only important people can receive an invitation, and they are ordinary citizens. In response to this, Mike stated that they just need to wait and see. At that moment, a small spaceship with a screen showing a live broadcast of the performance flew right past them. Below on the street there were a huge number of fans with posters and shouted about their love, and some proposed marriage. At the same moment, the famous singer of the split heavenly ring, Sin, came out of the spaceship. Seeing him, the boy immediately took a wooden statue of a praying mantis out of his pocket. At the same moment, the singer heard a voice coming from it and was very surprised. After what happened, Sin turned his attention to the protagonist standing in the middle of the crowd. Then he decided to come closer to him. The guard immediately stopped him and asked him not to come closer because it was dangerous there, while he asked not to be afraid and explained that no harm would come to him. Then the singer quickly walked forward and his fans parted to the sides. Approaching Black Star, Sin greeted him and expressed his desire to invite him to his show, which greatly shocked Sylvia, who was standing next to him, while he accepted the invitation. Then the singer went forward and led the guests, and Zero followed him, taking the girl with him, telling her not to stand there like a pillar and to go. After a while, Sin's performance began. He completely gave himself over to the music, as if dissolving in the melody of his singing. His fans in the hall rejoiced. Seeing this, the singer continued to support the excitement of the crowd with his voice. After the concert, Mike sat on a chair and fell asleep, and Sylvia seemed to be in love with the popular singer. At the same time, Sin bowed to the audience and said that today's performance was over and it was an honor for him to spend a pleasant evening with everyone. The girl was impressed and asked the boy sitting on the chair how he was, noting that she had said that his singing was just wonderful. Suddenly, the door to the guest room opened. Then Sin entered, declaring that he knew what was interesting, why he invited them. Sitting on another chair, the singer explained that his hobby was collecting and he liked to collect some curiosities. Then he took out a wooden statue of a bull, saying that it was a set of special items, and one was in their hands, and the other was his, so there were two left. Putting them next to each other, Sin concluded that as soon as two parts were close within a certain range, the position of the other figures could be determined. After which he wanted to ask them to find the last two figures for him and was ready to pay 100,000 Nina as a reward. Hearing this, Sylvia was dumbfounded that he would give him such a huge amount for just two statues, and he once again confirmed his words. While drinking coffee, the protagonist would agree, asking if he had any demands, and he would note that of course he did, and the sooner the better. Immediately after that, a system notification window would appear, notifying that a mission had been launched to find the statues and describing its essence. Lighting a cigarette, Black Star would read the contents of the mission, thinking that completing this mission would give him a chance to get a task completion card. At that moment, Sin would get up from his seat and put a business card on the table, saying that if they were lucky enough to find the remaining two statues, they should call this number to contact his assistant. The story would then move to some desert planet, where Zero thought that he needed to try his luck in the vast sea of stars, and he remembered all the places where these statues were. Realizing this, Mike would start digging the ground beneath him with a shovel. As a result of his excavations, he could not find another wooden frog figurine and understood that this was the last one left. We are transported to the mountains. The protagonist destroys several opponents with one swing. One of them, getting up in fear, trembles with fear and asks him not to come near them. Mike, holding the figurine in his hand, answered that they should return and tell their boss that he was here to find out something. If he had similar things, he would exchange them for information. The soldiers immediately ran away. We are transported to the palace of the City of Runes. Someone asks what he thinks now that the situation is clear. The wizard, looking ahead, said that this alien has much more information about the universe. He said that he is ready to exchange the information for the figurine, and it sounds quite profitable. Hearing this, the guy, frowning in displeasure, replied that if he wanted this, then the statuette was probably of great value, and he wanted to deceive them. Their comrade, who was sitting nearby, smiled, raised his hand and said that if they could catch him, they would not only gain knowledge, but would also be able to study his body. The king looked at his subjects in surprise. Looking ahead, he said to prepare an army. This was a unique opportunity to catch an alien. The sun was approaching sunset. Mike was sitting on a tree. Relaxedly looking ahead, he thought that he heard the sound of marching steps. A pumped-up warrior appeared, who, menacingly looking ahead, said that the alien was surrounded, should not try to resist and just follow them. The protagonist surrounded himself with technological armor and then replied that it seemed he would have to beat them up properly. A commander appears in front of us. He raised his hand, shouting for everyone to get ready for battle. Mike holds a scythe in his hand and, looking at the soldiers rushing towards him, replies that it looks like he will have to go to the palace himself. Then he throws metal balls into the air. A second later, technological turrets appear in their place. They fire a strong volley, and then several warriors immediately fall dead. Mike calmly walks past them, watching his turrets deal with the army. Then he looks up in surprise. Looking at the approaching enemies from the air, he thinks that these are the guards of the black armor, after which he pushes off the ground, and, swinging his scythe, he thinks that they should get out of the way. With one blow, he pushes away all the opponents. The commander, looking at this, shouted in fear that even the guards of the black armor could not stop him. The combat power of the alien is too terrifying. It is necessary to immediately prepare a runic ballista. A combat installation appears in front of us. The rune ballista fires a volley of magic arrows. They don't fly past the protagonist. Looking at them, he thinks that its damage is not as high as his recovery speed. Smiling, he looks ahead, and then he throws metal balls up. Looking at the turrets appearing, he thinks that in response he will let them see real power. A huge cannon appears in front of him. A second later, it fires a volley of enormous power that sweeps away everything in its path. The commander, trembling with fear, asks what kind of frightening power this is. We are transported to the palace half an hour later. The king examines the scroll, after which it falls to the floor, and he thinks, what kind of one person is this against tens of thousands? The army is completely defeated. His body shakes, and he asks in fear that the target is unharmed. A second later, the doors to the palace are destroyed, and one of the warriors flies to the side at great speed. Mike appears in front of the king. We are transported to the Palace of Runes. The king, kneeling, hands over the statuette, saying that he wanted it. Mike takes off his armor and thinks with a smile that now everything is ready and he can go back and hand in the task. The guy, trembling with fear, asks that now he will not kill them. The protagonist, stepping aside, answered that they should not worry, he does not have such a habit as primitive people. After which, leaving a strong defeat behind him, he went to the ship. We are transferred to the Alliance of the New Owl. He looks at the statuettes and, laughing, says that his comrade really brought him a surprise. He did not expect that he would find all the statuettes so quickly. He added to the protagonist that he wondered where he found the remaining two. Mike lowered his head, answered that they would still have time to chat, let them not complete their deal first. The guy took out his phone and replied that he would double the reward for such efficiency. Hearing this, the man shouted in fear that he had doubled it. Isn't it 200,000? How can you make money so quickly as a mercenary? The protagonist looked at the system message, which said that the statue search mission had been completed. He hugged the man, thinking that he was the main character after all. He should have an aura of luck. He wanted to borrow some. After which he closed his eyes. A system window appeared in front of him, and after clicking on it, he thought that he needed to open the job completion map. The system message said that randomization had been completed and he would receive a random reward type, an ability. Exhaling, he thought that this was a small failure. Everything was fine the first time, everything was fine. After that, he read several abilities to choose from, thinking later that high psychological endurance was useful to him. But why was he becoming more and more like a tank? With the chair, he extended his hand to the guy, saying that when the task was completed, they could go. After shaking his hand, he replied that it was good. If another opportunity arose in the future, he would cooperate with him again. While shaking his hand, the protagonist began to develop armor. Suddenly, he hit the guy on the head with all his might. The girl, watching this in fear, shouted that why did he suddenly beat his employer. Mike extended his finger and used void spray, causing a bright flash and throwing the guy aside. Getting up, he asked discontentedly that he was sick, let him not reproach him for rudeness. After which he opened his mouth, in which energy began to gather. The man and the girl fell to the floor, and Mike, standing on his feet, told them to go block the guards and stay away from the door. Making a dash forward, he thought that this guy was good at mental attacks aimed at the mind. Fortunately, he chose advanced mental fortitude, and it already came in handy. He hit his opponent in the face with all his might. He flew back with great speed. The guy picked up the figurines from the floor. Raising them above himself with magical power, he said that Mike dared to ruin his face. Looking menacingly in front of him, he added that he was dead. Suddenly, one of the figurines was destroyed with an explosion. The guy grabbed his head and then spat out blood. The protagonist stretched out his hand, and an illusion of a girl appeared in front of him. This is the whisper of a dead man, who inflicts 3 consecutive psychological attacks on the enemy. The guy, lying on the floor, looked at his broken figurine and then asked with displeasure that he ruined them. Mike came up to him, grabbed him by the collar and said that he had planted bombs in his statuette. This was his respect for him as a strong opponent. After which he swung his fist and hit the guy in the face with all his might. Leaving the building, he summoned a magical dragon, which pushed aside all the guards. Holding the guy on his shoulder, he began to run out, shouting that they needed to leave. Several ships pursued the protagonist, shouting that they were ordering them to stop. The man, coming up to Mike, asked what they should do now and how to get out of here, to which the protagonist replied that he should not worry. He pointed his finger at the guy, said that he would speak for them. While this person involved in the matter was here, he would come out and say everything himself, there would be no problems. The man, lowering his gaze, asked that he wanted to threaten him. It was unlikely to work. He replied that threats were his method, a little more reasonable, he himself would decide to help them. After which he hit the guy in the face several times. He woke up and grabbed his head. Squinting his eyes, he said that although they may have attacked and kidnapped him, he was still very grateful to them for giving him the opportunity to go outside. The man looked ahead in surprise, and the guy put his hand on his chest, replied that he was pleased to meet him, he was the true owner of this body. Mike, taking a cigarette in his teeth, said mind control, to which the guy responded in surprise that he did not expect him to notice. The protagonist imagined two people in his head. He said that there were two souls in his body, the one that originally belonged to him, and the soul of a girl who invaded later. In the past, her energy was relatively powerful, so she suppressed his consciousness. Now she was seriously injured, and her consciousness became very weak. She could only retreat to recover, so the guy's consciousness was freed. The man, approaching him, asked that, in other words, she took over his body. The guy answered yes, after which he imagined himself working in the garden, and then said that almost 5 years ago he moved to a desert planet where he lived in the wild, making a living by farming and hunting. Looking at the sky, he said that one day a spaceship fell on his garden. He walked up to it in surprise, and then continued to say that there was a woman sitting there who was injured and unconscious, but she was too seriously injured. The girl's sudden energy entered him. He added that when she was dying, she took over his body and used it to continue living, enslaving his mind. The man, looking ahead in surprise, asked if he was an ordinary person, to which he replied yes. The protagonist, watching their conversation, thought that of course he was an extraordinary person, traveling with the girl everywhere. Later he awakened his own psionic abilities and became the main character of the story, otherwise he would not have come to grab him. Smiling, Mike added that he could help him control the body and drive the guest out of his mind. Otherwise, when she recovered, his body would belong to her again. The guy, looking ahead in surprise, asked what he wanted. His help was clearly not free. Looking ahead with satisfaction, he replied that the girl was very rich. He and she were almost like twins. He should know the password to her account. He needed her savings. The guy, smiling, replied that she had just threatened him that if he touched her savings, she would die with him, so he would not be able to pay until the problem with her was resolved. The protagonist pointed his finger at the magician, saying that then he could only follow him. The masters in the group could help him suppress the girl's counterattack at any time until he found a way to completely deal with her. The guy bowed and replied that he had no plans to harm her life. She had no choice but to settle down, but she did not do anything bad. He read her memories, and she was also a poor person. The protagonist shook his hand and replied that now that they had reached a consensus, they needed him to resolve the current dilemma. As long as his identity came forward, their search order could be cancelled. He replied that it was fine. After which the guy appeared on TV, saying that he apologized for disturbing them. The reporters immediately looked ahead in surprise. He gestured for everyone to be quiet. Raising his hand, he added that he urgently needed to announce something. He was temporarily stopping his acting career and leaving here with a group of mercenaries. The crowd immediately rebelled, shouting what his motive was. Was he being forced? He could speak freely and not worry about what someone would do to him. They would protect him. The guy approached the microphone and replied that it was his personal decision. He had other things to do. Let him pass. The protagonist's hand was covered in lightning, after which he extended it forward and threw the journalists aside. He walked briskly along with his new comrade. The people looked ahead in surprise, and then they both entered the sphere. Mike pressed the lever. A system message appeared in front of him that the hidden mission selection had been launched. A second later, his spaceship flew forward at great speed, and he thought that although he had lured him into the team for a while, he was not yet a companion, just a client, and he would not be able to help in the fight. It would take time to trick him into fully joining them. The mage leaned over the boy and began to chant. Purple energy appeared around him. Then he crossed his fingers. Stretching out his hand, he said that he stopped 4 spiritual barriers to trap the girl. For 15 days she would not be able to get out. The boy replied with a smile that he felt her scolding him, so the effect should be pretty good. Looking at him, he replied that it was not enough to rely only on their help. If he wanted to control the girl, he would still have to become stronger himself. After which the boy stretched out his hand and replied that he knew. He raised the vase in the air, adding that in fact, on the way here, he had already awakened his abilities. Hearing this, the girl cried out in displeasure that how is it so fast? She studied hard. It took her a long time to awaken. The guy replied that the girl had a full set of mental training methods stored in her memory. He felt her training her strength by following her instructions. It was very easy. A girl with white hair approached them. She said that, speaking of which, in the past few days she felt a shackle that was preventing her from becoming stronger. It seemed to be the B-tier bottleneck they mentioned. She felt that this bottleneck was not as strong as they said, so she would be able to break through it at any time. Hearing this, the girl clenched her fists in displeasure and shouted that they were geniuses. Just let them go to hell. The protagonist smiled and replied that she should try breaking through then, and they would see what happened, and then he thought that this was just the right time. After she reached B tier, the previously launched A tier mission would be reset, and he would be able to receive a random mission reward and possibly draw a job completion card. A yellow sphere appeared. The girl with white hair completely immersed herself in it. She looked menacingly in front of her. Then she swung her hand, causing flames. The man, watching this, shouted that this was an incredibly powerful force. A system message appeared that the hidden chain of the A-class mission was rebooted, the first round was completed, and he received the rewards. The protagonist thought that after the breakthrough, his relationship with someone had improved. He must have an unusual relationship with this girl, but who she was, there was no mention at all in the original story. The girl with white hair lowered herself, stretched out her hand, and then said that she can now control more energy. Looking at her, Mike replied that she felt any other changes in herself. Clutching her head, she said that she saw a familiar image, but there were too many of them. Her head hurts a little after that. Hearing this, the protagonist asked that this is really her lost memory. The girl stretched her arms out to the sides and replied that she didn't know for sure. It felt like some places in her memory were calling to her, and it seemed that if she visited those places, she would be able to remember some things. The protagonist thought that maybe it was like as her power increased, her secrets would gradually be revealed. He looked at the system message, and after reading it, he wondered what it meant. In the second round, he had to help her recover some of her memories. Frowning, he continued to think that if she regained her memory, would she still follow him now that he finally had a second B-rank officer? Did he really want to risk her leaving to help her regain her memory? The girl, stretching out her hand, asked Mike if he was feeling unwell. Exhaling, he replied that he didn't, and then thought that it would be better to help her. Even without his help, she would remember the past when she gained more power, and then he wouldn't be able to stop her. It would be better to do everything step by step. Stretching out his hands, he thought that the most important thing was next, and then he pressed the button on the system screen where it said to receive rewards. The system message said that he received an item. Smiling widely, he shouted that this was a chance. 3 options appeared: a small potential potion, a blueprint for 1 random equipment, an empty summoning card. Looking at this, he replied that this was incredible trash, and then thought that he should leave the empty character card. The next time he saw his comrade, he would be able to absorb her ability, which would be very useful to him. We are transferred to a distant galaxy. A small robot appears, stands in place, closing its eyes. Then she, despite the robot, says that her energy level has finally been restored to the required level. Now her strength can be determined using the detector. The beam rushed towards the lever. The girl added that the wormhole threw her into a split star ring. She will find it soon, she just has to wait. The ship immediately turned around. We are transferred to a research space station. A guy in a white cloak approaches the protagonist and asks what a group of mercenaries are, why they are here. Smiling, Mike replied that they were just flying by. Their ship needs refueling and repairs, so they decided to stay at their station for a while to rest. In exchange, they will pay the appropriate fees or can carry out some of their assignments. They have some tasks. The guy, dissatisfied, frowning, replied that they do not have any work. Looking menacingly ahead, he thought that, as he expected, official organizations usually do not hire outsiders to help. Passing by, the guy raised his hand and added that they can repair and refuel there, and then let them go from here. The man approached his colleague and asked that the research ship has not yet been found. His wife remained there, to which the guy answered with a smile that he understands his feelings and has already reported this to the authorities. Let him wait until they send investigators. The protagonist, hearing this conversation, thought that, however, players can start a mission through a character inside the space station. In this mission, there is also an opportunity to draw a job completion card. Then he approached the man, who asked in surprise that he was a mercenary who had arrived. Mike, smiling, answered that he heard that his wife was on the missing ship. She should still be alive. For a small reward he can help find her. The man was happy, and then, awkwardly lowering his head, he replied that it was an internal matter of the station. The protagonist, lighting a cigarette, answered offendedly that the man might not live to be rescued. Hearing this, the man said fearfully that he wanted to instruct him to find his wife, but this was against the rules. Let him please not tell the others. A system message about the intergalactic beast mission appeared in front of Mike. The protagonist, shaking his hand, added that they should leave it to him. They bring us to a destroyed ship. The man, making his way to it, says that they found it. It is a crashed research ship. The people inside are apparently still alive. The protagonist went inside the ship, and the man said fearfully that the people on the ship must have caught the beast of this planet. Having lowered himself, he continued to say that there are no traces on the ground. It looks like these are flying species. Where should they look for her now? Mike extended his finger, said that there is only one truth, let him follow him, he knows where it is. We are transported to a cave. A man, a citizen, asks her that it is incredibly small. Is she really here? The protagonist, jumping down, answered that he will know when he goes there. All three of them began to fall into the depths. Mike, landing, said that they were there. Then he looked around. A frightened girl appeared in front of him, who asked who they were. The protagonist approached her, asked that she was a member of the research team, to which she asked in surprise that they knew her. The man, looking around, answered that they were mercenaries who accepted the order of her husband and came to save. Where are the rest? Running up to them, she said that great, finally someone came to save them, not others. Turning around, she screamed in fear that things were bad. Suddenly, the lake in front of them began to spin. Scales appeared from the water, and then a water dragon appeared in front of them. The man, looking at it, screamed what it was, to which the protagonist replied that it was an intergalactic beast. He activated his battle suit, adding that they should prepare for battle. The dragon emerged from the water. The man grabbed a spear and shouted that he would begin. He struck his opponent with all his might, and then he shouted in fear that he had not even scratched him. Why was this guy's skin so hard? A system message with information about the intergalactic beast appeared in front of the protagonist. Looking at this, he added that he needed to hit it on the tentacles. If he grabbed a machine gun and, shooting the enemy, shouted that the intergalactic beast's weakness was the crystals at the end of the tentacles. Heavy damage began to pass through the dragon, after which he sank down and looked menacingly at Mike. He opened his mouth, from which he spat out a blue sphere. It completely absorbed the protagonist, and he thought that this was a psionic attack. It would have worked before, but now. He then picked up his scythe and smashed the sphere in an instant, thinking that now that he had advanced mental fortitude, he could no longer be trapped. He swung his scythe, shouting for the monster to try it. Then he hit the tentacle. The man, seeing this, said with a smile that Mike had done a great job. Suddenly, he turned around in fear. The monster used a strong energy blast and threw them away. The protagonist, landing on his feet, shouted that he was angry. They needed to be careful. He raised his hand, in which several metal balls appeared, and then several turrets appeared. Several well-aimed shots caused irreparable damage to the beast. The girl, using flame, flew to him, shouting that she would attract his attention, let him use the opportunity and attack him. She appeared right at his head, and then grabbed one of the tentacles. A moment later, she was able to break it. The monster, opening its mouth, began to fall, and the protagonist, looking at him, thought that his blood volume had dropped by 50,000. He fell into a weakened state, after which he shouted that his defense had decreased. He needed to speed up the attack. All three of them attacked the enemy. They continued to inflict a huge number of blows. The protagonist, swinging his weapon, said that this would be the finishing blow. He hit the monster's throat with all his might, and it fell into the water with great force, and a system message appeared in front of the protagonist that he had killed the cosmic creature. The man sighed heavily, said that they finally got rid of this guy, and he was incredibly tired, and the girl, wiping sweat from her face, added that she felt that 80% of her energy was spent. He looked at the hiding girl with a goat, that everything was fine, she could call the others, after which he jumped on the monster's throat. Having cut it with a knife, he thought that all intergalactic beasts are full of treasures. They cannot be wasted. The beast's crystal is a great thing. If you get it, you can create special potions with the ability to regenerate. In other words, this is a potion that prolongs life. He took a blue crystal from the monster's body. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Several researchers appeared, who bowed their heads and thanked the protagonist. He, raising his hand, said that they were simply paid money for their work. We are transferred to a research space station. The researchers hug each other, saying that they are incredibly glad that everything is okay with them. The guy looks ahead with displeasure, and the protagonist, smiling, says that he heard about the research ship when they were at anchor, and as a mercenary he could not pass up the opportunity to earn some money. His services are not free, so they should pay a fair price for his work. The guy, bowing, replied that according to the rules, they cannot pay him a reward since these were his independent actions. There was no official hiring, to which Mike replied that this is an incredible pity. He thought the station would be generous. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. A man ran up to him and, bowing, said that he was very grateful to them. We are metaphorically some time later. Mike looks at the ring, and a system message appears in front of him that it is a diamond ring. He thinks that magic items are not cheap at all. This guy is very generous. Carelessly throwing the ring to the mage, he said that he could not use magic equipment. Let him take it, to which he happily thanked. The protagonist, bending over, thought that first he needed to complete the mission and see if he would be lucky this time. He folded his hands and looked at the system message. It was his reward, an attribute point. A disgruntled cry was heard throughout the station. The mage, approaching Mike, asked what happened, to which he replied that nothing, to go lift the corpse of the intergalactic beast onto the ship while it was fresh. We are transferred to the Pharmaceutical Association. The protagonist, examining the case, thinks about what is worthy of professional pharmacists, such high efficiency. He looks at the purple ampoules, and a system message appears in front of him that this is the serum of the intergalactic creature and the serum of metabolism regulators. After injecting himself in the arm, he saw another system message that he had mastered the skill of the most healing, after which he thought that he had added a few attribute points and received a passive skill. This is not bad, he will leave one ampoule just in case. We are transferred to the Black Star to the secret base number 7. The man looks at the gate opening in front of him. He frowns menacingly. A guy in a cloak appears in front of him. The man, approaching him, puts his hand and says that he congratulates him on receiving rank. He takes off his hood and says that he is grateful for the instruction. After which they walk together through the ship, and the man adds that things are not going well. The researchers are still hunting them. There is no time to rest. There is a task for him. The guy, smiling, replied that since this is his mission, he is ready. Looking at him, the teacher hands him a flash drive and says that this is his first mission since he got rank A. He is going with him and will make sure that his power does not get out of control. They go to kill the traitor. We are transferred to the destroyed star ring of the planet. There are strong explosions everywhere. The girl shoots at the soldiers, and they, running away, scream to be spared. Smiling, the girl tied them up, telling them not to even think about running away from her. She pointed her finger behind her, adding that she defeated 3 enemies in this mission. She is incredibly cool. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that this is not bad, she was useful, she has half a day of rest, to which the girl happily shouted that she is grateful to the boss. He thought that he finally saved up 4 random rewards. He will send members of the organization on a mission. This time he will pull out 4 at once. Let them not let him down. A system message appeared in front of him, in which he was awarded with an ability and skill and an item, a double experience card. He lowered his head in dissatisfaction, saying that it seemed to be all in vain again. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw a system message, which said that the type of the current reward was an item. A few seconds later, the screen showed that the mission completion card X2 received a reward for the mission with the lowest score. The mission will be considered completed. Seeing it, he jumped, shouted that he did it, he pulled it out. Looking at the system messages, his body sank into a purple sphere. He thought that, of course, after changing the genes, he would go along the powerful branch of the Void Dragon. His genes began to change quickly, and after a while, a system message appeared that he received a new profession of a military mechanic. Golden wings appeared on his back. We are transferred to the protagonist's room. He looks at himself in the mirror, thinking that fortunately his appearance is still human, without any strangeness. Then he noticed the crystal in his forehead and asked what it was. Suddenly, energy began to be sucked into him. He flew up above the ground, saying that his body was incredibly light. Could this be the true form of a Void Wanderer? Closing his eyes, his body began to crumble, and he thought that the new racial trait called Void Travel sounds cool, he should try it. He moved to another room, thinking that he instantly teleported. Then he said that this trait was simply incredible. He shouted that the new race was awesome, and he was no longer human. Sitting down on the chair, he opened the system windows, thinking that he just received an ability enhancement card, so he will increase the ignition of the will. Smiling at the new skill genetic release, he thought he was damn lucky. The chance was 20%. It was a divine skill. Then a girl appeared in front of him, who said with displeasure that they needed him. She learned of the teacher's location. He had arrived in the destroyed star rings. He had seen his current appearance with his own eyes. Let her go with him to look for him. The protagonist asked when she was, to which the girl replied that the sooner the better. She would let him know as soon as she returned to the destroyed star rings. Looking at her, Mike added that it was good. Where was her teacher? To which she folded her arms and replied that they said he had recently appeared on the planet. Let them go there and watch until she returned. The ship began traveling in space. The system said that the destination had been found. They were arriving on the planet. The surface temperature was suitable. Then the protagonist grabbed the small robot. Looking at the man, he shouted with displeasure to let him go. How many times had he told him not to play with his robots? Raising his head with displeasure, he said that he was so petty. It was just a toy with artificial intelligence. What's wrong if he played with it a little? Mike, displeasedly lowering the robot to the ground, replied that he thought it was a toy. Let the robot show what it could do. A second later, the robot became incredibly huge, and Mike added that it was his latest development, combining the best virtual mechanical technologies. Its body was stuffed with armed modules using compression technology, and it was very effective in combat. Imagining how he, along with the rest of the robots, went into battle, he added that, moreover, he could control its mechanics and all vehicles, and also used its vast powers to plan optimal tactics in real time. Hearing this, the man said in fear that he was incredibly strong, to which the protagonist replied that he should not treat him like a toy. We are transported to the guy on the pier. He stretched out his hand, said that they can leave the ship here, and he wishes them a safe journey. The girl turned around in surprise and said that this place gave her a familiar feeling, as if she had already been here. A system window appeared in front of Mike, which said that he received a second task. Looking at it, he thought that it seemed like one of the places she had visited before. Fragments of her memory were stored here, and he accidentally stumbled upon it. We are transported to a building. Mike, looking ahead, says that he is here to buy information. The guy, stretching out his hand, walks forward, telling them to come here. What kind of information do they want to buy? Their organization has an extensive intelligence network. Be it the current state of affairs or classified information, they have everything your heart desires. The protagonist took out a drawing and said that he was looking for this person. The guy, looking at the sheet, said that he needed 100 dinars. Mike transferred the money to him, and he replied that the information had already been sent to him. The man, looking at the protagonist's phone, said that this person arrived on this planet 38 days ago on an interstellar flight from the desert of an ancient star. He did not do anything special here, it seems. He was just traveling. The last time he was seen 16 days ago south of the city 8. Mike, raising his head, said discontentedly that 16 days ago, which means he is still on this planet. The guy, bending down, replied that they have their own people in the port. A record of each registered ID is kept. He did not leave this planet and must be in that place. Mike, leaving this place, replied that he understood, thinking that it is really so easy to find him, because the enemy is a predictor. In any case, they need to go there. The protagonist, sitting opposite his friends, said that it was their turn, and the girl, turning to him, added that he should quickly lose and change places with her. A guy with a large backpack approached them. He asked if he could sit here, to which the protagonist, without raising his head, replied that he wanted to, then thought that this was only a C-rank user. He still couldn't do anything to him in front of the others. We had to see what he had planned. The guy raised his hand and said goodbye to his companions. Looking in their direction, he added that although the journey was short, he had a good time. He was grateful that they kept him company, and they would see each other if there was another opportunity. The girl, turning around with displeasure, said that he was strange, to which the protagonist replied that they still needed to find something. We are transported to a rich house. Mike rings the doorbell and the man, looking at the door with displeasure, says that since no one is answering, they should just go in. Suddenly, the protagonist raises his head and, seeing unknown objects, shouts that they need to dodge. Several stones fall down, and the team manages to dash back. After a while, stone golems appear in front of them. The girl, looking at them, asks why they are attacking them, to which the golem replied that who paid to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Mike pulled out his robot, shouted to deal with them, and to be careful not to hit them too hard. The robot gained its true form, and the antagonist, raising his hand, shouted that, apparently, this pile of stones was hired by the seer to attack them. It seems that he really knows that someone is looking for him. After a few seconds, all the stone golems were defeated. They were on their knees, and Mike, approaching them, asked menacingly who hired them, and then thought that these stones were so flimsy, why did the seer send these weaklings to warn? One of the golems, raising his head, answered that he did not know. He simply told them to come here today and deal with them, and if they lose, then tell them the right place. They will find a person there who knows about his location. Another golem, looking ahead in surprise, added that exactly. He told them to tell them that he guessed, and it was him, and not to think that he did not know that he was using his name. Let him play a game with him if he wanted to find him. Hearing this, the protagonist shouted discontentedly that this was a pain in the ass, and the girl, looking at him, asked what they would do. I will not go where he said. Mike lowered his head, exhaled, and replied that he would have to. He had the advantage now. They couldn't do anything about it. We were transferred to a secret place in City 4. The man, looking at his student, said that they had received the necessary information. The traitor had appeared simultaneously in the center of City 7, in the northwest of City 6, and at the station of City 4. He was able to create 5 physical doubles, one of which was at their disposal. Hearing this, the guy stretched out his hand in surprise and said that traces of 3 other doubles had been found. The location of another was unknown. His main body must be hidden, but the doubles could not be too far from the main body. Otherwise they would be impossible to support. More precisely, the distance was unknown, but it was within the planet, so he was still on it. The guy smiled, laughed, then said that they would never catch his main body. The guy in the dark cape looked at his comrade and said that according to the latest information, the double who was in City 4 was heading to City 8 by train. Deputy Commander Sherman was unable to strike as planned, to which his colleague replied that he understood. We are transferred to the man. Someone is addressing him. The guy bowed and added that they have new information. The traitor's double was heading to City 8 by train, and one was unable to strike as planned. The man asked why, to which the guy turned pale and replied that he had encountered mercenaries on the train, Their target had sat down at their table, and their comrade was unsure and did not want to risk it. The man waved his hand and added that he had made the right decision. The Emperor was behind Mike's team. There was no need to create unnecessary problems. And that guy was lucky. He had run into a group of mercenaries, but his luck would not last forever. Let his subordinate continue surveillance. We are transported to a bookstore. A white mage comes out to meet the protagonist's team. Mike, pulling out a book, says that he is looking for a guy with prophetic abilities. He was supposed to leave him a message. The mage, smiling, replied that he introduced himself. They may know him. He is a teleportation mage. This bookstore is just a side business, and his main activity is portal services. Hearing this, Mike said that it means that the target he is looking for was teleported by him to another part of the planet, to which he replied that his client said that he wants to play a game and that he will meet them if they steal the heart of the crystal flame. The protagonist, using a robot, projected a ring and was told that the heart of the crystal flame, a rare crystal ring decoration, was last sold at auction for 8 million dinars, bought by the leader of a financial group to give to his wife. Seeing this, the protagonist said that he was not interested in fulfilling this excessive request, where exactly he teleported it. The magician, displeased, lowered his head, replied that he cannot disclose the personal information of his clients, and let them not try to bribe him. This is professional ethics. Hearing this, the man pounced on him with his fists, shouting that then he should not blame him for kicking his ass. A second later, a portal appeared behind him, from which several beams appeared. They hit the man, and a second later, they shackled, pulling him into the portal. He extended his hand, and the magician, smiling, said that everything was as he said. When those who came could not get information about him, they would start threatening him. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Hearing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that teleportation magic was an insidious ability, and his comrade was unlucky to fall into a trap. First, he needed to return him back. One of the protagonist's comrades, looking ahead, added that should they fight, there were a lot of people here, and if a fight started, the public safety squad would quickly intervene. The magician, smiling, replied that his companions were right, so let them gather from his. Before he could finish speaking, Mike transformed. The magician opened a portal, smiling, saying that he would not be able to touch him no matter how hard he tried, after which he dove into it, stretching out his hand. At the last moment, the protagonist grabbed him by the face and then threw him back into the store. The magician flew into the bookshelves with all his might. Approaching him, Mike menacingly asked him what he had just said. Let him repeat it. Lowering his head, he continued to say that someone should let his companion go, and no tricks, if he did not want his brains to be smeared all over the bookstore. The man was suspended. He looked ahead in surprise. Suddenly he was pulled back, and he asked why. Looking towards the portal, he added with a smile that it seemed that the commander had already taken care of the magic with the portals. It was quick. After a while, he was in the bookstore, and someone else came out of the portal. The man raised his hand with a smile, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at him, the protagonist asked in surprise what he was doing there. Besides, he also came out of the portal, to which the man, pointing his finger at the magician with displeasure, said that he should not remind him. He was also sent here by the Emperor Dragon. He was ahead of them by a few days, found this guy and inadvertently fell for his trick. Turning around, Mike said with displeasure that yes, the magician teleported their target, to which he replied that he really did not know. He asked him to use a random portal. The coordinates are on the surface of the planet. The protagonist's comrade approached him and asked how to look for him. They weren't going to steal the ring. Mike extended his hand and replied that there was no point in following the target's lead. The girl would be here soon and they would tell her what they had found and the job could be considered done. Suddenly the man grabbed Mike's hand, asking that they really were going to leave the target alone. Mike smiled and replied that no, he was on the planet and when the girl arrived he would search the planet in minutes. He had nowhere to hide. We are transported to 3 days later at the spaceport north of the planet. An elderly lady is walking along the train station with a bag. She lowered her head and wondered what he was thinking. Was he stupid enough to stay on this planet and wait for the girl to come for him when he got a tip about his departure from the Information Guild? The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Smiling, he said that he had used his name as well, and for this he would punish him quite fairly. Suddenly, there was a strong flash behind him, and someone grabbed him by the shoulder, asking that it was true. The protagonist, smiling, looked ahead, asking that His Excellency had not forgotten about them. The guy, frightened, turned around, asked how he knew that he was here, to which Mike answered that it was a good question. He stretched out his hand to his comrade and added that it was his talisman. Then the frightened guy asked what he meant by relying on luck, to which the protagonist answered that fortune tellers are not omnipotent. He left link after link of the chain of clues to limit the probability of his actions, thus accurately predicting his every step. It was only necessary to deviate from his plan, and thus the opportunity to outwit him appeared. After which the old man transformed into his real body. It was added that he forgot that he was also a fortune teller. He won this game, but did not want to meet the girl. They can discuss it. Looking at him in surprise, Mike asked why he did not want to see his student so much. The old man replied that he preferred to be free. And the protagonist added that if he did not want to meet her, then why did he come back? Lowering his head, the teacher replied that because it was fun, the more she wanted to find him, the more he should hang around in her sight. Hearing this, Mike grabbed his phone with displeasure, replied that he refused, he owed the girl, and since she trusted him with this matter, he would do everything possible to fulfill it. A second later, she appeared on his screen, after which, looking at her teacher, she added that she missed him very much. Folding her hands, she continued to tell him to wait for her, she would arrive soon. The old man shouted in fear that he might think again, to which the protagonist replied with a smile that he was not thinking about any nonsense, that he should calm down and wait. After which he smiled sarcastically. The northern spaceport of Norris, the Dragon Emperor Ames. All the people looked at her in surprise. The girl looked at her assistant, to whom he sadly replied that he should not have avoided her and that he should have met her a long time ago. The heroine thanked the guy for such a service that he had provided her. Ames replied with a smile on her face that she was in his debt. The spaceship slowly landed. The assistant answered the Emperor that she had a good employee who could be trusted. The girl agreed with this, replying that he was really capable. The heroes asked their boss in surprise what they would do. Mike looked at Sounder in surprise, asking him if he would fly with them all. The hero looked away, listening to his assistant answer that he was in no hurry yet. Suddenly, the protagonist saw an army. There was a class of superhuman in it. The hero began to think that this could be related to that guy. Mike knew that less than 2 years had passed since 2.0. The hero began to look at that superhuman. The man asked Mike in surprise who he was not to let him through. The hero answered that he heard the name Black Star, because he knew that the guy and his mercenaries had captured the Black Star carriers. The army shouted that they did not need anything. The protagonist began to understand that he would not be able to complete the quest, since this event required the presence of a master of the natural disaster level. The hand was holding a card. It spoke of the Emperor, the outskirts of the city. The army confidently answered that they would first defeat their headquarters, and then begin to deal with the rest of the Black Star members. The heroes answered that they had an advantage in intelligence, so they would catch everyone by surprise. An explosion occurred in one of the territories. The wall was destroyed. The army confidently ran forward. The zombies looked away with displeasure, coughing loudly. The man began to shout that they were surrounded. The zombies were happy that they had caught a big fish. The heroes shouted with displeasure that they would be very sick. The two guys began to gain strength. The army did not understand where two superhumans of the level of a natural disaster came from. People decided that they would die today. The man gained magic more and more. The hero, gritting his teeth, answered that before death they would fight to the end. The TV began to show breaking news, where it was said that 10 minutes ago on the western outskirts of the city there was an explosion. 3 blocks in one part turned into ruins. The Department of Public Order Control began an investigation. All the heroes watched attentively, listening to the news. The guys answered that they already thought that the earthquake had started. The protagonist understood that the degree of destruction in such a short period of time was afraid that both parties involved had forces at the level of a natural disaster. The guy began to watch the phone closely. The army asked the protagonist to help. The man on the phone answered Mike that he had arrived at Norios to pick up a man who had deserted from the Black Star. The protagonist understood that one could turn a body into dust, and the other turned into a strange flying creature capable of controlling air currents. In his head he remembered 2 friends who had broken through to rank. The protagonist began to understand that it was too dangerous to fight 2 ranks. The guy laughed, answering that he would help if they helped him detain the heroine. The man looked closely at Mike with joy on his face. The protagonist read the system window, realizing that the mission had 2 requirements. Black Star asked the guy for 1 help. The hero asked his eyes to publish an announcement through the Mercenary Guild about recruiting for cooperation in the Norios area. The assistant asked on whose behalf to make the announcement. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asked to use his name. All the people, with a smile on their faces, answered that Black Star was the best, and it was immediately obvious that he was the best. Someone clapped their hands. Mike answered that they were all mercenaries, so they should do without formalities, since he accepted the order to help protect a person from the pursuit of a Black Star. People were surprised to think how the guy dared to take a task with 2 rank enemies. People left, telling Mike that if he wanted to die, he should not drag others along with him. Mike smoked a cigarette, answering that their task was not to confront the enemy, but there were definitely risks, so those who remained after the task was completed, Mike would sign a cooperation agreement and share the mercenaries' resources. The guys answered that it was very tempting. The protagonist talked about 3 teams, 17 individual mercenaries, 4 of whom were B-rank superhumans. The guy thanked everyone who remained, saying that they would fight shoulder to shoulder from now on. The enemy army replied that all these mercenaries were of no importance. The guy said with displeasure that he would kill Black Star this time. The enemy decided that he would go to fight since it would take no more than a minute and he would meet her after he finished him off. Abandoned station. The army confidently replied that the bad body was safe now and that until it was captured, the Black Star would not be able to find it. Someone shouted that they could not escape. The man was glad that the villain was really alone and that they had really split up. A mercenary stronghold. The protagonist thanked the guys for their hard work, so they needed to leave here and not come closer for a while. The man told Mike on the phone that there would only be one person there, so they needed to be careful. The protagonist noticed that something was approaching them. The system window showed requests and requirements for the mission. The guys could not believe that everyone had left the base and gone after the Godarians. The hero had already decided to leave when suddenly someone shouted at him that they had been waiting for him. For the guy, it was a familiar voice. Black Star appeared on the screen. The protagonist angered his opponent, answering that his nickname was given on the Black Star and everyone accepted him and raised him as a weapon. Mike laughed, saying that he was waiting for him, so he decided not to leave. The guy himself was not in solitary confinement, there was an assistant behind him. The hero shouted at Mike that he was overestimating himself, but getting rid of him was also a good event. The guy was surprised that the main character was able to withstand his carbon analysis. The guy confidently answered that he was able to prepare. Mike decided to confidently run into battle. The enemy was waiting for all the hero's blows. Suddenly, a gravel shield appeared from somewhere. The guy looked at the hero furiously, answering that he had prepared a trap in advance. The enemy began to direct power, thinking that it would be a complete defeat. Mike looked ahead in surprise, not understanding how he was able to destroy the robot's armor in an instant. The hero began to scream loudly, asking the guy how he dared to distract in the middle of the fight. Magic was quickly directed at the guy. Mike understood that he had to be careful, despite the fact that he looked very strong. Suddenly, the Void Dragon's fur appeared. The enemy was surprised that his fur was not like the one he had before. The guy shouted that no one could break through his defense. The girl's power was being introduced into the defense. The heroine laughed, answering that all missions were completed. The enemy did not know what to do. One of the magics began to appear more and more strongly. Mike shouted at him to try to feel something on his skin. The liquidation of modernization began. The guy could not understand how the mechanisms were restored. The hero created something with the help of magic. He began to understand that his power was covered with barrier carbon particles. Therefore, in order to restore control over the particles, it was necessary to break the shield. The enemy was angry since it was not advantageous for him to fight in this area. Something began to explode, sparkle. The flying ship confidently hit a huge skyscraper. Grant watched it fall to the ground and looking at the explosion, asked if Mike decided to blow up his own base. The main character replied that he treats the forces of natural disasters with great respect, so he planted an especially large portion of explosives. As they say, art is an explosion. Stunned Grant wondered why he could not see anything. He surrounded himself with a dark barrier and thought that he could not determine where the enemy was and needed to defend himself and observe. His barrier was shot at. Mike reached out his hand. He grabbed Grant by the head and said it was time to come out of his shell. A message popped up that the embryo boss summon card was armor-piercing strike. All attacks made within the next 8 seconds become armor-piercing strikes, weakening the defense of the target by 24% for 5 minutes. A huge explosion was heard. While holding Grant back, the protagonist received messages that his energy was about to run out. Grant screamed that he had no energy left and he should wait until he was pulled out of this match and turned into mincemeat. Mike reasoned that it was too difficult to create a situation for a surprise attack, so there was no time to conserve energy. Kamala hugged him. The suit said that the energy grid was overloaded and he should release the excess energy as soon as possible. Looking at Grant, the protagonist declared that he now had more than enough energy. He asked if Grant was ready for a severe concussion. A huge amount of energy was released in the middle of the city, accompanied by an explosion. Sitting on the ground, Mike noted that he had several broken ribs and lost more than 4,000 HP due to the hard landing. He raised his head. Grant was sitting on a huge snake. The protagonist rose to his feet and noted that he was already on top, and his attention switched to him. He just needed to hold him off until the others finished their work. Watching Mike fly away, an enraged Grant screamed that he should not even think about running away. The protagonist dodged many attacks. The man reported that Owen's double was safe. Mike suddenly stopped. Pointing his finger at himself, the protagonist said with a grin that his companions had gotten rid of Manhwa and were already on their way there. The rank guards hired by Norio's financial group would not let him run wild either, and if he still wanted to continue the game, he would join him. Frowning, Grant thought that continuing to fight was a waste of time. Not only would it be difficult to get rid of Black Star, he would also be surrounded, but retreating after being beaten without the opportunity to regain the advantage was too much. He began to fly away, sitting on the head of the snake, and screamed that this time he underestimated him. Next time, no matter what level Mike reached, no matter whether he had mechanisms or not, no matter whether he was at the peak of his strength or seriously injured, he would no longer stand on ceremony with him and he would die a miserable death. The protagonist fell to the ground. The plot takes us to a new base. Sitting at the table, Mike asked Owen why he betrayed the Black Star. Owen, putting his hand on his chest, replied that he did not consider it a betrayal. He was a Godarian, he simply took the right path, and the fact that he once joined the Black Star did not mean that he had to be a member for the rest of his days. Holding his chin, the protagonist clarified why he then went over to Godara. Owen stated that only after the destruction of the Black Star, the lives of half-breeds can truly improve. Mike wondered if the Black Star said that it was fighting for half-breeds. Owen shook his head and told that the Black Star instilled hatred in people, making Godara look bad, as if they wanted to kill all the half-breeds in existence, but the real state of affairs on Godara was hidden. Looking at Noah, he added that the Godara government was not radical towards mixed races and was pursuing a fair policy. They protected the civil rights and legitimate interests of half-breeds. They only saw the Black Star as an enemy. Mike said with satisfaction that he was waiting for a but. Owen explained that the discrimination of pure bloods against half-breeds was a deeply rooted tradition, and this way of thinking had existed for thousands of years, and the presence of the Black Star exacerbated ethnic tensions, making pure bloods even more aggressive towards them. Owen introduced the people of the Black Star and stated that the actions of the unstoppable Black Star not only did not improve the lives of half-breeds, but also made them even more unbearable, so more and more half-breeds were forced to join the Black Star, which is why the destruction of the Black Star was necessary. Owen spread his hands and emphasized that even if the protagonist praised him, he still would not give them information until it was safe. Mike asked to leave these words for Godara, noting that his job was to get him out of there. He suddenly turned around. Pamela was lying on the ground, looking exhausted. The protagonist ran up to her and asked what was wrong. She replied that she felt like she heard a voice in her head calling her, and it seemed to be getting closer to her. We were transported to an empty port on Norios. Standing in front of the gate, Mike said that whatever was calling her was in the hangar and it seemed to be alive. He reasoned that they had taken advantage of Owen's rest break to first sort out Pamela's mission. The guy stood behind and asked if they knew the person occupying this hangar, adding that he had spent 3 days on board the ship and had never left, had not even paid for the use. But his ship was a scout-class submarine of the Federation of Light. They, the Norios financial group, could not drive away the captain of such a high-class ship. Standing in front of the terminal, Mike assumed that there was a big shot there, and besides, she had come especially for Pamela. The gate opened and Pamela announced that today they would have a walk in the tiger's den. Standing in front of the blue screen, the protagonist noted that this ship was a blacklight battleship. It was very expensive and had the highest characteristics. Pamela put her hand on the white ball. A man appeared in front of them, emitting bright streams of light, who said that he had finally found a comrade in arms. He flew around Pamela and said that they thought there was a software failure in her memory circuit and they needed help adjusting it. The protagonist asked if his name was Rista. Turning around, Rista asked how he knew his name and whether she had told him. The protagonist mentally noted that it was all about the mission prompts and asked him to guess. Rista bowed and said that if Mike had not restored some of her energy, the sensors would not have been able to determine her location. The protagonist clarified what kind of creature he was and whether he was also an energy one. Putting his hand on his chest, he replied that he was an AI creature and this was not some kind of system, they were a type of life, and this ship was a temporary tool that he used to move around the real world. Mike, dumbfounded, pointed his finger at Pamela and asked if that meant that she was also an AI, noting that it was obvious that she had a body and had awakened her powers. Rista explained that they had been updating programs together since childhood, or growing up if you like, and that she was very important to him. Looking at Mike, he said that he was extremely grateful to him for taking care of her, but they had an important mission, so he was taking her. The enraged protagonist mentally asked if he wanted to take her. Mike was engulfed in flames. He asked if he wanted to take her away, noting that he had worked hard to make her into a capable officer. He asked if Rista thought she could take her away from him with one sentence. The protagonist pulled her hand and stated that Rista should ask Pamela what she thought, not decide for her. Pamela stated that all she knew was that Mike had saved her and that she would not go with him. Holding his head, Rista said that he knew this, so he would stay with her until she regained her memory. The protagonist thought with satisfaction that because of her memory loss, all of her memories were linked to him, she would not be able to choose anyone else, so he was invincible. He imagined Pamela sitting on his lap. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked Rista not to rejoice so soon, adding that he did not give him permission to stay, but if he told him what was going on, maybe he could help. Rista pointed out that it was a long story. The plot shifted to some time later. Rista was annoyed and said that he needed to free their enslaved compatriots with Pamela and then defeat that evil rank mechanic. Mike was furious and introduced the mechanic and thought that the A-rank mechanic who enslaved the life of the AI he was talking about was very famous. He was a high-level mentor of mechanic players in his past life, and he was one of the main characters in the later versions of the main plot of Superpower of Calamity and created his own faction. Looking at Pamela, the protagonist thought that he couldn't believe that this could be related to the main plot of the mid-late version. What kind of person did he save? The plot of the second version hadn't even started yet. He wondered if he couldn't relax a little. Rista emphasized that whether Mike wanted to help or not, he should stay and wait for her to come to her senses. Sighing, the protagonist mentally wondered if this meant they could use the Blacklight battleship if Rista stayed. He noted that it cost tens of millions of dinars, it would definitely be respected when he released it, and it would also save them from having to rent a spaceship, which meant it was a freebie. Austin called him and said that they were in big trouble. The Black Star had found Owen's body. Mike, dumbfounded, said he'd be right back. The plot took us to the new base. The protagonist was smoking a cigarette and assumed he knew what was going on. He noted that given the cowardly breed of the Black Star, they would have killed the main body first. Mike stated that he should have told them earlier that he was actually the main body and they killed the double. Owen, hanging his head, apologized, noting that he was afraid of information leakage. Sitting at the table, he reported that the Black Star had seen through his little trick and they were definitely going to kill him, but for now, he could only count on his protection. Mike slammed the table and noted that they should split up, and most of the others would stay behind and hold off the pursuers while Pamela took Owen to the teleporter mage to quickly take them to the port. Then they should head to Rista and take Owen away from Norio's. Waving his hand, the protagonist cried out that the enemy would not wait for them and they would start immediately. Looking out the window, Mike wondered that in addition to Anwar and the ground pursuit forces, there might be a large Black Star fleet hidden in outer space. He had never heard of Owen in his past life, he must have died there, but now he had Rista's Blacklight battleship that could instantly get rid of the Black Star fleet. Looking at the quest, the protagonist noted that although he had one mission completion card left in his hand, he could only get the minimum reward for such a high-level mission. It was natural to try to increase the score. Using a mission completion card for a high-level quest was simply a waste, and it was necessary to prevent the appearance of sudden subquests. Noah adjusted his bracers. The protagonist reasoned that now they only had one rank, Noah, and the enemy had Anwar and Grant, even with him. Dealing with 2 ranks of natural disasters was already beyond their strength. Then there was only one way out, to divide the battlefield and destroy the enemy. Pamela led Owen through the forest. Mike emphasized the fact that it was therefore important to let the enemy know that Owen was running away, so they could force the Black Star to divide their forces and deal with them on one side, while the other side would send people to get Owen, which was equivalent to distributing the risk of reinforcements. Frowning, the protagonist noted that this was the only risk they could take now. Looking at the guys in the sky, Noah said that they were getting closer. People were flying in the sky. Grant, looking crazy, said to attack. Pointing his finger, Grant screamed that they found them. The traitor is trying to escape on a manned aircraft. Noah flew into battle. Waving his hand in front of Grant, Mike asked if this was his friend Grant. The man screamed that they were trying to stop them from catching up with the traitor. He released a stream of energy at the protagonist. A smirk appeared on Mike's face. Scared, Owen sat in the car and said that Grant was catching up with them. Pamela emphasized that the protagonist deliberately let him go to hold back the faster Anwar. They still had time. Grant flew after them on a snake. Owen said that they could reach the teleportation stone in 15 minutes, but Grant would catch up with them in about the same time, so if they could not complete the teleportation in time, they would die. Pamela clarified that he was the only one who would die. Mike dodged many attacks. He pointed his gun at Anwar and noted that he was fast and stealthy. His weapon was hard to hit. Noah couldn't match him in maneuverability in the sky, so even if he was strong, he was useless if he couldn't hit. Anwar repelled all the attacks and thought that this was the main character. Since his worthless student couldn't handle him, he would deal with him himself. A blue projection appeared above his head. Looking at the dome, Anwar said that it was a city-level shield of the Norio's financial group. Looking at the sky, Mike said that the consortium had locked them all inside the shield. They decided to stay away and didn't want to take any risks. Anwar, dumbfounded, suggested that this had gone too far and they would evacuate as soon as Owen was dead. Anwar turned into a demon. The girl covered herself from the powerful gusts of wind and asked what was going on there and how the master and the others were. The soldiers were exchanging fire. Mike, who was in the epicenter of the hurricane, reported that after the area was blocked, Anwar stopped holding back. Noah noted that when the hurricane formed, everything inside the shield would turn to dust. They stood back to back and the protagonist said that he could hold it back for about 10 seconds. This was the only chance to deal him a strong blow. Noah asked if Mike could hold back Anwar. The protagonist asked to simply trust him. Mike stretched out his hand and called Anwar. The dumbfounded demon asked what the protagonist was up to. A projection of the girl appeared behind him. A message popped up that he was using the Amos character summoning card, the Dragon's Gaze force field, strength assessment in progress, target strength 466 points. Anwar imposes the immobilized status for 14 seconds. Noah swung his fist. He directed a powerful beam of energy at the demon. The girl held her head. Surprised, Austin turned his gaze. Looking at the sky, the guy wondered if Mike was finished there. Anwar was lying wounded on the ground. He began to tremble and said that he could not believe that he would die there. He was scared. The main character, with a serious look, said that the Black Star was not immortal and the main thing was to finish it off in time. A notification popped up that Mike had killed Anwar and was receiving about 25 million X. Killing a target that was 10 or more levels higher than him would give him an additional X bonus of 280%. He had received an additional 9 million X. The Wind Demon Anwar quest was completed. Holding his hand to his forehead, Mike thought that he didn't think he could finish off the natural disaster. Union of Godora was one of the missions of the high difficulty rank. Looking at the happy guys, the protagonist noted with a grin that since a natural disaster level superhuman had died in battle, the Black Star would probably be furious. He had also fallen into their field of vision. So now it would become even more dangerous than before. Opening the second version would still lead to an even greater conflict with the Black Star. The events had just sped up a little. Pamela's projection appeared, reporting that they had successfully teleported. Owain was safe. She noted that she had conveyed his words to the teleporter and he had happily agreed to help. She introduced herself as an angry look, stated that her friend said if he did not help, he would come back for him. Grant looked at Mike and shouted that it was impossible. He called Anwar with a dumbfounded look. Noah with a serious look led away the surviving people of the Black Star. The plot tells us that after the Black Star lost Anwar, the scales instantly tipped in Godora's favor. Noah quickly cleared out all the minions of the Black Star inside the shield. The guys surrounded Mike. We were told that the financial group did not want to watch the clashes between the high command on both sides anymore, so they removed the shield only after Grant left. Enraged, Grant flew off the planet. The plot told us that Grant received an order from above to cancel the mission. Disgraced and humiliated, he fled from Norios. The protagonist with Noah entered the office. Rox with a serious look asked them to see what they did to his planet. Sitting at the table, he noted that his men were currently calculating the damage. They would discuss it in more detail when the exact amount was determined. Noah put his fist on his chest and shouted that Godora would compensate him for the losses. He hired Mike, so they would take care of his payments. Godora always takes care of his friends. Rox told them not to worry, noting that he was not going to ask for money from them and asked Mike to say hello to Amos. The protagonist shook his hand and asked if he was the investor behind Lunton. Rox emphasized the fact that Mike is even more influential than he says. Now everyone knows that Lunton has another commander besides Amos. He is very happy with this investment. Holding his hand, the protagonist said that he actually wants to ask him for something and hopes they can set up a time to discuss it. Rox agreed, adding that he will give him his personal number and they will talk after they settle this matter. The story moves us to 3 days later in the reception room of Rox. Sitting on the sofa, he asked what exactly Mike needed. The protagonist replied that he needed financial support to establish a headquarters exclusively for mercenary groups. The stronger the external army, the stronger Longton would be. Stretching out his hand, Mike said that Amos had nothing to do with this. He was preparing this project himself and asked how much Rox was willing to pay. Grinning, the protagonist emphasized that he was providing funding to Longton. Amers had a high reputation and this allowed him to make a satisfactory profit from other sources. He was sure that Rox had information about him, so he should know that he had several immortal warriors under his command. Mike introduced his comrades and stated that he knew them all and he did not need to look for other mercenaries on the free market. If he invested in them, they would be able to develop even faster, and then he would be able to bring him a satisfactory profit. He also sometimes needed physical means to convince competitors, and perhaps a large group of mercenaries willing to work for free in his interests. He thought with a smile on his face that before the version update, the players would not go online, so Rox could not find even a hair of theirs. His idea was to make the NPCs realize the potential of the players and attract him to invest in them voluntarily. Rox said that it sounded attractive, but he would not be able to finance them. Mike was surprised by what he heard. He got up from the couch and replied that he was very sorry that Rox was missing out on a project whose profit greatly exceeded the investment. Rox noted that he could provide him with a loan, 4 million dinars for 3 years. Considering their relationship with Lonthal, he would give him a small percentage. The protagonist said he agreed. Looking at the blue screen, Mike thought that this interest rate was a mere trifle. He was afraid that when the players returned, they would count the money until their brains snapped. All that was left was to choose a good place and start building the headquarters. A projection of an angry Jenny appeared, asking why he hadn't warned her in advance. The protagonist asked if she would have agreed. Jenny replied that she wouldn't have and he should call her the manager. She got up from the table and screamed that she ordered him to immediately repay the loan. She noted with a serious look that she would immediately report this to the Dragon Emperor and he would see how long Mike would stick his nose up in the air. Amos crossed her arms and said that Jenny was too nervous and that it was a small amount of money. There was no need to make such a fuss. She noted that until he became a wanted criminal, she could not tell her. Jenny was dumbfounded. The plot takes us to the headquarters of the Black Star. The people were sitting at the table and saying that the operation had failed. But they had frozen the traitor's access to the data. The stolen information was limited. They said that the traitor had no information about the alienation virus and that it was a strategically important part of the plan, so there should be no mistakes. The man looked at the furious Grant and said that he had let him down. Grant replied that unforeseen circumstances had arisen during the operation. They looked at the projection with Mike's image and said that the report said that Noah from Godara and the mercenary had teamed up to kill Anwar. Frowning, Grant cried out that he needed to be killed and that he was an enemy that needed to be destroyed and this could not be postponed. The man said that the protagonist had recently established a base on the planet of the Golden Gates. To get rid of him, they would have to send a large fleet of ships there at such an important moment to send a significant number of troops. He asked if Grant wanted to interfere with the plans of the organization. Grant said that it was worth it. The stranger shouted for them to be quiet. Sitting at the table, he emphasized the fact that he would make this mercenary pay, but not now, and from now on they would cease all external activity up until the outbreak of the alienation virus, and the meeting was over. We were transferred to Bennett's office. Bennett crossed his arms and asked to speak. The guy told us that in 2 days, more than 2,700 incidents of unrest occurred on the entire planet. The number exceeded 100,000. No omens or patterns were found in this. They analyzed all the incidents and found the only common similarity. The guy introduced the stunned people who were enveloped in a red aura and said that after the arrest, the rioters had a fever and fell into a coma. The examination showed that their brain was abnormally active, which led to the production of hormones by the internal organs that significantly exceeded the normal level. Those who woke up remember that they were seized by a sudden and strong rage, as well as a desire to destroy everything in order to break out. They quarantined these people, and at the moment 18 hours have passed without riots. Frowning, Bennett wondered if the quarantine really works. If this is a new unknown virus, he is afraid. The number of infected, the world has barely reigned peace. Taken aback, he wondered if it was possible that Mike was telling the truth. Bennett screamed to prepare the plane, noting that he was going to the third shelter of the protagonist. The plot takes us to the meeting room of the third shelter. Bennett folded his arms and said that over a year ago they reported some anomalies. The current events could be related to the phenomena they mentioned. They were talents that Mike left behind and they knew his message about the doomsday. He wanted to know their opinion. Kara sat at the table with her arms crossed. Aurora whispered to Kara that he also smelled that way. Kara told the guy that her little sister remembered the smell of all living things and she said that she could smell it in him. Laura closed her eyes and noted that her intuition had not deceived her. A whole year of research had not been wasted. She asked him to follow her with a smile on her face. Looking at the plants, Laura explained that it was Iridia fan, a plant that grows in harsh conditions and is very difficult to grow. It is on the verge of extinction, but its scarcity does not mean a high price. Aurora examined the plants and said that none of them were infected with the smell. Laura replied that she was right. The leaves of the Iridia fan are immune to this substance. Surprised, Bennett asked if there were clinical trials. Holding her head, Laura replied that she only experimented on plants. Putting his hand on his chest, Bennett noted that he was currently organizing a quarantine for a group of rebels and asked to test it. Kara walked next to her sister and asked if Mike would return as promised. Laura clarified whether it could be a coincidence that if the protagonist had not sent her there, then there would definitely not have been a chance to study it. Kara looked at the sky and thought that Mike said that he would go into outer space to find a solution to the problem, but there was no news for 2 years. The joyful protagonist cried out that they were going to their home planet, Aquamarine. The plot takes us half an hour back to the planet Golden Gate. People were standing in front of the spaceship and saying that Mike suddenly called everyone. The guy started whispering so that everyone would speak more quietly because the commanders were there. Austin was dressed in armor. The protagonist with a joyful face asked if everyone had arrived. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that Sunil's squad had arrived in full force. The girl stuck out her tongue and noted that they also had no shortage of people. Harmon warmed his fists and cried out that everyone and the brothers from the military union were there. Looking at the building, Mike thought about how in a year he had built the Black Star base from scratch. He introduced many tanks and noted that 23 automatic production lines had been developed and the experience bar had exceeded 100 million. Looking at the many blue projections, the protagonist emphasized that it was all for the sake of today's opening of version 2.0. He raised his hand and shouted that today he had gathered them all for a large-scale operation. His homeland was suffering from a disaster and he was their only chance for salvation. The guys enthusiastically said that they would fight for him just as he had fought for them. A message popped up that version 2.0 had been opened. The protagonist walked through the crowd of people. He frowned and said that they were flying to his home planet. Many projections appeared on the square. The guys discussed that they had raised the maximum level. They could continue to use experience to level up. The guy with a smile on his face said that the status of the mission Last Frontier had changed from frozen to open. They saw a message that they needed to stay put. Then it was shouting through a loudspeaker that Aquamarine was suffering from an unprecedented disaster. They desperately needed help. He saw the crowd and thought that, as Mike said, the Inhumans were back. The plot takes us a few minutes later. Bennett stood in front of the guys and told them that at the moment they have discovered 2 ways to counteract the alienation virus. The first is that superhumans are less susceptible to it. The second is that their third shelter has developed an inhibitor that can protect against the virus for a while. But with limited production capacity, its quantity is not enough. Looking at the screens, the guys discussed that the plot of this version is developing so quickly, there is no need for a prelude. They like it when everything is so simple. The guy asked if he could leave the shelter now, sighing. Bennett replied that it would be better for him to look outside himself. Looking at the many tents, he said that every day, countless people want to inject inhibitors and find shelter. They have a limited amount of inhibitors, so they can only keep people outside in the camp waiting to prevent infection. But the more people, the more cases, he can only watch them die. The plot takes us to 2 days later. Bennett looked at Kara, who was standing by the tree, and noted that fortunately this group of non-humans was helping them. Who would have thought that the influence left by Mike still protected them? The guys went berserk. The players rushed at them and began to beat the sick. A crowd of beasts ran at them. Bennett and Kara ran to help. The crowd of people ran quickly. Looking at the battle, Bennett ordered the first group to delay the attack of the beasts. The rest should help save the refugees. There are too many beasts. They attack at least 4 times a second. They will not last that long. Kara hit the beast. She saw many flying saucers in the sky. The guys jumped out of the ships to help. They started the battle. The main character landed on the ground. Looking at him, Kara did not recognize him and asked if he was their commander. Mike asked why she was asking and if he had changed that much. Kara had tears in her eyes. There was a smile on the main character's face. A mission description popped up that the planet Aquamarine was suffering from an unprecedented disaster, and all the creatures on this planet must protect themselves from the alienation epidemic, and they must contribute to the fight against the epidemic. The players were surprised by the sight of Mike's comrades. The girl said that it turned out that he always had such terrible nicknames. She thought it was the only case. The main character grabbed her cheek and suggested that he had been too lenient with her. Bennett said that the disaster he was talking about really happened and suggested going to the meeting room to discuss the details. People looked at Mike's ship, smiling. He thought that showing off is like the wind, it always accompanies him. The plot takes us to the boardroom. Sitting at the table, Mike said that the situation is quite optimistic. He returned on time. Bennett asked what happened while he was in space. The protagonist answered that, in short, he is now a mercenary and these are his companions. Aurora rushed at him and screamed that he finally returned. Mike hugged her. Kara looked at them and clarified if he was back for good. Kara threw him the keys and noted that since he was there, she could not use them. The protagonist asked if she trusted him so much and why she did not leave with him in the first place. Kara said that it was her freedom. Mike noted that he thought she would be glad to see him. She asked who he was to her and why she should be glad. Pamela shut the girl's mouth. Austin whispered that any insightful person would say that this red-haired tsundere was better off not getting involved in such a situation and that if she had kept quiet, she would have been considered smart. Bennett coughed and suggested getting back to the topic. He asked if Mike had found out how to deal with the alienation epidemic. The protagonist replied that he had found out what the alienation virus was and how it worked. We are transported to some time later. Holding the papers in her hands, Laura said that in fact, the so-called virus is a microorganism. It is not surprising that the infected cannot be detected. She asked why the leaves of the Rydia fan are immune to the alienation virus. Mike asked her to show them a photo of these leaves. The girl looked at the photo and said that this is the herb of serenity, the raw material for the elixir of concentration. Laura asked with an interested look what this means. Smiling, the protagonist said that the leaves of the Rydia fan are a magical material, but only a mage can manifest the effects of this plant. Laura was dumbfounded and asked if magic really existed in the world. Mike, sitting at the table, explained that the microorganism was essentially still a child now, but when it matured, he was afraid that even he wouldn't be able to do anything with it. First, he would entrust the mages under his command to grow the plants, which would greatly increase production capacity. He added that after that, they would deal with this bunch of unconscious refugees. They couldn't be ignored. Bennett sighed and said that he understood him and he knew that they were similar. The happy people watched the news and exclaimed that Mike was back in the headlines as a key figure. Looking at the players, the protagonist reasoned that until he reported his actions to Godera, the Black Star would not appear. He could use this to increase the attractiveness of his camp for players. He hadn't leveled up for almost a year, now hundreds of new blueprints had been added to the skill panel. He flew over the players and noted that he had not gathered the players for a long time and he was impatient. He said with a satisfied look that 2 years ago he foresaw this disaster and resolutely went to the stars in search of a solution. Now he fulfilled his promise and returned. He cried out that he was ready to generously share the knowledge gained in space. Mike suggested helping each other and growing together to cope with difficulties. The enthusiastic players cried out that they were waiting for these words. A queue formed to the main character. The dumbfounded Mike told that the mechanic class exceeded 30% of the players, and their purchasing power increased. Compared to the previous version, experience is accrued much faster. The protagonist mentally noted that at this rate, the experience gained today should be enough to rise to level 120th. The dumbfounded guys cried out that the skills of the mechanic class are so complex, they can only view goods, but only faction members can buy them. Sitting on a chair, Mike said that if they pass his selection, he will gladly accept them. We are transferred to the arena. Standing among the defeated guys, Austin congratulated them on passing the test. When they go to interstellar space and finish registering, they will officially become mercenaries. Sitting in the stands, Mike thought that the players would gradually get used to the existence of the qualifying battles. He would wait until they got on the right track, and then gradually increase the completion rate. The high difficulty of the selection not only filters out the best players, but also stimulates the desire of the rest to become stronger, thus increasing the sales of his goods. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that this was a whole bunch of birds with one stone. He turned around at the voice. The joyful comrades said that he was not at all ceremonious. They were worried that he no longer needed them. But now he sees that they, the old men, are treated specially. The surprised players said that those who had been to space have a new currency and that was the difference between the rich and them. Looking at the blue projection, Mike thought that if he took Matthew and the others with him, it would create an effect of a role model and also make them spend money and fill his wallet. An electric aura enveloped him. The protagonist introduced Austin and Harmon and reasoned that another method of energy training should be available to them. With the current level of sympathy, they would hardly refuse to share. Holding his hand to his chin, Mike noted that there were also requirements to advance to the next stage of the mechanic class. This time they would have to focus on weapons, energy, and control. He introduced the various robots. Bennett ran up to him and shouted that 6 countries wanted to talk to him. He introduced the many people at the round table and emphasized that it was his turn to put pressure on them. The outcome of these negotiations depended on whether he could turn the young planet Aquamarine into his long-term base. The men sat in the conference room and watched as Mike said through the screen that he believed this was their first meeting with the leaders of Star Dragon: Haxia, Raylan, Theseus, Maple, and Ordina. The protagonist raised his hand smiling and watched on the screen as the men said that they hoped the shelter would share the inhibitor and also send people to establish production. Once they regained their power, they would be able to take control of the situation, and in the process they would like to borrow their fighters and fleet. The guy smiled and asked what he would get in return. Mike looked worriedly at the indignant men who said that resisting the disaster was the duty of every person. This could not be a deal. Did not he return to save Aquamarine? Sitting at the table, the guy clasped his hands and closed his eyes, replied that they wanted to borrow his power to help them restore their rule, and his goal was to avoid the destruction of Aquamarine, but a little more or less deaths would be acceptable to him. This was not a reason to dispose of it. The man in the suit stood up and put his hand on his chest and shouted that they had already asked Godera for help and contacted him only to save more people. Because of his refusal, people who could have survived would die, but now they would die because of him. Mike lowered one eyebrow and said with a smirk that they were all adults here, so enough of these empty morals. Besides, the rescue team from Godera had not arrived yet. They treat the Goderians like ancestors, but they do not even understand that they should behave respectfully like grandchildren. And he not only maintains good relations with them, but also communicates directly with their senior management. The indignant men looked at the screen, where the main character said that he was their only choice and a person ready to help. The guy slammed his hand on the table and frowned and shouted that they should realize reality. He was talking not only about helping the victims, but also about future cooperation. The men in the audience looked at the screen with the guy and discussed what he wanted. He himself knows that even if he does not give it to him, he can take it himself. Will he regret buying this ticket? But will regret the rest of his life about the missed opportunity. Bennett looked at the guy seriously holding onto the table and said that he has changed. Mike closed his eyes smiling and held a cigarette, hearing that they accept his offer, and said that his people will arrive as soon as possible to help them restore order in the countries. He asked to tell him interesting details first. The plot moves us to Sangjeong Island, where many people on the beach shouted that after so many years of imprisonment, it was time to make some noise. The main character stood in front of the guys with his arms crossed and said that Sangjeong Island, a place where 6 countries keep the most evil criminals in custody. The jailers killed each other because of the virus, which gave the prisoners a chance to escape, and he thought that they had already left. The boys screamed in fear as the bullet flew past and said they had never heard of him. Mike frowned, holding a gun in front of the prisoners, and asked if none of them knew his name. Aquamarine was in disaster. He had come to give them a chance to atone for their sins, to serve the people and give them positions where they would shine. The disgruntled boys pointed at him and screamed that it was impossible. 6 countries would never reveal the location of this secret prison, and he replied that they were under his command. The boys jumped over the main character and screamed in displeasure that he was lying. He should be killed and sent to some heavenly place. Mike watched in surprise as people went on board and said that fewer people died than he expected. He looked at the smiling Ludwig and asked what he was doing in prison, and the man replied that he even had a spaceship now. Unlike before, maybe he was the only one who could use the clues he found. The protagonist sat in front of the man at the table on board and asked if he was really imprisoned because he discovered a secret that 6 countries were trying to hide, and he replied that he killed one of Godera's spies. Ludwig remembered falling to the ground, dodging gunfire, and saying that the Aquamarine acquired its current appearance precisely because of Godera's secret manipulations. If they were so respectable, why would they hide a mechanical statue of destructive power on Aquamarine? Mike looked at the man in surprise and said that it was a statue of Godera's battle magic that anyone could buy. He was on good terms with the Goderians, so maybe he could check it out. The man said that this plan could only work in his hands. He really wanted to know who was causing the disasters. The protagonist looked at the mission screen seriously and thought that it was no surprise that this was a rank-a hidden mission. It could only be continued after the version was updated. It was better to wait until the Goderians arrived at Aquamarine. He stood in the shelter behind the men and asked Austin to teach him his way of training energy. The protagonist grimaced and was surprised to hear that he was just teaching the guys how to play cards and thought about how he himself was playing. And he also got the players involved. He watched the guys happily playing cards and thought about how every minute was precious to the players, and now they were wasting their limited energy on an endless card game. Would this reduce his income? Mike closed his eyes and put his hand to his head in front of Austin and thought that he would just find a suitable occasion and arrange a card game competition. He could also sell them cards. The guy was looking at the screen with information with interest and thought that even after training, he was still 9,000 energy short of increasing. He would have to master another similar skill. The boss watched as Harmon furiously raised his hands, which the girls were hugging, and asked if he could teach him a way to train energy. The bear clenched his fists and, smiling, surrounded by girls, said that he had not warmed up for a long time. Let him fight him, and he would teach him. The guys stood opposite each other in the combat training room, and Mike told him to start when he was ready. Harmon quickly ran forward, swinging an axe. The protagonist stood calmly, crossing his arms. The collision caused an explosion. The bear grinned and asked what it was. He tried to pierce the huge hand behind the guy with an axe and asked what kind of tricks these were. The bear, grinning, tried to parry the blow and said that he had a new fighting mode again. Harmon jumped back and kneeled down and said that some 2 iron hands will not make him retreat. Mike stood smiling, creating several more hands behind him, asked who said that there were 2 of them. The bear stood holding his head and hiding from the shells. The protagonist struck his opponents with lightning and shouted at him to try electrotherapy. Mike watched as Harmon happily walked ahead, raising his hand, and thought that he was a masochist. One way or another, the ability was already in his hands. He could continue to prepare. Austin put his hand on the surprised guy's shoulder and said that he was surprised that he did not lose. Maybe he would still see his pathetic appearance, and added that he was interested in his agreement to his proposal. The protagonist replied that he agreed to many things with him. Which of the cases was he talking about? Lowering his head, Austin raised his sleeve with an iron hand and said that his mechanical prosthesis was very convenient, but he still missed the original. The guy replied that he should go with him and asked together. The plot moves us to the checkpoint in the shelter, where a column of indignant people lined up. Aurora stood frowning with her arms outstretched and listened to a soldier telling people that before entering the shelter they must check them for the virus, calling on them to cooperate. Men in uniform detained disgruntled men and said that there were infected among them. They needed to go with guards to the exclusion zone. A bullet flew into the sky. A man stood with a child and shot into the air in front of the military, saying that they were scammers. He heard that all isolated infected were sentenced to death. Aurora fearfully raised her hands in front of the armed man and said that they really did have a way to save people. There was no need to worry so much. They had an inhibitor. The man pointed a gun at the girl and the soldier and told them to quickly bring the medicine for his son, and he would follow them. The soldier grabbed him from behind and gave the order to take him, and the man screamed and shot. Kara appeared behind the frightened Aurora, creating a barrier in front of the bullet. Aurora held her sister's hand and shouted at her not to kill him. She knew that as long as her sister was here, she was safe. He was just scared. Kara menacingly approached the man and, gathering energy in her fist, said that if she did not believe them, then no one was holding him here, let him leave here. Aurora asked him not to leave, they really could help him. She squatted in front of the man with the child and said that she understood how he felt, but they could not give benefits just because he wanted it that way. Let him be patient a little, his son would definitely get better. The boy took the girl's hand and looking back at his father said that he believed her, let her go with her, everything would be fine. Kara leaned over to her joyful sister and put her hand to her neck, saying that she had apparently forgotten what she was talking about. Because of selfishness, people only want to take, but give nothing in return. They are not worthy of her help. Being kind to other people is nobility, but for yourself it is disgraceful. The hypocrisy of people is disgusting. Mike and Austin watched from behind the wall as the girl happily told her sister that he had voluntarily saved her earlier. Other people had also helped them. Let her not say that she was not happy about it. If she were not so stubborn, she would have more friends. The protagonist sighed desperately, closing his eyes next to his partner and said that he had no chance. Everything is not so simple. The talent of the younger girl is spending her life force, and the older girl is obsessed with her. Austin replied that he promised him and the guy agreed to ask. Aurora happily spread her arms and ran to hug the protagonist, shouting that he had come. Mike smiled and spread his arms in front of Kara and said that his friend had lost his arm in the battle. And she immediately replied that in this world she would only let her sister save one person, and that was him. The girl hugged the guy and looked back at her sister and said that it wouldn't be difficult. She also wanted to help him a little. She couldn't make decisions for her forever. The guys looked at each other sadly, listening to the sister's argument, and Austin said that he was right, there was no chance. Aurora screamed that she was seriously asking the girl to stop making decisions for her. Kara looked at her furious sister and said that she thought too immaturely and didn't understand how to protect herself. The girl remembered lying on the couch in front of the doctors and said that all those years in the lab she prayed that someone would save her. But she only got needles in her veins and scalpels in her flesh. No one came to save her. Does she even understand how hopeless it was? Aurora smiled and took her dissatisfied sister by the cheeks and said that Mike helped her when she had completely lost hope. That's why she wants to help other people. She loves her very much, but let her understand that she is not her puppet. She has her own opinion, thoughts, and path. The main character looked at the girls in bewilderment and listened to Kara say that she cannot continue to be stubborn after this, let her go already. Mike, closing his eyes, lit a cigarette next to the dissatisfied girl and said that everyone has their own aspirations, that's all. But he believes that she thinks more reasonably. Vigilance is common sense, but if he had to choose, he would prefer to be friends with a more decent person. The protagonist happily watched as the girl healed his partner's hand and thought that the sisters were promising. An S-class was extremely rare. When Kara pumped up, she would be able to deal with at least 100 Austins with one finger, and Aurora's ability to heal was very convenient, even equivalent to a top-level health potion. They had a great future ahead of them. He looked at the news screen in surprise and thought that Godoro was ready to act, then their enemies would not sit still either. He looked seriously at the sky with a cigarette in his teeth and thought about the fact that the Dark Star was already hiding in Aquamarine. Meanwhile, on Godora's landing pad, the commander was telling a crowd of people that Godora was sending such a large delegation to them for the first time, they should receive them with all honors. The worried guy put his hand on the shoulder of the screaming man and said that the Godorians had changed their course. They would not fly here. Noah stood in the shelter, frowning, and listened as they landed where Mike was. Bennett extended his arms to the man and, smiling, asked permission to greet them on behalf of Aquamarine, after which he thanked them for their generous help. This planet really needed help. Bennett stood tensely in front of the frightened guys and thought that the Godorians should meet with the authorities of the 6 nations. Were the citizens of Aquamarine as a whole not as important as Mike? Noah looked away and, pointing to the ships behind him, asked what was wrong with them, thinking that one of the natives, it turns out, has a space fleet. The protagonist told the man that they met again. Noah happily spread his arms in front of the guy and laughed, saying that he did not expect to see him here. Bennett asked with a trembling voice if they knew each other, and Mike replied that he had many alien friends. The guys in the crowd looked at them thoughtfully and discussed that who would have thought that the Godorians would also fly to their planet. Timmy's video showed that the commander had a good relationship with Godora. It must have been him who called them for help. Noah asked Mike why he was there, and the guy answered that for the same reason as him, it was better to go and talk inside. The main character sat opposite the man at the table in the conference room and thought that if he told about everything, then on the contrary they would begin to suspect him of having a special intelligence network. This would only bring trouble on himself. He said that he discovered the basis by accident when he was studying the materials. Mike sighed and closed his eyes, said that only his sworn enemy, the Dark Star, could do such a thing. Knowing these show-offs, they themselves are probably eager to jump out and confess to what they did. The guy said that in general, help to the distressed will definitely be provided. He has a group of concerned guys who can just help with supplies. Several guys looked at the screens in surprise and discussed what they can buy thanks to Mike, whether there are more tasks. The main character smoked, looking out the window at the crowd, and thought about the fact that only with the help of these tasks paid for by Noah's funds it is possible to attract new members to the group. With the help of a group of mercenaries, he made a gift to the players at someone else's expense so that they would spend this money again. If you let the NPC earn, then the money will go back to him. He looked out the window smiling, and Noah behind him raised the papers up and said that he had already found information about the Godarian who appeared on his planet. The main character looked at the sheets on the table and said that no information had appeared in 10 years. Probably Angora had been on Aquamarine for a long time. Mike stood next to Ludwig with his arms crossed and smiled as he said that his CV didn't contain any information about his job or salary. He was just a migrant worker from Godara. It was hard to say whose side he was on, but these materials were very useful anyway. He would send people to check his home. The plot moves us to the colony planet Godara in the city of Gaote, where they were discussing on the street that the latest social survey shows that the level of support for the rescue operation is declining. They interviewed citizens on the streets, finding out their opinions about the disaster and the rescue. There are too many refugees. They will have to share their colonized planet with them. They can tolerate it temporarily, but they may refuse to leave here. It would be best to transport them to an uninhabited planet. The guys were excitedly playing cards, and the guy with a cigar was saying that the planet Aquamarine, where he worked, also suffered. The older people are, the more they like to look at the achievements of the past. The guy kicked the door behind the player, who was telling him that he and a friend had been dealing with a major incident, that he was still there and could help them when they arrived, and they would pretend that they had volunteered to help the distressed. The guy in the uniform pressed the player's face to the floor and asked if he was the Golden Midland. He pointed a gun at him and asked if he still remembered Angora and added that Mike wanted to see him. The protagonist was kneeling in front of the scared guy and saying that he just needed some information, whether he had anything to do with the unrest on Aquamarine. Mike frowned and pressed the button with lightning bolts and said that if he liked high voltage, he could remain silent. It would prolong the pleasure. Ludwig grabbed the crying Midland by the hair, who said that he used to work in the Godara Intelligence Bureau. The job was to evaluate and describe the development of lower civilizations, very simple and very boring. Midland looked at the shocked boys in front of him and said that he had done it. He had abused his position, found people and sent them to Aquamarine to start a war on the sly. He remembered how he had joyfully stood in front of the crowd with his arms outstretched and said that they had pretended to be representatives of a higher civilization, had made relations with several countries, made false promises, then had quietly been engaged in incitement, pushing them to war. The protagonist asked why they needed Angora. If it was in the interests of their government, why turn to a common man? Midland cried and looked up, saying that the Godara government had nothing to do with it. It was just his idea. He and Angora were classmates. He had taken him along for fun. His daily work was too boring, so he had decided to use Aquamarine as a playing field, because the upper classes were not interested in the internecine strife of lower civilizations. He was kneeling in front of the guys and saying that he wanted to start a war and watch them fight. He thought it was very exciting, so he did it. Ludwig grabbed him by the collar furiously and shouted that this couldn't be if high-ranking officials didn't put their hand in. How could two ordinary citizens do something like that? And he replied that they were really Godarians. The protagonist looked desperately at the screen with the completed task and said that this was really absurd. Bennett grinned and put his hand on Mike's shoulder and said that if this was true, he would have to believe it. During the negotiations with the 6 nations, he decided that he had evil intent. But he was wrong. Weakness is the original sin. He went into space not only to counter the disaster, but also for the future of Aquamarine. Its greatness fades in comparison to his. The protagonist looked at the bowing man in confusion, raising his hands, and said that he was not worth thanking. Because of this, he begins to feel that he is becoming a good person. Bennett asked him what they would do with this fool, and the guy replied that he would definitely be useful. Mike sat in front of the screen with his arms crossed in the black light and read about more than 8 million experience points. There was a chance of a random reward. There were still 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. High difficulty tasks gave good rewards. The Medal of Honor was still the best. It increased the efficiency of all attributes by 3%. He pressed the screen with a smile and said that today the energy had finally overcome the barrier of 9,000. You can move on to the next rank. After increasing the rank, you need to leave a little experience to increase your specialty to a scientist. Perhaps 10 levels will be enough. The guy was struck by lightning and clenched his fists while the system reported that the artificial intelligence technology had reached the 5th level. He received the title of Ritual Mechanic, studied professional affinity with technology, enhanced smart protection, and the essence of virtual technology. Mike grinned and said that he was level 130. His energy had grown to 9,000 combat power. Now he only needed to reach level 140th, after which he would successfully increase his rank and be able to officially enter the class. The guy ate a cookie and turned to Austin's hologram and said that if he was calling to show off his new hand, he could hang up. The man replied that Noah had announced the recruitment of aliens and many had come to stare. Mike smiled, bringing the cookie to his mouth, and said that Noah had actually decided to take a swing at him. Since he was heartless, then he should not blame him for being biased. The guy stood with Noah on the shelter square in front of the crowd and spread his arms, saying that the planet Aquamarine where they were located was located in the 9th sector of the Garten Galaxy and was a subordinate territory. Godara ruled the galaxy. It was a powerful force and they had superiority in the development of magic, science, and technology. Noah frowned, looked away, and wondered why they were not interested. In the past it was enough to just show the natives how insignificant they were, and they were strong, and they were all immediately ready to join them. The protagonist approached the surprised man and said that it was a coincidence. Was he really recruiting aliens too? Noah frowned and clenched his fist and replied that they had good potential. It was no wonder he decided to recruit them, and asked what he did to make them become his mercenaries. Mike smiled and looked at the thoughtful man and said that his recruitment principles were the same as his and thought that players valued benefits. It was better to give them tasks in the settings in their free time. Noah laughed and put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he was a really capable person. Was he really angry because they were recruiting aliens? And the guy thought about the fact that he had planned everything a long time ago. He had superiority in everything. The main character grinned and thought that even if the simpletons from Godara were complete noobs, he still had an ace up his sleeve. It was a pity that he couldn't play it. Mike said that they needed Timmy. The indignant guy leaned towards Noah, who was sitting at the table, and said that there were much fewer aliens. Most of them had left their camp and went over to Mike's side. Timmy, among other disgruntled guys, looked at the screen and said that he was just doing Mike's job and accidentally found out about everything. He would definitely go to the forum and tell everyone. The main character sat, pressing the screen and wondering how it happened that the Godarians could not notice the unfavorable public opinion. After all, Timmy can be trusted. With his intervention, they will not be able to attract anyone. Mike frowned at the screen, which reported urgent news that the Dark Star unexpectedly attacked and captured several poor planets. He told Bennett to call an operational meeting and invite the Godarians. The guys sat in the conference room and looked at the screen with space, which reported that the Dark Star aimed its raids at the units providing assistance. They hid. It is possible only to passively defend themselves. The protagonist calmly looked at the ships through the screen and thought that this time the battle was not on the ground, but in space. His rented ship was a tourist type. It would not work to fight. It would be better if the Dark Star did not fly here. People from the ship discussed that it would take them 17 hours and 26 minutes to fly to their destination. The ship was approaching the ground and the people on board said that it was necessary to make a forced turn, prepare for battle at any moment. Now their target was Aquamarine. On the Godarian military ship, the guys were worriedly saying that the fleet was rapidly approaching, was located on the side of C-0207. The Dark Star had arrived. The enemy had fired ion cannons. A collision was inevitable. The commander gave the command to open the magic shield of the Weiss and a dome surrounded the ship. The guys looked at the flashes in the sky in fear and shouted that everyone needed to get to the bomb shelter. Don't panic, they had enough supplies. They had to help with the evacuation. Some ships were attacking outside of Aquamarine. Mike looked at Austin's hologram seriously and said that he would take a wait-and-see attitude. Let him stay in touch. He thought that while Noah was nearby, the process of passing the mutation catastrophe would go on as usual, and hoped that his help would not be needed. The Dark Star did not know how much he had pumped up, and the longer he kept his trump cards, the better. Barrett appeared in front of the worried Noah and said that they were taking a beating. He was just in time. They would crush them into a pancake. The size of the Dark Star's fleet was almost the same as theirs, but since he was here, they were enough to suppress the enemy, an excellent opportunity to deal with the Dark Star. He watched as the ships flew into the dark hole in space and said that the radars showed that the enemy was retreating. They were moving away. Barrett picked up his cigar and frowned and told Noah that they had been shot in one burst and then immediately left. That was not his style. It did not matter whether he arrived or not. He was flying forward. The ships were flying rapidly towards the portal, and Noah asked to leave part of the fleet to wait for the order. The man in the mask bowed his head and said that they were advancing. Many ships were attacking other ships. Barrett crossed his arms and holding the cigar in his teeth said that it turned out that this was a tactic. Everyone listened to the order. It was necessary to speed up and catch up. The troops remaining on Aquamarine should also join them. There was no time. It would be expensive to miss the fleet of the Dark Star. Noah desperately covered his face with his hand, listening to the man happily say that there were more enemy ships than them. Head-on maneuvers would end in failure. The enemies had successfully dispersed. They had the opportunity to destroy the command ship ahead. They needed to deal with it, and the Aquamarine assault team would easily cope. Mike said that he heard everything. The protagonist stood holding the phone and frowned, asking to hand over the assault team to him. He boarded the ship with the girls and asked Janet to take control of the ship, and Sylvia would be his deputy. The guy went up to Rista, who was holding the screen, and asked her to help him hack the firewall. Today you can't rely on anyone, he'll do it himself. The guys fired at the domes of the ships and shouted that their shields were too strong, their attacks didn't get through. The guy watched as the ship broke through the shield and said that they collided. He saw Mike's ship, it was definitely intact. The protagonist sat in front of Rista and read the notifications that the hack was successful, the firewall level was medium, the data was processed, a copy was created, and authorization was successful. The ship moved in the sky, dodging shells, and from there they reported that everyone except the ship controllers should take positions at the hatch to wait for landing. Only by combining the sides can the enemies be destroyed. Mike grinned, looked at the screen and typed, saying that the enemy has 30 ships. They will not have time to invade each one, only the destruction method will do. He looked at the flash on the screen and asked Rista to attack the enemy artificial intelligence. The ship's shields were torn and they reported that all the warships had stalled. The artificial intelligences were not working, they were switching to manual control mode. A crowd of guys broke through the ceiling of the ship and landed on board. An explosion occurred in the middle of the ship in the sky. The stunned people of the Black Star asked if they really had such high technology. Mike broke the wall and answered that it was true. The plot takes us to the ship of the Dark Star. Knockup waved his hand and shouted that the strength of the protagonist was different from their information. This time the invasion failed. The happy guys shouted that they won and the enemies retreated. The girl sighed and noted that they still drove them away. Mike threw her aside. Lying on the ground, she screamed that they were girls and the protagonist could be more kind. He replied that the battle was not over yet, the enemy commander was their main target. As soon as he dared to suddenly strike, they must give back. Austin looked at the flying away ship and wished the girls peace. Watching the flying away ships, the protagonist noted that the Dark Star was really retreating. The largest one in the middle was the command ship. Holding the steering wheel, Mike told Noah that he could invade the AI of the enemy ship. If they could get close to the enemy ships, he could help him push back the command ship. The dumbfounded girl said that there was a problem with this ship, it could be dangerous. Mike was catching up with the main enemy ship. Turning around, Nakim said that they couldn't let that black ship get close to their command ship. The dumbfounded guys heard that the ship's AI wasn't working and they needed to switch to manual control immediately. Knockap was surprised. He saw Noah in front of him. The plot takes us to the general staff of the Dark Star. The man hit the table and ordered to send 2 floating bases, noting that he would smear aquamarine all over the nebula. The guys replied that the speed of his ship was too great, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to eliminate it. Sitting at the table, the man replied that he could run, but the planet Aquamarine would not be able to escape. The guys replied that he was right. Mike was very worried about this planet. It was better to keep this excuse to threaten him at the right moment. They could even use this guy. The protagonist stood next to Rista and asked if he could penetrate the general data bank of the Dark Star ship system. Rista replied that he would not be able to. The enemy had already cut off all connections with the main device. Mike shook the stranger's hand and noted that he had done almost nothing. He thought that this time they had captured 9 small landing ships, and the total profit was more than 1 million ENA. If these guys from the Dark Star came more often, there would be a good opportunity to wage war using the means of the war itself. The man said that he would send people to take the spoils of war. The protagonist imagined that he had turned to stone. He answered with a furious look that for some reason he thought he had shot them down. The man stated that, however, according to the Godarian Code of Preparation for Rescue Operations, all losses of the Dark Star from the distressed planet are counted as their city's spoils of war. Mike asked if he should follow the rules invented by Godara. He noted that they then decided to abandon Aquamarine, and in the end, he repelled the enemy attack. The man said that this was a tactic of pressure on the enemy. His fleet distracted the main forces of the Dark Star. Comparing the forces spent, they were still slightly more. The enraged protagonist said that his mercenary army does not obey the orders of the authorities of his planet. He clarified why on Earth he was ordering him. Noah came to them and asked what was going on. The man said that according to the rules, he came to take the spoils of war, but Mike does not want to give them up. He is a higher person and must explain everything to him. Noah hit Barrett on the head and asked if he was in his right mind. He stated that if it weren't for the protagonist, they would now be watching the Dark Star slip away. Noah wondered in his mind if he had decided to ruin their relationship with Mike, adding that if he hadn't obeyed orders before, he would have dealt with him long ago. Noah bowed his head and said that it was a misunderstanding. He said that the protagonist could do with the spoils as he wished. Godara would not treat his friends badly. Looking at the thick smoke, Mike thought that the collected debris was used as materials for repairing those 9 landing ships. In these few days he would create new blueprints to recreate the mechanisms. The Dark Star would not appear there for some time. It was time to relax a little. The plot takes us to the ruins of the Embryon base. Dark energy flew out of the cave. The stranger put his hand on the wall and talked about air, hands, body. The Dark Star secret squad was scared and shouted that the energy level of the mutation source was increasing sharply. Looking at the rocks, they said that the instructions said that the mutation source had absorbed enough energy to saturate itself, and the next stage of evolution was about to begin. The dumbfounded people ran away from the explosions. People shot monsters. The crowd gathered at the gate. The dumbfounded players screamed that this was a riot of the mutation disaster. All the refugees who were injected with the inhibitor got sick. The progress of the mutation disaster sharply decreased. Mike was taken aback by this. He grinned and screamed that the second stage had finally begun. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.